Bang! The roar of a bullet interrupted by Ye's deep sleep. Then crazy cheers rang out. He looked up and saw that the square was full of people. In the square, bright incandescent lights illuminated groups of people, swaying with the cheers like a group of crazy devils. Another dead one. This is the third one already. TSK, TSK. I never get tired of watching these people. Bai stretched his numb legs, and the iron chains on his feet made a crisp clinking sound. Yes, he was now a slave among these barbarians. Grey Earth Town, population about 800, was a common sight in a wasteland. In the center of the square, a young man sat at a table. He wore a flowered shirt, a cigarette in his mouth, and a stony expression. Across from him sat a battered corpse. The corpse was holding a strange revolver. The gun body was made of white bones, and the surface was covered with long and thin blood-colored patterns, like wriggling blood vessels. Strange blood vessels extended to the corpse's right hand, firmly rooted there. The entire corpse looked as if it had 5-4 needles inserted into its hand. Sizzle. The corpse was gradually sucked into a mummy with the sound of sucking. Several friends behind the man in the flowered shirt cheered excitedly. Win again. Liu is truly a magician, winning 3 games in a row. We're almost reaching the conditions for Breath of Bones. Haha, Breath of Bones will belong to our West District. In contrast to their excitement, the East District's faces were gloomy and silent. Who dares to go up? East District Commander Tan Jie glanced coldly at his men. Those caught in his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Tan Jie was filled with anger, but even more so with a sense of powerlessness. Only about 20 core members remained, and 3 had already died. If more died, his position as leader of the East District would be completely over. Waste. All of you waste. The people in the East District lowered their heads and said nothing, fearing that they would be implicated by Tan Jie. Some cursed in their hearts. You go ahead. You are afraid of death, so you let us go. The East District's silence intensified the West District's arrogance, and insults were hurled at them from time to time. At the end of the crowd, Bai Yi raised his lip. He knew his chance had arrived, a chance to escape his slavery and master the forbidden object. Bai Yi is now a slave in the East District. When he first crossed over yesterday, he was just an ordinary pariah in the East District. Because of a small accident caused by using the ability to stop time, he became a slave today. He looked at the breath of skeletons on the table, and information about the forbidden object surfaced in his mind. 100 years ago, a catastrophe swept the world, causing the collapse of world civilization and causing the transformation of plants, animals, and even some inanimate objects. Thus, forbidden objects were born, and Breath of Bones was one of them. It was an ordinary revolver that, after mutation, possessed powerful abilities. Taboo objects have their own consciousness. To gain access to them, one must meet their containment conditions. The containment conditions for Breath of Bones are very simple, a life or death bet. In this wasteland, there's a gambling game called Wheel of Fortune. Participants load a bullet into a revolver, rotate the chamber, and then take turns shooting at each other to see which bullet lands. The person who survives wins the game. After Breath of Bones became a taboo, its containment condition remained the same, winning the Wheel of Fate. Winning one round didn't count. It had to win until it recognized its master. Only those who were lucky and brave enough could gain its favor. Bai Yi looked at the clock in the square. 11:49 p.m. The time was almost up. Tan Jie, if no one from the East District dares to come up and gamble, Breath of Bones will belong to our West District. The West District's leader, King Snake, sneered, his red metal eye flashing in his eyes. Tan Jie responded gloomily. I found a forbidden object. You West District members, don't even think about getting your hands on it. The King Snake sneered. You East District rubbish. How can you make the forbidden object recognize you as your master? Our Grey Earth town has been targeted by a distorted monster. How can we deal with it without a forbidden object? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to waver, and Tan Jie's face grew even uglier. He knew that if he forcibly took possession of the forbidden object, it would incite public outrage, and he might be torn to pieces by them. However, he couldn't bear to give it away. I, Tan Jie, will not destroy the Grey Earth town for my own selfish interests. Forbidden items should belong to those who are capable, but he changed the subject and stared at King Snake. East District has not lost yet. King Snake sneered. Are you planning to kill all your men before you stop? Keep betting. I want to see who in the East District dares to come forward. Tan Jie turned around and looked at his men, who all retreated, but he did not keep his gaze on them. Instead, he looked at the East District residents who were watching. Residents of the East District, I, Tan Jie, hereby promise that if anyone among you can convince the breath of skeletons to recognize you as their master from now on, you will be the deputy commander of the East District. The residents of the East District fell silent, and no one responded. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. At this moment, a crisp sound of iron chains colliding was heard. Get out of the way. Those who don't know would think that there is no one in the East District. As the voice came, the young man walked out of the crowd. The residents of the East District all showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that someone would dare to take action under such circumstances. This time, the Wheel of Fortune was different from previous games. While winning just one round was usually enough, this time the requirement was to win continuously until the forbidden item, Breath of Skeleton, was recognized. West District Magician Liu had already won 3 games in a row, yet still hadn't received recognition. The difficulty was obvious. Who's so brave? Everyone turned to look and saw a ragged young man with shackles on his feet slowly approaching. Although his face was covered in mud and his features were unclear, his eyes were unusually bright, as if he was incompatible with everything around him. Hakuno! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Isn't he crazy? Another person asked in confusion. Of course, if he wasn't crazy, why would he stand up? A voice from the side continued. Hakuno was once a hunter in the wasteland. Later, infected by a poisonous mushroom, he fell into a state of mental confusion and proclaimed himself a New Age god. Many people had heard his crazy rhetoric and also heard him recite the poem, Who is the peak at the end of the wasteland? Once I see Hakuno, the road becomes empty. These memories made him feel embarrassed, and the absurdity of the past was unbearable to look back on. Traveling to this post-cataclysmic world, Hakuno awakens the ability to stop time. However, he soon discovers that his ability is not as powerful as he imagined. Being able to stop time for only 1 minute a day turned him from a pariah in the East End into a slave. Despite this, he did not give up and continued to look for opportunities to change his fate. When East District Commander Tan Jie saw Bai Yi step forward, he was stunned for a moment, then a strange look appeared on his face. It turned out that Bai Yi had once called himself a god in front of him, but today he was acting so rationally. Tan Jie hesitated to speak. My illness is cured. I accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms, which caused the hallucinations. Bai Yi responded calmly. Tan Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Hallucinations caused by poisonous mushrooms were indeed common, and some people even deliberately consumed them. He no longer doubted them and said warmly, Xiao Bai, if you can take in the breath of skeleton, I will not only restore your resident status, but also swear brotherhood with you. From now on, the East District will be yours alone. Bai Yi it. He had heard enough of these empty promises. Tan Jie's proposal could not shake him at all. No need. I just want to untie these chains. Bai Yi looked at the chains on his feet with disdain. Tan Jie frowned slightly, a cold glint in his eyes, but he still smiled as he instructed his men to unlock the door. Bai Yi easily loosened his stiff legs and then kicked the corpse on the table, sending it flying a meter away and shattering into pieces. This sudden action drew the attention of everyone around him. Although Bai Yi didn't want to draw attention to himself, with his ability to stop time, how could he keep a low profile? Liu stood up from the west side and looked at Bai Yi, a sense of alarm rising in his heart. Rumor has it that Bai Yi was a lone wolf in the wasteland, daring to hunt mutants alone. Such a person should not be underestimated. Although he was said to be crazy, Liu did not underestimate him. After all, anyone who dared to survive alone in the wasteland must have extraordinary qualities. Let's get started, Liu said coldly. Bai Yi pretended to be in deep thought, trying to delay time. You go first? Or me? Liu frowned in dissatisfaction. Of course, we'll decide who wins by rock, paper, scissors. Don't you even understand the rules of the Wheel of Fortune? Bai Yi slammed the table with a loud bang that startled everyone present. Some even instinctively reached for their guns, and the situation suddenly became tense. Who are you calling blind? I'm asking you, who is blind? Say it again if you dare. Bai Yi glared at Liu. Liu was stunned. When did I say you're blind? How dare you say that? Bai Yi was furious. He grabbed Liu's collar and was about to attack him. Seeing this, Wang Shi and others from the West District drew their guns and pointed them at Bai Yi, while Tan Jie from the East District also quickly drew his gun. The situation was tense, as if a conflict would break out at any time. Liu was filled with fear and anger. He was eager to get away from the conflict, worried that he would be dragged into a melee and even die on the spot. Let go. That's not what I meant. He shouted anxiously. Oh, that's not what you meant. You should have said it earlier. I almost misunderstood you. Bai Yi smiled and let go of Liu's hand. He glanced at the clock out of the corner of his eye and found that only a full minute had passed. Liu looked at the black handprint on his floral shirt, his heart churning. He simply couldn't understand. Was Bai Yi back to normal, or was he still mad? What kind of poisonous mushroom had this guy eaten that had such a strong after effect? At this time, Tan Jie's cautious voice came from behind Bai Yi. Xiao Bai, are you sure you have fully recovered? Otherwise, Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and immediately said angrily, Why don't you come? Why don't you come? I hate people talking behind my back the most. Since you don't trust me, then come by yourself. Tan Jie's face turned stiff in an instant. As the leader of the East District, he had never been scolded in public like this. He was extremely angry, but he knew that now was not the time to worry about these things. The deformed creatures were eyeing the gray earth town covetously, and any mistake could lead to disaster. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and comforted himself not to argue with a madman. The West District Commander, King Snake, said coldly, Hurry up and start. Everyone is waiting impatiently. Hurry and collect the forbidden objects. Li took a deep breath, slowly calming down, a glint of confidence in his eyes. More than a decade of practicing cheating techniques had given him the confidence to dominate this gambling game. He said casually, Next, I will use scissors. Only 1 minute had passed, but he was already extremely nervous. He stared at the clock in front of him, watching the time pass, feeling extremely anxious. Suddenly, Bai Yi sneered. Do you know that there's a sure win method in the Wheel of Fortune? This sentence made Liu stunned for a moment, and the onlookers also stopped what they were doing, as if they were waiting for Bai Ye's answer. Liu raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled, and chuckled. This kind of gambling game relies entirely on luck. How can there be a surefire way to win? Bai Yi curled his lips in disdain, his tone full of contempt. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Liu's heart stirred, and he suddenly had some doubts. He approached Bai Yi and asked in a low voice, What is the sure win method? Bai Yi said casually, The surefire way to win is to let the other side fire the first shot. This statement caused an uproar in the audience, and everyone was confused. Liu was puzzled and followed Bai Yi's actions and asked, Are you kidding? What's next? Bai Yi spread his hands and said coldly, Then you take the gun and shoot your opponent 5 times. Liu was stunned, and the atmosphere around them fell into a dead silence. Bai Yi's tone and expression seemed too confident, which made Liu feel a little doubtful. Finally, someone couldn't help but laugh. What kind of bullshit winning formula is this? Liu sneered a few times and said provocatively, Your joke is not funny at all. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. After that, time passed by little. Liu's raised hands became more and more sore, and the whispers around him gradually became louder and louder. Tan Jie gripped his gun tightly, his brow furrowed, his expression gradually darkening. His patience was being worn away by Bai Ye's procrastination. If Bai Yi continued like this, his tolerance would also reach its limit. If you're scared, get off quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Liu couldn't help but sneer. His hands were numb and his attitude became more and more impatient. At this moment, Bai Yi smiled slightly. I'm not scared, but I think it's too boring. Liu was stunned for a moment. Boring? You think a game of gambling your life is boring? Breath of Bones. S magazine can hold 6 bullets, but now it only has 1. The chance of death is only 1 in 6. Isn't that boring? Since we're going to play, let's play big. Liu's heart sank. He hadn't expected Bai Yi to be so brazen. Before Bai Yi finished speaking, Liu heard him continue. Do you know why you couldn't contain Breath of Skeleton, even after winning 3 games in a row? Liu asked in confusion why. Bai Yi replied coldly, Because you have no guts. These words made Liu furious. He immediately took out the Breath of Skeleton. In his hand, stuffed 2 bullets into it, and glared at Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded. That's right. Only those with courage and luck are qualified to take in the Breath of Skeletons. Suddenly, he changed the subject and said coldly, But it's not enough. What? Not enough? Someone exclaimed. 2 bullets aren't enough. Is Bai Yi trying to use 3? Someone was stunned. Li was also shocked. He knew very well what 3 bullets meant. That was an almost impossible chance of winning. However, Bai continued to add slowly, if you are afraid, get down quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Li Yu's anger was ignited again, and a surge of determination surged in his heart. He said angrily, "Okay, I will play with you." He stuffed the third bullet into the magazine without hesitation, but Bai Yi refused to give in and shook his head. Not enough. For bullets meant a 1 in 5 chance of death. Li Yu felt unprecedented pressure. The atmosphere around him grew increasingly tense, and Li Yu's hands trembled slightly. Li Yu took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. He looked at Bai Yi across from him and said in a deep voice, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Bai Yi's smile made Li Yu's heart tighten, and then a bad premonition came to his mind. No way. The devil's whisper came as expected. Not enough. Fuck. 5 bullets. What kind of poisonous mushroom has such a strong effect? Li Yu was shocked and couldn't believe it. The leaders of the East and West District present were also shocked. They had seen the Wheel of Fortune game many times, but they had never seen anyone dare to play the Wheel of Fortune with 5 bullets. This was simply seeking death. Li Yu's face was filled with embarrassment. He was convinced Bai Yi had gone mad. "I've finally figured out. You're not here to gamble on the roulette wheel of fate. You're here to die." He took a deep breath and stared at the roulette wheel with 5 bullets. His heart beat faster. His chances of winning were so low that they hit the bottom line. "If you don't dare to gamble, hand over the forbidden object." Bai Yi's tone was calm, which directly provoked Li Yu's anger. A gleam of light flashed in Tanjia's eyes, and he immediately agreed. "Right. If you don't dare to gamble, then hand over the taboo item." The leaders of the East District also spoke up, demanding that Bai Yi hand over the forbidden object. Li Yu felt immense pressure. Wang Shi's cold voice came from behind him. "Don't fall for it. He's trying to scare you this way. If you're not sure, let him shoot first." Li Yu took a deep breath and finally made a decision. "Okay, I'll bet with you, but..." He hesitated for a moment and finally gave up the idea of letting Bai Yi shoot first. He still hoped to control his fate with his years of cheating skills. As the last bullet was loaded, Bai Yi broke the silence again. "Not enough." Everyone was stunned. 5 bullets were not enough? Li Yu was stunned. How could it be possible? He was about to speak when Bai Yi stood up, walked over to him, and gently took the breath of skeleton from his hand. Then, Bai Yi slowly took out the last bullet, and a countdown sounded. 10, 9, 8, 7. Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly as he silently counted down the seconds. "I've always had bad luck. I don't think I can win round after round until the forbidden object is recognized. Instead of that, it's better to decide the outcome in one round." He loaded the last bullet into the magazine. Click. As the last bullet was loaded, Bai Yi looked at the entire audience coldly, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. In front of everyone's eyes, Bai Yi raised breath of skeleton and aimed it at his temple, the coldness in his eyes undiminished. The dark red veins on the spear seemed to come alive, rapidly wriggling and piercing his palm, the pain almost unbearable. "I'm really not crazy," Bai Yi said to himself. Then he slowly pulled the trigger. Everyone present thought he was crazy. There was no smoke, no flames, no bullets, only a calm and determined smile. At that moment, Hakuno's time reversal power erupted, and he regained control of time. 6 bullets. "I bet it'll miss fire," he whispered. In an instant, the world around them seemed to have been paused. Li Yu's shock froze in the air, the smoke hung in the air, and the surrounding scene was still. Only Bai Yi, in that moment of time, quickly pulled the trigger. A few seconds later, time resumed its flow. Bai Yi still had a smile on his face, standing calmly in front of everyone, like a fearless god. Deathly silence filled the air. Everyone froze in their places, their faces filled with disbelief. Shiroya smiled, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Everyone felt as if time had frozen. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. "Actually, really misfired," someone shouted in shock. Li Yu stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open. His excitement made bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that he could not accept the situation at all. More and more exclamations were heard, and someone murmured to himself, "The wheel of fate with 6 bullets. Even if the king of heaven came, he would have been shot, and Bai Yi was unharmed. Can forbidden objects also misfire? The quality is not good either." Another person also discussed loudly. Someone whispered back, "You know shit. It wasn't a misfire. It was a forbidden object with its own mind. It must have recognized Bai Yi. That's why it didn't fire." At this moment, a voice came again. "Look, the gun is glowing." Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, the forbidden item, Breath of Bones, suddenly erupted with a dazzling bloody light. The light spread, eventually enveloping Baez's entire body, as if a god had descended. A strange feeling suddenly arose within Bayi. He gazed at the breath of bones in his hand, as if looking at his own right hand, feeling a blood connection. Was the containment successful? Bayi couldn't help but think in his heart. He was not surprised, because in his opinion, if the Wheel of Fortune with 6 bullets could not be successfully contained, then Breath of Skeletons would not be worthy of being called a forbidden object. The blood light gradually dissipated, and the deformed blood vessels on the Breath of Skeleton slowly wriggled. It was first pulled out of Baez's right hand, then quickly retracted into the gun body, and finally disappeared completely. The gun body made of white bones gradually faded, turning a matte black metallic color. In the end, Breath of Bones became no different from an ordinary revolver. Bayi smiled slightly, twirled the revolver in his hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said in a slightly wild tone, "It seems that this forbidden item has good taste." He casually twirled the gun and shoved the revolver into his pocket. The boy's arrogant words echoed in everyone's ears, but no one dared to refute him. In fact, everyone felt from the bottom of their hearts that only someone like him was worthy of possessing a taboo object. A burst of laughter was heard, and the leader of the East District, Tan Jia, laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't stop. "The forbidden object belongs to our East District. King Snake, what else do you have to say?" His face was full of joy and pride. Facing Tan Jia's provocation, Wang Shi's face was as gloomy as water, and he remained silent. His eyes were cold, and he kept looking between Tan Jia and Bai Yi. He clenched the gun tightly in his hand, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. However, Wang Shi suddenly chuckled. Brother Bai Yi is indeed a young talent, but it's a pity that he was demoted to a slave in the East District. I wonder if you're interested in joining our West District? His words were full of provocation. Tan Jia's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stepped forward, put his arm around Bai Yi's shoulders, and said hurriedly, "The slave matter was just a misunderstanding. Xiao Bai is my brother, Tan Jia, and the deputy commander of the East District. How could he possibly join the West District, right, Xiao Bai?" The look he gave Bai Yi was full of threat and hope. Bai Yi smiled slightly, slapped Tan Jia's hand away, and said coldly, "Before I took in the forbidden object, you called me Xiao Bai, and I didn't argue with you. But now that I have taken in the forbidden object, what should you call me?" Everyone was stunned. Tan Jia's expression changed again and again. He suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "Brother Bai Yi, I'm not very good at speaking, but I always keep my word. From today on, you're my brother. From now on, you and I will rule the East District together." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Old Tan, I have told you many times that you should mention your position in front of others." He corrected slowly. Tan Jia was stunned, thinking, "When did you say that?" But he didn't dare to refute it at this moment, fearing that Bai Yi would join the West District. He could only smile and say, Yes, Deputy Commander Bai. Brothers, why don't you call for help?" Several younger brothers in the East District shouted sparsely, "Deputy Commander Bai." Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Men, go home." These younger brothers from the East District looked at each other. Some of them were afraid to act, and their eyes glanced at Tan Jia from time to time. They were slightly relieved when they saw that he didn't say anything. Tan Jia forced a smile. "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what Deputy Commander Bai said?" His words made the younger brothers in the East District reluctantly start to act. A large group of people returned to the East District. Wang Shi and others in the West District stood there with grim expressions. Li Yu said in a trembling voice, "Commander, I—" "Shut up. Trash." King Snake glared at him coldly and said sternly, "Go back." As the two forces retreated, the onlookers also dispersed, and the Grey Earth town returned to temporary tranquility. In the East District, in the Tire Tavern, Tan Jia and a group of people enthusiastically surrounded Bai Yi. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate and fully enjoyed the victory. The Tire Tavern wasn't originally called this, but was named Old Times by Lao Wang. The owner, Lao Wang, is over 40 with gray hair and has read a few books, giving him a bit of an artistic vibe, hence the name. No one knows what he's reminiscing about. Due to financial constraints, the pub was simply decorated, with many seats made from discarded tires picked up from the garbage dump. Most people in Grey Town were illiterate and didn't pay any attention to the words on the sign. They only knew that the pub was called Tire. Now that Deputy Commander Bai has the forbidden object in his hand, we no longer have to worry about the deformed monsters outside. One person raised his glass with a happy look on his face. "Yes, That group of deformed beasts has surrounded our gray Earth town for a month. If we don't get rid of them, we will starve to death. Another person echoed. These mutant beasts are so cunning. They know that if they attack us by force, we will suffer heavy losses, so they deliberately stay outside, cutting off our trade routes and preventing us from going out to exchange food. Someone sighed. By the way, Deputy Commander Bai, this is the first time we have seen someone contain a forbidden object. Please demonstrate to us the power of the forbidden object so that we can broaden our horizons. Someone said with a smile. Just as everyone was anticipating this, Tan Jie suddenly shouted angrily. What are you talking about? This isn't some circus. What's the point of a demonstration? Besides, firing Breath of the Skeleton will drain the user's chi and blood. How can you just demonstrate it casually? He turned around and smiled at Bai. Deputy Commander Bai, don't bother with us. Human energy and blood are precious. It's better to save your strength to deal with the mutant beasts. Bai patted Tan Jie's shoulder and said with a smile, Old Tan, you are still very sensible. Come on, bring me another plate of meat. A look of pain flashed in Tan Jie's eyes. Although he knew that these people had a hard life, he still couldn't bear to waste food. Deputy Commander Bai, the mutant beasts have not been dealt with yet, and the food is really insufficient. How about you save some food and have a cockroach protein bar first? Tan Jie took out a black protein bar, on which a few cockroach antennae could be vaguely seen. This is a common food for wasteland residents, cockroach protein bars. The simple packaging on it says, cockroach protein bars, taste really good, meet your daily nutritional needs. Bai glanced at the protein bar, a surge of anger rising within him. While it was a common staple in the wasteland, it was so disgusting it was difficult to swallow. He had a particularly terrible memory of the taste of this food. It was indescribable, so disgusting it made him nauseous. I ate cockroach protein bars every day before I became the deputy commander. Now that I'm the deputy commander and I'm still eating this, then my position as deputy commander is all in vain, right? Bai waved his hand and directly knocked the protein bar out. It fell into the crowd and caused a scramble. Tan Jie's face looked a little ugly, and he forced a smile and said, But weren't you eating before? Bai pretended not to hear him, patted Tan Jie's shoulder, and said earnestly, Old Tan, do you know what the first thing a person does after he succeeds? What Tan Jie asked doubtfully. Of course it's to forget your roots. If you succeed but don't forget your roots, then your success is in vain, isn't it? Bai smiled faintly, deliberately provoking the topic. Tan Jie was stunned, speechless. Bai continued, Old Tan, don't worry. With me here, the mutant beasts won't be worth mentioning. There will be plenty of meat by then. So don't be frugal now. Give me all the meat to nourish me. Yes, Deputy Commander Bai is right. Come on, hurry up and get the meat. Tan Jie smiled, but he was secretly ruthless in his heart. He decided to get rid of Bai after he dealt with the mutated beast. Bai, feeling very satisfied with his meal, happily walked towards the room Tan Jie had arranged for him. He certainly wouldn't return to his old, shabby home. After all, he was no longer the cockroach-eating, protein bar-eating Xiao Bai who had forgotten his roots. The atmosphere in the Tire Tavern suddenly became quiet. Tan Jie's face was gloomy, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes from time to time. His men sensed the change in the atmosphere, and no one dared to speak. At this time, a confidant quietly stepped forward and whispered, Brother, I think Bai is a little disrespectful to you because he relies on the forbidden object. Bang! Tan Jie slammed the table and shouted angrily, Isn't that a bit disrespectful? It's obvious that you don't even take me, wild boar Tan Jie, seriously. As he grew angrier, he transformed into a wild animal, his hair standing on end, and his body radiated a fierce aura like a wild boar. That aura was enough to suffocate those around him. White air spurted from his nostrils, and the surrounding brothers lowered their heads and knelt down quickly. Brother, calm down. Brother, calm down. You are a genetically modified person, and that guy is just an ordinary person who relies on external things. After he finishes dealing with the mutant beast, his energy and blood will be exhausted, and he won't be able to shoot again. Then he will be at our mercy, right? Tan Jie's expression softened slightly. Although he was still angry, as a leader, he couldn't show it too much and had to maintain his image. I originally wanted to become brothers with Bai and govern the East District together. I didn't expect this kid to become so complacent after obtaining the forbidden item. Such a person has a perverse personality and is extremely greedy. If he were to co-govern the East District with me, he would definitely bring disaster to the East District. His tone changed, and he said earnestly, "For the future of our brothers and the future of the people of the East District, I would rather bear the infamy than break my promise." Big Brother is so righteous. The younger brothers around him echoed. "We swear to follow you till death." In this atmosphere, Bai was leisurely taking a shower, standing in front of the mirror to look at himself. Not bad, just the right amount of handsome. The boy in the mirror had a slightly messy look between his eyebrows, as if deliberately hiding his sharp and unruly black eyes. There was an unhealed scrape on his straight nose, and the blood scab at the edge of the wound made his face look even more wild. He was tall and thin, with slightly pale skin, and looked a little malnourished. If I'm not mistaken, Old Tan should be discussing how to kill me? TSK, TSK. Old Tan is really a piece of shit. Bai sneered in his heart, but he didn't care about the threat from Tangia. Bai knew this. He had fought many hunters in the wasteland and had accumulated a wealth of experience. He knew he wasn't afraid of Tangia, even if he was a genetically modified being. He knew that as long as his breath of skeleton worked, everything would be easily resolved. The successful containment is an unexpected surprise, Bai said in a low voice. He toyed with breath of bones with ease, knowing that the significance of perfectly containing a forbidden object far exceeded ordinary containment. His containment not only made Breath of Bones his weapon, but also allowed it to unleash even greater power. Bai knew that Breath of Skeleton could enhance the power of bullets, easily breaking through the defenses of mutant beasts and even killing them with a single shot. For him, the loss of chi and blood was not a real problem. Instead, the chi and blood feedback he received from his enemies made him stronger and stronger. Perfect containment is a pleasant surprise. He smiled, playing with the weapon in his hand, and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. In sharp contrast to his peaceful sleep, Liu, who had made a bet with him, was treated completely differently at this moment. In the West District, in a simple two-story villa, Liu was kneeling on the ground with a pale face, his body shaking violently with fear. Wang Snake sat on the worn leather chair, his expression grim. He looked at Liu coldly. "You fled here from another town. I took you in and fed you, but how do you repay me? You promised not to take in any forbidden objects and bring your head to me. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Liu's trembling became more intense, and he begged hurriedly, "Commander, don't blame me. If Bai hadn't shown up midway, I would have been able to successfully contain him." "Shut up, you loser," King Snake interrupted gloomily. "I hate people who make excuses for failure. Why can Bai succeed but you can't? Are you human?" A trace of despair flashed in Liu's eyes. He pleaded, "Commander, give me a chance. I've practiced cheating techniques for over a decade and can help you win money in the casino." Wang Shi sneered. "The people in Huedu town are all poor. Where can I open a casino? Since you don't want to live a decent life, I will help you live a decent life." He waved his hand, signaling his men to load their guns and point them at Liu's head. Liu was so frightened that he felt like a sieve of chaff, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Commander, spare me. My mother is still waiting for me. I am her only son." This miserable plea made Wang Shi's men look reluctant, but under Wang Shi's cold gaze, they still slowly pulled the trigger. However, at this moment, Liu suddenly jumped up, his right hand almost turned into a shadow. He quickly snatched the gun from his subordinate, and then pounced on the king snake. Wang Shi felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then he felt a gun pointed at his head. Liu's face was fierce, and he pointed the gun at Wang Shi's head. "Get out of here, or I will kill him." This sudden change stunned everyone. No one dared to move. The courage and speed shown by Liu in front of them surprised everyone. The king snake sneered and clapped his hands. As expected of a magician, his technique is truly extraordinary. Even I couldn't see it clearly. "Stop talking nonsense and tell your men to get out of the way," Liu shouted angrily. Once he took his time, lighting a cigarette and blowing smoke rings. "You know what? I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head." Liu sneered. "You are still so pretentious when a gun is pointed at you? What can you do to me if I point it at you?" However, when the muzzle of the gun touched the king cobra's head, a crisp metallic sound was heard. Liu was stunned, and his face suddenly turned pale. Aloy. At this moment, the king snake's mechanical arm crushed Liu's right hand and gun, making a crisp sound of bone breaking. Liu screamed in pain as his right hand and gun were crushed by King Snake's mechanical arm. Only then did he see clearly that King Snake's right hand was actually a metal mechanical arm. You have some knowledge." Wang Shi loosened his arms and let his men pounce on Liu and control him. He stroked his scorched head and sneered. I've said before, I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. Someone did it before, so I spent a lot of money to add an alloy plate to my head. Liu was no longer able to resist. He screamed heartbreakingly, my magic hand is broken. His eyes were full of despair, and his whole body seemed to have lost its soul, and he had no resistance at all. Kill me, he whispered. A sneer appeared on the corner of King Snake's mouth. You were begging for mercy just now. Why do you want to die now? Liu laughed bitterly. I've lived my whole life by relying on this hand. Now that it's broken, I've become a broken man. What's the point of living? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he looked off into the distance, choking with sobs as he said, Mom, I'm unfilial. I couldn't let you see the day I became successful. My hand is broken. After saying this, he collapsed to the ground weakly, as if he had lost all his strength. The king snake suddenly burst into laughter, his smile cruel. You want to die? I won't let you die. I will make you live forever, bear the name of a useless person, and suffer for the rest of your life. He waved his hand triumphantly and ordered his men to drag Liu away and throw him into the garbage dump. Liu was ruthlessly thrown into the garbage dump like a dead dog, and the surrounding garbage quickly covered his body. The two younger brothers covered their mouths and noses and hurried away. Not long after, the garbage pile moved, and Liu climbed out cautiously, his bright eyes no longer showing any trace of dejection. Ha ha! That idiot King Cobra, I knew psychopaths would like this. He endured the severe pain, smiled, and continued to walk into the distance. The moonlight shone on him, and the cold glow illuminated the way forward for him. He subconsciously looked up at the moon, a trace of trance in his eyes. It's obviously the same moon, but today's moonlight is especially beautiful. He smiled faintly. It's great to live another day. Although he acted unrestrained, the gloom in his eyes could not be concealed. The abolition of the magic hand deeply hurt him. Deputy Commander Bai, let's not delay any further and go and wipe out the mutated beasts. In the morning, Tan Jie came to Bai Yi with dozens of his brothers armed with guns. Bai Yi on it. There's an old saying that goes, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood. I've never even touched a gun before. How can I act rashly? Tan Jie was stunned for a moment, thinking that what Bai Yi said made sense. What do you mean? Of course, practice shooting first. Okay, I'll practice shooting with you. Tan Jie responded with a smile. So, on the first day, Bai Yi practiced with his rifle for a full day under Tan Jie's guidance. Bai Yi indulged his gun cravings, wasting a lot of bullets and eating a lot of meat. Tan Jie felt deeply distressed, as these bullets and meat were extremely scarce in the small town of Huitu. Despite this, Tan Jie provided it to Bai Yi without hesitation. After all, their goal was to deal with the mutant beasts and protect the Grey Earth town. The next day, Deputy Commander Bai, you have almost mastered the gun technique. The mutant beasts are quite large, so it shouldn't be a problem to hit them at close range. How about we set off today? Asked Tan Jie. Bai Yi waved his hand impatiently. Old Tan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but as the old saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Yesterday, I practiced target shooting, but mutants are not dead things, they can move. Today we practice with moving targets. Tan Jie suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded reluctantly. The third day, Deputy Commander Bai, you have practiced with moving targets. Shouldn't we set off today? I'm not rushing you, but our food in the East District is almost gone, and we don't have many bullets left. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to hold on. Why not set off today? Tan Jie said anxiously. Bai Yi spoke slowly. Old Tan, there's an old saying that goes, haste makes waste. Tan Jie was almost furious. Damn, where do all these old sayings come from? However, Bai Yi changed the subject. But as the old saying goes, speed is of the essence in war, and a quick sword cuts the Gordian knot. So, there's no time to lose. Let's set off as soon as possible. Tan Jie was helpless, his chest heaving with anger. He almost rushed over to beat Bai Yi up. He wanted to tear open his head and see how many old sayings were in his head. Bai Yi remained calm and urged, Old Tan, hurry up and run. When I think of the residents of Grey Earth Town suffering because of the threat of the mutant beasts, my heart is like a knife. Tan Jie took a deep breath and followed silently with his brothers, his heart burning with anger. He swore that after Bai Yi killed the mutant beast, he would immediately get rid of Bai Yi, otherwise he would be pissed off to death sooner or later. After a long while, the group arrived at the wall of the Grey Town. This wall didn't look like a city wall, but more like a pile of mud, bricks, and barbed wire, simple but effective. Brother Bai Yi, I haven't seen you for 3 days. You look even more handsome than before. Wang Shi stood on the city wall and greeted him with a smile, completely ignoring Tan Jie. Bai Yi washed up. He was at the brightest age of a young man. Although he was dressed in rags, he still couldn't hide the youthful vigor. He glanced at Wang Shi coldly and said lightly, "Call me Deputy Commander Bai." His attitude did not give Wang Shi any face at all. This behavior made Tan Jie breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that Bai Yi was not targeting him, but treated everyone the same. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating secretly in his mind. He had heard that Bai Yi and Tan Jie had a tense relationship in the past few days, which was exactly what he wanted. He was most afraid that the two would become as close as brothers. If that happened, his West District would be under tremendous pressure. He wondered in his heart whether Bai Ye's attitude was inflated by the power of the forbidden object, making him feel that he was invincible and did not take any commander seriously. However, Bai Yi wasn't that complicated. He was simply arrogant. After all, he didn't think the commander of a town was worthy of respect. He had long since disdained Wang Shi and Tan Jie, the two commanders who controlled 800 people. However, Bai Yi is not ruthless. He knows that he temporarily needs the help of Wang Shi and Tan Jie to deal with the alien beasts. Otherwise, once the alien beasts break through the Gray Earth town, he will be in trouble. At this time, Tan Jie handed over a worn tactical telescope. The mutant beasts are hiding nearby. They never get within 100 meters of Gray Earth town. As long as anyone dares to leave the city, they will launch an attack. Hakano took the binoculars and gazed at the desolate landscape. The tan ground was cracked into countless scars, and a fierce wind whipped through, stirring up clouds of dust. Despite the harsh terrain, some weeds, dead trees, and even a few bushes could be seen. These plants have been distorted, and although they are not completely taboo, they still have abnormal characteristics. Through the telescope, Bai Yi quickly locked onto a bush 100 meters away. Within it, several pairs of scarlet eyes flashed. As the wind blew, the bushes swayed gently, revealing the true form of the mutant beast, a hyena. Most of the hyena's original brown fur has fallen off, replaced by gray-purple tumors covering their entire bodies, and their claws are as sharp as knives. Why are there only a few? Bai Yi asked, putting down the binoculars. Tan Jie explained, "These are just the Hyena King's spies to keep us safe and prevent us from escaping." Bai Yi sneered, "You bastards are quite intelligent. What's your battle plan?" The king snake narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the hyenas in the bushes. "Leave the city. Tan Jie and I will each take our elite troops and take you out of the city with us. We will be responsible for fighting the hyenas, and you will use Breath of Skeleton to deal with them." Bai Yifronit, why do we have to leave the city? Can't we lure them over here and shoot them from above? The king snake shook its head. "We've tried. We once sent people to act as bait to lure the hyenas within 100 meters. Although we killed a few, they've learned their lesson and won't come close again. So we had no choice but to leave the city to fight them." Bai Ye's heart trembled, realizing that the bait had already been eaten by them. In a wasteland, human life is the least valuable. What are you waiting for? Men, follow me out of the city to meet the enemy. Bai Yi waved his hand and led the way towards the city gate. He couldn't wait to experience the power of the forbidden object himself. Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged a glance, silently signaled their men, and followed Bai Yi out of the city gate. Soon after, a procession of more than 30 people emerged from the gates of Huetu town. The younger brothers nervously gripped their guns, their eyes scanning the surroundings, fearing a hyena would suddenly rush out from a corner. They formed a circle, protecting Bai, Wang Shi, and Tan Jie, and slowly advanced. The hyenas in the distance still did not react until they walked 100 meters away from the city wall. Suddenly, several hyenas in the bushes began to bark wildly. Roar, roar, roar. More and more beastly roars echoed. At the edge of the field of vision, yellow sand filled the air, and black spots gradually emerged. 50 hyenas were rushing towards them like a tide. Their size far exceeded that of ordinary hyenas, almost the size of adult bulls. The ground was shaking, and the footsteps were as dense as drum beats, causing the hearts of Tan Jie and others to beat violently. "Shoot!" Tan Jie roared, and the gun in his hand fired first, and the battle broke out instantly. Over 30 people raised their guns and fired frantically, their dense stream of bullets covering the charging hyenas like a net. No one conserved their ammunition, and no one retreated. They all knew that if they couldn't deal with these hyenas, they would sooner or later be trapped and killed in the town. The rain of bullets temporarily stopped the hyena's charge, but Bai Yi didn't shoot. The distance was too far, his marksmanship was not superb, and he didn't want to waste energy and blood using taboo items, so he had to wait for the hyenas to get closer. He observed silently, sensing the power of the mutants. Their deformed flesh and blood bodies were practically impervious to conventional bullets. Shots hitting their skin would only cause a splash of blood, but would not be fatal. Only a massive concentration of bullets on a single hyena, or a lucky shot in the eye, could kill them. Tanjia and his men had limited guns and bullets, and were unable to carry out heavy fire suppression. They could only rely on the powerful killing power of Breath of Skeleton. After the bullets were used up, everyone quickly changed their bullets, and the hyenas took the opportunity to quickly close the distance. At this moment, a hyena jumped out from behind a dead tree and bit the arm of a young man from the East District. Panic instantly spread in the team. The panicked people fired subconsciously, but they missed the hyena and instead killed the younger brother who was bitten. Bai, shoot! Dan hie schauti dangridi. Bai calmly loaded his bullets, his cold eyes locked on his target. Call me Deputy Commander Bai. Bang! The roar of Breath of Skeleton rang out, and a scarlet bullet cut through the air, fiercely hitting the hyena's head. The hyena's head exploded instantly, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The bloody bullet continued to move forward and hit the dead tree behind it, splitting the trunk in two. Tanjia looked at the scene in astonishment. Although he was strong as a genetically modified person, he would not be able to block it if the gun hit him. The killing intent in his heart rose again, but when he saw Bai Ye's pale face and heavy breathing, he felt a little relieved. Fortunately, the power is strong, but the sequelae are also serious. This kid won't be able to withstand more than a few shots. Tanjia was secretly happy. Bai Ye panted. When he just fired the gun, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and he almost fainted. But then, after killing the hyena, he felt a warm current coming from the Breath of Skeleton. His chi and blood were quickly replenished, and even faintly strengthened. The feeling of comfort gave him a boost, and he immediately raised his gun and started shooting. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, and the bullet accurately hit another hyena. This hyena had been shot several times, and its movements became sluggish. A warm current surged through his body once again, and Bai Ye's eyes became brighter. The wildness and rebelliousness in them completely ignited. He wanted to laugh out loud, but in order to maintain his appearance, he could only suppress it. Bang! 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 He fired continuously, and the bodies nearby increased. The bodies of the hyenas and his men were mixed together. As the battle progressed, Wang Shi and Tan Jia also joined in. Wang Shi tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm that gleamed with a cold metallic light. The hydraulic rods made a sharp sound, and the silver-white alloy skeleton unfolded. The mechanical arm fully charged in just a few seconds. He punched out, the air squeezed by the fist wind, making a loud, piercing sound, instantly denting a hyena's head and sending it flying backwards. Although the hyena was seriously injured, it still got up and continued to charge. Tanjia roared. His sweat hairs became thicker and harder, as if he was wearing the toughest protective clothing, and he was not at all inferior to the hyenas in hand-to-hand combat. He observed Bai Yi while fighting. Seeing Bai Yi continue to shoot crazily, he was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that this guy was about to be drained of his energy and blood by Breath of Skeleton. This fool boy, he actually tried so hard. He deserved to die. Dan Hie laughed secretly. But as he laughed, he couldn't laugh anymore. Bai Yi was still firing. Not only did he not stop, but he became even more frantic. More and more hyenas were in front of him, and these were only the vanguard. The main force of the Hyena King had not yet appeared. Tanjia began to feel uneasy. Bai Ye's physical condition was obviously not good. If he continued to fight like this, he would probably collapse soon. Bai Ye. Oh no, Deputy Commander Bai, today's battle has achieved great results. We can retreat and fight again tomorrow. Dan Hie shouted loudly. He thought Bai Yi would agree, but Bai Ye's face was pale and he was still angry. Retreat? The enemy has not been dealt with yet. Who dares to take a step back? Kill me. Deputy Commander Bai, it's not that I don't allow you to save them, but they are already dead. Listen, the screams have disappeared. Tanjie was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Then I'll go collect their bodies. Bai Yi responded calmly. Tanjie was stunned. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Wang Shi and the others also came over and tried to persuade Bei not to go out again. Bei sighed deeply, pretending to be disappointed with his achievements, and left with a sigh. Looking at Bai Ye's receding back, everyone couldn't help feeling a little lonely. After a long moment, Tanjie spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and cursed angrily. Madman, this guy is a complete lunatic. You don't know, if I hadn't carried him back, he would have been sucked dry by the forbidden substance and died outside. No one responded to his words. Everyone silently threw stones to drive away the hyenas outside, but different thoughts were brewing in their hearts. They also thought Bai Yi was crazy, because in this wasteland, only a madman would sacrifice his life to protect an unrelated person. They all heard Bai Yi's roar and remembered it in their hearts. What made them feel even more different was that this madman was much better than the current commanders. These people who were born in the era of catastrophe and have never seen civilization do not know that 100 years ago, such lunatics were called heroes. In a shadow where no one noticed, a pair of eyes quietly disappeared as Bai Yi's back disappeared. When Bai Yi returned to his temporary residence, his face was no longer dejected, but instead filled with excitement. He took off his shirt and stood in front of the mirror. His once skinny body had been replaced by streamlined muscles. In the battle just now, he shot and killed 12 hyenas, and the breath of skeletons also fed back 12 streams of qi and blood, which gave his long-term malnourished body new life. Feeling the power filling his body, Bai Yi's lips curled up. While his physique wasn't as strong as that of the genetically modified Tanjie, it was at least stronger than that of an average adult. He wondered what his own physique would be like if he could take down nearly 100 hyenas and the Hyena King. Bai Yi was not simply happy about the improvement in his physical strength. What really excited him was that he could save more time. He understood that time standing still was his trump card, and he had to use it more cleverly. A thin person could only run 300 meters in a minute of standing still, but a strong person could run farther, which meant that he could do more in the same amount of time. It's not enough. The strength is not enough. I need more strength. The flame of ambition flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He knew that while time standing still was powerful, it was ultimately limited. He had to constantly increase his strength to ensure he had enough self-protection capabilities to prevent the day when time ran out and he was unable to protect himself. In the wasteland, only strength reigns supreme. There are mutants, genetic modifiers, mechanical modifiers, and even more mysterious beings. Only the strong can dominate. Bai Yi's predecessor had experienced countless bloody events, so killing was not uncommon. In this world, any small thing could be a reason to kill: food, a glance, or even a bottle of murky water. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting Bai Yi's thoughts. Deputy Commander Bai, the hyena pack has retreated. The commander is convening a celebration banquet and wants you to come over. When Bai Yi heard that there was going to be a feast, his eyes lit up immediately. He had been fighting for so long that he was already starving. He opened the door and immediately pretended to be weak, lying on the little brother who knocked on the door. The younger brother was startled. Deputy Commander Bai Yi, help me over there, Bai Yi said weakly. When the younger brother saw Bai Yi's weak appearance and thought of his previous selfless performance, he felt a secret respect in his heart and hurried to support him. The celebration took place, naturally, at the Tire Tavern. Grey Earth Town was so poor that it only had this one tavern. Inside, dozens of people toasted in celebration. For them, enjoying the moment they had a drink was the ultimate luxury. Tanjie and the West District Commander, Wang Shi, were also at the tavern. The two commanders shared a table, beaming and chatting cheerfully. However, it was unclear how much pretense lay beneath their smiles. Bai Yi really stole the show this time. People in the East District are starting to look at him differently. Wang Shi took a sip of wine and said with a playful smile, "Oomph." Tanjie snorted coldly, his tone full of vigilance. He heard Wang Shi's subtext clearly. After all, the one who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Don't try to stir up trouble. You know exactly who Bai Yi is. He's been poisoned by poisonous mushrooms and has gone mad. A madman won't yield to anyone. Tanjie's words were filled with strong disgust. My East District can't tolerate him, and neither can your West District. Wang Shi nodded, having already seen the answer from Bai Yi's eyes. Bai Yi didn't care about either himself or Tanjie. He had previously thought that he was just young and frivolous, but now he knew that Bai Yi was crazy. What are you going to do? Do you need help? King Snake smiled. Tanjia gave him a cold look and said, "This madman can kill himself without your help. I think your offer of help is fake, and your real intention is to seize this opportunity to get your hands on the breath of skeleton." The King Snake smiled unconcerned and said, "Don't be so harsh. We're all from Grey Earth Town. Fighting among ourselves is a dead end. Haven't you noticed that the situation outside is becoming increasingly unstable? Dawn City is frequently sending out troops, plundering the people of the town. I'm afraid war is coming. If we don't unite and work together, we'll end up dead without a burial place." He paused, then continued, "Once Bai Yi is dead and the hyena pack is dealt with, we'll take the breath of bones to Dawn City to sell it. We'll split the proceeds. You buy the advanced genetic potion, and I'll update my mechanical device. We need to be strong enough to survive." A glint of gloom flashed in Tanjia's eyes. As a commander of the East District, he felt like an ant in the face of the vast power of Dawn City. If war came, Grey Earth Town might become cannon fodder. Have you ever considered that the sudden appearance of the hyenas might be related to the unrest in Dawn City? Wang Shi said, breaking the silence. "Oh, what do you mean?" Tanjia looked at Wang Shi in confusion. At this moment, a loud shout came from the tavern. "Deputy Commander Bai has arrived." Immediately, everyone turned to look at the door. Bai Yi walked in weakly, leaning on a younger brother. The younger brother's face flushed red as he whispered, "Deputy Commander Bai, I have delivered your message as instructed. Don't forget to give me a piece of meat later." Bai Yi patted the younger brother's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will forget it." Ah! The younger brother was stunned, his eyes widening. "Deputy Commander Bai, you're finally here. How are you? Are you feeling well?" Tanjia smiled and stepped forward, personally helping Bai Yi sit down. "Do I look okay?" Bai Yi glared at him in dissatisfaction. Tanjia wasn't angry. Ever since he accepted Bai Yi's madness, his mentality had become unusually peaceful. He didn't get angry even when Bai Yi scolded him or slapped him a dozen times. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk," Tanjia said with a smile. Bai Yi sat down between Tanjia and Wang Shi without any hesitation, putting on a bossy attitude. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and serve the wine and meat." Soon, wine and barbecue were served. The blackened barbecue was prepared without any skill, relying solely on raw ingredients. But Hakuno ate it with relish. After all, this body hadn't had a full meal in a long time. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Tanjia poured the wine with a smile. Seeing Bai Yi eating so happily, he no longer felt sorry for him. Instead, he hoped that Bai Yi would eat more to replenish his strength. Bai Yi ate the meat and asked vaguely, "What were you talking about just now? Are you saying bad things about me behind my back?" "How dare we? You are a great contributor. We can't praise you enough," Tanjia said with a smile. "We were just talking about the hyena pack." Wang Shi took over the conversation. "The sudden appearance of this group of hyenas, I suspect it is related to the recent movements in Dawn City." "Oh," Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Tell me more." Dawn City was a place known to almost everyone, especially the residents of Grey Earth Town, who considered it a sacred place. Rumor had it that the standard of living there was extremely high, that everyone had food to eat, access to education, and daily access to clean water for bathing. The women were also incredibly beautiful, with delicate, fair skin, unlike the wastelanders, whose skin was roughened by the constant exposure to the wind and sun. "It's like this," King Snake said slowly. "Recently, Dawn City has been frequently dispatching troops and slave-hunting teams to plunder the population of surrounding towns, as if preparing for war." Bai Yi nodded. Dawn City wasn't the only major city in a wasteland. 100 years after the cataclysm, humanity had gradually recovered, and large cities had sprung up one after another, with various factions vying for power and power. "What does that have to do with the hyena pack?" Bai Yi asked. King Snake pondered for a moment and said, "I know that the hyena pack originally lived near the Black Mountain. Although they have become alienated beasts, they still maintain their territorial awareness and usually do not leave the Black Mountain easily. Now that they've suddenly appeared in Grey Earth Town, I suspect something must have happened in Black Mountain. When I went to Dawn City to trade, I overheard people there talking about how the Dawn troops were frequently entering Black Mountain. I suspect they might be planning to occupy Black Mountain in preparation for war. Is it necessarily for war? Maybe Dawn City just wants to eliminate the mutated beasts on Black Mountain." Bai Yi asked. Tanjia sneered. "Deputy Commander Bai, You really overestimate Dawn City. You haven't been to Dawn City, so you don't know the morals of those people. Compared to the people in the wasteland, they're the real cannibals. Those bigwigs would never do anything without benefit. If all the major forces had united to deal with the mutant beasts, those monsters would have been extinct long ago. Bai Yi smiled slightly, and his stereotype of humans was further confirmed. All right, let's stop talking about this, King Snake interrupted. We can't interfere with the affairs of these important figures. The most urgent thing right now is to get rid of the hyena pack. Deputy Commander Bai, can you still continue to fight tomorrow? Yes, I must, Bai Yi said impatiently. No, no, no. Tan Jie quickly stopped him. You've consumed too much today. You should rest for another day. In fact, the food in Huetu town can still last for a few days. There's no need to rush. He was really afraid that Bai Yi would die of exhaustion halfway through the fight, who would then defeat the Hyena King. Old Tan. Bai Yi slammed the table, his voice drowning out the noise in the tavern. Everyone in the tavern stopped what they were doing and looked at the three commanders. The atmosphere was suddenly very quiet. Tan Jie frowned. Deputy Commander Bai Yi, what do you mean by I? As the old saying goes, the first push is the best, the second push is weaker. Bai Yi began to talk incessantly. Stop. You talk too much, and I can't argue with you. But you have to remember that I am the commander. You must rest tomorrow. Tan Jie said firmly. Bai Yi stared at Tan Jie and said word by word, Old Tan, you will regret this. After that, he picked up the wine glass, turned around, and left. Hey, whoever it is, quickly help Deputy Commander Bai. People in the tavern shouted. At night, Bai Yi lay in bed, thinking back to his conversations with Tan Jie and Wang Shi. War was coming. A sense of crisis suddenly rose. War wasn't a dinner party. It was a live-fire battle. He could stop time, but would he be in time? The speed of bullets fired was faster than his thinking. If a real battle broke out with thousands of soldiers shooting, he would not have even a minute to run away from the battlefield. Not only bullets, but also cannons, sniper rifles, tanks. In the melee, he can't keep using time freeze. There simply won't be enough time. Grey Earth Town was nominally within Dawn City's sphere of influence. If war broke out, would the other factions leave it alone? He couldn't help but wonder. If he could enter Dawn City, it would at least be much safer than the wasteland. Even if war broke out, the people of the city would be the last to suffer. An idea came to his mind. If he could enter Dawn City, he could find a way to survive in the turmoil and avoid living in fear of the wasteland all day long. A slight scraping sound suddenly broke the silence in the room. Shiro narrowed his eyes slightly and looked alertly towards the source of the sound. The window. The window actually opened by itself. He was not mistaken. There was no one outside, and there was no wind. The window seemed to be pushed open by an invisible hand from behind. Bai Yi remained calm, lying in bed, staring calmly out the window. He didn't pick up the breath of bones beside his pillow, knowing it wouldn't be very useful against this supernatural phenomenon. He waited quietly, his ability to freeze time ready to activate if any danger arose. About 30 seconds later, a yellowed piece of paper suddenly floated in from the window. Without any wind, it seemed to be suspended in the air, slowly falling to rest in front of Bai Yi. Written in blood-red handwriting on the letter paper was the following. Tonight at 12 o'clock, come to see me alone in the woods north of the town. Don't make a sound. This concerns your life. Bai Yi snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Fuck, you've played enough. Seeing the floating letter paper and the bloody words, Bai Yi did not feel the slightest fear, but instead it aroused his ferocity. He possessed the ability to time 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Even if a god descended, he wouldn't dare to slap him in the face. What's more, this was nothing. Time stops. Buzz. A golden dial quickly emerged from under Bai Yi as if commanded by a god, and time froze in an instant. Bai Yi suddenly jumped up from the bed, holding breath of skeleton, and rushed out through the window. His dark eyes were filled with unruly fire. You're trying to scare me with a piece of torn paper in the dead of night? No matter if you're a human or a ghost. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson about your blindness. Outside the window, Bai Yi quickly glanced around and spotted a furtive figure crouching in the corner. His right hand was bandaged, and he held up his index finger and thumb, pinching the air as if holding an invisible piece of paper. Great, it's you. Bai Yi sneered and rushed over faster. When he got closer, he saw the man's appearance clearly and was stunned. Magic hand, Liu. Bai Yi was shocked. He had heard about Liu's story before. He had heard that a king snake had broken his right hand and left him to fend for himself. He had not expected Liu to appear here in the middle of the night. Transcendent. This thought flashed through Bai Ye's mind. Although he had never seen a transcendent, he had heard many legends about them. Transcendents possessed various magical abilities, and the abilities Liu displayed were very similar to those of the legendary transcendents. Bai Yi guessed that Liu's ability was probably related to his right hand. After all, it was really unusual for him to squat in the corner with his right hand raised. To verify his guess, Bai Yi touched Liu's right hand, and sure enough, he found something wrong. An invisible steel-like hand stretched out from Liu's right hand, a full 3 meters long. I understand. Liu opened the window with this invisible hand, and the letter was also sent in by this hand, so it was suspended in the air. All right, playing tricks, huh? Bai Yi sneered, preparing to restore time. Time restore. Liu rubbed his right hand, which was sore from lifting it so much, and thought to himself, this kid should have finished reading it, right? Why didn't he react at all? Logically, he should have jumped out of shock. Is he asleep? However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind. I'm not asleep, but I know that you will soon fall into a long sleep. Snap! The cold muzzle of the gun was instantly pressed against Liu's head. Liu's body froze, and his expression changed drastically. Bai Yi, don't move. Bai Yi's voice was low and cold. If you dare to put down your right hand, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Liu's right hand was still raised, too stiff to move. He began to cry out inwardly. Oh no, this kid has discovered my ability. Liu originally planned to use an invisible big hand to subdue Bai Yi, thinking that Bai Yi would be trapped by this invisible big hand, but he didn't expect that he would be seen through at a glance. You weren't asleep? Liu said this to stall for time while rapidly thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Huh, Bai Yi sneered. Didn't you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Liu's heart trembled, and he secretly became alert. Bai Ye's words were a bit strange, but he didn't have time to think about it, because before opening the window, he had secretly observed that Bai Yi was still lying in bed. Could Bai Yi have just rushed out of nowhere? Impossible. Liu suddenly realized that Bai Yi hadn't noticed something was wrong while he was in the bathroom. Instead, he had rushed out of the room without hesitation the moment the window opened. He hadn't hesitated at all, just rushed over. This kid is really not an ordinary person. When a normal person sees the window open, his first reaction would be to be stunned and try to figure out the reason. How could he rush out like Bai Yi, showing no fear of ghosts at all? Liu. No, I should call you Lizhua. Bai Ye's tone was dangerous. The muzzle of the gun was close to Liu's head. Liu couldn't help but feel a chill in his body and hurriedly said, Bai Yi, I actually... Call me Deputy Commander Bai. Bai Yi kicked Liu in the butt, interrupting him. Liu was stunned for a moment, then furious, but quickly changed his words. Deputy Commander Bai, I have no ill intentions. I just have something to discuss. Oh, Bai Ye's lips curled up dangerously. That's perfect. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. But I'm interested. I won't let anyone who wastes my precious 10 seconds go. Li was confused. He didn't understand Bai Ye's meaning and thought Bai Yi was just angry because he didn't have enough time. He whispered, assuming a person lives to 60, there should be 189,216,000 10-second periods. Bai Yi kicked Liu again, almost making him fall. You're good at math, right? I can't calculate. You don't need to tell me. I'll give you 3 seconds to explain clearly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will live to see tomorrow. Bai Yi tihitinit koldi. Liu hurriedly said, I'm here to help you. You're worthy. Bai Yi sneered, his eyes full of disdain. I'm a transcendent. Liu quickly added. Bai Yi kicked Liu hard again. You're such a show-off? Is being a transcendent so great? No. I mean, don't you want to know how I became a superhuman? Liu said eagerly. Bai Yi responded calmly. Tell me about it. Liu hesitated for a moment, then spoke cautiously. You have to promise. Okay, I promise not to kill you. Bai Yi interrupted him. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a little skeptical. You agreed so quickly, I don't feel safe at all. Bai Yi sneered and said, then do it again. Liu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then slowly said, after I lost to you in the Wheel of Fortune, King Snake was so angry that he crippled my right hand, forcing me to fend for myself. My magic hand was my livelihood, which I had practiced for over a decade. After my right hand was crippled, I felt almost dead inside. But when I thought about my mother back home who was still waiting for me to return, hope was rekindled in my heart. I vowed not to let my mother down and that I had to live on. Then, I suddenly felt a sharp pain like something was stirring in my head. After the pain passed, I found that my right hand had healed somewhat. Although I couldn't lift heavy objects, at least I could move it. Even stranger still, an invisible arm sprouted from my right hand. Bai Yi seemed very interested and nodded. I see. To become a transcendent, you must first cripple your right hand. Liu was silent for a moment and couldn't help but said, You still need a mother, Bai Yi added. Liu was speechless, his heart a little broken. He was finally sure that Bai Yi was a lunatic. He had heard about Bai Yi's crazy deeds on the battlefield before, and he still had some doubts, but now he completely believed it. What Bai Yi said was simply nonsense. Deputy Commander, Bai, the focus is not on my mother and my right hand, but on the transformation of my spirit. Simply put, it is the encounter with a major stimulus that leads to spiritual alienation and eventually awakening to become a transcendent. Liu explained. Bai Yi nodded, already knowing the answer in his mind. What he had just said was just a little humor. Obviously, these barbarians didn't understand humor. He had heard other wasteland hunters say that during the cataclysm, both people and things seemed normal, but in reality, they had all undergone a certain degree of alienation. It was like a seed buried in everyone's body, and when certain conditions were met, the seed would germinate. Liu, your ability to become a transcendent is the result of alienation. Bai Yi dispit. This gave Liu a sudden shock. He suddenly realized that in the civilized era, the most a person could do when their mind was stimulated was to become mentally ill, but in the age of cataclysm, they could become extraordinary. It turned out that extraordinary people themselves also had the potential for mental illness. This catastrophe is not just a disaster. It also contains opportunities. Liu thought for a moment. Alienated beasts are the product of incorrect evolution, and extraordinary people are the ones who are on the correct evolutionary path. He suddenly felt that perhaps no one could tell whose evolution was more correct. Deputy Commander Bai, I've said everything I should say. Can you put down your gun first? I am really scared. Liu's voice trembled slightly. You begged me without even saying you. Is this the attitude you consider begging? Bai responded indifferently. Liu gritted his teeth in anger, feeling indignant in his heart. If the gun hadn't been pointed at him, he really wanted to punch Bai Yi in the mouth. Could you please put the gun down first? He tried to plead again. No. Bai Yi's answer was concise and powerful. Liu was furious and felt like he was about to explode. Can you please let me put my right hand down first? My hand hasn't recovered yet. I can't keep it raised like this. No. Liu stood up suddenly and said angrily, I told you we are not enemies. I came here to cooperate with you. Don't you realize your situation? Wang Shi and Tan Jia have already discussed it. Once you disperse the hyena pack, they will join forces to kill you, and then sell your taboo item and split the money between the two of them. So, Bai Yi responded coldly. So cooperating with me is your only chance to survive. I am a superhuman. You have forbidden objects. We can join forces to deal with them. Besides, King Snake destroyed my magic hand. I must seek revenge on him. Liu said excitedly. You came to me in the middle of the night just to tell me this? Bai Yi looked at him expressionlessly. That's right, and I've already made a detailed plan. The next time you leave the city, I'll ambush you outside. When they're exhausted, we'll attack them from the inside and outside. We'll definitely take them down in one fell swoop. After this, Grey Earth Town will be yours to rule, and I won't interfere. Bai Yi was slightly surprised. Then what do you want? Revenge. Liu shook his head. Revenge is one thing, but I also need money. After this is accomplished, Grey Earth Town will be yours, and the money will be mine. I'll leave as soon as I get the money. After becoming a transcendent, I don't even care about being the leader of Grey Earth Town. I plan to take the money to Dawn City and find the best doctor to heal my right hand. The abilities of transcendent are closely related to their right hand. If my right hand recovers, my combat power will definitely be much greater than it is now. I want to recreate the splendor of my magic hand. Once I have established myself in Dawn City, I will bring my mother to the city and let her enjoy wealth and glory. Liu's words changed Bai Yi's opinion. Although Liu wasn't outstanding, at least he was filial. Moreover, they didn't have a deep hatred, but rather a common enemy. Bai Yi put away the breath of skeletons. Liu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the action. Do you agree to cooperate? No, not really. Bai Yi shook his head. Liu was stunned, unable to believe it. Why? This will only benefit you and not cause any harm. Bai Yi sighed, looked up at Mingyue, and said in a deep voice, Of course I can join forces with you to kill King Snake and the others. But have you ever thought about what will happen to the hyena pack? What will happen to the people of Grey Earth Town? Li Yu was stunned for a moment. His eyes became complicated, and he was silent for a moment. I can help you deal with the hyena pack. Bai Yi shook his head again. How many people will die? Although you are a transcendent, your strength is probably not as good as King Snake and the others. If you can deal with the hyena pack, you don't need to come to me for cooperation. Even if they can't deal with the hyena pack, what can you do? Until they can deal with it, I will not cooperate with you. Li Yu's face was filled with anxiety. But after killing the hyenas, they will immediately attack you. And with the way you're killing them, they may not even have a chance to face you. No need to say more. Bai Yi angrily waved his sleeves, raising a cloud of dust. How could I, Bai Yi, be such a coward? What's more important, my life or the lives of the 800 people in Huedu town? This angry voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Yu's heart hard. In this damn era, there are actually people like this. Standing next to Bai Yi, Li Yu suddenly felt inferior. Chapter 15, My Loss was not unfair. I understand. Li Yu's expression calmed down. He stared at Bai Yi steadily and said seriously, just go ahead and do it. Although I, Li Yu, am not a good person, I respect you and am willing to follow your wishes. After you deal with the hyena pack, we will work together to deal with the king cobra and the others. But I can't guarantee that you'll be alive by then. If you are in danger, I can only say that I will help you if I need to, but I won't take the risk to save you because my mother is still waiting for me to return and I can't put myself in danger. It's okay, I made up my mind. Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, the cold moonlight falling on his body, as if coating him with a layer of silver. Li Yu was moved. Wheel of Fortune? I didn't lose unfairly. Take care. No. There was a rustling sound, and Li Yu disappeared into the woods without looking back. Under the bright moon, Bai Yi touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Is it really okay for me to deceive a disabled person like this? Actually, it can't be considered a lie. A gentleman judges by deeds, not by heart. The reason why he disagreed with Li Yu's plan was not for the Grey Earth town, but because he wanted to kill more hyenas and improve his own strength under the protection of King Snake and Tanjia. He could certainly follow Li Yu's plan and kill Wang Shi and Tanjia with the help of internal and external forces. But what then? Who would protect him while he hunted the hyenas? Could a half-baked Li Yu do it? He'd probably have to waste time using time freeze to kill all the hyenas. Instead of doing this, it would be better to continue using Wang Shi, Tanjia, and their younger brothers. In the previous battle, they led everyone to protect themselves in the center, allowing me to shoot easily. How thoughtful. However, the appearance of Li Yu was also an unexpected surprise. When the real purpose was revealed, it would not be enough for him to deal with Wang Shi and others alone with just breath of skeleton. He would definitely need to use the method of time stopping. With Li Yu, perhaps he could save some time. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. I really am a master of time management. The next day, it was already noon when Bai Yi woke up. Today was supposed to be the day to go out and hunt hyenas, but Lao Tin insisted on postponing it for a day on the grounds that he was worried about Bai Ye's health. There were no entertainment activities in the Grey Earth town, so he could only sleep. After lunch, he was so bored that he yawned as he walked on the streets of the Grey Town. It was more of a dirt road than a street. It became a road when more people walked on it. There are low bungalows on both sides, and many people sleep directly on the street. It was summer, and people chose to sleep outside to keep cool. Deputy Commander Bai. The dusty passerby greeted Bai Yi with awe. Huedu town is not big, and Bai Ye's deeds yesterday have spread a lot, and he has won some respect. He walked with a carefree attitude, enjoying the attention of everyone. The rebellious look on the boy's face, compared with the numb people around him, is as bright as a colorful character in a black and white photo. Although it was boring, the extra minute added to the time made him feel quite happy. For minutes and 40 seconds, Li wasted 10 seconds yesterday. Suddenly, several panicked voices came from a distance. Oh no, a pack of hyenas is attacking the city. The mutant beasts are attacking the city. Bai looked closely and saw several ragged residents running in panic from the direction of the city gate. He grabbed one of them and asked with joy in his eyes, "What's going on?" The man was still in shock, looking behind him from time to time, his face pale. The mutant beasts. The mutant beasts have gone crazy. They are going to attack the city. The joy in Bai Ye's eyes became even greater. Attack the city? He was just worrying that he wouldn't be able to defeat the mutant beast today, but he didn't expect that the other party would come directly to attack the city. This made things much more convenient. He didn't even have to go out of the city to lure them out, but could just shoot from a high position on the city wall. However, besides being excited, I was also a little confused. Why would the mutant beast suddenly attack the city? At this time, the East District leader Tangia, who heard the noise, also rushed out with his men. Come on, follow me to the city gate. Tangia shouted to his subordinates. After glancing at Bai Yi, he hurriedly said, Deputy Commander Bai, let's go over there quickly. Bai Yi took out breath of skeletons and followed without restraint. After they climbed up the city wall, they saw from afar nearly 100 hyenas, led by the Hyena King, rushing towards the Grey Earth town. What's going on? Why did the hyenas suddenly go crazy? Tangia asked somewhat anxiously. What he feared most was that the hyenas would disregard the consequences and directly attack the Grey Earth town. Although the city gate seemed solid, it could not withstand the attack of nearly 100 hyenas. As long as the enemy ignored casualties, they could always capture it. There had been no forceful attack before, mainly because the hyenas were afraid of the number of people in the Grey Earth town. After all, the number of people was 8 times that of the hyenas. The alienated hyenas have a high IQ, but it is ultimately not at the level of humans. They think that humans are the same as beasts and will fight back desperately when facing a life-and-death crisis. But they don't know that more people will just wait to die on the spot. I don't know either. They suddenly appeared one after another, said a younger brother guarding the city in panic. Don't panic. Their attack on the city may not be a bad thing. The cold voice of King Snake came from a distance, and he walked up to the city wall surrounded by a group of people. With the city walls protecting us, we can fire from above. As long as Deputy Commander Bai can hold on, even if the city gates are breached, they will suffer heavy losses. I'm just afraid he can't handle it. Tangia looked at Bai Yi with eyes full of worry. If you didn't know, you would think that the two of them had a very good relationship. Oomph. Bai Yi snorted coldly. His defiant eyes swept over him coldly. If you can't speak, then shut up. Even if you die, I won't die. Because the time had increased by another minute, he was too lazy to even call out Tan. Tangia's face looked ugly. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that as the days passed, Bai Yi's disrespect for him increased day by day. But he knew that now was not the time to attack Bai Yi. After all, who would deal with the Hyena King without Bai Yi? Furious, he vented his anger on his men. What are you all standing there for? These bastards have come to our door, and you still need me to teach you what to do? Raise your guns, get close, and shoot them hard. Everyone quickly found their positions, set up their guns, and waited for the hyenas to approach. There was a flame of excitement in Bai Yi's eyes. He found a central position, raised, breath of skeleton, and waited for the hyena to come. Getting closer, getting closer. He could even see the true appearance of the Hyena King with his naked eyes. Last time, the distance was far and the sky was full of yellow sand, so he could only vaguely see a black shadow more than 2 meters high. The Hyena King's entire body was covered in dark purple skin, which was so thin that it was almost translucent. Dense scarlet blood vessels kept winding and twisting as it ran. There was also a fist-sized dark purple tumor on the top of its head, which looked hideous and terrifying. Bai Yi did not fire rashly. The effective range of an ordinary pistol is only 50 meters. Although the range of breath of skeleton is longer, reaching 200 meters, it is not accurate. With his current shooting skills, let alone 50 meters, even if it is 20 meters away, he will become a master of human body outlining. So he had to wait for his men to shoot first, and only after they injured the hyenas and reduced their sprinting speed would he shoot again. Chapter 16, Town Destruction Crisis. Get ready. Tangia raised his left hand and was about to give orders. Wait a minute. Bai Yi suddenly stopped him. Tangia became more and more angry. He thought Bai Yi wanted to snatch command from him, so he glared at him. However, he found that Bai Yi was not looking at him, but frowning at the hyena pack. Put away all your guns. Bai Yi put away breath of skeleton and said calmly to everyone. Everyone was stunned, somewhat confused. Tangia angrily asked, Deputy Commander Bai, what on earth do you want? Our enemies are not hyenas. There is no need to waste bullets. Bai Yi's gaze passed over the group of hyenas and stared closely at the yellow sand behind him. Not a pack of hyenas? Tangia thought Bai Yi was having another attack and was immediately furious. But before he could react, his younger brother beside him suddenly exclaimed, The hyena has turned the corner. What? Tangia looked over quickly and saw that the aggressive pack of hyenas had changed direction, avoiding the gray town and running towards the distance. Why did the hyenas run away? Could it be that he was scared by the beating we gave him last time? Many of the city defenders were surprised, and said that they were not willing to fight a pack of hyenas. Compared to their simple thoughts, Wang Shi and Tan Jie felt something was wrong. Deputy Commander Bai, what is going on? Wang Shi asked solemnly. He knew that Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter. Although he was just an ordinary person, he had rich experience in survival in the wild. The hyenas are not trying to attack the city. They are trying to escape, Bai Yi said calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Running away? Could it be that something even more terrifying was coming? The ferocious hyena pack has already made the great Earth Town feel like it is facing a great threat. But now these hyenas are running away like stray dogs. What kind of powerful creature is chasing them? Feelings of panic and uneasiness instantly spread through everyone's hearts, and they all turned their eyes to their respective leaders, as if looking for a backbone. However, the commander they had high hopes for was also panicked. Tan Jie and Wang Shi looked at each other in panic, not knowing what to do. Tan Jie laughed dryly. Could it be that the army of Dawn City is nearby, so the hyenas were scared away? An army? Not even as good as a mutant beast. King Snake said gloomily. Don't talk, it's coming. Bai Yi suddenly looked up at the sky in the distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A subtle buzzing sound came from the sky with a very high frequency, as if it could penetrate the eardrum and reach the soul, making people inexplicably excited. What's that sound? Someone asked in panic. The humming sound grew louder and louder. It's a bit like an electric current. No, it's a bird. Look, everyone looked up in horror, only to see a group of dense black spots suddenly appearing in the distant sky. The black spots intersected with the white clouds, and the sea of clouds looked creepy as if it was riddled with holes. They were getting closer and closer, forming a black mass, and the sounds of birds singing and flapping wings were endless until it was deafening. It's the gray sparrow. The mutant gray sparrows. There's so many of them. All of them. Run. We can't hold on to Gray Earth Town anymore. The screams that erupted from the crowd were like a signal gun. The pale-faced people woke up as if from a dream. They turned around and ran away in fear, not even listening to the commander's orders. Bai narrowed his eyes and watched the gray sparrows coming at a rapid speed. They were also a kind of mutated beasts. Their predecessors were the most common sparrows, and they liked to appear in groups. There were estimated to be thousands of gray sparrows galloping here. It sounds like more than 1,000 sparrows may not be a big deal. At most they look scary, but in fact it is not the case at all. The deformed gray bird has gray skin all over. Its eyes are pale and lifeless. Its body is comparable to that of an eagle, and its claws are as sharp as steel. 1,000 eagles flew over the town, blocking out the sky, and even the sunlight was cut into countless gaps by the shadows they cast. Trouble. Baiye's face was a little gloomy. In terms of individual combat power, the gray sparrows were no match for the hyenas, but there were too many of them, and they were extremely maneuverable. Although he can stop time, he can't fly. If all the gray sparrows were on the ground, he could kill them as soon as he stopped time. The problem is that they're in the sky, and he can't reach them at all. It's not that he hasn't thought about using a gun, but he's not a good shot. If he aims and shoots one by one, he might not be able to kill all the gray sparrows, even if 4 minutes and 10 seconds are used up. I can only retreat into the house and take things one step at a time. Bai jumped off the city wall and ran at full speed. His enhanced physical fitness allowed him to run extremely fast, and he soon surpassed the group of people who escaped first, but there were still people ahead of him. It was King Snake and Tan Jie. The two men fled as soon as they saw the gray sparrow. They knew very well that the walls of the Gray Earth Town could not withstand the attack from the sky. However, no matter how fast a person runs, he can never be faster than a bird, especially a deformed bird. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the crowd. I saw a gray bird falling from the sky. Its beak, shining with cold metallic light, pierced through a man's skull like a sharp arrow, and then sucked up blood and brain matter in big gulps. More and more gray sparrows swooped down from the sky, just like hunting insects, ferociously and swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. There was a burst of chaotic gunfire, and some people fought desperately. I'm going to fight you. AA. Someone hurriedly hid in the house. Come into the house quickly. The people on the road cried and hid, running home like crazy. However, how can a shabby wooden house keep out gray birds? Even if a brick house can barely block them, what about the windows? You should know that the mutant beasts mutate not only their bodies, but also their brains. It's a mess. It's all a mess. The entire Gray Earth Town fell into extreme chaos. Bai Yi continued to accelerate in the chaotic crowd. He did not hide in the house like Tan Jie, Wang Shi, and others did, but went straight to the Tire Tavern. That was Tan Jie's base camp, where they had stockpiled water, food, guns, and bullets. Bullets are Bai Ye's target. Breath of Skeleton will drain the user's energy and blood, so Tan Jie did not give him too many bullets, thinking that he simply could not use so many bullets. Whoosh! A sound like a sharp arrow cutting through the air approached rapidly from above Bai Ye's head. There was a fierce light in the boy's eyes. He knew that he was being targeted by the gray bird. After all, there were fewer and fewer residents on the road. They were either dead or hiding in the houses. Only he was still running wildly. It was only a matter of time before he was targeted. He did not choose to hide, but time stands still. Chapter 17. The Limitations of Time Standing Still. Buzz. A dazzling golden dial rose from under Bai Ye's feet, and the gears of time suddenly stopped at this moment. All the sounds in the world seemed to be stripped away from his ears, and only his breathing remained in the world. Bai Yi ran another 2 meters under the influence of inertia before he managed to stop. As we all know, it is difficult for people to change direction quickly due to inertia when running wildly, so he did not choose to turn around and shoot, but decisively activated time standstill. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of pale and lifeless eyes. They were the eyes of the gray bird. The eagle-like gray sparrow was frozen in the air 3 meters above the ground like a specimen, its wings covered with gray feathers spread wide, and its sharp claws pointed straight at Bai Ye's head. Just a little bit. If Bai Ye's time had stopped a second or two later, his head would have exploded. A nameless anger surged from his heart. You want to blow my head off, right? I'll blow your head off first. Snap. Breath of Bones was loaded, and the muzzle was pointed directly at the head of the gray sparrow. At such a close distance, the target he was shooting it was still, so even if an elementary school student came, he wouldn't miss, and Bai Yi would certainly not miss either. Bang! A bloody bullet flew out of the muzzle, but the imagined scene of the head exploding did not occur. Bai Yi was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the blood-red bullet that was suspended in midair. The bullet was only 2 centimeters away from the muzzle of the gun. It just stayed there, motionless. What's going on? Could it be? Bai Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. He had stopped the time of the whole world. In a world where time stopped, the only things that could move were himself and the external objects he touched. The bullet was separated from him, so it also became still. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Otherwise, when time stood still, he would have to run naked, and clothes would be considered an external object. So he quickly distanced himself from the gray bird and restored time. The moment time resumes whoosh. The blood-red bullet that was originally stationary disappeared in Bai Ye's eyes in an instant. At the same time, the gray bird's head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpse flapped its wings twice and then fell to the ground. It's okay, the gun can be used, but it's a little troublesome. Feeling the blood and energy surging in his body, Bai Yi ran again without looking back. At this time, there was no one on the street. To be more precise, there was no living person except Bai Yi. Thousands of gray sparrows wreaked havoc in the gray earth town, killing hundreds of people in just a few minutes. The rest of the people hid in their houses. Some of the gray sparrows stayed on the corpse, biting and gnawing at it bit by bit, while others banged the windows frantically and broke in. Soon, bursts of shrill screams were heard in the house. Another part of them set their sights on Bai Yi. The only person running on the street was too conspicuous. A dozen gray sparrows flapped their wings and flew towards Bai Yi in unison. Bai Yi suddenly dodged and ran into the alley formed by houses. The narrow terrain prevented the gray sparrows from attacking at the same time, so they could only come one by one to die. He stopped, and a hint of violence appeared in his rebellious eyes. He coldly stared at the gray sparrow that rushed over first, holding up the breath of bones and waiting quietly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now is the time. Bang! Blood and fire splattered together, and the headless gray bird fell from the air like a plane crash. Under the action of inertia, its remaining body rubbed violently against the ground, splashing clouds of dust, and finally stopped at Bai Ye's feet. This time he did not use time to stop, but took advantage of the terrain and shot in a narrow alley. Facing the gray sparrow flying straight towards him, it was difficult for him to miss. The energy and blood from Breath of Skeletons flowed into his body. Feeling something called power growing wildly in his body, Bai Ye's eyes became more violet, and a cruel grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. He, turn it all into my strength. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of pistols continued to ring out, and the flames flickered in the dim alley, illuminating the blood-stained face again and again. A moment later, the corpses of gray sparrows were piled up under Bayez's feet, and his shoes were soaked with smelly blood. But there are still some gray sparrows rushing forward fearlessly. Half-time. He was like the referee of this battle. After he gave the order, all the contestants stood still. A sharp claw stopped half a meter in front of his face, and he could even clearly count the feathers on the gray bird. In the dim alley where corpses were piled, the young man with blood all over his face lowered his head indifferently, loading bullets one by one with his bloody palms. After loading 6 bullets, he swung the revolver in his hand, and the magazine returned to its position instantly, making a crisp mechanical bite sound. The young man raised his head, grinning grimly. The killing continues. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine again, Hakuno turned and ran because he had no more bullets. This time, he ran much faster than before, and his physical fitness was enhanced again, but he still couldn't run faster than the graybird. This was a racial advantage because he had no wings. Helplessly, he had to keep stopping time to get rid of the gray sparrow, which wasted a lot of time before he successfully ran to the Tire Tavern. After arriving at the Tire Tavern, Bai found that the door was locked. He pushed it twice and looked through the crack in the door. He could see a lot of tables, chairs, and benches piled up at the door. Is there anyone inside? Open the door. Bai shouted. No one responded from inside, so he kicked the door a few times. At this time, a voice finally came from inside. Leave here and don't attract the gray bird. Bai recognized the owner of the voice as Lao Wang, the owner of the Tire Tavern. Lao Wang is also Tan Jie's man. Although he is older, he has read some books, knows how to make wine, and has some cooking skills, so he is in charge of logistics. It was he who named the tavern Old Times. He didn't like hanging out with Tan Jie and others. He always read a few books written before the disaster and often complained that he was not born in a civilized era. Lao Wang, it's me. Open the door. There's no danger outside for now. I need bullets to deal with the gray bird. The gray bird was temporarily thrown off by him using time stop, and it couldn't catch up for a while. I know it's you, Bai Yi, but I can't open the door for you. What if Gray Bird takes the opportunity to come in? Lao Wang's trembling voice came from inside. Don't blame me for not saving you. I just want to survive. I have no obligation to save you. Bai Yi stopped kicking the door and stood quietly in front of it. At this time, the gray sparrows circling in the sky had noticed him. I'll say this one last time. Open the door. There was an unquestionable tone in the indifferent words. The frightened old Wang inside the door seemed to be stimulated and started shouting. Do you really think you're some kind of deputy commander? You're just a lucky brat who's never even read a book. What right do you have to give me orders? Lao Wang shouted in rage, but no one responded from outside the door. There was only the sound of the gray sparrow flapping its wings and swooping down to kill. His face turned pale instantly, and he curled up in the corner of the wine cabinet, shivering and not daring to look up. Chapter 18. Scholars and Butchers. Outside world. 5 gray birds hovering in the air stared at Bai Yi with their pale and lifeless eyes. They attacked him from 5 different directions. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi directly took out a dagger from his trouser leg. His eyes were fierce. He didn't care about the 5 gray sparrows above his head, even if they blocked all his retreat routes. When these 5 beasts get close, time will stop and they will be easily slaughtered. What really made him unhappy was Lao Wang. Because Lao Wang refused to open the door, he had no way to get bullets, and naturally could not use Breath of Skeleton to enhance his own chi and blood. This was a waste of time without any gain. You're not going to open the door, are you? Wait until I kill the gray sparrow and set your tavern on fire. Let's see if you open the door. Chirp. 5 gray sparrows chirped shrilly and swooped down towards Bai Yi with a killing momentum. Their speed as fast as 5 gray lightning bolts. Bai Yi gripped the dagger tightly, the murderous look in his eyes becoming more intense. He was waiting for the gray bird to get closer. At this moment, something strange happened. A sound of breaking air exploded in the air, and in Bai Yi's surprised eyes, the 5 gray birds seemed to be hit by an invisible air hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Blood and flesh splattered, and countless gray feathers fell like rain. This is Liu. Bai Yi suddenly looked towards the corner of the house on the right, only to see Liu lowering his right hand and breathing heavily. Hakuno, this way. Bai Yi quickly dodged and came to the corner where Liu was hiding. Liu was not in a good condition at this moment. He held his right hand tightly with a painful expression. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. The violent blow just now triggered his previous injury. How are you? It's okay, I won't die. Liu forced a smile. By the way, you're here looking for bullets, right? Bai paused slightly, looked at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Liu, and understood something in an instant. Liu struggled to untie the snakeskin bag, revealing the miscellaneous items inside. Guns, bullets, cockroach protein bars, water. Did you steal this from a tire tavern? Liu chuckled. I have a grudge against the king snake, so naturally I can only hide in your east district. I just saw the gray sparrow entering the city, and I realized that something was wrong. So I came to the tire tavern in advance and used my magic hand to steal the supplies inside. With these supplies, we have enough to escape from Gray Earth Town. Baye's eyes flickered slightly. You can obviously run away by yourself. Why do you take me with you? Liu was a little surprised. Why so many whys? Didn't I say before that I respect you as a person? You took the risk to protect Huetu Town and agreed to cooperate with me. Isn't it normal for me to help you? Besides, since you have the forbidden item, we can look after each other when we escape together. Bai laughed. You haven't read any books? Liu was even more surprised. Yeah, you haven't been to school. Why are you asking this? It's okay, Lao Wang has read it. Old Wang? He's certainly educated. I heard he even lived in Dawn City before, so he's considered one of the few cultured people in Gray Earth Town. But this old guy is really dishonest. He even refused to open the door. Hey, why am I still chatting with you? We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Hakuno did not move, but loaded the bullets one by one. Let's go. Snap. The bullets are loaded. Bai raised his head and smiled defiantly. No rush. Liu was shocked. You are not going to stay and save the residents of Gray Earth Town? No. Then what are you going to do? Liu looked at the gray sparrows gathering here, his expression becoming more and more anxious. He retracted his gaze to look at Bai Yi, but saw a knife-like smile on the corner of the young man's mouth. Of course, kill them all. Are you kidding me? I never joke. That was when you called me Lizwa last time and said that if you wanted to become a transcendent, you had to cripple your right hand. Shut up, Lizwa. Led by Hakuno, the two came to the alley near the tire tavern. You are responsible for protecting me, and I will shoot the gray sparrow. Liu showed hesitation, but before he could open his mouth, flocks of gray sparrows swooped down. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out, and gray sparrows fell into the alley one by one, their gray feathers scattered like dandelions. For a moment, the narrow sky above the alley seemed to be raining gray rain. Some gray sparrows attacking from behind were blocked by Liu's invisible big hand. Facing the invisible attack, even the mutant beasts had no way to defend themselves. In the tire tavern, Old Wang, curled up behind the wine cabinet, covered his ears tightly, seeming to be very afraid of the birds singing and gunshots outside. He knew that it was Bai Yi who was fighting with the gray sparrow, and he also knew that Bai Yi was dead. One person could not defeat so many gray sparrows. It was only a matter of time before he died. Lao Wang covered his ears and muttered to himself, I'm not wrong. I just want to survive. I'm a wastelander who hasn't even read a book, and only those fools outside admire me. If I had a taboo, I could kill hyenas and become a hero. He spoke faster and faster, his eyes gradually gleaming with self-assurance. Need bullets to deal with the gray sparrow? Who does he think he is? Even if they can't save the Gray Earth Town, why is he trying to be a hero? He must be lying to me, trying to trick me into opening the door and hiding in here. I'm clearly terrified. What's that sound? Lao Wang looked towards the window of the tavern like a frightened bird and met a pair of pale and lifeless eyes. At that moment, he was so scared that he almost had a cardiac arrest. Boom, boom, boom. The gray bird kept hitting the window, and each hit felt like hitting his chest. The fragile glass had begun to crack, and the debris used to block the window fell down and scattered all over the floor. Don't bump into him. Go eat a canoe, he's right outside. Fear made Lao Wang dare not get up to reinforce the window, and he could only pray continuously. However, if prayer were useful, there would be no disasters or illnesses in the world long ago. Bang! The fragile glass shattered, and a gray bird the size of an eagle squeezed in, its dead eyes fixed on Lao Wang. Ah! Lao Wang screamed and ran away in panic, and the gray bird flapped its wings and chased after him. The debris in the tavern saved Lao Wang's life. The tires hanging on the pillars and used as decorations on the walls squeezed the flying space of the gray sparrow, making it difficult for it to move. Ironically, These tires are what Lao Wang hates the most. His old-time tavern is nicknamed the Tire Tavern by the Wastelanders because of these tires. He has sworn more than once that he will get rid of all the tires when he has money in the future. Lao Wang ran around the tavern in a panic and was finally horrified to find that all the exits were blocked by himself. Panic-stricken, he ran to the door and frantically pushed aside the tables, chairs, and benches that blocked the door. There's still gunfire outside. That means Bai Yi is not dead yet. He has a forbidden item. He can save me. Swish! The sharp claws scratched Lao Wang's back fiercely, and the 3 claw marks that penetrated the bone brought him severe pain. Oh! While screaming, he used the tables and chairs that were blocking the door to hit the gray sparrow. The gray sparrow was not seriously injured except for losing a few feathers, but it was considered to have blocked the gray sparrow's attack. His hands were scratched by the burrs on the edges of the tables, chairs, and benches, and were bleeding, but fear had helped him block it out. Finally, with the last obstacle cleared, the door opened. Chapter 19. After all, I have no obligation to save you. Old Wang crawled out of the door and fell flat on the ground, half of his body covered in dust. His frightened eyes scanned around, trying to find Bai Ye's trace. But at this moment, the gunfire stopped. Lao Wang was terrified. The gunshot stopped. Bai Yi was dead. Ah! Help! Help! As Lao Wang was looking for him, the gray bird flew out of the house, and its claws, which flashed with cold metallic light, pierced into the flesh of his arm. Lao Wang struggled violently, the fear in his eyes almost materializing. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded in the alley nearby. A hint of ecstasy suddenly flashed across Lao Wang's frightened eyes. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man with bloody footprints and a revolver in his hand slowly walking out of the alley. The moment he saw the boy, Lao Wang screamed like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. By just as he was about to say this, he was interrupted by the leisurely voice of a young man. Hey, isn't this Lao Wang? Bai Yi, save me. Save me quickly. Lao Wang desperately held onto the graybird's claws, his eyes revealing a dying plea. Bai Yi slowly opened the magazine of his revolver and flicked it lightly. 6 yellow bullet casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Call me Deputy Commander Bai. He took out the few remaining bullets and loaded them one by one. Bai, Deputy Commander Bai, please save me. Lao Wang's face was covered with blood, and his capillaries began to rupture because he had exerted too much force, making him look a little hideous. Bai Yi casually swung the pistol, and the magazine returned to its place. Then, under Lao Wang's excited and expectant gaze, he slowly raised the pistol, aimed at the gray bird. He made a gunflower and put it into his waist. The excitement on Lao Wang's face froze instantly. Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, and the blood of the gray bird dripped down his strong jaw, outlining a sinister smile on his face. He shrugged and apologized without any apology. Old Wang, don't blame me for not saving you. After all, I have no obligation to save you. The boy's smile widened, revealing his sharp white teeth. No, you can't do this. Save me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Lao Wang's howling gradually turned into a scream of pain. The gray bird's sharp claws kept ripping open his belly, and then it lowered its beak and ate the internal organs like a chick pecking at rice. Are you really not going to save him? He already knows he was wrong. Li Yu, with a tired look on his face, walked out of the alley, covering his right hand. Bai Yi shook his head slightly. It's not that he knows he's wrong, but he knows he's going to die soon. Well, actually, I always thought that Lao Wang was one of the few good people in Huedu town. After all, he is educated, sensible, and yearns for a civilized era. It's a pity. Li Yu sighed. Being educated doesn't mean you're a good person. There's an old saying that goes, those who are loyal are often butchers, and those who are unfaithful are often scholars. People who yearn for civilization do not represent civilization themselves. Li Yu was stunned. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but he always felt that. Bai Yi was scolding him. What do you mean by dog killers? You're the one who kills more hyenas, aren't you? You'll know later, Li Zua. Bai Yi took out breath of skeleton and aimed it at the gray sparrow that was gnawing on Lao Wang's corpse. Bang! The gray bird died in Lao Wang's arms. My name is Li Yu. Li Yu said angrily. Ukai, Li Zhu. Fuck you. Never mind. What should we do next? The gunfire over there has stopped. It seems that Wang Shi and the others are out of bullets. How many rounds do you have left? The last 3 shots. Bai Yi weighed the gun in his hand, then looked up at the gray sparrows hovering over the West District. Even if Wang Shi and the others had used up all their bullets, there were still hundreds of gray sparrows. The remaining gray birds were frantically attacking the house, trying to eat the people inside. All the gray finches near the Tire Tavern have been eliminated. Because there are few people here, there are relatively few gray finches coming here to hunt. This is also the reason why you must run here, away from the crowd. You only have 3 bullets left. How are you going to save them? Liu asked. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise. When did I say I would save them? Liu was stunned. No, you shout every day that you want to protect Huitu Town more than anyone else, but now you don't want to save it? At this time, Bai Yi had already planned to retreat. He had just hunted the gray sparrows in order to plunder their chi and blood and improve his own strength. Now that he only had 3 bullets left, there was no need to plunder their chi and blood. The most crucial thing was that he only had 1 minute and 19 seconds left. In order to hunt the gray sparrow and go to the Tire Tavern, he had wasted too much time on the way. 1 minute is his psychological warning line. If the time is less than 1 minute, he will not be able to sleep well. Although it took a lot of time, the results were good after all. His physical fitness was further enhanced, and he could now be comparable to Tan Jie, who had been injected with genetic drugs. Of course, if a real fight breaks out, it will still be difficult for him to defeat Tan Jie without using weapons, because in addition to Tan Jie's strength, he also has a body full of bristles. After his physical fitness improved to this point, the energy and blood provided by hunting gray sparrows could hardly improve him. He needed to hunt more powerful mutant beasts. Since you don't plan to save us, let's run away, Liu suggested. He had wanted to run away for a long time. The long battle had almost stretched his mind and body to the limit. Bai Yi shook his head. Running away is the stupidest option. We can't outrun the gray sparrow at all. Once we're in the open wilderness, we'll be sitting ducks. The best option is to hide in a sturdy house and wait for the gray sparrow to leave. Okay, I'll listen to you. Liu knew that Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter with rich experience, so he decisively believed in Bai Yi's judgment. The two did not choose the Tire Tavern. Although it was sturdy, its disadvantage was that it had too many windows, and some of them were damaged. They had their eyes on a brick house in the northwest corner, but that required them to cross the street. Without much hesitation, the 2 men rushed directly towards the brick house. Several nearby gray birds noticed the 2 people running and immediately flapped their wings and turned to rush towards them. Liu raised his right hand with difficulty, and an invisible big hand blocked the attacking gray sparrows. The gray sparrows seemed to have hit an air wall, falling from the sky one by one and constantly flapping their wings to stabilize their bodies. Taking advantage of this gap, Bai Yi raised his gun and fired. After 3 shots, 3 bodies were left on the ground. The 2 of them had already developed a tacit understanding through their previous cooperation. The bullets were completely used up, and there were only 2 attacking gray sparrows left. Bai Yi put away his pistol, took out a dagger, and planned to kill them before entering the house. Otherwise, if they continued to attack the house from outside, they would probably cause considerable damage. Fuck, it hurts so much. Liu suddenly screamed, his right hand dropped limply, and his only remaining left hand covered his head tightly. Chapter 20. You're so handsome. Are you going to die? Bai Yi frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Supernormal abilities are driven by mental power, and my mental power is severely overdrawn. You go into the house first and leave these 2 to me. He held the dagger in his backhand and stared at the 2 gray sparrows crawling up from ground. The 2 gray sparrows shook their heads, then kicked the ground with their feet and instantly turned into 2 gray arrows rushing towards them. Bai Yi did not use time stop. With his current physical fitness, it was not a problem for him to deal with 2 lone gray birds. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps on the roof, not far away. Immediately afterwards, a clear sword sound like a dragon's roar was heard. A woman wearing black knight armor with bright silver fell from the sky and suddenly caught Bai Yi's eyes. Along with the woman came a sword light as sharp as lightning. Clang! The sword flashed, and the 2 gray birds were split in 2 in midair, with blood splattering everywhere. The body of the gray sparrow fell to the ground at the same time as the night woman. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. What a swift sword! He barely saw a flicker of sword light before the 2 gray birds were shattered into pieces. You know, with his enhanced physical fitness, he can barely see the trajectory of ordinary pistol bullets, but he can't see the woman's sword light clearly. This means that the opponent's sword is faster than the bullet. What kind of person? A superhuman or a genetically modified person? The female knight slowly turned around and a silver-white mask without any facial features was particularly eye-catching. There were only 2 holes in the eye area, revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown eyes. She said nothing, but just looked calmly at Bai Yi, who was covered in blood. The scorching summer wind blew yellow sand across the gray earth, ruffling the woman's long black hair. Bai Yi could even see a playful strand of black hair curving out from her slender waist. Her fingertips hanging at her side clasped the cross hilt, and the slender pure silver sword was slightly raised. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know the woman's intention. He only knew that if the other party had bad intentions, at this distance, he would have to concentrate highly to stop time before the woman drew her sword. His attention was completely focused on the sword, which was a pure silver cross sword. The blade was slender and narrow, and silver lines flowed like flowing clouds under the slightly raised arc of the sword back. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. But the target is not Hakuno but Gray Bird. At some point, a gray bird hiding in the dark launched a sneak attack from behind the woman. The woman did not turn around, but simply raised the pure silver cross sword in her hand, and the sword passed through her right shoulder. Phew! The speeding gray bird seemed to have deliberately bumped into the tip of the sword and was pierced through by it, hanging in the air like a string of candied haws. The pure silver cross sword was carried on the woman's shoulder, and her movements were clean and smooth. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene, and he felt like cursing, "Damn, he's so handsome. Are you trying to kill yourself?" The woman swung the sword casually, and the body of the gray bird and its blood slid down the bright silver sword. Her light brown eyes looked deeply at Bai Yi, then turned and left. She tapped her toes lightly, and her tall and slender figure landed on the roof like a swallow, and then ran towards the gray sparrows over the West District. "Is it her?" Li Yu, who was standing at the door of the brick house, exclaimed as he watched the woman leave. "Do you know her?" Bai Yi turned around and asked. Li Yu shook his head. "No, I don't know her, but I've seen her before. I stayed in Gravel Town for a while before, and Gravel Town was attacked by mutant beasts. It was she who suddenly appeared and killed the mutant beasts." Bai Yi frowned slightly. "Someone who specializes in killing mutant beasts? It seems that this person's purpose is to protect the people of the wasteland town." Over the West District, the figure in knight armor floated over. The woman jumped up and rushed straight into a flock of hundreds of gray birds. The gray birds that covered the sky were rushing towards her, and the chirping of thousands of birds was particularly piercing. The next moment, the pure silver cross sword instantly brought out a clear dragon roar, drowning out the sound of 1,000 birds. The woman exerted force with her waist, and her body suddenly rotated in mid-air. She straightened her wrist, and the sword edge instantly drew a series of brilliant arcs. The silver-white mask shone against the sharp sword, and the long black hair danced with the hem of the black skirt of the bright silver knight armor. For a moment, gray birds fell like rain. This scene directly shocked Tan Jie. Wang Shi and others were hiding in the house. They had run out of bullets, many men had died, and they had already felt desperate. However, they did not expect that at this critical moment, the woman would descend from the sky like a savior. That terrifyingly swift agility and miraculous swordsmanship made the gray sparrows no match wherever they passed. Her movements were crisp and graceful, without the bloodiness of slaughter. Instead, it was like a woman dancing among a flock of sparrows. In an instant, the gray sparrows that covered the gray town like a dark cloud were swept away. The woman stood in the center of the gray feathers. She turned her wrist, and the pure silver cross sword rotated, then inserted it into the scabbard accurately. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. No one expected that the gray sparrow that almost killed all the people in the gray town could only last a few seconds in the hands of the woman. "Alive, alive!" Someone in the house cheered wildly for surviving the disaster. Wang Shi and the others hesitated for a moment, and finally walked out of the house, thanking the woman with a flattering and humble look on their faces. They knew that in front of such a strong man, the house that could barely resist the gray sparrow was like paper. Instead of shrinking in fear, it would be better to quickly express gratitude and respect to the strong man. "Thank you so much for saving our lives, sir. We have no way to repay you." Tan Jie's big face was filled with a flattering smile. The woman did not respond, but stood there, as if thinking about something. "I wonder if you could leave your name, sir?" The king snake said cautiously, "Don't misunderstand, sir. We have no other intentions. We just want to know who saved our lives, so that we can repay you later. No need to wait until later. I can repay you now." A cold girl's voice came from under the silver-white mask. There was no emotional ripple as the words flowed. The voice was like the surface of a lake in a windless morning, clear and without waves. Wang Shi and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the woman under the mask to have such a young voice, and they didn't expect her to be so direct. The king snake quickly smiled and said, "As long as the master can use us, just follow your orders." The night girl extended her hand and said calmly, "Give me money." Wang Shi and Tan Jia looked at each other, exchanged glances for a moment, and then hurriedly asked their younger brother to get the money. They didn't know how much money was appropriate, but their long-term experience of surviving in the wasteland told them that the more the better. You can earn money again if you lose it, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. "Sir, the money is here." The king snake carefully handed over a package, not daring to have any physical contact with the girl. The girl took the package, weighed it, and said calmly, "Silent Court." These 4 words were like thunder, leaving Wang Shi and Tan Jia standing there in shock. Silent Court? She's from the Silent Court? So you are. The king snake was about to say something, but he was shocked to find that the girl was not talking to him, but to... The king snake glanced sideways and saw the white field in the distance come into view. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "What the hell are you talking to me about? I didn't ask you." The Silent Court is an organization composed of extraordinary people. Are you interested in joining? The girl said, looking at Bai Yi with her light brown eyes. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you Silent Court recruiting people so casually? This is an organization composed of extraordinary people, and you don't recruit extraordinary people, but recruit me instead? He glanced at Li Yu beside him, and suddenly realized something. He asked tentatively, "Cayenne?" A trace of thought flashed across the girl's eyes. Obviously, she didn't understand what Cayenne meant. She spoke again, "I have observed you before." As soon as these words came out, Bai Yi felt a murderous intent in his heart. "Have you observed me? Could it be that you know the secret of standing still in time?" Time standing still is his biggest secret, and he doesn't allow anyone to know it. However, the girl's next words dispelled his murderous intent. "Although you are not a superhuman, you are a good person. I heard what you said when you faced the hyena pack." Huh? No, giving the nice guy card the first time you meet someone? The Silent Court is indeed an organization of extraordinary people, but we value character more. We are looking for like-minded people. Bai Yi frowned slightly. From what he heard, and considering the girl's act of saving people, it seems that the Silent Court is a decent organization. Since it is a decent organization, then... No, Bai Yi refused decisively. He was not a selfless person. He didn't have enough time to begin with. If he wasted more time enforcing justice, he would suffer the consequences. Okay. The girl nodded calmly, without any emotion in her eyes. His light brown eyes swept over the crowd, and he said calmly, "The mutant beasts in Black Mountain are wreaking havoc. The hyenas and the gray sparrows are just the first wave. It's no longer safe here. Evacuate if you want to survive." After saying that, the girl turned and left, and the heroic knight armor gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The message left by the girl made the people who had experienced the tragedy feel a little overwhelmed. They stared blankly at the corpses and bloodstains all over the ground. Of the 800 people in the gray town, only more than 300 survived after the beast disaster. Watching the people they once knew fall one by one in front of them, they didn't even have time to feel sad before they were consumed by fear. Black. What exactly happened in Black Mountain? Could it be that there are more mutated beasts coming out of Black Mountain? What a joke, Tan Jia said in a trembling voice. In front of the alien beast, the leader of the East District truly felt the insignificance and powerlessness of his own life. The people of the Silent Court wouldn't joke around like that. Someone as powerful as her wouldn't want to deceive us. Wang Shi suppressed his fear and swallowed hard. "We can't stay in Gray Earth Town anymore." The two looked at each other and had already made up their minds. "Tan Jia, although you and I have been fighting for many years and have had friction with each other, we still don't have any real deep hatred. In the current situation, only by uniting can we survive for a long time. What do you think?" Wang Shi said in a low voice. Tan Jia nodded seriously. He naturally knew this truth. "What are you going to do? With the mutant beasts moving around, all the nearby towns are unsafe. We were lucky this time to have the Silent Court come to our rescue, but we may not be so lucky next time. In my opinion, if we want safety, we can only go to Dawn City." Wang Shi's idea coincided with Tan Jia's, but Tan Jia was worried. Dawn City doesn't accept wastelanders at all. If you want to have a legal identity, you can only spend money, but our money has been taken away by that woman. And even if she hadn't taken it away, the money is not enough. The people under your command. Oof. What are you still fantasizing about now? Are you still thinking about being surrounded by people when you arrive in Dawn City? These abandoned pawns can only be given up. Money is not a problem. Have you forgotten that we still have taboos? The king snake sneered. Mentioning the forbidden item, a gloom flashed across Tangia's eyes. There's something wrong with Bai Yi. He was still full of energy after the battle with Hui Quebec. He didn't look like he was drained of energy at all. We were all fooled by this guy before. Did you just notice this? This kid has a serious problem. Not only was he deceived, but Liu also deceived me. I saw something during the battle just now. Liu must have become a transcendent, and these two have secretly joined forces a long time ago. Then what should we do? Tan Jia was shocked. How can we snatch the forbidden object? Wang Shu was unconcerned. A newly promoted transcendent who has only been around for a few days. How strong can he be? If he were truly exceptional, why would he secretly cooperate with Bai Yi? He would have come to seek revenge on me long ago. What's more, I saw his pale face just now, and it was obvious that his mental energy was overexhausted. He was not worth worrying about at all. As for Hikuno, I guess he has achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tan Jia was stunned. He felt it was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard someone brag about it before. However, after being injected with the genetic drug, his brain became less useful, and he always forgot things. Using forbidden objects usually requires a price, while perfect containment requires no price, yet few can achieve it. Perfect containment is a vague legend, and no one knows whether it's true or not. It's like a gun. If you contain it, you can use it, but perfect containment means the gun becomes attached to you. Who the hell would believe that? But even if a kuno is perfectly contained, what does it matter? No matter how powerful Breath of Bones is, it still needs bullets. Without bullets, it's just scrap metal. So now is the best opportunity. Dawn City needs extraordinary test subjects. An extraordinary person can be sold for a high price. When the time comes, Liu will be mine, and the forbidden object will be yours. With this, you and I can both enter Dawn City. Tangia's eyes became brighter and brighter. The crisis was approaching, but as long as the plan went through, they could turn danger into safety and enter Dawn City to become distinguished city dwellers. Let's do it. We'll take people to capture Bai Yi and the others later. And by the way, we can let our men make use of their remaining energy. He glanced at his confused subordinates with a sinister look, then looked towards the East District and was stunned for a moment. Where are Bai Yi and Liu? King Snake looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the two people who were originally standing in the east area had already disappeared. Oh no, they're trying to run. Chase them. Where did they run to? I don't know. How about this? We split up into two groups and chase them. We surround them from the front and back to prevent them from escaping separately. Wang Shi and others hurriedly called on their younger brothers to take action. Run quickly. It will be too late if you don't run now. Liu covered his right hand and ran while urging Bai Yi, who was moving slowly. You can't get away, Bai Yi said calmly. They have cars, do you? They may be just a few old SUVs, but four wheels are faster than two legs. Instead of wasting energy trying to escape, it's better to recover your strength and prepare for battle. You can't just sit there and wait to die. I'm exhausted and can't use my supernatural powers. You're out of bullets, too. What are you going to fight with? At this moment, the rumbling sound of wheels came from not far behind the two of them. Liu's already pale face became even paler. He turned around and saw an off-road vehicle speeding towards him. The thick off-road tires rolled over the dry dirt road, stirring up yellow soil all over the sky. It's over. It's all over now, Mom. I'm an unfilial son. Chapter 22, Courage. Swish. A harsh friction sound was heard, and the rear end of the off-road vehicle swung violently under the action of inertia, and the raised yellow soil splashed in all directions like an explosion, and several charred tire marks were plowed out on the ground. Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at Tangia and his 5 younger brothers who got out of the SUV. Several people were holding machetes, with fierce and ferocious expressions on their faces. Their guns had no bullets left, so they simply abandoned their guns and used machetes instead. The rusty machete gleamed coldly under the sunlight. It was a tetanus blade with added magical damage. Even if it didn't hit the vital parts, as long as there was a wound, it would be almost certain to die in this wasteland without medicine. Looking at Tangia and others who were coming in aggressively, Bai Yi knew that today would not end peacefully. At this time, Liu had basically lost his combat effectiveness, and even if he stayed, he would only be a burden. So Bai Yi had no intention of letting Liu take action. Li Zua, they're coming for me. You go first. Okay, Bai Yi, I will definitely avenge you. Liu's voice floated from afar. He ran so fast that he left a trail of dust on the lush ground. In short, he ran away. Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not blame Liu for his escape. He had risked his life to help him before, which was a very kind thing for him. Now that he felt that the situation was hopeless, it was only natural for him to run away early. What's more, when the two of them were working together, Liu said that he would help, but if they really encountered risks that were difficult to resolve, he would not rescue them because he still had his mother waiting for him. But isn't he running too fast? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, Liu unexpectedly ran back. Why are you back again? Bai Yi asked in surprise. Liu gasped for breath, but his eyes became resolute. Although I'm afraid of death, I'm even more afraid of living the rest of my life in the regret and self-blame of abandoning my friends and running away alone. Bai Yi looked at Liu deeply. At this time, Liu's face was pale and he was shaking like a sieve, but he stood beside him with firm steps, as if he had experienced a fierce ideological struggle. Friend? Bai Yi laughed and patted Liu's trembling shoulders. Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm here. Although Liu first ran away out of fear, he then turned back, wavering between courage and fear. But precisely because of this courage is even more precious, isn't it? The bravery of the strong is certainly amazing, but the transformation of the weak is equally moving. When instinct screams in my ears and tells me to retreat, courage will find a way out amidst the screams. This is what courage means, huh? Rumble. The roar of an off-road vehicle interrupted Bai Yi's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw an off-road vehicle coming from the direction where Liu had just escaped. Swish! The off-road vehicle suddenly stopped, and King Snake got out of the car with his brothers, with a sneer on his face. He gave Liu a sarcastic look and said, Liu, why don't you keep running? Ha! I knew you would run separately, so I blocked your escape route in advance. Otherwise, you almost got away. Liu showed a polite, yet awkward smile on his face. Bai Yi. Bai Yi, listen to my explanation. Actually, stop. It's rude to continue. Bai Yi wants to hit someone now. Damn, he was almost fooled by this kid Liu. He said such nice things. Although I am afraid of death, I am more afraid of living the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for leaving my friends behind and running away alone. Fuck. He was clearly driven back by the King Cobra, yet he pretended to be willing to sacrifice his own life for his friends. Deputy Commander Bai Yi, hand over the forbidden object, and I can spare your life. Tan Jie shouted, raising the machete in his hand. Bai Yi, blame yourself for being stupid. You clearly had the opportunity to join the Silent Court, but you refused. If you had really joined, we would definitely not dare to come and cause trouble for you. It's a pity that you are destroying your own way of life. Wang Shi sneered. With Tan Jie in front and King Snake behind, their retreat was completely blocked. It seems that you are very afraid of the Silent Court. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he even had the leisure to obtain more information. The King Snake didn't intend to say much, but Tan Jie, who felt that he had won, slowly showed off. It is difficult for most people to resist the pleasure of mocking the enemy when they are sure of victory. For a low-class person who had the bad luck to be chosen by a forbidden object, it's normal that you don't know about the Silent Court. Otherwise, you wouldn't refuse to join. The Silent Court is an extreme supernatural organization. Anyone who has come into contact with the supernatural circle knows the Silent Court. This organization claims to be just, but in fact abuses, lynching, and kills people in the wasteland in the name of justice. Anyone who is labeled a criminal by them will not survive the next day. They're just a bunch of psychos. What era are we in? Still pursuing justice? According to their standards, everyone in the wasteland deserves to die. All crows are black. Bai Yi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Tan Jie and the others were so afraid of the Silent Court. If the girl knew what they did in the Gray Earth town, they would have been tried long ago. Silent Court? Court. It originally means to judge crimes, but why is it called silent? Okay, stop talking nonsense and get to work. We can't let Liu, the extraordinary man, recover. The more cautious King Snake could no longer hold back. He didn't want to cause any trouble. However, he did not do it himself, but asked his men to test it first. Tan Jie also made the same choice. At the signal of the two commanders, more than a dozen younger brothers, armed with rusty machetes, formed a pincer attack from the front and back, approaching Bai Yi and the other man step by step. They were not 100% sure whether there were bullets in Bai Ye's gun, nor were they sure whether Li Yu could still use his extraordinary abilities, so they took every step with extreme caution. A long sigh broke the solemn atmosphere. Actually, Bai Yi spoke slowly, attracting everyone's attention. We got along pretty well before. There's no need to fight to the death. I really don't want to waste time killing you. How about this? You kneel down and beg me, and then we'll let this go. How about that? When Tanjia and others heard this, they almost laughed out loud. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? We beg you? Bai Yi, I thought you were pretending to be crazy, but I didn't expect you to be really crazy. You should first figure out who is in control of the situation now. Dan Hie is native. The younger brothers also laughed, as if they were mocking Bai Ye's arrogance. Bai Yi ignored the crowd's laughter and said in a very serious tone, Really? Just kneel down and beg me. I hate wasting time the most in my life. Chapter 23, Why Are You Forcing Me? Damn, he's a lunatic, kill him for me. Tanjia waved his hand, and his younger brothers immediately rushed forward. Li Yu, who was back-to-back with Bai Yi, tensed up instantly. He spoke quickly, I'll deal with the king's snake. I'll leave Tanjia to you. Whether you can survive depends entirely on luck. After he finished speaking, he roared and rushed towards the king's snake. He swung his trembling right hand, and several of his men who rushed over were instantly hit by heavy hammers, spitting blood and flying backwards. King's snake. D. Li Yu's face was covered with cold sweat. His right hand seemed to be weighed down by 1,000-pound weight, and he lifted it up with great difficulty. But the next moment, a slight sound of bone cracking was heard. Snap! His right hand seemed to have been stripped of its bones, hanging limply and swaying in the wind. Damn it! Why at this time? Li Yu was shocked and angry. His already seriously injured right hand could no longer support him at this moment, and even the bone crack that had originally healed opened again. Looking at the king's snake 3 meters away, anger and despair surged in his heart. He was just one step away from hitting the king's snake with his magic hand. Damn it. Huh. Li Yu was suddenly stunned because he found that Wangshi's expression had changed. The man who was as cold and gloomy as a poisonous snake now looked like he had seen a ghost. There was a great fear on his face, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Were you frightened by my bravery just now? Li Yu couldn't help but be ecstatic. It must be his extraordinary ability that allowed him to instantly knock down several of his younger brothers and subdue the king's snake. With this thought, he slowly stood up, endured the severe pain from his right hand, and said in a contemptuous tone as much as possible, King's snake, blocking me will be the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life. The mechanical arm you rely on is vulnerable in front of my magic hand. Today, I will use this extraordinary power that you have given me to personally. Please make way. Bai Ye's voice came from behind Li Yu, followed by a strong hand slapping his shoulder. Hiss! This slap immediately shattered the aura of strength that Li Yu pretended to have, and the severe pain from his right shoulder made him almost curse. He turned around and glared at Bai Yi. Due to the current dangerous situation, he didn't dare to shout, but lowered his voice and said, What are you going to do? Didn't I tell you to deal with Tan? What the hell? When Li Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of Tanjia and the others, he was instantly struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. In his sight, there was no sign of Tanjia and the others, only headless corpses on the ground. You. Li Yu opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a complete sentence. He could not understand at all why Tanjia and others were all dead when he turned around, and silently, without even a scream. He turned his head blankly and looked at the king snake, and found that the expression on his face was exactly the same as his own, or even better. It turns out, the king snake was not scared by itself, but by Bai Yi. What on earth did they see? How did Tanjia die? No one has a better answer to this question than the king cobra. In the sight of the king snake, Bai Yi simply raised the dagger in his hand, and then the heads of the 6 people, including Tanjia, were instantly broken off from a neck, turning into 6 human fountains. These 6 human fountains even maintain a charging motion. This is impossible. King Snake suddenly roared like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. What did you do to them? Bai Yi, holding a bloody dagger, passed by Li Yu and walked towards the King Snake step by step. Tick, tick, drops of bright red blood dripped from the dagger. I clearly gave you the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Why didn't you listen? Why did you force me? Baye's face was cold, because he only had 1 minute left. This serious waste of time not only did not make him feel the pleasure of killing the enemy, but instead only made him feel the pain and anger of wasting time. Hey, who's forcing who? Liyu's scalp tingled. If he didn't think the occasion was inappropriate, he really wanted to complain. At this moment, King Snake's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in horror, "You are also a transcendent." This was the only possibility he could think of. In an instant, he killed Tangia and 6 others without seeing any movement. This kind of terrifying power was even stronger than that of the girl in the silent court. At least when the girl attacked, you could see the movement of the knife swinging, but Bai could not see anything, only saw people die. Tell us your last words. Bai stood in front of the king's snake. Looking at the ragged young man in front of him, the king's snake felt only fear from the bottom of his heart and could not muster the slightest thought of resistance. Thump! The king's snake fell to its knees, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. "Have mercy. Please spare my life. I promise to get out of here as far as I can." You know how to beg for mercy now. What were you doing before? Bai kicked the king snake directly on the head and knocked it to the ground. The enormous force made the king snake dizzy even through its alloy skull. This power far beyond that of ordinary people made Wang Shi more and more certain that Bai was also a transcendent person. Because after becoming a transcendent person, the physical body will transform along with the transformation of the spiritual will. The child died, and you had milk? The car hit a tree, and you knew you had turned? The big snot got into your mouth, and you knew you had shaken it off? The series of jingles almost disrupted the king snake's rhythm of kneeling and begging for mercy. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he remembered the next steps. "I have money. I'm willing to pay for my life." Bai gave him a suspicious look and said, "Didn't the people from the silent court take all your money?" The king snake shouted hurriedly, "I still have money. It's hidden in my mechanical arm. Only I know how to open it. As long as you promise to let me go, I am willing to give you all the money." Bai sneered coldly, a fierce glint flashing across his unruly eyes. "Even if I kill you, the money is mine. You're using my money to buy my life? You're out of your mind." Swish! A cold light flashed, and the sharp dagger slashed across the king cobra's neck, and its head fell off. The look of horror froze completely before it could spread across his face. He never expected that Bai would act so decisively without even giving him a chance to pay. Bai naturally would not give Wang Shi the chance to open the robotic arm. He knew that Wang Shi was insidious and cunning, and much smarter than the simple-minded Tangia, so he did not want to take the risk. What if the king cobra opened the mechanical arm in a fake way, but activated the mechanism on it in a real way, and it was caught off guard and had no time to stop time? Wouldn't that be a disaster? After killing the king cobra, Bai immediately bent down and started cutting it. He was afraid that there was really money in the king cobra's mechanical arm. It's not that he is greedy for money, but that he is afraid of being poor. He is now penniless and has no money. Chapter 24. Stickier than shit, sweeter than shit. How do I open this thing? Bai was in trouble when faced with the blood-stained mechanical arm. His dagger couldn't cut the mechanical arm at all. In addition, he didn't understand mechanics, so he couldn't open the inside of the mechanical arm at all. "Lizwa, can you drive?" Liu walked over with a complicated expression. "You are also a transcendent?" His mentality of being afraid of his brother's suffering and also afraid of his brother's driving Land Rover is fully displayed. "Don't you believe me if I say so?" Bai asked back. Liu had an expression that said, "Do you think I'm a fool? What is your extraordinary ability? How did you manage to kill so many people in an instant?" "I won't tell you." Bai did not explain that he was not a superhuman. He was indeed not. He was just an ordinary time traveler. The ability to stand still in time is simply because the speed of time flows differently in the 2 eras. That's not fair. I treated you as a friend and told you all about my extraordinary abilities. Ha! Bai sneered and began to expose his shortcomings. "Although I am afraid of death, I am more afraid of the rest of my life." "Brother, I was wrong. Stop scolding me. Stop scolding me." Liu's old face turned red, and he begged for mercy quickly. "Let me help you check out the robotic arm." The two of them worked very hard and finally succeeded in turning the robotic arm into a pile of scrap metal. "Fuck. King Snake, you deserve to die. You don't even tell the truth when you are about to die." Bai jurset angridi. He spent a long time trying, but there was no money in the robotic arm. However, there were some sophisticated mechanisms that could be used for sneak attacks. "Damn, let's go. It's a waste of time." Bai kicked the robotic arm. then turned around and got into the SUV driven by Tangia. After Liu got in the car, he started the car. You can actually drive? Liu was surprised. Looking at Baye's familiarity in operating the vehicle, he suddenly felt that the other party did not look like a wastelander. What's the big fuss? Isn't it enough to have hands? Bayi sneered, not mentioning that he had taken the second part of the test 3 times before he passed it before traveling through time. But why are you driving back? That's not the direction to Dawn City. Nonsense, of course I'm going back to Grey Earth Town. Liu was stunned. Are you crazy? What are you going back for? Waiting to die. Bayi gave him a look of disdain and said, don't use your brain, which is not even as oily as a peanut kernel, to question my decision. It will be dark soon. As a wasteland hunter, I solemnly tell you that walking in the wasteland at night is tantamount to suicide. Bayi was telling the truth. The wasteland at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. Even the most experienced wasteland hunters would not choose to hunt at night. Even if they were unfortunately trapped in the wild, they would choose a secret and safe place to hide away. In addition to this reason, he wanted to save more time. There was only 1 minute left. What if he encountered any danger in the wilderness? Although there is a risk of mutant beasts visiting the Grey Earth Town at any time, it is at least safe for the time being and has a place to stay. Yellow sand was carried by the wind through the streets of the dusty town, and gray feathers scattered around hundreds of corpses drifted in the wind. The road's surface, woven with blood and lust, cracked into a spider web. A half-broken rusty can stuck in the cracks made a hollow echo as it rolled in the wind and sand. Ding, ding, ding. The can rolled under Liu's feet. Looking at the desolate and deserted town before him, he couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. No. Where are the people? Where are all the people in Grey Earth Town? Although they had experienced a disaster, there were still 300 or 400 people who survived in the Grey Earth Town. But in just 1 hour, all of them were gone. Bayi leaned over to look at the marks on the ground, and suddenly understood. There are many footsteps here, and there are also traces of heavy objects being dragged. If I'm not mistaken, everyone should have escaped. Run away. That's right. Grey Earth Town isn't big to begin with, and many people heard what the night girl said. Plus, King Snake and the others drove straight after us, so the residents mistakenly thought the commander had driven off and naturally panicked even more, so they all ran away. Fuck, these people run so fast. I just want to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Liu covered his right hand with a grin and cursed in dissatisfaction. Apart from his life, the most precious thing to him is his right hand. He is afraid that it will become ill and affect his ability to perform extraordinary things in the future. No matter how fast they run, can they be faster than you? Liu's face turned red with embarrassment. Can we not talk about this anymore? Let's go and find a place to stay first. After working for several hours, the 2 men finished decorating a relatively sturdy brick house and sealed the windows and doors. Liu was busy wrapping the bandage on his right hand, while Bayi was looking at the cockroach protein bar in his hand in a dilemma. There's no need to worry about food for the time being, because Liu had stolen the supplies from the Tire Tavern in advance, including not only alcohol, but also cockroach protein bars, but no meat. Liu thought the meat was difficult to store and took up space, so he didn't take it. When they returned to the Tire Tavern, it had already been looted by the residents. The gray sparrows everywhere outside are mutated beasts. Their meat has long been contaminated and cannot be eaten at all. No, what do you think? You would rather take wine than meat? Bayi said unhappily. Meat can be obtained through hunting, but alcohol is not. To survive in the wasteland, you can do without anything except alcohol. Liu happily took a sip of the cheap wine and felt that his right hand was not so painful anymore. Wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you become. It can not only satisfy hunger and boost courage, but also relieve pain and disinfect. Where can you find such a good thing? As he said this, he blew out another smoke ring. Bayi asked with a dark face. Then what's going on with this smoke? Cigarettes are more expensive than gold. I can spend them as money, and the pressure of surviving in the wasteland is so great, I always need to relax my tense nerves. Hey, what are you doing? Beating up a disabled person. Do you still have a conscience? Get away from me. Bayi pushed the annoying Liu aside, and then continued to stare at the cockroach protein bar in a daze. I could have tolerated cockroach protein bars, if only I hadn't eaten meat. Bayi swallowed the inky black cockroach protein bar with cockroach antennae in one gulp, not daring to chew it all, for fear of accidentally spitting it out. Vomit. Brother Yi, you look like you've eaten shit. Ugh, this thing is worse than shit, stickier than shit, but not as sweet as shit. Shit doesn't cost money, but this one does. Is it really that bad? I eat this stuff every day, and it's not as exaggerated as yours. You've only been the deputy commander for a few days, and you forget your roots so quickly. Liu muttered softly. That's because you've never eaten good food. Bai Yi glitted. He now misses the civilized days very much. At this time, he would have gone to the barbecue stall downstairs to drink beer and eat skewers. Chapter 25 Pregnancy. I've never eaten good food before. Liu immediately retorted. Think back when I was roaming around in casinos. You'd never seen the amount of money I won in a single day. Have you ever eaten curly noodles? I bet you haven't even seen them. The noodles are compressed into a hard, curly dough with patterns more intricate than a sweater. Boiled in hot water until golden brown, they're not soft like ordinary noodles at all, but incredibly chewy. Add an egg to the mix, and the taste is simply amazing. This is a delicacy that only city dwellers can enjoy. Curly face? Bai had a strange look on his face. The more he listened to it, the more this thing sounded like instant noodles. It wasn't just like it was instant noodles. Looking at Li Yu's face, full of aftertaste, Bai only felt a sense of disconnection and absurdity. He had traveled through time for a short time, and sometimes his thoughts were still stuck in the civilized era. Now he felt a little dazed. The instant noodles that he once despised as junk food are now a delicacy that most wastelanders have never seen in their lives. Seeing Bai suddenly fall silent, Liu chuckled. He knew that his words had given this inexperienced boy a little shock. What? Are you hungry? Don't worry, since you saved my life. Once we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to one bowl with 2 eggs. Thank you so much, Bai said unhappily. It's okay, we're all brothers. Liu patted his chest with a heroic look, even though his pockets were cleaner than his face. By the way, why didn't you join the Silent Court before? Judging from the appearances of Tanjia and the others, the Silent Court seems to be a very powerful supernatural organization. And you can be so cruel as to refuse the invitation of such a powerful beauty. You can see beauty even with a mask on. Maybe she wears a mask because she's too ugly. No decent person would wear a mask. Hakuno recalled the appearance of the night girl. With a tall and outstanding figure, long straight black hair that reaches her waist, she is definitely a killer from behind. You don't understand this, do you? When I was in the love world, I saw countless beauties. Although she was wearing a mask, I knew she was a beauty at first glance. The unique temperament of a beauty can't be deceived. I think she is obviously interested in you. Otherwise, why would she invite you instead of me, a transcendent in public? I really feel sorry for you. If you had joined, you could have gotten the girl you wanted by spending time with her day and night together. Childish. Bai was too lazy to pay attention to Li Yu's opinion. In his opinion, this kind of male adolescent fantasy was childish. Someone like him would not have such childish fantasies. As the god of the new era, he holds the supreme authority over time. However, his divine power is sealed now, and he can only extract 1 minute a day. But his pride as a god remains. How could he waste his precious time on a woman? Hey, you haven't answered my reason yet. Why did you reject her? She has a strong background, powerful strength, and is beautiful and kind-hearted. You couldn't be. Li Yu's eyes gradually became strange, revealing a hint of vigilance and precautions in the strangeness. What the hell are you thinking? Bai said angrily. I'm really impressed. How could I run into such a funny guy like you? Don't you want to know the reason? Then listen carefully. The reason I rejected her is very simple. Just 6 words. Ruin. Liu was stunned and blinked in confusion. What do you mean? I don't understand. Didn't you say 6 words? Why is it only 3? Just figure it out slowly. No, don't keep me in suspense. What do you mean? Tong. Bai suddenly stood up and walked towards a window where Liu was. Liu was startled. Hey, what are you doing? If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. If you don't want to move your hands. He found that Bai was not coming to beat him, but was lying by the window. Outside. Don't talk. Cars are coming, a lot of cars. Bai listened carefully and heard the roar of the convoy moving forward. Liu's face changed, and he quickly stood up to check. As a result, his right hand was affected due to excessive movement. His facial features were wrinkled in pain, but he did not make a sound. Instead, he endured the pain and listened. Sure enough, he heard the sound of the car. In the small town of Huaitu, 10 military troop carriers were moving forward in a row. The cargo bed of each vehicle was packed with soldiers armed with live ammunition, and there were no less than 100 of them. Around the troop carrier, there were more than 200 dusty wastelanders, being driven forward by the soldiers like sheep. Bai looked through the window and saw many familiar faces among the more than 200 wastelanders. It's the residents of Gray Earth Town. They're back again. I have Apocalypse. Those soldiers have the symbol of the Eye of Apocalypse on their uniforms. They are the army of Dawn City. Liu exclaimed in a low voice. Bai also saw the so-called Eye of Revelation. Its main body was an eye that seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe. It was inlaid with patterns like stars, and 3 silver-white lightning patterns ran through the entire eye. What's going on? Why did the Dawn City army drive the residents back? You ask me, who should I ask? Bai said angrily. He hated changes. He just wanted to quietly accumulate some time. Damn, you won't even give me this little time? No matter what these Dawn soldiers come to do, it is definitely not a good thing. Stop the car. It's getting late. Let's rest here for one night and then head towards Montenegro tomorrow. The sound of a pager came from a troop carrier in the middle, and an officer was giving orders. The convoy soon stopped at the small town of Grey Earth. It was obvious that the army was going to spend the night here. Bai Yi and Li Yu were not ordinary people. Although they were still far away, they could still barely hear the officer's voice. Montenegro? They're going to Montenegro. Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Now that the mutant beasts are wreaking havoc in Black Mountain, only regular troops like this dare to go there. What exactly lies within the Black Mountains? Why is Dawn City constantly sending troops? Is it truly for war? But this 100-man force carries no heavy weapons, no supplies, and doesn't look like they're going to war. Bai thought to himself that it would be a lie to say he wasn't curious, but he didn't plan to join in the fun because it would be a waste of time. If he had an hour, he would definitely go over to take a look and maybe even get some benefits. But now he only has a minute, so it is better to keep a low profile. They're going to Montenegro, so why do they want to bring these residents with them? Could it be? Liu suddenly thought of a possibility. He and Bai looked at each other tacitly, and both understood what the other was thinking. Cannon fodder. Suicide squad, the two said in unison. It turned out that the two had no tacit understanding at all. Not only did they use different words, but even the number of words was different. They're driving a group of wastelanders with no combat capability to Montenegro. It is obvious that they want them to act as a death squad to clear the way. Liu said with a grim expression. He is also a wastelander, so he is very disgusted by the behavior of the Dawn soldiers. Chapter 26, the 16-character mantra for wasteland survival. Bai nodded. You're right. There are not only mutant beasts in the Black Mountains, but also even more dangerous mutant plants. Guns and cannons are very effective against mutant beasts, but they're much less effective against the mutant plants that infest the mountains. That's why they want to use human lives to explore the way and find the safest route. After this analysis, he roughly figured out the cause and effect. This team of 100 people should have been heading to Montenegro to carry out a mission. On the way, they encountered the fleeing residents of the Grey Earth town, and then controlled them and made them act as pawns. Seeing that it was getting late, they hurried to the nearest gray town to spend the night. These damn city people don't take the lives of us wastelanders seriously at all. Liu cursed in a low voice, and as he cursed, his expression became sad again. That's how this shitty world works. Those high-ranking figures hide in their castles and start wars, and then all the common people suffer as a result. Bai's eyes flashed, and Liu's words made him think a lot. The previous mutant beast disaster and the current army were all caused by an order from the bigwigs in Dawn City. Although the residents of Grey Earth Town had a hard life, they could at least live in peace and stay at home honestly. As a result, the mutant beasts were driven to their doorstep first, and now they were driven to their deaths by soldiers. They didn't provoke anyone, but troubles kept coming their way. Born in such an era, most people have no choice. Every speck of dust of the times is a mountain falling on the shoulders of ordinary people. Bai said in a low voice. Liu's eyes lit up. He pondered this sentence several times and decided to write it down to brag to others later. I didn't expect you to be so cultured. Unlike me, I only know how to say bad luck. Shut up. Bai's expression changed, and he put his ear close to listen to the army's movements. Team 1, Team 2, take your thermal imaging devices and check all the houses to see if there are any living people in the town. The officer in the troop carrier began giving orders again. The officer's words made Liu's face change drastically. He said anxiously, "Oh no, they're going to search us. Hide quickly. It's useless. They have thermal imagers." Bai's eyes flashed. He originally wanted to hide and wait for the army to leave, but now he can't hide anymore. What is a thermal imager? Liu, an illiterate person, looked confused. Thermal imaging cameras can see the heat emitted by human bodies in the dark, so there's no point in us hiding. What? Li Yuding stood up suddenly, angrily saying, "At this point, we have no choice but to fight them. Brother Yi, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to grab a car, right? Then we can drive away." Bai Ye's miraculous strength before gave him enough confidence. Bai Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Now you know to call me brother when you're in danger?" He, "Brother Yi, what you said, I Lizwa, the kind of person who changes with the wind?" Bai Yi. Outside, the footsteps of soldiers are approaching. "Brother Yi, when are we going to take action?" Liu said seriously. He glanced at his right hand wrapped in bandages, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. Damn, after becoming a superhuman, this arm has never been in good health. Take action? What action? Bai Yi was surprised. It was impossible to take action. There was only 1 minute left, which was not enough to kill hundreds of people. Even if he really wanted to take action, he had to wait until after 12 o'clock tonight. However, Liu was even more surprised than him and said anxiously, "Brother Yi, this is not the time to joke around. Are we going to just sit there and wait for death if we don't take action? I don't want to be caught by them and used as cannon fodder." Hey, Bai Yi patted Liu's shoulder with a disappointed look on his face. Young people always want to be brave and aggressive. How can they live long like this? Do you know how to survive in the wasteland? Liu was stunned. What is the way to survive in the wasteland? The so-called art of wasteland survival is a knowledge that allows you to live long in the wasteland. The principle is very simple, a total of 16 words. If the enemy is weak, I will humiliate him. If the enemy is small, I will bully him. If the enemy is fierce, I will surrender to him. If the enemy is strong, I will follow him. The 16-character mantra made Liu stunned. The enemy is strong, I will follow. The boy is teachable. Bai Yi looked pleased. He had already made up his mind. Since this team wanted him to be cannon fodder, he might as well be cannon fodder for a while. Anyway, it would still take a few days to get to Montenegro. When he had enough time, he could do whatever he wanted. But Brother Yi, what if the enemy doesn't intend to leave us alive? That's even simpler. If the enemy is strong, I will just die. Bai Yi said indifferently. Liu. Hakuno leaned over and began to smear his face with the dust from the ground. Seeing this, Liu hurriedly did the same. At this time, the soldiers' vigilant shouts were heard outside the house. "There are 2 people in here." The sound of chaotic footsteps was heard, and a large number of soldiers began to gather towards the house where Bai Yi was. Hearing the noise, Liu was obviously a little flustered. Bai Yi, however, remained unfazed. He patted his shoulder to comfort him. To survive in the wasteland, you must have a reverent and humble heart. Understand this well. I believe my words have touched your soul. Then, under Liu's stunned gaze, he strode towards the door, shouting, "Sir, don't shoot. We're one of them." Bang! The door was violently opened, and more than a dozen guns were pointed at Bai Yi and Liu. "Who are you two? Why are you hiding here?" asked the soldier. "Commander, we are all good citizens of Grey Earth Town. Before the Gray Sparrow attacked, my brother and I hid in the room and didn't dare to come out. Now that we have met the commander of Dawn City, we can finally be considered to have found our savior." Bai Yi began to talk nonsense. The soldiers did not lower their guns, but continued to ask, "The residents of Grey Earth Town have all run away. Why didn't you run away?" "My brother is injured, and I'm worried that traveling will affect his recovery, so I want to wait before leaving." As Bai Yi spoke, he pulled Liu over and pinched Liu's right hand. The pain made his face pale, and cold sweat broke out. Seeing that Liu's condition did not seem to be fake, the soldiers finally let down their guard a little. He took out his intercom and began to report. "Commander, 2 wastelanders have been spotted. Requesting instructions. Check if they are carrying weapons. If there is no problem, let them join the team." A cold and majestic voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Yes, sir." 2 soldiers came forward and began to search him. Liu kept winking at Bai Yi, because he knew that there was something taboo on Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi acted as if he didn't see anything and allowed the other party to search him. After a while, the soldiers found nothing and completely relaxed their vigilance. "You two come with me." The 2 followed the soldier and headed towards the gathering place of the residents of Grey Earth Town. Chapter 27, No One Knows Humility More Than Me. On the way, Liu stared at Bai Yi Meng suspiciously. He came over and whispered, "Brother Yi, where is your forbidden item? I didn't see you throw it away." He did not say the 3 words taboo out loud, but used a mouth shape. Bai Yi glanced at him and did not answer. Of course, the forbidden object was still on him. As for why it was not found out, it was very simple. When the soldiers searched his shirt, he hid the forbidden object in his pants. When his pants were searched, Time stopped, and he hid the forbidden object in his shirt. It would be a miracle if it could be found out. Soon, under the guidance of the soldiers, the two arrived at the location of the main force. At this time, the soldiers were setting up camp and building tents. The residents of the gray earth town huddled in an open area, guarded by several armed soldiers. Hakuno kept looking around, and among the crowd of soldiers, two people were particularly eye-catching: an officer in a high-class uniform, and a young man carrying a silver metal box half a person's height on his back. The officer looked to be in his 30s, with a cold expression and arrogance. His legs and arms were replaced by mechanical structures, and the areas not covered by clothes were exposed with a mercury-like silver light. The complex and sophisticated alloy machinery was obviously far superior to the King Cobra's mechanical arms. The man carrying the silver box looked relatively normal, his body no different from a normal person, except for his eyes, which were particularly creepy. They were a pair of eagle eyes. His golden brown pupils were so sharp that they seemed to penetrate the darkness. After taking a glance at the two of them, Bai roughly knew their identities: a mechanical modified human and a genetic modified human. However, just by looking at their appearance, one could tell that they were much stronger than Wang Shi and Tanjia. Reporting to the commander, the two wastelanders were brought in. No weapons were found on them, and there were no signs of genetic or mechanical modification. The soldiers said respectfully. The officer nodded indifferently and glanced at Bai Yi and Liu casually. Seeing that the two were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered, just like other wastelanders, he didn't say much but waved his hand impatiently. They will be numbered in order and sent to refugee camps. Afterwards, Bai Yi and Liu each received a simple number plate and were placed among the residents. The two walked into the crowd without any sense of incongruity. Looking at the sad and numb expressions of the people around them, they found a secluded place to sit down. Several wastelanders nearby looked up at them, and seeing that the two men were covered in dust and dirt and their faces could not be seen at all, they just glanced at them a few times and then looked away. Bai Yi was relieved when he saw that no one discovered that he was Deputy Commander Bai. He has always been willing to speculate on people's minds with malicious intent. It is inevitable that there will be people with ulterior motives among so many people. In order to please the officers and reveal the fact that he was carrying a taboo object, he specially disguised himself. Brother Yi, you are 258 and I am 259. Why do they give us numbers? Liu looked at the number plate in his hand with some confusion. Did I get here before you? Bai Yi glanced at him. Liu was stunned. No. Didn't we come here together? You know we came together, and you're still asking me? Go ask someone else. After being rebuked, Liu muttered some unclear curse words, and then went to talk to someone next to him. Not long after, he came back with a grim look on his face. The numbers are for grouping. 20 people form a group. These 20 people must supervise each other. If anyone in the group escapes, the entire group will be shot. These bastards are so insidious. Now, no one dares to escape. Bai nodded thoughtfully. Why don't you go ask them why they arrested so many people? Although I already had some guesses in my mind, I still had to confirm it. My fellow countrymen, what do the officers of Dawn City want to do by arresting us? Liu asked quietly as he approached a wastelander. The wastelander looked numb, as if he didn't want to pay attention. Liu shamelessly asked several times, and the man finally said in a muffled voice, "The masters in the city want to take us to Black Mountain. They said they are short of manpower and want us to explore the Black Mountain. They also said that after the mission is completed, they can take us to Dawn City, and we won't have to make a living in the wasteland anymore. This is a good thing. I can become a city dweller." Liu said in surprise. The man smiled miserably. That might be enough to fool a child, but how can anyone go to Dawn City? Even if what the grown man said is true, how many people can survive after going to Black Mountain? After saying this, the man stopped talking and fell silent with a blank look in his eyes. Liu was secretly shocked. It was indeed like this. He moved closer to Hakuno again. Brother Yi, what should we do now? How about we find a chance to run away? Why are you running? You need to look at the problem from a different angle, understand? Bai Yi would not run away. Stepping into the wilderness at night is tantamount to seeking death. Didn't you see that this team didn't dare to travel at night? What angle? It may seem like we've become cannon fodder, but in fact, before we arrived in Montenegro, we were protected by this team. Liu's eyes lit up. It's true. Now that mutant beasts are rampant, no place is safe. If we stay with this team, at least we don't have to worry about the mutant beasts. Brother Yi, that's really great. I now understand more and more what you said before. People must have a reverent and humble heart to live a long life. Okay, take some rest. Bai just lay down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Boom, boom, boom. The clock in the central square of the gray town rang, and it was 12 o'clock. Bai, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. He calmly poked Li Yu, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Li Yu opened his eyes blankly. What's wrong, brother Yi? Get ready. Bai's low voice made Li Yu wake up instantly. He was shocked and said, If it's not brother Yi, why did you do that? Kill them all. Huh? Li Yu was dumbfounded. He suspected that Bai Yi was joking, but looking at the ferocity hidden in Bai Ye's eyes, it didn't seem like a joke. No, brother Yi, the two of us are going to take on 100 soldiers armed with live ammunition. Hold head high, Li Yu. At this moment, his whole body was numb, and Bai Ye's words before were replaying in his mind. The so-called way to survive in the wasteland is a knowledge that can enable you to live for a long time in the wasteland. It consists of a total of 16 words. If the enemy is weak, I will humiliate him. If the enemy is small, I will bully him. If the enemy is fierce, I will surrender to him. If the enemy is strong, I will follow him. To survive in the wasteland, one must have awe and humility in their hearts. Brother Yi, my dear brother, this is different from the one you described before. Li Yu said with a sad face. Didn't you say that people should be humble and... What's the difference? No one knows how to move tombstones better than me. I can move graves at the same time. Bai Yi Grinnet. Li Yu was stunned. No, are we talking about the same word for humility? How come after waking up from a sleep? You're a completely different person. Chapter 28 Secrets of the Times, Pangu Project. But what happens after the killing? Of course, we'll steal cars, guns, and money, then leave Grey Earth Town at daybreak. Then, we'll sell the cars and guns. With enough money, we can buy the status of a resident of Dawn City. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. That officer and the young men around him look like they are not easy to deal with. We are not in danger now, so why take the risk? Li was so anxious that he almost cried. He advised Bai Yi earnestly, trying to awaken the little rationality in Bai Yi. Bai Yi interrupted, You know shit. There's no danger right now, but their goal is to push all of us into that fire pit at Black Mountain and force us to die. A true man, born between heaven and earth, should not be coerced by others. I have made up my mind. I will sneak over and behead those two officers first. If there is chaos in the camp, you will take action immediately. Then, with the help of the inside and the outside, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. After saying that, Bai Yi didn't give Li Yu any chance to persuade him anymore, and walked quietly towards the dark corners under the surrounding houses. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Think more about the 16-character mantra. Oh, what a sin. Li Yu sighed. He stared nervously at Bai Yi, who was moving forward in the shadows. He didn't know if it was because of his eyesight, but in the blink of an eye, he found that he could not see any trace of Bai Yi. Bai Yi quietly moved towards the camp area. There were many soldiers on guard outside, but they could not stop him at all. Time stand still. Buzz. Strange time fluctuations enveloped the world, and Bai Yi rushed into the camp like a galloping cheetah. Time to recover. After passing the outermost soldiers, he immediately recovered time without wasting any time. His target was the tent in the center of the camp area. He had observed earlier that the officer and the man with eagle eyes were both in this tent. As long as these two are beheaded, the remaining ordinary soldiers will be easy to deal with. Such a risky move was not because Bai Yi was blinded by the extra minute, but because he had carefully considered it. It is known that the Dawn Army has already entered Montenegro. Once this team arrives in Montenegro and joins up with the main force, it will be much more difficult for him to escape, so it is better to act early. In fact, he could just run away. It would be easy to escape if he had time to stop, but where would he get the money? Dawn City has strict checks on illegal immigrants. Even if you sneak in, you can't take a single step in the city without formal resident identification. Now there are hundreds of guns in front of him. How can he not grab them? With the help of time, standing still, Hakuno avoided all patrolling soldiers and quickly reached the officer's tent. Mr. Ng, there are rumors outside that the Pangu project established before the cataclysm is inside Black Mountain. I wonder if it is true. The officer's low voice sounded from the tent. In the shadow behind the tent, Bai Yi paused. Pangu plan? What kind of plan would be named after Pangu? Remember, Pangu was the one who created the universe. Doesn't that mean that if this plan were implemented, it would have a world-shattering effect? Moreover, it was related to the period before the catastrophe, which made him very curious. The catastrophe happened 100 years ago, and he traveled through time from 200 years ago. That is to say, his civilization developed for another 100 years, and then suddenly a catastrophe occurred for unknown reasons, which led to the destruction of human civilization. After the civilization was shattered, the remaining humans spent 100 years to form the current era. The 200 years of history in between interested him very much. He suddenly stopped being in a hurry to carry out the beheading and decided to listen to what the two men had to say first. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, the young man named Mr. Ing said coldly. Forget it, just kill them all. Hakuno silently took out a dagger. Mr. Ing, the news is almost spreading throughout Baimang. Why hide it from your own people? The officer said with a smile. Mr. Ing pondered for a moment, then finally spoke out. There's a shelter in Black Mountain that was built before the cataclysm, numbered 189, and Project Pangu was implemented in Shelter 189. As expected, the officer's voice was calm, and it was obvious that he had expected it. Legend has it that the Pangu project is powerful enough to create a new era after the cataclysm. Is this true? It's true. When the catastrophe occurred, humans built many shelters to escape the disaster. Because the space and resources in the shelters were limited, only the top human elites at the time could enter. These elites planned to come out of the shelter after the catastrophe is over and use the Pangu project to create a new era of human civilization. The key to the Pangu project lies in Shelter 189. It's a pity that they failed. Now, 100 years have passed since the catastrophe, and the Pangu plan has not been implemented, and even the human elites in the shelter have not appeared. No one knows what happened, only that the elites are all dead. In the end, it was the ordinary people they abandoned who survived. These ordinary people had no shelter, and 95% of them died under the pollution of the catastrophe. The remaining 5% adapted to the pollution and miraculously survived, rebuilding civilizations in the wasteland. Some lucky individuals even found buried shelters and acquired some of the technology of the previous era. With this technology, they rapidly expanded their power and established large cities like Dawn City. At this point, Mr. Ying's words were filled with an ambiguous irony. Well, I'm quite clear about this. After all, the actual controller of Dawn City, Apocalypse Technology Company, made its fortune by relying on a remaining shelter. Mr. Ing, after all this talk, what exactly is the Pangu plan? Mr. Ing was silent for a moment. I don't know the specific details either. I only know that there is a key item in the Pangu project called the Pangu USB drive. Pangu USB drive? The Pangu USB flash drive contains all the knowledge of the civilized era. It is the culmination of human civilization. It is precisely because of this that the Pangu project has the foundation for creating a new world in the wasteland. The crystallization of human civilization. The officer exclaimed subconsciously with a storm in his heart. He knew very well what the crystallization of human civilization meant. The reason why Apocalypse Technology Company, which controls Dawn City, has become a behemoth entrenched in Baimang is not because its founder found a remaining refuge and obtained some gene editing technology. Just a small part of gene editing technology can create such a powerful force. If there's a force that masters all the crystallization of human civilization, it will not be difficult to rule the world in time. Excuse me, Mr. Ing, the officer said, calming down for a moment before speaking again, his shock still evident in his tone. From my humble perspective, I find it difficult to imagine how much world-changing technology human civilization has produced. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, extraordinary evolution, and so on. Whether you can think of it or not, it's all in the Pangu USB. This, the officer gasped. Chapter 29. The Chinese Zodiac. Bai Yi outside the tent quickly covered his mouth and almost gasped. Oh my goodness, my civilization has actually developed to this point at the end of its history. But why is there extraordinary evolution? The officers in the tent had the same question. Mr. Ing, I can understand the first few, but what about transcendental evolution? Didn't transcendence only appear after the cataclysm? Could there be transcendence in the civilized era? Transcendence did indeed appear after the Great Cataclysm. The cataclysm destroyed the civilized era in less than 3 years. During the 3 years of turmoil, when civilization still existed, a group of transcendents emerged, and people in the civilized era also took advantage of this time to study transcendence. In such a short time, they even cracked the mystery of the extraordinary and mastered the method of awakening people stably. This, The officer gasped again. You mean to say they accomplished in just 3 years what we couldn't do in 100 years? In today's era, the awakening of extraordinary people is still an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, the number of extraordinary people would not be so rare. Mr. Ing shook his head. Not 3 years, but 2.5 years. As soon as these words were spoken, the tent fell into a brief silence. Outside the tent, Hakuno's eyes lit up. Extraordinary mystery? He has been coveting Li Yu's magic hands for a long time. Who wouldn't envy this kind of superpower that doesn't consume time, but only consumes mental energy? How much time could I save if I became a transcendent? He does not envy gene editing and mechanical transformation. He always feels that this kind of technology that changes one's own structure is unreliable. But the extraordinary people are different. It is an evolution on the spiritual level. Besides extraordinary evolution, there's also life engineering. This technology can extend human lifespan. Doesn't extending lifespan mean more time? The more Bai Yi thought about it, the hotter his heart became. His unruly eyes were filled with desire without a single distraction. He hates hypocrites the most. In his opinion, human beings are a collection of various desires. People should face their desires directly and know clearly what they want. There is nothing shameful about it. Now, you want the Pangi USB drive. The crystallization of the civilized era should be inherited by a civilized person like me. With this thought, Bai Yi changed his plan. He didn't intend to kill these people anymore. He wanted to go to Montenegro. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger, and success is achieved in dangerous places. If you can get a Pangi USB flash drive, you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. Although he regards time as his life and hates wasting it, that is because the time spent is often not proportional to the gain. If he can use time to stop and get the Pangi USB drive, how can it be considered a waste? This is clearly a good thing that will solve the problem once and for all. Instead of taking the risk of going to Montenegro by yourself, it is better to enter Montenegro under the escort of the army. The purpose of these people is to let the wastelanders explore the way in Montenegro. That is to say, before arriving in Montenegro, the wastelanders are protected by the army. While he was thinking, the two people in the tent started talking about other topics. Mr. Ing is indeed a member of the 12 Zodiacs, and he is indeed knowledgeable. However, there's one thing I am unclear about. Now that the news of Black Mountain has been leaked, more and more major forces are heading to Black Mountain, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. Since the Pangi USB drive is so important, and with your unparalleled sniping skills, Mr. Ing, why don't you join the main force and help the company seize the USB drive? Instead, why go to the Black Mountain Cliffs? Isn't Shelter 189 located beneath the Black Mountain? The officer asked the doubts hidden in his heart. He had been confused ever since he received this escort mission. Why didn't they go to the shelter but ran to the cliffs of Black Mountain? The company has its own arrangements for the shelter. I'm not responsible for snatching the Pangi USB drive. I'm only responsible for killing people. The officer was shocked. There aren't many people in this world who are worthy of your personal sniping, right? Hearing such blatant flattery, Mr. Ying's cold tone couldn't help but soften a little. Everyone likes to hear flattery, as long as it is flattered to the right person. Obviously, what Mr. Ing is most proud of is his sniping skills. Oomph. Mr. Ing snorted coldly. You're right. There are indeed few people in the world who are worthy of my personal attack, but my assassination target this time is definitely qualified. He paused, then coldly spat out a name. Yang Jie. What? The officer was instantly shocked. Are you talking about the tyrant Yang Jie? Of course it's him. Only he's qualified to let me use the Black Dragon M300. Mr. Ing stroked the metal box, with a hint of heat in his eyes. Compared to Mr. Ying's confidence, the officer was a little worried. Tyrant Yang Jie is one of the 10 kings. A powerful transcendent like him has a mental power that has long surpassed the limits of humans. Any assassination attempt will trigger a mental warning. I'm afraid. Indeed, if the tyrant Yang Jie, who is ranked among the 10 kings, was so easy to kill, he would have been killed by other snipers long ago. Then you. Mr. Ing sneered. Not long ago, the tyrant single-handedly destroyed one of the company's satellite cities, becoming quite famous. Some even privately ranked him first among the 10 kings. That battle did indeed cause the company heavy losses, but the company also gained access to Tyrant's various data through this battle. The Tyrant's mental warning range is 3,000 meters. If someone were to snipe him within 3,000 meters, he would be aware of the moment the shot was fired. However, If someone were to shoot from more than 3,000 meters away, he would naturally not be able to detect the danger in advance. Shooting from 3,000 meters away, the officer's face was filled with shock. As someone who had been in contact with firearms for a long time, he naturally knew what it meant for a sniper to accurately hit the enemy from 3,000 meters away. Snipers are 1 in a million, and those who can snipe from 3,000 meters away are 1 in a million among the best. You should know that bullets are affected by factors such as gravity, wind speed, humidity, etc. The bullet flies in a straight line at the beginning, but as the distance increases, the bullet will deviate from the direction. The longer the distance, the greater the deviation. The sniper needs to take all the influencing factors into consideration and finally calculate the landing point of the bullet. The difficulty can be imagined. The officer came back to his senses and quickly praised. "I see. You are indeed worthy of me. In my opinion, the tyrant's weakness is not really a weakness. Even if other snipers knew it, they would never be able to accurately hit this top-notch transcendent from 3,000 meters away. Only you have such a skill." This flattery made Mr. Ng, who was naturally not fond of laughing, laugh. "Of course, after I deal with the tyrant, it won't be a problem for the company to get the Pangi USB drive. Oh, killing the tyrant will also help the company get the Pangi USB drive. The news about the Pangi USB drive has already been leaked. Do you know why no one has been able to get it until now? Why? Chapter 30. Bully the weak and kneel to the strong. Fight the weak and lick the strong. Bai Yi outside the tent was very satisfied with the officer's performance. It was obvious that the officer wanted to curry favor with Mr. Ng, so he kept praising him according to what he said. Because of Shelter 189's defenses, their technological level is so far ahead of its time that no one can break through. In all of Baimang, only the tyrant can possibly breach Shelter 189's defenses. Currently, the tyrant is almost at Black Mountain. The officer's eyes lit up. You mean, once the tyrant has breached the defenses, you'll personally snipe him, and then the company's people will be able to enter the shelter and get the USB drive? That's right. Once the tyrant is dead, who can challenge the company in Montenegro? Great. Truly great. If Mr. Ng can kill one of the 10 kings, his ranking among the 12 zodiac signs will probably rise. Even becoming the first of the 12 zodiac signs wouldn't be a problem. After hearing this, Bai Yi stopped listening because the rest of the words were meaningless and were just flattery. All kinds of compliments came out of the officer's mouth without repeating themselves. It was a pity that this person didn't go to perform crosstalk. He already had a general idea of Apocalypse Company's plan, which was nothing more than using the tyrant and killing the tyrant. Little did they know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The 10 kings? The 12 zodiac signs? What rubbish! Once time stops, everyone will kneel down before me. Bai Yi turned and left. Before leaving, he took a special look at the ground nearby to see if there were any dead branches or the like. As a result, he was shocked to find that there was indeed a half-dead branch waiting for him to step on. If he stepped on it, it would definitely trigger the law of eavesdropping in movies and TV dramas. Luckily, I was quick-witted. Bai Yi stepped over the half-dead branch and quietly left along the shadow cast by the tent. He wasted a lot of time in the process and successfully avoided the patrolling soldiers. Among the refugee group, most of them had already fallen into a deep sleep, but Li Yu's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He glanced nervously and uneasily back and forth at the tent area where the soldiers were stationed. Why hasn't Bai Yi made a move yet? Did he fail? Probably not. If he failed, at least he would make some movement. Could he have been captured the moment we met? Could he be being tortured and will give me away soon? The more Li Yu thought about it, the more panicked he became. He wished he could just run away right now. What are you mumbling about, kid? Bai Yi's voice sounded from behind him. Li Yu was startled and almost cried out. He quickly turned around and saw Bai Yi was safe and sound. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. What can I grumble about? I'm praying for you, Brother Yi. By the way, Brother Yi, what's going on with you? Has someone been killed? A look of surprise appeared on Bai Yi's face. Kill someone? Kill who? Li Yu was stunned. You are not going to kill the officers. What nonsense! How could I do such a risky thing? That's reckless behavior. I always plan before I act. It seems you can't learn the 16-character mantra. How about this? I'll teach you a simple 8-character mantra. Bully the weak and kneel to the strong. Fight the weak and lick the strong. Remember this time, don't forget it. Li Yu. Brother Yi, don't be like this. You seem so strange now that I'm a little scared. Since you didn't kill anyone, what have you been doing for so long? To pee, of course. Peeing for so long. Alas, I am often troubled by the excessive function of my kidneys. Liu. Okay, let's go to bed. Bai Yi wiped his hands from Liu's shoulder. He did pee when he came back just now. Liu said angrily, just now when I was sleeping, you said you wanted to kill someone. Now you want me to sleep again. How the hell can I sleep? Bai Yi, what on earth do you want to do? Can you tell me the truth? Bai Yi thought about it and felt that he could still use this boy's right hand when he got to Montenegro. So he told him his purpose. I'm going to Montenegro. What? You're going to commit suicide? Fuck you. Bai Yi kicked him angrily. I was talking about going to Montenegro. How come you said it was suicide? Is there a difference? Get lost. I'm going to sleep. Looking at Bai Yi lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Liu stood there in a daze for a long time and finally uttered a few words. I finally know how you awakened. It must have been because you ate poisonous mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, which is why you became a transcendent. The next day, just after dawn, a group of wastelanders were urged to set off by the army. In the crowd, Bai Yi yawned in dissatisfaction. He didn't get enough sleep and was very angry. When he thought about the 30 seconds he wasted yesterday, he became even angrier. Rumble. 10 troop carriers roared loudly, and the soldiers on the vehicles pointed their guns at everyone and kept urging them to move forward. Run faster. Keep up. Anyone who falls behind will die. A group of ragged people were being herded by the soldiers like sheep. Bai Yi mingled with the crowd, following the flow of people inconspicuously. Soon, the morning passed, the soldiers stopped the car and started to make a fire to cook and enjoy lunch. And this group of wasteland people finally had a chance to catch their breath. They had rarely had a full meal, and after the long journey, they were almost exhausted. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Many people stared at the food in the soldiers' hands and swallowed their saliva. They had originally fled from the gray town where food was scarce, and now they were driven back without any food on them. The soldiers ignored the pleading looks of the people and ate the canned food in their hands while bragging and chatting. When they were almost done eating, a soldier threw an empty can into the crowd, as if in a prank, which immediately caused a scramble. Several wastelanders even fought each other to lick the residue in the can. Ha ha! Do these wastelanders look like wild dogs snatching food from the wild? The soldiers laughed rudely. As city dwellers and troops directly under the Apocalypse Company, these people's sense of superiority made them feel that the wastelanders were not the same as themselves. Damn, what a bunch of bastards. Lee took a bite of the cockroach protein bar viciously. As a fellow wastelander, he naturally couldn't stand this kind of thing. Brother, can you give me something to eat? A middle-aged man came over, swallowing his saliva, his eyes fixed on the cockroach protein bar in Lee's right hand. Here you go. Liu threw one to him without saying a word to show that he was different from the people in the city. The middle-aged man took the cockroach protein bar. His eyes lit up instantly, and he started to eat it voraciously. Bai Yi, who was standing by, couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. You're still too young, Li Zhua. After the middle-aged man finished eating, he didn't even say thank you. Instead, he stared at the torn sack behind Liu. Brother, do you have any more? I'm not full. Chapter 31. No. Are you really eating it? Liu frowned slightly, but before he could say anything, several nearby wastelanders swarmed over like locusts, each stretching out their muddy hands towards him. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for several days. And me. Seeing the eager faces of several people, Liu was silent for a moment, then took out a few cockroach protein bars and distributed them to them. Unexpectedly, this action was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The eyes of the people who had finished eating lit up, and they excitedly asked for more. More and more wastelanders noticed the situation here, and they kept gathering. He has food in his hands. Give me some. I am starving. Get out of the way. Liu's eyebrows were twisted into the shape of a Chan character. Although he had a lot of food, it was impossible to feed so many people. If he gave a little to everyone, he would starve to death. No more. Get out of the way, he shouted. However, when people saw the food, they were like hungry wolves seeing their prey, and their eyes were emitting green light. I saw it. The sack behind him was full of food. Hand over the food quickly. There are so many of us who haven't eaten. Are you going to starve us to death? Some people couldn't hold back and even started to snatch the sacks. Liu immediately became furious. Although he was injured, he was a supernatural being after all. He just pushed those people to the ground with a casual push. What do you mean I'm going to starve you to death? Those soldiers have food. Why don't you ask them for it? A tall wastelander said confidently. Nonsense. If the soldiers can give me food, why would we ask you for it? Hand over the food quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Be born, you bunch of born-agains. Liu's face turned pale with anger, and his right hand began to hurt again. Seeing the crowd excited, more and more people began to be eager to try. At this time, Bai, who had finished eating the cockroach protein bar, slowly stood up. His unruly eyes swept over everyone, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Look how stingy you are. Everyone just wants some food. Why would you refuse them? Brother Yi. Liu stared blankly at Bai Yi as he picked up the sack and came in front of everyone. Everyone, if anyone wants food, come and get it from me. I'm not as stingy as him, Bai Yi said with a smile. The crowd instantly became excited and rushed towards Bai Yi one by one, looking as if they wanted to eat him alive. The tall wastelander squeezed at the front with his strong physique. Boy, you are so generous. Bring the food here. Bai Yi smiled and handed over a cockroach protein bar. Don't worry, we're all from Grey Earth Town. We should help each other when we're out there. When people are hungry, they naturally need to eat. You don't have any food, but I happen to have some, so you come and eat my food. That makes sense, right? The man quickly reached out to grab the cockroach protein bar, praising it. Right. You're really good at talking, kid. Isn't it just eating your food? As for something so small, let go. The man tried to take the cockroach protein bar, but found that Hakuno didn't let go. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Boy, what do you mean? However, Bai Yi was even more surprised than him, as if he had seen something incredible. No, you really want to eat it? You are. A shrill scream echoed through the crowd, and Bai Yi casually let go of his hand, while the tall wastelander fell to the ground. His right hand twisted into an unnatural shape. The sudden change scared the others, and they looked at the young man in front of them with some fear. I was just joking with you, but I didn't expect you to actually eat it. My hand. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Bang. Bai Yi stepped on his broken right hand, enjoying the other party's miserable scream while pushing him away with force. Still eating? No, I don't want to eat it anymore. Please spare me. The man's face was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of fear. He just wants to eat some food. If you don't want to give it to him, then forget it. Is it necessary to use force? A short wastelander in the crowd said in shock and anger. Oh my God. Bai Yi rushed forward and pulled the person who was speaking out of the crowd. The powerful force was like picking up a chick, and then he threw the other person to the ground. Another scream was heard. However, this was not the end yet. Bai Yi stepped hard on the man's mouth, kicking the screams into his stomach. A hint of violence flashed in his unruly eyes. I hate it most when people bark at me behind my back. Go ahead. If you bark again. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked out all the man's teeth one by one, leaving only a mouth full of bloody flesh. He just wanted to eat some food. Why did you hit him if you didn't give it to him? I'm going to hit him. Not only will I hit him, I'm going to hit you too. The brutal and violent scene directly shocked everyone who was ready to make a move. They looked at Bai Yi, who was committing violence in shock and anger, and no one dared to step forward to lend a hand. What are you looking at? You bunch of idiots. If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Get out of here. Bai Yi's fierce and feral eyes swept over the crowd, and the wild aura and materialized pressure hit them in the face. Everyone quickly dispersed, and no one dared to ask for food again. In the troop carrier not far away, Mr. Ng and the officers watched this scene with great interest. These are the barbaric and ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders. In my opinion, all the wastelanders should be eliminated so that the civilization of the times can be restored as soon as possible. The officer sneered. Mr. Ng said calmly, even garbage has its own value. How can you imagine the structure of the company? Yes, Mr. Ng is right. The officer apologized quickly with a smile. Report to the commander. A wastelander just came and said he has important news to report. A soldier ran to the car window and reported. The officer in the car frowned slightly and waved his hand impatiently. Get him out. How dare a mere wastelander claim to have important news? They think it's a big deal if they see a mutant hyena in the wild. The soldier hesitated a little and said, Sir, that person said it was a taboo. The officer's expression paused. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did not act on his own, but glanced at Mr. Ying beside him. A look of interest appeared on Mr. Ying's stern face, and he nodded slightly. Bring it up. Soon, a timid wastelander, led by a soldier, walked to the car window. Chapter 32, It's Not My Fault. It's this era. Hello, sir. My name is Wong. No one cares what your name is. What news about the forbidden object are you talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense, I will shoot you. The officer looked disgusted and took out a white handkerchief from his arms to cover his mouth and nose, as if trying to isolate the air polluted by this wastelander. The wastelander was so frightened that he fell to his knees. I dare not, I dare not. Every word I say is the truth. Hurry up and tell me. Yes, yes, yes. In the small town of Grey Earth where I was before, there was a forbidden item called Breath of Skeletons, which was obtained by Bai Yi. I just saw Bai Yi in the crowd. What? A hint of surprise flashed in the officer's eyes. You mean there are people in the refugee camp carrying taboo items? Wait, no. Everyone was searched before, and no one was carrying any weapons. The wastelander quickly said, Sir, I'm telling the truth. Bai Yi has indeed made the forbidden object recognize its master. Even if he doesn't have it with him now, it must be hidden somewhere. Why didn't you say it before? Mr. Ng looked over, his yellow-brown eagle eyes flashing with a heart-pounding cold light. I didn't mean to hide it. Bai Yi was one of the two people who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He was covered in dust, and it was so dark yesterday, so I didn't recognize him. Just now, when he started beating people, I suddenly felt that he looked very familiar. He is the deputy commander of our East District. I worked with him for a few days before. When he was injured, I helped him to eat. He promised to give me a piece of meat, but in the end, he didn't give it to me. Sir, in appreciation of my information on the forbidden object, can you give me a piece of meat? The wastelander was obviously frightened by Mr. Ying's gaze and began to speak incoherently about everything he knew. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? Li Yu said dejectedly. I just felt sorry for him. Bai Yi curled his lips. What? Did your conscience get vomited out by a dog? Li Yu was so angry that he almost got a stitch in the side. He was angry at first, but soon lost his temper. Maybe I'm really wrong. No, you're not wrong. It is this era that is wrong. Li Yu's heart was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Yi with some emotion. He didn't expect that the other party was so good at comforting people. Brother Yi, you're right. It's this era that's wrong. If it were a civilized era, this wouldn't have happened. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, What nonsense are you talking about? What I mean is that if you want to live a good life, the first thing you need to do is never admit that you are wrong. How could I be wrong? This is mental exhaustion and is not advisable. Remember, if you can blame others, blame them. If you can't, blame the bad times. Li Yu. He realized that in just a few days of knowing Bai Yi, countless distorted and twisted theories had bombarded his fragile mind. What about the 16-character mantra, the 8-character mantra, the humble monument? Now, there's one more. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the times. He didn't think he was a good person, but compared to Bai Yi, he suddenly felt that he was actually not bad. Brother Yi, I really envy your mental state. By the way, do you still have those poisonous mushrooms you ate earlier? I poisoned you. Hey, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Don't do it. Don't hit my right hand. Li Yu dodged hurriedly to protect his right hand. He would rather suffer damage to his life than hurt his right hand. But Bai Yi's character is obvious to all, and kicking the lame man's good leg hard is his usual style. The two of them joked for a while, and suddenly, there was an unusual movement in the army not far away. The officer and Mr. Ng walked out of the car, and standing next to them was a timid wastelander. The moment Bai Yi saw the wastelander, he sighed, What's wrong, Brother Yi? Li Yu asked curiously. Get ready to act. Huh? Again, Bai Yi did not answer, but slowly stood up and walked towards the officer and Mr. Ng. His actions instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even the wastelanders who were eating stopped what they were doing and looked at them nervously. No one knew what would happen next. They only saw the superior officer walking towards the refugee camp, and, at the same time, a young man walked out of the refugee camp. Sir, it's him. He is Bai Yi. The wastelander following the officer pointed at Bai Yi excitedly, trying his best to prove that he was not lying. Looking at Bai Yi walking towards him, the officer's lips curled up into an interested smile. This wastelander is quite interesting. Mr. Ng looked at Bai Yi indifferently. His yellow-brown eagle eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. You have a taboo? He asked lightly. Bai Yi didn't deny it. Yes. After saying that, he took out the breath of skeleton from his body. This action instantly aroused the soldier's nerves. Snap, snap. The sound of countless bullets being loaded was heard, and more than a dozen soldiers raised their guns and aimed at Bai Yi. The officer frowned slightly and shouted, What are you doing? With Mr. Ng here, do you think a taboo item can cause trouble? Put down your guns. Don't you agree, Mr. Ng? Mr. Ng nodded calmly, without any arrogance on his face, but with absolute confidence in his bones. In his opinion, even if this wasteland boy was holding a forbidden object, he could not pose any threat to him. You won the Wheel of Fate with 6 shots, and contained the breath of bones. Although you're just a wastelander, you're quite courageous. The unique tone of praise that is unique to those in a higher position is fully reflected in him. This is not a pretense, but a natural habit in his bones. Why don't you thank Mr. Ng quickly? It is a great honor for you to receive Mr. Ying's praise. The officer was still licking. Bai Yi did not respond, but was thinking about how to kill the more than 100 soldiers present in the shortest time. Boy, I'm talking to you. Hey, it's normal for wastelanders to be ignorant of etiquette. Mr. Ng raised his hand gently to stop the angry officer. The yellow-brown eagle eyes looked at the breath of skeletons in Bai Ye's hand and asked slowly, "How powerful is it?" "No bullets." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and casually raised the revolver in his hand. "Give him the bullet." Mr. Ying's words startled the soldiers. Giving bullets to the wastelanders? Aren't they afraid? Chapter 33, Did I Let You Go? Although the soldiers were worried, after seeing Mr. Ying's calm expression, they couldn't help but be infected by his confidence that everything was under control. Soon, the bullets were delivered to Bai Yi. He didn't hesitate and loaded them directly, then fired. Bang! The loud gunshots startled the wastelanders and soldiers, but Mr. Ng and the officers remained calm. Thump! The informant wastelander standing next to Mr. Ng fell to the ground with a huge bloody hole on his chest. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. The people of the wasteland were all shocked by Ye's courage. He actually dared to kill people in front of the officers. Mr. Ng casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, a smile on his face. It's a snake-level forbidden item, and its power is quite good. If you can survive the trip to Black Mountain, I can give you a chance to follow me. After saying that, he turned and left, not caring about Bai Ye's answer at all. Perhaps in his opinion, no wastelander would refuse to follow him, because this was a great honor. The officer sneered, "You're lucky, kid." He also turned and left, without any intention of snatching the forbidden object. It was not that he looked down on it, but he had already learned about the storage method of the forbidden object from the informant a long time ago. He would never do such a barbaric and rude storage method. Moreover, the side effects of Breath of Skeleton are serious, and its only value is to sell it for money. However, since Mr. Ng has taken a fancy to this wasteland boy, he naturally gave up the idea. "Did I let you two go?" The young man's unruly voice rang out, shocking everyone in the audience. Mr. Ng and the officer frowned at the same time and stopped. Bai Yi held up the Breath of Skeletons and pointed at the two of them casually. The dust and stains could not hide the arrogance in the boy's eyes. "Brother Yi, you are my dear brother. Please calm down," Li whispered anxiously. "Didn't they steal your forbidden items? Why bother?" Bai Ye's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "They didn't rob me, but I want to rob them." Li stared at the young man in front of him in amazement. This unscrupulous and daring style really shocked him. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked. In his opinion, they can live in peace and the other party has already let them go, so why bother to cause trouble? According to the general understanding, this is indeed the case, but Bai Yi does not think so. What he saw was not peace and tranquility, but two big men who thought they were high and mighty, throwing a piece of meat bone on the ground and asking him to lick it, and he had to lick it with gratitude. "You want to leave after showing off in front of me?" He originally wanted to follow the team to Montenegro safely, but who would have thought that two pieces of trash would suddenly appear and come close to him to show off? He was so angry that he laughed. "No, who gave you the courage?" "Boy, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be a dead man," Mr. Ng said coldly. The only admiration left in his eyes had long disappeared, and there was only condescending indifference. "Mr. Ng, there's no need to get angry over this kind of person. He's just a wastelander who's been blinded by the forbidden object. Leave it to me to deal with." Mr. Ng hummed lightly. It was indeed cheap of him to attack the wastelanders with his status. The officer slowly stepped forward, shaking his head casually, and the sound of metal gears gnashing came from his neck. He sneered and said, "Boy, I've seen a lot of stupid people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as stupid as you. You don't really think you can be invincible with just a broken gun, do you? The power of the forbidden object is indeed not small, but it has to hit the person. With the speed of your shooting, even if I stand here and let you shoot, you can't hurt me at all. Don't waste time talking to him. Just deal with it and get ready to leave." "What?" Mr. Ying's cold voice suddenly became higher, and his body froze in place. His body's instinct for danger frantically warned him of danger, making his hair stand on end. A creepy feeling climbed up along his tailbone and rushed straight to the top of his head. And the origin of everything came from the muzzle of the gun pressed against the back of his head and the boy holding the gun. No matter how much you talk to yourself, there must be a limit, right? Don't you think so, Mr. Ing? Baiye's defiant voice sounded in Mr. Ying's ears. This is impossible. When did you? Mr. Ying's yellow-brown eagle eyes shrank into needles, and his face was full of disbelief. He didn't understand why Bai Yi, who was just in front of him, suddenly appeared behind him in an instant. You know, his eagle eyes has extremely high dynamic vision. Even if the 10 kings were in front of him, they couldn't be faster than his eyes. Could it be the legendary teleportation? Let go of Mr. Ing. The officer was shocked and angry. He subconsciously wanted to activate his mechanical limbs, but as soon as he exerted force, he was horrified to find that his mechanical arms and legs were all disconnected. The most terrifying thing was that his torso was gradually sliding down and down. Bang! The officer fell to the ground, leaving only his torso and head, and his mechanical limbs clanked and scattered all over the ground. What the hell is going on? What did you do to me? The officer's face was almost twisted with fear. The dust on the ground stained the delicate skin of the city dweller. He had never seen such a strange thing. Before he could even make a move, his mechanical limbs were removed. How on earth did you do it? After a brief panic, Mr. Ing regained his composure. He did not act rashly, but secretly looked for opportunities. It is true that he is a genetically modified human, but his strength in frontal combat is not strong. At most, he can only dodge bullets. The reason why he can become one of the 12 zodiac signs is mainly due to his eagle eyes and unparalleled sniper skills. As long as he is given distance and a sniper rifle, he can kill the 10 kings. But now that Breath of Skeleton was pointing at his head, no matter how great his abilities were, he would find it difficult to display them. Let them put down their guns. Bai Yi, who was hiding behind Mr. Ing, said lightly, "Put your guns down." Mr. Ing shouted in a low voice. The soldiers around him who were holding their guns nervously looked at each other and finally put their guns on the ground. "Lizua, come out and work." Bai Yi shouted to the crowd. Liu came out in amazement, his shocked eyes never leaving Bai Yi. He walked through the crowd and came to Bai Yi under everyone's attention. He said foolishly, "Brother Yi, what do you want me to do?" Seeing his foolish look, Bai Yi was furious and kicked him directly, shouting, "Put away your gun." Oh. Liu hurried to pick up the gun on the ground. It took him a while to recover from his shock. He turned around and gave Bai Yi a thumbs up. Brother Yi is awesome. Chapter 34, who would have thought that he was still alive before he died? After Liu took away all the guns, Mr. Ing said in a deep voice, "I have done it. Now we can talk." Before Mr. Ing could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ye's smirking voice. "I told you to do it, and you did it? You're a fucking dog." Bang! Breath of Skeletons erupted with a huge roar, and fire and blood whistled out at the same time. A blood-colored bullet hit Mr. Ying's right knee accurately. He groaned and fell to his knees. His face turned pale with pain, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. But even so, he still clenched his teeth to prevent himself from crying out. At this moment, it was obvious that Mr. Ing, the genetically modified human, was different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person was shot, one leg would definitely be lost. But Mr. Ing only had a thumb-sized blood hole on his leg. Although he could not use his right leg for the time being, at least there was still treatment. The soldiers' faces changed drastically. They were about to rush over to grab the guns, but they saw Mr. Ing raise his hand in pain and said, "Don't act rashly." After he stopped the soldier, he turned his head with difficulty and looked at Bai Yi. "You didn't kill me outright, which means we still have something to discuss. I was abrupt before, not realizing there was such a powerful transcendent hidden within the team. This time, I admit defeat. You can propose any conditions, as long as you can let me go." "Are you admitting defeat now? Isn't it time for you to give me a chance?" Bai Ye's eyes were defiant and violent, and the metal muzzle of the gun was pointed at Mr. Ying's head. "I'm giving you a chance now. This wastelander has never seen a high-ranking official in the city kowtow and admit his mistakes. If you kowtow to me happily, perhaps I can let you go." Mr. Ying's face was extremely ugly. Asking him to kowtow to a wastelander was even more painful than killing him. A gentleman can be killed, but not. Bang! Mr. Ying's mind suddenly opened up, and he fell straight to the ground, his yellow-brown eagle eyes full of horror and disbelief. He never thought until his death that Bai Yi would actually take action as soon as he said so. "You actually killed Mr. Ing?" The maggot-like officer screamed, his voice distorted. Bai Yi shrugged helplessly. "You can't blame me for this." He said it himself. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated, so I will help him. The officer's eyes were bloodshot. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ing is one of the 12 zodiac animals. If you kill him, the company will not let you go. Fuck. Bai walked over and kicked the officer in the face, causing his nose to bleed. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, he leaned forward and said, "How the hell are you as stupid as a pig? Are you used to pretending to be cool? You're about to die, and you still dare to speak nonsense? Not only will I kill him, I'll kill you too." The officer woke up as if from a dream, sweating profusely. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company. Fuck your company. Bai was furious and kicked the officer several times, knocking out his front teeth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can die. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I will do anything. I am willing to kneel down and kowtow to you. The officer screamed incoherently. He had lost his limbs, but he relied solely on the strength of his abdomen and neck to hit the ground with his head again and again. Ha ha! Bai laughed heartily and said to the group of dumbfounded wastelanders, "See, even the Lord of Dawn City that you fear will kowtow to the wastelanders." There were hundreds of people at the scene, but no one responded. Only the boys' wild and unbridled laughter echoed in the wind. Liu glanced at the officer who was constantly kowtowing, then looked at Mr. Ing, who had a wild imagination. He swallowed subconsciously, his eyes full of disbelief. Everything happened so fast that it seemed like a dream. His consciousness was still stuck at the moment when Bai Yi said he was ready to take action. It was not until now, when he saw the death of a big shot like Mr. Ing, that he woke up from his dream. Brother Yi, the big shot is dead now. Even with the facts right in front of him, he still found it unbelievable. The class gap between city dwellers and wastelanders was unimaginable. The gap was so big that he couldn't even imagine that such a big shot would die so casually in front of him. Bai Yi sighed. Yes, who would have thought that he was still alive before he died? Liu. Don't worry, his death was not in vain. Bai Yi grinned. Mr. Ying's death was valuable, as it provided him with a lot of qi and blood. The qi and blood provided by one Mr. Ing was roughly equivalent to that of 10 gray sparrows, which enhanced his physical fitness a little bit. Mercy! Mercy! The officer continued to kowtow, not stopping even though his face was covered in blood. Bai glanced at the soldiers nearby who were ready to make a move and made up his mind. His original intention was to go to Montenegro with the help of the army, but now it seems that it is not impossible to point a gun at the officer and threaten him to take him to Montenegro. Although the process is slightly different, the result is the same. Okay, stop knocking. I'll give you a chance to survive. Escort me to Montenegro. The officer was ecstatic at first, but then he was stunned. You want to go to Montenegro? Bai glanced at him and said coldly, What? You don't want to? The officer was startled. No, I'm waiting. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and drive the car to escort this gentleman to Montenegro. The soldiers looked at each other, but no one dared to act rashly. The mysterious Mr. Ing was shot in the head, and their leader was dismembered in an instant. Even if they had guns in their hands, they didn't think they could deal with Bai Yi, the extraordinary person, let alone they didn't have a gun now. Just as they were about to take action, suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd in the wasteland. There's a snake. A ragged wastelander jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. A small black snake was coiled on his left arm. The man was shaking his arms like crazy, but he couldn't get rid of the black snake that was biting his flesh. Just 2 seconds later, the dark blue color crawled up his arm to his cheek. The wastelander's screams stopped abruptly, and he fell stiffly to the ground, foaming at the mouth and dying with his eyes bulging. Such a sudden change frightened everyone, and they fled in all directions. But after running a few meters, they were horrified to find that the ground was actually wriggling. Small bumps appeared on the ground one after another, and accompanied by slight sounds of breaking ground, black snakes crawled out from the ground. Snake! Densely packed snakes. They held their triangular heads high, their scarlet tongues flickering in and out, rushing towards the crowd like a black stream. The rubbing sounds of scales converged into a shudder that made the scalp tingle, and the number was enough to scare people with trypophobia to death. Mutated beast black snake. The officer lying on the ground screamed wildly. Chapter 35. Talk more. Bai Yifronit. He didn't expect to encounter another mutated beast so soon. First it was the hyena, then the gray sparrow, and now the black snake. How many mutated beasts were released from the damn Black Mountain? Liu, give him the guns and prepare to fight. Liu hurriedly called on the soldiers to get guns. At this time, he could not care about the internal fighting and had to deal with the Black Snake first. Bai pulled the officer up and said coldly, "Let your men hunt down the Black Snake." "Yes, yes, yes." The officer nodded repeatedly. At this time, Bai didn't need to say anything. He knew what to do. After all, facing Bai Yi, who was a human, he could beg for mercy, but facing the alien beast, no matter what he said, it would be useless. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire rang out, and the soldiers who got guns immediately joined the battle. If they didn't fight, they would die. As for the Wastelanders, most of them were fleeing in panic, and only a few of them picked up stones from the ground and kept attacking the Black Snakes on the ground, but it was completely useless. Running away would only make them die faster, and the stones could not kill the Black Snakes at all. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and a panicked Wastelander ran to the pile of snakes. He saw more than a dozen black snakes crawling into his trouser legs and climbing up his thighs. The reptile's icy body temperature made his hair stand on end, and goosebumps instantly covered his body. He screamed in panic, jumped up and down like a monkey, and scratched his body frantically. He threw down a snake, but soon more snakes crawled onto his body. Finally, a black snake climbed onto his neck, with its triangular head raised high and its scarlet tongue spitting out, and then it drilled into his mouth. Woo, woo, woo. His eyes were bloodshot, and he whimpered incoherently twice. Finally, his body stiffened, and he fell into the pile of snakes. In an instant, countless black snakes covered him. Baiye's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. It had just taken him 33 seconds to kill Mr. Ng and dismember the officer's limbs. Now he only had the last 57 seconds left. 57 seconds is probably not enough to kill the snake, let alone escape. There were at least thousands of these snakes, covering the ground like a black carpet. Instead of sitting there and waiting to be killed, he fired wildly. Several scarlet blood vessels grew out from the white-bone spear of Breath of Skeleton and pierced into Baiye's palm holding the gun, continuously draining his blood. Bang, bang, bang. The scarlet bullet shot out, and its powerful force could take the lives of 2 to 3 black snakes in one shot. If you are lucky and encounter an area with dense black snakes, you can even kill 5 in one shot. But even so, it is still a drop in the bucket when facing the large number of black snakes. Fuck, what rubbish. It provides even less energy than the gray sparrow. Bai jurset in dissatisfaction. While changing bullets, he glanced at the wasteland people not far away. Because they had no weapons and were in a panic, the wasteland people were almost all dead. Only 3 or 5 were still struggling to survive, running towards the soldiers like crazy. However, the soldiers could not hold on any longer. It was not convenient to use bullets to deal with the black snakes wriggling on the ground. Some soldiers who were approached even threw away their guns and took out military daggers to fight hand-to-hand. Among all the people present, the one who was most efficient in killing snakes was Li Yu. He gritted his teeth and waved his bandaged right hand. His extraordinary ability, the magic hand, was activated instantly. A 3-meter-long invisible hand fell from the sky. With one palm strike, dozens of black snakes were killed. Even a huge palm print, half an inch deep, appeared on the ground. Baiye's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Li Yu was still useful. "Li Zua, how much longer can you hold on?" Li Yu panted heavily and said, 3-3. Baiye was overjoyed. 3 minutes is enough. According to Li Yu's efficiency, he could kill at least 2/3 of the black snakes in 3 minutes, and the remaining 1/3 would be easy to deal with. 2. Baiye was stunned. 1. With a click, Li Yu's right hand fell down limply, and bright red blood was faintly seeping out of the white bandage. "Li Zua, why are you trying to be so clever with me right now? Do you think you're so funny?" Li Yu forced a smile. "I learned this from you, Brother Yi. Can't you learn something good?" Seeing that Li Yu could not be relied upon, Baiye looked at the officer. He felt that since the officer and Mr. Ng dared to lead people to Black Mountain, they must be able to deal with the alien beasts along the way. "How about I install a robotic arm for you now?" The officer laughed bitterly. "It's useless. The robotic arm isn't simply installed. It has a built-in neural connection device, which allows it to be used like an arm. Now that the device has been cut off, there's no point in installing it." "Fuck, then I'll take you to see Mr. Ng." Baiye picked up the officer and was about to throw him into the snake group. No, there's still a way." Baiye narrowed his eyes and let go of the officer. "What's the solution?" There's a self-destruct device in my robotic arm. It's used to destroy myself and the enemy, and prevent them from disassembling the arm and obtaining technology. Although I can't activate the self-destruct device now, it can be triggered if the inside of the robotic arm is severely damaged. You just need to shoot the joint of the mechanical arm with the forbidden object to trigger the self-destruction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why he kicked the officer so hard that he almost passed out. The reason why he didn't say it earlier was because he didn't want to destroy his robotic arm. The cost of a robotic arm is as high as millions, and the four limbs together cost over 10 million. He has invested all his fortune in the robotic limbs, which has led to his current status. If his mechanical limbs were gone, he would have no chance of turning over. Moreover, he had originally thought that a strong man like Bai Yi should be able to deal with the black snake easily, so he had no intention of telling anyone. Now that he was about to be thrown to feed the snake by Bai Yi, he naturally did not dare to hide it. Bai Yi picked up a mechanical arm made of silver-white metal from the ground and threw it hard towards the area where the snakes were most densely packed. Then, after the mechanical arm landed, he aimed at the connection and pulled the trigger hard. Bang! Nothing happened. The robotic arm did not self-destruct. How dare you lie to me? Bai Yi was immediately furious and kicked the officer again. The officer's face turned pale with pain, and he kept saying, "Impossible. I really didn't lie to you. There really is a self-destruct device inside." Brother Yi, it seems you missed. Li Yu on the side reminded in a low voice. Bai Ye's face suddenly darkened. If you can talk more. He fired again, bang, 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 and after 3 shots, he finally hit the target. When the bullet collided with the connection of the mechanical arm, a crisp metallic sound was heard, followed by boom! Like 10 grenades exploding at the same time. Huge flames shot up into the sky, instantly overturning hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred, half-snake bodies fell from the sky. The remaining black snakes seemed to be frightened by the huge explosion. They turned around and ran away and disappeared into the ground in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 36, A Gift from Mr. Ing. Bai Yi looked at everyone and found that all the Wastelanders had died, including more than 30 soldiers. The originally large team was reduced to more than 60 people. The good news is that there were no casualties because all those bitten by the black snakes died from the venom. At this time, many soldiers came to their senses and looked at Bai Yi nervously. Bai Yi sneered, "What? Have you forgotten how Ing died?" The soldiers felt a chill in their hearts as they recalled the tragic scene of Mr. Ing dying with his eyes open. The officers, desperate to survive, shouted, "Put down your guns. Anyone who dares to disobey Lord Bai Yi will be punished by military law." Bai Yi then began to reassure everyone. "As long as you escort me to Montenegro, I will let you go." He lied again. "Everyone will die in Montenegro. If any of these people returns to Dawn City alive, he will have to face the encirclement and suppression of the Dawn City army and the revenge of those damn 12 Zodiac animals." After a simple combination of kindness and force, the remaining team set off again. In order to prevent the soldiers from escaping, Bai Yi took away the guns and blew up all the tires, leaving only one troop carrier for him to drive, while the soldiers jogged in front of the vehicle. The identities were swapped. Before, Hakuno was running on the ground and the soldiers were riding in cars, but now it's the other way around. On the troop carrier, Bai Yi was driving the car, while Li Yu was holding the officer hostage. "Brother Yi, what's in this box?" Li Yu looked at the silver-white metal box next to the seat curiously. "This is a gift from Mr. Ing. You'll know if you open it and take a look," Bai Yi said casually. In fact, he already knew what was in the box. The sniper rifle Black Dragon M300. Click! Li Yu opened the metal box, and the cold metallic smell mixed with the smell of engine oil hit him in the face. 8 precision components had a matte luster on the black sponge pad. The gun barrel curled up in the center like a sleeping black python. Is this a sniper rifle?" Li Yu looked at the Black Dragon M300 in surprise. Although he didn't know much about sniper rifles, just by looking at its sophisticated appearance, anyone could feel that this sniper rifle was expensive. This is Mr. Ying's Black Dragon M300, one of the top sniper rifles. Its power is even comparable to the dragon-level forbidden items. The officer whispered on the side. The situation is stronger than the person, so in order to survive, he naturally has to perform better. Bai Yi, who was driving, raised his eyebrows and said, "Jiao-level forbidden item?" When Mr. Ing saw Breath of Skeletons before, he said it was a snake-level forbidden item. Now a dragon-level one has appeared. Could this be the level of the forbidden item? The officer seemed to notice Bayez's confusion and quickly explained, forbidden items are divided into 3 levels: snake, dragon, and serpent. Your revolver is a snake-level forbidden item. Mr. Ying's Black Dragon M300, while not a forbidden item, is not much different from a dragon-level forbidden item in terms of power and preciousness. That's why it's named after it. Then this sniper rifle must be very valuable. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. The value of the Black Dragon M300 is difficult to measure in monetary terms, because it is not a product of this era. It is a product handed down from the civilized era. It cannot be mass-produced and is out of print. It has been restored after multiple repair processes. Current technology simply cannot produce a sniper rifle of this precision. Sniper rifles today have an effective range of only 800 to 1,000 meters, while the Black Dragon's effective range reaches a terrifying 4,000 meters. It uses special supersonic bullets that can penetrate any bulletproof device. Such nonsense. Just tell me how much it's worth. Liu didn't want to listen to that. He only cared about money. The officer paused and said, if it were put on the black market, it would fetch at least tens of millions. How much? Liu's scream almost pierced Bayez's eardrum. Keep your voice down. You look so naive. It's just tens of millions, right? Bai rubbed his ears in dissatisfaction. Liu's face flushed with excitement. He had never heard of so much money in his life. Brother Yi, that's tens of millions. As long as we sell the Black Dragon M300, we won't have to worry about anything in our lives. Wrong. I don't have to worry about anything in my life. Liu's face immediately fell, and he quickly flattered, Brother Yi, considering that we went through life and death together, please give me some. Not a cent. Liu's excitement was completely extinguished as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him. He looked at the Black Dragon M300 with a look of despair and resentment in his eyes. Bai drove the car without looking away and said calmly, but I don't plan to sell it. You're not planning on selling it. Brother Yi, this gun is worth tens of millions. Why not sell it? Because it's too conspicuous. There aren't many sniper rifles like it in the world. If you sell it, wouldn't that be like telling the whole world that you killed Mr. Ing? Liu was stunned. But if I don't sell it, what's the difference between this gun and scrap metal? Bai glanced at him sideways. Who said it was scrap metal? Can't I keep it for myself? Liu recalled Bayez's heroic act of firing 3 shots before hitting the connection of the mechanical arm. His eyes were full of deep suspicion, without a trace of trust. Bayez's face darkened, and he angrily said, I just had an upset stomach from eating cockroach protein bars, so I just didn't perform well at the moment. Come on, Brother Yi, it's okay to deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. You bastard. Get out of the car and run 1,000 meters away, and see if I can shoot your hogue off. Liu subconsciously touched the unruly strand of hair on his head and quickly smoothed it out, but as soon as his hand left, the hair stood up again. He quickly changed the subject, fearing that Bai Yi, the psychopath who had eaten poisonous mushrooms, would really use him to test the gun. Brother Yi, the Black Dragon M300 has a really long range. Thinking back on it now, I'm still a little scared. Luckily, you dealt with Mr. Ing directly at that time. Otherwise, facing a sniper 1,000 meters away, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know how you died. Bai Yi is also very clear about this truth. His time-stopping ability is not omnipotent. The sniper can restrain him to a certain extent because it is difficult for him to detect the bullets fired from 1,000 meters away. If he fails to react in time, he will be killed on the spot. That's why he wanted to keep the Black Dragon M300 and to try to train himself to be a sniper. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you better deal with it. Liu continued, snipers are the most terrifying enemies, hiding in the distance and unable to be seen. Brother Yi, if a sniper wants to kill me, should I run in a straight line or an S-shaped pattern? Straight lines and S-lines are useless. My advice is to stand still and wait for him to have a change of heart. Liu. Chapter 37. Mr. Ing is so strong. At night, the sky is pitch black. The stars seem to be wiped out, and only the bright moon hangs high in the sky. In the camp, a group of soldiers sat on the ground around several campfires, looking at the number plates in their hands with grim expressions. Yes, they were divided into groups by Bai Yi, just like they did when dealing with the Wastelanders before, with 20 people in a group supervising each other, and if anyone ran away, the whole group would die. The officer became the supervisor, and Bai Yi told him that if anyone ran away, he would cut off a piece of his flesh. The frightened officer didn't dare to blink and stared at the soldiers. On the troop carrier, Bai Bai was staring at a gold pocket watch in a daze. The gold pocket watch was a selfless gift from an officer. 10:28. Why isn't it 12 o'clock yet? Ever since he acquired the ability to stop time, he has been looking forward to time passing quickly every day. Currently, the time he can use is less than 1 minute, which makes him very uncomfortable. Especially tonight, we are camping in the wild, because the closer we get to Montenegro, the fewer people there are. There is no town nearby to stay, so we can only camp in the wild. Brother Yi, we can't encounter any more mutant beasts today, right? Liu looked at the pitch-black night, feeling uneasy. He was really afraid of the mutated beasts. In just a few days, he encountered 3 waves of mutated beasts and witnessed hundreds of people dying in front of him. He was considered brave if he didn't have nightmares at night. That shouldn't be possible, right? Bai was also unsure. Black Mountain isn't a zoo. There can't be so many mutant beasts, right? Lord Bay, the officer hesitated. According to data, there was indeed a wildlife park in Montenegro during the civilized era. Bai. Also, usually shelters collect a variety of animals to ensure species integrity. So, ouch. In the dark wilderness, a long wolf howl was heard. You're such a jinx. Bai kicked the officer angrily. He ignored the wailing officer and jumped out of the car. Everyone come, get your weapons, and prepare to fight. As we all know, wolves are social animals. Hearing a wolf howl often means that you are surrounded by a pack of wolves. The soldiers jumped up like frightened birds, quickly picking up their weapons and preparing for battle. In their field of vision, pairs of dark green animal eyes appeared in the dark wilderness in the distance. Bang! A soldier pulled the trigger in panic, and the battle started instantly. Pairs of dark green animal eyes rushed to the area covered by the fire, revealing their true appearance. The gray wolves are more than 2 meters tall, with strong and powerful limbs and sharp claws like hooks. They can leave deep claw marks with a light step on the ground. Their hair is not the solid color of ordinary wolves, but a strange mottled color. The background color is dark gray, with dark red and black stripes in between, just like dried blood intertwined with the night. Dozens of gray wolves rushed over, their eyes full of killing and appetite, their strong limbs stomping on the ground, running with the momentum of thousands of horses galloping. They were moving too fast, and coupled with poor visibility at night, the soldiers' shooting accuracy dropped significantly. In just a moment, the gray wolves rushed in front of them. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Some soldiers were frightened. Some stood there waiting to die, while others turned around and ran away. But how could 2 legs outrun 4 legs? Bai kept shooting and only killed a gray wolf after emptying the magazine. They were quite intelligent and seemed to know the threat of guns, so they would never stop after killing a soldier and would immediately pounce on the next soldier. They were extremely mobile, especially after becoming a mutated beast. The gray wolf, which was already good at running, became even faster, almost leaving after images against the backdrop of the night. At this moment, Bai hated his shooting skills so much that he vowed to practice his shooting skills hard when he had time in the future. In fact, it was not just him. Even these soldiers who had been trained in marksmanship found it difficult to hit the gray wolves at this moment because they were too fast. Damn it, I'll just have to throw in another robotic arm. He used the same trick again, threw a mechanical arm into the wolf pack, and then suddenly fired bang bang. This time I was lucky and the second shot hit the connection of the robotic arm. Boom! A huge flame shot up into the sky, and the deafening explosion knocked over several gray wolves and several soldiers. The attack was effective immediately. Wild beasts are naturally afraid of fire and loud noises, and the explosion of the robotic arm quickly scared away the remaining gray wolves. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no time was wasted. After this battle, the number of soldiers was reduced to more than 50, more than half of whom were injured. Brother Yi, why don't we retreat? I don't think we have to go to Black Mountain. There is more than one shelter. Once my right hand is healed, it won't be too late for us to go to other shelters. Liu covered his right hand with a bandage that was faintly oozing blood with lingering fear. He felt that if this continued, his right hand might never be healed. Watching the gray wolf retreating further away, Bai's eyes darkened. Where are we retreating to? The mutant beasts from Black Mountain have all escaped and are roaming around. If we retreat now, who can guarantee we won't run into them? Black Mountain is actually a bit safer. He had already told Liu about Shelter 189 and planned to make some money from the shelter. Any remnant from the civilized era can be sold at a sky-high price on the black market. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to have thought of something. He grabbed the fallen officer and said coldly, I'm really curious now. How did you dare to enter Black Mountain with your strength? Do you have any secret weapons? The officer was inconsolable. He hurriedly explained, Sir, it's not that we are weak, but that you are too strong. There's really no secret weapon. If there is, it can only be Mr. Ing. Isn't Mr. Ing just a sniper? Is he that strong? Bai Yi was a little confused. He really couldn't see how strong Mr. Ing was. Anyway, he was quite good at bragging and kept talking about killing the 10 kings. Mr. Ing isn't very good in close combat, but he's a master of the gun. With his pistol and sniper skills, he's become the Eagle, one of the 12 zodiac signs. The outside world considers him to be both the strongest and the weakest of the 12 zodiac signs. His strength lies in that as long as he keeps a distance, he can kill any of the 12 zodiac signs. But his weakness lies in that as long as they get close, any of the 12 zodiac signs can also kill him. Take the gray wolves just now, for example. If Mr. Ing were there, he could kill all the gray wolves by himself. Although the gray wolves are fast, they're like turtles in front of Mr. Ying's eagle eyes. With just a submachine gun, he can pierce the eyes of all the gray wolves in 3 seconds. Bai Yi was stunned. No, that guy's so awesome. Using a submachine gun as a sniper rifle? Wait, that's not right. Where the hell is an eagle in the Chinese zodiac? The officer was stunned, obviously not expecting Bai Yi's focus to be so strange. He explained carefully, the 12 zodiacs are an organization affiliated with Apocalypse Technology Company. They're composed of 12 powerful, genetically modified humans. Their names are determined by the direction of their genetic modification, not by their zodiac signs. What about gunfighting? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be some advanced marksmanship. At the moment of firing, the muzzle is swung at high speed, creating a centrifugal force that causes the bullet to deflect. Bullets turning? This is not scientific at all. Chapter 38, Arrival at Montenegro. Bai Yi had also heard of the bullet-turning technique in his previous life, but that only appeared in movies and TV shows. He didn't expect it to exist in reality. He looked at the corpse of the mutated gray wolf on the ground and felt relieved instantly. Forget it, mutated beasts were not scientific anyway, or too scientific, and had long exceeded his level of understanding of science and technology. After all, there are even mechanically modified humans, genetically modified humans, and extraordinary people here. A sniper like Ing is being protected by a bunch of scumbags like you. The officer dared to be angry, but not to speak. What is a rotten fish and shrimp? If you hadn't dismantled my robotic arm, I would have let you see my strength. In fact, the officer was not a weak person, but his ability to stop was too weak, so he could not use the power of his mechanical limbs at all, and they were removed. Sir, Mr. Ing actually doesn't need protection, and we are just cooperating with Mr. Ing. The only way to kill him is to get close. No one can beat him at long range, but in front of those eagle eyes, who else but you can get close to him? Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, in the face of time stop, the strong are no different from ordinary people. They're all immovable targets. The night passed quickly, and fortunately, no mutant beasts appeared after the gray wolf escaped. The time went back to 1 minute and 57 seconds, and Bai Yi felt that he was able to do again. As they continued to move forward, the outline of the Black Mountain gradually appeared in everyone's sight. On the distant horizon, the rolling Black Mountains looked like a giant dragon lying across the earth, with peaks towering into the clouds and the mountains a strange blue-black color, as if they were poisoned. We finally arrived in Montenegro. Liu was overjoyed. Bai Yi curled his lips and said, It's still early. As the old saying goes, if you run too fast, your horse will die. Brother Yi, we are both in the wasteland, so why do you know so many philosophical old sayings? This really hits me hard. Liu was a little depressed. He found that his fighting ability was not as good as Bai Yi's, and he even didn't understand as much truth as Bai Yi. Judging from their age, he is a few years older than Bai Yi, and he has also worked in many casinos and towns, but now he feels like he has wasted his time. Sometimes I even doubt that I, a superhuman, am really useless. He sighed. He had indeed suffered a lot in the past few days. His right hand had not healed yet, and he could only be cool for 3 seconds in a battle. He basically relied on Bai Yi for help. Liu's mentality is like that of a nouveau riche who won a 5 million lottery ticket. He came to the big city with an inflated mindset, but tragically discovered that the money was only enough to buy a toilet in the wealthy area. Bai Yi patted his shoulder and comforted him. Young man, you should have confidence in yourself. Is there any need to doubt this? Liu's face was just filled with emotion. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, his face turned dark. Listen, is this something a human can say? As they moved forward, the black mountain in their sight became clearer and clearer. However, after walking for a whole day, they still had not entered the territory of the Black Mountain. You can imagine how big the Black Mountain is. Fortunately, the mutant beasts did not appear. Perhaps all the mutant beasts that should have run away in Black Mountain had run away. They spent the day peacefully, and when Baez time accumulated to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally arrived in Montenegro. As the saying goes, one cannot see the true face of Mount Lu because one is already in it. This sentence also applies to the majestic Black Mountain. You can still see the whole picture of Black Mountain from a distance. Once you arrive at Black Mountain, all you see is a sea of forest composed of towering trees, just like being in a primeval forest. You can only see a corner of Black Mountain. In the era of catastrophe, not only animals but also plants were deformed. At least in his previous life, Bayi had never seen such spectacular trees. Each tree was nearly 100 meters tall, and the thinnest tree required 5 people to hug it. Black Mountain Forest. Get out of the car. You can't drive on the mountain road. Bayi called out and got out of the car. Considering that there could be danger at any time in the Black Mountains, he distributed guns to the remaining 50 or so people and asked them to lead the way. The soldiers shuttled through the jungle with nervous expressions. They held their guns tightly and looked unconsciously into the depths of the jungle, as if they were afraid that a ferocious mutant beast would jump out in the next second. What made them even more nervous was Bayi behind them. This ragged wasteland boy always pointed the breath of skeletons in his hand at them. More than 50 soldiers walked in front, while Bayi, Li Yu, and the officers walked behind them. The officer's leg was violently installed by Bayi. Although it could not be connected to the neural connection device, it could barely be used as a prosthetic limb. He limped along with the team, his shoulders bare and armless. "Sir, we have arrived at Montenegro. Can you please let me go?" the officer asked cautiously. Baez's unruly gaze swept over, and the officer's heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Sir, I still have more than 1 million in the bank. As long as you let me go, I will give you all the money. You don't have to worry that I will inform Tianchi Company. Even if Mr. Ing dies, the company will not let me go. So I plan to move away and live in another city." Bayi ignored it. It was a nice thought. "Isn't it time for you to use us wastelanders as cannon fodder?" He glanced at the officer coldly, then shifted his gaze to the soldier in front of him. In an instant, his brows furrowed. "Stop." He gave an order to stop everyone. The soldiers looked back blankly, waiting for Hakuno's next order. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Li came over. "One person is missing." Bayi carefully counted the number of soldiers. He clearly remembered that there were still 52 soldiers, but in the blink of an eye, it became 51. A person disappeared silently, and this unknown method made him alert. He is not afraid of open enemies. In his opinion, no matter you are one of the 10 kings or 8 kings or some powerful alien beast, as long as you are a carbon-based creature, you will die when time stops. What he feared most was the unknown, mysterious means, which were impossible to guard against. Even if he stopped time, he couldn't find the enemy. "Someone is missing?" Liu's expression changed slightly. "Could he have run away?" Bayi shook his head. "Although the soldiers have received training, they're still ordinary people. How could they run out of my sight in an instant?" The soldiers also realized that someone had suddenly disappeared from the team, and their expressions became more nervous. "Quiet. People can't just disappear into thin air. Look carefully around for any traces." The soldiers hurried to check, and after searching for a while, one soldier exclaimed, "There's a shoe in the grass." Bayi walked forward and found a bloody shoe in the half-human-high weeds. It was the standard military boots of the Dawn Army. "You, go look in the bushes." He raised his gun and pointed it at the soldier. Chapter 39, Don't worry. They won't let you go even if they become ghosts. The soldier's face turned pale, but due to Baez's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to resist at all and could only walk cautiously into the grass. Rustle, rustle. The constant friction between the military boots and the weeds was a very slight sound, but at this moment it seemed particularly harsh. As we went deeper, we saw more and more bloodstains on the ground, as well as traces of dragging. The traces came to an abrupt end under a big tree. "Sir, the bloodstain stops here," the soldier said in a trembling voice. "Come back." The soldier nodded repeatedly and hurried back. Looking at the people getting closer and closer, he felt a little relieved. But just as he was about to get within 10 meters of the crowd, he suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions: shock, fear, and astonishment. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around tremblingly, and instantly a fear of death came to his mind. I saw a thick green vine hanging down from the tree like a python. On the top of the vine was a huge flower bud. At this moment, the flower bud cracked from the middle, revealing a serrated calyx, like a beast with a bloody mouth full of sharp barbs. Ah! He shouted in panic and ran towards the crowd like crazy, while the thick vine with the carnivorous plant on the top attacked like a living thing, like lightning. It's the man-eating plant. The officer's eyes widened and he cried out, "Shoot!" Bai gave the order decisively. After a brief panic, the soldiers raised their guns and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the dense bullets hit empty space, but the number was large enough to make up for the lack of accuracy. When several bullets hit the cracked bud, the carnivorous plant vine actually made a roar like a wounded beast, and green juice dripped from it, making a sizzling corrosion sound when it fell on the ground. The soldiers were overjoyed to see this, as anything that could be solved with bullets was not a problem. The soldiers regained their confidence, and their shooting skills became more accurate. After a few shots, the vine-shaped carnivorous plant was shot into a sieve and fell to the ground helplessly. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Bayez's voice rang out from a distance. "Why don't you run?" Everyone was stunned, and the next moment, a scene that made them despair appeared. Between the treetops that blocked out the sun, thorny green vines hung down, densely packed together, as if a snake rain was falling in the woods. There are hundreds of green vines, each topped with a carnivorous plant with a bloody mouth. Piranha tree. They fell from the sky, landed accurately on the soldiers' heads, and then swallowed them in one gulp. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Every time a soldier was swallowed by the carnivorous plant, the green vines would shrink rapidly and quickly retreat into the 100-meter-high treetops, apparently to digest it. The gun seemed extremely powerless at this moment. The vines of the carnivorous plants seemed endless. When one was shot down, dozens more would immediately fall from the treetops. A few smart soldiers realized that the big tree was the key, so they raised their guns and shot at the tree. However, facing a 100-meter-high tree that could be surrounded by 10 people, bullets hitting it were like ants gnawing on an elephant, which was completely ineffective. Bai, who had already run to a safe distance, looked at the bloody scene in front of him, his eyelids twitching. "Is this Montenegro? Save me. Sir, save me." The officer with disabled legs had no time to run out of the attack range of the carnivorous plant tree. He lost his balance in panic and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Bai rushed over. The officer was immediately overjoyed. "Thanks. My legs." As soon as he said the word, "thank you," Bai rushed in front of him and swiftly cut off the officer's legs, then ran away holding his legs. "Bai, you bastard, give my legs back to me." Looking at Bayez departing back, the officer's eyes were bloodshot. The next moment, the shadow of death descended from the sky and swallowed it with a bloody mouth. Bai and Liu's physical fitness surpassed that of ordinary people. In addition, there was a group of cannon fodder that distracted the attention of the carnivorous plant tree, so the two of them escaped from the coverage of the carnivorous plant tree in fear rather than joy. After a moment, all the screams stopped abruptly, and hundreds of vines retracted into the treetops. All the soldiers were dead, but there was no corpse on the ground, only pools of blood to prove that they had been here. "Brother Yi," Liu swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. "They are all dead. Only the two of us extraordinary people survived. Don't worry. Even if they become ghosts, they won't let you go." "Huh?" Liu's face turned pale. "It's not Brother Yi. You asked them to come. Why don't you let me go?" "Because even if they turned into ghosts, they couldn't mess with me, so naturally they had to go find you." Bai said perfunctorily and continued to move forward carrying his two mechanical legs. Black Mountain was indeed dangerous, but it could not scare him. He was determined to get the Pangi USB drive. If there is a 50% profit, he will be eager to make a move. If there is a 100% profit, he will dare to take risks. But the Pangi USB flash drive has more than 100% profit. It has 1,000 or 10,000%. The technological crystallization of the civilized era contains not only methods to make people become extraordinary, but also life engineering to prolong life. Each technology is enough to make major forces wage war. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger, but also lost in danger. Strike out the last sentence and don't remember it. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. Liu kept muttering. You were all going to Montenegro anyway. It's only a matter of time before you die in Montenegro. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Yi, wait for me. Two people walked together among the green shade. If you ignore their vigilant expressions, combined with the primitive scenery of the Black Mountain, it seems like they are on a picnic. Brother Yi, don't get so close to the tree. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? This tree is so thin, it's obviously not edible, Bai Yi raised his head speechlessly, looking at a vine of the carnivorous plant hanging down from the treetop, which was staring at him eagerly. Although there are no eyes, it always gives him the illusion of seeing each other's eyes. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Bai Yi was really convinced. He thought that all the carnivorous plant trees should be as thick as the one he saw just now, so he deliberately chose to walk closer to thinner trees along the way, but he didn't expect to encounter it again. Brother Yi, run. Liu acted anxiously. He swung his right hand violently and directly blew up the vine of the carnivorous plant. Why are you running? These trees obviously have brains and know how to sneak attack. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm prey. Bai Yi has his own guess. He thinks these man-eating plant trees should have hunting instincts similar to those of wild beasts. Wild beasts know best how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and they prey on the weak. They hunt according to the strength of the food chain and rarely provoke creatures stronger than themselves. Therefore, you must show your strength at this time to avoid trouble. Chapter 40, I don't know. I saw them hitting the air as soon as I came in. You like to eat it, right? Come and try this mechanical leg. Bai Yi directly threw a mechanical leg next to the big tree. At this time, more and more carnivorous plant vines hung down from the treetops. A hint of violence flashed in his eyes, and his strong physical fitness burst out instantly. He dodged several vine attacks neatly and quickly, then distanced himself from them. His right hand suddenly reached for his waist, his fingers accurately hooked the gun handle, and with a strong pull, the black revolver slid into his palm like a snake. Then he raised his right hand, shook his wrist, and the revolver rotated half a circle in his hand, with the muzzle pointing steadily at the target. His middle finger hooked the gun barrel like lightning, and he pulled it back hard. The brass bullet entered the chamber accurately with a click. Several dark red blood vessels extended from the gun body and pierced into his palm. Immediately, he pulled the trigger with his right index finger. There was a loud bang, flames flew, and bullets whizzed out. All the movements were done in one go, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. And then, missed. Bai Yi's face turned dark. He rolled to avoid the vines that attacked him again and fired another shot. This time he finally hit the target. He performed a gun dance, put the pistol into his waist, turned around and left, and called the Yu who was standing there in a daze. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Boom! A huge flame shot up into the sky, and the sound of the explosion shook the mountains and forests. The green juice of the Venus fly everywhere, and a large hole appeared in the trunk. The flames generated by the explosion ignited the trunk, and in the raging flames, the Venus tree fell to the ground with a loud bang. At the cost of a leg, I successfully got rid of a carnivorous plant tree, thanks to the selfless gift from an unknown officer. Until the officer died, Bai Yi didn't know his last name or first name and never asked, because the dead don't need to know their names. By noon, Bai Yi and the others were no longer harassed by the man-eating plant. What do you think, Lizua? My guess is correct, right? Only when the man-eating plant hurts them will they know who their prey is. A smug look appeared on Bai Yi's lips. Is it possible that we have walked out of the range of the piranha plant? So, absolutely impossible. Bai Yi said firmly. Liu's mouth twitched. Ah, yes, you are right. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint emanating from them. Is it because your right hand is almost healed in the past 2 days, and you feel that you can do it again? No, nothing happened, Brother Yi. Just listen to my explanation. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of intense gunfire saved Liu's right hand. His face changed, and he looked towards the east. There are gunshots. There must be other people who have entered Black Mountain. Those who can come to Black Mountain at this time must be seeking refuge. Brother Yi, the gunfire is so intense, and there are screams. These people must have encountered something difficult. Let's stay away from them. Liu subconsciously regarded these people as competitors and wanted to stay away from trouble. Bai Yi shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Liu, people shouldn't be so selfish. How can you not help your fellow human beings in trouble? Liu was stunned. He blinked several times in a row, trying to see clearly what was on Bai Yi's body. Brother Yi, we don't know them at all, and we're competitors. What's the point of saving them? What if we end up getting ourselves into trouble? Oh, that's shallow, isn't it? When we're out and about, we should help each other. You help me, I help you. Only in this way can society develop harmoniously. I helped them this time, so how can they not help me? Looking at Bayez's malicious smile, Liu suddenly realized, you want them to help you explore the way, just like those soldiers. This boy is teachable. As the old saying goes, those who are righteous have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous have few. Now I save their lives, and then they use their lives to help me explore the way. Isn't it reasonable? Anyway, our destination is Shelter 189 deep in the Black Mountains, and it's on the way for everyone. Bai had a harmless smile on his face. His idea was very simple. There were many unknown dangers hidden in the Black Mountain. If one was not careful, he might not even be able to stop time and die. At this time, the importance of having someone explore the way was reflected. So the two of them sneaked towards the source of the gunshot. When they climbed over a jungle and saw the source of the gunshots, the two were stunned. Bai Yi and Liu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. No, what are they doing? I don't know. When I arrived, I saw this group of people fighting wits and courage with the air. It's no wonder that the two of them were confused, but this group of people was indeed a bit abstract. In a forest, a dozen people in different clothes were firing randomly at the air around them, as if they had a grudge against the air. Brother Yi, do you think they might have eaten poisonous mushrooms? Take out the word Yi. What are these people fighting about? Brother Yi, look at that man wearing a black mask. He looks like a superhuman. Liu exclaimed in a low voice. Bai Yi looked closely and saw a man wearing a black mask and a black windbreaker who stood out in the crowd, like a crane among chickens. This person stood tall and straight with his hands folded across his chest, forming a sharp contrast with the solemn expressions of everyone else. The strangest thing was that the shadow under his feet seemed like a living thing, completely separated from his body and stood up on its own. The strange black shadow waved his hands, and several darts made of shadows broke through the air and shot into the air. Call out! A shadow dart streaked across the sky, and a feather suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone kept turning their heads and looking around. The fierce gunfire stopped. After a moment, they seemed to have confirmed that there was no danger, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. A chubby man in his 20s laughed proudly. Mr. Li Xiao is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is indeed a top-notch transcendent second only to the 10 kings. He was able to knock off a single feather from that beast. It seems that the beast was scared away. A hint of arrogance flashed in the black-masked man's eyes. Second only to? I've never fought against the 10 kings. Why do people have to judge me as inferior to them? The fat man was startled, not expecting his words to hit the horse's leg. He was not embarrassed, but instead followed the other party's words and said, Mr. Li is right. I heard that the tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings, will also come to Black Mountain this time. Maybe he can witness the birth of the new 10 kings then. The eyes beneath the black mask suddenly burned with fighting intent. Li came here for the tyrant, otherwise Boss Gao. You can ask me to do it? The fat man, named Boss Gao, nodded speechlessly, as if he had long been accustomed to Li Zhao's coldness and arrogance. After this battle, the name of Shadow Man will surely be known throughout the world. Li Xiao said proudly, Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this is not the place to talk. I'm worried that the beast will come back again. Let's leave quickly. A middle-aged man with a stubble on his face and holding 2 guns urged. The man was unkempt, wearing a worn cowboy hat and a gun bag, a typical bounty hunter outfit. Chapter 41, The World's Fastest Bird. Yes, you are right, Brother Li. Let's run away quickly. Boss Gao agreed repeatedly and called over the young maid beside him. Kiao Gui. Let's go. Weighing over 200 pounds, he quickly threw himself onto the back of a girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall. The girl, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, had no expression on her face, and her body didn't even tremble, as if she was carrying a goose feather on her back. Behind a big tree in the distance, Li Yu was completely confused. Brother Yi, what the hell are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and then these people are leaving? That extraordinary person looks very powerful. Also, that fat guy is so shameless, actually letting that little girl carry him. The series of questions made by Yi feel overwhelmed. He was too lazy to pay attention to Liu, but stared at the fallen feathers on the ground, feeling that they looked familiar. The feathers are gray-black with black spots and stripes, and the tips are dirty white, which together form a unique pattern. He felt like he had seen such unique feathers in the animal world. Were they? Oh shit, it's a headshot. Liu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, and his body trembled unconsciously because he was too shocked. Baye's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked towards the team of more than a dozen people. He saw one of the team's heads exploded without any warning. That beast is back again. Mr. Li, take action. Screams erupted from the crowd, and the group began shooting into the air again. The shadow behind Li Xiao squirmed and stood up again. He attacked continuously, and more than a dozen strange, pitch-black shadow darts intertwined into a web in the air, spinning rapidly. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out, and the shadow dart seemed to be constantly colliding with some creature, and tiny sparks burst out. At this moment, Bai finally saw what they were fighting about. Not hitting the air, but a peregrine falcon. I didn't see it before because the distance was too far, and the peregrine falcon was too fast to be caught by the naked eye. It was just a flash of black lightning, disappearing in a flash. Now forced by Li Zhao's shadow dart, the peregrine falcon slowed down, and only then could it see the whole picture clearly. It's actually a peregrine falcon, Bai murmured in a low voice. Liu caught a glimpse of the peregrine falcon and quickly asked, "What is a peregrine falcon?" Bai recalled the introduction to Animal World. The peregrine falcon is the second fastest flying bird in the world. Due to its extreme speed, it is known as the stealth bomber among birds. It will rush towards anyone it dislikes and pounce on them. The creatures it targets are often ripped apart before they even see their shadow. Liu was stunned. He had not read many books, so naturally he didn't know that there were creatures like peregrine falcons in the world. With such an incredible speed, it's only ranked second. Then who's the bird ranked first? Bai glanced at him and said calmly, "Of course it's you, my friend, because you only have 3 seconds." Huh? Me? Liu looked confused. After 3 seconds, he realized that he was being implied. He was so angry that he became a little furious. This is a mutant peregrine falcon. It's obviously faster, almost beyond the limit of being caught by the naked eye. This group of people is in danger. Bai looked at the panicked crowd. Just now, another person had his head pierced through. The speed of the mutated peregrine falcon is so fast that it has surpassed that of a bullet. When it flies past the eyes of ordinary people, it cannot even form an image in their retina. After observing for a while, he made up his mind and decided to rescue this group of people. This group of people are quite powerful. The extraordinary person can control shadows, and the petite maid is not an ordinary person either. Just now, in order to protect the fat man, she actually took a peregrine falcon's claw. Apart from shaking her body, she was not injured at all. The middle-aged man holding 2 guns is a good shooter and knows how to fight with guns. There are also several genetically modified people in the team who are obviously a level stronger than the wild boar Tanjia. The fat man is probably just an ordinary person and needs protection from others throughout the whole process. This team is very strong. If they were facing the previous hyenas and gray sparrows, they would definitely be able to crush them easily. Unfortunately, what they are facing now is the mutated peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon's strength is not strong, but its speed is absolutely unparalleled in the world. No matter how strong they are, it will be useless if they cannot hit the peregrine falcon. But the peregrine falcon's extreme speed is nothing to Hakuno. How can it be faster than time, standing still? He thought for a moment and said to Liu, "Lizwa, it's time for you to show off." Huh? Me? Liu opened his mouth wide and pointed at himself, his face full of confusion. Bai smiled mysteriously and whispered something in his ear. "Li Xiao, can you do this? I paid a huge price to ask you to protect me." Boss Gao shouted with cold sweat on his face. He almost died just now. If Xiao Kuei hadn't blocked it for him, he would have died long ago. Seeing that Li Xiao was unable to deal with the peregrine falcon, he no longer cared about being polite. Li Xiao's face looked very ugly, his eyeballs twitching rapidly in his eye sockets. But even so, he could only catch a glimpse of the afterimage of the peregrine falcon. How could he, who was so proud and arrogant, admit that he was just lucky to have knocked off a feather before? "Shut up. Stop arguing. I'm thinking of a way." Li Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He was even thinking about whether he should abandon these people and run away alone. He was going to be one of the 10 kings, so how could he die miserably at the hands of a bird? At this moment, the grass in the distance suddenly shook, and the rustling sound of shoes rubbing against the weeds suddenly sounded. Is someone coming? When Li Xiao and the others noticed the arrival, they were immediately delighted. Anyone who dared to appear in Black Mountain at this time must not be an ordinary person. However, when the real person walked out of the bushes, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Two ragged wastelanders walked out slowly. They looked very strange. One of them carried a mechanical thigh on his shoulder, and the other had a dirty bandage wrapped around his right hand and a large sack in his left hand. The sack was bulging, as if it contained a square box and a lot of miscellaneous things. Two wastelanders. Why are there wastelanders here? Were they captured to explore the way? Along the way, they also saw many people who were capturing wastelanders to explore the Black Mountain. With disaster looming, Boss Gao couldn't think twice and quickly called out to Bai Yi and the others behind him. My friend, I'm Gao Bansheng. My father is Gao Shanhe, the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. If you can help me overcome this difficulty today, I'll reward you handsomely in the future. Everyone waited expectantly for a reply. However, there were only two wastelanders standing there, and the people behind them did not appear. Damn it, Gao Bansheng cursed inwardly. At this moment, the wastelander with a bandage on his right hand said coldly, "How much?" Gao Bansheng was stunned. Could it be that these two weren't just wastelanders? It wasn't that he judged people by appearances, but even the strongest who cared less about appearances wouldn't be dressed as raggedly as Bai Yi and the others, practically running naked. In fact, although their clothes were worn out at the beginning, they could at least cover their bodies. However, they experienced 3 waves of mutant beasts and the attack of the man-eating plant along the way, so the already cheap rags and linen clothes naturally became even more worn. Chapter 42, Pretending to be an Expert. Friend, I'm willing to pay 5 million as long as you can save all of us. Gao Bansheng shouted. A strange look flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He didn't expect that this fat man who looked like a profiteer was actually so righteous that he was willing to spend money to save everyone. Moreover, the fat man claims to be the son of Gao Shanhe. In Beimang, almost no one does not know the name of Gao Shanhe. It is not because he is strong enough, but because he is rich enough. He is recognized as the richest man in Beimang. Even the wastelanders living in a market town have heard his name, because the cockroach protein bars that the wastelanders eat every day are one of Gao Shanhe's industries. A family with 5 million can really afford it. Liu said coldly, "Deal." Then he slowly began to untie the dirty bandage on his right hand, his expression focused and serious, as if he was doing something very important. Gao Bansheng was very anxious. What was going on? Wasn't the deal done? Please help me quickly. Liu didn't even raise his eyelids as he said calmly, "Don't worry. In front of my magic hand, no enemy will be able to escape." Bai Yi was stunned. "No, buddy, are you addicted to pretending? You even designed your own actions and lines." His original intention was to let Liu disguise himself as a master, and then he would use Time Stop to cooperate with Liu to take down the Peregrine Falcon, so as to cover up the Time Stop and reduce his own presence. Although he is a god of the new era, he also knows how fragile his mortal body is. Not to mention, if someone sniped him from behind, he might not be able to react in time and use the time freeze technique. The ability to stop time makes him invincible in head-on confrontations, but he is most vulnerable to sneak attacks. He is not afraid of a head-on confrontation with the 10 Kings, and a sneak attack from behind on an ordinary person with a gun is enough. These strangers in front of me are not weaklings, so I have to be careful when traveling with them. So he let Liu, the extraordinary man, stand in front of the stage to attract attention, and he could cover for him secretly. However, he didn't expect that Liu's pretense was so slow and awkward. Bai Yi quickly winked at him, meaning to say, "Stop pretending. Who are you going to ask for money when someone dies?" When Liu saw Bai Ye's affirmative look, he immediately felt confident. Sure enough, Brother Yi also recognized my acting skills, and for a moment he pretended even harder. Due to the distance, Gao Bansheng and others could not see the eye contact between the two. They could only see Liu meticulously untying the bandage with no intention of taking any action, which made them feel disappointed. Li Xiao snorted coldly. "It's already late, and you're still counting on 2 wastelanders? I've temporarily restrained this beast, but my shadow won't last long. I'll have your maid carry you on her back and take you away first. Don't worry, you won't die with me here, but you'll need to pay extra money afterwards." Gao Bansheng glanced at the others around him and gritted his teeth. "What about them? Li is only responsible for protecting you. Others have nothing to do with me." Li Xiao said coldly, a typical high emotional intelligence speech. He did not say that he could not protect others, but emphasized that the protection target was only one person. Gao Bansheng became more and more hesitant. At this moment, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the Wastelander who was removing the bandages was actually walking straight towards him. As he moved forward, in front of everyone's eyes, the bandage on his right hand fell off little by little. When the blood-stained bandage scattered on the ground like a snake, a pale right hand reappeared in the light of day. The whiteness was very eye-catching, one shade whiter than his own skin color. Hiss! Liu took a deep breath and said, "Damn, it's been tied too tight on normal days and I can't even bleed." Liu, who had untied the seal, moved his rusty right hand, took the steps of a strong man, and walked leisurely into the Peregrine Falcon's attack range. The sound of gunfire and the whistling of shadow darts seemed to echo the cheers of his entrance. "Sir, be careful. This beast is extremely fast." Gao Bansheng subconsciously reminded him when he saw that he was so arrogant and didn't even have a weapon. "Oh, how fast?" Liu raised his right hand expressionlessly. Bai Yi, who was almost digging out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, immediately made a move. Time stopped. He really couldn't stand it anymore. When would he change this habit of embarrassing others? A huge golden dial appeared under Bai Yi's feet. He tapped his toes lightly, and the gears of time made a slight clicking sound, creating a layer of golden ripples. Buzz. Mysterious time, fluctuations shroud the world. The wind stopped in the forest. The fallen leaves were suspended in the air, and the whistling bullets and shadow darts were frozen. The originally lively crowd now seemed to have turned into a still photo taken by a camera. Also standing still was the mutated peregrine falcon, which looked like a black lightning. Its body was half a meter long, and its black and gray wings were folded at its sides. It suddenly stopped above everyone's heads like a cannonball, and its sharp beak flashed with a cold metallic light. In this absolutely still world, a ragged wasteland boy travels through the cracks of time. He is the only one who can interact with everything in time. Every step you take is like shattering a mirror, but it is then pieced back together into a complete stillness behind you. Bai Yi came near the mutated peregrine falcon, took a run up, jumped up, and easily took the peregrine falcon down. Looking at the peregrine falcon in his hand that looked like a specimen, he simply broke its wings and stuffed it into Liu's outstretched magic hand. Done. Hakuno quickly returned to his original position, and time resumed. Buzz. The mysterious time fluctuations dissipated, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Everyone's consciousness still stayed at the moment when Liu said that sentence. "Oh, how fast!" The next moment, everyone saw a black shadow suddenly frozen in midair, and the originally fierce gunfire stopped abruptly with the appearance of the black shadow. Their pupils contracted violently, and they stood there as if petrified, as if time had once again stopped. They stared in amazement at the peregrine falcon in midair, which was held tightly by an invisible giant hand. Its ferocious head kept shaking and struggling, and it let out bursts of painful and sharp roars. Because the struggle was too intense, many gray and black feathers fell off. How is this possible? Shadow Man Li Xiao was shocked. As someone who had personally fought against the mutated peregrine falcon, he was naturally very clear about the other party's speed that exceeded the limit of vision. The speed was so fast that even his Shadow Dart couldn't catch up. Shadow Dart was a product of extraordinary ability that had no weight and could ignore air resistance. A solemn look flashed across his eyes, and he silently adjusted Liu's rating to the same level as himself. Others were not as confident as Li Xiao. They just found it unbelievable. No one expected that this ragged wastelander could subdue the mutated peregrine falcon in an instant. Chapter 43, it turns out that the 10 kings are in person. Liu was equally confused. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the mutated peregrine falcon in his hand. "No, what's going on? Why did the peregrine falcon crash into my hand the moment I raised my hand? Brother Yi just asked me to show off, but he didn't say I had to show off to such an extent." At this moment, Liu's figure suddenly became mysterious and tall in the eyes of everyone. In their eyes, they only saw the alienated peregrine falcon that made them and others run for their lives being grabbed by a wastelander. In an instant, is this wastelander also a transcendent? What kind of ability does he have? Telekinesis? I thought it would be so fast, but it turns out to be just this fast. Liu reacted quickly and maintained his aloof personality, his tone mixed with 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of arrogance, 3 parts of sarcasm, and 1 part of disdain. He loosened his right hand, and the mutant peregrine falcon, which was squeezed to death, fell to the ground. Bang! The scarlet bullet shot out, accurately piercing the head of the mutated peregrine falcon, and blood splattered. Bai Yi silently put away the breath of skeleton. This was an agreement between him and Li Yu. He would be the one to deliver the final blow. After all, it was an alien beast after all, and its energy and blood could not be wasted. Taboo. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't expect that these two wastelanders were not ordinary people. They had misjudged them. Feeling the fresh blood and energy coming in, Bai Yi was suddenly startled. He found that there was something wrong with the blood and energy provided by the mutated peregrine falcon. Too little. Logically speaking, the strength of the mutated peregrine falcon far exceeds that of all the mutated beasts seen before. Even the hyena king is no match for the mutated peregrine falcon, and the blood and energy it can provide is only equivalent to that of 10 gray sparrows, which is equivalent to mistering before. Wait, could it be? Bai Yi understood instantly that this was the upper limit of the chi and blood that Breath of Skeletons could provide. The chi and blood of 10 gray sparrows was already the limit. No matter how many more powerful mutant beasts were killed, the chi and blood it provided would only be this much. Breath of Skeletons is like a bottle, and the mutant beast is the water source. Whether you use the bottle to fill water from a stream or from the sea, the result is the same. In the end, you can only fill up one bottle. No wonder Breath of Skeleton is only a snake-level taboo item. If it could plunder the blood and chi of others without limit and feed back to the user, it would probably be dragon level. Thank you for your help. May I ask your name? Gao Bansheng was the first to come back to his senses. He hurriedly bowed to Li Yu and asked. Li Yu glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, Magic hand. Li Yu. Magic hand, Li Yu? Everyone's brains were working rapidly. After searching around, they couldn't find any information about the magic hand. This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, such a strong person couldn't be unknown. Could he be a local? Thank you, Mr. Li and this young brother, for saving my life. By the way, what is this young brother's name? Gao Bansheng looked at Bai Yi again. Hakuno. Gao Bansheng hurriedly said, My name is Gao Bansheng. My father is Gao Shanhe, the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li, brother Xiao Bai. The others came to their senses and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The middle-aged man holding 2 guns said gratefully, I am Li Beitian, the double gun, and I'm a bounty hunter. Thank you for saving my life. If you need any help in the future, I, Li Beitian, will do my best to help you, and I will definitely not charge any compensation. My name is Shohu from Hejian. Quick Gun. Rattlesnake. People sparsely announced their names to express their gratitude. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of pride. With your strength, you are not among the 10 kings. It shows that people in the world are blind. Magician Li Yu, you are quite capable. You will definitely have a place among the 10 kings in the future. It seems that this trip to Black Mountain will not be boring. There was a hint of mutual appreciation between the strong and Li Xiao's words. His cold and arrogant gaze fell on Li Yu through the black mask on his face, as if Li Yu was the only one among these people who caught his eye. Li Yu was stunned. Who are you if not my brother? Do we know each other? He glanced at Bai Yi out of the corner of his eye, hoping to get some instructions from him. After all, Bai Yi had only told him to pretend to be a master without giving too many details. He didn't know how to deal with this seemingly powerful transcendent. At this time, Bai Yi was feeling depressed about the energy and blood provided by Breath of Skeleton and did not notice Li Yu's request for help. Li Yu's scalp tingled. This was his first time being a strong person. Could anyone tell me how strong people should talk to each other? After thinking for a moment, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and maintain his image as a ruthless and taciturn person. He said coldly, Who are you? Li Xiao's lips curled up into a sharp smile, and he said proudly, Shadow Man Li Xiao. Movie star Li Xiao? Never heard of him. Li suddenly felt confused. He had just become a superhuman. He used to be a wastelander hanging around in low-end circles. Naturally, he didn't know any famous superhumans. The only 2 he knew were the Silent Court where the Night Girl was, and the other was the 10 Kings. The 10 Kings still listened to Bai Yi. This shadowy figure, Li Xiao, is also mentioning the 10 Kings. From the sound of it, it seems that he agrees that I can also become one of the 10 Kings. Could it be that? Li Yu suddenly realized and immediately replied, So, it's the 10 Kings in person. Li Xiao's expression froze, his lips trembled, and he was speechless for a moment. The rest of the people looked at each other, and the atmosphere became strange for a moment. Li Xiao's expression was obscured by the black mask. but his eyes kept changing. After a long pause, he murmured, "I'm not. It's over. This is so embarrassing." Even the 10 kings admitted their mistakes. Won't his image as a strong man collapse now? Embarrassedly, you had no idea what to say, so he could only try his best to keep a cold face and said, "Oh, stiffly. Oh, what's your attitude? I'm not the 10 kings, and you're too lazy to even say a word?" Li Yu's behavior was a naked provocation in Li Zhao's eyes. What did he mean? I praise you for being among the 10 kings, and you mock me in return? Knowing clearly that my name is not among the 10 kings, you deliberately address me as one of the 10 kings. Isn't the subtext to say that since I'm not even one of the 10 kings, what qualifications do I have to judge? If Li Yu knew what Li Xiao was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. He really didn't mean to provoke him. It was you who kept talking about the 10 kings, and even said that you were among the 10 kings, as if you could decide the position of the 10 kings. There was even a hint of disdain for the 10 kings in your words. You are so arrogant, aren't you? Chapter 44. Just look at the innerwear right away. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly weird. At this moment, Gao Bansheng suddenly smiled and took out a check, breaking the deadlock. "Mr. Li, this is a check for 5 million. Please take a look." A check for 5 million almost exposed Li Yu, who was pretending to be an expert. He had never seen so much money in his life. He pursed his lips tightly, afraid of laughing out loud. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Bai Yi intervened and took the money directly. He also said with a smile, "Just give it to me. Mr. Li doesn't like such vulgar things." The corner of Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a pain in his heart. Who said I don't like it? I just like vulgar things. He knew that once the money got into Brother Ye's hands, he would definitely not even give him 100, so his acting would be in vain. Gao Bansheng nodded repeatedly and handed it over respectfully. Seeing the money was accepted, Gao Bansheng's expression relaxed, and he said with a hearty smile, "Are you two going to shelter 189? Li Yu nodded coldly. "That's great. We're going to shelter 189 too, so why don't we go together?" To be honest, our team was put together at the last minute. Except for Li Xiao and my maid Xiao Kuei, the rest of our companions were also people we met along the way. They are all bounty hunters with special skills. Since we have the same destination, I simply invited them to come with me so that we can take care of each other along the way. Meeting is fate. Why don't you two join us? Furthermore, if you two obtain good things from the previous era in the shelter, you can save the time of finding buyers. No need to find a buyer? Bai Yi was a little confused. Gao Bansheng smiled confidently. "Because I'm the best buyer, Brother Xiaobai, I am not bragging. The price I offer is definitely the highest." "Do you know why I'm called Bansheng?" Bai Yi glanced at him suspiciously. "Could it be that you always only do things halfway, so they're all half-finished products, so that's why they're called half-finished?" "That's right, that's it, huh?" Gao Bansheng was stunned and even laughed out of anger. If it weren't for Li Yu's face, he would have had a good argument with him. "Brother Xiaobai, you're joking. It's half of a city, not a semi-finished product. One of the cities controlled by the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce is called Wangwenjing. When I was born, my father gave me half of Wangwenjing, so I was named Gao Bansheng." After saying that, he smiled politely, box. Damn, the laughter of rich people. When Bai Yi heard the laughter, he knew that Gao Bansheng was definitely not lying. Even if his net worth was less than 100 million, he wouldn't be able to laugh like that. "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Gao Bansheng asked. Li had already known Bai Ye's plan, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded expressionlessly. Seeing Li Yu agreed, everyone immediately looked happy. Who doesn't want to have a master accompany them? The group set off happily. With the addition of Magic Hand Li Yu and Bai Yi, everyone's expressions were obviously not as tense as before, and many people took the opportunity to get close to Li Yu. After all, in this wasteland, being able to get to know a strong man, even just saying a few words, is something you can brag about in the tavern in the future, especially for bounty hunters like Li Beitian with 2 guns. Bounty hunters are a loose organization making a living in the wasteland, specializing in solving various problems for employers who issue tasks, such as assassination, hunting, and even acting as mercenaries for major forces. They all live on the edge of life. Apart from completing missions, they usually hang out in taverns. In order to maintain his image as a strong man, Li Yu was taciturn throughout the journey, and only occasionally exchanged a few words with Bai Yi in a low voice. He was afraid that saying too much would expose his lowly identity as a wastelander. Not only were the people not annoyed by this, but they became even more eager, as if they felt that this was what the strong should be like. This made fellow filmmaker Li Xiao feel very uncomfortable. Before Li Yu appeared, this was the treatment only he could enjoy. But with the appearance of Li Yu, everything changed. Even his employer Gao Bancheng began to call him by his name. This made Li Xiao secretly swear, "When I defeat the tyrant Yang Jie and become the new top 10 kings, I will make you unable to reach me." He didn't go looking for trouble with Li Yu. Firstly, because Li Yu wasn't one of the 10 kings, it would be useless even if he won. Secondly, he couldn't lose face. After all, he had just received help from Li Yu, even though he didn't ask for it. "Brother Yi, that money," Li Yu said with his lips slightly moving at the end of the team. "Money? What money? Where does the money come from? Why is Mr. Li talking nonsense?" Bai Yi lied with his eyes open. "Brother Yi, I'm still cooperating with you and acting even though my hand is broken. You can't even deduct the salary of a disabled person. I'm glad you enjoyed your performance. I'm glad I didn't ask you for money." Li was about to say something else, but saw Gao Bancheng coming over, so he quickly shut up and pretended to be cool. "Brother Xiaobai, you have already taken in a forbidden object at such a young age. Your future is limitless." Gao Bancheng's fat face was full of smiles. Seeing that Li Yu was indifferent to everyone, he tried to get close to Bai Yi. Bai Yi said with a fake smile on his face, "I'm not as good as Boss Gao. I even have a maid's back when I walk. I hope my little arms and legs don't get broken again." He glanced at the maid Xiao Kuei, who was carrying Gao Bancheng on her back. The petite girl never said a word, but just silently carried Gao Bancheng forward. Her white porcelain face was as delicate as a doll. Bai Yi really wanted to ask, "Were you seen by Fatty Gao when you were killing someone?" Gao Bancheng didn't seem to notice Bai Ye's sarcasm. He said with a smile, "Brother Xiaobai, you misunderstood me. Although I, Gao Bancheng, am rich, I never bully others." "What about her?" Bai Yi pointed at the maid, Xiao Kuei. Gao Bancheng smiled slightly. "Oh, she is not human." Hiss. Bai Yi took a deep breath and his eyes widened unconsciously, as if he had just gotten to know the fat man in front of him anew. "It still has to be you." This is what a capitalist can say. He originally thought that his bottom line was low enough, but he didn't expect to meet Gao Bancheng today. It really is true that there is always someone lower than you. "Brother Xiaobai, please look." Gao Bancheng's chubby hand reached out to Xiao Kuei's collar and pulled it down. "Holy shit, is this something I can see without paying? Are you going to see the inner layer right away?" Bai Yi quickly widened his eyes and looked intently. But he was stunned. A cold silver-white metallic light almost blinded his eyes. My eyes. I'm going to get sty." The silver gleaming metal shell is exposed to the air, with precise threads and circular patterns nested layer by layer. In those tiny grooves, as Xiao Kuei moves, ripples of light will appear, just like liquid mercury flowing under the skin. This metallic bra is quite unique. Gao Bancheng was stunned. "What the hell is this metal style? Are you crazy?" Chapter 45, Qi and Blood Martial Arts. Brother Xiaobai, you're joking. This isn't underwear. It's Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei isn't a human, but a robot. It's a robot left over from before the cataclysm. Someone found it in a shelter, and I later bought it. Bai Yi was secretly surprised. A robot? Such an advanced robot? He felt more and more that this world was distorted. Many people couldn't even afford to eat, but the rich even had bionic robots in their hands. By the way, Brother Xiaobai, I see that you have good physical fitness and no signs of having been injected with genetic drugs. Have you practiced the Qi and blood martial arts? Or are you a transcendent? Gao Bancheng saw that Bai Yi could easily keep up with the pace of the crowd without changing his expression or heartbeat, and his physical fitness was obviously better than that of ordinary people. So he asked this question. Qi and blood martial arts? Bai Yi was not unfamiliar with this term. His previous friendly exchanges with the officers had allowed him to learn a lot of knowledge, including Qi and blood martial arts. It sounds mysterious, but it is actually very ordinary. To put it simply, it is to exercise the body with breathing techniques. After the catastrophe, the survivors also underwent a certain degree of alienation. Although they looked no different from ordinary people, they had something called Qi and blood in their bodies, which was a kind of biological energy. Studies have shown that people before the catastrophe actually had Qi and blood energy, but it was hidden in the body and not revealed. The alienation caused by the catastrophe simply stimulated the Qi and blood. After so many years of development, people have continuously studied and applied Qi and blood, and eventually formed Qi and blood martial arts. It is not the martial arts secrets in martial arts novels, but a method of mobilizing the Qi and blood in the body with a specific breathing frequency exercising it, and then continuously strengthening the chi and blood to obtain physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. It's okay, even if you don't use breathing techniques. As long as you have adequate nutrition and continue to exercise, your chi and blood will continue to grow, making your body stronger and stronger. Breathing techniques can only improve efficiency. Chi and blood martial arts are also called civilian martial arts. Everyone can practice it, just like everyone can do fitness. However, if you want to achieve success, you need to put in a lot of effort, and in the end, you are not as powerful as a shot from a genetically modified person. There's a popular saying in the wasteland: the poor rely on hard work, chi, blood, and martial arts, and the rich rely on technology, genetic modification, mechanical modification. As for the extraordinary people, regardless of their wealth, it all depends on talent and luck. Bai Yi thought for a moment and replied, chi and blood martial arts. He was not a superhuman, nor did he use acupuncture or mechanical modification. He just relied on forbidden objects to plunder some chi and blood. Strictly speaking, this could be considered as chi and blood martial arts. He, Brother Xiaobai, is indeed a hero born young. It's difficult for anyone without great perseverance to achieve success in the chi and blood martial arts. It's clear that Brother Xiaobai has lofty ambitions. Gao Banqing's high emotional intelligent speech made Bai Yi look sideways. He thought, how can you praise this? Is this really forced praise? Everyone knows that the chi and blood martial arts is a path chosen by those poor people who have nowhere else to go. Most people practice chi and blood martial arts for their entire lives, but in the end, they are no better than a genetically modified person who gets pricked with an injection. As everyone walked along, chatting, they felt like they were on an outing in this dangerous Black Mountain. Bai Yi, who was mixed in the team, felt more and more wise. They were already halfway through the journey and expected to reach the vicinity of Shelter 189 tomorrow. The reason why they acted so quickly was really thanks to Gao Banqiang, Li Xiao, and others. Gao Banqing had the Black Mountain map that he had obtained at a high price, which helped them avoid many detours. Li Xiao didn't know what was wrong with him. He seemed eager to show his strength in front of Li Yu. He didn't need anyone else to help him along the way. Whenever he encountered an alien beast or an alien plant, he would definitely take the lead and kill it with all kinds of showy skills. After killing him, he had to look back at Li Yu. At night, the already quiet Black Mountain fell into complete silence. The only sound was the slight crackling of burning firewood. Bai Yu was roasting rabbit meat by the fire, looking very comfortable. I save a lot of time today, he... 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This is the time he has left. Since joining the team, he has never used time freeze again, and all crises have been resolved by others. He took out his gold pocket watch and looked at it. There were 3 more hours left, and another minute would be credited to his account. Please don't let anything happen. Don't let me waste any more time. Just spend this night peacefully. Hakuno prayed while eating the rabbit, and then nothing really happened. The next morning, everyone set off again. Along the way, Bai Yu was slightly dazed. He hadn't encountered any danger at all. The forest at night was the most dangerous, and not encountering any danger at all made him feel a little unreal. He even suspected that his rabbit meat was poisoning and he was hallucinating. Before coming to Black Mountain, I wished I could have 3 waves of mutant beasts a day. During the casual chat with Gao Banqiang, Bai Ye's doubts were answered. Chapter 46, What Panga Plan? It's just a dying fantasy. After the Dawn City Army discovered Shelter 189, they sent troops to Black Mountain several times to clear out. The mutant beasts here died or fled, and the threat level was greatly reduced. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come here. Bai Yi nodded. This made sense. The previous attack on the Grey Earth town by the mutant beasts was ultimately the fault of Dawn City. Then why haven't we seen any troops from Dawn City along the way? Gao Banqiang smiled and said, because most of the troops have withdrawn. Withdrawn. Mobilizing the army is no simple matter. The food problem alone is enough to give people a headache. Moreover, the dangers of Black Mountain are not limited to the mutant beasts that are obvious, but also include poisonous insects, poisonous miasma, etc. The various invisible threats are the most deadly. Although Dawn City is powerful, it is impossible to inject genetic drugs into all soldiers. After all, trained soldiers are just ordinary people. They can use guns and ammunition to drive away alien beasts, but it is difficult for them to survive in Black Mountain for a long time. I heard that Dawn City was unable to open the door of Shelter 189, and the noise was too loud, which led to the leak of the news. Various forces, including some extraordinary organizations, bounty hunters, etc., flocked to the city, and everyone wanted to get a piece of the pie in the shelter. Dawn City is backed by Apocalypse Technology Company. Although it is powerful, it is impossible to offend everyone at the same time. Therefore, it no longer blocks Black Mountain, leaving only a group of elite warriors in Black Mountain, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this point, Gao Banqing's face showed a hint of sarcasm. In my opinion, it is clear that Tianchi Company knows that it cannot open the door of the shelter, so it allows capable people from all over Beimang to come here and use the power of others to open the shelter. Once the door is opened, it will be time for Tianchi Company to show its fangs. After all, Black Mountain is within the sphere of influence of Apocalypse Company. Unless all the major forces tear each other apart and really start an all-out war, who can snatch him from this small piece of land? Baiye's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that this rich, fat man had some intelligence. This was indeed the plan of Apocalypse Company. He had already learned about it from Mr. Ng. At the beginning, Mr. Ng said that only the tyrant Yang Jia could open Shelter 189, and after opening the door, he would snipe Yang Jia. Since you know what Tianchi Company is planning, why did you get involved in this mess? Gao Bansheng chuckled, the fat on his face shaking from being thrown on Xiaokuei's back. The goal of Tianchi Company is the Panga Project. As for the other things in the shelter, they won't be too concerned. Various forces have sent people to Black Mountain. Can they really kill everyone for some small things? In other words, as long as we don't try to get involved in the Panga Project, we won't have a direct conflict with Apocalypse Company. You're quite open-minded. You can even resist the temptation of the Panga Project. What the hell is this Panga Project? It's all just rumors, in my opinion. Brother Xiao Bai, do you know how many times this Panga Project has been released? Bai Yi was stunned. How many times? Gao Bansheng stretched out 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. Nima. Bai Yi's heart sank instantly. If there was no Panga USB flash drive in Black Mountain, wouldn't my time have been wasted? 5 times in total. This thing is a huge scam. Shelter 112, Shelter 134, Shelter 181, and 2 others I can't remember. Anyway, when these shelters were created, they all said they were the breeding ground for the Panga Project. But it turned out to be all bullshit. In my opinion, there is no such thing as a Pango plan in this world. It is just a fantasy of people in the civilized era before they die. If, as the rumors say, the Pango Project possesses the power to create the universe, why would civilization have perished? Baiye's other half also felt disappointed. He even felt that Gao Bansheng was right. In an era when civilization was broken, decision-makers might really weave a lie called hope in order to preserve the human race. Wait, even if the Panga Project is fake, the Panga USB drive should be real, right? It's impossible for civilized humans not to preserve such precious knowledge. Phew, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's someone ahead. Li Beitian, who was walking in front, exploring the way, suddenly lowered his body and signaled everyone to be quiet. Is anyone there? Bai Yi followed the crowd, and it was not surprising to meet people in Montenegro. After all, they were almost at Shelter 189, and there would definitely be more and more people. There are 2 groups of people confronting each other. Li Baitian whispered. The experienced bounty hunter took out a tactical telescope from somewhere and began to observe silently. One group consists of 8 people, all dressed in the same uniform. They must be part of the same bounty hunting team. The other group consists of only one person, a young man with 4 swords slung over his back. Let me see. Bai Yi wanted to pass the telescope. The others were also curious, but due to Li Yu's power, they had to let Bai Yi look first. With the help of the telescope, Bai Yi quickly saw the 2 groups of people that Li Beitian mentioned. The young man carrying 4 swords was holding a ginseng with fresh soil on it, which must have been dug out not long ago. Another group of 8 people pointed their guns at the young man, and both sides seemed to be talking about something. Bai Yi roughly judged from their mouth shapes that they seemed to be fighting over ginseng. Brother Xiao Bai, let me take a look too. Gao Bansheng's face was full of impatience, like a spectator who loves to join in the fun. Bai Yi gave him the telescope and said to everyone, they must have found a ginseng in the Black Mountain and started a dispute. At this moment, Gao Bansheng exclaimed, I know the man carrying 4 swords. He is the sword master Xiao Yi. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in them. The Transcendent, who has a bounty of 85 million on him from the East Continent Federation. The swordsman, Xiao Yi? Gao Bansheng nodded, looking somewhat excited. No one knew what he was excited about. He handed the telescope to Li Xiao and said, "It's him. 85 million." Li Yu, who always pretended to be an expert, almost couldn't hold back when he heard this astronomical figure. If Bai Yi beside him hadn't coughed lightly to remind him, his character would have collapsed. Bai Yi was not unfamiliar with the East China Federation that Gao Banqing mentioned. To be precise, everyone living in this wasteland knew about the East China Federation. The continent they live on is Dongzhou. The Dongzhou Federation is the highest ruling body in Dongzhou, and it was jointly established by various forces to maintain balance. Although it seems to be supreme, its management of various places is actually very loose, and each major force is its own king. As for the bounty, it was a conspiracy specially implemented by the East Continent Federation in order to divide the unruly, extraordinary people, genetically modified people, and other beings with powerful military forces. Since ancient times, heroes have used force to break the law. In this era of catastrophe, these extraordinary people and genetically modified people are even more so. To maintain their rule, the Federation has established a series of strict regulations for this type of people, such as prohibiting them from using their extraordinary abilities for profit, not being able to display them in front of ordinary people, and being subject to monthly supervision. Anyone who violates the law will be rewarded. Chapter 47. Wait a minute. Stop. After being put on the bounty list, you not only need to be on guard against the Federation, but also against other extraordinary people and genetically modified people who are willing to exchange your life for money. As they're on guard against each other, it is naturally difficult for these people to unite. It is very simple to avoid being put on the bounty list. That is to join the major forces and serve as a dog for those big men, and you'll be exempted. Strictly speaking, extraordinary people like Li Yu are also federal wanted criminals, but they are not well known now, so there is no reward. This is a blatant conspiracy. A single decree makes it difficult for ordinary supernatural beings to grow stronger. Some mentally ill supernatural beings are even proud of the high bounty amounts, and specifically challenge those with higher bounties than their own, and then increase their own bounties. I've been looking for him for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet him in Montenegro today. Li Xiao said coldly. Do you have a grudge against him? Gao Banqing was puzzled. Haven't you heard of him? Li Xiao put down the telescope. No grudge. And you? Humph. He just happened to kill the second generation of a big family, and yet he was given a bounty of 85 million. That's 20 million more than what Li paid. It's truly a time when heroes are rare, and a scoundrel gets to become famous. Gao Banqing. Hakuno. Look, someone with a mental illness has appeared. Li Xiao. I didn't hire you to find trouble everywhere. Gao Banqing said anxiously. Don't worry. Li Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. One of the 10 kings is about to arrive. A mere swordsman is not enough to arouse my interest. Bai Yi on the side was secretly surprised. He had discovered that Li Xiao, the pretentious guy, only had the 10 kings in his eyes, and no one else was in his eyes. He seldom spoke on weekdays, but when he spoke, he would always mention the 10 kings. Boss Gao, what should we do now? Should we take a detour or? Li Beitian asked. Gao Banqing smiled broadly. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't stand the sight of bloodshed. Naturally, I have to stop this conflict. Deep in the woods, the sword-wielding man, Xiao Yi, wore a green ancient-style robe and faced the 8 gunmen with a calm expression. Everyone, I was the first to discover this century-old ginseng. Please give it to me. You said you were the one who discovered it first. Even though I, Black Panther, have lost an eye, my new metal prosthetic eye works better than a human eye. It was clearly me who saw it first, but you beat me to it. A burly man holding a shotgun said fiercely. One of his eyes was a metal prosthetic eye that was flashing a cold red light. Boy, as long as you hand over the ginseng, we won't fight you. Black Panther did not rob directly. He was not as knowledgeable as Gao Banqing and did not know Xiao Yi's background. He only knew that anyone who could come to Black Mountain alone must not be an ordinary person. If it were an ordinary day, he would definitely not provoke such a person, but profit is a temptation. That 100-year-old ginseng is not an ordinary medicinal herb, but an alienated medicinal herb. After taking it, it can increase qi and blood, strengthen the body, and is a rare commodity on the black market and is very valuable. Faced with obvious benefits, and with the fact that they had more people and were not weak, they naturally had the confidence to take risks. Well, let's get started. Xiao, he held his forehead with his hand, his handsome face showing helplessness. A fierce look flashed in Black Panther's eyes. Several people looked at each other and loaded their bullets. They were about to shoot. At this moment, Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, "Wait! Haha! Now you know you're afraid." Black Panther just laughed out loud, and his face changed drastically the next moment. Clang! A crisp sword sound was heard, and a cold light suddenly flew out from behind Xiao Yi. It was a sword forged with ancient methods, flying towards the Black Panther like a white silk thread. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change, because the sword was not controlled by anyone at all. It was like it was equipped with automatic cruise control and flew in front of the Black Panther in the blink of an eye. Swish! The shotgun in Black Panther's hand broke into two pieces. The broken shotgun fell to the ground with a dull sound. Xiao Yi smiled and waved his hand, and the sword flew back into the scabbard behind him. Looking at the dumbstruck people, he smiled and said, "Do you still want to fight?" Black Panther's expression changed again and again. "Despicable. You just said, 'Wait a minute,' but then you attacked me by surprise. What a despicable act." "No, no." Xiao Yi smiled and shook his head. "The 'wait a minute' I just said is not the 'wait a minute' you understand, but this sword of mine. The name of the sword is 'Wait a Minute.' Fuck you." Black Panther was furious, feeling that he was being teased. His strong body suddenly exerted force. His muscles continued to bulge, and a layer of fine black hair grew wildly. He was on all fours with his back raised high, like a leopard crawling on the ground, ready to pounce. At this critical moment, Bai Yi and others appeared on the scene. Gao Banqing jumped off Xiao Kuei and shouted, "Stop!" When Black Panther saw so many people suddenly appear, a hint of vigilance and fear flashed in his eyes, and he stopped his attack. Xiao Yi also looked over and smiled, and nodded to Gao Banqing and others. Clang! The other sword behind Xiao Yi was instantly unsheathed and rushed out like a stream of light. "You dare to launch a sneak attack." Black Panther's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so shameless that he was always thinking about a sneak attack. However, the shock and anger in his eyes soon turned into fear because the sword light was infinitely magnified in his field of vision, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his whole body, causing him to become briefly stiff. Gao Banqing's face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so disrespectful. But at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. The sword that was piercing the Black Panther's head stopped 5 centimeters away from his eyeball. Black Panther came back to his senses as if waking from a dream, and hurriedly took a few steps back, only to see Xiao Yi appear in front of him without him knowing when, holding the hilt of the sword tightly in his right hand. "Huh." Xiao Yi let out a long breath, then said in fear, "It was almost there, but luckily I made it in time." His words left everyone confused. What was he doing? He turned around and glanced at Gao Banqing with a hint of resentment. "Don't shout the word stop casually. This sword of mine means stop." "Gao Banqing, what the hell is this?" "Wait a minute. Stop." What kind of good person would name their sword like that? Bai Yi was also stunned. He didn't understand why the extraordinary people were so abstract. Could it be that they all had the potential to become mentally ill after being awakened by mental stimulation? Li Xiao loves to show off. Xiao Yi is an old silver coin. Liu is a big idiot. There's no normal person at all. Your other two swords don't make any noises. So wait a moment and stop. Bai Yi blurted out. Xiao Yi was shocked. "How do you know?" Clang! Another sword was unsheathed from behind him, and he hurriedly pressed it down, his face flushing red before he finally pressed it down. Chapter 48, My Father Gao Shanha. Huh, don't shout anymore, little brother. It could kill people. But you're only half right. The sword just now said wait, but the last sword didn't stop. Bai Yi looked strange and had a vague guess in his mind. What is it called? Xiao Yi smiled mysteriously and said 3 words. I was wrong. Bai Yi. He was shocked by these 3 words for a long time before he recovered and gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Awesome. Xiao Yi accepted it calmly. Wait, stop. If the enemy is not dead after these 3 strikes, then I can only admit my mistake. That's why I was wrong. How long are you going to talk? Black Panther said angrily after recovering his strength. He felt that he was being blatantly ignored. Xiao Yi turned around and asked, "Do you want to fight again?" Although Black Panther looked fearful, he still refused to give in. "I was just ambushed by you before. If we really fight, I won't lose. I'm a genetically modified human who's been injected with 3 doses of medicine." Oh, Xiao Yi pretended to be surprised. It turned out to be a strong man in the 3-needle realm. Hiss. "I'm going to kill you. Everyone, please be patient and give me some face. Let's forget about this matter. We all came to Montenegro to make money. There's no need to fight here. Gao Banqing stood up, acting like a peacemaker. Black Panther's expression was unfriendly. Giving you face? Who do you think you are? Gao Banqing was not annoyed, but smiled and said, I am Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing? Never heard of it. My father is Gao Shan. What? The president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce, Gao Shanhe, the richest man in Beimang, is your father? Black Panther and others' faces changed drastically, as if they had heard something like thunder. Gao Banqing smiled and nodded, then took out a token made of pure gold, which was engraved with mountains and rivers. It was obvious that it was made by top craftsmen, and every detail was lifelike. The Shanhe order from a Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Black Panther exclaimed, obviously someone who knew the value of it. I wonder if you could give me some face? Gao Banqing repeated his previous words, but this time the answer he got was completely different. Black Panther looked at him for a long time, paused and said, since it's Boss Gao in person, I, Black Panther, will naturally give him this honor, but he changed the subject and looked at Xiao Yi fiercely. He stole my ginseng. How should this matter be settled? Logically speaking, we discovered the ginseng together, so he should give me half. If this ginseng is cut, its value will be greatly reduced. Don't even think about it, Boss Gao. You'd better not get involved in this matter. Xiao Yi said lightly. Gao Banqing smiled slightly, walked straight between the two groups, then took out a stack of checks and a pen from his pocket and began to write calmly and confidently. This ginseng is priced at around 1.5 million. I'll round off the price and call it 2 million. Swish. Gao Banqing tore off 2 checks and handed them to Xiao Yi and He Bao respectively. They both looked at the check in their hands at the same time and were stunned for a moment. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. 2 million? You also have 2 million? Black Panther was stunned. 2 million per person? They originally thought Gao Banqing would give 1 million per person. After all, that was what they called an equal share. The two looked at each other and then looked at Gao Banqing, who was smiling. I'll pay double the price and buy this ginseng from you too. Just consider it a friendship. How about that? At this moment, the two of them felt that it was difficult to open their eyes, which was due to the golden light emanating from Gao Banqing. What does it mean to be rich and inhumane? They are quite knowledgeable. It turns out that rich people call giving double the amount split. As expected of Chairman Gao's son, you're truly generous. I, Xiao Yi, will definitely make you my friend. Me too. Black Panther quickly agreed. After receiving the mutant ginseng, Gao Banqing turned and walked to Li Yu's side, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Li. I know you don't like vulgar things like money, so I specially bought you a piece of century-old mutant ginseng. Please accept it. Li Yu stared blankly at the ginseng in front of him. Give it to me. Give it to me. He was still reeling from the shock of Gao Banqing paying double the price for ginseng. And now the ginseng was delivered? Is this the world of the rich? Not to mention Li Yu. Even Bai Yi was stunned by this operation. The magic of money was indeed shocking. Of course, what really shocked him was Gao Banqing's operation. In order to make friends, he first rounded down the price to 2 million, then doubled it to satisfy both parties, and finally gave it to Li Yu so smoothly. In response to this, Bai Yi just wanted to say, I'm determined to be your friend. He quickly grabbed the ginseng and put it in his arms. Just give it to me. I'll keep it from Mr. Li. After briefly demonstrating the charm of money, Gao Banqing naturally invited Xiao Yi and others to form a team. Without any surprise, both parties agreed without hesitation for a second. Bowing to money is not what a strong man does. Li Xiao, who had never taken the sword-wielding man Xiao Yi seriously, was even more disdainful now. Bai Yi, who was standing by, heard this and couldn't help but ask, didn't you also take money from Fatty Gao? Li Xiao glanced at him sideways and said coldly, I'm different from them. They came here to seek wealth, but I'm here for the tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings. I'm just trying to earn some money for the journey. What's the problem? To this, Hakuno only replied with one word, 6. It's really unnecessary for me to talk to you. You keep talking about the 10 kings. You are the one with double standards. He found that Li Xiao and Gao Banqing were really a perfect match. One of them would mention his father Gao Shanhe, and the other would mention the 10 kings. Otherwise, these two would not be able to get together. With the addition of Xiao Yi and others, Bai Yi felt more relaxed. Sometimes, in order to increase his energy and blood, he had to rush to use Breath of Skeleton. Otherwise, there would not be enough for the mutated beast to share. Looking at Gao Banqing, who was always trying to get close to everyone, Bai Yi even suspected that the fat man's purpose of coming to Heishan was not to find a refuge, but to recruit people. By noon, everyone arrived safely near the entrance of Shelter 189. After passing through this woods, the entrance to Shelter 189 is in front. Li Batian took out a map of Montenegro from somewhere and pointed to the red circle on the map. Why is there a mountain drawn in the red circle? Bai Yi asked curiously. Li Batian smiled and said, Brother Xiaobai, you don't know that Shelter 189 is right under the mountain. I don't know how people in the old days were able to build a shelter in such a place. We're finally here. Xiao Yi was excited and took the lead in the team. Brother Xiao, are you here also because of the rumors about the Panga project? Gao Banqing asked. Chapter 49. You're pretending to be big or small. Do you think you are me? That's not the case. I came to the shelter to find some handy swords. Gao Banqing was stunned. The technology level in the old days was very advanced, and most people used firearms. If you go to the shelter to find a sword, I'm afraid. Xiao, he shook his head slightly and said with a smile, That's not right. I heard that in the old days there was a divine sword, as sharp as lightning, with no substance or blade. It melted everything it touched like boiling snow in boiling water. Wherever its light and flame touched, even armor would melt. Is there such a magic sword? Gao Banqiang thought for a long time, but couldn't find a magic sword that met the requirements. Bai Yi, who was standing by, was slightly startled. Isn't this a laser sword? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. I didn't expect Brother Xiaobai, despite his humble background, to have such extraordinary knowledge. He even knew about the divine sword and laser. Bai Ye's face darkened. You don't have to mention the humble origins. Alas, that's wrong. As the old saying goes, it's not a shame to be born in humble circumstances. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. In my opinion, Brother Xiaobai is a young and heroic man, and he has become friends with Mr. Li. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Everyone who had been traveling together during this period had gotten to know each other a little bit, including the fact that the magician Liu had caught the mutated peregrine falcon in an instant. A laser sword is a high-tech weapon and probably doesn't meet your sword-wielding requirements. Xiao, he shook his head and said seriously, A laser sword is also a sword. As long as it is a sword, I can use it. You're a fucking concept god, right? Then are the supersonic fire sword, aircraft carrier sword, interstellar war sword, and star destroyer sword also considered swords? As everyone chatted and laughed, they soon passed through the woods and came to an open area. There are so many people, Xiao Yi said in surprise. There were hundreds of people in this open area. These people seemed to belong to two camps, occupying the north and south respectively, with an empty road in the middle, clearly separating them. The people from the south were all wearing uniforms with the Eye of Apocalypse logo tattooed on their chests. They were obviously people from Apocalypse Technology Company. There were nearly 200 of them. They had stern expressions and stood like javelins, each of them emitting a strong aura of murderous intent. There were more people in the north, about 300 people wearing different clothes and using all kinds of strange weapons. They gathered in twos and threes and were on guard against each other like a mob. Bai didn't pay attention to these people, but looked across the crowd and looked at Shelter 189 that he had been thinking about. It was a huge cave located in the mountain. There were a lot of rubble and traces of explosions around it, and even a dozen charred corpses scattered on the ground. The cave was pitch black, like a black hole swallowing up the sunlight, and it was impossible to see inside. These people seemed to be very afraid of the cave and did not dare to get close to it, so that a vacuum area appeared within 100 meters of the cave. The group of people in the south are Apocalypse's genetic warriors. Gao Banqiang suddenly whispered. Bai Yi came back to his senses and looked at the genetic warriors. His eyes were quickly attracted by a man and a woman. The two were guarded by genetic warriors and seemed to be the leaders of the team. The man sat shirtless astride a huge rock, his bronze muscles gleaming in the sunlight. He was 2 meters tall, like a small giant. His eyes were not those of a human, but those of an animal, like a pair of poisoned amber. The woman was even more conspicuous, with chest muscles even more exaggerated than the man's. She wore a snakeskin miniskirt and a tube top with a pair of slender, white, long legs exposed to the air. She had a standard snake-like face and sat charmingly on the man's broad shoulders. Her charming eyes looked at Bai Yi and others, and her red lips curled up slightly. Swordsman Xiao Yi and Shadowman Li Xiao. I never thought that two of you, two transcendents with bounties exceeding 10 million, would come together. Are Xiao Yi and Li Xiao so famous? Bai glanced at the two of them secretly. When Xiao Yi was about to speak, Li Xiao took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. He stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly in front of the hundreds of people present, "You can recognize Li at a glance, which shows that you're not an unknown person. Tell me your name." His dominance attracted many people's attention, and it was obvious that he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The woman laughed softly, her body shaking with laughter. The 12 zodiac signs, silver snake. 12 zodiac signs. Baiye's face looked a little strange. He thought of Mr. Ying Ying, who had a great imagination and gave Li Yu a subtle wink. As a result, Li Yu ignored him completely. He stared at the silver snake with his cunning eyes, and his pupils trembled with the others trembling. Why? Baiye seeked deeply. He didn't know what to say about Li Yu. He smoked, drank, gambled, was greedy for money and lustful. Did he have any good qualities? He quietly approached Li Yu and coughed lightly. Li Yu finally came back to his senses, wiped his saliva, and said with his lips slightly opening and closing, "What's wrong, brother Yi? What do you think of this wave of the 12 zodiac animals in person?" Li Yu swallowed his saliva and said, "Of course I watch it over and over again. Fuck it." Bai Yu was so angry that he almost cursed out loud, but fortunately he stopped in time. "Can you be a little more vigilant?" He pointed to the torn sack containing the Black Dragon M300. Li Yu finally regained his senses and quickly hid the torn sack behind him. After hiding, he was stunned for a moment and seemed to react. "Did you just scold me?" "No." Bai Yi glanced at him unhappily. "What I said is that your mother's happiness is better than anything else." Li Yu. On the field, Li Zhao's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, completely ignoring the proud figure of the silver snake, and focusing his attention on the wild man under the silver snake. Among the 12 zodiac animals, the silver snake and the dark tiger have always been inseparable, known as the tiger with a head but a snake with a tail. "It seems that you're the dark tiger." The wild and strong man, known as the dark tiger, glanced at Li Xiao coldly with disdain in his eyes, but said nothing, as if he simply looked down on people like Li Xiao. Li Xiao's eyes suddenly darkened. "I never thought that the famous zodiac tiger is actually mute. It seems that Qianqi Company is really bad at selecting people." "What the hell?" Bai Yi was stunned. "No, brother, how dare you? They are bringing 200 genetic warriors with them. Do you think you are me? If I had known that you would show off regardless of the occasion and anywhere, I would not have teamed up with you." He suddenly realized that the situation was not good and quietly retreated behind a crowd. When he retreated to the end of the team, he found that someone was faster than him. "Li Zua, when did you come here?" "I came here a little earlier than you." Li Yu scratched his head shyly. On the other side, the dark tiger had already stood up from the boulder, his blood boiling and carrying a terrifying and oppressive feeling like a tiger, which was the momentum of a top predator. "Shadow Man Li Xiao, do you want to die?" Chapter 50. Gathering of Strong Men. The shadow beneath Li Xiao's feet stood silently, sneering, "Just you?" The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense, and many people looked like they were enjoying the show. Gao Bansheng was so anxious that he was sweating and quickly stood up. "Wait a minute, Mr. Minghu, my father." Clang! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the crisp sound of a sword. Gao Bansheng turned around in shock, only to see Xiao Yi's sword flying over his head and towards Minghu. This action was directly regarded as the beginning of war by Minghu and others. 200 genetic warriors took out their submachine guns and pointed them at Gao Bansheng and others. "Hey, come back." Xiao Yi rushed forward and grabbed, "Wait," then laughed dryly at everyone. "If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" All he got in response were 200 black gun muzzles. Gao Bansheng was getting anxious. What kind of teammates were I looking for? Mr. Li was still the easiest to deal with, never saying a word of nonsense. "Hey, we're Mr. Li and Brother Xiaobai." Just as the battle was about to break out, Gao Bansheng shouted, "My father Gao Shanha!" A force called Daddy's Way suddenly spread out, silencing the entire audience. A strange look flashed in Minghu's eyes, and he raised his hand to stop his men who were about to shoot. "Your Excellency?" Gao Bansheng panted and said, "My name is Gao Bansheng, and I'm the son of the president of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce." As he spoke, he hurriedly took out the Shana order. "Mr. Minghu, this is just a small misunderstanding. My friends have no intention of becoming enemies with Apocalypse Company. Please give me some face." Minghu glanced at Shanha Ling and his expression softened. "So it's Chairman Gao's son. Our company has a lot of cooperation with your Chamber of Commerce, so we should give Mr. Gao some face. Put away your guns." Then he sat back on the boulder, saying nothing more, as if waiting for something. But Li Xiao was not satisfied and continued to provoke. Gao Banqing was so frightened that he hurriedly stopped him and whispered, Li Xiao, don't forget why you came to Black Mountain. Humph! Before I kill the 10 kings, I wouldn't mind teaching those scoundrels a lesson. Gao Banqing wanted to slap Li Xiao in the face. If the 12 zodiac animals were villains, then there would be no strong people in this world. His eyes rolled as a plan came to mind. That dark tiger isn't even one of the 10 kings. If you attack him, wouldn't you lose your status for nothing? After hearing this, Li Xiao's expression eased slightly, but he still said coldly, what you said does make sense. Well, let him go today. Call. Gao Banqing breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged the people behind him. Let's go. Let's go to the north. There were no less than 300 people gathered in the north, more in number than the Apocalypse Company, but they had loose discipline and were divided into countless small groups. These people were dressed in different clothes and had a variety of weapons. There were bounty hunters, supernatural organizations, and people from other major forces. Apocalypse Company was fighting at home, so naturally they were far ahead in terms of numbers and equipment. So these people from various forces and organizations united briefly to prevent Apocalypse Company from monopolizing Shelter 189. Bai Yi mingled among the crowd, observing these people silently. Some people gathered together to form a small circle, while others gathered in dozens of people, and some were even alone. For example, the night girl of the silent court. Hakuno was not surprised when he saw her for the second time. It was obvious that she was coming for Shelter 189. However, out of organizational philosophy or personal wishes, the night girl went to save the wasteland towns around Black Mountain. The night girl leaned against the mountain, as if to prevent a sneak attack from behind. Her long black hair swayed in the wind, and the thin silver cross sword was held in her arms. It was still the same outfit as before, with only black and silver colors on the whole body. There was no one within 2 meters of her. The people around her seemed to know that she was not easy to mess with, so no one approached her. At this moment, the night girl seemed to have sensed something, and her light brown eyes looked at Bai Yi. Her eyes were calm, and she just nodded slightly at Bai Yi, then looked away. Bai Yi, who received the attention, did not narcissistically think that he attracted the girl's attention because he was too handsome. He had not washed his face for 3 days, and after being exposed to the wind and sun all the way, his face was not much cleaner than the soles of his shoes. He knew very well that the girl paid attention to him because of what he had done in the Gray Earth town. Bai Yi also looked away and looked at the others. At this moment, the bushes not far away suddenly trembled, and a man walked out of the bushes. He glanced at everyone with a smile, then walked into the crowd on the north side, found a place to sit down, and it was obvious that he had just arrived. This man who came alone attracted a lot of attention, simply because he was too conspicuous. He was wearing a shabby suit, clown makeup on his face, and his seductive red lips almost reached his ears. Although there were many people present wearing strange costumes, some wearing masks, some with animal eyes, and some with completely mechanical faces, there was no clown. After the clown sat down on the ground, his behavior became even weirder. Although there was no one around him, he laughed happily, and his mouth was never idle. He talked to the air beside him and made faces from time to time. It seemed that he did not come to Montenegro to seek refuge, but to cause trouble. People looked at him as if he were a madman, and many laughed at him. But he acted as if he couldn't hear them and chatted happily with the air. Fatty Gao, who is that person? Bai Yi asked curiously. Based on the law of madness of extraordinary people that he had summarized himself, he felt that this clown man must be very strong, because the crazier he is, the stronger he is, and the more abnormal he is, the stronger he is. Gao Banqing's face turned dark. He glanced at Li Yu and decided to swallow his anger. He looked in the direction Bai Yi pointed, and his expression changed slightly. Ghost Clown, this lunatic is here too? Do you know him? Gao Banqing nodded. It's my first time seeing him too, but his features are so obvious, it's impossible to mistake him. Is he also a transcendent? Probably not. Bai Yi was surprised. The Ghost Clown is very powerful, but he has never displayed extraordinary powers, nor has he undergone genetic or mechanical modification. Qi and blood martial arts? Indeed, he has gained considerable fame solely through his Qi and blood martial arts. Even a genetically modified person who has been injected with 5 injections of potion is no match for him. Bai Yi immediately took another look at the Ghost Clown. He didn't expect that this seemingly thin man could actually practice the qi and blood martial arts to such a level that he could match genetic technology with his mortal body. Then why do you say he shouldn't be a transcendent? Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Didn't you see he was talking to the air? Actually, he was talking to his girlfriend. Chapter 51. Montenegro Big Stage. Don't come if you don't have a job. Air girlfriend. Baye's cognition was refreshed again. There were indeed all kinds of weird things in the Cataclysm era. To be more precise, it's a ghost girlfriend. She's invisible, like a ghost, so people call him the ghost clown. There are even rumors that his ghost girlfriend might actually exist, and that's his supernatural power, but it's never been confirmed. However, even if he's not a transcendent, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Do you know how much his bounty is? Gao Bansheng asked mysteriously. How many? 170 million. What? Doesn't that mean Li Xiao can't even compare to a fraction of him? Li Xiao turned around and gave him a cold look. Boy, if you have the guts, say it again. But you didn't give him any slack. What? You won't let me tell you the truth? If you dare, raise the bounty to 170 million. Li Xiao was furious, but he did not attack Bai Yi. He seemed to have some principles of his own and only provoked the strong. Looking at the angry Li Xiao, Bai Yi counted down silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1, 10 kings. The bounty on the tyrant Yang Jie is 1.29 billion. Once I defeat him, it will easily exceed 1.5 billion. Bai Yi showed an expression that was exactly what I expected, and he knew that you would talk about the 10 kings. He was too lazy to pay attention to Li Xiao, but became somewhat interested in the ghost clown. He quietly moved over, wanted to listen to what the ghost clown was saying to his ghost girlfriend. In the bustling crowd, the clown hugged the air with one hand. His movements were gentle and with a smile on his face, as if he was hugging an invisible woman. Do you also think the scenery of Black Mountain is beautiful? Then let's come here often. I heard that the sunrise at the top of Black Mountain is even more beautiful. When things here are over, I will take you to the top of Black Mountain to watch the sunrise. The clown paused after he finished speaking, as if listening to the response of his ghost girlfriend. The people around him murmured and laughed. The clown didn't go to the circus, but actually came to join in the fun. He even wanted to go to the top of Black Mountain to watch the sunrise. He's not afraid of feeding the mutant beast. Hey, be quiet. Don't let this lunatic hear you. Be careful or he'll come over and bite you, huh? In this age of information blockage or even complete lack of information, not everyone is as knowledgeable as Gao Bansheng. As the son of the richest man, the information he comes into contact with on a daily basis is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The ghost clown is not a star, and many people don't know him. Even if he were a star, it would be difficult for everyone to know him. Listening to the laughter of the crowd, the ghost clown was still laughing. He looked at the air beside him affectionately, with nothing else in his eyes. In his sight, there was not air, but a woman sitting upright in a white pleated skirt, with soft eyebrows and a gentle smile. This 28-year-old woman is not outstanding in appearance, but she is at the brightest age of her life. Being with the one she loves is like a blooming flower, and every frown and smile of hers has the charming charm unique to a girl. E's eyes were filled with innocent curiosity and shyness. Her fingertips unconsciously twirled the hem of her white skirt as she softly asked, "Why are they laughing?" The clown stroked Yi's hair and said with a smile, "Because they can't see you." Yi looked up and stared at the colorful clown with a smile in her eyes. "Then why are you laughing?" The clown laughed even more happily. "Because only I can see you." There was a hint of pride and smugness in his tone, like a little squirrel that had successfully stolen a pine cone and was hiding a treasure under its tail. Hiss! Bai Yi, who was eavesdropping not far away, gasped. He could neither see nor hear Yi. He only saw the clown expressing his love to the air. The sincere love contained in the words and the strangeness of the air intertwined together, making his scalp tingle. He hurried away from the ghost clown and returned to the team, just in time to see Gao Bansheng talking to someone else. The two of them were arm in arm and looking very warm. "Brother Bao, why are so many of you waiting at the entrance of the cave? Why did he go in?" The man named Brother Bao whispered. "Boss Gao, you're the only one asking me this. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother with them. Did you see the dozen or so bodies in front of the cave? How did they die? Killed by the cave guards. There are guards in the cave?" Gao Bansheng pretended to be surprised. Brother Bao obviously liked this. It surprised the son of the richest man and satisfied his vanity. Of course not. A giant silver-armored man with laser-shooting eyes, that's terrifying. With so many of us, can't we deal with a robot? Boss Gao, Don't underestimate this robot. It's a weapon of war from the old days, capable of activating the legendary energy shield. This energy shield is truly extraordinary. We've used everything we could, including guns, fire, and bombs, but nothing could be done to it. Do you see those 12 zodiac animals over there? They've been here for a month and haven't broken through the robot defenses. What should we do? Are we just going to wait here? Gao Bansheng looked anxious. Don't worry, Boss Gao. We're not just waiting around. We're resting. The Brotherhood of Steel and the Zodiac have discussed countermeasures. We'll attack the robots every once in a while. The robots are very rigid. Their defenses won't be triggered unless you step within 100 meters. We'll consume the robot's energy bit by bit, and it won't be long before we'll wear it out. It's been 100 years since the old days, and I don't believe it can't use up all its energy. Gao Bansheng laughed dryly. As the son of the richest man, he knew many secrets of the old times, including controlled nuclear fusion. If this robot had a controlled nuclear fusion energy device, then even if these people died of old age here, they would not be able to outlast it. What's that sound? Gao Bansheng was startled by the sudden sound. He was very familiar with this voice, but how could it appear in Montenegro? Not only him, most of the people present heard it. Bai looked in the direction of the sound, and his eyes fell on the tent of Apocalypse Company in the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the sound came from inside, but the Silver Snake and the Dark Tiger were nowhere to be seen. Fuck, are you so horny? Bai didn't understand, but was shocked. Are there any normal people left on the Black Mountain? He felt angry and amused, and a sentence popped up in his mind at an inappropriate time, but it accurately summarized this trip to Montenegro. Montenegro, big stage. Don't come if there's nothing to do. Are they usually so open? Gao Bansheng was shocked. Brother Bao chuckled. Boss Gao, don't be surprised. We're all used to hearing this. These two have to exercise every day when they have nothing to do. I heard that the genetic medicine injected by the 12 zodiac signs is different from the ones on the market. It was specially researched by the Apocalypse Company. Although it can bring powerful combat power, it also has obvious side effects. For example, retaining some of their animal nature, wild beasts reproduce regardless of the situation. Gao Bansheng, Chapter 52 Robots. After half an hour, the sound gradually stopped. The neatly dressed Hades tiger walked out of the tent, holding the ruddy-faced Silver Snake. This charming snake beauty looks even more charming now. Finally, you came out, but you kept me waiting. The agreed time has passed. A skinny old man with gray hair walked out from the north. Behind the old man were more than a dozen mechanical transformers. Brother Bao, who was chatting with Gao Bansheng, whispered, "He's He Qianjun, a powerful Qi and blood martial arts expert and an instructor for the Brotherhood of Steel. I heard he trained all 100,000 Iron Guards in the Brotherhood. He's known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards. One crane could defeat 1,000 soldiers. And he's one of the few in the Brotherhood of Steel who hasn't undergone mechanical transformation." Gao Bansheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect him to come too. It seems the Brotherhood of Steel is determined to take Black Mountain this time. It's a pity they're so far away and only brought so few people with them. Minghu grinned at He Qianjun. I didn't perform well this time. The Silver Snake monster glared at him angrily, and its soft, boneless little hand grabbed his chest muscles. He Qianjun's expression darkened. If the 12 zodiac signs don't want to breach Shelter 189, they can leave now. Ha ha! Mr. He, don't be angry. We, the 12 zodiac animals, are naturally here to break into the shelter. Isn't this the purpose of everyone coming here? Minghu said with a smile. Although he said this, he was not anxious at all, because he knew very well that it was impossible for him and his men to exhaust the energy of the robots. The company had tried various methods before, but all ended in failure. If we want to deal with the robots, we can only wait for the tyrant. Unfortunately, the tyrant is too far away. Even if we know the news about Black Mountain, it will probably take 3 days for him to arrive. What are you waiting for? Call your men and start. He Qianjun hunched over and walked towards the cave with his hands behind his back. Behind him, a dozen fully armed mechanical modified humans followed closely. Seeing him take action, everyone stood up and walked towards the cave cautiously. It was obvious that these people had already reached a common agreement. Boss Gao, let's go too. We have all agreed to consume the energy of the robots together. Whoever doesn't go will be targeted by everyone. Brother Bao kindly reminded him and then joined the main force. Gao Bansheng nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, and Li Xiao, let's take action. This is a good opportunity to witness the power of the war robots of the old era. Everyone naturally agreed. Bai followed at the end of the team and was also curious about how powerful the robots in the civilized era were. When He Qianjun, who was at the front of the team, stepped into the 100-meter range of the cave, there was a rumbling sound. There was a dull sound in the cave, as if some huge creature had awakened and was slowly walking out of the cave. Everyone's expressions suddenly became tense. The earth began to tremble, rippling as if it had experienced a miniature earthquake, and even the small stones on the ground were shaken and jumped. The next moment, a huge silver figure slowly walked out of the cave. The bright silver metal shell flowed like liquid mercury, reflecting the cold and hard light. Every ridge on its body seemed to be cut by laser. It stood in front of the cave entrance, as tall as 2 stories. The armor on its shoulders was slightly raised and covered with prismatic heat dissipation holes, from which wisps of white steam gushed out. This giant robot from the old times has no facial features. Its face is covered by a silver-white metal visor, revealing only a pair of scarlet pupils, like 2 balls of eternal flame, scanning everything around it. Warning! Warning! Scarlet disease infected person found. Eliminate immediately. A cold electronic sound came from the robot's body, and the scarlet pupils began to flash at a high frequency. Get started, He Qianjun shouted, and the dozen or so mechanical transformers behind him raised their metal prosthetic limbs. With the sound of gears turning and metal biting, their mechanical arms turned, revealing metal muzzles like Gatling guns. Data! Gloomy blue flames gushed out from the muzzle, instantly interweaving into a dense firepower network, pouring down on the robot. However, the next second, a dark blue light burst out from the robot, instantly forming a diamond-shaped dark blue light shield. The bullets exploded and vaporized the moment they came into contact with the dark blue light shield, leaving no trace at all. Everyone attacked together, Minghu shouted, and everyone responded and joined the battle. However, no one dared to approach the robot. They just took out their guns and shot from distance. Hundreds of people opened fire together, creating a metal storm in the Black Mountain territory. Logically, such firepower should have no problem capturing a small county town, but they could not capture the silver-white robot. Bai pretended to take out the breath of skeleton and fired 2 shots. He did not use his energy and blood and naturally shot ordinary bullets. He did not think that the snake-level forbidden item could break the energy shield, so there was naturally no need to waste energy and blood. Gao Banqing was also slacking off. The son of the richest man didn't even bother to put on any act. He just stood behind the maid, Xiao Kuei, and didn't even bother to fire his gun. Hey, Fatty Gao, what is the scarlet disease that the robot just mentioned? Bai asked while slacking off. Scarlet disease is the mysterious virus that broke out during the cataclysm. Those mutated beasts were infected with scarlet disease. Gao Banqing shouted. Because the gunshots were too loud, he could only shout. So, the extraordinary people and the qi and blood martial arts are also caused by scarlet disease? Bai shouted into Gao Banqing's ear. Ouch! Keep your voice down, I'm almost deaf. Gao Banqing quickly pushed Bai away. That's right. It's all because of the scarlet disease. When the catastrophe broke out, many people died. The survivors adapted to the scarlet disease and developed qi and blood in their bodies. Those with good talents became extraordinary beings. Bai's mind was stirred. Since they are mutant beasts, why can't humans become mutants? Is it possible that after being infected with scarlet disease, people either die or adapt to it? Gao Banqing waved his hand, motioning for him to come closer. When Bai came closer, the son of the richest man started shouting at the top of his lungs, almost shaking Bai's head off. There are mutants! Keep the fucking voice down. Bai was so angry that he kicked the fat guy, but the kick missed. The maid Xiao Kuei raised her hand to block it. Xiao Kuei stared at Bai expressionlessly. Her eyes were exactly the same as a human's, but there was no anger in them at all. Gao Banqing quickly comforted Xiao Kuei with a few words, and Xiao Kuei turned around. He smiled proudly at Bai. Brother Xiao Bai, I'm just an ordinary person with a little money. Since I dared to come to Heishan, I must have something to rely on. So you'd better not touch me casually. I'm afraid Xiao Kuei will misunderstand. Bai. Chapter 53 Mr. Ing is still too weak. Gao Banqing continued. There were mutants many years ago, but they were all killed off by humans long ago. In reality, mutants are very weak and can only scare ordinary people. You have to know that humans are strong because of their brains, not their bodies. Mutants have no brains, only savage physiques. How can they withstand firearms? They're not even as good as the mutant beasts. Bai was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had watched too many zombie movies in his previous life. A zombie crisis almost caused the extinction of mankind. Now thinking about it, it seemed a little unrealistic. Did they really think that human thermal weapons were just decorations? Then do you know the origin of the scarlet disease? And how did the catastrophe come about? Gao Bansheng rolled his eyes. Brother Xiao Bai, if I knew everything, would my father still be the president of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce? Bai Yi was silent for a moment. That makes sense. While the two were talking, the battle had already reached a white-hot stage. Maybe because they had run out of bullets. Minghu, Inshi, He Qianjun, and others actually engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the robots. Not only them, but also those famous strong men came forward, such as Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, Ghost Clown, and the Night Girl of the Silent Court. The robots are far less flexible than them, but their energy shields are too thick. This technological means, which is far beyond the current era, is still a dimensionality reduction attack against these extraordinary strong men. Perhaps in people's minds, extraordinary people with extraordinary abilities are mysterious and powerful, but in fact, extraordinary people are also mortals and carbon-based creatures. No matter whether you can breathe fire, spit water, control shadows, fly swords, or anything else. As long as you can't withstand a nuclear bomb with your physical body, you have to kneel before technology. However, this battle still allowed Bai Yi to witness the terrifying power of the top strongman. The dark tiger roared angrily and punched out, and the air made a sharp sonic boom as the fist tore through it. When the fist hit the energy shield, a terrifying white air wave exploded with the fist as the center. The surrounding gravel and dead leaves formed a hurricane and rushed backwards, causing the energy shield to vibrate violently. The robot inside was actually pushed back several steps, its huge metal feet plowing deep grooves in the ground. There was a flash of shock in Bai Ye's eyes. Hundreds of people firing before couldn't make the robot retreat a step, but Minghu could knock the robot back with one punch. Is this the Chinese Zodiac? It seems that Mr. Ing is too weak. He was actually shot to death by himself. He must have relied on connections to get to the top. If Mr. Ing knew what Bai Yi was thinking, he would probably jump out of the underworld in anger. He is not a combat-type Zodiac sign. He is a sniper. When Minghu attacked, the others were not idle either. They attacked the robots from different directions. However, except He Qianjun, no one could reach the terrifying power of Minghu. There are also gaps between the strong ones. Minghu is undoubtedly one of the top ones. No wonder the leaders of the two groups are Minghu and He Qianjun. Be careful. He Qianjun suddenly shouted, his hunched body suddenly lowered, and whoosh. A red laser pierced through the air and swept over his head. The powerful heat made the air emit white smoke. Although he perfectly avoided the laser's shot from the robot's eyes, he could not avoid the heat. The terrifying heat made his already sparse hair curl and burn instantly, making it even thinner. The three mechanical transformers behind him were not so lucky. Even though they saw the laser attack, they did not have the agility of He Qianjun. Caught off guard, the three of them were cut in half by the laser, and the mechanical armor on their bodies was like paper. They did not die immediately, with only half of their bodies left. Instead, they screamed miserably and blood gushed out like fountains, forming pools of blood on the ground. Such a tragic scene frightened more and more people, and they all stayed away from the robots. In the end, only He Qianjun and the 12 zodiac signs were still fighting. They performed with ease, and even though they couldn't break the energy shield, the robots couldn't hurt them. Bai found it boring after watching for a while. Although he was surprised at their strength at first, it was easy to get aesthetic fatigue after a long time, because real battles were not spectacular. There were only the simplest, most direct, and most effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and others easily dodged the lasers, then took advantage of the gaps to attack the robots, dodged again, and attacked again, consuming them bit by bit. However, one thing caught his attention. The energy shield could even destroy bullets, but the fists of He Qianjun and others landed on it without any damage. What was going on? He observed carefully for a moment and finally found the answer. He discovered that when He Qianjun and others attacked the robots, a faint red light would emerge from their bodies. The red light wrapped around their fists and offset the damage of the energy shield, so they were unharmed. This is qi and blood. Bai looked down at his hands and clenched his fists tightly, But no matter how hard he tried, no red light appeared on his fists. Is it because I have too little chi and blood? Or is it because I have never practiced chi and blood martial arts and don't know the techniques of protecting the body with chi and blood? He realized that he knew too little about the extraordinary world and didn't know a lot of basic knowledge. After the Black Mountain incident was over, he had to make up for the relevant knowledge. Why don't they take the opportunity to enter the cave? Gao Bansheng, who was watching the battle on the side, discovered the blind spot and asked Brother Bao, who was retreating. That's because there's a huge alloy door in the cave that can't be opened in a short period of time. If you rashly enter a closed space like a cave and are blocked by robots, there won't be much space to avoid the lasers, and you'll definitely die. Brother Bao explained breathlessly. An hour later, He Qianjun tapped the energy shield on the robot's head with his toes, then did a backflip, drew a long arc in the air, and landed steadily 100 meters away from the cave. The others also retreated collectively as agreed. The robot's sensing range seemed to be only 100 meters. When everyone retreated, it stood there for a long time, its scarlet pupils flashing continuously, and finally turned around and plunged into the darkness of the cave, returning to silence again. Fuck, this turtle shell is still as hard as ever. Bring me some wine. Minghu returned to the camp, took the wine from his men, and started drinking while hugging the charming silver snake. There were several wine bottles scattered at his feet, and it was obvious that this was not his first time drinking. After all, we have been stationed in Montenegro for a month. There is no one here and no entertainment activities. It has almost become a routine to go back to the camp and drink after defeating the robots. Such behavior made the bounty hunters drool. They had been in Montenegro for several days, and their food had long been exhausted. They could only rely on hunting in Montenegro to fill their stomachs every day, not to mention alcohol. But the 12 zodiac signs are different. They have the Dawn City behind them and a large number of people. Every once in a while, genetic warriors will deliver food and drinks. So they could only watch Minghu hugging beautiful women, drinking and eating meat every day, and they were so happy. Chapter 54. Dark Tiger, you have already seeked death. Xiao, Yi, and others were envious of this scene, especially the bounty hunters like Li Baitian and Black Panther, who were the ones who hung out in taverns every day. They could tolerate not having a single sip of alcohol in Black Mountain, provided they didn't see others drinking. Gao Banchong silently took in everyone's expressions. He thought for a moment and said, I'll go buy some from them. Boss Gao, you don't have to spend money on us. Once this matter is over, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future. Xiao was obviously also a wine lover. Although he said so, his eyes still drifted towards Minghu from time to time. In the era of catastrophe, when spiritual civilization is scarce, alcohol has long become the spiritual sustenance of many people. The worse the living environment, the more dependent people are on alcohol. You cannot change the cruel reality, but you can change your mood through alcohol and escape from reality for a short time. Boxes, boxes, boxes. Gao Banching laughed. To be honest, when I was at home, I was living a life of debauchery. Now that I see people drinking, my appetite has been aroused. Even if you don't drink, I will. This damn Black Mountain is so boring. What are we doing without drinking? Just staring at each other. Bai Yi saw this and secretly admired the fat guy's emotional intelligence. It was not that he wanted to drink, but he clearly did not want to embarrass everyone. So he deliberately said that he wanted to drink. Bai Yi was not the only one who could see this. Xiao, Yi, and others naturally saw it as well and were quite moved. Gao Bancheng brought Xiaokui to Minghu's side, bowed, and said with a smile, Mr. Minghu, I want to buy some wine from you. Is it possible? Minghu slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. Mr. Gao, you are too polite. It's just some wine. If you want to drink, just sit down and drink with me. There's no need to spend money. Gao Bancheng shook his head. Of course I have to pay. I have friends over there and they need a lot of drinks. Minghu glanced at Li Xiao in the crowd, then looked away, saying with a half smile, when did Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? Master Gao is a noble man, and he can't just make friends with people of questionable character, lest he lose his status. His voice was loud and clear, and there was no concealment in his words. The expressions of Li Xiao and others suddenly turned ugly. Gao Banching's smile faded slowly, and he lowered his cupped hands. Friendship has nothing to do with status. As long as we get along well, we're friends. If Mr. Minghu wants to sell, then just sell me some wine. If not, there's no need to belittle my friends. Minghu laughed, but there was no smile in his eyes, not for sale. Gao Bansheng was silent for a moment and said goodbye. He walked towards the crowd in silence, and behind him could be heard the faint laughter of Silver Snake. Brother Tiger, you have offended Master Gao now. Ming Hu sneered. He's just an illegitimate child. I was magnanimous enough to let Li Xiao go earlier out of his own accord. Now I invite him to drink with me, but not only does he not give me face, he even wants to buy my wine back for Li Xiao. Does he really think I, Ming Hu, am made of clay? Gao Bansheng paused and stood for a moment. In the end, he said nothing and walked back silently. Seeing the indignant expressions on everyone's faces, he laughed heartily and said, if they don't want to sell it, forget it. After we leave Montenegro, I'll take everyone to the best hotel in Wangwenjing for a drink. His hearty laughter made everyone even more silent. A dangerous glint flashed in by Ye's eyes. He was quite fond of Fatty Gao. After all, he was a close friend. It was fine for him to be mocked by others, but Minghu not only mocked Fatty Gao, but also dared to mock him in front of everyone else. As the god of the future new era, he is so low-key, yet there are people who insult him from a distance. The Chinese zodiac tiger, you're destined for death. Fatty Gao, his voice broke the silence. This ragged wasteland boy, a dangerous smile on his gray face, said, how about you pay me and I kill the dark tiger for you? I want Mr. Li to kill the dark tiger for you. Everyone was stunned, their eyes moving back and forth between Bai Yi and Li Yu. They were not only surprised by Bai Ye's tone, but also by Li Yu's strength. Killed the dark tiger of the 12 zodiacs? No, you're the 10th king? Gao Bansheng's eyes flashed with emotion, but he waved his hands repeatedly. Not really, not really. Li Xiao snorted coldly. This matter was caused by me. I will give you an explanation. I'll be back soon. Hey, that's not necessary. Gao Bansheng hurriedly stopped him. Bai Yi watched silently from the side, and then began to count down. No, just the 12 zodiac animals, even the 10 kings. 3, 2, 1, 10 kings. Li Xiao paused, looked at Bai Yi in surprise, and then his face darkened. Are you imitating my speech? Bai Yi burst into laughter. Well, was my guess right? You. Everyone looked at Li Xiao, who was shaking with anger, with strange expressions on their faces. They all kept their mouths shut, afraid of laughing out loud. Box, box, box. Gao Bansheng finally couldn't help himself. His laughter was like a chain reaction, more and more, and finally everyone couldn't help laughing. Along the way, they were not deaf, so they naturally knew Li Xiao's speaking habits, but they had never dared to say it out loud. Now that Bai Yi pointed it out, they could no longer hold it in. You guys! Li Xiao was so angry that the black mask on his face was shaking. He felt extremely humiliated. Minghu, who was drinking, suddenly heard their laughter. His hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Brother Tiger, are they laughing at you behind your back? Silver Snake said with a smile while hugging Minghu's arm. After I kill the tyrant, I'll settle the score with them. I have wine. While everyone was laughing, Liu reached into the torn sack behind him and, like a magic trick, took out 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 10 bottles of wine. Everyone stared at Liu with an expressionless face. They had more or less guessed what was in Liu's sack before. After all, anything that a powerful, extraordinary person could carry all the way must be a great treasure. But they didn't expect that it was actually wine. No, who would come to Montenegro to carry so much wine? This is low-quality wine mixed with alcohol by the Wastelanders. I wonder if you can get used to it. Liu opened a bottle of wine coldly and drank it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking enjoyable, and then handed the bottle of wine to Gao Bansheng. Gao Bansheng was stunned, looking at the bottle of wine without even any packaging. The glass was turbid as if covered with a layer of scale. He suddenly laughed, took the wine from Liu, and also took a big gulp. The strong alcohol rushed down my throat, and my stomach felt like a fire was burning. Cough, cough. Gao Bansheng had never drunk such low-quality wine before. He choked, and his face turned red, but the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. It's really bad, but this is the most enjoyable drink I've ever had. Chapter 55, The Forced Liu. Xiao Yilong laughed and casually picked up a bottle of cheap wine. Drinking isn't about the wine, it's about who you drink with and where you drink. Wouldn't it be great to drink with friends in the Black Mountain Jedi? Just now, Gao Bansheng defended them in front of Minghu and said frankly that they were friends. This action naturally made them accept Gao Bansheng. Tons. Xiao Yi drank half the bottle in 1 gulp without any abnormality. The physical fitness of a superhuman being was clearly revealed at this moment. as if infected by their heroic spirit. More and more people picked up the bottles and raised their glasses to drink together. These bounty hunters were best at drinking and bragging. After picking up the bottles, they had a confident temperament, as if they were back on their home turf. The chatterbox opened instantly, and the first thing he said was thinking about the past. Some people started a fire on the spot, took out the prey they had hunted, and started grilling it. The atmosphere became more and more heated, and even Li Zhao's eyes flashed with desire. But he was proud of his image as a cold-faced master and hesitated to take any action. He even refused to take the bottle of wine handed to him. Bai Yi laughed to himself. He rolled his eyes, picked up the bottle, clinked it with Xiao Yi's, and said loudly, as expected of the sword master with a bounty of 85 million. Not only is the bounty high, but his alcohol tolerance is even better than that of ordinary transcendence. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Bai Yi only felt a flash before his eyes, and a shadow suddenly squeezed in the crowd, picked up the bottle of wine, pointed it at the black-masked man's mouth and started pouring it. Phew! He burst into laughter, and while laughing he deliberately said, Li Xiao, drink less and leave some for Xiao Yi. He can drink a lot. Li Xiao said nothing and just drank. He raised the bottle a little higher, almost reaching the sky. Xiao Yilong laughed, picked up the bottle, and started drinking. Some people even applauded. This group of people who came from all over the world, drinking recklessly, seemed out of place in this remote Black Mountain area. Their unbridled laughter attracted many people's attention. He Qianjun watched this group of lively young people drinking happily, and a hint of reminiscence flashed in his old eyes. The night girl watched silently. Her eyes were not on the wine, but on the golden barbecue. After staring for a long time, she suddenly glanced around vigilantly. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the girl immediately took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and put it to her mouth. It didn't fit in, and his light brown eyes froze for a moment before he remembered he was still wearing a mask. She looked around vigilantly again, then covered her face with her left hand, then slightly moved the silver mask away, revealing her lips that seemed soaked in rose juice, and quickly stuffed a whole piece of chocolate into her mouth with her right hand. After doing all this, the girl put on her mask again and leaned quietly against the mountain, as if nothing had happened. However, perhaps because the chocolate she stuffed in was too big, she had a hard time chewing it, and her mouth was bulging, so every time she chewed, the silver mask on her face shook up and down, which was very funny. The ghost clown hugged the invisible Yi. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he said gently, It's okay, Yi. There must be a way to revive you in the Black Mountain. Then you can eat. You're such a greedy little cat. I know you haven't eaten for a long time. How about I eat it for you? I can describe the taste to you. You don't want to watch it? Don't be angry, Yi. Then I'll go kill all the people who are eating, so you don't have to watch it, okay? Oh, I won't kill him. I won't kill him. Don't cry. He was at a loss, like a child, comforting the non-existent Yi. Minghu looked at the smiles of Bai Yi and others. His face gradually became gloomy, and he suddenly felt that the fine wine in his hand had lost its taste. Oomph. He threw the empty bottle in his hand to the ground. Bang! The sound of the glass bottle breaking was particularly harsh and abrupt. This interrupted the lively conversation between Gao Bansheng and others. Many people cast their eyes towards Minghu, who snorted coldly. How noisy! You're disturbing my enjoyment of drinking. His voice was unrestrained, and he even spoke deliberately for Gao Bansheng and others to hear. The originally excited crowd seemed to have a bucket of cold water poured on them. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and everyone's faces looked slightly embarrassed. Minghu seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He sneered, picked up a bottle of new wine, glanced at everyone with disdain, and then slowly poured himself a glass of wine. Everyone's faces became increasingly ugly. Gao Bansheng's hand holding the wine bottle turned pale from exerting too much force. But even so, he still did not lose his temper, because he knew that he could not afford to offend the 12 zodiac animals, let alone Apocalypse Company, especially in this small piece of land of Black Mountain. Li Xiao, who was standing by, couldn't bear any longer and was about to stand up, but was held tightly by Gao Bansheng. No one noticed that Bai Ye's hand had already quietly reached behind Li Yu and started writing with his fingers. The wine glass was filled. Minghu leisurely put down the bottle, picked up the wine glass, and just when he put it to his lips and was about to drink it all, a cold voice sounded. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the person who spoke in surprise. The man was dressed in tattered clothes, sitting between Gao Bansheng and others, with his right hand wrapped in thick bandages, like a disabled wastelander. But it was just such a wastelander who contradicted the Hades tiger, one of the 12 zodiac animals, in full view of everyone. Minghu paused holding the wine glass, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying light like a beast flashed in his eyes. You. He had just opened his mouth to utter a word when something unexpected happened. Bang! The crisp sound of glass breaking was heard in his hands. The sound was very slight, but made Minghu's face change drastically. The wine glass in his hand broke. Glass fragments and wine were spilled all over him, slowly flowing down his strong, naked upper body, then soaking his crotch, forming a large watermark. He stood up as if he had been electrocuted, looked at the expressionless Li Yu in horror, and subconsciously took a defensive posture. A layer of light red bloodlight emerged on his strong body, as if facing a powerful enemy. But Li Yu ignored him and didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He slowly lowered his bandaged right hand. Then he picked up the bottle and said to Gao Bansheng and the others calmly, "Drink." Gao Bansheng and others looked at each other in bewilderment. No one knew what had happened. They glanced at the indifferent Li Yu, then looked at Minghu, who had a gloomy face and didn't say a word, and felt inexplicably shocked. Combined with the broken wine glass of Minghu, everyone vaguely understood something. They were not the only ones who were shocked. There were no ordinary people present, because ordinary people could not reach Shelter 189. The worst ones who could come here were powerful people with bounties of several million. But precisely because of this, they were horrified. They didn't think a strong man like Minghu would be unable to control his own body, accidentally crushing the wine glass and even spilling water on his crotch. Even if Minghu had crushed it himself, why at this moment? The wine glass exploded instantly after Li Yu finished speaking. Facing Li Yu's contradiction, Minghu remained silent and actually stopped drinking. What kind of method is this? Chapter 56. A momentary pleasure in youth is worth remembering for a lifetime. Minghu stared at Li Yu intently, his expression changing again and again. The sweet smile on Silver Snake's face slowly faded. She looked at the broken pieces of wine glass scattered on the ground, a deep fear flashing in her eyes. She whispered, "Judging from the traces of the fragments, the force was very slight, just enough to break the wine glass. But how could such a slight force travel such a long distance? It's as if someone broke it at close range. Do you see what it is?" She originally thought it was a small hidden weapon like a stone, but if it was really launched by the bandage man, it would be impossible to have such a small force at such a long distance. And it might even be discovered in advance because of its slow flying speed. Minghu shook his head. "I didn't see anything. My beastly instincts didn't even give me a warning, nor did I feel the movement of air. It was as if nothing had happened, yet the wine glass shattered." The Silver Snake was increasingly horrified. How could he defend against such a strange and silent supernatural power? This time, he only smashed a wine glass. Who could guarantee that the other party wouldn't be able to crush his head? The unknown is often the scariest. Minghu, don't be impulsive. We don't know the other party's strength yet, and we still have important tasks to do. We must not create unnecessary trouble at this time. Once we delay the company's important matters, you know the consequences." Silver Snake said seriously. Minghu clenched his fists, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. But when he thought that his mission was to wait for the tyrant Yang Jie to arrive, and then hold Yang Jie back to provide Eagle with a chance to snipe, he could only reluctantly loosen his fists. Facing a mysterious enemy, even if he was confident that he could defeat him, he could not guarantee that he would not be injured. Once injured, how could he hold Yang Jie back? He took a deep breath, looked at Li Yu with a serious look, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Li Yu took a sip of the inferior wine and said lightly, "Magic Hand." "Li Yu." Minghu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Li Yu deeply. "Magic Hand, Li Yu. I will remember you." After saying that, he stopped drinking and sat silently with Silver Snake among the 200 genetic warriors. Not only did he remember it, but everyone present remembered it. They seemed indifferent, but in fact their ears were erected like antennas and they heard it clearly. They had never heard of the name of Magic Hand Li Yu, but no one underestimated the importance of this name. A strong man who could make Minghu pee his pants and still dare not speak out was destined to be famous in Beimeng in the future. "What are you all standing there for? Keep playing the music and dancing." Bai Yi smiled as he picked up the bottle of wine and started drinking again. He did not choose to kill Minghu, but instead gave him a warning, telling him not to be too presumptuous, as it would be of no use. Because killing the Dark Tiger means killing the Silver Snake and the 200 genetic warriors, which will not only waste a lot of time, but also trigger a chain reaction. In public, the 12 zodiac animals and the genetic warriors were wiped out, which would probably scare the others to death. How would the tyrant Yang Jie react when he came? There are too many variables, which is not conducive to him obtaining the Panga USB flash drive. After Baye's reminder, everyone came back to their senses, glanced at Li Yu who was drinking, and then picked up the wine glass again, and the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. At this moment, Gao Bansheng suddenly raised the bottle with both hands and said seriously, "Mr. Li, I will never forget the dinner you treated me to today." Li Yu looked at Gao Bansheng, who was showing his true feelings and was a little at a loss because he didn't know what had happened. He just pretended a little according to Baye's instructions. Not knowing how to respond, he was silent for a moment, then hummed, "It's all in the wine." Gao Bansheng was stunned, looking down at the bottle of wine with more than half a bottle left in his hand. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, picked up the bottle, and drank it directly. He had never drunk such bad wine before and was choked to tears, but he still insisted on drinking all the wine in the bottle. After drinking this bottle, Gao Bansheng's face turned red and his eyes were blurred, but he smiled even more happily, like a 250-pound fat man. Oh, he was actually a 250-pound fat man. "Mr. Li, Gao Bansheng, won't say anything else. From today on, he performed a squirt, which made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere became lively again. Bai took a big gulp of wine with a smile on his face. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds he had just spent were worth it. Material value is not the only value in this world. True value is never written in fame, wealth, or honor, but is engraved in the youthful spirit of being willing to risk one's life for one's friends. Maybe I just met this group of people by chance, and we will go our separate ways in the future. But so what? At least at this moment, on this desperate black mountain, surrounded by heroes, they are friends drinking together. Whoever makes him drink unhappily today, he will make him unhappily. He is a willful and unruly person. All he wants in his life is pleasure. He lives for pleasure, not for awards. He firmly believes that the momentary joy of youth is worth remembering for a lifetime. So, what's the harm in wasting 5 seconds for a moment of pleasure? Bai Yu was pleased, but Li Xiao was a little absent-minded. Li Yu's 3 short sentences were still echoing in his mind. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Drink wine. Magic hands, Li right. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. That cold temperament, that dismissive attitude towards Minghu, sitting among the crowd, calmly holding up his wine glass amidst everyone's shocked gazes. It is no exaggeration to say that this is how Li Xiao sees himself. He looked at Li Yu with a complicated expression, with jealousy, admiration, and dissatisfaction in his eyes. He subconsciously straightened his back, unconsciously imitating Li Yu's coldness, and even wanted to wrap a bandage around himself. After eating and drinking, a new round of attack began. As agreed, everyone went to the vicinity of the cave, lured out the robots, and the battle started instantly. However, unlike before, this time, Minghu did not take the lead, but mingled with the crowd and made simple perfunctory moves, his vigilant eyes sweeping over Li Yu from time to time. The scarlet laser that burned through the air swept across, but the Dark Tiger dodged it easily by lowering his body. It was not because his speed was faster than light, but because every time the robot fired the laser, its eyes would suddenly light up, as if it was accumulating power. As long as you understand the pattern, you can avoid it in advance. After dodging the laser, he supported himself on the ground with one hand, veins bulging on his arm, and used his hand as a fulcrum to twist his waist and abdomen. Then, his right leg kicked the robot's energy shield like a cannonball, knocking the robot back several steps. Taking advantage of this gap, Minghu quickly stood up and subconsciously glanced at Li Yu, who was hiding in the crowd. Seeing that Li Yu was just watching from a distance and did not take any action, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at He Qianjun on the side and found that he was also secretly observing Li Yu. Not only him, but all the top warriors who dared to engage in close combat with robots would devote some of their attention to Li Yu. Chapter 57. Tyrant Yang Jie, a different appearance. Minghu's mind moved, and he naturally understood what these people were thinking because they were all competitors and strong people in the same echelon. They could tolerate those weak people who were afraid to come from a distance because it was useless for them to come anyway, but they could not tolerate strong people like Li Yu who did not work hard, especially since Li Yu's methods are mysterious and unpredictable. What if he has bad intentions and attacks from behind? This is like a dozen people with ulterior motives fighting on the front line with guns, while there is another person also holding a gun who not only does not fight but stands far behind the crowd. Anyone would worry that this person will shoot them in the back. Thinking of this, Minghu couldn't help but come up with a plan. He suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Magic Hand Liu, with your strength, you have been hiding in the crowd without taking any action. Are you hoping to reap the benefits while others are taking advantage of you?" His words implicitly placed Li Yu in opposition to everyone else. Many strong men looked at Li Yu with scrutiny and vigilance. Silver Snake nimbly dodged the robot's heavy hammer blow. She giggled. "Brother Li, a weak woman like me has already gone to the front line, and you, a grown man, are still hiding behind." More and more strange looks made Li Yu stiffen all over. He felt something was wrong. He knew that he had become the target of public criticism, but he couldn't go forward to fight the robot. With his strength and his right hand seriously injured, he would surely die if he went forward rashly. He glanced at Bai Yi obliquely, and Bai Yi gave him a wink. Li Yu secretly groaned. "Brother Yi, I told you that I am colorblind and can't understand the eye expressions." Facing everyone's scrutiny, he remained silent for a moment before saying coldly, "There's no need to take action." "Oh," Minghu frowned slightly. "What do you mean, sir? You want to enter Shelter 189, but you don't want to contribute." He was determined to force Li Yu to take action, wanted to see what Li Yu's extraordinary abilities were. Now that so many people were on the same side with him, he was not afraid that Li Yu would dare to do anything out of line. "What should I do? What should I do?" Li Yu screamed in his heart. He had never experienced such a situation before. The gazes of more than a dozen top experts made his scalp tingle, and his brain was in chaos. He didn't even know how to respond. He could only bite the bullet and say, "I said, there's no need to take action." As we all know, people tend to repeat themselves when they are nervous. Minghu's face turned completely gloomy. In his opinion, Li Yu's blunt answer clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. A hint of coldness also appeared in the eyes of the other strong men. They felt that Li Yu was a little too arrogant. What do they mean by there's no need to take action? Do you think the robots of the past aren't worth your time? Then what are we? A sideshow? At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the east. It was very weak at first, but it became louder and louder as time went by. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention. "What's that noise? Why does it sound like a train?" Bai Yi had taken trains often before, so he was very familiar with the sound of trains. Xiao Yi was stunned. "You must be joking. This is the Black Mountain Jedi. Even off-road vehicles can't get in. How can there be a train?" Rumble. The roar grew louder and louder until it was deafening, even accompanied by the sharp explosion of high-pressure steam breaking through the valve. "Look!" Someone pointed at the distant eastern sky in horror. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and was suddenly struck by lightning. Suddenly, a coal-black steam train appeared in the eastern sky. Thick gray-black smoke tore through the clouds, and the huge coal-black car body was like a kilometer-long black dragon, winding across the sky and rapidly heading towards the Black Mountain. This miraculous scene shocked everyone and made their scalps tingle. Even strong men like Minghu and He Qianjun were shocked. A kilometer-long steam train, what a behemoth! Running on the ground tracks might not seem impressive, but when such a steel monster seems to defy gravity and floats in the sky, the shock is unimaginable. Bai Yi also widened his eyes. Although he had experienced the civilized era, he had never seen a train flying in the sky. "Wait, why is there a person standing on it?" As the train approached, Bai Yi noticed a figure on the locomotive. The outline of the figure became clearer and clearer. Not only him, but everyone present saw it. In the white mist rising from the chimney, a man in scarlet armor stood on the front of the locomotive with his hands folded across his chest. The scarlet armor was gilded with dark gold patterns, and the beast heads on his shoulder armor were angry. His eyes were arrogant and indifferent, looking down on everyone like a god. "Tirant, tirant, Yangjia!" Li Xiao screamed wildly, his pupils dizzying. The man on the wanted poster he had posted on the wall appeared. The man whom he regarded as his life goal day and night now appeared in his sight like a god. He had thought about the scene of meeting the tyrant countless times, and even imagined himself trying his best to defeat the tyrant. But until this moment, when he saw with his own eyes the tyrant riding a 1,000-meter steam train across the sky, all his fantasies were ruthlessly shattered. Even if the two sides didn't fight, even if they just glanced at each other. Is the tyrant Yang Jia one of the 10 kings? Bai Yi took a breath of cold air. Oh my goodness, so this is the Ten Kings? The style of his appearance is totally different from that of others. Others are either swordsman, night girl, Xiao Yi, girlfriends, ghost clown, barehanded, He Qianjun, and those with colored contact lenses, Ming. Tyrant Yang, Jie directly drives a flying train. It feels like an adult visiting a kindergarten. Although we don't know what the Tyrant Yang Jie's extraordinary abilities are, just from the fact that he can make a kilometer-long train fly into the sky, no matter what his abilities are, they are terrifyingly powerful. He had heard Li Xiao talk about the Ten Kings all the way before, and thought that even if they were stronger than Li Xiao, they would not be too strong. Now it seems that he still underestimated Li Xiao's courage. Have you always targeted this kind of person? Bai Yi looked at Li Xiao, who had a dull look in his eyes, and gave him a thumbs up. It has to be you, Li Xiao. I used to think you were just good at showing off, but now it seems I was wrong. Not only can you show off, but you are also very humorous. Your humor is obviously better than your pretense. I think you should change your name from now on. Don't call yourself the movie man anymore. You can call yourself the humorous dart man. Li Xiao didn't hear a word he said. He stared at Yang Jie intently, with complex expressions of unwillingness, ferocity, fear, etc. flashing in his eyes. He hated his own incompetence and cowardice. He had always regarded the Ten Kings as his target, but now that the tyrant was in front of him, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Chapter 58, The Ten Kings. Above the sky, Yang Jie tapped the chimney with his fingertips, and the steam locomotive suddenly spewed out thick white smoke, like a black dragon puffing out clouds and mist. The locomotive suddenly turned and flew towards the open space where everyone was. Run! Someone shouted in panic, not caring about the robot at all, and turned around and ran. Others reacted and fled quickly. Faced with a train falling from the sky, who can withstand the terrifying, crushing force? In just a moment, everyone ran away, as if they were making room for Yang Jie's arrival. Boom! The steam locomotive landed safely, and the ground shook violently. The people hiding in the surrounding woods could even clearly feel the vibration. Damn it! How come Yang Jie came so quickly? Minghu said, gritting his teeth. Can't you see? I came here by train, so of course it's fast. The silver snake's narrow eyes stared at Yang Jie, who fell from the sky. There was a strange light in his eyes and a hint of greed. The tyrant himself is even more handsome than the one on the wanted poster. If I could sleep with a man like that, I would be willing to live 10 years less. She bit her tender lips lightly, her face flushed. Shut up, bitch. Minghu growled. He was about to say something, but suddenly froze. He looked fiercely at Li Yu, who was hiding in the woods, and his heart was filled with shock. I said, there is no need to take action. Li Yu's cold words echoed in his ears, and he finally realized what Li Yu meant. Damn it, where on earth did this monster, Magic Hand Li Yu, come from? Could he have sensed the tyrant's arrival before anyone else? This terrifying perception ability even surpasses my bestial instincts. Everyone present heard Li Yu's words, and as the tyrant arrived, many people belatedly looked at Li Yu with horror in their eyes. Brother Tiger, what's wrong with you? Silver Snake asked with concern. Minghu shook his head and put Li Yu's matter aside for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was the tyrant. I'm fine. It's just that the tyrant's sudden appearance disrupted my plan. As he spoke, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Fortunately, the company sent Eagle out a few days in advance, and he must have reached the top of Black Mountain by now. By the way, have you contacted Eagle yet? No, the magnetic field in Montenegro is very strange. It might be related to Shelter 189. With our communication level, it's impossible to get a signal. But don't worry, Brother Ing is a very reliable person. He regards the mission as more important than his life, and he has never failed in all these years. Oomph. How can I be at ease? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings. There can be no mistakes. I was originally planning to send someone to Ingtian for a liaison, but now the tyrant has appeared early. There's no time to even connect. Silver Snake laughed sweetly. Brother Ing is different from you. I remember one time, when we were halfway through a project, the company suddenly came up with a task, and he just pulled up his pants and left without a trace of nostalgia. From then on, I knew that among the 12 zodiac signs, Brother Ing was the most reliable. Minghu's face turned slightly green, and he growled. You're still having an affair with him? Silver Snake hurried to appease him. Hey, we are all colleagues. Don't be so formal. Besides, I am just playing with them, and I am sincere to you. Now, keep your voice down. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a grudge against him. Minghu snorted coldly. Don't worry. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't attack us. Silver Snake was stunned. Why? Because Yang Jie is too arrogant. People like him, apart from having the desire to attack the other 10 kings, don't care about the rest of the people. In his opinion, attacking the weak is equivalent to belittling himself. Although Minghu said this, he subconsciously lowered his voice. After hearing what Minghu said, little stars seemed to appear in Silver Snake's eyes. Oh, I seem to like him more. What should I do? Minghu was furious. Now is not the time for you to have a tantrum. He simply disdains to attack the weak. If you dare to seduce him, he will kill you without a second thought. Outside the cave, there was only Yang Jie in the huge open space. He glanced at Minghu and others hiding in the woods with his disdainful eyes, and a smile as cold as a knife appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that this trip to Black Mountain was a trap set by Apocalypse Company, but he still came. Because he was one of the 10 Tyrant Kings, this title was enough to make him ignore any trap. Warning, warning, if anyone infected with scarlet disease is found, eliminate them immediately. The robot made a cold electronic sound, and its scarlet pupils flashed at Yang Jie continuously. Yang Jie stared at the robot indifferently, still standing there without making any move. The two people's body sizes are completely disproportionate. Just like a person standing in front of a building, they should appear very small, but the reality is just the opposite. Yang Jie's eyes were arrogant, his clothes fluttering like a battle flag, and his scarlet armor reflected the cold metallic light under the sunlight. Just standing there, he had an aura that was hard to ignore. The figure standing with his hands behind his back seemed more like a pillar between heaven and earth than the 1,000-foot black mountain in front of him. For a moment, everyone's attention was fixed on Yang Jie, as if he was supposed to be the center of the stage, the protagonist between heaven and earth. Can Yang Jie deal with the robots? Is there even a need to ask? Those are the 10 kings. So what if they're just 10 kings? They're also human. The robots have energy shields from the old days. They can even defend against missiles. Haven't you seen that even renowned warriors like Minghu are helpless against robots? Even if the tyrant is powerful, can he be compared to everyone combined? Many people were whispering. Some thought that Yang Jie would definitely be fine, while others felt that it was uncertain. However, the question was answered the next second. The robot took heavy steps and rushed towards Yang Jie, shaking the ground and raising dust. At the same time, red light began to gather in its eyes, preparing to fire a laser. Yang Jie frowned suddenly, but not because of the robot, but because of the dust that fell on the scarlet armor. He gently brushed off the dust on his shoulder armor with an indifferent expression. A weapon of war from the old days? Such a feeble creation. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to carry throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. Weak? How could such a word possibly be associated with a robot? If this robot was considered weak, then what about those who had besieged it for days? Suddenly, just 1 second before the laser was about to fire, Yang Jie moved. Chapter 59, Dark Tiger, Tyrant. You must give me an explanation today. He slowly raised his palm, crossing his middle finger and thumb in the air. Bang! A crisp snap of fingers was heard. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The pair of scarlet eyes that were about to fire lasers suddenly exploded with a bang after snapping their fingers. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning, warning. The visual system has been damaged by external forces. Activate biological perception mode immediately. The robot kept issuing shrill alarms. It's so noisy. Yang Jie raised his hand indifferently and clenched it towards the robot in the air. Moment. The robot's huge body froze in midair, like a person being strangled by the throat. As Yang Jie's hands continued to tighten, the robot's alarm stopped abruptly, and the steel on its body creaked under the heavy weight, as if it was being squeezed by an infinite force. Bang, bang, bang. The hydraulic rods at its joints broke madly, and countless fine sparks of electricity burst out from its body. With the last huge explosion, the robot fell to the ground powerlessly, its body twisted like scrap metal. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. The pupils of Minghu and others suddenly shrank into needles, and they looked at the scene in disbelief. The robot that had blocked them for several days was killed instantly by the tyrant Yang Jie. Are you kidding me? He defeated a robot with just one move? Is he still human? Why is the energy shield ineffective against him? He seems to have attacked the robot directly. Are these the legendary 10 Kings? Countless people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scene before them was completely beyond their imagination. They had thought that even if Yang Jie could defeat the robot, it would take a lot of effort, but he killed it in one move. Bai Yu was also shocked. Fuck, isn't it true that the gap between people is so big? Say something, Li Xiao. He pushed Li Xiao, who seemed to be petrified, beside him. Li Xiao. Gao Banqing couldn't stand it any longer and whispered to him, Brother Xiaobai, don't provoke him. Li Xiao, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that the tyrant's ability to control metal is just right to restrain robots, so it can achieve such an effect. Don't lose heart, there's still a long way to go. Li Xiao finally came back to his senses, a hint of color reappearing in his numb and desperate eyes, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Yes, yes, yes. You are right. It is the ability to restrain. Metal ability is best at dealing with robots, but not necessarily good at dealing with humans. I still have a chance. Gao Banqing was shocked. If you're not a buddy, you can just fool others, but don't fool yourself. Even if you have the ability to restrain others, they can directly make a 1,000-meter train fly into the sky. Can't you see the difference? Li Xiao, please don't be impulsive. Control metal? Bai Yi on the side was thoughtful. So this was the tyrant's ability. No wonder he could make the train fly into the sky and kill robots instantly. No wonder Mr. Ng said that only a tyrant could open the door of the refuge. After Yang Jie dealt with the robot, he didn't even look at the crowd. He walked straight toward the cave. When he passed by the wreckage of the robot's body suddenly made a harsh metal friction sound. Countless metal accessories were suspended in the air, reorganized in the air, and pieced together into a human form again. They followed Yang Jie closely, obviously controlled by his ability. Seeing that he was about to enter the cave, Minghu took a deep breath and glanced at the Silver Snake. Are you ready? Silver Snake nodded his head obediently. Don't worry, in order to deal with Yang Jie, I didn't bring any metal weapons. Minghu's face darkened. Be serious? I'm talking about the ribbon. Hate it. Why are you so fierce? The ribbon is ready. Silver Snake took out a red ribbon from her chest, and then began to tie her hair, combing the scattered black hair into a ponytail. The red ribbon was very long, hanging down to her hips, fluttering in the wind like a small whip. Prepare for action, Minghu said in a deep voice, then took a signal gun from his subordinate and fired a shot into the sky. The red flare shot straight into the sky and exploded above the sky. This was a signal sent to the Eagle. His and Silver Snake's mission was to restrain Yang Jie and give Eagle the opportunity to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jie could control metal, Eagle had already prepared special bullets. The red ribbon serves as a reference point for snipers. When sniping from 3,000 meters away, there are too many factors to consider, such as gravity, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. It was impossible for Ng Tian to sense the wind speed and direction where Yang Jie was 3,000 meters away, but the red ribbon could help him determine it. You only need to observe the direction and swing amplitude of the red ribbon through the scope to make a judgment. Stop, Minghu shouted, and then suddenly walked out of the woods, followed by the Silver Snake with a ponytail and 200 fierce genetic warriors. Such a brave act did not win everyone's admiration. Instead, everyone looked at them as if they were idiots. Are you so eager to die? Yang Jie slowly stopped and turned around, and the huge robot next to him also turned around. He lowered his eyes slightly, as if wondering why someone dared to call him. His eyelashes cast a cold shadow under his eyes, and his pupils were like gray glass tempered with ice, reflecting the distant sky with a cold and angular feeling. Being stared at by these eyes, Minghu's steps froze. Even though there were 200 genetic warriors standing behind him, his beast instinct still gave him a crazy warning. After hesitating for a moment, he walked forward with gritted teeth. Silver Snake's performance was even worse. Her eyes were evasive and her face was flushed, like an ignorant girl who had seen her idol. Tyrant Yang Jie, you destroyed a satellite city of the company. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Minghu said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. He couldn't bear to watch it. When he thought of Mr. Ying's wild imagination, he began to feel embarrassed for Minghu. Yang Jie looked at the two of them indifferently, his eyes calm and collected. Either get out or die. Minghu's face darkened as he understood the tyrant's arrogance. So handsome, so handsome. Silver Snake's eyes were like water, and he proudly puffed out his chest towards Yang Jie. Do it. Minghu didn't waste any words. He got on all fours and suddenly exerted force on all his muscles. He rushed towards Yang Jia like a cannonball. The 200 genetic warriors behind him roared continuously, as if 200 wild beasts were roaring, and the noise caused by their galloping together was no less than that of thousands of troops charging. Such terrifying power made even those long-renowned strong men look solemn and marvel at the foundation of Dawn City. Among these 200 genetic warriors, most of them had been injected with 2 injections of genetic drugs, and a small number had even been injected with 3 injections. Not to mention the leading Zodiac Tiger. This lineup is enough to determine the outcome of a battle involving tens of thousands of people, but now it is being used to deal with just one person. Chapter 60 Silver Snakes, Steel Ring. Faced with such a huge disparity in numbers, Yang Jia remained indifferent and slowly withdrew his right hand from his chest. Minghu's face changed drastically, and he stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand and made a stop gesture. The 200 genetic warriors behind him also stopped, looking nervous and uneasy, not even daring to look directly into those indifferent eyes. As a result, something unexpected happened. The hand that Yang Jia raised did not launch any attack, but slowly fell on the scarlet shoulder armor on his shoulder and then gently patted the dust off the shoulder armor. The expressions of Minghu and others instantly became extremely ugly, and the atmosphere became awkward. The people watching the battle not far away had strange expressions on their faces. Just a raised hand gesture scared the 12 zodiac animals and 200 genetic warriors to stop moving forward. A man's name is like the shadow of a tree. Is this the terrifying aspect of the 10 kings' names? They even had an illusion that it was Minghu and his men who surrounded the tyrant, but it felt like the tyrant surrounded everyone. A true king does not need a sword. His name alone can command an army of thousands. You don't even have the courage to look me in the eye? How boring. Yang Jia shook his head slightly. He turned around and walked towards the cave without even glancing at them. Minghu was furious. As one of the 12 zodiac signs, even though he was not as famous as the 10 kings, he was still a powerful being that could not be underestimated. Now that he was looked down upon like that, how could he not be angry? Kill. The scarlet blood seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps between his muscles and instantly ignited his whole body like a burning flame. He punched out, his blood boiling and excited, and actually formed a ferocious tiger head shadow on his fist. Tiger evil. The ferocious blood-chi tiger head rubbed violently against the air, carrying countless hot white air currents towards Yang Jia's back. Just as it was about to attack Yang Jia, a huge shadow appeared in an instant, enveloping the dark tiger like flowing water. Boom strapia! A terrifying explosion sounded between the dark tiger's fist and the robot. The shock wave generated by the intersection of the two turned into transparent ripples visible to the naked eye and rolled around. The woods where everyone was hiding seemed to be swept by a force 10 gale, with many trees broken in half and leaves flying everywhere. The robot's steel arm was broken by the punch and fell to the ground with a dull sound. The sophisticated components inside it had long been destroyed by Yang Jia, and it could no longer activate the energy shield, and it had lost its intelligence. It seemed to be able to move at will, but in fact it was just Yang Jia's steel puppet. However, puppets also have their advantages, which is that they are not afraid of destruction. If a sophisticated robot is damaged, system errors and circuit disruptions will occur, but this will not happen with the Iron Golem. I saw that the mechanical arm that had originally fallen was connected to the robot again under the traction of some invisible force. Minghu gritted his teeth. He could beat the robot into scrap metal, but he couldn't beat the scrap metal into slag. Even if it was beaten into slag, Yang Jia could still restore it. Seeing that their leader was blocked, the 200 genetic warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and launched a fearless charge. Rumble. The coal-black steam train came to life, like a ferocious black dragon. Its whistle sounded like a dragon's roar, and dozens of connected carriages swept across like a black dragon's tail. Ah! Ah! Countless screams and sounds of broken bones rang out. The steam train swept away 200 genetic warriors like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. After the attack, only a dozen or so people were still able to stand. Some unlucky genetic warriors even turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Just as Yang Jia was about to enter the cave, a sexy and enchanting figure appeared in front of Yang Jia, as if by teleportation. Silver Snake covered her mouth shyly with her hands and said with a sweet smile, "Brother Tyrant, I admire you so much." Bang! A carriage detached from the steam train and came across the sky, knocking the silver snake away and smashing it into the mountain. She was embedded in it along with the train carriage. Everyone was stunned. The two zodiac animals and 200 genetic warriors couldn't even stop Yang Jie. Li Xiao, who just felt that he was fine again, suddenly felt cold in his heart. Li Xiao, I think the 10th king is just SOSO. He doesn't even dare to let Minghu and others get close to him. He must be very weak. Why don't you throw a dart at him now? Maybe you can succeed. Bai Yi gave Li Xiao advice. Li Xiao. He wanted to block Bai Ye's mouth so much now. Was he afraid to get close? It was obvious that they couldn't even get close. I threw a dart at him. I became a ghost. A sweet laugh came from behind the train carriage embedded in the mountain. Bang! The terrifying force directly lifted the carriage away, and Silver Snake gracefully stepped out. She gently brushed off the dust on her body and said with a smile, "Brother Tyrant, you really don't know how to be gentle with women." Oh! Yang Jie stopped for the first time and looked at the Silver Snake with a hint of interest in his eyes. Everyone has said that it started well, but ended badly. Now it seems that the rumor is not credible. Silver Snake's smile became more charming, and his narrow eyes flickered with a venomous light like a venomous snake. Brother Tyrant, you are too kind. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Yang Jie nodet calmly, indet. Silver Snake's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and continued laughing. Although I can't defeat you if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy either. Perhaps you are stronger than the Dark Tiger, but you are too foolish. Silver Snake frowned slightly. I'm stupid? You actually said I'm stupider than the Dark Tiger. As she spoke, she inconspicuously smoothed the red ribbon on her ponytail. Brothering, why don't you take action? Yang Jie said indifferently. You know my ability is to control metal, but you still bring metal to see me. Isn't that extremely stupid? Silver Snake was stunned. Metal? I brought metal? Impossible. I didn't even bring my most skilled Silver Snake whip. Where did the metal come from? She subconsciously looked at herself, and when her gaze fell on her chest, her face turned pale instantly. She raised her head in disbelief. Steel ring. In response to her, Yang Jie gave her a grip of the void. Bang bang. Two dull explosions sounded in front of the Silver Snake. Ah! A shrill scream, like a soprano, came out of the Silver Snake's mouth. Her chest was a mess of blood and flesh, and two blurry blood holes were vaguely visible. At the moment she was hit hard, a train car suddenly took off into the air and slammed into her delicate body. The Silver Snake was knocked dozens of meters away, with blood and flesh flying all over its body and bones broken. The whole person and the carriage rolled down the mountain and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 61. We rushed forward, before Yang Jie's mental strength was exhausted. Silver Snake. Minghu's eyes were bloodshot. He took the blow from the robot and rushed to Yang Jie like a madman. He clenched his fists into hammers and smashed down hard. Yang Jie's scarlet shoulder armor fell off automatically and floated silently, easily blocking the heavy hammer of the Dark Tiger. His eyes were bloodshot and his punches fell like rain, while pieces of armor on Yang Jie's body fell off, like countless spinning and flying red rose petals, blocking all of Minghu's attacks. The crowd watching from distance were still immersed in the shock of the Silver Snake being killed instantly. Xiao Yi was completely confused. What's going on? Is Silver Snake carrying a bomb? Why did his chest suddenly explode? Bai Yi was equally puzzled, but it was Li Beitian, a bounty hunter who frequented taverns, who finally spoke the truth. I can tell from the looks of it that you don't understand women. What do you mean? Bai Yi was a little dissatisfied. He had seen everything, even though it was through the screen. Did you know there's underwire in women's underwear? Steel ring? What's steel ring? What do you need that for? Li Beitian looked around and whispered, underwire can shape your body, provide support, and make you look more upright. Bai Yi. Another day of learning new knowledge. He finally understood why the Silver Snake exploded, because Yang Jie controlled the steel ring. As soon as he thought of this, he looked down at himself. Hiss! He felt an inexplicable pain. It hurts so much. Silver Snake, you died miserably. While several people were doing scientific research, the battle on the field took a new turn. The Dark Tiger actually held on to the scarlet scales, tightly clamping Yang Jie with both arms. Several cuts were made on his body by the scales, and many scales were even embedded in his flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. But Yang Jie was indeed restrained by him. The man with terrifying physical fitness hugged Yang Jie tightly, with veins bulging on his arms, and his hands clasped tightly behind Yang Jie's back. In his hand, he was holding a long piece of cloth torn from his pants, which was fluttering in the wind. Ingtian, shoot now, Minghu shouted in his heart. He had tried his best to prepare the best sniping opportunity for Ingtian. Now, Ingtian only needed one shot to kill the tyrant. Even though he was restrained, Yang Jie's expression remained unchanged, and one could not even see any sign of effort on his face. With the power of the Nether Tiger, even steel could be locked and deformed, but he remained unharmed. The remaining scarlet armor on his body, with a blessing of extraordinary power, completely blocked the power of the Nether Tiger. And this force is continuing to grow. Minghu's tightly clasped fingers have already turned white, and there are sounds of bones cracking under the heavy burden. Compared with Yang Jie's calmness, he looks too embarrassed, but he is not panicked at all. Instead, he feels that victory is in his grasp. He firmly believed that Ing Tian, who valued the mission more than his life, would seize the opportunity he created and fire a perfect shot. At this moment, Yang Jie slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze falling on Minghu's ferocious face. What are you expecting? What? Minghu's face suddenly changed. An unimaginable, terrifying force burst out from Yang Jie's scarlet armor. He could no longer hold on and was blown away like a cannonball. During the flight, he was still thinking, why not shoot? Bang! The dark tiger was deeply embedded in the mountain. Countless huge rocks shattered and rolled down, burying him. The whole place was in complete silence. Even the 2 of the 12 zodiac animals could not inflict any injury on Yang Jie, and they could not even last 2 minutes. The tyrant's immense power was vividly etched into everyone's mind. After dealing with the 2 people, Yang Jie walked into the cave calmly, and the silver robot followed closely behind him. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. On the top of the Black Mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, a 1,000-foot cliff is looming. A huge rock on the edge of the cliff juts out like an eagle's beak, and an ebony easel stands on the mossy stone surface. The white canvas trembles slightly in the mountain breeze. In front of the ebony easel, an elegant man in white clothes, with a figure as straight as a pine tree, was holding an ebony paintbrush and painting with a focused expression. However, what he painted was not the towering cliff in front of him, but a portrait. Although he was facing a deserted cliff, his eyes seemed to reflect countless human figures, which were placed on the canvas along the ebony paintbrush. The protagonist of the painting is a rebellious man in scarlet armor. He stands at the center, surrounded by enemies, tigers, snakes, and even humans. At this moment, the man in white suddenly raised his brush and lightly tapped the upper side of the canvas. A drop of ink that looked like a bullet slowly took shape and pointed directly at the protagonist in the painting. But the next second, he let out a light exclamation, with an amusement look on his face, because the bullet ink had disappeared out of thin air. What's wrong, painter? A man in a black suit and white gloves suddenly appeared behind the painter. His entire body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of ink, appearing somewhat blurry. The only thing that was clear was probably his face, which was as pale as a deathly person. The painter smiled slightly. Failed. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, the opponent is a tyrant, so failure is normal. The painter shook his head. I know the eagle can't kill the tyrant. This scene is just the opening act. A grand performance must naturally begin with the tyrant's blood. Unfortunately, the tyrant didn't bleed, and the eagle died. Dead. The man in the black suit asked in a puzzled tone, but his face was stiff and expressionless, and the voice and picture were out of sync, as if the question was not uttered by him. Everyone around here who can kill an eagle is gathered at the entrance to Shelter 189. The eagle went to the back mountain. Why did it die? The painter looked towards the bottomless cliff, his eyes deep and his mouth amused. It seems that there is someone outside the script who has appeared in this wonderful play. Who? Have no idea. You don't know? Or don't want to say? The painter looked at him with amusement. The canvas is so small. How can I paint all living things? Fate is unpredictable, and my destiny can only determine part of it. However, it doesn't matter who that person is. The tyrant's doom is unavoidable. Everything is under control. All we need to do is wait quietly. After the tyrant Yang Jie entered the cave for a long time. What should we do now? Someone asked. The robot guards have been taken care of by the tyrant, and the alloy gate inside certainly can't stop him. Now, of course, we have to follow him into Shelter 189. You really dare to go in? You've seen the tyrant's strength. What if he? People die for money, birds die for food. Now that the treasure mountain is right before our eyes, are we still afraid of a tyrant like him? Listening to everyone's heated discussion, Bai also went over to join the fun. He shouted fiercely, "That's right. As long as we all attack together, even the tyrant Yang, Jia, might not be able to kill us all before his mental strength is exhausted." Chapter 62, Laser Channel. The heated discussion came to an abrupt halt, and everyone looked at each other in confusion, with the atmosphere becoming somewhat silent for a moment. The courage they had finally mustered was shattered by Baiye's words. The atmosphere was awkward for a long time before someone hesitated and said, "The tyrant will definitely not be interested in the miscellaneous items in the shelter, and he can't take everything away. In that case, let him take the lion's share. It won't be taboo for us to pick up some scraps. Damn it, let's do it. The brave ones will die of overeating, while the timid ones will die of starvation." Several bounty hunters gritted their teeth and stomped their feet before walking out of the woods and heading straight for the cave. This is like a domino effect, a chain reaction. People may not get rich, but if they have to watch others get rich, it would be more painful than killing them. More and more people walked toward the cave. "What should we do?" Gao Banqing turned and asked Li Xiao and others. Li Xiao remained silent and did not answer. The others also looked hesitant, their eyes unconsciously focused on Li Yu, obviously regarding this mysterious and powerful man as their backbone. Li Yu was stunned. "Why are you all looking at me? I won't go in anyway. Going in will lead to death. That tyrant is not a human being at all." He wanted to look at Bai Yi, but didn't dare to be too obvious. Others are afraid of tyrants, but Bai Yi is not afraid at all. He is even waiting to take advantage of the tyrant by following him. He had to go to the cave. What if there were other secret passages inside? What if the tyrant found the Pangu USB drive and left directly through the secret passage? Or maybe after the tyrant found the USB flash drive, he just flew away on the flying train. Even if he turned on time standstill, he wouldn't be able to fly. To be on the safe side, he had to see the tyrant get the Pangu USB drive with his own eyes, and then he would snatch it from the tyrant so that he would feel at ease. As for why he didn't take it himself, needless to say, all the people from the old era in the shelter were dead. So how could there be no danger inside? It would be better to leave the risk to the professionals. He would only be responsible for the harvest. So, while everyone was hesitating, Bai took a step forward and walked out of the woods. "Brother Xiaobai, are you going?" Gao Banqing exclaimed. He didn't expect that the bravest person here was the weakest Bai Yi. Bai Yi said without turning his head, "Yeah, I'm here now." Everyone was slightly stunned. For some reason, Bai Ye's words, "since we're already here," seemed to contain some strange power. "Yes, since we're already here, why not go in and take a look?" Li Yu stood up silently and followed Bai Yi away. He knew who the real big boss was. When they saw that a strong man like Li Yu had also gone, the others immediately felt confident. Brother Xiaobai is right. Now that I'm here, if I don't go in, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaoi followed him out. We bounty hunters are people who live on the edge of a knife. As long as we can find a few treasures from the old times, we won't have to worry about our lives. Brothers, let's do it, Li Beitian said to several bounty hunters. The bounty hunters stood up one after another, their eyes fiery and determined. Li Beitian smiled heartily. Brothers, let's do this one last job. After we finish it, we can retire peacefully. Before he even set off, he set a goal for himself. Black Panther and others also responded. Seeing everyone so heroic, Gao Banqing couldn't help but pat his chest and said, "I'm tired of the days of drinking and partying. I came to Heishan to make friends and find excitement. Since my friends have decided to join, how can I not follow them? Xiao Kuei, let's go." He suddenly jumped onto Xiao Kuei's petite body and raised his fist high. At this time, only Li Xiao had not expressed his opinion. This arrogant shadow man seemed to be still immersed in the terror of the tyrant. "Don't forget your goal. Why are you here?" He roared in his heart and finally joined the team. In a pitch-black cave, many people took out their lighting devices, and when the light lit up like sparks, several exclamations were heard from the crowd. The inside of the cave was not a mountain as imagined, but a silver alloy covering the cave wall, forming a very sci-fi silver metal passage. The passage is very long, with no end in sight, and is very winding. Bai Yi, Gao Banqing, and others followed the crowd, moving forward little by little. As they walked, Bai Yi frowned slightly. "Have you noticed that this passage leads downwards?" "It's indeed going downwards. The information I received shows that Shelter 189 is built under the mountain, So, we're going downstairs now. Gao Bansheng shrank his head and tried his best to hide his fat body behind Xiao Kuei's petite body. But he was too fat, and it felt like he was trying to cover his ears and steal the bell. The alloy door has been opened. Someone at the front of the team shouted ecstatically. At the end of the passage was a violently damaged alloy door. The door was 20 centimeters thick and several meters high, and was now twisted and embedded in the wall. Behind the door was still a long silver metal passage. As expected of a tyrant, he managed to open the alloy door that even explosives couldn't blow up so easily. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way and let me in. A one-eyed man wearing an eye patch rushed in behind the door impatiently. Several people rushed in with him, as if they were afraid that the treasure would be snatched away by others. But many people also choose to wait where they are and observe the situation. People have different ideas. Those who wait, they're afraid that there may be danger behind the door, while those who rush in are not necessarily stupid. They think that the tyrant has been in there for so long. Even if there is danger, the tyrant must have solved it all, so it is better to go in early and find the treasure sooner. Only the results can tell who is right and who is wrong. When the one-eyed man was about 2 meters away from the passage behind the door, suddenly, a faint blue electric current appeared on the silver metal wall, spreading like water waves and spreading throughout the entire passage in an instant, as if some device had been powered on and activated. The one-eyed man and his companions' faces changed drastically. They vaguely realized that something was wrong and stopped in their tracks, but it was too late. The next second, 3 scarlet lasers suddenly shot out from the left wall and shot towards the few people at an extremely fast speed. Run! The one-eyed man didn't even have time to swallow the scream in his throat before 3 lasers appeared in an instant. The first laser pierced diagonally from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Before the severe pain could be transmitted, the one-eyed man's collarbone and half of his shoulder blade curled up and peeled off like plastic melted at high temperature, revealing his still beating heart in his chest. The second laser cut across the navel, separating the upper and lower body in 0.1 seconds. A string of blood beads burst out from the broken spine, but before those blood beads could splash out, they were evaporated by the laser in an instant. The third vertical strike struck the right hip, and mechanically modified right leg fell to the silver alloy ground like paper. Chapter 63, Black Knight. The people behind the one-eyed man were so frightened that they were scared to death. After a brief period of stiffness, they quickly turned around and ran away. However, the speed of the laser was too fast. It was so fast that they were torn into pieces in an instant before they turned halfway. Pa pa pa. The piece of meat fell to the ground with several dull sounds. Death happened too quickly and too tragically. Everyone outside the gate was stunned for several seconds before they came back to their senses in shock. Those who had stopped before showed a hint of fear in their eyes. It was almost. It's just a matter of one thought. It can make the difference between heaven and hell. Is it a laser channel? Gao Bansheng exclaimed in horror, his face turning pale. Damn it, there's actually a laser tunnel here. How did the tyrant get through? Bai Yi said slowly. It's not surprising that the tyrant can pass through the laser channel. The real surprise is that the tyrant can obviously control metal and can easily destroy all laser emitters, but he chose not to do so. It seems that he doesn't want others to enter. He probably disdains to attack others, but he also has no obligation to help others eliminate danger. What should we do now? Gao Bansheng had already started to retreat. This laser channel was simply not something an ordinary person like him could pass through. Xiao, he stared at the scattered corpses and said in a deep voice, I just observed it. This laser is indeed powerful, but its speed is not so fast that it cannot be detected by the naked eye. If you are agile enough, you may be able to get through it. He was obviously tempted and quite confident in his skills, but he did not try it immediately because he did not know how many lasers were in the channel and the trajectories of all the lasers. The best way is to wait for others to go in first and test out all the laser tracks to ensure that there is no risk. But who would do such a thing, risking their life to pave the way for others? Those who could do such a thing were either incredibly confident in their own abilities, like the tyrant Yang Jie, or they were selfless and fearless, willing to lead the charge. At this time, many people looked secretly at the Steel Brotherhood instructor He Qianjun. This old man, who is known as the chief coach of the 100,000 Iron Guards, is famous for his martial arts and energy throughout Beimang. Over the years, countless powerful, extraordinary people and genetically modified people have died at his hands. Even someone as strong as Ming Hu was unusually polite to He Qianjun which shows his strength. If we were to ask who was most likely to get through the laser channel, it would undoubtedly be He Qianjun. He Qianjun felt everyone's gazes, but his expression remained unchanged. He just stood there quietly without taking any action. As everyone was in a stalemate, an unexpected figure slowly walked out of the crowd. It was the night girl of the silent court. The girl who came alone stepped into the laser channel without saying a word. She was like a magnet, firmly attracting everyone's attention. The knight's small black boots stepped lightly on the metal ground, making a slight sound. It's the Black Knight of the silent court. She was the first one to enter the laser channel, someone exclaimed in a low voice. The Black Knight has always been elusive, a sharp blade used by the silent court to punish criminals. I heard that even wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million yuan have died at her hands. No wonder she dared to be the first to step forward. Silent Court, Black Knight? Bai frowned slightly. It doesn't sound like a girl's name. His impression of this nameless girl still remained in the small town of Gray Earth, where she killed hundreds of gray sparrows with one sword. He knew then that the girl was very powerful, but now it seems that he underestimated her. Song. The night girl moved. She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, and her figure rushed into the laser channel like a ghost. The hem of her black skirt raised ink-like ripples in the airflow. The laser channel seemed to sense the intruder, and the laser arrived in an instant. When the first laser beam fell from above, she had already glided across the ground as nimbly as a black cat, and the scarlet beam brushed the edge of her silver mask. The second laser came to cut her in the waist. She pushed her palms against the ground, jumped up, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and successfully climbed over the laser. The third laser lit up above the girl's head, almost splitting her in two, but her breath was not disturbed at all. Like an elegant dancer in the center of the dance floor, she slid lightly, and the laser passed by her. Many people secretly exclaimed in amazement at how he dodged 3 lasers so neatly. The girl kept walking, and even her speed became faster. More and more lasers lit up, attacking her almost without any order, but she could always seize the tiniest gap and pass through easily. Everyone stared intently, but they were not looking at the girl, but at the laser. 18 lasers. 18 lasers in total, some horizontal, some vertical, some diagonal, and some even 20 centimeters from the ground. They frantically memorized the laser trajectories the girl had traced out. At this time, the girl had reached the edge of the passage. Just as she was about to leave the passage, something strange happened. Suddenly, a scarlet light appeared under her feet. Just when everyone thought the girl was doomed, she suddenly leaped back into the air as if she had foreseen the situation, avoiding the fatal laser. But this was not the end yet. The most terrifying scene appeared. The 18 lasers that she had previously avoided suddenly changed direction and shot towards her behind her at the same time. It's over. She's dead. No one thought that the girl could dodge 18 lasers. But she did it anyway. Being in midair with nowhere to gain leverage, she suddenly exerted force with her slender waist, and the black dress dodged the first 8 lasers at an incredible angle like a spinning black enchantress. Immediately, she pointed the scabbard at the wall, and her body moved sideways in the air again, narrowly brushing past several laser beams. When she came from the left wall to the right wall, her long legs touched the wall, and it was as if there were magnets under her feet, and she ran a semicircle on the wall. So far, she had dodged 17 lasers, but she could not dodge this last one no matter what, because after dodging the other lasers, her escape route had been completely blocked. Facing this fatal 18th laser, clang, the pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand was suddenly unsheathed, and the sword light was like an inverted galaxy, which met the laser with great precision. The indestructible laser was instantly reflected by the sword body. From afar, the dazzling red light seemed to light up the sword, and at the same time, it also lit up the silver-white mass that caught everyone's eye. Taking advantage of this gap, the girl came to the edge of the passage again. This time she changed the direction to break through, but the laser shot out like a bullet under her feet again. This time she was well prepared. She shook the pure silver cross sword and accurately blocked the laser. Then she flashed out of the passage like a ghost and disappeared into the depths of the passage without stopping for a second. Everyone was silent, all shocked by the girl's skills. Chapter 64. No, you also have a job to do? After a long moment, someone murmured, "What kind of material is her sword made of? It can even block lasers." Look, He Qianjun is also taking action. He Qianjun, who had been motionless, now stepped into the laser channel with his hand behind his back and a hunched back. with the Black Knight's exploration. He has completely understood the rules of the laser channel, so there is naturally no need to wait. If he doesn't go in quickly, he will be overtaken by others. You can't get through the laser tunnel with these iron things on your back. Stay outside and help me. Yes, instructor. A dozen mechanical transformers responded loudly. Qianju nodded, then entered the passage with confidence. Facing the incoming laser, he was more calm and composed than the night girl, and it took him less time to reach the edge of the laser channel. However, any discerning person could see that the reason Qianjun took less time was not necessarily because he was much stronger than the night girl, but more because he knew the laser trajectory in advance. When he reached the edge, everyone wanted to see how he would pass the last level without the girl's sword, but Qianjun stood still. He slowly straightened his back, and his muscles bulged instantly. His originally skinny body became like a little giant. Then he suddenly exerted force, and his body turned into afterimages. As he passed the edge, the induction laser under his feet lit up instantly, and it was activated in less than 0.1 seconds. But the laser was fast, and Qianjun was even faster. The laser almost brushed past his back. He fell outside the laser channel, and the 18 lasers behind him finally arrived, but they could not reach him at all. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Qianjun's method was to rely on a speed faster than laser firing to pass the level. Qianjun seems to be stronger than the Black Knight. Ba Yisikit. Xiao Yi on the side shook his head. It's hard to say who is stronger. The Black Knight is also very fast, but the last laser was very concealed. It was triggered by a sudden induction. The Black Knight was caught off guard, so he was forced back and had to face 18 lasers. Qianjun already knew that the last laser would be a surprise attack, so he was well prepared and could easily deal with it. Not to mention him, even I could get through it. Bai gave him a suspicious look. Well, as the old saying goes, if you keep company with vermilion, you'll be red. If you keep company with ink, you'll be black. Look at the people you and Li Xiao are dealing with. You've both learned to brag. Xiao, he raised his eyebrows. Don't believe it? Just wait and see. After saying that, he actually walked directly towards the laser channel. Are you serious? Bai shouted hurriedly. Wait a minute. Don't be so impulsive. Xiao, he turned around and smiled. I didn't expect Brother Xiaobai to care about me so much. Don't worry, if I'm not absolutely sure, I won't. Give me the check for 2 million first, and then you can go. Don't let the laser destroy the check. Xiao Yi. In the end, he left with a dark face. The fact was, just as he said, all the lasers in front could not stop him. Xiao Yi's skills are equally strong. Even if they're not as good as the Black Knight and Qianjun, they're enough to deal with lasers. However, the last laser is not so easy to deal with. The instantaneous induction laser is too fast. It does not appear in advance like other lasers and chop at you like a sword, but it is like a gun. When you reach the position, it will suddenly shoot you. Facing this last laser, Xiao Yi ran forward and shouted, "Stop!" The shout of "stop" stunned everyone. Asking the laser to stop? Did someone kick their head with a donkey? But the next moment, clang! The sword named Stop was instantly unsheathed and shot out. Xiao Yi took the opportunity to grab the hilt of the sword and rushed out of the passage like a sword immortal flying into the sky. Is this also possible? Bai Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that the sword could be used in this way. With so many successful cases in front of us, more and more people can't wait and try it out. However, they were obviously too confident in themselves. Some died after passing 3 or 5 levels, while others died at the last level. But there are also successful ones, such as Ghost Clown. The clown held hands with his girlfriend and walked through the laser channel while laughing as if they were entering an amusement park. He stood at the other end of the laser tunnel, smiled, and asked the air beside him, "Is it funny? You want to play again? Well, there's nothing I can do about you." Then, something astonishing happened. The clown actually pulled his girlfriend back and forth several times before completely disappearing from everyone's sight. Sometimes, the gap between people is so huge. The laser channel that is a life-threatening situation for others is just a playground for the clown. The speed he shows is no worse than Qianjun. Bai Yi was more and more emotional. This was really the Montenegro stage. If you didn't have anything to do, don't come. These people were so damn busy. He nudged Li Xiao and said, "Hey, humorous dart man, all these famous strong men have gone in. Can you handle it?" A mere laser channel. It only takes me 1 second. Li Xiao snurta coldly. Look, it's funny again, isn't it? Li Xiao ignored Bai Ye's ridicule and strode towards the laser channel. The shadow under his feet stood silently, and then threw out a shadow dart with a whoosh. The dart was invisible and intangible, and did not cause any laser. There was a shadow connecting the dart and Li Xiao. As the distance increased, the shadow continued to stretch like a black line. The moment the dart flew through the laser channel, the shadow under Li Xiao's feet suddenly hit him. He was instantly wrapped by the shadow, and then disappeared along the shadow line. The shadow dart that had passed through suddenly and silently surged out a large amount of ink-like shadows, and then turned into a human shape. When the shadow faded away, Li Xiao's figure was revealed. Fuck. No. You have work to do too. Bai Yi was stunned. At the same time, outside the cave, a dozen genetic warriors were working hard to clear the boulders. Suddenly, the pile of boulders exploded and a dozen genetic warriors were blown away. Amidst the flying dust, Minghu with a gloomy face slowly walked out. In the woods, several genetic warriors opened the deformed train carriage and gasped when they saw the silver snake crushed by the train. Miserable. So miserable. The silver snake's charming face had long been deformed. Its chest was covered in blood, and its limbs were twisted into irregular shapes. It was simply deader than dead. Collect the body of Lord Silver Snake. A genetic warrior dug the silver snake out of the hole in the ground with force. Chapter 65, I will cry even harder when you die. Huh, there's clearly such a long crack on Lord Silver Snake's skull, but why is there no brain matter? Has anyone seen Lord Silver Snake's brain matter? Everyone looked around and looked at each other. This is strange. The head is cracked, but there's no brain. Could it be? The Gene Warrior's face changed drastically, and he asked, Master Silver Snake has no brain? Who are you calling brainless? The deformed body of the silver snake suddenly made a sound. Everyone was so frightened that they even threw the body on the ground. As they watched in horror, they saw the crack on the silver snake's head growing bigger and bigger, with wet hair squeezing out bit by bit, accompanied by a sizzling sound as the skin tore and the body rubbed against the mucus. Gradually, a beautiful head with pale skin emerged, followed by slender arms, torso, long legs, and smooth feet. It's the silver snake. The naked silver snake slowly stood up, and the skin she had shed instantly became shriveled and transparent, like a snake shedding its skin. The genetic warriors stared at her in amazement, their brains somewhat frozen. Does it look good? Silver Snake showed it off generously with a sweet smile on her face. Good, looks good, one person said, swallowing his saliva. Silver Snake's smile became even more charming. I will tell Brother Tiger everything you said without missing a word. The man turned pale instantly and quickly knelt on the ground, lowering his head tightly, not even daring to look at the pair of wet little feet in his sight. The others did the same, lowering their heads and not daring to look again. Master, please spare me. I don't want to watch it anymore. Oomph. Then take off your clothes and give them to me. A moment later, the Dark Tiger and the Silver Snake reunited. How is the injury? Minghu asked gloomily. Silver Snake pulled up the loose clothes to cover the exposed shoulders. It's nothing serious, just a layer of skin peeling off. Minghu nodded. Ing Tian is such a loser. I created such a good opportunity for him. But he didn't even shoot. Silver Snake's mouth drooped, tears welling up in her eyes. Brothering must have been in trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have not shot. Stop crying. The Silver Snake sniffed and said angrily. Are you jealous? Don't worry. I promise to cry even more sadly when you die. Minghu was furious. Shut up. You bitch. Hate it, you scared me. The most urgent thing now is the Pangu USB drive. The original plan was to kill the tyrant so that no one could take the USB drive from us. He Qianjun and his men are short of manpower and cannot pose a threat. But the plan failed. If we go back like this, the company will never let us go. Without the stabilizer of the type 3 gene drug, you and I will not live for more than a few months. Death is inevitable, so why not give it a try? What are you going to do? Since it was a matter of life and death, Silver Snake couldn't help but become serious. Of course, we have to enter Shelter 189 and take the Panga USB drive before the tyrant does. I've already arranged for someone to notify the company to mobilize manpower. As long as we can hold off the tyrant, we might still have a chance. Mr. Lee, it seems that we have no chance of reaching Shelter 189, so you don't have to wait for us. Gao Banshing and others sighed. Li Yu's face froze slightly, and he cursed in his heart. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could go in, I would have gone in long ago. Gao Bansheng and others didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. They were very sure and even blindly believed that Li Yu could get through the laser channel. After all, Even Li Xiao can get in, so there is no reason why Mr. Li can't get in. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Yi on the side saw Li Yu's dilemma, but he couldn't think of any good solution for the time being. He couldn't just stop time and carry Li Yu over, right? The laser channel is nothing to him. It can even be said to be as easy as walking on flat ground. But the problem is, won't this expose him? Could it be possible that he suddenly teleported to the other end of the laser channel in full view of everyone? Mr. Li, you really don't have to wait for us. If you don't go in now, you might not be able to get anything good. Gao Bansheng kept comforting him, with a touch of emotion in the depths of his eyes. Why did Mr. Li go in? It's obvious that he didn't want to abandon us. Mr. Li is such a good person. Li Yu's brain raced. What should he do? What should he do? Brother Yi, please say something. He winked at Bai Yi obscurely. Bai Yi immediately understood and was about to change the subject when he suddenly saw the crowd in commotion. The crowd automatically made way for each other, and the gloomy-looking Dark Tiger and Silver Snake led the remaining genetic warrior troops and came forward aggressively. At this time, Minghu's body was covered with scars and bloodstains, but he did not look at all miserable. Instead, he looked a bit ferocious. Silver Snake was completely unharmed, without a single scar on her body. She was wearing a black uniform that was obviously ill-fitting. The shoulder line hung loosely below her collarbone, revealing a piece of white neck. Her slender white legs alternated back and forth in the hem of the uniform, and she didn't even have shoes on her feet. Instead, the touch of rose-red nail polish was particularly eye-catching. These two people are not dead. Bai Yi became more and more certain that Mr. Ing must have used connections to get into the Chinese zodiac. I said there is no eagle in the Chinese zodiac. He was killed by a single shot, but look at the Dark Tiger and Silver Snake. They were beaten to a pulp, yet they were still full of life, especially the Silver Snake. Bai Yi really found it hard to imagine that the Silver Snake was completely unharmed despite the fatal injury to a woman. It's not completely unscathed, but it seems to have shrunk considerably. Could it be the silicone that allowed it to avoid a fatal blow? Dark Tiger and Silver Snake stood in front of the laser channel, their eyes flashing. They were not blind. Seeing that everyone had stopped moving forward and there were more than a dozen corpses cut by lasers in the channel, they naturally understood what was going on at a glance. Minghu grabbed a bounty hunter and put his big hand on his throat, demanding, "Tell me everything that just happened, word for word." Faced with the strength of the Dark Tiger and the group of genetic warriors behind him, everyone dared to be angry, but not to speak out. The bounty hunter was so frightened that he told everything about the laser channel. "I see you go in." Minghu directly threw the bounty hunter into the laser channel and watched him move forward to test. As expected, the man died a miserable death. Then he forced others to enter the laser channel. After doing this several times, he had figured out the rules of the laser channel. The price was just the death of a few unrelated bounty hunters. He Qianjun, Black Knight, and other powerful men had already passed through the laser channel. Nether Tiger and Silver Snake were the only ones in power. Except for Li Yu, they dared to provoke anyone else. "You guys meet them outside." After saying this coldly, Minghu and Silver Snake rushed into the laser channel. As strong men who could fight with the tyrant and survive, a mere laser channel was naturally no problem for them. Soon the two disappeared at the end of the channel. The remaining weaklings looked at each other in bewilderment, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Chapter 66. Tough Talk? Believe it or not, Mr. Li will make your whole body hard. The laser channel is like a filter for strong. Although these people have famous names and are all strong, only when the tide recedes can we know who is swimming naked. Li was swimming naked. He felt as if he was stripped naked and hung in front of everyone. Countless doubtful eyes were cast at him, and he felt like he was socially dead. Not only Gao Bansheng and others were confused, but other passersby were also confused. Why doesn't Li Yu, the magician who makes even the Chinese zodiac tiger dare not act recklessly, enter the laser channel? Li Yu really had no choice but to bite the bullet and call Bai Yi. He took Bai Yi to an empty corner. Everyone saw it, but no one dared to follow and eavesdrop for fear of angering Li Yu. Li Yu glanced around and saw that there was no one nearby and the cave was pitch black. His face fell instantly and his image as a strong man collapsed in an instant. "Brother Yi, what should we do now? These perverts have a way to get through the laser tunnel. Even a humorous dart thrower survived, but I'm the only one who didn't survive." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up. "You are still alive? Don't you think that in the whole Black Mountain, you are the most alive?" You have fooled everyone. Liu is very anxious. Brother Yi, it's already late. Stop joking and think of a solution quickly. Don't worry, I already have a way. Not only can I let you pass, but I can also let everyone pass. What method? Come closer and listen. After a moment, Liu felt at ease. With the blessing of confidence, the aura of a strong man became even stronger. He walked slowly towards the laser channel with the pace of a strong man. Wherever he passed, people retreated. Mr. Li, are you finally leaving? Gao Bansheng was delighted. You've wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry up and get moving. Liu glanced at the entire audience with an indifferent gaze and said calmly, Who wants to pass through the laser tunnel? Raise your hand. His voice was not loud, but it resounded like thunder in everyone's hearts. Everyone was almost doubting their own ears. What did Mr. Li mean by this? Was he trying to help us get through the laser tunnel? But how could that be possible? As everyone was astonished, Bai Yi, the supporter, was the first to raise his hand. Me, I want to go over there. Gao Bansheng reacted immediately and raised his hand. Me too. Me too. Black Panther and others raised their hands. Just like the herd effect, more and more people raised their hands, and many of them looked strange, as if they were ashamed when the teacher asked them to answer a question in class. In other words, the person speaking was the magician Liu. If it were anyone else, no one would raise their hand, and they might even treat it as a joke. Bai Yi said to the confused crowd in a careless manner, Mr. Li is kind-hearted and can't bear to see you return empty-handed, so he specially helped you pass through the laser tunnel. You only need to pay 10,000 yuan per person for the ticket. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and pay. Ticket price? You think this is a tourist attraction? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had experienced many storms and had seen everything, but they had never seen the outrageous operation of charging admission to the shelter. Is this something a normal person would do? 10,000 yuan to get through the laser tunnel? How could anyone be so stupid as to pay that? Brother Xiaobai, this is a check for 200,000. I've paid for all the brothers' money. Gao Bansheng took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi. Everyone, Bai Yi agreed. After taking the check, he carried the sack and walked towards the Brotherhood of Steel. Facing a dozen tall mechanized modders, he held out his black hand with openness. What are you standing there for? Pay up. Do you want to watch Yi Qianjun be isolated and helpless in there? A mechanical modder hesitated and asked, Can Mr. Li really help us get in? Bai Yi said impatiently. How would I know? Mr. Li asked me to collect the money. If he can't do it, go find him. With so many of you, are you still afraid that he will default on his debt? Liu. The mechanical transformer hesitated for a long time, but finally paid the money. 10,000 yuan was not a lot for him, so he might as well trust the mysterious and powerful Liu and just buy it as a souvenir. Seeing the sack getting fuller and fuller, Bai Yi was overjoyed. He found that he was really a loyal and good man. He loved money unswervingly in his previous life, and he didn't expect that it was the same in this life. Facts have proved that true love will not change with the times. In fact, Bai Yi also wanted to collect more money, but the problem was that there was no place to put it. Not everyone was like Gao Bansheng, carrying checks with them. Most people carry cash. More and more people are paying because they don't mind the 10,000 yuan. But some people didn't even want to pay 10,000 yuan, and they seriously suspected that Li Yu was taking the opportunity to make money. Little brother, I didn't bring any money when I went out this time. Look, a bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat said with a simple smile. Snap! The sound of a bullet being loaded was heard, and Hakuno's pistol was already against his head. No money? How dare you come to Montenegro for a trip if you don't have money? Get out of here! The man was angry but dared not speak for fear of offending Li Yu. Bai Yi continued, Everyone listen up. Mr. Li said that poor people are not welcome here. Those who can't afford the entrance fee should get out as soon as possible. If anyone disagrees, go and find Mr. Li to argue. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Mr. Li has a bad temper. If anyone makes him unhappy, you will make your whole family unhappy. Li Yu instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Feeling everyone's gazes, he secretly groaned in his heart and had to continue to maintain his image as a strong man, pretending that he didn't take everyone seriously. Many people really fell for it and paid money. The man in the cowboy hat laughed stiffly. Little brother, I really don't have any money. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance. Still talking tough, right? Believe it or not, Mr. Li will make your whole body hard. No. I suddenly remembered that I found 10,000 yuan on the way here. I'll pay it right away. Bai Yi took a look around and found that the sacks were almost full, but there were still a few people who had not paid. These people really didn't bring any money. Otherwise, they would not bother to offend the magician Li Yu for 10,000 yuan. One person said with a sad face, I really didn't bring any money, and I didn't find any money. Me too. Can I write you an IOU, little brother? Why don't you talk to Mr. Li and ask him to make some concessions? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Watch? What watch? The faces of several people froze, and they took off their watches reluctantly and handed them over. Those who didn't have watches took out some guns and bullets. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and dragged the heavy sack to Li Yu's side. Mr. Li, the ticket money has been collected. Let's start. Chapter 67, Only the 10 Kings can be compared with Mr. Li. Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. He walked slowly to the front of the crowd and the entrance of the laser channel, leaving an unfathomable figure behind. In full view of the crowd, the magician untied the bandage on his right hand bit by bit. His movements were slow and steady, as if he was tearing off the seal of the devil. The atmosphere unconsciously became heavy, and the darkness in the cave flowed like water, oppressive. The blood-stained bandage slowly fell to the ground like a winding snake, and a pale hand came into view. Li Yu carefully recalled the tyrant's power, then clenched his fist towards the laser channel in the void. Time stand still. When a huge golden clock covered the world, the flow of time was paused by God. Bai Yi rushed out and stepped into the laser channel as if it were flat ground. His method of helping everyone pass through the laser channel is very simple. That is to destroy the laser channel. Just as he had thought before, he couldn't disappear out of thin air in front of everyone and then cross the laser channel, which would easily expose himself. But he didn't have the agility of a night girl. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he had to deal with the culprit who created the problem. He observed for a long time. The laser in the laser channel was emitted by a laser transmitter, which was hidden inside the silver white wall. There were many deep holes on it. It was impossible to destroy it from the side and would be blocked by the wall. If you want to destroy it, you can only face the small hole face to face, but once you face it, you will definitely be pierced by the laser. But all this was no problem for Bai Yi. As time stood still, the laser was not activated. He took out a dagger and inserted it into the small hole, easily destroying the laser transmitter inside. Then he did the same thing, and it only took 14 seconds, and the small laser channel was taken. Bai Yi did all this not just to collect ticket money or to avoid exposing himself, but more to let these people cover for him. It is so difficult to even enter Shelter 189, so one can imagine how many dangers are waiting for him inside. At this time, the importance of having someone explore the way is reflected. Moreover, he was determined to get the Panga USB flash drive. If only he, Yang Jia, He Qianjun, Ming Hu and others entered the shelter, it would be too easy for him to arouse suspicion when he snatched the USB flash drive from Yang Jia. By then, the whole world will know that the Panga USB flash drive is in the hands of one of them. He doesn't want to be hunted down by major forces just because he has such a treasure. Therefore, the more people there are, the easier it is for him to take advantage of the situation. After doing all this, Hakuno returned to his original position with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Time resumed its flow. Everyone stared at Li Yu's right hand intently. As he clenched his fist in the air, several cracking sounds were heard one after another, and tiny sparks suddenly burst out from the small hole where the laser launcher was installed. On the silver-white wall, a faint blue electric current flickered as if there was a power shortage, and finally dimmed completely. Li Yu slowly withdrew his hand, and everyone fell silent. Dun dun. Mr. Li, have you destroyed the laser channel? How is this possible? He destroyed it with just a wave of his hand? What exactly is his extraordinary ability? Is it the same as the tyrant's? As expected of a magician, it's truly magical. Everyone looked at Li Yu's right hand in horror. Li Yu had already picked up the bandage and wrapped it around his hand again. His expression was still extremely cold, as if he had done something insignificant. Li Yu turned around and glanced at everyone with indifferent eyes, but in fact he was looking at Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi nodded implicitly, he felt relieved and said coldly, "Everyone, please." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the laser channel. He walked very slowly because he was unsure. To be honest, he didn't know what Bai Yi's extraordinary ability was. It always felt like the ultimate version of the magic hand. He guessed that Bai Yi had stretched out his ultimate version of the magic hand to break the wine glass from a distance before destroying the Hades Tiger wine glass. Now it is time to destroy the laser channel. Bai stretched out several magic hands and destroyed the laser launchers at the same time. In his imagination, Hakuno should have countless magic hands that could be extended infinitely, and their speed is faster than his own, and he can use them with just a thought. Liu moved forward slowly, fearing that Bai had missed a laser launcher and failed to destroy it. But in the eyes of everyone, Mr. Li's mysterious back was so tall and his steps were so light and relaxed, showing his composure. Finally, he successfully passed through the laser channel without triggering a single laser. Someone in the crowd cheered excitedly. Mr. Li is amazing. Is this Mr. Li's true strength? In my opinion, the 12 zodiac animals and the silent court are no match for Mr. Li's magic hands. Yes, they could only dodge the lasers individually, but Mr. Li was able to lead everyone through. The difference is obvious. What are you talking about? The bullshit 12 zodiacs and the silent court are also trying to sue Mr. Li? In the entire Baimang, only the 10 kings are worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Mr. Li. Hearing these flattering words, Li Yuran was numb. Stop praising me. Stop praising me. If the tyrant really hears them, I'm dead. Didn't you say everything was under control? Why did you start painting again? On the top of the Black Mountain, a man in a black suit stared expressionlessly at the painter who was writing furiously. The painter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, "It's a mess, a complete mess. That person outside the script actually let everyone into the shelter. Originally, the shelter scene only featured the strong ones, but with hundreds of people pouring in, countless destinies have become intertwined. It's truly a tangled mess. Still mastering it? Yes. It's under control, of course, but it's going to take some extra effort. It seems we have to deal with the people outside of this script, otherwise the trajectory of fate might be deviated." Everyone passed through the laser channel smoothly and walked cautiously towards the depths. Soon, rows of magnetic levitation tracks came into view. They were neatly laid out on the floor of the passage, covered with dust and rust, but there were no cars. People in the old days should have taken a car from here and then headed to the underground shelter, but it seems that the cars are gone, so we can only walk. Gao Banshing explained. Everyone ran on the track. The existence of the track meant that they needed to take a car, which meant that they were still some distance away from the shelter. If they didn't run faster, all the good things might be taken away by Minghu and the others. After running for a long time, everyone finally saw the scrapped rail car and a giant platform-like elevator at the end of the track. However, there seemed to be a collapse here, and most of the elevator was buried, making it completely unusable. "There's an emergency exit here," someone shouted, pointing to a small door next to the elevator. Hanging on it was a loose LED sign with 4 fluorescent green words on it: "Emergency exit." However, because the line was broken, the 4 words had long been dim. Chapter 68. Oh my god. So many Rambutans. The small door of the emergency passage had been violently destroyed, and the marks were very recent. It must have been done by Yang Jia and others. The crowd rushed into the emergency passage. The road inside was very steep, almost 30 degrees downward, and kept turning in a spiral downward posture. As they continued to move forward, they found that the passage was getting narrower and deeper. They went from walking side by side to forming a long snake. "Isn't this hundreds of meters underground?" someone whispered in the darkness. "More than that. We've been walking for such a long time, it feels like 1,000 meters. Look, there's sunshine ahead." "Sunlight? How can there be sunlight underground? There should be lighting facilities, right?" The few people walking in front moved towards the light and found that the light came from the end of the passage. They squinted their eyes to adapt to the light for a while. After seeing the scenery behind the light clearly, they were shocked and quickly walked into the light. "What's inside?" The person behind did not go in immediately, but shouted loudly. After a long time, the shocked voices of those people were heard in the light. "City, city. It's a city, son. There is still sun here. Where the hell are we going? Is this still underground?" Several people exclaimed incoherently. Seeing that there was no danger, the people behind walked into the light, and then there were exclamations one after another. "There's not only the sun, but also the sky. Holy shit, what's that red-haired thing floating in the air? That thing looks like a rambutan that's dozens of meters in diameter." Bai was slightly taken aback. What the hell was rambutan? He knew rambutan and had even eaten it. Rambutan is a tropical fruit, a round red fruit covered in red hairs, hence the name rambutan. It's not cheap, but the problem is the larger rambutans are only the size of a palm. So where do the rambutans with a diameter of dozens of meters come from? He became increasingly curious about what everyone saw and repeatedly reached out to push the people blocking his way. Hurry up, you can't even eat shit in time to catch up with the hot stuff. They'll grab all the treasures soon. The person he pushed turned around and glared at him, but when he saw it was Bai Yi, he smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to get angry. Everyone knows that behind this ragged wasteland boy stands the magician Li Yu, who is not to be trifled with. After squeezing for about 2 minutes, Bai Yi finally entered the light. His vision suddenly became clear, as if he had traveled to another world. Holy crap, so many Rambutans. It turns out those people were not lying. There really is a city hidden here, and countless Rambutans floating in the air. This is a modern city that stretches as far as the eye can see, with twisted and collapsed skyscrapers standing in rows. The buildings in the farthest distance have collapsed into rolling hills. An abandoned maglev tracks meander among the broken walls, like a dead python coiled around a concrete carcass. The hundreds of meters high observation tower with the words, "Eye of the World," written on it is slanted into the dried-up artificial lake. The glass curtain walls have all fallen off, revealing the honeycomb-like metal frame inside. Above the dome is blue sky and white clouds, and a sun emitting light and heat. The most eye-catching thing is the Rambutan, floating in the air of the abandoned city. It is more like a virus magnified billions of times than a Rambutan. The huge scarlet sphere is covered with dense spikes. The spikes extended infinitely, becoming thinner and thinner, and the ends were even as thin as hairs. These hairs were connected to each other, like a huge red net covering the entire city. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Rambutan, is this Shelter 189? People in the old times actually built a city under the Black Mountain? But what about the sun and the sky? Li Baitian exclaimed. Bai Yi observed the sky for a while, and found that it was not the sky at all, but a huge screen covering the city. The blue sky and white clouds were just the pictures displayed on the screen. Although these technologies are shocking, he can still accept them. But he cannot accept Rambutan. The huge scarlet spheres, they're densely packed like viruses, do not look like technological creations at all. Could it be that the aesthetic tastes of people in the old times have been distorted to such an extent? Perhaps these Rambutans are the cause of death of people in the shelter? Bai Yi stared at the Rambutan. For some reason, he suddenly had an illusion that the Rambutan was also staring at him, as if it was alive. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread in his heart, and as he stared longer, the strange feeling became stronger and stronger. Bai Yi's vision blurred for a moment, and he blinked subconsciously, but the moment he opened his eyes, the Rambutan had changed. Countless pale and resentful eyeballs grew out of the Rambutan, or to be more precise, squeezed out, accompanied by thick green mucus and a sizzling, slippery friction sound. 1, 2, 3. Countless eyeballs, densely packed together, made people's scalps tingle. But as Bai Yi blinked again, all the eyeballs disappeared like an illusion. Is it a hallucination? A faint sense of horror and weirdness lingered in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and stopped looking, but when his eyes fell on himself, he was stunned. The strong sense of strangeness constantly stimulates the brain. Is this my body? Why does it feel so strange? Bai Yi stared at his hands. Although he was very familiar with them, he felt they were very strange, as if someone had forcibly installed them on his body. A feeling of irritation and nausea suddenly rose in his heart, and he wanted to tear his hands apart to reveal the real him wrapped inside. The screams like a pig being slaughtered woke Bai Yi up. He woke up as if from a dream, turned around suddenly, and found that many people were just like him, with expressions as if they had just woken up from a nightmare. There is a big problem with Rambutan. Before he could think, he saw Gao Bansheng falling off Xiao Kuei's back, his fat hands constantly tearing his body apart, grabbing at the bloody marks. It turned out that the scream came from Gao Bansheng. Because he was an ordinary person, he had a weak resistance to Rambutan and had already started to take action. Just when Li Beitian and others wanted to stop Gao Bansheng from hurting himself, a golden light suddenly appeared from the fat man's chest and disappeared in a flash. Gao Bansheng woke up as if from a dream and stopped hurting himself. He climbed up from the ground with a grimacing look on his face, his forehead covered in sweat. He gasped and cursed, "Fuck that immortal. He almost want to see my grandmother. This Rambutan is weird. I can't look at it directly." As he spoke, he grabbed the red rope around his neck and took out a bronze coin. He kissed the coin several times and said with lingering fear, "My dear, you saved my life again. Is this a taboo?" Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Chapter 69. Taboo Items Exclusively for the Rich. Gao Banqing was so frightened that he quickly put the copper coin into his arms. This is a forbidden item of Jiao level, life-buying money. If you encounter fatal injuries, you can use it to buy your life. Bai Ye's eyes were shining brightly, and the words, "Take it for yourself," were almost written on his face. Gao Banqing took a step back and said, "Brother Xiao Bai, don't try to take my life purchase money. Even if I give it to you, you can't use it. If you don't give it to me, how do you know I can't use it? I'm telling the truth. You can't meet the conditions for life-buying money. It's not like I haven't collected forbidden objects before. Even the life-threatening breath of bones is no problem for me. So, a mere life-buying money. Wealth of over 100 million. Ugh. Bai Yi choked and then flew into a rage. Isn't this bullying the poor? Not only that, I have to pay it 1 million every month. If it encounters danger, there will be additional money. The greater the danger, the more money I have to pay. For example, just now, I have to pay it another 3 million within a month, otherwise it will retaliate. Look at you. Why are you explaining in such detail? Am I the kind of person who would steal a friend's forbidden item? Bai Yi asked with a look of reproach on his face. Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing's words not only made Bai Yi give up the idea, but also made other people who were targeting Gao Banqing give up the idea. No one has too many life-saving taboo items. But if you say you have to verify your capital of 100 million before using a taboo item, ugh, such rubbish, even a dog wouldn't want it. After this incident, everyone realized the danger of Rambutans and stopped watching them. At this time, Bai Yi finally understood why Gao Banqing, an ordinary person, dared to take the risk of coming to Heishan. It turned out that he had a forbidden object to protect him. While he was thinking, he suddenly found that there were fewer and fewer people around him. Looking up, he found that these people had already left the team impatiently and went into the city to look for treasures. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, let's set off too. The ferocious Black Panther urged anxiously. Gao Banqing glanced at Li Yu, and when he saw Li Yu nodded slightly, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The group marched into the abandoned city. When they got close to the city, they found that the abandoned buildings were covered with red lines that were as winding as blood vessels. These red lines are thick and thin. Some are as thick as octopus tentacles, and some are as thin as hair, but they all have a common source, which is the rambutan floating in the air of the city. There are many of them not only on the buildings, but also on the ground, which makes people feel a chill in their hearts when they see them. Everyone carefully dodged the red silk thread on the ground, their eyes constantly scanning the surrounding buildings. A bounty hunter saw the door of a house was open and wanted to go in, but was stopped by Li Beitian. The experienced middle-aged bounty hunter explained, "Shelter 189 is too big. The truly valuable items can't be found in civilian houses. Each of us can only carry a limited amount of things, so we can't waste time in a place like this. Look at that dome-shaped building in front. There must be a lot of good stuff in there." His words won the approval of the crowd, and they walked quickly towards the dome-shaped building. This building is very strange, like a semicircle upside down on the ground. The silver-white alloy walls are dilapidated, and there is an abandoned sign on the ground at the entrance. "Jean, what institute?" Gao Banqing carefully identified the dirty sign and only recognized these 3 words. He could not see the rest clearly. His expression lit up. This might be related to genetic medicine. After all, the genetic technology of the Cataclysm era comes from the old era. Everyone was overjoyed. Everyone knew how powerful genetic technology was. The Cataclysm era had only inherited some of the genetic technology from the old era, which led to the emergence of countless powerful, genetically modified humans in the world, and the 12 zodiac signs were the best among them. If we could obtain all the genetic technologies of the old era, wouldn't it be easy to surpass the 12 zodiac signs? Don't be too happy too soon. 100 years have passed. Even if there was any genetic medicine inside, it would have expired long ago. Bai Yi poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. His attention was not focused on the genetics, but he kept scanning deep into the city, trying to see where Yang Jie and the others were. Gene medicine is nothing. Paying a USB flash drive is the real good stuff. It's a pity that after Yang Jie and others entered the shelter, they seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and no trace of them was left. No, I had to find a way to leave the team later. Yang Jie and the others must be deep in the city. Black Panther couldn't wait to walk towards the gate. He didn't care whether it was expired or not. Even if it was expired, he could still sell it outside for a high price. When he reached the door, He hesitated again because the door was covered with countless dark red blood vessels. Those blood vessels were like living things and were still wriggling slightly. He didn't dare touch it with his hands for fear of being infected with some virus. So he took out the gun from his waist and fired several shots at the door. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and several small dents appeared in the concave part of the door, but he couldn't destroy it completely. Let me do it. Li Beitian walked forward with a large caliber single-shot rifle in his hand. Bai Yi was secretly amazed and looked Li Beitian up and down. He was just carrying a tactical backpack. But how could he look like Doryman? Where did he get such a big gun from? Ironback Viper MK-03. Black Panther exclaimed. This gun is rare on the black market. I didn't expect you, old Li, to get your hands on it. Li Beitian smiled heartily. For this trip to Black Mountain, I spent all my wealth to buy this gun. Although it can only fire a single shot and has a short range, it is extremely powerful, comparable to the breath of skeleton in Brother Xiaobai's hand. Of course, its power is the only thing that can compare, and other aspects are naturally not as magical as the forbidden item. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. A huge flame spewed out like a grenade, and the dilapidated door was blown away, and the blood vessels attached to it turned into blood foam in the sky. After the blood foam cleared, everyone rushed into the Genetic Institute. It was a mess inside, with broken glass, bottles and jars, and various rusty instruments everywhere. The crowd searched like locusts, looking for anything of value. No one noticed that the blood vessel fragments that were broken by Li Beitian at the gate were constantly wriggling on the ground. There seemed to be some kind of mutual attraction between them, which was causing these fragments to continue to gather together. In midair, a huge Rambutan floated silently towards the Gene Institute, with thousands of red blood vessels hanging from its body, tightly connected to the Gene Institute. Obviously, the blood vessel that was just broken came from this Rambutan. Chapter 70 Scantily Clad Women in the Shelter. Bai Yi walked forward on the glass, and there was a slight cracking sound under his feet. He looked around and frowned. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Li Yu whispered beside him. Now, everyone was busy looking for treasures, and no one paid attention to their conversation. Don't you think it's strange? Li Yu nodded solemnly. It's indeed strange. It's okay that there are no corpses on the streets, but there are still no corpses in the house. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise. This was the first time they had the same idea. Brother Yi, can you please stop looking at me with the eyes of someone who cares for a mentally retarded person? I'm a con man after all. I can't say anything else, but my observation skills are definitely better than those of ordinary people. Li rolled his eyes. You're right. Even though a long time has passed, even if everyone in Shelter 189 died long ago, there are at least corpses left. As we walked along, the streets were dilapidated, but there were no corpses, not even in the houses. Judging from the size of the city, there must be at least 100,000 people living in Shelter 189. Where did these 100,000 corpses go? Li thought about it and said, could it be? I discovered this first. Let go. This robot is mine. The fierce quarrel on the second floor interrupted the conversation between the two. Bai Yi and Li Yu looked at each other, then walked to the second floor. They walked into a room that looked like a bedroom and saw Black Panther arguing with a bounty hunter. A scantily clad woman was lying on the dirty bed. Black Panther was grabbing her arm, while the bounty hunter was grabbing her slender ankle. The two were constantly fighting for it. Woman? Why is there a woman here? Bai Yi was stunned. He looked carefully and immediately found something wrong. Although the woman was very delicate and lifelike, there was no vitality in her eyes, and she was motionless. Looking at the style of the woman's clothes, isn't this a doll? It seems that no matter how advanced technology becomes, the most basic needs of human beings remain unchanged. Stop arguing, you two. There are plenty of robots in the shelter. There's no need to fight over this one. Besides, this robot is obviously not a combat type. Gao Banshing acted as a peacemaker. Black Panther sneered. Although this robot isn't a combat type one, it's even more valuable than a combat type one. I've seen a similar robot before at a black market auction. The auctioneer called it a companion doll. Its skin is just like a real person's, but its expressions and movements are even richer than a real person's. Some bigwigs are bidding millions for her. I discovered this first. The bounty hunter glared at Black Panther. If he could beat him, he would have pulled out his gun long ago. So what if you discover it first? The treasure will naturally belong to those who are capable. Black Panther had no intention of letting go. How can you be so unreasonable? Bai shook his head slightly, feeling the funny nature of human beings. They were friends drinking and chatting together not long ago, but now they have started to tear each other apart for the sake of profit. He was not disappointed because he knew that human nature was never black or white, but a touch of refined, selfish gray. But fortunately, not everyone is like this. That's enough. Gao Bancheng started to take out the check again. We are all friends. Let's not quarrel over trivial matters. Let's do this. Bai Yi extended his hand and placed it on Gao Bancheng's shoulder. Fatty Gao, you have to know that not everyone can be your friend, especially if you compromise. Gao Bancheng was stunned. Looking at the boy's calm eyes, he was silent for a moment and put away the check. You are right. Bai Yi gave you a wink. Liu stepped forward silently and said coldly, it's a bit noisy. The indifferent voice brought the heated argument to an abrupt end. Black Panther's expression changed again and again, and he looked at Liu with fear, forcing a smile on his ferocious face. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I was abrupt. Boss Gao is right. There are plenty of treasures here. No need to fight for them. Bai Yi almost laughed out loud. Look, who said Black Panther was unreasonable? He's quite reasonable. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, Shelter 189 is so big. Our efficiency in searching together will be too low. Why don't we act separately? Black Panther said with a gleam in his eyes. Okay, Liu said calmly. Goodbye. Let's go. Black Panther immediately called all his younger brothers to leave without stopping at all. Gao Bancheng's expression dimmed slightly. He naturally understood why Black Panther and the others left. Bai Yi didn't have time to deal with creatures like the Black Panther, but instead searched for other things in the house. Just now, everyone's attention was focused on the companion doll, and they did not search the room carefully. This room should be where a senior executive of the Genetics Institute lives, because the room is very large and has a sense of luxury. Of course, the most important thing is that only this room has a companion doll. Soon, he found a rusty safe in the closet. What's the password? Bang! Smoke came out of the muzzle of Breath of Bones. S-gun. The password is correct. A light green syringe and a rotten lab notebook. The gunshots attracted everyone's attention. Li Beitian and others looked at Bai Yi with envy. He must have made a fortune if he could find a complete set of genetic medicine from the old era. Bai Yi first picked up the syringe and looked at it. The light green medicine inside seemed to have deteriorated long ago. It was very turbid, with a lot of flocks floating in it, which looked a bit disgusting. There are also unclear labels on the side. Xing, Du, King. Bai Yi looked at it. He could only make out these three words. Scarlet virus serum? Gao Bancheng's eyes lit up. This should be scarlet virus serum. It must have been specially created by people in the old days during the cataclysm to deal with scarlet disease. How much is this thing worth? Gao Bancheng stretched out a finger. Bai Yi was shocked. 100 million? Gao Bancheng shook his head slightly. 10 million. He shook his head again. Bai Yi said with a strange look on his face. 100? 10,000? It's worthless. Gao Bancheng laughed. Bai Yi was furious. Why is it worthless? Because people now coexist with the scarlet disease. Those who didn't adapt to the scarlet disease became mutants and were killed to extinction long ago. Maybe some research institutions would be willing to pay for this expired serum. Bai Yi reluctantly put the serum away. Even a small amount of money is still a piece of meat. What if someone takes advantage of him? He picked up the lab notebook again, but just as he did so, it fell back, leaving only a piece of black residue in his hand. The rot is too severe. Bai Yi rubbed his hands and had to carefully look through the record book. Mutation, scarlet, origin, the 34th experiment. God, sample, experimental product, giant scarlet, pseudo-human, experimental group, control group, number of taboo object. Chapter 71, God's taboo. What's going on here? God? False person? Object that God hates? Scarlet origin. Bai Yi started to fill in the blanks and make sentences. The experimental notebook was severely rotten, and many pages were stuck together. God's taboo. Gao Bancheng hurriedly squeezed forward, staring at the three words, God's taboo. Do you know the taboo of God? Gao Bancheng nodded solemnly. I don't recognize most of the terms written there, but I've seen divine taboos more than once in the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce's intelligence storage area. Bai Yi suddenly became interested. What is the taboo object? Brother Xiaobai, do you know the level of the forbidden objects? Snake Jiao Dragon. Yes, taboo items are divided into 3 levels from low to high. Snake level taboo items, dragon level taboo items, and dragon level taboo items. Divine taboo items are taboo items that surpass the dragon level. Because they are too powerful, they're said to cause the fear of the gods, so they're called divine taboo items. Bayez's eyes lit up. So, there's a taboo object in shelter 189. I'm afraid there are more than that. Gao Bansheng pointed at the handwriting on the experimental record book. Look, there are more than one divine taboo objects here, and they are even numbered. This means there may be more than one in the shelter. Hey, Brother Xiaobai, where are you going? Bai Yi, who had already run to the stairs, said without turning back. Nonsense. Of course I'm going to look for the taboo object. Brother Xiaobai, slow down. I'm just guessing. Theoretically, it's impossible for all the taboo objects to be placed in the same shelter. Thump, thump, thump. He was answered by the sound of Hakuno's brisk footsteps. Ah! The shrill scream made by Yi pause on the stairs. This sound is from Black Panther and the others. Gao Bansheng's face changed, and everyone came downstairs. The first one to arrive at the first floor was naturally Bai Yi. The moment he arrived, he glanced at the first floor window out of the corner of his eye. It was just this quick glimpse, and the view he saw made his eyelids twitch. A huge, scarlet rambutan covered with red spikes peeked out from the window. Thousands of scarlet bloodlines fell. It seemed like a red rain was falling outside. Amidst the pouring red rain, Black Panther and the others struggled frantically, trying desperately to break free from the red rain's restraints. One of Black Panther's minions was entangled in red blood threads like a cocoon. Those hair-thin blood threads madly rushed into his eye sockets, mouth, nose, ears, until they were completely submerged. What the hell is this thing? Gao Bansheng's face turned pale, and he almost collapsed on Xiao Kuei's hard and petite body. Bai Yi frowned slightly and suddenly thought of the incomplete words in the experimental record book. Mutation, gigantism, scarlet virus. Could it be that Rambutan is the mutated scarlet virus? Hurry up and save him. Li Beitian shouted, raised his Viper MK-03 and fired a shot through the glass. The powerful force directly broke countless bloodlines, and several of Black Panther's brothers fled in terror. The Black Panther himself was indeed a powerful man with 3 needle-level genes. His muscles were tangled all over his body, and he let out an inhuman roar. He actually tore the blood threads wrapped around his body and broke free. Looking at his little brother's tragic death, Black Panther's eyes were bloodshot. He took out the submachine gun behind him and fired a burst of shots at the scarlet virus. I'm going to kill you. Dad Ada. After a volley of bullets, the surface of the huge scarlet virus was riddled with bullet holes, but the next second as it squirmed, the bullet holes healed instantly. Fuck. Black Panther threw the gun away and then fell to the ground with all fours. His sharp nails flashed with cold light like eagle hooks. He stepped heavily on the ground with his limbs, and the already rotten ground instantly cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. A circle of white airwaves wrapped in smoke and dust spread out with him as the center. The Black Panther seemed to have really transformed into a ferocious leopard. He jumped several meters high and suddenly stretched out his claws, embedding them deeply into the skin of the scarlet virus. He suddenly exerted force, and his body slid down with the help of gravity. The sharp claws directly ripped open the scarlet virus from top to bottom. He half knelt on the ground in a dashing manner, staring fiercely at the severely damaged scarlet virus. Its billions of bloodline tentacles twisted and squirmed wildly, and its originally round body began to sag and deform irregularly. Gurgle, gurgle. Something seemed to be surging inside the scarlet virus. Black Panther slowly stood up, a fierce grin on his face. You can't even withstand my attack, huh? You're just a show-off. The next moment, bang, the scarlet virus exploded like a punctured ball, and blood splashed all over the sky. This time, it was truly a red rain. But everyone's expressions changed drastically. When the scarlet virus burst, they finally saw what was inside the huge sphere. Corpses. Corpses piled densely together. These corpses were like being kneaded together by a giant hand and then stuffed into the body of the scarlet virus. Now, as the virus bursts, all of them are exposed. The corpse ball fell rapidly from the air under the action of gravity and hit the ground heavily. The corpses at the bottom of the corpse ball instantly turned into pools of meat paste. It's like throwing a piece of steak into a plate covered with sauce. With a snap, the plump and chewy meat collides with the sauce, and the soup splashes everywhere in an instant. The ball of corpses lay strangely and horrifyingly on the ground, its height even much higher than some of the surrounding buildings. It turns out that the bodies in the shelter are all infected with the scarlet virus. Bai murmured in a low voice. At this moment, the blood foam and bloodlines floating in the sky began to wriggle strangely. They gathered together frantically and continued to take shape. In an instant, they turned into countless miniature scarlet viruses floating in the air. It's like red dandelions flying all over the sky, enchanting and weird. I feel something is not good. Let's hurry up. Before Gao Bansheng could say the word run, the countless corpses on the huge corpse ball suddenly opened their eyes. Pairs of eyes covered in blood stared at everyone, and panic spread instantly. Run, Li Beitian shouted, urging everyone to escape. They ran for their lives, and behind them came the sounds of limbs rubbing and crawling. Gao Bansheng, who was on Xiaokuei's back, took advantage of the gap to look back, and suddenly a chill ran up his tailbone and straight to the top of his head. The corpses actually struggled to fall off the corpse ball one by one. Their appearance was no different from that of humans, except that their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. What kind of monster is this? An alien? But there is no obvious deformation of the body. It is still a complete human form. Gao Bansheng said, in surprise. Damn, what's there to be afraid of mutants? Just beat them up. Black Panther grinned, took out the pistol from his waist, and started shooting at the mutants who were attacking like a tide. His younger brothers raised their submachine guns and joined the battle. Flames kept spurting out of the muzzles, and in an instant they turned into metal storms that tore hundreds of mutants into pieces. Chapter 72, Li Yu. It just happened to be at this time. Hit the head. The mutant's weakness is the head. Li Beitian took out 2 guns, and the bullets shot into the mutant's head accurately. The mutant who was hit fell to the ground. Facing the mutant attacking from the side, he swung his hands violently, and the orange-yellow bullets drew 2 perfect arcs in the air, bypassing the blocking buildings and hitting the mutant. Gunfighting. Bai was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Beitian, who had always had a low presence, had such a unique skill. He was indeed a veteran bounty hunter. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the mutant army, but gradually they realized that something was wrong. Those mutants who were shot in the head actually crawled up from the ground again. In the hideous bloody hole on the head, countless tiny bloodlines squirmed, and then the wound automatically sutured itself. How was this possible? Black Panther was shocked. Aren't mutants much weaker than ordinary mutant beasts? How come even bullets can't kill them now? He was filled with shock and anger, and he threw away his gun. Sharp claws extended from his fingertips, and he crossed his hands in the air to draw a cross. An alien was cut into 8 pieces on the spot. The scattered limbs kept squirming on the ground, and countless bloodlines extended from the wounds, intertwined together like a braid. 2 seconds later, the mutant stood up again intact. Black Panther attacked again, this time directly chopping the mutant into hundreds of pieces. The scattered pieces of meat jumped a few times on the ground, and then became completely silent. Although they successfully dealt with 1 mutant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. These mutants were completely different from the mutants they knew, and were almost immortal. However, even those powerful mutant beasts do not possess such terrifying recovery ability. So why can the weaker mutant humans do so? Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the words he had seen before suddenly flashed through his mind. Pseudoimo. They are not mutants. They are the pseudo-humans mentioned in the experimental record book. The people in a fierce battle could not hear Bai Ye's words at all, or they had no time to care about what the undead monster in front of them was. No matter whether it was an alien or a fake person, it was an enemy. The sun above the dome began to change color, from its original incandescent color to a dim yellow, perfectly imitating the sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the broken walls of the abandoned city dark red, and the shadows they cast became darker and darker, like the haze in people's hearts. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot out from Breath of Skeletons, and the head of a pseudo-human exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground, but this time, it never got up after falling to the ground. Baya's eyes flashed, and he vaguely grasped the blind spot. The essential difference between the bullets fired by Breath of Skeleton and ordinary bullets is the energy and blood. Chi and blood are the weaknesses of fake people. Upon hearing this, Black Panther hesitated for a moment, then suddenly exerted strength throughout his body, mobilizing the blood and energy in his body to gather on his claws. He chopped the pseudo-man to the ground, and as expected, the bloodline in the pseudo-man's body never appeared again. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it looked even uglier, because human energy and blood are limited. Even though he was a strong man in the three-needle realm and his energy and blood were far more powerful than others, he could not kill all the thousands of fake people. Some bounty hunters were even pale. Their blood and energy were too weak to release as much as Black Panther. In fact, even Bai Yi couldn't release his chi and blood. The reason why he was able to kill the fake people was because the breath of skeletons directly extracted his chi and blood. Among the people present, only 2 people were able to release their chi and blood, Black Panther and Li Beitian. Black Panther is a genetically modified human at the 3rd needle level. His physical strength is extraordinary, and his body is full of chi and blood. It is normal for him to be able to release it. However, Li Beitian is not a genetically modified human, but the means he displayed are even more powerful than Black Panther. Black Panther can only attach his blood and energy to his claws, while Li Beitian attaches his blood and energy to bullets, creating an effect similar to Breath of Bones, but its power is not as great as Breath of Bones. The 2 of them, plus Bai Yi, who could barely be considered half a person, were like a drop in the bucket when facing an army of tens of thousands of pseudo-humans. Seeing that the fake army was gradually surrounding everyone looked at Li Yu at the same time. In desperate situations, we naturally have to rely on Mr. Li. But Mr. Li is more panicked than anyone else now. Mr. Li, please take action quickly. If you don't, we will all die here. Black Panther tore the 2 pseudo-people into pieces and turned back anxiously. His energy and blood were too severely consumed, and his face had already turned pale. Yes, Mr. Li, please take action quickly. Gao Bonqing's face was also pale, but he was scared. Up to now, the rich fat man was not injured in the battle, and his robot-made Xiao Kuei showed terrifying lethality. That body made of steel contained unimaginable power in every punch and kick, which could easily knock away several pseudo-people. If she hadn't run out of energy, she would definitely be able to lead everyone to fight their way out. Liu felt like he was being roasted on a grill. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to take action. He just waved his hand, and the invisible magic hand suddenly exerted force, sweeping across and blowing dozens of pseudo-people away. They crashed through the surrounding buildings and were buried by the fallen debris, unable to climb out for a while. As expected of Mr. Li, everyone was shocked and looked at the calm Li Yu with admiration on their faces. With a wave of his hand, he blew away dozens of fake people, and the remaining fake people were just a matter of a few more slaps. But Li Yu secretly groaned in his heart. He had gritted his teeth and used all his strength in that attack just now. His mental strength was almost drained away, and his brain was still dizzy. He suppressed his dizziness and raised his hand again with a grim face. Suddenly, he groaned softly and covered his bandaged right hand tightly. Gao Bansheng and the others were horrified. Mr. Li, what's wrong with you? It just happened to be at this time. Li Yu's right hand fell weakly, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Bai Yi immediately cooperated and said, Mr. Li has been seriously injured before and cannot attack frequently. Gao Bansheng and the others were instantly disheartened. They finally understood why Li Yu had been wearing bandages all this time. It turned out to be because of an injury he had suffered previously. What kind of being could actually injure Mr. Li? Could it be one of the other 10 kings? Even though Mr. Li was seriously injured, he was still able to kill the mutant beast peregrine falcon with a single blow and intimidate the Hades tiger, one of the 12 zodiac animals. How powerful must Mr. Li be in his prime? What should we do? Without Mr. Li's help, who will deal with the army of fake people? The only option now is to run away, Li Beitian said in a deep voice. But at this moment, Black Panther knelt down on the ground in pain. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and were immediately shocked. At some point, the Black Panther's body was covered with rambutans. Those tiny scarlet viruses had silently attached themselves to his body, and the scarlet spikes on their surface pierced his skin fiercely, like wriggling granulations, growing madly into his body. Chapter 73, Brother Yi. I feel like I'm dying. Ah! The Black Panther roared in pain, tearing its body apart with its hands. The skin and flesh were torn by his sharp claws, and the flesh was exposed to the air. In the muscle fibers, bloodlines as thick as hair kept wriggling. He used his fingers in fear to poke the bloodline, but the bloodline did not break. Instead, it became longer and longer, completely exceeding the length of his arm. Help me! He trembled and asked for help from everyone. Several bloodlines suddenly appeared on his eyes that were full of pleading and fear. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered in blood, scarlet. It was as if someone was sewing his eyes shut with a needle tied with red thread, stitch by stitch. The screams stopped abruptly, and the Black Panther slowly stood up with twisted limbs, staring at everyone with his scarlet eyes, just like a fake human. At the same time, scarlet viruses the size of eyeballs floating in the air flew towards everyone like a swarm of mosquitoes. Everyone was horrified. It was already difficult to deal with the fake people, but now it was even worse. These scarlet viruses could transform people into fake people, making it impossible to guard against them. Break out. Bai took out a mechanical leg from a torn sack and threw it out. This was the officer's last leg. As the revolver bullet hit the connection of the mechanical leg, the officer exerted his last bit of energy and blasted a way out for everyone in the encirclement. The bounty hunters also took out their hidden grenades and launched a barrage of attacks to repel the pursuers behind them. Just when they thought they could escape, fate played a little joke on them. At the other end of the street, even more pseudo-human armies and scarlet viruses the size of eyeballs emerged. Two waves of pseudo-human armies rushed in from both ends of the street, one in front and one behind, forming a pincer attack. Scarlet became the main color of this dim street. Someone else must have broken the scarlet virus and released the fake person. Li Baiqian's face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he smashed the glass of a house on the street and flew in. Everyone was completely panicked, and they fled in all directions, imitating Li Baiqian's behavior and rushing into the buildings on both sides like crazy. With so many fake people, even Bai Yi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Even if he stopped time, he couldn't kill them all. This way, Liu punched a door and shouted to Bai Yi. The two men quickly got into the door, and without stopping, they climbed out of the window on the other side of the house and ran all the way. The moment they climbed out of the house, dense scarlet viruses and pseudo-people filled the room. The inhuman roars were as sharp as nails scratching on a blackboard, causing people to feel intense physical discomfort. After climbing over several houses, the roaring sound behind them finally faded away. Lee let out a long breath, still feeling apprehensive. I almost died. Black Mountain is truly a place no one should be in. I wonder what's become of Gao Bansheng and the others. Don't worry, Gao Bansheng has a forbidden object to protect him. Plus, he is so rich and has the protection of a combat-made robot. He will definitely not die. Bai said, panting. Then the others. The others will probably just have to rely on luck, but I don't think Li Baiqian will die. He's been very low-key along the way, but he showed real strength at the critical moment. He's proficient in spear fighting and chi and blood martial arts. If they really fight, even a Black Panther at the Three-Needle Realm might not be his match. Brother Yi, what should we do now? As soon as he said this, Liu felt relaxed both physically and mentally. It was certainly nice to keep silent and pretend to be a master, but it would become suffocating after a long time. Keep running. The scarlet virus and the fake people will definitely spread to the surrounding areas. Stay away from them first. Bai Yi pushed open the window of the house and jumped out. Liu nodded and followed closely. Hakuno quickly ran to another house and planned to break in. The best way to avoid the scarlet virus and the pseudo-humans was to pass through the houses and use the buildings to hinder their movements. At this time, the setting sun had sunk into the wreckage of the buildings, and the entire city seemed to be soaked in ink, with only the outline of the ruins wriggling in the darkness. Bang! Bai Yi kicked the door open, and the house was pitch black. The dust splashed by the door when it fell to the ground rose in the house and turned into thick black smoke. He walked into the house, but his steps froze instantly. Scarlet virus. The house is full of scarlet virus. They floated in the house, almost occupying all the space, and Bai Yi seemed to have plunged into a sea of red dandelions. He could even clearly see a scarlet virus landing on the tip of his nose, and then it unscrupulously stretched out dozens of tiny tentacles and stabbed down fiercely. Fuck! Bai Yi cursed angrily, grabbed the scarlet virus on his nose, and threw it out. At this time, other scarlet viruses also completely surrounded him. Time is quiet. Brother Yi, be careful. Li Yu's cry came from behind him, and then the scarlet virus around him seemed to be stirred, grabbed, and crushed by an invisible big hand. A vacuum suddenly appeared around Bai Yi. Without hesitation, he turned and ran out of the house. The two men kept running, turning left and right, and found a safe house to hide in. Someone else must have been in that house just now. That person must have introduced the scarlet virus into the room, then jumped out of the window and escaped, trapping the virus inside. Damn, what bad luck. Bai Yi Jursit. However, The only response he received was silence. Bai Yi was stunned and turned to look at Li Yu. Li Yuzhong was seen holding his right hand tightly. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face was pale. He looked along Li Yu's right hand. The 3-meter-long, invisible magic hand was no longer invisible. Instead, there was a touch of scarlet, as if it was sprayed with uneven red paint. Brother Yi, I feel like I'm about to die. Li Yu laughed bitterly. You're infected with the scarlet virus? Li Yu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the scarlet virus. I just crushed them to death with a magic hand. I thought it would be okay because of the magic hand. After all, the magic hand is not part of my body. But who would have thought? He looked down at his magic hand. The scarlet color spread like red ink on paper, staining his entire magic hand red. This was also the first time that Li Yu's magic hand was fully displayed. It was more than 3 meters long and had a huge palm, like a giant's arm. Bai Ye's face was as gloomy as water. As long as I'm here, you won't die. He took out the scarlet virus serum he had found earlier and prepared to give Li Yu an injection. Although it had long expired, he had no choice but to give it a try. Just as he was about to inject, a hand blocked Hakuno's way. Li Yu's lips had lost their color, and he said in a trembling voice, Useless Brother Yi, I can feel that my body has not been invaded by the scarlet virus. Can you see where there are bloodlines on my body? Chapter 74, Li Yu's Last Wish and Lies. Bai Ye's hand holding the syringe paused slightly. Li Yu's symptoms were indeed completely different from Black Panther's. The virus infected the magic hand, which is closely related to my mental power. The virus crawled along the magic hand into my mind. I am beyond help. Then I will inject serum into your magic hand. He pushed Li Yu's left hand away, and then stabbed the scarlet magic hand. Snap! The needle broke. He forgot that Li Yu's magic hand was as hard as iron and could not be pierced by a needle at all. Looking at the half-broken needle, Bai Yi fell silent. Li Yu was on the verge of death in order to save him, even though he didn't need anyone's rescue. But Li Yu still saved him. Li Yu's pale face was reflected in his pupils, and his body temperature gradually dropped, revealing a coldness similar to that of a corpse. The first opponent and the first friend he met after traveling through time was now about to die in this dark and abandoned corner, and he could only watch. Assuming a person lives to be 60, that lifetime consists of approximately 189,216,000 10-second periods. Wheel of Fortune, I didn't lose unfairly. Take care. I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of living the rest of my life in the regret and self-blame of leaving my friends behind and running away alone. The words from the past still lingered in Bai Ye's ears, making him slightly dazed. Brother Yi, Li Yu's weak voice interrupted Bai Ye's trance. Before I die, I have one wish. Bai Yi took a deep breath. He naturally knew what Li Yu's wish was, and promised seriously, Don't worry, I will definitely take care of your mother for you. Li Yu shook his head with difficulty. No, that's not my wish. Bai Yi was stunned. No? Could it be that in Li Yu's heart, there was any wish more important than his mother? What's your wish? Tell me. I will definitely fulfill it for you, and I will also take good care of your mother. Brother Yi, my mother doesn't need to be taken care of. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Why? I don't have a mother. Bai Yi. He stared at Li Yu with wide eyes, even suspecting that he had heard wrong. No. What do you mean you don't have a mother? Li Yu smiled weakly. Actually, I lied to you. My mother died of illness when I was young. I kept saying that before, but it was just to save my life. Bai Yi was shocked. Born? I don't think so. If my mother were still alive, she would be very happy to know that she had saved her son so many times. Li Yu smiled silently, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. He stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his vision gradually blurring. Mom, I miss you so much. I can finally see you again. Wake up. Bai Yi hurriedly shook Li Yu. What is your wish? A trace of clarity returned to Li Yu's eyes. He looked at Bai Yi and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt his calf being gently touched. He turned around and found that it was Li Yu's foot kicking him once, twice, 3 times, and then the movement stopped abruptly. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment before he reacted and was so angry that he laughed. He knew what Li Yu's wish was, which was to avenge the previous 3 kicks. When I was in the Gray Earth town, Li Yu had just become a superhuman. He sent me a note in the middle of the night asking me to meet him. At that time, I subdued him with a gun and kicked him 3 times in the butt. I didn't expect that Li Yu still remembered it until now. Li Zua, you are more cunning than a needle. Bai Yi opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Because Li Yu had slowly closed his eyes, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth on his pale face. Bai Yi held the cold syringe tightly in his hand, anger gradually filling his chest, but when his eyes glanced at the syringe, he suddenly froze. He seemed to realize something and quickly pointed the syringe at Li Yu's scarlet magic hand. But this time he did not insert the needle. Instead, he pushed the syringe directly, dripping turbid green liquid onto the magic hand. Since the scarlet virus can penetrate the magic hand, why can't the serum? As the first drop of light green water fell on it, a magical scene happened. It seemed as if the scarlet had encountered a natural enemy and was actually dispersed by the green liquid. Although the green liquid was quickly consumed, the scarlet also became much lighter. At this time, Li Yu's chest began to rise and fall slightly. Bai Yi was overjoyed and continued to drip the serum. He didn't dare to finish it all at once. All medicines are toxic. What if he overdosed and killed Li Yu? After 1/3 of the serum had been dripped, the scarlet on the surface of the magic hand completely faded, but scarlet veins like tree branches remained inside, just like human blood vessels. The serum seemed unable to penetrate into the magic hand. He dropped a few more drops, but the scarlet veins inside did not move at all. Ah! Li Yuding jumped up from the ground, looked around in horror, gasping for breath, looking frightened but full of energy. Is this the underworld? Holy shit. Brother Yi, when did you die? Bai Yi walked to Li Yu with an expressionless face, and then bang, bang, bang 3 times. Ouch. Why did you kick me? It hurts. Wait, dead people can't feel pain. Am I alive again? Li Yu looked at his body in surprise, and finally his gaze fell on the magic hand with scarlet veins growing inside. This is... He waved his arms, and suddenly the magic hand extended at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the original 3 meters to 5 meters, 8 meters, and 10 meters. He was more and more surprised, and with a thought, the magic hand began to shrink again, gradually shortening to the size of an ordinary person's arm. Extendable. My magic hand can now extend and retract, and it seems to have become more flexible and stronger. Don't be happy too soon. The scarlet virus still remains in your magic hands. The bloodline is the best proof. Although it causes your extraordinary abilities to mutate, I'm afraid there will be sequelae. Bai Yi poured a bucket of cold water on him. The joy on Li Yu's face faded slightly. He felt a little worried when looking at the dense blood vessels in the magic hand. The biggest function of the magic hand was invisibility. Although it was stronger now, it had lost the invisibility function. It was not worth it. I'll try to see if I can make the blood vessels invisible. He clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength as if he was constipated, his face flushed red. Finally, the blood vessels inside the magic hand began to contract, and countless tiny branches returned to the main trunk. Chapter 75. The Killing of Bai Yi. Huh, Li Yu gasped for breath, his eyes full of surprise. That's great, Brother Yi. The blood vessels can be retracted, but I'm not very skilled yet, so I can't retract them all at once. After I practice a few more times, I will definitely be able to. His surprised voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes stared into Bai Yi's eyes with trembling. Brother Yi, your eyes. Bai Yi suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. What's wrong with my eyes? Bloodlines. There are bloodlines in your eyes. Li Yu shouted in panic, his voice a little distorted. Fuck. Bai Yi cursed inwardly, took out a dagger, and held it across his eyes, using the blade to observe. His eyes were vaguely reflected on the clear blade, and a red nematode-like bloodline was seen wriggling in the white of his eye. Seeing this, Bai Yi raised his finger and stabbed it into the eyeball without hesitation. When his fingers touched the surface of his eyeball, he resisted the urge to close his eyes, pinched his fingers hard, pinched the wriggling bloodline, and then exerted force suddenly. A half-meter-long line of blood was pulled out from the eye socket, along with a streak of blood. The vision in Bai Yi's right eye instantly turned scarlet, and he closed his right eye due to the intense pain. But he did not stop, but continued to search his body. He knew very well that when he was just besieged by the scarlet virus, a virus must have taken the opportunity to invade his body. At that time, there were so many scarlet viruses that even he could not notice all of them. I should have discovered it earlier, but in order to save Li Yu, I didn't notice my own abnormality at all. Back! You're back! Li Yu exclaimed. At the hole in Bai Yi's clothes on his back, a scarlet virus was attached to his skin like a leech, with countless tiny bloodlines taking root in it. Let me do it. Li Yu's magic hand instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. He accurately pinched the scarlet virus and then pulled it hard. Sizzle. A horrifying sound of flesh breaking was heard. Although the scarlet virus was pulled out, dozens of bloodlines were still connected to Bai Ye's back. Li Youqiang endured the physical discomfort and pulled while retreating. The bloodline became longer and longer, and he even had the illusion that he was pulling Bai Ye's blood vessels. Because the bloodlines and blood vessels look so similar, it is like grabbing a blood vessel and pulling it out of the human body. With a pop sound, a line of blood was pulled down from Bai Ye's back. At this time, his wound was already riddled with holes, forming a bloody hole with rotten flesh inside, as if he had been stabbed by needles hundreds of times. "Brother Yi, are you feeling better?" Li Yu asked with concern. Bai Yi clenched his teeth, his face covered in cold sweat, and the severe pain from the wound continued to irritate his nerves. "It's useless. The virus takes too long to invade." As soon as Bai Yi opened his mouth, he felt an itchy sensation in his throat, as if countless small insects were wriggling in his throat. The little bugs continued to multiply and soon crawled along his tongue and out of his teeth. Bai Yi took a big bite, and it was very chewy, just like biting off noodles. "Pooh!" He spat on the ground, and more than a dozen half-broken bloodlines and blood fell to the ground. Looking at the bloodlines wriggling on the ground, Bai Yi instinctively felt a little nauseous. When he thought that his body was full of these things, he felt even more disgusted. Fortunately, there is still half of the scarlet virus serum left. Since it can cure Li Yu's magic hand, it should be able to cure himself as well. He raised the syringe and thrust the broken needle into his arm. As the light green liquid was injected, the strange feeling in his body suddenly eased a lot, and the blood in his mouth shrank to his abdomen. Li Yu watched nervously from the side, wanting to help but not knowing what to do, and seemed a little at a loss. "Brother Yi, are you feeling better?" Bai Yi nodded with difficulty and was about to speak when his face suddenly turned pale. He held his abdomen tightly as the severe pain engulfed him like a tide. "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you?" Li was horrified. "Is it because you don't have enough serum? I'll go find you some medicine right now." Bai Yi opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Anxiously, Yu didn't even open the door. He bumped into it head first and fell to the ground with it. He ignored the pain, quickly got up from the ground, rushed to the street, and ran in a random direction. He didn't know where to find the serum, but he didn't dare to stop. At least searching means hope, but stopping means there is no hope. In the dark room, Bai Ye's thin body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. He could clearly feel the scarlet virus infecting his body bit by bit. The feeling of approaching death is like being put into a cold iron box that gradually shrinks. The oxygen is slowly being drained away, the eardrums are buzzing, and in the end, the only sound left is the roar of the pulse hitting the temple. The same serum cured Li Yu, but could not cure him. It could be that the serum dosage was insufficient. It could be that one was infected with the mind and the other with the body, or it could be that his constitution was different because he wasn't a transcendent. The reason is no longer important. What is important is, "Fuck you." Bai Yi roared angrily, his dark eyes full of arrogance. He had no fear of death, only endless anger. "Want to kill me? I'll fucking kill you first." Time stands still. Buzz. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, and the young man stood on the huge golden dial with a defiant and stubborn look, like a wounded and dying lone wolf. As time began to stand still, the chaotic bloodlines in his abdomen calmed down. It was indeed so. The living things that I touched from time to time were also still. Their time was suspended, and they could not move independently, but they could be pushed by me at will, just like pushing inanimate objects. When he caught the peregrine falcon before, it did not recover its movement, so he had a guess at that time. Bai Yi raised the dagger expressionlessly and stabbed it into his own abdomen. He groaned, his face covered with cold sweat, but his hands did not stop moving at all. The sharp dagger cut his abdomen horizontally bit by bit, and blood instantly dyed his hands red. He threw the dagger to the ground and thrust his right hand into his abdomen. The warm, smooth, and sticky touch was transmitted from his right hand to his cerebral cortex, but he could not feel it at all because the pain was flooding his nerves like a tide. He almost bit his teeth and endured the severe pain. His right hand kept searching his abdomen, and finally he felt a pool of blood. He pulled hard, took the bloodline out of his stomach, and threw on the ground. This action almost made him faint, but his body felt relaxed. He did the same thing, constantly reaching out to take out the bloodline, taking it out and throwing it away, repeating this over and over again. Chapter 76, Fake Man Bai Yi. Blood pooled at Bai Ye's feet. Normally, Even a superhuman with extraordinary physical fitness would not be able to withstand such an operation, but he managed to hold on. It's not that his physical fitness is strong enough, but that the scarlet virus is taking effect. The pseudo-human infected by the scarlet virus has a terrifying recovery ability that is almost immortal. Bai Yi, who is now gradually transforming into a pseudo-human, although his recovery ability is not as good as that of a pseudo-human, has already surpassed that of normal humans. It is with the support of this restorative power that he can clear the blood in his body. A minute later, he collapsed to the ground, almost exhausted. The recovery power brought by the scarlet virus was not a perpetual motion machine, but came at the cost of draining his energy and blood. In just 1 minute, his energy and blood were exhausted. At this time, Baye's face was as pale as paper, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. A tiny virus dares to kill God? I am the god of the new age. He smiled silently. He could feel that the serum in his body had reached a certain balance with the scarlet virus. Before, there were too many bloodlines where the virus was breeding, and the serum was unable to compete. But as the bloodlines were cleared, the serum finally took effect. It's broken. Time. Baye's smile stopped abruptly. His face changed drastically, and he quickly turned off the time freeze. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I almost wasted my time. He murmured, but his vision gradually blurred. After all, he was not a fake person, and the massive blood loss caused him to faint. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yi was awakened by the strong, bitter taste in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was poo, poo, poo. What the hell? It's so bitter. Why is there so much scum in your mouth? Elise, when did you come back? Liu wiped the spit from his face with a look of resentment and complained, Brother Yi, is this how you treat your savior? What savior? What did you give me to eat? I ate 2 million for you. 2 million. Bai Yi was stunned. Thinking of the bitter taste in his mouth, he instantly realized. Mutated ginseng? He quickly lifted up his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs. The originally hideous and bloody wound had healed without him noticing, leaving only a faint red mark. He remembered that after his bloodline was drained, the wound on his abdomen began to heal, but due to the lack of qi and blood, the wound only healed halfway and then stopped. Then he fainted. It seems that Li Yu has returned. Seeing that he has lost too much blood, he fed him ginseng. Great, Li Zua, you even thought of giving me ginseng. Bai Yi took a deep breath happily. Guess what? He didn't die. I searched for the serum for a long time, but couldn't find it. So I wanted to come back to collect your body. But I found that you were still breathing, but you had lost too much blood. I thought ginseng should be able to replenish blood, so I fed it to you. I didn't expect that it really saved you. Tell me, Brother Yi, how are you going to thank me? Liu said with a beaming eyebrow. Thank you. Bai Yi glanced at him. I could have just gotten some sleep, but you wasted a ginseng worth 2 million. I'll remember this. Remember to pay me back 2 million later. Liu's face suddenly darkened, and then his bright eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly said mysteriously, Brother Yi, guess why you can still eat ginseng even though you fainted? Bai Yi was stunned at first, then his face turned pale. You, could it be? That's right, Brother Yi. It's just as you thought. I chewed it up a little bit and fed it to you. Ugh. Bai Yi immediately fell to the ground and began to dry heave. He suddenly felt that life seemed meaningless. Ha ha. Liu laughed loudly. I'm just teasing you. You're willing, but I'm not. You don't know, as soon as I put the ginseng next to your mouth, you were like a starving ghost, closing your eyes and grabbing the ginseng and stuffing it into your mouth. You. Bai Yi glared at him. I found that you never tell the truth. You cheated me with ginseng and even pretended to be a filial son. If you were not about to die, I don't think you would tell the truth in your life. Are you lying to me about something else? Tell me. Li Yu's smile slowly faded, and he said solemnly, There is indeed one thing. What's up? I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I just lied to you again. Actually, the ginseng is really from my mouth. I'll kill you. A moment later, Li Yu, with a black eye, squatted in the corner of the room with a wronged look on his face, drawing circles on the ground with his fingers. After venting his anger, Bai Yi picked up the dagger on the ground and lightly slashed his arm with it, and blood immediately flowed out. Li Yu was shocked. Brother Yi, that's not the case. You don't have to hurt yourself if you want to apologize to me. Get out, Bai Yi said without even turning his head. He stared at his wound and felt a tingling sensation, as if ants were crawling on the wound. Then a miraculous thing happened. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as I expected, This mutated scarlet virus has given me strong recovery ability, and my physical fitness seems to have improved a lot. But I hope there are no sequelae. Bai thought silently. By the way, Lizua, how long have I been unconscious? Liu was still drawing circles. About an hour. 1 hour. Bai quickly took out his gold pocket watch. It was already 8:29 in the evening. Oh no, could Yang Jie have found the Pangi USB drive and run away? Stop squatting there. If you don't leave quickly, all the good things will be taken away by them. Bai was about to rush out the door impatiently, but was stopped by Li Yu's magic hand. Brother Yi, we can't go out now. There are scarlet viruses and fake people outside. People will die if we go out. Li Yu said anxiously. I have my own way. How about this? You stay here and wait. I'll be back soon. Without too much explanation, Bai Yi opened the door that Li Yu had just prepared and rushed out. The moment he stepped out of the door, he suddenly stopped, as if he had come to another world. Countless scarlet viruses the size of eyeballs filled the city, like red dandelions all over the sky. He was not surprised. Hundreds of people poured into Shelter 189. Faced with the tentacles of the giant scarlet virus, people would certainly not sit idly by and wait for death. The counterattack would naturally cause the giant scarlet virus to burst, releasing countless pseudo-people and small scarlet viruses. We can't delay any longer. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be. When the scarlet virus fills the entire city, even he will have to temporarily hide away. Bai took a deep breath and was about to activate time stop to cross the street, but suddenly froze. Wait, why aren't these scarlet viruses attacking me? He was shocked to find that the scarlet virus in the sky completely ignored his existence and just floated quietly in the air. Could it be? A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He must have been infected with and cured of the scarlet virus, and his body had mutated, so they regarded him as one of their own. Chapter 77, How Can Ordinary People Understand Their Fate? I control cause and effect and determine the fate of the world. What about Li Yu? Brother Yi, wait for me. I will go with you, and we can take care of each other on the way. Li Yu ran over hurriedly. At this time, the scarlet viruses floating on the street were like flying insects that had discovered their prey. After staying still for a second, they all flew towards Li Yu. Fuck! Brother Yi, run! Bai Yi did not run away, but closed the door directly and stood in front of it alone. The scarlet viruses stopped flying in front of him. They swam quietly around Bai Yi, and some even landed on his hands. The tiny scarlet tentacles squirmed in the wind, but did not penetrate his skin. It's true. Bai Yi became more and more ecstatic. Without the threat of the scarlet virus, he could save a lot of time. But why can't you do it? Brother Yi, what are you doing? Come in quickly. Li Yu's anxious voice came from inside the door. I'm Fina. The scarlet virus seems to think I'm a fake person and won't attack me. Li Yu immediately reacted. Is it because you've been infected with the virus? But why can't I? Is it because I was infected with a magic hand? Not the body? Brother Yi, please move aside and let me try using my magic hand. Bai Yi slightly turned sideways, and the door quickly opened a crack, followed by an invisible giant hand with scarlet blood vessels slowly reaching out. This time, the scarlet virus did not attack Magic Hand. Damn, this is unfair. We are both infected with the virus and injected with the same serum. Why is it that your whole body works while only one hand of mine is useful? Li Yu said depressedly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you're going, come out now. I'm not going. If I go, I'll just be a drag. I might as well take this opportunity to familiarize myself with my mutated magic hand and try to hide the blood vessels as soon as possible. Bai Yi nodded. He naturally understood that Li Yu wanted to go because he was worried about him, not because he wanted to look for the treasure. Now that he saw that he could ignore the scarlet virus, there was no need for him to follow him. Okay, then you just wait here. After saying that, Bai Yi rushed into the group of viruses. He kept waving his hands to drive away all the nearby viruses, and then he officially set off. At this time, the already empty city seemed even more dead silent. There was no one on the street, and occasionally a few pseudo-human roars could be heard from the shadows in the distance. Hundreds of people who came in to look for treasure either died or hid. He looked around the city with a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't know where the Panga USB drive was, but he thought it would not be in a residential area or a commercial street, so he ran towards the edge of the city. In the abandoned city, Bai Yi walked alone. The red dandelions in the sky were like heavy snow, adding a strange scarlet touch to this city that existed 100 years ago. He passed over the dusty wreckage of the flying car, his soles crushing the dandelions lying on the ground. Broken billboards dangled in the air, and red velvet flowed over the iron bridge like a river of blood flowing backwards. The false bright moon in the sky cast its light, pinning his shadow to the weed-covered asphalt road. He seemed like the only traveler in this city, going upstream against the red snow. Still holding it, the man in the black suit asked the sweaty painter while roasting the rabbit. Hull, hull, hull. The painter anxiously began to circle around the canvas. I do have control, but this shouldn't be the case. Judging from the fate line, the person outside this script is just a nobody. I manipulated fate and triggered murderous intent. He was clearly doomed to die, but he didn't. Not only did he not die, his fate line actually became thicker. This is not scientific at all. The man in the black suit glanced at him sideways and said, "You, a transcendent who plays with fate, are talking to me about science. This is unscientific in itself." Painter, he paced for a long time, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "I know. It's a divine curse. A small person can change his fate without the help of others. He must have relied on external help. And to possess such great power, it must be a divine curse." Then, the painter looked thoughtful. "This is troublesome. Even with the help of the gods and taboos, it will be difficult for fate to kill him. Unless... Unless what?" The man in the black suit broke off a golden roasted rabbit leg and was about to put it in his mouth, but the painter snatched it away first. Smells so good." The painter chewed the rabbit leg and mumbled, "Only if he gets rid of the taboo." What an amazing method. After your reminder, I suddenly thought of a better way to kill the tyrant. "What method?" The man in the black suit said expressionlessly. "Let's quit smoking and drinking now, go to bed early and get up early, and live for 100 years. After 100 years, the tyrant will die without any effort." Painter, I finally understand why you spend all day dealing with the dead. It's because your mouth can make the living mad to death, so only the dead can communicate with you. You're too kind. If you were to die suddenly now, it would prove that what you said is true. The painter laughed in anger. "I don't want to argue with you. My method may seem like nonsense, but in fact, it's just nonsense." The painter said angrily, "In fact, it is simple and efficient. Any complicated plan is ultimately for the purpose of achieving the goal. That person has a divine taboo protecting him. If we want to kill him, of course we have to make him lose the divine taboo. It's still nonsense. You fucking idiot." The painter took a deep breath and kept reminding himself to be more restrained. Summer insects can't talk about ice. He no longer paid attention to the man in the black suit, but instead looked intently at the canvas, muttering continuously. His fate is protected by a divine object. A single killing calamity is not enough to deal with it. So we can simply tie his fate to that of a mortal and use that person's killing calamity to eliminate him. He muttered to himself as he sketched on the canvas. Soon, a girl wearing knight armor and holding a pure silver cross sword was outlined. The man in the black suit frowned. "Black Knight, if you kill her, aren't you afraid that the presiding judge of the silent court will give you trouble? It's not that I want to kill her, but she is destined to die here. I might as well go with the flow and connect their fates, letting her die with someone outside the script. What if that person relies on the divine taboo to help the Black Knight break the killing calamity?" That's what I said. Let him throw away the taboo. The taboo is on him, so he naturally won't throw it away casually. But what if he is no longer himself? What's the meaning? The painter smiled slightly and said, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." He casually drew two laughing monkeys on the canvas, as if making a silent mockery. Satisfiedly admiring his own paintings, he smiled and recited, "How can ordinary people understand their fate? I control cause and effect and determine the fate of the world." Chapter 78. A son of a wealthy family does not sit idle in the hall, and a king of 1,000 chariots does not go into danger. Bang! Ah! Ugh! The painter cried out in pain, holding his stomach and vomiting. The rabbit leg he had just eaten was wasted. The man in the black suit silently retracted his fist. "Gu Huangquan, damn it! What the hell are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" The painter cursed angrily. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, "You ate my rabbit meat and scolded me. You deserve a beating. I was writing poetry." "Yes, you wrote a poem to scold me." After walking for more than 20 minutes, Bai discovered that there were many more pseudo-human corpses nearby. These pseudo-humans seemed to have their bodies cut into pieces by some sharp weapons, and all of them were fatal. The opponent used his chi and blood, and with one strike he destroyed the chi and blood in the fake person's body, making it impossible for him to recover. Looking at the familiar scars, the image of the night girl emerged in his mind. The sword wounds looked like they were caused by the pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand. Bai was pleasantly surprised. The night girl was the first person to break in a shelter 189 after the tyrant. Her purpose must also be the Panga USB flash drive. Now that he had found the girl's trace, it meant that he should not have taken the wrong path. He quickened his pace and continued moving forward, following the traces of battle along the way. Suddenly, a pseudo-human roar was heard from the shadows of the alley nearby. Bai frowned slightly and instantly acquired breath of skeleton, pointing the gun at the dark alley. Not long after, a ferocious figure rushed out of the alley. When the other party rushed out of the alley and saw Bai, he was strangely stunned. The scarlet eyes, covered with blood, stared at Bai without blinking, as if wondering whether the person in front of him was of the same kind. It seems that not only the scarlet virus, but also the pseudo-people will not attack me. Bai thought silently, what if I attack it? Bang! The bright yellow bullet instantly penetrated the abdomen of the dummy. The dummy was enraged, his eyes became increasingly red, and he roared as he rushed towards Bai. It seems that as long as we don't attack them, we'll be fine. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a scarlet bullet blew the pseudo-man's head off. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his mind wide open. After passing through several collapsed high-rise buildings, his vision broadened, as if he had entered another area of the city. It was very empty here, with several sentry-like buildings on the roadside and many abandoned robots lying on the ground. It's a bit like an abandoned military base, and there are more traces of fighting here. This is it. Bai's eyes were burning as he walked past the abandoned obstacles and headed deeper into the area. He was surprised to find that the scarlet virus was very rare here. And as they continued to advance, the scarlet virus almost disappeared, as if there was something in this area that they feared and did not dare to get close. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard the sound of slight battle. The sound came from far away and was barely perceptible to him. He continued moving forward, following the sound. And soon, a huge base came into view. This base covers a vast area, almost a quarter of the size of a city, and is surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Every 5 meters on the top of the wall, there is a Gatling-like machine gun. However, judging from the style, this machine gun is not a traditional kinetic weapon. It has a streamlined metal gun body, a display screen on the side, and no place to load bullets. It looks very much like the legendary laser weapon. Fortunately, these weapons have been abandoned. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to break in. The sound of fighting came from the base, and the sound became clearer and clearer. Bai could even hear the angry roar of Minghu. He walked around the wall for a while and found the gate. The alloy gate, which was more than 10 centimeters thick, was violently blown open. There was a rusty sign hanging on the wall next to it. Experimental base, no entry. The underground space of Shelter 189 is limited, yet the people of the civilized era have allocated such a large area to build an experimental base. You can imagine how important this place is. If my guess is correct, this should be the core of the Panga project. Bai narrowed his eyes and thought silently. He guessed that since the Pangu project was said to create the world, the experimental projects within it must be all-encompassing. The previous pseudo-humans and mutated scarlet virus were most likely part of the Panga plan. People in the civilized era wanted to crack the secret of the scarlet virus or control the virus, but they ended up developing a mutated scarlet virus. All the people in the shelter turned into fake people. It seemed that something unexpected happened, causing the mutant scarlet virus to leak and infect everyone. He slipped through the gate, moved slowly in the direction of the sound along the outer wall of the experimental base, then quietly raised his head, revealing half of his head and eyes. Hiss! Bai gasped. What the hell was this monster? Was he also a fake person? On the other side of the experimental base, more than a dozen humanoid monsters over 5 meters tall were chasing Minghu and others. The muscular body was covered with bulging blood vessels and rotten flesh, and the hands were so huge that they were beyond the proportion of the body. They were no longer human palms, but giant claws. The sharp knuckles were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, flashing with a cold light. In addition to the dozen or so fighting ones, there were more than 20 bloody humanoid monsters lying on the ground, and they looked like they had just died. Why is the tyrant Yang Jia not here? Bai was a little confused. He saw Minghu, the night girl, and others, Even the pretentious Li Xiao was there. The people who first broke through the laser channel were all here, except Yang Jia. He searched with his eyes, and when he saw a big hole on the wall of the experimental base, he realized that the tyrant had already broken into the experimental base. These monsters can stop Minghu and others, but they cannot stop the tyrant. However, the tyrant situation did not seem optimistic. From time to time, fierce metal clashing and explosions were heard from inside the experimental base. The sound was so loud that even Bai Yi, who was hiding in the distance, could feel the shaking of the wall. Dangerous. It's so damn dangerous. Bai Yi wisely chose not to join in the fun, but just hide here and watch the show. Anyway, no matter who finds the Panga USB flash drive, he will eventually come out of the experimental base. Then he could just rob it. Why put himself in danger? As the old saying goes, a son of a wealthy family will not sit idle in the hall, and a king of 10,000 chariots will not go into danger, let alone him, the god of the new era. These damn experimental subjects. They can't be killed unless their energy and blood are completely drained. Minghu blasted the experimental subject's attacking arm with a punch, and then rushed to the side of the silver snake. Chapter 79, Birth. Everyone is born. The experimental subject whose arm was blown off roared, and a blazing scarlet light emerged from his body. Spots of light gathered towards the broken arm. Then, in the scarlet light, the broken muscles, bones, and skin grew rapidly and recovered in the blink of an eye. The smile on Silver Snake's charming face was gone. The tyrant broke into the experimental base and broke the confinement device inside. I didn't expect so many test subjects to be released. I don't know what the people of the old times were researching. Every monster they created is comparable to a transcendent, with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The Dark Tiger exerted force with both hands, grabbed the attacking arm of the experimental subject, and flung him away like an ant lifting an elephant. No time to lose. We must find a Panga USB before the tyrant. Go! He knelt on all fours, and his muscles suddenly swelled up. Seeing this, the silver snake immediately jumped up and stepped on the back of the dark tiger with its little feet covered in black mud. The dark tiger acted as a mount and charged recklessly, while the silver snake attacked ruthlessly. Its white and slender arms were as soft and boneless as a venomous snake, and each blow could tear a large amount of flesh and blood from the experimental subject. The two of them joined forces and quickly broke out of the encirclement, rushed into the big hole blasted by the tyrant, and disappeared without a trace. Two were born. He Qianjun snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with the behavior of Minghu and the other two. Originally, everyone worked together to kill more than 20 experimental subjects, and they were about to solve the problem. But Minghu and the other two ran away at this time, leaving all the pressure to the rest of the people. He Qianjun, with his head full of silver hair, suddenly leaped up like an onion in dry land. His swift figure dodged the attacking claws in midair, and then he exerted force with his feet, and with a thump, 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 he climbed up the subject's sturdy arms like climbing a mountain, and finally stepped hard on the other's head. With the help of a reaction force, he glided in the air towards the big hole in the wall of the experimental base. There was still a distance of 100 meters, and he could not reach the cave entrance at all according to his fallen momentum. But the next second, his arms opened like the wings of a white crane, and the majestic energy and blood flowed out of his body, turning into countless scarlet air currents passing through his arm spans. The energy and blood seemed to form a pair of scarlet wings, dragging him to glide 100 meters and landed accurately on the edge of the cave. He Qianjun stood at the edge of the cave entrance with his hands behind his back, glancing coldly at the people still fighting. Humph! I'll leave first. Born. The three of you were born here to play a joke on me. You are treacherous and go back on your word. Xiaoyi Jurset Angridi. Wait a minute. Clang. The sword behind him suddenly came out of its sheath and turned into a stream of light as it chased towards He Qianjun. The moment the sword passed over his head, He suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt, and then he was pulled away in a flash. He also ran away. This group of born. Li Xiao looked at the remaining experimental subjects who were besieging him, and his eyes suddenly burst into blood. He believed that the strong should keep their promises and keep their word. They should do what they said if they agreed to work together to deal with the experimental subjects. However, he did not expect that this group of strong men ran away one after another. His shadow suddenly shot a shadow dart towards the cave entrance, and then, with a flash of his own accord, Li Xiao also ran away. Let's go in too. The ghost clown said to the air beside him. You want to help that female knight? He glanced at the knight girl who was in a tough fight. The sharp sword light cut the surrounding experimental subjects in half again and again, but the experimental subjects recovered as before again and again. But I feel like she doesn't need any help. The ghost clown tilted his head. Just as he said, the night girl really didn't need help. The girl was far away from the cave entrance, and she couldn't move around like Li Xiao. If she wanted to enter the cave, she could only force her way in. But she didn't force her way in, but quickly ran towards the nearest wall of the experimental base. 7 or 8 experimental subjects chased her relentlessly, and the encirclement kept shrinking, blocking her here. The girl showed no sign of panic. She raised the pure silver cross sword in her hand and lightly stabbed the wall in front of her. Clang! The pure silver cross sword instantly penetrated into the wall without any obstruction, just like cutting tofu. Then the girl drew a circle with the sword, ding-bang. A thick circular wall panel fell down, and she stepped lightly into it. The experimental subject was too huge to fit through the hole at all, so he could only stretch out his ferocious arms and scratch continuously. Inside the cave, the girl quietly watched as the sharp claws fell in front of her, but failed to touch the edge of her clothes at all. The silver-white mask without facial features seemed to be mocking her silently. The short distance of 3 centimeters seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Oh, not only do you not need my help, but he actually lured the experimental subject away for us. Hold on to me, E. The ghost clown held the air with one hand and lowered the torn hat on his head with the other hand. He rushed forward like a ghost, leaving afterimages in the air. Several experimental subjects wanted to catch him, but he dodged them by a hair's breadth, just like a clown walking on a tightrope in a circus who was obviously shaking but just couldn't fall. The last experimental subject blocked the entrance of the cave. The ghost clown hugged E and slid directly under the other party's crotch, then jumped into the base. The experimental subject, having lost all its targets, roared to the sky, and the sound waves spread out visibly, shocking Bai Yi in the distance so much that he couldn't help but cover his ears. Several smart experimental subjects chased in, while the remaining 3 stupid ones were still trying to dig out the night girl with their hands. Is the show over? Bai Yi curled his lips. He could not see the battle inside the experimental base and could only wait there bored. Anyway, he would never go in there even if he was beaten to death. Who knows how many dangers there are inside? It would be better to wait for others to find the Panga USB flash drive after going through untold hardships, and then he can reap the benefits. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the noise coming from inside the experimental base not only did not decrease, but became louder. It was as if a legion was fighting inside, and violent explosions were heard from time to time. Fuck, these guys didn't destroy my USB drive, did they? They couldn't possibly do that. After all, their target was also the USB drive. They couldn't do something so stupid, could they? They couldn't, right? Boom. A violent explosion sounded from the wall behind Bai Yi. Before he could react, he was blown away. Countless broken bricks and stones buried him. Bai Yi crawled out of the rubble and cursed angrily. Do you have any sense of public morality? Can bombs be thrown around randomly? The hole that was blown open was pitch black. No one responded. Only the sound of explosions continued. He glanced around and saw a rotten metal box that had exploded. It looked like some kind of precision instrument, but he didn't recognize it. He guessed that someone must have knocked the metal box away during a fight, and then it flew to him, hit the wall, and exploded. I'm so damn unlucky. Luckily, I have a strong physique. As he spoke, the scratches on Bai Yi's back had all healed. No, this place is not safe either. Let's stay away from it. Just as he was about to retreat, he spotted a reflective object from the rubble from the corner of his eye. He hurriedly turned over the rubble and was stunned when he saw the reflective object clearly. Chapter 80. God's Taboo Object, number 001, cannot be described, cannot be recorded, cannot be contained. Is this a phone screen? He saw a rectangular translucent screen lying quietly in the rubble, with cracks all over the screen. He picked up the phone screen and looked at it carefully, only to find that there was a sophisticated circuit board hidden in the cracks. It shouldn't be a phone screen. It's too thick. This thickness makes it look more like a phone. Is this a phone from the civilized era? Just a simple screen? Looking at the cracks on it, Bai Yi thought it was a pity. He loved playing with his mobile phone before he traveled through time, and he played with it every day. After traveling through time, he even had withdrawal symptoms. Now I finally picked up a high-tech mobile phone, but it is broken. He fiddled with it for a while, but couldn't figure out how to turn on, so he had to put the phone in his pocket. Maybe he'd have a chance to repair it in the future, and then he could play with his phone again. The emergence of mobile phones gave him inspiration. Although he couldn't enter the experimental base, he could pick up bargains outside. There were so many explosions just now, and many walls were blown up. Maybe other valuable things were blown out along with the rubble. But he couldn't help but glance towards the place where everyone entered. There were the most explosions and the most rubble there. Since he was free anyway, he might as well go look for treasure. He immediately took a step forward and walked towards that place. At this time, the three experimental subjects with questionable IQ were still digging. It was not known whether their arms were stuck in a hole, but they kept digging. He doesn't care about the experimental subjects. They are all infected with the scarlet virus and are all family. Data. Bai walked briskly, stepping on the gravel and passing by the three experimental subjects. This immediately caught their attention, and three pairs of terrifying scarlet eyes stared straight at them. "Hey guys, are you busy? I'm just passing by, you guys continue." Bai waved his hand and was about to pass the three idiots. But who would have thought that the three idiots actually withdrew their hands from the hole? They slowly stood up, and with their bodies over 5 meters tall, they looked down at Bai. Bai's heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing? Look carefully, we are all brothers. We are on the same side." Damn. Three huge shadows rushed towards him, and he turned and ran. With your IQ, you don't even recognize your own people? I don't know whether it's because of their low IQ or the fact that the experimental subjects and the pseudo-humans are simply not the same kind, but the three idiots are merciless when they attack. Although the three experimental subjects were tall, they were very agile. They surrounded Bai and continued to approach him. For a moment, all his ways of survival were blocked, and his only chance of survival was the cave entrance that everyone had entered before. Without any hesitation, Bai rushed directly into the cave entrance, followed closely by the three idiots. After running for more than 10 meters, he encountered a corner. He quickly dodged and drifted into the turn, blocking the sight of the three idiots. Then, time stood still. In an instant, everything was silent, and only the young man's violent breathing echoed in the world. "If I can kill you, I will kill you today." Bai cursed angrily, then returned the same way, walked past the three idiots, and slipped out of the cave again. Time to unwind. Time resumed its flow, and the three idiots, who had no idea what was happening, turned a corner and disappeared. Watching their disappearing figures, Bai felt a little confused. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the three idiots seemed to be deliberately forcing him into the experimental base. "Huh? You want to force me into the experimental base to die? No way." He sneered. It only takes 5 seconds, and the crisis is completely resolved. Bai happily started picking up trash again. The experimental base was now in tatters, and many places had collapsed due to the destruction of Yangjie and others. He did not go deep inside, but searched in the rubble piles on the outside. Before long, he found quite a few items. A metal cup with a hole in it, a pin broken in two, the skull of an intelligent robot, a piece of chair leg, a scrap version of a fully automatic coffee machine. It was cracked. Bai was completely cracked. He wasted 5 seconds trying to lure the three idiots away, and in the end, all he got was a pile of junk. He lost a lot of money on this deal. Now he only has 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. I just can't believe it. A cutting-edge experimental base would produce such a small piece of garbage. After unremitting efforts, Bai finally found a valuable item, a record book that was half burned by fire. He opened it carefully, and the bold black title made his heart beat faster. God Taboo Number Containment. Although I can't see all the fonts, I can roughly guess the meaning. This record book should be a record of the containment conditions of the different numbered taboo objects. Even a snake-level taboo item like Breath of Bones needs to be contained before it can be used, not to mention divine taboo items, whose containment conditions are probably even more stringent. Turning the scorched pages. God Forbidden Object, number 001. Unspeakable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai was full of questions. This page was relatively complete, but the problem was that there was a large blank space in the middle with nothing on it, and at the end there were 3 no S. It made him really want to ask the recorder, what's wrong with that? He continued to move forward. God Forbidden Object, number 002. Unspeakable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai was so angry that he laughed, thinking, if this is all the stuff, you shouldn't bother recording it, it's a waste of a notebook. He flipped through several pages until he reached Divine Taboo 010, and finally wrote a few more words, but it turned out to be completely black and burnt. Grass. God-disliked creature, number 039, the Forgotten One, attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans, feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all other non-physical information carriers, cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. Finally, he found a relatively complete page, but after reading it, Bai was completely confused. 039's name is the Forgotten Person? A person? Is that considered something that the gods hate? Turning to the next page, there was a picture of 039, but it was charred and you could vaguely see that it seemed to be a man. He flipped through the notebook for a long time and finally closed it. It's a little useful, but not much. This is Bai's evaluation of it, because most of it is damaged. He only knows the name and number of many taboo objects, and for some, he only knows the containment conditions. He didn't even know how many pages the book ended with, and the pages at the back were even more severely damaged. Some of them were simply burned. Chapter 81, Objects of Divine Taboo, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. Boom! Soudainement, a deafening explosion sounded. Bai was startled. He quickly looked toward the experimental base, his pupils suddenly contracting. I saw a big hole directly broken into the roof of the experimental base, and billowing black smoke rose into the sky. And in the black smoke, a huge hand covered with black scales like a dragon's claw broke out of the hole. Countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere. Smoke and dust rose, and it seemed like a stone rain was falling from the sky. This hand is so huge that it is comparable to the experimental subject. What kind of monster is this? Just as he was surprised, countless metal spikes shot out from the big hole and pierced through the giant black-scaled hand. Then another loud noise was heard, like the sound of some huge objects colliding. The giant black-scaled hand fell back into the cave. The experimental base collapsed even more severely, and the sound of fierce fighting became more and more intense. It's the tyrant Yang Jie who is fighting it. Bai would not mistake the ability to control metal. Judging from the movement, the owner of the black-scaled giant hand is extremely powerful, as evidenced by the fact that he can fight the tyrant Yang Jie to this extent. Bai was more and more glad that he didn't go in. It was too dangerous. He might not be able to come out alive in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. He couldn't defeat any of these monsters, even if he stopped time, because they were almost immortal and he didn't have enough time to completely destroy their vitality. It's time to get to work. Although he was surprised, Bai still did not forget to pick up the trash. The explosion just now had blown out a lot of things. 5 minutes later, he suddenly stopped while holding a pile of rags. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at a pile of rubble not far away. This is something that God hates. Crash. Bai threw away all the junk in his arms and rushed towards the black statue that was half buried by rubble. The pitch-black statue looked very strange. It was the size of a palm, with half of its body buried, leaving only a pitch-black monkey head showing with a very strange smile. God's Taboo 169 Twins. What are twins? Bai stopped in front of the statue, quickly took out the burnt notebook, and kept flipping through it, and soon found number 169. God Forbidden Object, number 169, Twin Monkey Statues, twins in one body, 2 monkey statues embracing each other, souls, difficulty in containment. Twin monkey statues? Is it difficult to shelter Ding? His eyes were shining, full of greedy desire, without a trace of emotion. It was recorded in the notebook that the difficulty of containment was divided into A, B, C, and D, and those above level A were uncontainable. The difficulty of containment often also represents the degree of danger of the taboo object. Not all taboo objects are harmless. The containment difficulty level is D, which means that the twin monkeys are very low in danger. If I don't give it to you, I will be blamed. This thing should be mine. Bai did not take action directly, but picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at the twin monkey statues. But the monkey statues did not react at all. He dragged over the severed arm of a dead test subject and touched it a few times, but there was still no danger. Although the difficulty of containment is very high, it is a taboo after all, so it is better to be cautious. After all, even breath of skeletons can drain chi and blood. After struggling for a long time, he finally confirmed that the twin monkey statues were not dangerous, and then he carefully extended a finger. Hey, my finger touched it, and then withdrew as if I had been electrocuted. There was no danger. 2 fingers, 3. In the end, he picked up the monkey statue, and nothing happened. The feeling of holding it is no different from that of an ordinary wooden statue. Wait, why is there only 1 monkey? Where's the other monkey? He was stunned. The picture clearly showed two monkeys hugging each other, but the statue in his hand only had one laughing monkey with its arms outstretched, hugging the air. Half of it was blown up. Is this thing still usable? Baye's heart suddenly sank. Although he was picking up trash, he didn't really want to do it. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he began to study the solitary monkey statue. I studied it over and over for 10 minutes, even counting how many monkey hairs there were on it, but I still had no idea what it was used for. Never mind. It's better to have something than nothing. He consoled himself with these words, and then put away the solitary monkey statue. Inside the experimental base, the night girl of the silent court was walking in a dark passage, holding a pure silver cross sword. The pure silver cross sword had long been stained red with blood. As she walked, drops of scarlet blood continued to drip from the tip of the sword, forming an intermittent blood stain on the ground. Around her lay several mice infected with the scarlet virus, their bodies broken in half and twitching slightly. Why are there rats in the experimental base? A hint of solemnity flashed in the night girl's light brown eyes. She had previously found the species list of Vault 189, which recorded all the animal species and genes brought into the vault by people in the old days. Although there are rats on the list, there are only rat genes, which means that there should be no living rats in Shelter 189. Although cloning technology was mastered in the old days and mice could be cloned, she always felt that things would not be that simple because mice were of no help to the shelter. You should know that people in the old days no longer use mice for experiments, but directly use clones. If they want to keep a pet, they would choose a hamster, a mouse, or something like that. Not this kind of mouse covered in black hair and full of germs. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people have special hobbies. It's not that she is sensitive, but when she sees the mouse, she thinks of someone, a very dangerous person. She needs it zodiac hidden rat. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The most urgent thing is to find the Pangy USB drive first. The night girl walked quickly through the passage. She had little time left. She had to find the USB flash drive before the tyrant. Otherwise, she would never have another chance because no one could take anything away from the tyrant. Fortunately, no one knows where the USB flash drive is stored in the experimental base. Even a strong tyrant would have to search for it bit by bit. 5 minutes later, she stopped and her eyes fell on the rows of alloy doors on both sides of the passage. If it weren't for the appearance of the alloy door, she would even suspect that she was standing still because the style of the passage had not changed from beginning to end, as if a scene had been copied and pasted together countless times. Most of these alloy doors had already been violently destroyed, leaving only 2 doors still closed. The night girl first checked the destroyed doors one by one, but found nothing inside. Then, she came to the tightly closed alloy door. Although there was little hope that the Pangy USB drive would be here, she had to take a look since she was already there. Chapter 82 Exchange of Life. Clang! The pure silver cross turned into a sharp silver light, and the alloy door broke with a sound. The furnishings in the house were exposed to her eyes, and she frowned slightly, because behind the door were only some abandoned computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic products. It's very messy, just like a storeroom. She used her sword to search through the pile of junk for a while, and after making sure that they were all junk, she immediately walked towards the last alloy door. After one sword strike, the alloy door opened and a black monkey-like statue came into view. The statue was placed on a metal stand and covered by a square, transparent glass cover. It was a monkey with its arms outstretched and a big grin on its face. The metal platform is engraved with the words, God's Taboo, number 169, Twin Monkeys. The forbidden object? A hint of disappointment flashed in the night girl's eyes. Although the forbidden object was precious, it was not her target. She slowly backed out of the room and then kicked at the gravel. Whoosh! The gravel accurately shattered the glass cover and hit the monkey's head. The twin monkey statues fell to the ground, unharmed and without showing any magical performance. The night girl was silent for a moment, then turned and left. A moment later, she returned carrying an arm that had been severed from the experimental subject. She threw her arms at the twin monkey statues, but still nothing happened. She entered the room again and poked the statue with the pure silver cross sword, but the sharp cross sword did not leave any marks on the statue. After a series of attempts, she finally picked up the statue with her night gauntlet hands. It was at this moment that the statue, which had been unresponsive, suddenly emitted a cold black light. The laughing monkey's grin widened even further, as if mocking him silently. Finally, got fooled. The night girl reacted quickly. Almost at the moment the black light appeared, she threw the statue away. But no matter how fast she could not be faster than the light, and was inevitably illuminated by the black light. At the same time, outside the experimental base, Bai Yi, who was picking up trash, suddenly felt a chill on his body. What the hell? What the hell? He quickly took out the solitary monkey statue from his body and saw a thick, inky black light bursting out from the statue. Without any hesitation, he threw the statue out. Clang! The wooden statue fell onto the hard silver-white metal floor, making a crisp sound. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. He blinked and suspected that he had eaten poisonous mushrooms and was hallucinating. Because he was picking up trash in an empty square 1 second, and the next second he was in a closed room made of silver-white metal. Looking at the monkey statue lying on the cold metal ground, he was stunned for a moment, and a hint of joy suddenly flashed in his eyes. So 169's ability is to teleport by throwing him on the ground. But what the hell is this for me? As soon as the words fell, Bai Yi suddenly froze, his expression suddenly becoming frightened. No, my voice, how? A slightly trembling girl's voice came out his mouth. Holy shit. I mean, is this the side effect of using 169 teleportation? A series of curse words burst out from the clean and bright girl's voice. Perhaps because of the shock, there was even a hint of angry vibrato in the ending tone, like a puppy wagging its tail angrily. Although he was obviously shocked and angry, the curses he uttered were like fruit candy in his mouth. The sweetness was tinged with the recklessness of a man who was red in the face of anxiety. Bai Yi became more and more terrified. He was really panicked at this moment. He didn't panic when he was almost killed by the scarlet virus before, but he really couldn't hold it back at this moment. He quickly looked down at his body and was stunned again. Knight armor? Why is he holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Isn't this the outfit of the night girl in the Silent Court? Could it be? The two key words about 169 mentioned in the God's Taboo record book suddenly flashed through his mind. Twin soul? No way. Bai Yi rushed to the monkey statue like crazy, picked it up from the ground, took a closer look, and his face turned pale. This is not the monkey statue he picked up at all. The monkey statue he picked up was hugging to the left, but this one is hugging to the right. Now he understood everything. It turned out that the twin monkey statues were used to exchange souls. The night girl must have picked up the other half, and when they both held it at the same time, the monkey statue's ability was triggered. Brother monkey, let me change back quickly. Bai Yi kept shaking the monkey statue. The monkey seemed to be laughing silently, without any reaction. Fuck you, you little monkey. If you don't let me change it back, I'll kill you with one sword. Bai Yi was so angry that he raised the pure silver cross sword and was about to chop at the monkey statue, but when he was halfway through swinging it, he was surprised to find that the pure silver cross sword in his hand was gone. Not only that, his body also felt lighter, his knight armor disappeared, and the silver-white mask on his face also disappeared. Monkey Brother showed up. I changed back. He frantically felt around, but suddenly froze. One thing was missing, and two things were extra. When I looked down again, my eyes went dark in an instant. She was wearing a black dress with a thin curve at the waist and two white lotus-like calves standing under the skirt. There is a faint shadow cast by the skirt at the knee, like a young leaf that has not fully unfolded in late spring and early summer, revealing an unpolished pinkness and sweetness. He could even smell the girl's body fragrance, mixed with a scent similar to perfume. But it doesn't look like perfume. It's more like the incense burned by ancient noble families, which is very elegant. I'm better than your monkey brother. The girl in the black dress angrily threw the monkey statue to the ground and stepped on it again and again with her small and exquisite patent leather princess shoes. They stepped on me and cursed me, using all kinds of foul language. Amid the crisp sound of her heels rolling over the monkey statue, you could still hear the sound of her breathing leaking out from between her teeth. She was like a little animal whose tail was stepped on, and she was so angry that even her ears turned into thin red crescents. Bang! Bai Yi stepped on the silver-white metal ground and created a deep pit. Hakuno was shocked. It was only then that he realized how much strength was hidden in the night girl's seemingly weak body. After venting for a while, he calmed down. Mainly, there was no way he couldn't stay calm. Now that things have come to this, he might as well find a way to exchange souls. I have now entered the body of the night girl, so she should have entered mine as well. The Manual of Divine Taboos says that the containment difficulty of 169 is D, which means that it should not be difficult to change it back. The twin monkey statues. The picture shows two monkeys hugging each other. Perhaps if we just put the two monkey statues together, we can change them back. So the most urgent thing is to find myself quickly. Bai picked up the statue and walked out of the room and saw a long corridor. Fuck. The girl in the black dress wrinkled her nose and cursed. Where the hell should I go? Chapter 83 in Xiaotong. Hakuno realized that he had no memories before the night girl, so he had no idea where this place was located in the experimental base, nor did he know how to get out. With the mentality of giving it his all, he prayed that the night girl had a map on her, so he hurriedly searched for it. The girl's black dress had hidden pockets. He reached into her pocket and found a bunch of odds and ends. When he took them out and looked at them, his face immediately fell. What the hell is going on here? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candies? There's nothing useful at all. Gurgle. Hakuno swallowed unconsciously, and a desire for candy surged through the girl's body. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Bai was so angry that he stuffed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Fuck. It's strawberry flavored, and I hate strawberries the most. While eating the candy, he searched his other pocket and this time took out a ring and a full-face sun mask. Sure enough, women never forget to protect themselves from the sun. He put away his mask and looked at the ring. This is a ring made of alloy, carved with a small white dove with its wings spread out as if about to fly. Ring? Taboo? Or something? Bai turned the ring over and immediately saw the beautiful small words engraved on the inner ring. And Xiaodong. And Xiaotong? The night girl's name? Knowing her name is useless to me. Why are there only rags left? Where's the pure silver cross sword? Where's the knight's armor? Why are they all gone? He thought for a moment and came up with the answer. Perhaps the cross sword and knight armor are not real objects, but in Xiaodong's extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary people are the product of spiritual alienation, and all their abilities are closely related to the spirit. Since the two people exchanged souls, and Xiaodong's abilities were naturally taken away, just as he now has the ability to stop time. His ability is also related to his soul. It is because his soul is out of sync with the time of the current era, so no matter how many times his body changes, the ability to stop time is always there. Outside the experimental base, and Xiaotong looked at her dirty hands, tattered clothes, and the pile of rags at her feet with an expressionless face. She had to accept this cruel reality. She became Hakuno. The part she accidentally touched just now to confirm her identity has not yet made her recover. This was her first time to come into contact with such a thing, and the shock was too great. But what was most difficult for her to accept was the weakness of this body. It was too weak, so weak that she could kill it with just one finger. Fortunately, my abilities and combat skills are still there. I barely have the strength to protect myself. We must find Bai Yi as soon as possible. It's too dangerous for him to stay alone in the experimental base. She had a good impression of Hakuno. This young man from the wasteland was willing to fight to the death for the residents of the Gray Earth town. This belief in protection was exactly the same as the concept of justice of the Silent Court. And Xiaodong walked straight towards the experimental base. When she took her first step, spiderweb-like silver threads first climbed up her ankles, like moonlight from the bright moon in the sky weaving a web on her body. As he took the second step, the silver line climbed up his calf, and metal scales bloomed at his knees, each scale reflecting a cold light. In the third step, a torrent of silver and black mixed together suddenly flooded over the waist and abdomen. The outline of the armor with a black base and silver shells rose like a tide, and the shoulder armor made a slight click sound and automatically buckled. In the fourth step, the silver-white mask covered the face like flowing water, and only the eyes shone brightly through the gaps. At this time, and Xiaodong slowly stretched out his right hand and grasped the air, there was a bright silver light in his hand, as if he was holding thousands of galaxies in his palm. The galaxy was flowing brightly, and a slender pure silver cross, sword slowly, took shape. The fully armed knight rushed into the dark cave alone without any hesitation. It's done. The fate of the two people has been intertwined and exchanged, and both of them have fallen into death. The painter smiled slightly. He stood with his hands behind his back on the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff. The strong wind blew his white clothes, but it could not blow away the smile of confidence on his face. How do you know there are twin monkey statues, a taboo object, in Shelter 189? Gu Huanchuan's cold voice sounded behind the painter. Can you stay away from me? The painter turned around and said helplessly, "Why?" "Because when I was standing on the edge of the cliff, I didn't want anyone to stand behind me, not even my biological parents. No one forced you to stand on the edge of the cliff. You chose the location yourself." Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, "Artistic conception. Do you understand artistic conception? Standing on the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff, overlooking the thousands of peaks, watching the clouds rushing like a river beneath your feet. The sky is so close that you can cover it with your hands. So how did you know there were twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? Painter, he held his forehead with his hand and sighed repeatedly, playing the lute to a cow, playing the lute to a cow. What are you doing? The painter's face turned pale with rage, because Gu Huangquan took another step closer, and his expressionless face seemed to force him to jump off the cliff. It was Inshu. Inshu told me. He shouted repeatedly, then walked around Gu Huangquan and stayed away from the cliff. Why does Hidden Mouse know this? The painter regained his calm demeanor and said calmly, "Do you really think that Apocalypse Company did nothing after discovering Shelter 189? So, the Panga USB drive was taken away by the Hidden Rat a long time ago. Who knows?" The painter shrugged. "Anyway," Hidden Rat said, "there's no Panga USB drive inside. Instead, there are some incredible things. His plan is to use these things to kill the tyrant. Why must we kill the tyrant? There are countless heroes in the world. Although the tyrant is powerful, there are still those who are stronger than him." The painter's smile faded slowly, his eyes looking far away. The tyrant must die. If he doesn't die, all the major forces in Beimang will be uneasy. Because of his extraordinary abilities? Supernatural powers are only part of the reason. The greater reason is because of him. Before him, there had been supernatural beings who could control metal, but only he could be called a metal tyrant, a king who controlled metal. Guns, artillery shells, armored vehicles, power armor. All the firearms that the major powers are proud of and that suppress the extraordinary in the world are just toys in his eyes. If you were one of those powerful people, would you be able to sleep well? Can't we win them over? To win over? Who is the tyrant Yang Jia? A man like him is born with only two paths, either to rule the world or to die on the way to rule the world. He will not be inferior to others. He alone can upset the balance of the entire Beimang situation. It can be said that if he joins any faction, that faction will be able to defeat all others and rule the entire Beimang. Chapter 84. Hello, Human. I am Bai Zhe. Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. It's a pity that such a terrible person will die soon. The painter smiled slightly and said, "You are wrong. The truly terrifying person is not the tyrant." "Who is that?" "I, Gu Huangquan. Even a tyrant as powerful as him could die in my hands. Doesn't that prove it all?" "Ah!" The painter suddenly screamed, his body bent like a shrimp, and he covered his stomach tightly. "Gu Huangquan, why did you hit me again?" Gu Huangquan withdrew his fist expressionlessly. "I don't know why, but when I saw your expression just now, I couldn't help it. There's a dead rat here, chopped off by a sword. That means Xiaodong came from here. I just need to follow the traces of the battle, and I should be able to get out soon." Bai Yi followed the blood trail all the way and walked along the dark passage. After walking for about 5 minutes, he finally got out of the passage and came to a hall that looked like a cafeteria. The hall was filled with dust and cobwebs, as well as some blackened and rotten food residues. There are 4 doors in the cafeteria, which makes Bai Yi puzzled. Which door didn't Xiaodong come in from? He could only observe the marks on the doors one by one. Soon, he found that there was much less dust on one door than the other doors, and there were also marks on the ground where the door was opened. He was immediately overjoyed. It must be this door. And Xiaodong had opened this door before, which was why the dust had fallen from it and there were traces on the ground. Bang! Bai Yi kicked the door open and was about to walk in when his pupils suddenly shrank. In the passage behind the door, a man wearing a white suit, a gentleman's hat, and holding a gentleman's stick was walking slowly. The man was leaning on a cane, his steps were calm and graceful, with a faint smile on his lips, like a distinguished nobleman inspecting his territory. His handsome appearance, tall and straight figure, and the deep eyes hidden behind the monocle make him full of a magnificent mystery. The man slowly stopped a few meters away from Bai Yi and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, how can I help you?" Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his body tensed unconsciously, and the terrifying and boiling blood roared in his weak body. He cared more about the other person's identity than the other person calling him miss. Because, as far as he knew, there seemed to be no such person among those who broke into the experimental base. He had not even seen the man at the entrance of Shelter 189 before. Although Bai Yi did not remember the appearance of everyone, this man's outstanding appearance and temperament were definitely unforgettable after just one look. Who are you? Bai Yi asked. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. The man slowly placed his slender white hand on his chest, his calm smile carrying a hint of seriousness. Hello, Zumen. I'm Baize. Baisha, or the original family. No, isn't that the name of a mythical beast? Bai Yi quickly realized that Baize was a mythical beast in ancient mythology. It was the embodiment of wisdom, could speak human language, understood the feelings of all things, and knew about ghosts and gods. It was said to be knowledgeable about the past and present and omniscient. Beautiful lady, may I kiss the back of your hand? Baize said with a polite smile like a gentleman. Bai Yi instantly got goosebumps all over his body. He would rather face a brutal experimental subject than a man who wanted to kiss his hand. Let's go home and kiss you. The delicate girl in the black dress grabbed the alloy table beside her, and the terrifying force lifted the table welded to the ground in an instant. Then he threw it fiercely towards Baize. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, but the problem is Baize is not a human, whose kind person greets you and says, hello, human. Bai Yi was absolutely certain that there was something wrong with Baize. Among those who entered the experimental base, there was no one named him. What did this mean? It meant that Baize was originally from this base. All the people from the civilized era in the base have been dead for 100 years. How could Baize be a good person? Facing the alloy table coming at him at high speed, Baize still stood there smiling, motionless. When a table fell on him accurately, a strange scene appeared. The alloy table actually passed through Baize's body and fell to the ground with a loud noise. Oh no, I saw a ghost. Baize's expression became serious. Baize smiled and said, I'm not a ghost. I'm just a lonely soul pursuing knowledge, ideas, and fun. Knowledge, ideas, fun? Bai Yi suddenly thought of a piece of information on the list of taboo objects. God-dislike creature, number 039, the Forgotten One, attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans, feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all other non-physical information carriers, cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. You are 039. Bai shrugged. I don't like this name. Humans call things they don't understand taboos God's things, and then they arrogantly number them. He paused before he could finish his words, because Hakuno had already run away. Looking at the girl in black dress, who was gradually going away, Baize showed a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to enjoy this chase. Bang! Bai directly broke open a door in the cafeteria and rushed in without looking back. Damn, I'm so unlucky. First I got tricked by number 169, and then I ran into number 039, which has an earlier number. What the hell is going on? He had no choice but to run. 039 was clearly not a being that could be dealt with by conventional means. It was clearly written on the list of taboo creatures that it could not be attacked or killed. The alloy table just now also verified this point. It was like a ghost. How can I beat it? Turning on time freeze is useless. After running for a while, Bai Yi turned left and right and came to a place that looked like a laboratory. However, it was obvious that someone had been here before. There were several bodies of experimental subjects lying on the ground, and the place was in a mess. I should have gotten rid of him, right? He looked back and found that Baize was not chasing him. Huh, Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like he didn't catch up. Well, 039 likes people who are knowledgeable, thoughtful, and interesting. At best, I'm just interesting. Miss Xiaotong, don't underestimate yourself. Baize's smiling voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Fuck. Bai Yi was startled and subconsciously punched Baize, who suddenly appeared, but the punch passed through his body and had no effect. Bai Yi turned around and ran away, while Baize followed behind him with an elegant pace, leaning on a gentleman's stick. Although he was walking very slowly, it was as if he could shrink the distance into an inch. No matter how fast Bai Yi ran, he could not get rid of him. Chapter 85. You smell so good. Why are you chasing me? Aren't you looking for someone knowledgeable? Baize interrupted with a smile. In terms of knowledge and ideas, few people in this world can compare to Miss Xiaotong. I have a bunch of shitty knowledge and ideas. In my previous life, I was a nobody and had to repeat a year before I was admitted to university. If this can be considered knowledgeable and thoughtful, wait. Bai Yi suddenly realized that what Baize said was true. He came from a civilized era, an era of information explosion. He could know everything about the world without leaving home. He didn't need to go out to travel, as he could visit the world's scenery directly from the internet. Witness the 9 heavens and 10 earths in novels, and experience love, hate, and passion in movies and TV shows. He had fought in Runland, slain zombies in Raccoon City, been an assassin in the Middle Ages, a cowboy in the West, and a gangster in the city. He gradually became the strongest Shura in Ashina, and even broke into the heavenly palace and killed countless gods and Buddhas. Looking back, all the heavens in the world, ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, have paved the way for me. If this isn't insightful and thoughtful, then what is? In his own time, this was already commonplace, but in today's era of catastrophe, aren't people of insight and thought the norm? Many wastelanders have never even seen what the sea looks like in their lives. What is Miss Shoutong thinking about? Baize's voice sounded in his ears. I can feel that your thoughts are changing rapidly, and countless sparks of ideas are splashing. It's really fascinating. Sorry, I really can't help it, so I'll just give you a taste because you smell so good. Bai felt a chill in an instant, and before he could react, he suddenly felt his brain tremble, as if something was peeled off, and he felt a little empty. He looked back and saw that Baize had stopped in place, holding a ball of yellow information in his hand, tasting it with an intoxicated look on his face. That's my thought memory? Damn, what did he steal? Bai was shocked and angry, but the next second, his expression became strange. Baize took a slow breath, and wisps of yellow smoke rose from the yellow information chart and entered his nostrils. He became more and more intoxicated, savoring it in his mouth. This is really refreshing knowledge. Anime, 3D, role-playing, I didn't expect Miss Shoutong to know so much about these things. Bai. Most of the valuable knowledge I have accumulated over the years has been taken away. Damn, no wonder I felt a lot clearer in my head just now. Dem Baisha. Since he stole my precious knowledge, he must know that I'm not in Shoutong. But he keeps calling me Miss Shoutong. What a bad taste. No, I have to run quickly. I can't let Baize take advantage of all I have learned over the years. While Baize was tasting the food, Bai ran wildly. Soon he heard the sound of fighting coming from not far ahead, and he was immediately delighted. There's someone. I need someone to block it. He walked through the dark corridor and soon saw a familiar figure. Li Xiao. Li Xiao was in a very miserable state at this time. He was fighting with an experimental subject. He was obviously no match for the experimental subject. Although the shadow darts left many scars on the experimental subject, none of them were fatal. Funny dart thrower. Bai shouted in surprise, but Li Xiao seemed not to hear him and did not react at all. Hey, are you deafened? He ran to Li Xiao like lightning and patted him on the shoulder. As a result, Li Xiao still did not react at all and continued to concentrate on dealing with the experimental subject. Not only that, even the experimental subject seemed not to see Bai Yi and did not attack. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. It's useless, Miss Shoutong. All the prey I target will be trapped in the boundary between existence and non-existence. Outsiders will not be able to receive any information from you. Baize's nightmarish voice sounded again. He had finished eating the yellow message ball and caught up again. Bai Yi, who didn't believe in evil, kicked Li Xiao directly. Li Xiao, who was completely unaware of the situation, fell to the ground in embarrassment, but still didn't look at him. Instead, he became ruthless to the experimental subject and attacked him repeatedly. Cognition self-repair. What should we try this time? Baize suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi, stroking his chin with his slender fingers, as if he was worried about the dishes for dinner. Tom, stand still. Buzz. A huge golden dial emerged from under Bai Ye's feet. Baize in front of him stood there like a statue, with the amusement and distress on his face completely frozen. I'll let you eat. Bai Yi cursed angrily, then punched Baize in the face. He wanted to try whether he could hit Baize while time was still standing, but he failed. The pink little fist passed through Baize's face, as if hitting the air. There was no choice but to run away. Only after he had run a long way did he release the time freeze, lean against the wall, and slowly calm himself down. Damn 039. This thing ignores all attacks and can even eat people's minds. I don't know how the people in the shelter managed to contain it. Miss Shoutong, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not what a lady should do. Bai Ye's face darkened, and he turned his head to look. 3 meters away, he saw Baize leaning against the wall with a smile on his face, imitating him. How did you know I was here? Bai smiled slightly. He turned around and patiently explained to the girl in the black dress. The fragrance emanating from your thoughts is like a gentle drizzle in spring, lingering in the air. Even across thousands of mountains and rivers, it can still accurately hook my sense of smell and make me want to pursue it. It's really fascinating. Bai felt seriously uncomfortable psychologically. It was so disgusting. Although he knew that the other party was talking about his thoughts, the way he spoke made his hair stand on end. I didn't expect Miss Xiaodong to possess abilities similar to teleportation. This really surprised me even more. Speaking of which, I also want to thank Miss Xiaodong for letting me out. It is because of this that I can appreciate your fascinating thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bai was so angry that he wanted to scold and Xiaodong. So it was you who committed the evil, and now I have to bear the consequences? Let's continue, Miss Xiaodong. Bai Shi walked slowly towards Bai Ye. Time stand still. Whoosh. Hakuno ran away again. He ran wildly while searching for traces on the ground. He was looking for the tyrant Yang Jie. In his opinion, if there is anyone in the entire experimental base who can really deal with 039, it must be the tyrant among the 10 kings. Even if the tyrant cannot deal with 039, then perhaps his experience, knowledge, and thoughts as one of the 10 kings may be able to attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jie is also very simple. Just look for where the metal has undergone major changes and where the traces of battle are the most exaggerated. That must be where the tyrant has been. Chapter 86. Seeing people from God's perspective. After running for a long time, Bai finally found traces of twisted metal. He immediately stopped time and continued running along the metal traces. After turning a corner, he saw the corpse of a huge monster. This monster was covered in pitch-black scales and had a huge crocodile head. Even though it was dead, its terrifying aura remained undiminished, which was terrifying to see. Bai recognized at a glance that this monster was the one that had pierced through the roof of the base and stretched out its huge black-scaled hand. At that time, the tyrant was fighting with the black-scaled monster. Now that we have seen the monster's corpse, the tyrant must be not far away. Why hasn't Bai Zhe caught up yet? While running, Bai suddenly felt strange because he had already lifted the time freeze. Logically, Bai Zhe should appear soon, just like before. Was it because he couldn't smell her fragrance because he was too far away? Or was she playing hide-and-seek on purpose? Bai couldn't care less now. He had wasted too much time escaping just now. Now he only had 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he couldn't get rid of Bai Zhe, he would surely die. Where's the tyrant? Tyrant. When Bai passed through a passage, he took a quick glance and saw a scarlet figure standing in a large laboratory on both sides. The laboratory seemed to have been washed away by a storm and was severely damaged. The scarlet figure stood quietly in the center of the storm with his back to Bai, motionless. Is this the self-cultivation of a strong person? Even if there are no audiences, he still pretends to be so arrogant? Bai was too lazy to complain. He just wanted to know if the tyrant could see him. Hey, Yang Jie, the girl in black dress called out coquettishly. The tyrant remained indifferent, not even turning his head, like a statue. Bai's heart sank instantly. Even the tyrant couldn't overcome 039's influence. He had previously thought that 039 hadn't caught up for so long because the tyrant was here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Not giving up, he quickly stepped forward and carefully patted Yang Jie's scarlet shoulder armor. Suddenly, Yang Jie turned around. Bai was delighted. He noticed me? But just as this joy was rising, as Yang Jie turned his head completely, a basin of cold water was suddenly poured on him. I saw a pair of eyes staring at me with tears and blood, and Yang Jie had no expression on his face, as if he were dead. Oh shit. Bai's scalp suddenly felt numb. Not because he was scared by Yang Jie, but because he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Who doesn't know the tyrant's power? But now he's in such a state of disgrace. Doesn't that mean? He subconsciously looked in the direction the tyrant had been looking at, and was suddenly struck by lightning. On the silver-white laboratory table, there was a black and gold box. At this time, the black and gold box had been violently opened, revealing the object inside. The moment Bai saw the object in the box, his consciousness became fragmented like cotton wool thrown into a meat grinder. Countless sharp whispers pierced the cerebral cortex, as if tiny insects were crawling. The strangest thing was that he clearly saw the appearance of the object in the box, but the corresponding memory that should have formed in his mind disappeared. This sense of incongruity is so strong that you see something with your eyes, but the appearance of this thing cannot take shape in your mind, so you don't know what you saw at all, but you saw it anyway. A line of blood and tears flowed from Bai's eyes. It was not until this moment that he understood why the tyrant stood there motionless and why 039 dared not show up. It was all because of the thing in front of him. His thinking became increasingly slow and depressed, as if he had sunk into a dark, deep sea, surrounded by loneliness and despair. Just when his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the deep sea, he used his last bit of clarity to boldly stop time. Buzz. When the power of time descended upon the world, Bai Yi was instantly shocked. His entire body was almost drenched in cold sweat, and his consciousness emerged from the deep sea. The girl in the black dress bent over, supporting her hands on her thighs, and gasped violently. The scattered hair was soaked with cold sweat and stuck to the fair and flawless face. Fuck, why do I always encounter danger? Bai Yi jurset birithlesli. He always felt that something was wrong. Ever since entering Black Mountain, dangers had been coming one after another, just like a chain of conspiracy. This is when he has been acting cautiously and without taking any risks. He had no intention of entering the experimental base at first, but the experimental subject forced him first, which he dodged. Then there was a soul swap, and in the end he was pulled into the experimental base without any preparation. As soon as I entered the experimental base, I was targeted by 039. Now, I was chased to the tyrant and encountered this thing again. With time standing still, Bai Yi finally saw the whole picture of the thing. It was an eyeball, a scarlet eyeball, as big as an adult's fist, with earthworm-like protruding blood vessels densely covered on its surface, and a strange gray mist lingering in the turbid lens. Even in the isolation where time stands still, simply staring at the scarlet eyeballs can cause intense psychological and physical discomfort. What on earth is this thing? Not only can it freeze the tyrant, but it also makes 039 afraid to get close. Could it be a divine object with a higher number? Wait. My hand. Bai Yi stared blankly at his own pair of fair and slender hands. They were clearly the same as before, but he couldn't help but feel strange and disgusted in his heart. In fact, Xiaodong's hands are very beautiful. The girl's hands are like new magnolias on the branches in spring. Her fair and delicate skin has a faint pearly luster, like a work of art. But it was precisely this hand that conformed to human aesthetics that made Bai Yi feel nauseous. The feeling of nausea became stronger and stronger. He felt that his thinking and cognition seemed to have changed. He was looking down at his body from a higher perspective. From this perspective, what he saw was not the girl's white hands, but something more essential. The girl's seemingly smooth skin was covered in a thick carpet of colorful mycelium, which squirmed like tentacles, and on it crawled densely packed microscopic organisms. Ugh, Bai Yi couldn't stop dry heaving. His thinking and cognition were forcibly elevated to an indescribable level by the scarlet eyeballs, as if a person was suddenly implanted with the perspective of God. Humans cannot understand God's perspective, but if we compare God to humans, then the feeling is similar to when a cockroach sees a human, it is implanted with the concept and cognition that it is a human. The cockroach recalls the past. The garbage mountain that was once so beautiful now only makes you nauseous. Looking at his own body again, there were tens of millions of wriggling insect eggs in his stomach, dirty tentacles on his head, and the corpses of his own kind were chewing in his mouth. From the perspective of a cockroach, everything seems so beautiful and normal, but from a human perspective, you will find it so unacceptable and desperate. Chapter 87 Hakuno's Self-Hypnosis. Damn it, the stillness of time clearly isolates the pollution of the scarlet eyeballs. Is it because I have been contaminated? Bai Yi covered her head tightly, and the girl's beautiful face gradually distorted. Faintly, he could hear the evil god's whispers in his ears. He couldn't understand the meaningless syllables, but he could understand the meaning. The evil god seemed to be saying, "You have seen the filthy nature of humanity. Only by believing in me can you find liberation." The evil god's voice is beautiful, bringing people hope and salvation. Only those who have truly experienced it can understand that beauty. To outsiders, the evil god's mumbling is weird and evil, but when you truly understand it, you will gradually understand everything. That is not an evil god, but a kind and loving righteous God. He is trying to save you, to pull you out of the cockroach's body and turn you into a human again. The gap between cognition and reality gradually deepened. Bai Yi resisted the strong desire to become human again and kept telling himself that everything was fake. If he cannot overcome this cognitive pollution, he may no longer be able to survive as a human being and will be transformed into a monster. Monster? No, that's not a monster. That's a real person. As long as I believe in him, I can become a real person. Do you want to live like a cockroach in this disgusting world, or accept God's guidance and live as a human being? God doesn't want anything. He is so selfless and loving. When he sees the desperate soul trapped in the cockroach, he wants to give you a hand. All you have to do is believe in him and be willing to hold the hand of hope that he extends to you. If it were you, what would you choose? Faced with the one-sided psychological warfare, Bai Yi initially kept convincing himself that it was all fake and not to believe his lies. However, the nausea he felt and the yearning for a better future seemed extremely real. Faced with the ironclad facts, he simply couldn't convince himself. Human psychology is so strange. Oftentimes, persuasion is useless. It's like when you watch a horror movie. Even though you know it's fake, you still feel scared. Unless you are wearing a yellow bagua robe, holding a copper coin sword, and have straight eyebrows. Actually, if you think about it carefully, God is actually quite good. A trace of mockery suddenly appeared on Bai Ye's painfully twisted face. He thought of a way, since the scarlet eyeballs use the means of changing cognition to shape distorted reality. If you want to convince yourself, you can only rely on reality as support. Find a reality that favors you and then build a psychological advantage. The reality that is beneficial to Hakuno is time stands still. He looked at the scarlet eyeballs that were frozen in time, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider until it became hideous. I can stop time, can you? You're an eyeless piece of trash, only fit to be locked in a box. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. After cursing, Bai Yi suddenly felt refreshed. Praising oneself and belittling the enemy is the best way to establish a psychological advantage. Coincidentally, he is best at elevating himself and belittling others. In order to completely get rid of the influence of the scarlet eyeball, Bai Yi felt that he should be more extreme. When people become cruel, they will even deceive themselves. How can a being that can't even control time have the nerve to call itself a god? You are God, then what am I? You want me to believe in you? What a joke. I'm a new age god. The more Bai Yi spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and he almost believed what he said. If you think about it carefully, it is true. If he can even control time, how can he not be a god? I am not God, so how can your eyeball be God? In front of the scarlet eyeball, all stubborn wills seemed to turn into paper, and only the arrogance of the young man who claimed to be a god became the only fulcrum. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Being a god feels pretty good. Bai Ye's smile became more and more unbridled, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the scarlet eyeballs gradually changed from fear to disdain, as if he was looking at a little punk. If his previous cognition was distorted to an inhuman extreme, then through self-correction, he fell into another extreme arrogance. Fuck, who allowed you to look directly at this god? Looking at the scarlet eyes staring straight at him, Bai Yi, who had already immersed himself in the role, suddenly felt that his divine power was offended. Bang! He was furious and punched the scarlet eyeball. As the punch was thrown, he felt the cognitive shackles on his body break. But the scarlet eyeball and the black gold box were unharmed, but the metal counter carrying it was blown away. The black and gold box containing the scarlet eyeball closed with a snap under the influence of huge force and then fell to the ground. As the black gold box was closed, all influences emitted by the scarlet eyeball were isolated. Bai Yi suddenly regained consciousness and recovered completely, but he was still stuck in a lie he had woven about becoming a god. However, when he sensed that there were only 59 seconds left, the god of time instantly fell from the altar and became extremely anxious. Time to undo. Undo quickly. As time resumed its flow, Bai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the statue-like tyrant Yang Jie, then immediately ran over to pick up the black gold box. Didn't pick it up. The black and gold box on the ground seemed to be of great weight. No matter how hard Bai Yi tried, the box did not move at all. This is impossible? He was well aware of Xiaodong's strength. She was a girl with super strength. She could even bend steel bars with one punch. There was no reason why she couldn't lift a black and gold box. If the black and gold box is really that heavy, it will definitely make a hole in the ground when it falls to the ground. You can't lift the Eye of Ember with your physical body alone. You need mental strength. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind Bai Yi. It's a tyrant. Hearing the tyrant's voice, Bai Yi was not surprised but happy. He was worthy of being the tyrant, one of the 10 kings who actually noticed him. He was far from being comparable to the humorous dart thrower. He turned to look at the tyrant and asked, "What is the Eye of Ember?" When the girl in black dress turned her head, Yang Jie was slightly shocked. The figure buried deep in his memory emerged uncontrollably, and the flow of time seemed to slow down at this moment. But after a moment, his eyes returned to being cold again. He stared at the girl in the black dress for a long time, which made Bai Yi feel uneasy. Then he said slowly, "Are you the Black Knight? As a female transcendent, your strength, appearance, and character are all top-notch. Even I have never been able to escape the control of the Eye of Ember, but you have done it. It's amazing. So what exactly is the Eye of Ember?" Bai Yi didn't have time to argue with him. He just wanted to know what this thing was and what it was used for. Yang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. "No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. But since you saved me once, I can tell you the answer." After hearing the first half of the sentence, Bai Yi almost thought that Yang Jie would say something like, "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention." Chapter 88 Tyrant. As long as you become my woman. There are many legends about the Eye of Ember. Some say it's the eye of a god. Others say it's the eye of the original victim of the Scarlet Virus. And still others say it's something that the gods hate. There are many theories, and it's up to you which one you want to believe. It's the same as if I didn't say anything. Bai Yi curled his lips. "Tyrant, you yourself admitted that I saved you once. Don't you have to repay me?" Faced with the black dress girl's careless request, a strange look flashed in Yang Jie's eyes. He had never met such a woman before. The women I met in the past either loved me, hated me, or were afraid of me. But the woman in front of me treated me so nonchalantly, even ignoring me completely. How do you want me to repay you? I have an enemy in this experimental base. You will take care of him for me. Can. Don't you want to know who the enemy is? It doesn't matter who it is. Yang Jie said indifferently. TSK, TSK. Humorous dart thrower. Learn from him. This is called effective pretense. Seeing that the tyrant was so easy to talk to, Bai Yi began to push his nose and face it. "One more thing. Have you found the Pangy USB drive?" "No." "Okay, then when you find it, give me the Pangy USB drive." "Got it? Then we'll be even." "I understand." Yang Jie answered without any hesitation. Bai Yi was stunned. Who the hell said Yang Jie was a tyrant? Look how easy he is to talk to, and how he knows how to repay kindness. He's definitely a good person. What a misleading rumor. As a result, Yang Jie's next sentence directly shattered the filter. "As long as you become my woman, I can share the Pangy USB with you." Bai Yi. "Wait, what the hell did you say?" "Be my woman," Yang Jie said indifferently, with an unquestionable tone. "Are you fucking crazy about women? Is this how you repay me? Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? I'm not discussing this with you. Whether you like it or not, it's decided." Bai Yi. He was so angry that he laughed. Who the hell said Yang Jie was a good person? While he was laughing angrily, he was also very curious about what Xiaodong looked like. When he entered the experimental base, he met two men, Bai Zhe and Yang Jie, and both of them set their eyes on Xiaodong. It's a pity that there is no mirror, otherwise he would have to see what a beauty in Xiaodong is. Or you can just pee after a while. Miss Xiaodong seems to be in trouble. "Do you need my help?" A voice as gentle as jade suddenly sounded. Bai Ye's face darkened. Damn, another one. Was this going to be a scene of two men fighting over a woman? What a sin. 169, when I get my money back, the first thing I will do is to cut you into pieces. Yang Jie looked towards the direction where the voice came from and saw an elegant man in a white suit, a gentleman's hat, and holding a gentleman's stick walking towards him. It was Bai Zhe. "Yang Jie, kill this idiot for me." The girl in the black dress pointed at Bai Zhe and cursed. However, Yang Jie did not move. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. After a moment, he regained his clarity and frowned. "That woman is gone? Interesting. I already know your identity. You can't escape." Afterwards, Yang Jie walked straight towards the black gold box containing the Eye of Ember. He grasped the air, and the silver-white alloy on the ground immediately began to wriggle and sink. The black and gold box continued to sink into the ground as the metal dented. He actually wanted to seal the Eye of Ember deep underground. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye's heart sank. He thought that the tyrant could see him, and maybe he could deal with Bai Zhe, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't work at all. Miss Xiaodong, although this man named Yang Jie is very powerful, that is only relative to humans, and I'm not a human. It is unrealistic for you to use his power to deal with me. Because I do not exist to humans, how can humans attack a non-existent being? Looking at Bai Zhe walking towards him with a smile, Bai Yi clenched his fists. He only had 59 seconds left, and these 59 seconds were not enough for him to run far. And Judging from the abilities Baizé demonstrated, even if he ran out of the experimental base, the other party would probably be able to catch up with him in an instant. Damn it! How on earth did people in civilized times contain this thing? Call. Bai took a deep breath. This time he did not run away, but forced himself to think calmly. Force is useless against Baizé. It can only be defeated by wits. Think about it carefully. What can be done to deal with Baizé? Baizé slowly stood in front of the girl in the black dress. He smiled like a gentleman and said, Miss Xiaotong, the way you think is even more charming. Please allow me to taste you rudely. Bai seemed not to hear and was still thinking. 039 feeds on thoughts, knowledge, and memories. He cannot be attacked, as if he does not exist in reality. The food he eats is also something insubstantial and illusory. If we want to attack him, can we only use intangible things like thoughts, knowledge, and memory? But these things are his food, etc. Who says food can't kill? It's like steamed buns are food for humans. So how can you use steamed buns to kill people? It's very simple. Either let people choke to death or die of stuffing from eating steamed buns, or use a large number of steamed buns to smash people to death. If a drop of water can wear away a stone, who says a steamed bun can't kill a person? But where can I find so many steamed buns? While thinking, Baizé smiled and stretched out his hand, slowly reaching out towards Bai. Time stand still. Hakuno immediately activated the time freeze and continued to think. 59, 58, 57, 56. Time passed by minute, but what passed was not time, but his life. Time is life. He carefully recalled all the details after changing his body, and those scenes played in reverse in his mind like a movie. Baizé said that in Xiaodong had released him, and then he turned his kindness into revenge and wanted to eat in Xiaotong. What the hell is the difference between this guy and Yangjia? Aren't they the same kind of people? I am distracted. I continue to think. Suddenly, Bai thought of it. Since Baizé is not a physical entity, but can be imprisoned, doesn't that mean that the place where Baizé is imprisoned has a way to restrict him? He tried hard to recall the place where he had met Baizé before. That's right. Those rows of alloy doors are where 169 was locked up at the time. The alloy door is where the taboo objects are stored. Among the many rooms, only 2 were cut open by Xiaotong with a sword. One room contains 169, and the other contains many electronic products, computers, mobile phones, and the like. This means that the room full of electronic products is where Baizé is imprisoned. Why are there so many electronic products in Baizé's cell? Could it be? Chapter 89 Hard Drive. Hard drive. I need a hard drive. Bai suddenly raised his head. He finally knew how to deal with Baizé. Humans are not the only ones in the world who possess memory and knowledge. Computer and mobile phone hard drives can also store large amounts of information, and their capacity far exceeds that of the human brain. Computer and mobile phone. Where is the computer and mobile phone? Bai kept scanning the laboratory and finally saw an abandoned computer. He didn't know whether his judgment was correct, so he could only give it a try. So he picked up the discarded computer and smashed it directly at Baizé. Bang! The computer hit Baizé hard, but this time it didn't pass directly to him. Baizé was like a virtual person, with strange ripples appearing on his body. It works. Bai was ecstatic and quickly raised the computer to smash it again, but this time it went through Baizé. Failed. Could it be that the information in the computer collided with Baizé and was destroyed? Without any hesitation, Bai turned around and ran away. He wanted to find another storage device. Time stopped instantly, only 10 seconds left. While running, Bai looked back and was surprised to find that Baizé was frozen in place, with crystal blue ripples like water waves constantly appearing on his body. Countless tiny crystal blue light spots burst out from Baizé's body, and after being half a meter away from his body, they dissipated into the air. At this moment, Baizé turned his head stiffly like a robot. The gentle smile on his face disappeared, and only the coldness of a dead person remained. He spoke word by word. You can't escape. Escape? Wait until I find more hard drives, and then I'll kill you. Bai looked defiant and arrogant. He grinned and made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand at his neck. Of course, this is just his imagination. The actual appearance is... The girl in the black dress tilted her chin up, the corners of her rose-like lips raised in a flamboyant arc, and her light brown eyes sparkled with an unruly light. She stretched out her slender hand and stroked it across her fair neck. Her hair swayed gently with the movement, revealing a bit of wanton cuteness. Very lethal. Hard drive. Hard drive. Hard drive. Bai ran wildly like the wind, and in Xiaodong's terrifying physical fitness was fully demonstrated at this moment, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He did not return to the room where Bai Zhe was imprisoned. Although there were many electronic devices in it, the information must have been almost consumed. He needed a new hard drive. Roar. When he turned a corner, he saw three hideous and terrifying experimental subjects coming towards him. If he were present, facing these three experimental subjects, he could only freeze time and escape. However, the one facing the experimental subjects now was the Black Knight and Xiaotong. I don't have time to waste with you. The girl in the black dress had a sudden stern look in her eyes and took a step back slightly. The muscles on her fair and slender calves were taut, and her feet, wrapped in black princess shoes, exerted force suddenly. The soles of her shoes scraped against the ground, making a slight sound. She turned into a dark shadow and rushed towards the three experimental subjects like an arrow. Bang! The sound of air explosion was heard instantly, and wisps of white smoke wrapped around the girl in black skirt who was speeding. The hem of her skirt flutters like a startled black butterfly, and her figure is like a night falcon flying through the forest. The deformed claws of the three experimental subjects attacking him seemed to be in slow motion in Bai Ye's eyes. He jumped up to avoid the attack of the first experimental subject, then tapped the wall lightly with his toes, moved his body sideways strangely, and then avoided the second experimental subject. Facing the unavoidable third experimental subject, his blood and energy surged, and his body rose high in the air, with sharp claws brushing past the soles of his feet. At this moment, his body suddenly fell down, and he stepped lightly on the bloody arm. Thump, thump, thump. He took alternating steps, climbing up the arm directly to the hideous head of the experimental subject, and then stepped hard. The experimental subject staggered and fell to the ground, while he slid several meters and walked away. Is this the chi and blood martial arts combined with the physique of a transcendent? Bai Yi was a little surprised. He felt like a level 1 account, logging into a max level 1 account. He didn't know how in Xiaodong practiced, but he achieved remarkable achievements in both chi and blood martial arts and the path of transcendence. The combination of these two gave rise to the name of the Black Knight. For an ordinary person to achieve such an achievement in one way is already a genius, but in Xiaodong can do it in two ways at the same time. This feels like a double doctorate. If a person obtains a doctorate through his own efforts, he is already a rare talent, let alone a double doctorate. You can imagine how difficult it is. After leaving this passage, Bai Yi finally saw the light. After being unlucky for so long, my luck has finally turned. Looking at the office area in front of him with hundreds of workstations, his eyes lit up. Computers. Computers everywhere. Like the mobile phone he picked up before, these computers had no main body at all, just a light blue liquid metal display screen. Some of them had been damaged, but most of them were still intact, but with thick dust accumulated on them. He rushed toward the office area when familiar footsteps came from behind him. Bai Ye's face darkened. He knew that it was that idiot Bai Zhe who had caught up with him. Without looking back, he jumped up, dodged the palm attacking from behind, and landed on the desk. Then, he grabbed the light blue liquid metal display screen on the desk. His delicate palms were stained black by dust. He swung his arms and smashed it behind him. You like chasing, right? I'll let you chase. The display screen spun like a dart and attacked Bai Zhe. However, Bai Zhe disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared in front of Bai Ye's face as if teleporting. Bang! The display fell to the hard ground and shattered into pieces. Bai Zhe looked at Bai Yi expressionlessly, then suddenly pierced his abdomen with his palm. The strange thing was that the hand seemed to have no substance and did not cause any harm to the body, but went straight to the soul. A bone-chilling chill erupted from Bai Ye's soul, and his thoughts and consciousness seemed to be frozen. If it was him before, this attack would probably make his thinking stop, but after he had just experienced the baptism of the Eye of Ember, his thinking consciousness seemed to have undergone some indescribable changes. This change made his soul subtly different from a normal human soul, making it resistant to these methods targeting the soul. At the critical moment, Bai Yi mobilized his consciousness, which was about to stagnate, and brazenly activated the time freeze. Buzz! When a huge golden dial emerged from under his feet, brilliant golden light burst out. Faced with the power of time, Bai Zhe was completely frozen, motionless like an ice sculpture. Bai Yi stepped back suddenly, pulling his hand out of his soul, and some crystal light spots appeared on his abdomen, a bit similar to the yellow information ball that was extracted before. The rigid thinking was restored instantly. He hurriedly patted his abdomen with his hands, trying to pat the crystal light spot in, but it had no effect. Apart from leaving several dirty handprints on a little black dress, he couldn't touch the light spot at all. Chapter 90, Take My Screen Fan. Baye's face looked ugly. This time, what he missed was the memory of studying foreign languages all night long. Everyone knows that foreign languages are good and should be learned, but after being asked by Baye, he had wasted another foreign language study. Anger slowly rose from my heart. Call. He was breathing heavily, but his eyes were filled with endless ferocity. Want to kill me? You're not qualified. Bayi picked up a display screen with both hands, swung it around, and hit Baize's head hard. Bang! Baize's head shattered into countless tiny crystal blue light spots. These crystal blue light spots were also frozen in time, floating motionlessly around his neck. Time to unwind. Bayi released the time freeze. He knew that when Baize was hit by the information, he would become stiff like a computer crash, so there was no need to waste time. His obsession with time is almost engraved in his bones. Even when surrounded by danger, he never forgets to cherish time. As time stopped, the crystal blue light spots floating on Baize's neck began to slowly condense and gradually piece together into the shape of a head. Bang! Another screen fan. Baize's head, which had just taken shape, shattered again. Baye's eyes were full of ferocity, and he kept grinning. Aren't you awesome? Show me how awesome you are. Bang, bang, bang. One display screen after another hit Baize, leaving him with a double image, and his body continued to disintegrate into crystal blue light spots. Laugh. Keep laughing. Weren't you laughing so happily before? Why aren't you laughing now? Are you born not to laugh? Bang, 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 bang. Baize's whole body was smashed to pieces, and a vague human figure composed of crystal blue light spots could be vaguely seen. Bayi stopped and raised his eyebrows. Dead? Bayi, you can't kill me. Baize's cold voice came from a human figure composed of crystal blue light spots. Baye's mouth showed a sinister smile. Now you know to call me Bayi. He naturally knew that Baize could not be killed. Otherwise, people in the civilized era would have done it long ago. What were you doing this morning? Don't you like pretending to be a gentleman? Keep pretending. Wearing a suit and tie. Do you really think you're a gentleman? Baize's voice grew colder. The shock of this information can only hold me back for a while. By the time I recover, you'll be dead. Hee hee. Do you really think I was scared? Baye's eyes were arrogant and fierce, and he grinned. You don't even look like a human being, and you still want to scare me? Can you do it? Even if you recover. Bang, bang, bang. Bayi continued to smash towards Baize until he had smashed all the computers in the office area, and then he stopped, feeling unsatisfied. At this time, Baize was completely silent, and the crystal blue light could not even maintain its human form, slowly dissipating in the air like smoke. Pooh! Bayi spat at the crystal blue light, then walked away contentedly. It took him 2 steps before he realized what was happening, his face filled with regret. Oh no, I forgot I'm using a Xiaodong's body now. Did I reward him just now? The top of Black Mountain. The painter was anxiously circling around the canvas. It's over, it's all over. What's wrong again? Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. The painter turned his head suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. He pointed at his hair and asked, Did you see it? See white hair, so what? The painter's face fell, and he cried, I've been screwed. Who could have imagined that this guy was so powerful? He not only broke the Black Knight's doom, but also the tyrant's doom as well. Why is this so? Hasn't your fate always been successful? The painter pulled his white hair and said, Destiny always has 2 sides. Good luck and bad luck are like the front and back of a coin, always existing at the same time. I can manipulate fate to a certain extent and bring about various disasters, but there is no such thing as an absolute death. At most, there's a narrow escape from death, and that glimmer of hope cannot be erased. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. What do you mean? I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. The meaning is very simple. Suppose I increase your bad luck and let you get bit by a poisonous snake in the wild. Theoretically, you will die. But this is the strange thing about fate. As your bad luck increases, your good luck also increases, like a rebound from the bottom. At this time, if you look carefully around, you may find the antidote for the snake poison. There must be an antidote within 3 steps. The painter nodded. That's pretty much what I mean. As the saying goes, there's always a way out for everyone. If even heaven can handle this, what about me? In other words, the person you plotted against twice found the antidote left by fate? That's right, ouch. The painter screamed, holding a handful of black hair in his hand. Wanting to cry, but unable to, I pulled out the wrong one. Looking at the black hair in his hand, he became more and more sad and said in a tearful voice, "2 consecutive backlashes of fate have cost me at least 5 years of my life." Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. "I'm afraid it will be more than 5 years. Huh? The painter was stunned. "You asked for so many benefits from Apocalypse Company before, but ended up messing things up. I don't think Apocalypse Company will let you live beyond tomorrow." Painter, thank you for your comfort. My heart, which had been hanging in the air, has completely died. You're welcome. I'll collect your body when you die. The painter laughed in anger. Don't bother with that. Although my fighting power is not as good as the tyrant, it is not that easy for Apocalypse Company to kill me. Apocalypse may not be able to kill you, but the person you are plotting against certainly can. Hearing this, the anger on the painter's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a gloomy look like a cold pond, and a chilling aura emanated from him. Suddenly, the strong wind that had been hanging over the cliff edge suddenly stopped strangely. He said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with this person. He's definitely not an unknown person. The ray of hope left by fate isn't easy to find. I suspect his fate line is so weak, it's most likely a fake." Gu Huangquan's eyes flickered slightly. "You mean there's a powerful individual with terrifying strength deliberately disguising himself and sneaking in a Black Mountain? Is it one of the other 10 kings?" The painter shook his head solemnly. "I don't know who it is, but it shouldn't be one of the other 10 kings. Otherwise, I would definitely recognize him. Since he was able to disguise his fate line to be so weak and hide it from me, this person's attainments in the way of fate are extraordinary. He is most likely from outside Beimang." Gu Huangquan nodded. "It's possible. After all, Dongzhou is so big, I'm not surprised by the emergence of powerful people. What are you going to do next?" Chapter 91. You are not in Shaodong. Who are you? Come closer. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. "We are the only 2 here. Are you afraid of being heard? What I mean is, come here and help me pull out my white hair. If anyone sees this, where will I put my face?" Gu Huangquan. Exit. Exit. Bai Yi, who was running wildly in the experimental base, finally saw the light. The cold moonlight passed through the large hole that everyone had entered earlier and hit the silver-white alloy floor like mercury pouring down. For some reason, ever since he dealt with Bai Zhe, he felt that his luck seemed to have improved. After rushing around, he actually found a way out. "Finally, I can leave this damn place." Bai Ye's face was full of joy. He didn't know how long it would take Bai Zhe to recover, so before that, it would be better to stay as far away from him as possible. Bai Zhe is more difficult to deal with than the tyrant Yang Jie. After all, Yang Jie is a human being and can be dealt with by stopping time, but Bai Zhe is immortal, cannot be attacked, cannot be defended, and can even teleport. It's too abnormal. Even though he is such a monster, his number is only 039, and there are 38 more perverted and taboo creatures ahead of him. Whoever wants to stay in such a hellhole place as the experimental base can do so. Now Bai finally understood why the person who wrote the list of taboo objects did not record numbers 001, 010. It turned out that he was not being mysterious. The taboo objects were too strange. These existences were beyond common sense and would probably lead to disasters just by recording them. While running towards the exit, he was thinking about his next plan. The first thing to do is to exchange bodies within Shaotong, and the second thing to do is to wait for the tyrant to find the Panga USB drive. It is better to leave such a difficult task to the tyrant, because he only has 5 seconds left. Rely on the last 5 seconds to find the Panga USB flash drive from the experimental base and escape safely. It really took a lot of luck and skill. Rather than taking risks, he prefers to pick up what is ready. After obtaining the Panga USB flash drive, he would not be afraid even if Bai Zhe recovered. When it comes to storing the most information, Panga USB flash drive is definitely the best. The Panga USB flash drive is said to be the crystallization of the civilization era. It must store the achievements of civilization of an era, as well as various secrets about taboo objects and catastrophes. Maybe there's a way to imprison 039. Otherwise, how did the people in the shelter imprison Bai Zhe? Even if there isn't one, it's fine to use it directly as a weapon against Bai Zhe. This plan could be summarized in 3 sentences. Exchange in Xiaodong's body. Snatch Yang Jie's USB flash drive, and kill the idiot Bai Zhe. Whoosh! The girl in the black dress jumped out of the cave. Her light body drew a perfect arc in the moonlight, and her little black dress danced gracefully. She was wearing safety pants, so she didn't expose herself. Bai landed safely, looked around quickly, and then his expression changed. Where's in Xiaodong? The empty square was deserted except for the bodies of several experimental subjects. Oh no, he suddenly thought, within Xiaodong's tough personality, could she have gone in to look for him? In other words, he escaped with a narrow escape. But in Xiaotong rushed in, and the two missed each other perfectly. Why are you running around for no reason? Don't you know that if you get lost, you should stay where you are and wait? Bai Yi habitually shifted the blame onto in Xiaodong. Anyway, he is a non-stick pan, so no matter who is wrong, he can't be wrong. At this time, Bai Yi was in a dilemma. Should he stay in the safe square and wait, or go into the experimental base to find in Xiaotong? The experimental base covers a vast area, comparable to a small county town, and the terrain inside is even more complicated. Trying to find someone here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But if he waited there, he was worried that in Xiaodong would die with her body. If her body died, wouldn't that mean she would have to be a woman for the rest of her life? After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to wait there for a while before going in to look for it. Because it's already 23:15. What the hell? It's so hot. Bai Yi was startled. He felt something warm and pressed against his thigh. He reached in and pulled out a white dove ring from his trouser pocket. It was the ring engraved within Xiaodong's name. The white dove ring lay quietly in Bai Ye's palm, with a faint white light constantly flashing on it. The heat came from the ring, and it was getting hotter and hotter. What's going on? Is this a bomb? Just as Bai Yi was about to throw the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from outside the square. Xiaotong. Bai Yi suddenly looked up and saw Li Beitian running into the square at a very fast speed and coming to him. Li Beitian with 2 guns? His face remained expressionless, but a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This experienced bounty hunter had previously traveled with him, Fatty Gao and others, but later due to the outbreak of the scarlet virus, everyone was dispersed. But I didn't expect to meet him here. The other party obviously knew in Xiaotong, and came to find in Xiaodong specifically. Could it be that Li Beitian is also a member of the Silent Court? Bai Yi noticed keenly that Li Beitian was also holding a white dove ring in his hand. Xiaodong, why did you come out? Could it be that the Panga USB drive has been destroyed by you? Li Beitian asked in surprise, and his words seemed to be very familiar with Xiaodong. A short sentence made Bai Yi slightly distracted. Destroy the Panga USB drive? Is this the purpose of the Silent Court? They didn't come to rob, but to destroy. What a psychopath. No, I encountered some danger in there, and my mental strength was severely depleted, so I came out first. Bai Yi didn't know how in Xiaodong usually spoke, so he could only imitate the tone of their voice when they first met in the Grey Earth town. Li Beitian lowered his eyebrows to hide the strange look in his eyes and smiled calmly. I'm glad he's okay. By the way, where's your knight? Has your mental strength been depleted so severely that you can't even maintain your knighthood? Bai Yi nodded calmly without saying a word. It seems that it is indeed very dangerous in there. I didn't expect that even you, Xiaotong, couldn't handle it. I still have some potion to restore your mental strength. You can take it first. As he spoke, Li Beitian reached into his pocket. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. Bai Yi suddenly said. Li Beitian's hand, which was reaching into his pocket, suddenly froze. He retreated violently, putting several meters between him and Bai Yi. He flicked his palm, and 2 pistols appeared in his hand out of thin air. You are not in Xiaodong. Who are you? Li Beitian said in a deep voice with a vigilant light flashing in his eyes. Witnessing Li Beitian's reaction, Bai Yi was not surprised at all. He knew he was exposed the moment Li Beitian asked about Knight. Family members, don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu every day. If you don't know where to vote, you can search for the Peak Character Producer. If you can't find it, you can scan the QR code in Yushua's Hong, or scroll down from the Tomato homepage to find it. It's not far below the recommendation list. Chapter 92 Xiao Bai is here. Night should be in Xiaodong's extraordinary ability. And Xiaodong never revealed her true appearance from beginning to end, whether in Black Mountain or in the Grey Earth town, which shows that she wants to hide her identity. To this end, he did not hesitate to consume his mental energy to maintain the night. Li Beitian has also been hiding his identity. Although he is a member of the Silent Court, he disguises himself as a bounty hunter and even acts separately from Xiaodong. From this, we can see that hiding one's identity should be the rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization that enforces justice, they have too many enemies, which is understandable. And this is where the problem lies. Even if the real and Xiaodong cannot maintain the night, he will definitely use other methods to cover his face, such as the full-face sunscreen mask in his pocket. Before, Bai thought that the mask was really for sun protection, but now he realized that it was used to prevent sudden accidents and cover the face. If he had put on the mask before meeting Li Beitian, the other party would not have easily become suspicious, but it was too late now. However, being exposed was just right, and Bai didn't want to be a spy, so he needed help now. I am indeed not in Xiaodong, but I advise you not to shoot, because this body is the real in Xiaodong. Bai Yi explained it. Li Beitian still did not let down his guard. What do you mean? Oh, Bai Yi hit. Unless it was necessary, he really didn't want anyone to know about this dark history. I'm Hakuno. Li Beitian was stunned. Who is Bai Yi? Bai Yi's face darkened. Xiao Bai. Li Beitian was stunned for a moment. You were brother Xiao Bai? How is this possible? Bai Yi angrily told Li Beitian the details of their journey together, which made Li Beitian completely believe it. However, he still didn't put down his guns. Even if you're brother Xiao Bai, what about Xiaodong? Why did you become Xiaodong's appearance? Because the gods are afraid of twin monkey statues. Bai Yi took out the twin monkey statues and said, see, it's just this thing. I found it while picking up trash outside the base. Who would have thought that in Xiaodong found the other half inside the base? As a result, our souls swapped. Then why are you outside to tell me? Of course I ran out by myself, and Xiaodong ran in to look for me, and we missed each other. Let's not talk too much for now. Do you have any means of soul transmission or mental connection in the silent court? Contact her quickly and let her out. If I don't come out, I'm afraid she'll let me die in there. Li Beitian seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. He put away one gun, while the muzzle of the other gun was still pointed at Bai Yi. The silent court doesn't have this method. We can only determine each other's location based on the white dove ring in your hand. Now that the ring is in your hand, I can't contact Xiaodong either. Bai Yi's expression turned ugly. Then why are you still standing there? Come with me in and find it. Li Beitian shook his head. No need to go through so much trouble. Can't you just call her out? Xiao. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Are you a tenor? In such a big place, you're just shouting. Holy shit. Before he could finish his words, Li Beitian waved his hand towards the open space beside him. In an instant, a half-person-high audio equipment appeared out of thin air with a microphone on it. No, it's Doryman, bro. Bai Yi was stunned. When he saw Li Beitian take out the Viper MK-03 before, he felt strange. Where do you get such a thick gun from? Now he understood that Li Beitian was also a transcendent person. Doryman. Li Beitian glanced at Bai Yi suspiciously. Brother Xiao Bai, don't give others nicknames casually. My ability is not that of a Doryman. Now that you've seen it, there's no need for me to hide it. I'm sure you've already guessed it. Yes, my extraordinary ability is Void Kreisischen. Bai Yi blurted out. Ahem. Li Beitian nearly choked as he struggled to catch his breath. What nonsense! If I could create things out of thin air, why would I be a bounty hunter? My extraordinary ability is alternate dimension, a space where I can store items. Oh, Bai Yi suddenly lost interest. What a rubbish ability. Isn't this just the storage ring that is so common in novels about cultivating immortals? What's that expression on your face? Li Beitian's face darkened, and he angrily said, although my extraordinary ability doesn't have much offensive power, it's at least convenient. I can carry a lot of weapons and ammunition and directly transform myself into a human arsenal. It can also hold a lot of food and drinks, so you won't starve anywhere. The most important thing is that no one will be caught stealing. Bai Yi. Li Beitian turned on the speaker, picked up the microphone, put it to his mouth, then took a deep breath, looking serious. The posture is comparable to that of a KTV microphone boss. Bai Yi quickly covered his ears. Just when he thought Li Beitian was going to call in Xiaodong, he suddenly turned around and asked, Xiaodong, do you know you? Bai Yi felt a little strange, but nodded. I know him. He had met in Xiaodong before in the Grey Earth town. At that time, and Xiaodong had spied on him and invited him to join the silent court. That's good. Li Beitian took a deep breath again, and then, Xiao Bai is here. A deafening sound erupted from the speakers, and Bai Yi could even see the visible sound waves rippling. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. For a moment, the sounds of fighting and explosions in the experimental base were strangely still for a moment, completely drowned out by the four words Xiao Bai is here. Bai Yi is numb. What are you calling me for? At the same time, in the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was chased by the experimental subject and was fleeing in a panic, was stunned. The huge noise made his eardrums hurt. Xiaobai, that guy with the poisonous mouth, is here too? Just come. Why are you promoting it so loudly? I thought this guy was sick before, and now it seems that he is indeed the case. He is a good candidate to become a superhuman. In another area, the blood-soaked Dark Tiger and Silver Snake were searching for anything that looked like Pangu's USB flash drive, but they were startled by Xiaobai's shout. Xiaobai? Who is Xiaobai? I don't know, but judging from the name, she should be a cute girl. Silver Snake said with a giggle. In the containment area of the taboo objects, a man covered in armor was struggling with a test subject. Facing the test subject's sharp claws, his movement seemed somewhat uncoordinated, as if he was not yet familiar with this body. Bang! The armored man was hit by the sharp claws and flew backwards, hitting the wall. A trace of blood flowed down the silver-white mask. If it weren't for the armor on his body blocking the attack, he would have been torn in two. This body is still too weak. What a strong recovery ability. Chapter 93, What Have You Done to My Body? X2. And Xiaodong was surprised to find that this weak body contained unimaginable recovery ability. The previous blow had clearly injured the internal organs, but the wound began to heal in the blink of an eye. Xiaobai is here. A ghostly howling sound suddenly rang out, and Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a strange color. It's Uncle Li's voice. Xiaobai? It's Bai Yi. Xiaobai is here. Xiaobai is here. Li Baiyan's throat was smoking for shouting. He flipped his palm, took out a bottle of wine, and started pouring it into his mouth. He casually threw the microphone to Bai Yi. Brother Xiaobai, please shout a few times. I smoke too much and my throat is not so good. Is your throat still sore? Bai Yi curled his lips, took the phone, and paused before saying, the noise is so loud, and Xiaotong must have heard it a long time ago. If she hasn't come out yet, she must be in danger. No, I have to go save myself. Xiaodong, is that you, Xiaotong? Li Beitian suddenly put down the wine bottle and said in surprise. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. I finally came out. I saw a figure wrapped in black and silver armor, slowly walking out of the big hole, holding a pure silver cross sword. There were spots of blood on the armor, like a knight returning in triumph. It's me, Uncle Li. Bai Yi's calm voice came from under the silver-white mask. It's really you, Xiaodong. Only a girl like you is so stubborn. I have told you so many times, call me Brother Li. Don't call me Uncle. You sound too old. Li Beitian took 2 quick steps forward. At this time, the silver-white mask on Xiaodong's face slowly turned into tiny silver-gray particles and dissipated with the wind, revealing a dirty but handsome face. Those eyes were like obsidian washed by mountain springs, so bright and amazing that the dust on the eyelashes could not hide the sparks dancing in the boy's eyes. And Xiaodong looked at Bai Yi, and their eyes met with strange colors in their eyes. Obviously, it was the first time for both of them to look at themselves from the perspective of an outsider. Bai Yi's expression became slightly strange, as if he was looking in a mirror. You know what? He looks even more handsome than when he looked in the mirror. And Xiaotong looked at her body, and when her eyes fell on several dirty handprints on her black skirt, her gaze froze. Bai Yi was also looking at his body. He suddenly found that there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which made him nervous. He didn't know what Xiaodong had done in the experimental base. Don't give me internal injuries, right? Being injured is a small matter. What he fears most is that Xiaodong has also encountered some strange and taboo things. If there are any sequelae left, then it would be really over. The two who noticed something were going on shouted at the same time, "What did you do to my body?" The two were stunned, and then Xiaodong's eyes turned cold, and Bai Yi was furious. And Xiaodong pointed at the dirty handprints on her black skirt and asked, "What's going on with the handprints on my skirt?" Bai Yi pointed at the blood at the corner of her mouth and asked, "What's going on with the blood at the corner of my mouth?" The atmosphere gradually became weird, and the light brown eyes and obsidian pupils stared at each other tightly, neither giving in. And Xiaodong is not an easily angered person, as long as her bottom line is not touched. But the handprints on the black skirt prove that Bai Yi has touched her bottom line more than once. Why are there no handprints anywhere else, but so many handprints in that place? She could almost imagine what Hakuno had done to her. Handprint? Bai Yi was slightly stunned. He looked down and noticed that there were several handprints on the skirt. He slapped it too quickly. He was originally slapping the abdomen, but accidentally expanded the range a little. He realized that he was misunderstood, but before he could say anything, a sharp sword light came towards him. Bai Yi retreated lightly and easily avoided the sword light. He shouted, You took over my body, and now you're doing this to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Why did these words sound strange? And Xiaodong said nothing, her face as gloomy as water, and she vowed to kill the person who had defiled her. Bai dodged it easily, feeling like he was being chased by a child. He even had the leisure to tease. And Xiaotong, think carefully, you are not chopping me now, but yourself. And Xiaotong stopped and seemed to be even angrier. With a cold expression, she raised her sword and pointed it at herself. Tell me, what did you do to me? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to your body. Bai Yi was angered by Xiaodong's behavior, and he pinched his own neck with one hand, making his face turn red. If you dare to hurt yourself with the sword, believe it or not, I will strangle myself to death. The two men confronted each other with swords drawn. Li Beitian, who was standing by, felt his scalp tingling and felt that the scene before him was indescribably weird. Don't be so quick to hurt yourselves. The most urgent thing is to get it back first. No, Bai Yi immediately objected. If I change it back now, this crazy woman will definitely kill me immediately, unless I make her swear. And Xiaodong tightly grasped the pure silver cross sword and said coldly, You tarnish my innocence, and I will kill you even if I die. Who the hell tarnished your innocence? How dare you slander me like that? Do you think I have this ability now? What's with that handprint? Li Beitian felt a headache and quickly ran between the two of them. Please stop arguing. There must be a misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk it out. If we continue like this, what if the twin monkey statues have a time limit and we can't get them back in our lifetime? As soon as these words were spoken, the two men's expressions changed slightly. No one wanted to stay in this body forever. With Li Baiqian's mediation, the two finally managed to communicate calmly. A moment later, as Bai Yi and Xiaotong finished talking about their experiences at the experimental base, they both felt relieved. Bai Yi, it turns out that it was an internal injury caused by the experimental subject. It's okay as long as it's not something that can be avoided by gods. And Xiaodong, it turns out that it was to retain the lost fragments of memory, not just to lift my skirt. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, the two still couldn't get along. One of them felt that the other had hurt him, and the other felt that the other had smeared him. Then, the three of them started staring at each other. Speaking of which, how do we change it back? Li Beitian looked at the two men holding half of the twin monkeys and seemed to be in a dilemma. Let's try putting the two monkeys together. And Xiaodong suggested. She took the monkey statue from Hakuno and started to connect them, and the two laughing monkeys hugged each other and finally hugged each other. Have you changed it back? Li Beitian asked a little nervously. Bai Yi and Xiaodong looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. No. X2. Huh. You two have quite a good understanding. Li Beitian laughed and instantly received two sharp gazes like knives. He smiled awkwardly. Let's think of another way. Brother Xiaobai, you just said you found a list of taboo objects, and it contains information about the twin monkey statues, right? Is there any record of how to contain them? Chapter 94, Another 10 Kings, Chief Judge of the Silent Court. Bai Yi directly extended his hand to Xiaotong, and Xiaotong glanced at him and asked, What? The list of taboo objects. I picked it up, of course it's on you. Bai Yi looked disgusted, wondering how this crazy woman could be so stupid. It's not on me, and Xiaodong said calmly. Huh? Where's the thing? Bai Yi widened his eyes. You brought too much stuff. I couldn't possibly carry all that stuff to the experimental base, so I threw it all away. What did you say? What do you mean by junk? You barbaric woman, do you know that it is the crystallization of technology in the civilized era, the torch of human exploration of the unknown, the beacon that illuminates the foggy universe, the cloud of innovation beyond imagination? It is. Bai Yi's continuous stream of small words made Li Beitian numb. He hurriedly stopped him. Rescuing my body is more important. No one comes here, so must not be lost. I'll go pick it up. Not long after, he came back with a bunch of miscellaneous items. Crash. Debris was thrown at the feet of the two men. Bai Yi searched inside for a while and finally found the burnt list of taboo objects. He flipped to the page with the twin monkeys and pointed. Look, this is all the information in 169. The containment method was burned long ago. Only the difficulty of containment is mentioned. Li Beitian and Xiaodong looked for a long time, but ultimately could not find a solution. The three of them stared at each other again. If all else fails, leave Montenegro first and return to the Silent Court to find a presiding judge. He's sure to have a solution. Li Baiqian's proposal was unanimously opposed by both of them. No. X2. Bai Yi glared at Xiaodong fiercely. Why does this woman always imitate me? There's no way he can leave Black Mountain now, because he has not yet obtained the Panga USB flash drive. Without the Panga USB flash drive, who will deal with Bai Zhe? He has offended Bai Zhe so much that only by getting the Panga USB flash drive can he find a way to shelter Bai Zhe, just like the people in the shelter, and lock Bai Zhe up. Otherwise, he will be sought revenge sooner or later. At worst, they can be used as weapons. Otherwise, where can we find so many computers after leaving Montenegro? Uncle, we can't go back now. We must destroy the Panga USB drive before Yang GF finds it. Otherwise, it will be too late. And Xiaodong said calmly, Damn it. This crazy woman and Xiaodong wants to kill me and even wants to destroy the Panga USB drive. The Panga USB flash drive is the crystallization of wisdom from the civilized era. Why do you, the silent court, insist on destroying it? Bai Yi asked, and Xiaotong and Li Beitian exchanged a glance. And, after a moment of silence, and Xiaotong finally spoke up, because the Panga USB drive will destroy all of humanity. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the cataclysm happened? Could it be related to the Panga USB drive? And Xiaodong shook her head. To be precise, it is related to technology. In the civilized era, human technology has developed to an unimaginable level, but the human heart is a bottomless pit of desire. No matter how advanced the technology is, it can never satisfy desire. So they began to study some taboo areas in an attempt to achieve transcendence. Transcendence? Bai Yi was a little confused. What the hell is transcendence? Transcend the mundane world and enter a higher dimension, thereby gaining eternal life and learning the origins and secrets of all things in the world. Isn't this a dimensional upgrade? Bai Yi reacted instantly. Humans are three-dimensional creatures, restricted by three-dimensional rules. They are born with birth, aging, sickness, and death. But if we upgrade to the fourth dimension, it will be different. The three dimensions are length, width, and height, and the fourth dimension has an additional dimension of time. Becoming a four-dimensional being means transcending time. In their eyes, time is no longer illusory, but as real as length, width, and height. They are not bound by time and naturally gain eternal life. Li Beitian and Xiaodong looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that this wasteland boy could come up with such profound theories. The presiding judge said something similar before. I didn't expect that Brother Xiaobai also understood this. Li Beitian said in surprise. Who is the presiding judge? He knows as much as I do. Bai Yi was not modest at all when he spoke. And Xiaotong said calmly, the presiding judge is the founder of the Silent Court and is also one of the 10 kings. 10 kings? Another 10 kings. No wonder the Silent Court is so arrogant, daring to act on behalf of heaven and kill the most evil people everywhere. It turns out that it has the 10 kings as its backers. And then what? Researching the forbidden area led to the catastrophe. The specific details have long been lost in the long river of history, but this is basically the case. Because of the endless research and exploration of the forbidden areas by the people of the old times, the catastrophe was caused. Now you understand why we must destroy the Panga USB drive, right? Bai Yi nodded. Understand. Since the Panga USB is the crystallization of wisdom from an ancient era, it must contain research on forbidden areas. You are worried that this research will fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives and cause immeasurable disasters, so you want to destroy it. That's right. Bai Yi sighed and said earnestly, I'm not saying anything bad about you, Silent Court. You're really being a bit extreme. The problem isn't the research results in the taboo field, but the human heart. It's like someone kills someone with a gun. You can't just blame the gun for the crime. So if you really want to enforce justice and maintain world peace, you should kill everyone, not destroy all the guns. After all, if guns are gone, people can be reborn, but only when people are gone are they truly gone. And Xiaotong, Li Beitian. Ahem, Li Beitian coughed tactically. Let's not discuss the execution of justice first. Let's discuss how to exchange you two back. Brother Xiaobai, I see that you are very well spoken and knowledgeable. Do you have any good ideas? Bai Yi frowned and stroked his chin as he thought. Don't touch my face. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly. Okay, then I'll touch mine. After saying that, Bai Yi reached out and touched in Xiaodong's face. And Xiaotong, clang! The sterling silver cross sword sprang out of its scabbard. Li Beitian quickly pressed the hilt of his sword and said anxiously, I'm really impressed by you two. Can you please stop making trouble? If you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. I've figured out a solution, Bai Yi said surprisingly, instantly attracting the attention of the two. Li Beitian asked anxiously, "What method?" Bai Yi deliberately touched his chin and said, "The difficulty of containing 169 is ding, which means the method should be very simple. Judging from my many years of experience, the answer may be literal." "What is the solution?" "Brother Xiaobai, please don't keep me in suspense." "Literally, it's so obvious. Look at the numbers on the twin monkey statues." Li Beitian was stunned and murmured, "Number? 16, Chapter 95, what's wrong with me hugging myself?" Li Beitian's expression suddenly changed. He quickly pulled Bai Yi over and winked at him frantically, whispering, "Brother Xiaobai, no, Brother Bai, you are my brother. You can't make such a joke. If Xiaotong knew what you meant, she would definitely fight you to the death." And Xiaotong frowned, a look of confusion flashing across her eyes. "What are you talking about? What does 169 mean?" Li Beitian turned around and laughed dryly. "No, nothing, Brother Xiaobai was just joking." Bai Yi was surprised and said, "Old Li, what nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to read the words after the number." Li Beitian was startled and looked at the words. "God forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey statues, twins in one body, two monkey statues embracing each other, souls, difficulty in containment. Twin monkey statues, twins in one body, what's wrong with that?" Behind, a statue of two monkeys hugging each other. Bang! Bai Yi clapped his hands suddenly. "That's it, two monkeys hugging each other. Before, and Xiaotong and I touched the separate monkey statues at the same time, so our souls exchanged. Now the two monkeys are together, but in Xiaotong and I are not. It is known that the condition for soul exchange is that humans and monkeys are separated. So the condition for soul return should be that humans and monkeys are combined together." Li Beitian was stunned when he heard this. It did sound reasonable. Brother Xiaobai was indeed quite smart. However, when his eyes fell on the two of them, he was at a loss. If these two people were to hug each other like monkey statues, I'm afraid. However, things did not develop as Li Beitian had imagined. Bai Yi and Xiaotong stood up at the same time and walked toward each other. They stood face to face, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. "You weren't allowed to touch me just now, but now you feel comfortable doing it?" Bai Yi said sarcastically, and Xiaotong looked calm. "What's wrong with me hugging myself?" Bai Yi was slightly startled. That makes sense. The two of them hugged each other without any hesitation, and it was hard to tell who was taking advantage of whom. The strange feeling of hugging themselves made both of them feel a little uncomfortable, and their bodies became slightly stiff, like robots moving clumsily to complete a task. However, this scene was filtered in Li Baitian's eyes. What he saw was the moonlight poured down like a silver thread, dyeing this deadly place into a silver dream. The handsome young knight embraced the delicate girl in the black dress in his arms. She pressed her cheek against his warm chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. The moonlight gently sprinkled on the embracing figures, and the evening breeze quietly stopped, leaving only their breaths entwined. At this moment, time seemed to stop for them, quiet and beautiful. 5 seconds later, Bai Yi and Xiaotong's faces turned ugly because they had not changed back yet. That shouldn't be the case. Did I guess wrong? At this time, and Xiaotong said, "Maybe we should laugh." "Laugh?" Bai Yi glanced at the monkeys, who were hugging each other with their mouths wide open and grinning. "That makes sense." The girl in the black dress grinned and laughed, looking weird and stiff. "Your smile is so ugly." And Xiaotong also grinned. "What does my ugly smile have to do with me?" "It's because you're ugly. I think your smile is very beautiful, worthy of being my face." Pucci and Xiaotong was really amused this time, and felt both angry and amused. "Don't just laugh. The monkey statues are face to face, with their heads tilted to look in one direction. You two should stick together and look at me." Li Beitian shouted to the two of them. The two of them realized it later and reluctantly put their faces together, then grinned at Li Beitian, looking indescribably funny. Snap! The sound of a camera taking a picture was heard. Li Beitian looked at the photos he had just taken with satisfaction, a smile on his face. "Great shot." Whoosh! Two figures came rushing towards him, which scared Li Beitian. "Old Li, you actually took pictures. Delete them immediately." "Unkla Li." Bai Yi and Xiaotong both glared at Li Beitian with dissatisfaction, but the next second, the three of them were stunned. Bai Yi looked at the beautiful girl in the black dress who looked like an elf under the moon. then looked down at his own tattered clothes and couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Change back. The same was true for Xiaodong. There was a strange glint in her light brown eyes. She kept looking at her body, feeling the majestic power, which was long lost and familiar. Then, she stretched out her hand and slapped her skirt repeatedly. After a few slaps, the dirty handprints were wiped away. Bai Yi immediately looked at the twin monkey statues, anger rising from his heart, and he felt a surge of evil in his heart. He simply pulled out Breath of Skeleton, aimed at the twin monkey statues, and started shooting. You little monkey, are you kidding me? Bang, bang, bang. The scarlet bullets hit the twin monkey statues accurately, but the monkey statues were unharmed. Instead, the reflected bullets caused Li Beitian and Xiaotong to dodge continuously. Brother Xiaobai, calm down. The divine objects are not that easy to damage. Bai Yi then stopped, but he was still angry. He knew that the divine object was not so easy to damage, so he shot. Simply to vent his anger, he regarded this life experience as a great shame and humiliation. Not only did he become a woman, but the most important thing was that he wasted a lot of time. He went in once and came out with only 5 seconds left. His heart was bleeding. Just as he was angry, he caught a glimpse of Li Beitian and Xiaodong whispering to each other and looking at him from time to time. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Were these two bastards going to get rid of them after they had served their purpose? Because of this accident, he knew the identities of the two people and their mission to destroy the Pangda USB flash drive. It was reasonable to kill them to silence them at this time. Damn, wasting time again. Although there were only 5 seconds left, he was not panicked at all. 5 seconds was enough to kill the two men. What are you two plotting? Why don't you speak louder so I can hear it? There was a dangerous glint in Bai Ye's eyes. Li Beitian smiled heartily. There's nothing that I can't let you know, Brother Xiaobai. We're discussing how to deal with you. After all, you know some of the secrets of the Silent Court. All right, you're not going to back me up anymore, are you? You're plotting out loud in front of me. Li Beitian was surprised and said, inviting you to join the Silent Court is not a shameful thing. Xiaodong told me about your heroic performance in protecting the residents of Grey Earth Town. We've been together all this time, and I know a little bit about who you are. While you might be a bit sharp-tongued, you're not a bad person, and you meet the requirements to join the Silent Court. Chapter 96. Judgment requires no words. Death is the verdict. Bai Yi was stunned. You want me to join the Silent Court? And Xiaotong nodded calmly. The best way to keep a secret is to become one of your own. What if I say I don't agree? Are you two going to attack me? And Xiaodong's delicate eyebrows wrinkled slightly. The Silent Court will not kill innocent people. We only kill the wicked. So principle. Bai Yi was a little suspicious. He was used to having no principles and no bottom line. Now, he suddenly met two people who adhered to principles in the wasteland, and he was a little uncomfortable. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But since you're not one of us, let's just be fair. The twin monkey statue is half mine. Either you buy mine, or I buy yours. 100 million. Bai Yi asked for a huge amount. Li Beitian couldn't stand it any longer. Brother Xiaobai, you can't treat us like Gao Ban Chengzai. If you really don't want to sell it, you can join the Silent Court. Then you can use it at will, and there is no harm in joining the Silent Court. The chief judge is one of the 10 kings, and there are also many extraordinary people within the organization. With such help, most troubles in Beimang can be solved for you. All you have to do is to enforce justice with us. Bai Yi was originally a little moved, but after hearing the last 4 words Li Beitian said, he was no longer moved. Executing justice? What a waste of time. In the eyes of the Silent Court, they are enforcing justice, but in the eyes of outsiders, the Silent Court is an extremist organization that at least kills people for money. The Silent Court does not seek money, but only kills people. It shouts words like justice and peace, and then rushes up to kill you. There is no place to seek justice. It's dangerous, too dangerous. If they dare to punish evildoers today, won't they dare to enforce justice and overthrow federal rule tomorrow? Forget it. I am a kind person by nature. I hate killing. I don't even dare to kill a chicken on a normal day, let alone punish the evildoers. Bai Yi did it. However, Li Beitian didn't believe a word he said. He was shouting that he wanted to kill Minghu when they were drinking before. In a laser channel, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at the other person's head just because the other person said he didn't have the ticket money. Is this what you call being born kind? Brother Xiaobai, do you have any concerns? I don't have any concerns. I'm just lazy and don't like being controlled. If you, the Silent Court, can pay me a salary and not let me work, then I might consider joining. Li Beitian Right. Bai suddenly thought of a question he had been wanting to ask. Why add the word silent to silent court? It feels weird. Li Beitian opened his mouth and was thinking about how to explain when Xiaodong's calm voice sounded beside him. Judgment requires no words. Death is the verdict. This is a silent court. Bai raised his eyebrows and pondered these words secretly. Judgment does not require words. Death is the sentence. What a murderous nature. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your silent court is a bit extreme. Doesn't this translate to, we'll kill you without saying anything? And Xiaodong looked at Bai expressionlessly, then turned and walked towards the experimental base. Old Li, what is she going to do? Isn't she going to destroy the Panga USB drive? Of course, the soul swap with you delayed her. Now that we've swapped souls, she naturally has to continue with her mission. Not only her, I have to go too. Brother Xiaobai, since you don't plan to join the silent court, don't get involved in this mess. It's too dangerous. As for the twin monkeys, keep them for now and wait until you get out of Black Mountain, if you can make it out alive. After Li Beitian finished speaking, he also walked towards the experimental base. Obviously, he did not have much confidence that he could destroy the Panga USB drive before the tyrant. Bai was immediately unhappy. He was determined to get the Panga USB flash drive, but you wanted to destroy it? Wait, he called out to Xiaodong and Li Beitian. The two turned around, looking puzzled. Brother Xiaobai, have you changed your mind? I advise you not to go in. Bai slowly took out breath of skeletons, his expression gradually becoming colder. Although he thought that Xiaodong and Li Beitian could destroy the Panga USB drive with great effort, he was not willing to take any risk at all. If these two people don't listen to advice, then don't blame them. Boom! The earth-shaking roar tore through the sky, and a mushroom cloud of dust rose into the sky wrapped in hot air waves. Under the shocked gazes of the three people, the steel base that originally stood on the ground exploded and collapsed in an instant, turning into ruins. The shock wave generated by the explosion hit the earth like a huge hammer, and countless burning fragments dragged long tongues of fire across the sky, like a close-up meteor shower. Run! Li Baiqian's face turned pale, and he shouted at the two to run away quickly. Bang, bang, bang! Broken metal and concrete whistled at him, and Hakuno turned and ran without hesitation. Originally, he was running in the front, but as time went by, he became the last one. In terms of physical fitness, he is no match for Li Beitian and Xiaodong, two extraordinary people who have practiced Qi and blood martial arts. At this moment, several sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard behind Bai Yi, followed by a scorching, burning sensation. His face changed. He knew without looking back that it was the various building fragments produced by the explosion that were falling towards him. He had no way to avoid this attack that was like a rain of flowers from the sky with no blind spots. Although his recovery ability is now far beyond that of ordinary people, he is not an immortal person after all. Even pseudo-humans would find it difficult to survive such an attack, because every time they recover, they consume their energy and blood, and they will die if their energy and blood are exhausted. At this critical moment of life and death, Bai Yi didn't care about saving time. Time! Clang! A clear dragon roar suddenly sounded, and Xiaodong, wearing silver-white armor, rushed to Bai Yi like a knight in a fairy tale. The pure silver cross sword in her hand turned into sword shadows, instantly chopping off the attacking building debris. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi felt his body lighten and his feet left the ground. He looked in astonishment at Xiaodong, who was running wildly while holding him. The girl's profile flickered in the flames of the explosion. The corners of her lips were tightly pursed, and her willow-like brows were slightly furrowed because of her tense expression. The firelight reflected in those light brown eyes, like dancing flames. It was resolute and beautiful, but Bai Yi had no time to appreciate it. He only felt the pain in his ribs, which were almost broken by Xiaodong's hands. The opponent's hard armor also hurt him. It's bad, but the beauty saved the hero. After running out of this area, the three stopped and looked at the experimental base in the sea of fire with serious eyes. Chapter 97. 18 that year, Black Mountain Shelter, standing like a minion. No one knows why the experimental base exploded, and no one knows what happened inside. Can you put me down first? Bai Yi knocked on Xiaodong's armor with his knuckles, and Xiaotong glanced at him and then let go of her hand. Bai Yi rubbed his ribs and gasped in pain. He pulled open his clothes and saw that they were all purple. Can't you be gentler? And Xiaodong said calmly. Bai Yi was stunned, his eyes widening slightly. Was I hallucinating? This crazy woman even apologized? The explosion must have been too loud and hurt my eardrums. And Xiao Tong then said, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Bai Yi. He felt like he had suffered a severe psychological blow. It was one thing for a god of the new age to be saved by a woman, but now the other party actually thought he was too fragile. The strong wind caused by the explosion could not blow away the desolate look on by Ye's face. That year, I was 18, standing like a minion in the Black Mountain shelter. Damn, Brother Xiaobai, thanks for stopping us. Otherwise Xiaodong and I would be in danger. Thank you. Li Beitian grabbed Bai Ye's hand and said with gratitude on his face. Bai Yi laughed dryly twice. It's okay, you're welcome. By the way, how did you know there was going to be an explosion? Brother Xiaobai, could your extraordinary ability be to predict the future? What a coincidence. Actually, I stopped you just now because I wanted to ask how much the silent court pays per month and whether there is a year-end bonus. And Xiaodong's eyes suddenly fixed. Someone ran out. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw the humorous dart man transformed into a shadow and rushed out. After landing, he started coughing up blood. His body was torn, and he looked extremely miserable. He now finally believes that Li Xiao is capable, and he hasn't given up yet. Following closely behind were Xiao Yi, who was pulled away by the sword, He Qianjun, who flew like a crane, the silver snake riding on the dark tiger, and the ghost clown who gave the air a princess hug. But there is no trace of the tyrant. Hey, humorous dart man, what happened in there? Bai Yi hurriedly shouted to Li Xiao, who was not far away. He was not concerned about why the explosion occurred, but was afraid that the Pangi USB flash drive would be destroyed in the explosion. Li Xiao, panting heavily, looked up and shouted in extreme anxiety and fear. Run, run. The tyrant has gone crazy. Before he finished speaking, Li Xiao immediately threw a dart and turned into a shadow and fled away, as if there was a ghost chasing him. Ming Hu, He Qianjun, and others also looked terrified. These people didn't even look at Bai Yi and the others, and ran away from the experimental base for their lives. Brother Xiaobai, Brother Li, why are you here? Come with me. In the end, Xiao Yi was more loyal and flew over quickly with a long sword in his hand. He then threw out 2 swords and handed them to Li Beitian and Bai Yi. He did not give it to Xiaodong because he knew the Black Knight's strength, and he did not need his help at all. Bai Yi took the sword and asked, what happened in there? Xiao Yi looked anxious and uneasy, his face covered in blood. No more explanations. Quickly draw your swords. Wait a minute. I was wrong. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Yi was directly dragged away by I was wrong and turned into a stream of light rushing towards the distance. The strong wind made it impossible for him to open his eyes and made him want to curse. What was going on? He always thought flying with a sword would be cool, but when he actually flew, he no longer felt that way. This is not controlling a sword at all. It is clearly the sword controlling a person. Just as they were moving away quickly, an angry voice suddenly rang out from the ruins of the experimental base. Who is it? Who took the Pangi USB drive? Yang Jie's voice, filled with anger and murderous intent, rose into the sky, like the smoke produced by an explosion, covering everyone. Everyone looked back in horror, only to see countless building debris slowly rising into the air against the will of gravity. Looking around, it was so dense that it blocked out the sky. And among these ruins, a scarlet figure, like a king walking out of the abyss, stepped into everyone's sight. It was the tyrant Yang Jie. At this moment, Yang Jie seemed like a different person. The air pressure around him was almost at freezing point. The shadow under his brow was as deep as if carved by a knife. His dark eyes were like sharp blades tempered with cold iron, coldly glaring at everyone. As he took a step forward, countless tiny metal fragments immediately gathered into steps under his feet, like a ladder to heaven, dragging him step by step towards the sky. And the moment he reached the sky, the teeth-grinding sounds of metal friction and squeezing rang out, and the silver-white metal debris produced by the explosion at the experimental base gathered in the air and formed into a kilometer-long silver-white dragon. The giant dragon lowered its head, allowing Yang Jie to step on its head, and then flew towards the crowd with him. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao and others ran faster. Everyone can see that Yang Jie is now extremely angry. As someone who once destroyed a city single-handedly, his anger is enough to ignite the entire 189 shelter. However, there was someone even angrier than him, and that was Hakuno. My Pangi USB drive was taken away. Who the hell did this? Bai Yi, who had already regarded the Panga USB drive as a sure thing, was furious when he suddenly heard such news. Suddenly, a dark shadow that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the earth like a cloud of death. At this time, everyone had already fled into the city. They looked up in horror, and instantly their souls were filled with fear. Under the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Yang Jie came riding a dragon, his extremely cold eyes looking down at everyone like a knife blade. Minghu and others stopped in their tracks, because no matter how fast they ran, they could not fly as fast as Yang Jie. Since they could not escape, they could only fight. But when they got into a fighting stance, they were surprised to find that the dragon-shaped shadow floating above their heads flowed past them like water, disappearing in an instant. The tyrant is gone. Could it be that he already knows who took the Panga USB drive? So he went after that person? No, someone suddenly exclaimed, looking in the direction of the silver dragon with bloodshot eyes. He's not leaving. He's blocking the exit. Everyone was instantly horrified. At this moment, they finally knew what the tyrant was going to do. The tyrant was not going to let them go, but to block everyone by himself. In their sight, under the bright moon hanging high in the sky, a silver dragon cuts through the night sky. Its pieced-together metal dragon body is flowing with starlight, and its 1,000-meter-long body is like a pouring galaxy. The scarlet on the dragon's head was like solidified flame. A man and a dragon flew over the ruined city, emitting an oppressive force that made the world silent. Hundreds of people who survived and hid in the city also noticed this scene. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that the tyrant was very angry and the consequences would be serious. Chapter 98, Except the Black Knight. This is bad. No one can leave. Xiao Yi's face was extremely ugly. He controlled the control of, wait a minute, I was wrong, and slowly stopped. As soon as the time came, the scarlet virus that spread throughout the city like blood-red dandelions swarmed in. From the shadows in the distance, the low roars of several pseudo-humans could be heard from time to time. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily hide in an abandoned building nearby and use the walls to isolate the scarlet virus from invading. Inside the room, Bai Yi asked the most concerning question, who took the Panga USB drive? Xiao, he said in a deep voice, I don't know either. No one has ever seen the Panga USB drive. Only the furious tyrant seems to have been deceived and is convinced that someone stole the Panga USB drive. Li Beitian frowned slightly. How did he conclude that? This isn't the first time the news of the Panga USB flash drive has surfaced. Perhaps this is just a rumor, just like the previous ones. Perhaps there's no Panga USB flash drive in Shelter 189 at all. Do you see the black obelisk in the tyrant's hand? Xiao, he pointed at the tyrant in the sky through the window. Bai Yi looked closely and saw that the figure in scarlet armor was holding a black obelisk more than half a meter high in his hand. It looked strange, and its material could not be seen. What is that? I don't know what that is, but judging by the tyrant's behavior, that obelisk should be the carrier of the Panga USB drive. He found the carrier, but not the Panga USB drive, so he concluded that someone took it away. And Xiao Tong, whose true appearance was hidden under the silver-white mask, blinked slightly. It's the hidden rat. Hidden rat. You mean the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals? Xiao Yi's face changed slightly. Why do you say that? I saw rats infected with the mutated scarlet virus in the experimental base, but there shouldn't be rats there. I thought it was a coincidence before, but now it seems that a hidden rat might have taken the Panga USB drive. Of course, the premise is that none of you have any private possession of a Panga USB drive. Xiao Yi smiled bitterly and said, after listening to what you said just now, I was thinking of telling the tyrant that someone else took the USB drive, but since even you doubt us, the tyrant will definitely not believe it. Bai Yi was silent on the side. Playing werewolf? Who took the Panga USB drive? He thought for a moment and felt that Xiao Dong's guess was the most reliable. The tyrant obviously knows a lot of secrets about the Panga USB flash drive, and he is very powerful. Theoretically speaking, among those who enter the experimental base, the tyrant is definitely the one who has the greatest hope of obtaining the Panga USB flash drive. Moreover, it was the tyrant who first entered Shelter 189. Even if others got it, they could not survive from the tyrant. Unless someone took the Panga USB drive long before the tyrant entered. And this person is the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals. You know, before Shelter 189 appeared, Apocalypse Company occupied the shelter for more than a month. Could such a behemoth really be blocked by the shelter's defense facilities, and is there no way to stop it? Combined with Eagle's previous mission to assassinate the tyrant, These fragmented clues gradually piece together into a complete puzzle in by Ye's mind. Maybe, from the beginning to the end, this trip to Montenegro was a killing spree against the tyrant. Apocalypse had obtained the USB drive a long time ago, but he deliberately released the news to lure the tyrant into the game. The tyrant's ability is a threat to all major forces. Because the major forces can stand firm in the wasteland, what they rely on is never some extraordinary people, but hot weapons. However, Bai was puzzled by Tianqi's plan. It was too crude, relying solely on Eagle. Weren't they worried about Eagle encountering an accident or failing to kill the tyrant? Didn't they have a plan B? In the experimental base, the tyrant was almost killed by the Eye of Ember. If I hadn't appeared, the tyrant would have died long ago. Is this also part of Apocalypse's plan? But how can they guarantee that the tyrant will encounter the Eye of Ember? There are too many uncertainties. Bai felt that he was missing the most crucial piece of the puzzle. Just as he was thinking, the tyrant's indifferent, godlike voice rang out from the sky. The Panga USB drive is lost. I don't care to tell who took it, but no matter who it is, hand it over now and I will spare your life. Otherwise, everyone here will be buried with you. The frosty voice echoed over the city, and the terrifying oppression from the 10 kings made the air pressure drop a little. The people hiding in every corner of the city all had extremely ugly expressions at this moment. Even though their numbers far exceeded Yang Jie's, no one dared to ignore the threat of the tyrant. Everyone knows that a tyrant's words are his bond. If he says he will kill everyone, he will definitely kill everyone. Who on earth is so foolish as to dare to anger the tyrant? Damn it, whoever it is, please stand up and don't implicate us. The people in hiding were cursing constantly, but unexpectedly the tyrant added another sentence at this time. Except the Black Knight. These 5 simple words left everyone stunned. No, what do you mean? Except the Black Knight? You want to kill everyone except the Black Knight? In the dark room, several shocked and puzzled gazes were focused on Xiaodong. Miss Black Knight, are you very familiar with the tyrant? Can you plead for us as well? Xiao Yi said hesitantly. Li Beitian was stunned. He didn't even know when Xiaodong and Tyrant had met. Could it be that they met at the experimental base, and Tyrant had fallen in love with Xiaodong at first sight? Was Xiaodong's charm so great that she could capture Tyrant even with a mask on? And Xiaodong said nothing, her light brown eyes staring straight at Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked away as if nothing had happened and said, "Don't look at me. I know nothing." Who would have thought that the tyrant was so infatuated? Xiao Yi looked out the window cautiously. What do you think? If we tell the tyrant that it might be Hidden Rat who took the Panga USB drive, will he let us go? He will kill everyone, and then go to Dawn City to find Hidden Rat. Bai Yi walked over and patted Xiao Yi's shoulder, comforting him. With his comfort, Xiao Yi's face turned even paler. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to remember something and turned back to Xiaotong and said, "Oh, except for the Black Knight." As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly saw faint blue veins appearing on Xiaodong's hand holding the pure silver cross sword. He ignored it and took out his gold pocket watch and looked at the time. 23:23. The tyrant's voice fell silent, and no one stepped forward for a long time. Some people even think that the worst that can happen is that they can just keep wasting time. What if you, the tyrant, block the exit? Can you block it forever? But the next moment they didn't think so, because the tyrant took action. Rumble. The entire city shook violently as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Chapter 99 Tyrant. You are destined for death. What's going on? What happens? It's the tyrant. The tyrant is destroying the city. Countless people were frightened out of their wits. At this moment, they completely understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. In the past, when they were bragging in the tavern, they never felt how big the gap was between themselves and the 10 kings. Tyrants are human beings, and they are also human beings. Tyrants are extraordinary people, and there are also extraordinary people among them. How big can the difference be? It was not until they saw it firsthand that they understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. And they also understood that the gap between people is much greater than the gap between people and dogs. The most typical example is the humorous dart thrower Li Xiao. He has always thought this way. Even if the tyrant is stronger than himself, how much stronger can he be? If he tries his best, he may not lose his chance of winning. But now Li Xiao was like a wild dog with a broken leg, hiding alone in a corner, staring in horror and even dullness at the tyrant standing in the sky, performing miracles. The tyrant Yang Jia had an indifferent expression. He stretched out his palm, pointed it at the city below, and grasped the void. Boomstrapia. Several buildings tens of meters high seemed to be under invisible pressure, cramming inward madly and turning into ruins in an instant. The dust that was kicked up rushed into the sky, forming a sandstorm. And the tyrant continued. His mental strength seemed to be endless, and he attacked one after another without showing any sign of fatigue. Under his hands, the entire city began to collapse from the outermost edge, and the solid buildings were like children's castles made of building blocks, which shattered at the slightest touch. The smoke and ruins formed a huge encirclement, constantly squeezing everyone's living space. At this time, people finally realized the tyrant's plan. He was going to destroy the entire city and use the ruins of the buildings to build a huge cage to imprison everyone. People began to panic. Faced with the extraordinary power that could destroy a city, few could remain calm. Can't stay in the building anymore. Run. Some people were so frightened that they rushed out of the building like crazy, intending to escape the city and get away from the tyrant. But in just a moment, several buildings collapsed in front of him, piling up and overlapping to form a wall dozens of meters high, completely blocking the way. More and more people were forced out, and the ruins of the surrounding buildings surged inward like a wave, and the encirclement shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strong men like Minghui Hianjin intended to escape the encirclement by relying on their powerful strength, but ended up receiving special attention from a tyrant. The 1,000-meter-long silver dragon scales above the sky shook, and countless tiny silver metal fragments fell like rain, shooting towards Minghu and others. Their faces were extremely solemn. Their blood and energy were surging, and scarlet light formed a protective blood shield on their body surface. Although they blocked the first wave of attacks, their blood and energy were rapidly consumed, and it was impossible for them to withstand the endless silver rain. With nowhere else to go, they were forced into an encirclement. Many people began to get injured. The steel bars, furniture, bed frames, and even all metal product in the ruins of the surrounding buildings seemed to be endowed with souls by the gods and kept attacking everyone. Begging for mercy, screaming, and cursing echoed above the ruins like a symphony of hell. The only area that was not attacked was probably the area where Hakuno and the others were. There is no need to explain why, and Xiaodong's brows were furrowed tighter and tighter. If it wasn't the inappropriate time, she would definitely ask Bai Yi what he did with her body. Bai Yi didn't have time to pay attention to the crazy woman's gaze. A serious look appeared on his face. He was in trouble. The trouble he called it was not the tyrant who was as powerful as a god, but Bai Zhe who might recover at any time. His original plan was to snatch the Panga USB flash drive from the tyrant so that he could deal with Bai Zhe. But now the Panga USB flash drive is missing and the exit has been sealed with metal by the tyrant. If Bai Zhe comes to him at this time, wouldn't he be finished? He glanced at the only exit in the distance. Countless metal debris piled up like a mountain, blocking the exit tightly. Even if he used a method of stopping time, he couldn't get out. Damn, Bai Ye's eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at the scarlet figure in the sky. Tyrant, you have already received your death. The best thing to do now is to kill the tyrant and leave Shelter 189 as soon as possible. Time stands still with 5 seconds left. If you can get close to the tyrant, it won't be difficult to kill it, but the problem is that the tyrant can fly. If you have the guts, come down. As a result, Yang Jie really came down. When everyone was confined in the central area, the 1,000-meter-long silver dragon in the sky slowly descended, and finally its tail hovered above the ground. Yang Jie held the dragon head high and looked at everyone indifferently. At this time, everyone had no time to be afraid of Yang Jie, because the Rambutans were coming, and without the shelter of the buildings, the Rambutans swarmed in. However, the previous collapse of the city also had an impact on Rambutans. Many Rambutans were buried in the rubble, and only a small number of them have appeared so far. Although everyone is annoyed, they can still cope with it. The only good news is probably that the fake people didn't come and were basically buried when the building collapsed. Yang Jie was naturally also attacked by Rambutans, but the Rambutans besieging him were not as numerous as the metal fragments around him. He didn't need to do anything at all, as countless metal fragments automatically blocked the Rambutans. Mr. Xiao, Oldly, Brother Xiao Bai. Gao Banqing's surprised voice came from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Gao Bancheng, Xiao Kuei, Li Xiao, and several bounty hunters who had been drinking before ran over in a hurry while avoiding Rambutans. It's great to see you again. Gao Bancheng, who had a black eye, said in surprise. Bai took a look at them and found that the team that once had 20 people now had only a few people left. Needless to say, their fate must have been miserable. He was not surprised that Gao Bansheng was not dead. The son of the richest man with billions of dollars was protected by the old-era robot Xiao Kuei and the forbidden item of the Jiao level, life buying money. No matter who died, Gao Bansheng would not die. The only thing that surprised him was, what the hell was that disgusted look on Xiao Kuei's face? Tall fatty, your maid? Why does she seem a little different? You didn't even ride her this time. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Bansheng's face changed drastically, and he quickly looked at Xiao Kuei beside him. The disgust on Xiao Kuei's face grew stronger. Humph, who wants to be ridden by this fat guy? Huh? Bai Yi was stunned. The robot started talking. What? I can speak, but I just didn't want to speak before. Xiao Kuei waved her little hands suddenly, and a gust of wind suddenly blew up, blowing away several scarlet viruses that were attacking. Gao Bansheng hurriedly said, Brother Xiao Bai, stop talking. Xiao Kuei is different now. She was infected with the scarlet virus to protect me, and then she became like this. She has a bad temper and even hits me when she gets angry. He pointed to his black eye and smiled bitterly. Chapter 100, the last 20 minutes. Bai Yi was increasingly stunned. Was the mutated scarlet virus truly a virus? It could infect Li Yu's magic hand and even robots? This was definitely not just a virus. By the way, Brother Xiao Bai, aren't you with Mr. Li? Where is Mr. Li? Gao Bansheng looked around anxiously. Mr. Li is his backbone. Now that his backbone is gone, how can he feel at ease? I'm here. Li Yu's calm voice was heard from a corner of the ruins behind everyone. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Mr. Li, the magician, slowly walking out of the window of a collapsed house. That's great, Mr. Li, you're okay. Everyone was shocked. Bai Yi looked at Li Yu suspiciously. He seriously suspected that Li Yu had not just arrived, but had been hiding in the ruins. Damn, Li Yu was really cunning. While everyone else was surrounded in the center of the ruins, he found a gap in the ruins and hid inside. I'll say this one last time, hand over the Panga USB drive. Yang Jie's indifferent voice overwhelmed the entire audience, and the atmosphere instantly stagnated. Tyrant, you were the first to enter the core laboratory. How could we have the Panga USB drive? The bruised and battered Minghu said angrily. He was injured in the previous battle with the Tyrant, and then killed many experimental subjects in the experimental base, and also withstood the explosion of the experimental base. His injuries are very serious, and if he does not receive treatment, his life may be in danger. Tyrant, we, the Brotherhood of Steel, are here for the Panga USB drive, but it's obvious that there is no such thing in Shelter 189. This is just a rumor, just like the previous times. He Qianjun said with a serious look. He was in a very bad condition, with his shirt completely soaked in blood. The Brotherhood of Steel has no intention of being your enemy. Please clear a passage for us to leave. He Qianjun wanted to use the name of the Brotherhood of Steel to make the Tyrant afraid, but he underestimated the Tyrant's tyranny. The Tyrant said coldly, it doesn't matter whether you have the Panga USB drive or not. What matters is that if I ask you to hand it over, you must hand it over. There are only two choices before you now. Hand over the USB drive or give up your life. The extremely domineering words made everyone's expression change slightly. They understood that the Tyrant in anger would not give face to anyone. Minghu was silent for a moment. With a ferocious expression, he angrily shouted, Everyone! The Tyrant has no intention of leaving us alive. Today, either the Tyrant dies or we die. Let's fight him. Count me in. He Qianjun walked out of the crowd gloomily, followed by a dozen injured mechanical humans. That's right. Fight him. So what if there are 10 kings? If you want to kill me, you must first ask the gun in my hand if it agrees. Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered, let alone these people who have been forced into a desperate situation. Those who have survived to this day are all powerful people with bounties exceeding 1 million and are also well known in the outside world. Such people never lack the courage to fight back in desperate situations. The crowd was instantly outraged. In fact, the wisest thing for a tyrant to do is to divide everyone and defeat them one by one, which would save effort. However, he simply disdained to use such means, simply because he was the tyrant Yang Jie, one of the 10 kings. Facing the people who were ready to fight to the death, Yang Jie's expression did not change at all. He did not take these people seriously from beginning to end. Kill! Minghu roared and took the lead in charging. Silver Snake, He Qianjun, and others followed closely behind. No one would sell out Minghu at this time, so he would consume the tyrant's power first. These strong men were not fools. It would be tantamount to suicide to play these tricks in the face of the tyrant. Their only chance of success is to rush forward with all their might, and perhaps succeed in defeating the tyrant. At this moment, no matter how strong or weak, everyone took action, and the surging crowd rushed towards the tyrant. But the tyrant simply bent his fingers slightly and tapped the 1,000-meter-long silver dragon under him with his knuckles. In an instant, the silver dragon swung its tail, and countless metal friction sounds were heard. The huge dragon's tail, which was hundreds of meters long, swept across, and the momentum of the crowd's charge was completely stopped. More than a dozen unlucky people who were unable to dodge were knocked into a ball of blood mist by the dragon's tail on the spot. Only Minghu and others rushed to the vicinity of the silver dragon. But what greeted them was an overwhelming amount of metal fragments. They were tightly restrained by the metal fragments, while the tyrant was sitting on a 100-meter-high dragon head not far away, with his hands clasped on his chest, watching them struggle indifferently. The scene became more and more chaotic, and the scarlet virus also got involved. Some people did not die at the hands of the tyrant, but were instead successfully attacked by the scarlet virus. Countless bloodlines took root in their bodies and spread wildly. Soon, several pseudo-humans were born and began to attack everyone indiscriminately. In the chaos, Bai Yi, who was trying to take advantage of the situation, took a look at the time. It was 23:40. Only 20 minutes left. He planned to wait for 20 minutes. It was too risky to kill the tyrant in 5 seconds. Not only did he need to rush through the nearly 1,000-meter metal restricted area, but he also had to climb up the huge body of the silver dragon in order to reach the tyrant. There was simply not enough time. In fact, he has another way, which is to change the number to Xiaodong's number. With Xiaodong's strength, 5 seconds of time stillness should be enough to kill the tyrant. But this is a last resort. He will not change his number unless it is absolutely necessary, because it may expose that time has stopped. And Xiaodong couldn't defeat the tyrant. So how could you kill him instantly after taking over? Even a fool could tell there was something wrong. So he decided to wait a little longer, hoping that Minghu and others could help and delay for another 20 minutes. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly caught sight of a person who was also trying to take advantage of the situation. The humorous dart thrower, Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao seemed to be frightened silly. He stood there motionless, staring at the tyrant who looked like a god descending from heaven with horror and dull eyes, his body shaking uncontrollably. He trembled for a while, then seemed to remember something. His face became ferocious for a moment. Then he threw a few shadow darts at the tyrant across 800 miles and continued to tremble. There were several corpses around him, their faces pierced beyond recognition by metal. Bai Yi held his forehead with his hand. He never expected that Li Xiao would be so lame. He was the one who was shouting the loudest, but he was also the most cowardly at the critical moment. Li Xiao's bounty could reach 65 million. He was definitely not a weakling. He was even stronger than most of the people present. However, such an extremely conceited and powerful man did not even have the courage to step forward. Sometimes, there's only a fine line between arrogance and inferiority. People with extremely low self-esteem often become extremely arrogant after achieving success. Bai Yi knew very well Li Xiao's current mentality. He was like Yi Gong, who loved dragons and talked about dragons every day, but was scared when he saw a real dragon. Chapter 101. Li Xiao. Tell Bai Yi that I am not a waste. If the enemy he faced was not the tyrant, but the other 10 kings, Li Xiao might have the courage to fight to the death. However, when facing the tyrant, the person he had always regarded as his target, when the gap was too big, his mentality would collapse instantly. Now, poor Li Xiao could only hide behind the crowd and tremble. But how could Bai Yi let him have his way? Hurry up and buy time for me. Humorous dart thrower. Bai Yi shouted, causing Li Xiao's dull eyes to show some movement. Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life, or a hero for a while? Li Xiao's heart trembled, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Shame, fear, resentment, and struggle were mixed on his face. Your retreat now will become a thorn in your heart in the future. Even if you survive today, the nightmares of today will resurface one by one in countless sleepless nights for the rest of your life. You will see yourself curled up in the shadow of cowardice, listening to the voice in your heart repeatedly questioning, why didn't I have the courage to try it once? Li Xiao trembled more and more, and there seemed to be some kind of fire rising in his eyes. Bai Yi was delighted when he saw this. The chicken soup he had read in his previous life was not in vain. He immediately stepped up his efforts. Don't let fear seal your power. If you don't act now, you will regret it later. When white hair grows on your temples, and you look back, you will see that you should have been dazzling in your youth, but you were trapped in the same place because of cowardice. Do you want to wake up in bed every night and curse yourself for being a loser? Li Shao suddenly raised his head, a surge of feeling coming over him. He knew that was called unwillingness. I'm not trash, he shouted angrily, as if to cheer himself up, and the shadows under his feet surged like a tide. If you're not a loser, what are you? The tyrant is right before your eyes. The target you're chasing is within reach, yet you hesitate to step forward. Have you forgotten your ambition? Buzz. Raging rage and unwillingness rushed from Li Zhao's chest straight to his head. His eyes were instantly covered with dense bloodshot, and his expression was ferocious. He felt like something was about to burst out of his body, just one step away, like a volcano that was suppressed to the extreme and was on the verge of erupting, but the crater was blocked by huge rocks. This feeling of frustration and unwillingness made it impossible for him to breathe, and his chest was about to explode. Ah! Li Shao suddenly roared like a madman, letting out a violent outburst of his suppressed emotions. He shouted loudly at the unreachable scarlet figure on the dragon head. I won't forget it for even a moment. Whoosh! Li Shao turned into a shadow and rushed towards Yang Jia like a mad beast. Countless shadows emerged from him, and he was like a torrent of shadows, passing through the crowd, moving forward. The closer he got to the tyrant, the more intense the fire in his eyes became. He murmured like a madman, my ambition, my goal, my dream. Even if I die, I will die pursuing my dream. Holy crap, Bai Yi exclaimed it. Is chicken soup this powerful? I said all transcendents are psychopaths, and it turns out I was right. Yang Jia, who was being besieged by the crowd, frowned slightly. Li Zhao's sudden shout caught his attention. He didn't know what had happened. He only knew that there was a madman rushing over, shouting something about ambition and dreams. The next moment, Li Shao leaped up, crossed his hands in front of his chest, made a cross gesture, and then swung his hands violently. Whoosh whoosh. Dark shadow darts shot out from the sky with tremendous force. Faced with such an attack, Yang Jia just waved his hand casually, and countless silver-white metals fell from the silver dragon. They gathered into a huge silver-white portal, easily blocking all of Li Zhao's attacks. Li Shao wanted to attack again, but the silver-white portal came whistling and hit him directly. Bang! Li Shao flew back with the portal, slamming heavily onto the ground with a loud noise. Bai Yi was stunned after watching the whole thing. Li Shao rushed forward. Li Xia Uwataka. Li Shao died. He quickly took out his golden pocket watch and took a look. Damn, Li Shao only took 3 seconds. Gao Bansheng, who was hiding in the crowd, rushed over quickly and took a lot of effort to lift the metal door that was pressing on Li Shao, revealing the dying Li Shao inside. Li Shao stretched out his hand to Gao Bansheng tremblingly. Gao Bansheng grabbed his hand, thinking that Li Shao wanted him to help him up, but he only helped him halfway up. Li Shao said in a trembling voice beside Gao Bansheng's ear, Tell Bai Yi, I'm not a waste. After saying this, he tilted his head and fainted. Gao Bansheng was startled and shook repeatedly until he found that Li Shao was still breathing. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the tyrant who had been under siege had an obvious look of impatience on his face. Maybe it was because of Li Zhao's attitude that he was going to get serious. He clenched his fist towards the abandoned buildings around him, and they suddenly collapsed violently. The next moment, countless steel bars flew out from the building, covering the sky behind him. The rusty steel bars were woven into an airtight dome. The broken sections of the steel bars reflected cold light, and the sharp tips trembled slightly with the trembling of his eyelashes, like deadly arrows pulled by invisible threads. The tyrant waved his hand lightly, and a devastating disaster fell on everyone. Minghu and others were facing a formidable enemy. They kept dodging and fighting back, but the number of steel bars was too large. Damn it! Minghu's face became paler and paler. Excessive blood loss caused him to feel severely dizzy. If I hadn't been injured repeatedly, how could I not even be able to get close to him? In a trance, Minghu's right arm was pierced by steel bars. He groaned, but had no time to treat the wound. Dozens of steel bars whizzed towards him, but his mobility was impaired and he had no power to dodge. He tried his best to knock away more than a dozen steel bars, but his body was still pierced by the remaining ones. The chi and blood shield protecting his body had long been broken due to excessive consumption of chi and blood. Dark Tiger. The silver snake screamed and rushed towards the dark tiger quickly. Leave me alone, hurry up. Before he could even utter the word, escape, Minghu was stunned because the silver snake was not there to save him, but to use his body as a shield. The silver snake hid behind the dark tiger, held up his body with both hands, and then retreated quickly. All the incoming steel bars pierced Minghu's body. He looked furious and ferocious. You bitch! Ah! With the last scream, the dark tiger, which was pierced into a hedgehog by the steel bars, fell completely silent and died with his eyes open. Silver Snake finally escaped from the tyrant's vicinity. Looking at the tragically dead dark tiger, she wept bitterly. Brother Tiger, you risked your life to save me. Don't worry, I will definitely live well with your share. Dark Tiger, Chapter 102, Bai Yi. I have a plan to kill the tyrant. After a rain of steel bars, many people were killed or injured. They were forced to the edge of the cage, looking at the tyrant on the silver dragon with fear. Some frightened people even knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Have mercy! My lord tyrant, have mercy! I really don't have a Panga USB drive. Don't kill me. My lord tyrant, my hometown is also Floating Light City. We're still fellow villagers. Faced with the plea for mercy, Yang Jie's expression remained indifferent, with no joy or sadness in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. He raised his hand slightly, and the steel bars stuck in the ground trembled wildly. They were suddenly pulled out by an invisible force and rose into the air again, like swords of Damocles hanging in the air, pointing directly at everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. With tens of thousands of steel bars under the power of the tyrant, how many people present could survive? The courage they had finally mustered to face the tyrant disappeared completely in the face of absolute strength. Only fear spread like a tide, almost covering their mouths and noses, making it difficult to breathe. I'll give you one last minute to think about it. Hand over the Panga USB drive, and my promise will still stand. Otherwise, you will die. Yang Jie looked at everyone indifferently, as if he were a god who had the power of life and death. Bai Yi seriously suspected that Yang Jie was too lazy to search the bodies, so he forced everyone to hand them over. 15 minutes left. The Minghu bunch of rubbish only delayed for 5 minutes. It would take him 15 minutes to recover 1 minute of his divine power, but the tyrant didn't give him that much time. If he didn't get rid of the tyrant, he would probably die tragically in shelter 189 like everyone else. But how can we get rid of the tyrant in just 5 seconds? He is now at least 1,000 meters away from the tyrant. If he wants to get close, he not only has to cross the 1,000-meter distance within 5 seconds, but also has to climb onto the 100-meter-high silver dragon. Only then can he touch the tyrant on the dragon's head and kill it. To do all this in 5 seconds is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Damn, is it possible to just change my number? Bai Yi walked silently to Xiaotong. The night girl had a serious expression on her face, and her breathing was a little disordered. It was obvious that the previous battle had consumed a lot of energy. She noticed Bai Yi approaching from the corner of her eye, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Before he could speak, Bai Yi whispered, I have a plan to kill the tyrant. And Xiaodong was stunned. What plan? Actually, I am also a superhuman. My superhuman ability is a 1,000-fold musical performance in an instant. Bai Yi said nonsense. And Xiaotong. To put it simply, I can increase my speed, but this requires a very high physique, otherwise I won't be able to bear the burden of speed. Your physique is just right for me to use the 1,000-fold movement of a glimpse to its fullest potential. At that time, with the extreme speed, he will be able to break through the metal around Yang Jie. In other words, my ability, combined with your body, can kill the tyrant. In order to cover up the fact that time has stopped, Bai Yi is talking nonsense. After all, time standing still is too horrifying. But if it turns into increased speed, it will be much easier to accept. As for when time stops and people suddenly disappear, it can only be because your eyesight is not good enough and you can't keep up with my speed. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly, but what you just said was clearly the fleeting melody of thousands of fleeting moments. Bai Yi. Slip of the tongue. Don't worry about the details. Just say whether you agree or not. I agree. And Xiaodong agreed so decisively that Bai Yi thought she was teasing him. And Xiaotong explained, First, you are a good person. Damn, There's no end to the good guy cards, right? Second, I don't think you joke with your life. Third, I'm not surprised that you're a transcendent. I even suspected it a long time ago. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to the experimental base alone across the city. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Xiaodong to be so perceptive. Time was running out, and since Xiaodong agreed, he didn't waste any more time. He immediately took out the twin monkey statues, took half for himself, and gave the other half to Xiaodong. The two men held the monkey statue tightly, looked into each other's eyes, and waited. Result: nothing happened. What? Bai Yi was stunned. Was the posture wrong? Why couldn't he change it? He realized that the twin monkey statues might have hidden mechanisms of use that he was unaware of. It's over. Bai Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. Without Xiaodong's body, how could he fight against the tyrant? I'm trying to trick you monkeys. What on earth are these two damn monkeys made of? Why do they sometimes work and sometimes don't? He originally had an evil plan for eternal life using the twin monkey statues, but now it has also failed. At this time, Xiaodong handed over the other half of the monkey statue. She remained silent and did not show any frustration about the failed exchange. The pair of light brown eyes stared at Yang Jie closely, silently adjusting the surging blood and energy in his body. Obviously, he was ready to fight to the death. Bai Yi looked at the twin monkey statues in his hands, and he knew that his last path was blocked. If he had enough time, he could study the usage mechanism of the twin monkey statues, but unfortunately, there is no if. How can we delay the last 14 minutes? He glanced at the crowd and saw that the strongest people like He Qianjun were also injured. They looked fearful and did not dare to step forward. The dark tiger was stabbed like a hedgehog. Silver Snake was crying while holding the dark tiger. Li Xiao Feinta. Only Xiaodong was unharmed. Obviously, she was given special care by the tyrant. But being unharmed was useless, as in Xiaodong's strength was not enough to stop the tyrant. At this time, Yang Jie spoke. 1 minute is up. If you can't hand it over, then die. His palms slowly pressed down, and the steel bars suspended above everyone's heads began to tremble. Gao Banqing was extremely anxious and quickly shouted, "Wait a minute. My father is Gao Shana." This shout startled everyone, and even Yang Jie frowned. However, Yang Jie just frowned and continued to press down with one hand. Gao Banqing's face turned pale. It was over. Even his father Gao Shanhe was no use to him. Just when everyone was in despair, Bai Yi had already quietly walked to Li Zhao's side, ready to take off his mask and put it on himself. His idea was simple. Since there was no way to retreat, then just do it. Don't care about life or death. Just fight if you don't agree. This time he did not choose to let Li Yu stand in front of the stage while he hid behind the scenes. Because 5 seconds is not enough, he must find a way to delay time and get close to the tyrant in person in order to win with one blow. Chapter 103. 5 seconds is 5 seconds. I'll kill the 10 kings for you to see. For him, facing death was a wonderful feeling. When the countdown to death sounded, adrenaline surged through his body like boiling magma, and Bai Yi was trembling with excitement. In those dark eyes, there was a wildfire that could not be extinguished by death. It was the madness of tearing open a way to survive, even though one knew that he would die. It was the arrogance of trampling life and death underfoot. 5 seconds is just 5 seconds. I'll kill all 10 kings for you to see. At this moment, a silver-white figure stepped forward. When everyone was avoiding Yang Jie like the plague, and Xiaotong, wearing knight armor and holding a sword, walked out of the crowd. The slender sterling silver cross sword plowed a long mark on the ground, like the dragon slayer in the fairy tale who faces the dragon head-on. No one expected that this black knight from the silent court would be so courageous. Yang Jie's hand suddenly stopped. He looked at Xiaodong indifferently without saying a word. Clang! And Xiaodong raised the pure silver cross sword, pointing the tip of the sword directly at the tyrant, and the pure silver sword reflected the cold moonlight. Yang Jie curled his lips into a sneer. He always had a lot of patience for this woman. He wanted to see what this interesting woman was going to do. And Xiaodong was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The one who took the Panga USB drive must be the hidden rat. Let them go." Oh, Yang Jie Laogid Sartasti Chali. He did not ask and Xiaodong the basis for identifying the hidden rat. He only asked, "Why?" Just with the sword in my hand. Yang Jie Laogid again. This was probably the most he had ever laughed. "Woman, you are no match for me." And Xiaotong nodded calmly. "I am indeed no match for you, but I have my own methods." "What method?" The next second, and Xiaodong's action stunned everyone. She slowly raised the pure silver cross sword and placed it on her neck. Yang Jie's smile suddenly disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although I don't know why you always hold back on me. That's not important anymore. What's important is that I know you don't want me to die. The night girl said so. Woman, you're using my indulgence to threaten me? Huh? Yang Jie laughed in anger, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. A tyrant is never afraid of any threats. He aimed his hand at Xiaodong and clenched it hard, and steel bars fell from the sky like rain. Before Xiaodong could react, a steel bar suddenly flew out from the ruins beside her and launched a sneak attack from the side. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard, and the pure silver cross sword on Xiaodong's neck was hit by the steel bar and almost slipped out of her hand. A look of determination flashed in the girl's eyes, and she actually raised the pure silver cross sword and swung it at herself again, but it was too late. Dozens of swords fell like javelins, sticking to her armor. Bang, bang, bang. Steel bars fell from her arms, legs, and almost all movable joints. These steel bars did not hurt Xiaodong, but they firmly fixed her body. At this moment, she was like a puppet fixed to a wooden board by countless nails. She wanted to continue struggling, but Yang Jie exerted force again, and a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting was heard. The steel bars that restricted her body suddenly came alive and tied her up tightly like winding and twisted ropes. Let me go, and Xiaodong kept struggling. The terrifying blood and energy soaked through her armor, but she still couldn't break free from Yang Jie's power. Yang Jie waved his hand, and Xiaodong was directly flown up by the steel bars and landed on the dragon's head. Just watch quietly. After restricting Xiaodong's movements, Yang Jie no longer paid attention to her, but turned his gaze to everyone. Just as he was about to control the steel bars to kill everyone, a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. Because another person walked out of the crowd, but this time it was a man. Black hair, black clothes, black eyes, and black mask. Without saying a word, the man walked out of the crowd alone and went straight towards the tyrant. There was no unnecessary sound when he took steps, but the light sound of his soles rolling over gravel was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The blood dandelions floating in the sky fell from his side, as if in fear, and did not attack him at all. This strange sight surprised everyone, as if a person was walking in a snowstorm, but not a single snowflake fell on him. Not only that, even a manic pseudo-man did not launch any attack after seeing him, but stood there in a daze. How is this possible? The mutated scarlet virus dared to attack even the tyrant, but didn't dare to attack him. Who the hell is he? Black Mask? Is it Shadow Man Li Xiao? No, it's not Li Xiao. Although this guy is dressed similarly to Li Xiao, his body type is wrong. He is taller and thinner than Li Xiao. Gao Banqing recognized at a glance that this person was not Li Xiao. After all, Li Xiao was still unconscious and his body shape did not match. But why are this person's clothes and black mask exactly the same as Li Xiao's? He turned his head suspiciously and looked towards the place where Li Xiao was unconscious, his eyes almost popping out. A stripped naked man curled up on the ground, with only his underwear left. He was unconscious. Perhaps he felt cold, so he frowned and subconsciously curled up to keep warm. Although Gao Banqing had never seen Li Xiao's true appearance, he recognized at a glance that the person lying on the ground was the real Li Xiao. He subconsciously looked at Li Xiao's face and was stunned. Li Xiao was actually not bad looking, but there was a blue-black birthmark on his right cheek, which almost covered half of his face. So this is the reason why Li Xiao always wears a mask? He suddenly understood why Li Xiao developed this kind of character. The birthmark he was born with made Li Xiao feel inferior for a long time. Later, after he became a superhuman, this inferiority turned into extreme arrogance. Wait, Li Xiao is here. Who is that person wearing a black mask? Everyone's attention was drawn to the black-masked man. They didn't know what he was going to do, but in desperate situations, people always harbored fantasies. What if this man could defeat the tyrant? What if? The man with the black mask is naturally Bai Yi. The burning gazes of the hundreds of people behind him and Yang Jie's indifferent gaze made the corners of his mouth curl up into a smile. He suddenly began to like the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife. There are still 11 minutes until 12 o'clock, and he will use these last 11 minutes to perform a good show on the edge of the knife. The first scene of the good show, creating mystery. Whether he wears a black mask or uses the mutated scarlet virus's ability to not harm himself, It is all to make everyone think that he is a mysterious and powerful man. It is human nature to judge people by their appearance. If he appeared as a wasteland boy, his deterrent effect would definitely be greatly reduced. Of course, he had other considerations besides this. If he really killed the tyrant, he would surely become famous throughout the world, and fame often means trouble and a waste of time. The ability to stop time for 1 minute is like a poisonous snake with deadly toxins. As long as the conditions are sufficient, he can kill any large beast, but at the same time, any large beast can also kill him. As a venomous snake, the best way to attack is to hide yourself, hide in the dark, and deliver a fatal blow. It is conceivable that once the tyrant is killed, his bounty will exceed 1 billion. At that time, countless dangers will flock to him. What can be done even if he is as strong as the tyrant? There are still people who want to kill. Mr. Ying's sniper rifle is the best example. Maybe the tyrant can prevent sniper rifles, but he really can't. Chapter 104 Tyrant. You are not worthy of knowing my identity. What surprised Bai Yi was that Li Zhao's black mask was actually a taboo item. The forbidden item of Jiao level, black nether mask. When he put it on, he knew the name of the forbidden object. The forbidden object is a living thing. Although it cannot speak, it can actually communicate. It's just like your puppy. You don't understand the woof 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 sound, but when you see it scratching the door anxiously and turning in circles, you know it wants to go out to pee. Bai Yi didn't know what the conditions of accommodation were for the time being, but the faint desire for his face from the black nether mask gave him some guesses. He ignored the taboo and walked towards the tyrant without saying a word, just to get closer to the tyrant and save some time. Seeing that Bai Yi could make the mutant scarlet virus and the fake people hide, the tyrant's eyes became more and more amused. Interesting. Instead of running away, you had the audacity to come towards me. He slowly raised his hand, and the steel bars in the sky were ready to go. Bai Yi stopped and was now 700 meters away from the tyrant. But he knew he couldn't leave, otherwise the tyrant would definitely take action immediately. Act 2. Get the first bang. Under the gaze of everyone, Bai Yi stopped and recalled the feeling of calling himself a god when facing the Eye of Ember. He stood with his hands behind his back. The cool night breeze blew up the hem of his clothes, casting a swaying shadow at his feet. The edge of the black mask exuded a cold metallic luster, and only a pair of black, jade-like eyes penetrated the shadows, calmly gazing at the tyrant. Suddenly, a calm and low voice came from under the black mask. The Panga USB drive is not something you can touch. I can give you a chance to leave now. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. They even doubted their own ears. This calm and indifferent tone was just like the pity of a powerful person towards the weak. But he was facing the tyrant Yang Jie. Give Yang Jie a chance? Give one of the 10 kings, a tyrant, a chance to leave? The amusement in Yang Jie's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by a bone-chilling chill. So, it was you who took the Panga USB drive. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Bai Yi's eyes met Yang Jie's cold gaze in midair. The two looked at each other, one cold and domineering, the other calm and indifferent. In short, neither side took the other seriously. Yang Jie's lips curled up into a cold smile like a knife. It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Interesting. I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Bai Yi's mouth curled up slightly. He knew that the plan had been partially successful and the tyrant had taken the bait. A person like a tyrant is only interested in other strong people, and only the strong are qualified to talk to him. In response to this, Hakuno was even prepared to waste 2 seconds and easily dodge the tyrant's attack in order to enhance his image as a strong man. However, the tyrant is obviously more arrogant than imagined. That is the absolute confidence in his own strength and the confidence in controlling everything. This is the difference between people. If Li Yu were put in the position of a tyrant, Bai Yi would dare to conclude that when Li Yu saw a person who looked like a mysterious and powerful person appear, he would definitely take action without saying a word. If you can't take it down in one strike, just turn around and run away. When dealing with different strong people, you need to implement different strategies based on their personality. Dealing with a tyrant is actually very simple. You just need to be more arrogant than him. Bai Yi said calmly again, "You are not worthy of knowing my identity." In an instant, Yang Jie's aura suddenly changed, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. A terrifying pressure like a mountain enveloped the entire venue, causing everyone to tense up and sweat profusely. Bai Yi only felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin all over his body, and his whole body was completely enveloped by the tyrant's almost tangible murderous intent, as if he moved, he would be beheaded in the next second. However, the curve of his mouth became wider and wider. Act 3. Taking advantage of the situation. However, you and I just met once at the experimental base. Have you forgotten so quickly? Yang Jia, who was just about to take action, frowned slightly. He was sure that he had never seen the person in front of him before. Bai Yi smiled slightly, but then said something surprising. That's right. When we met at the experimental base, I didn't want to reveal my existence, so I deliberately erased your memory. That's right. He was borrowing the power of the divine object 039, Bai Zhe. What? Everyone was horrified. If what this person said was true, erasing the tyrant's memory would be a terrifying method. Yang Jies Froen Diapanet. Erase my memory? Bai Yi continued. I thought that with your strength, you might be able to detect my actions, but I didn't expect. Can't you even detect memory abnormalities? Tyrant. Yang Jia. In an instant, Yang Jia's pupils suddenly shrank into needle-like shapes. Just now, he used his immense mental power to frantically search his memory, but the result was... He was shocked to find that there was indeed something wrong with his memory, and part of it was lost. If losing his memory was shocking enough to shock him, what was even more shocking was that he hadn't even noticed he had lost his memory until the mysterious man reminded him. What kind of trick is this? He was shocked and angry, and his eyes, filled with solemnity, stared at Bai Yi as if he wanted to see through the black mask and see his true face. What have you done to my memory? Yang Jie shouted in a low voice. His words were tantamount to tacitly agreeing with Bai Ye's words. He Qianjun and others were shocked and looked at Bai Ye's back in horror, their scalps numbing. What this mysterious man said was actually true. He really did erase the tyrant's memory. The most terrifying thing is the tyrant didn't realize it until he was reminded. How is this possible? When did such a terrifying and powerful being appear in Beimei? Is it the other 10 kings? No. None of the 10 kings can erase memories. And even if someone could, it would be impossible to erase the memory of a tyrant who is also one of the 10 kings. On top of the silver dragon, and Xiao Tong, who was entangled in steel bars, was also shocked, but there was also a hint of doubt in her shock. Why does the mysterious man look familiar? It is normal for her to be familiar with Bai Yi. After all, no one knows Bai Ye's body better than her, and she has touched it before. She understood Hakuno, just as Hakuno understood her. Did you finally notice? Bai Ye's calm voice came from under the black mask. Don't worry, I just erased the memory of our meeting. I didn't do anything to your memory. He admitted that there was an element of gambling in his life, but he gambled right. When Bai Zhe targeted him before, only the tyrant could sense his existence. After Bai Zhe caught up with him, the tyrant could also see Bai Zhe, but was later affected by Bai Zhe's close distance. Therefore, Bai Yi guessed that even someone as powerful as the tyrant should be able to detect any abnormalities in his memory as long as he retrieved his memory after being away from Bai Zhe. Chapter 105, The Shock Tyrant. Yang Jia stared at the man in black. As one of the 10 kings, he would naturally not be scared by Bai Ye's words, even if the other party had indeed used some means to erase his memory. Maybe he can't defend against this strange method, but he can deal with a person who uses this method, pretending to be a god. I almost forgot. Bai Yi suddenly changed the subject. I think I left a little thing in your memory. I've swallowed too many memories in the past 100 years, so I often forget things. Don't be surprised. Yang Jiu Frowonet. Has he devoured too many memories over the past century? Is he constantly forgetting things this person's methods have never been heard of in Beimei? Could it be? You're from Shelter 189. Seeing that Yang Jia was successfully misled, Bai Yi knew that the fourth act, grafting, was completed. Bai Yi smiled slightly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, who are you? Who I am. Yang Jia inexplicably felt a chill that was terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Memory is the most important part of a person. It is no exaggeration to say that why you are you is determined by your past experiences, and it is memory that carries these experiences. When a person is born and given a name, it does not mean that you are that person, because there are many people with the same name, and some even look similar. So how do you, as a completely independent individual with a complete personality, differ from others? Nature depends on the differences in experience and memory. But when a person's memory is modified, are you still really you? What did you do? Yang Jie's tone became increasingly cold. Act 5. Walk into a trap. Let Yang Jie fall into the trap of memory himself. If you want to arouse the tyrant's suspicion and fear, then the changes must not be to unnecessary memories. For example, the dinner was supposed to be Kung Pao chicken, but it was changed to fish-flavored shredded pork. Must be a crucial memory. Bai Yi already had the answer to this question. He recalled his first meeting with Yang Jie as in Shaodong. The look that passed through Yang Jie's eyes at that time was not one of astonishment or lust, but rather, like a lake hit by a sudden rain, violent ripples appeared, and their eyes were filled with unbelievable expectations. But after seeing it clearly, it was like a candle being extinguished, leaving only thick melancholy and empty loss. At the time, Bai Yi felt strange. With Yang Jie's strength, what kind of woman could he not get? Even if in Shaodong was beautiful, it wouldn't make Yang Jie act like a brainless and domineering CEO. Looking back now, Yang Jie probably saw the shadow of his former white moonlight in Shaodong. With Yang Jie's domineering personality, he would never be so melancholy if this white moonlight was still alive. Even if she was married, Yang Jie would definitely take her back. So it can be inferred that Bai Yue Guang should be dead. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi said calmly, I saw a long-dead woman in your memory, a woman who was somewhat similar to the Black Knight. Upon hearing this, Yang Jie was shocked both physically and mentally. All hits. A long-buried name uncontrollably surged into Yang Jie's mind. That was the most important person in his memory, but also the memory he was most reluctant to recall. His knuckles tightened subconsciously, and memories washed over the scabbed wounds like a tide, exposing the softest and most fragile flesh in his heart from the torn scars. What did you do to her? Bloodshot appeared in Yang Jie's eyes, and his expression was angry and ferocious. Faced with Yang Jie's anger, Bai Yi was not at all panicked because he had complete control of the situation. I don't like bland stories, so I changed the ending especially for you and her. The calm words were like a stone thrown into a lake, causing Yang Jie's thoughts to become turbulent. Change the ending. Change the ending. Memories came flooding back. A familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. It was his teacher, a killer who always had a cold face. He was raised by his teacher. There were more than a dozen orphans like him. He could no longer remember many of them because they were all dead. The teacher is a member of a killer organization, and adopting orphans is just to cultivate fresh blood for the organization. But even so, Yang Jie always respected his teacher in his heart, and even regarded him as his father, until one day when he grew up and the image of this father completely collapsed. Life in the killer organization was cruel, so cruel that among the dozen or so children, only he and Tang Duo survived. When he was 18, his teacher held a graduation banquet for him and Tang Duo, which meant that they could become real killers and complete the organization's tasks independently. Yang Jie clearly remembered that day. The farewell banquet was very simple. In their training base, the teacher prepared two signature dishes, a plate of stir-fried meat with shredded potatoes, a plate of pickled cabbage, and a pound of white wine bought from outside. That was his first time drinking alcohol because the teacher said that a killer must always keep his mind clear. But today is your apprenticeship day, so you can make an exception. That day, Yang Jie got drunk after drinking only one glass of wine, but he was very happy because he had finally grown up and could be free from the teacher's supervision and be with Tang Duo. In addition to abstaining from alcohol, the killer also abstains from love. The teacher said that a killer cannot have emotions, because if he has emotions, his hands holding the gun will shake. So he had been suppressing his emotions, but after this day, he could finally stop suppressing them. Perhaps it was because his physical fitness was naturally superior to that of ordinary people, or perhaps the dosage of the drug in the wine was not enough. But in a state of half asleep and half awake state, he heard Tang Duo's cries and the teacher's voice. Only this time, the teacher's voice was no longer cold, but full of lust. The teacher is teaching Tang Duo, teaching her the last lesson before she becomes a disciple. The teacher said that the easiest place for a female killer to succeed is always in bed. So you must learn all the skills to seduce a man into bed. In this way, the teacher taught Tang Duo everything he knew, while he was sleeping soundly and felt as if he had had a nightmare. It was a really long nightmare. Later, he woke up from his dream. Tang Duo seemed to have become a different person. In the past, no matter how cruel the training she went through, she would always smile and comfort her companions, saying that everything would be fine when she grew up. When she grew up, Tang Duo has indeed grown up, to the point of being a complete stranger. She became the best killer in the organization and was able to complete the mission every time, but it was obvious that her strength was not as good as mine. From then on, Yang Jie fell in love with drinking until one day his teacher died. Tang Duo killed him. Chapter 106 now finally piqued my interest. That night, Tang Duo and he drank a lot of wine, and neither of them said a word. The next day, Tang Duo also died. He killed her. Tang Duo said, I don't want to die at the hands of those people in the organization. I hope the person who ends my life in the end is you. Tang Duo's death brought about his awakening and the emergence of a ruthless, violent, and world-renowned tyrant, Yang Jie. The mysterious man's words made Yang Jie fall into past memories. These were the most important memories in his life, but now the mysterious man said that he had tampered with these important memories. Anger instantly filled my chest, but while Yang Jie was furious, he also felt a sense of inexplicable fear. He wasn't afraid of the mysterious man's methods, but rather that his hatred was fake. A trace of unrealistic fantasy even emerged in his heart. Could it be that my current memory is false? In fact, the teacher has always been very good to him and Tang Duo. Perhaps the teacher died while on a mission, and so did Tang Duo. That's right, we were raised by teachers. How could they hurt us? The mysterious man said he didn't like bland stories, so the teacher and Tang Duo's deaths while on a mission were bland to him. So he added even more drama to my memory. Perhaps the real ending was that they completed a life-threatening mission together, a mission that caused him to lose the two people closest to him and also led to his awakening. If that were true, it would be great. At least, the teacher and Tang Duo never killed each other. They were happy until the moment of their death. They were a family. Humans are such pathetic and ridiculous creatures, even someone as powerful as the tyrant Yang Jie. When faced with unacceptable facts, people will subconsciously use trembling and humble fantasies to numb themselves as much as possible, even if the fantasy sounds so ridiculous. Yang Jie lost his composure. This was the second time he lost his composure since Tang Duo's death. The first time was when he saw the true appearance of the Black Knight. The woman was 3/4 similar to Tang Duo, but just 3/4 of the similarity made him panic. He thought he had frozen his heart well, but when the figure buried deep in his memory came to mind, only death can stop the warmth and pain in my heart. What is the real ending in my memory? There was a hint of trembling in Yang Jie's voice. At this moment, he really wanted to get the answer he had always fantasized about from Bai Yi. He did not doubt Bai Ye's words, because part of his memory had indeed been erased before, which proved that the mysterious man did have the means to manipulate memory, and the mysterious man said that Tang Duo was somewhat similar to the Black Knight. Tang Duo has been dead for many years. Apart from being able to see her in his memory, where else can he see her? He was unwilling to doubt it, and even hoped very much that what the mysterious man said was true. Beneath the black mask, Bai Yi frowned slightly. What did the tyrant recall? What kind of memory killing was so powerful? Although he used all the information almost perfectly, he could not guess the story buried deep in the tyrant's heart. Why did the tyrant's tone seem to carry a hint of anticipation? Could it be that having one's memory altered was something worth looking forward to? On second thought, Bai Yi probably guessed what Yang Jie was thinking. Who would wish that their memory was false? It must be someone with a past that is too painful to look back on, someone with tragic memories. He didn't know what Yang Jie's unbearable memories were, so he could only say something that could be applied widely as much as possible. For example, does it matter what the ending is? Memories can be false, but love is real. Yang Jie's whole body trembled, and an unknown light seemed to emerge in his eyes. This is the answer he has always wanted. No matter what happened, it has disappeared with the wind, and it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that everything can be fake, but his love for Tang Duo is real. At this moment, Yang Jie took the initiative to apply Bai Ye's universal formula. After getting the answer, Yang Jie suddenly laughed. It was no longer a cold smile, but a long-lost ease, as if a heavy shackle had been lifted from his body. You're right, memories can be false, but love is real. He seemed to have achieved some kind of sublimation, and a terrifying mental force burst out from his body. The metal of the entire city seemed to sense the presence of the king, and it began to vibrate continuously, making sharp explosions. 10,000 golds ringing. It was as if witnessing the tyrant ascending the metal throne step by step, and witnessing him being crowned king. What the hell? What the hell? There is no breakthrough at the last minute. Bai was stunned and almost couldn't hold it in. He was planning to open the champagne at halftime, but he went straight to the last scene. No more pretending. I'm going to reveal my cards. I am the god of the new era. But after all my calculations, I never expected it to unfold like this. No, buddy, you're the one destined for the future, right? You've come to your senses so quickly, after being talked into a few words, shouting about love and affection. He suddenly broke through at the critical moment. You're making me look like a villain. Bai never expected that he, who wanted to make up a few nonsense to delay time, would actually help the enemy. It's not even 12 o'clock yet, and the tyrant has already broken through. Who can I turn to for justice? I've always said that all transcendents are psychos. Li Xiao started fighting desperately after drinking 2 bowls of poisonous chicken soup, and Tyrant started breaking through after hearing a few words of deception. Psychos really can't help but be stimulated. Everyone present felt the Tyrant's terrifying power that had increased again, and their eyes were filled with horror. They couldn't beat the Tyrant originally, but who would have thought that in just a few words, he became even stronger? Bai was not enjoying the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife now, because he felt that the Tyrant was stabbing him with the tip of the knife. Why isn't it 12 o'clock yet? Now that things have come to this, I can only continue pretending. Bai, who was standing with his hands behind his back, chuckled softly. You finally piqued my interest now. Everyone was in an uproar. From what the mysterious man said, was it intentional? Did he deliberately give Yang Jie some advice, because he thought the previous Yang Jie was too weak and had no interest in taking action? Who was this person with the black mask? How could one sentence help Yang Jie break through? Disliking the Tyrant's weakness, he went out of his way to guide and assist the enemy. This is the spirit of a top-tier warrior. Yang Jie's eyes were as calm as water, and his previous emotional fluctuations seemed to have completely disappeared. He once again became a tyrant who ruled the world. I don't know who you are, but your words really helped me. In return, I will do my best. In Yang Jie's opinion, the greatest respect for a strong man is to fight with all your strength and with the determination to kill the opponent. Any hesitation, leniency, or mercy is an insult to the strong. Remember to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu. Don't be like Bai Yi, who forgot his roots and forgot his old love when he had a new one. Chapter 107 Iron Flow Sky Puppet. Damn it. The part about repaying kindness with enmity has made you understand the whole story, and Bai Yi is so angry that his teeth are itching. It was like this when he rescued Yang Jie at the experimental base before, and it is like this again now when he is guiding Yang Jie to break through. How can a person be so heartless? Bai Yi wanted to say a few more words and chat with the tyrant, but after the breakthrough, the tyrant was obviously more eager to fight and actually took action. Blade Prison. Yang Jie suddenly tightened his 5 fingers, and the surrounding metal instantly collapsed, with steel bars, iron filings, and metal fragments suspended in the air. Under the cover of the majestic mental power, it turned into a 100-meter-high silver tornado and rotated at high speed. Countless tiny metal blades cut through the air, making sharp screams. Wherever they passed, buildings collapsed and rubble turned into powder. A terrifying silver metal storm carrying the breath of death rushed towards Bai Yi. This was the first time that Yang Jie had used the moves he developed based on his extraordinary abilities since fighting in Black Mountain. Before, even when facing a crowd of people besieging him, he simply manipulated the metal and carried out the most basic offense and defense. This shows how much he values Bai Yi. However, Hakuno did not want this kind of attention. The silver metal storm continued to grow in his eyes, and the tiny sharp metal auras cut his whole body, causing stings. He did not check the time, as he knew that the time must not have come because the time in his soul had not increased. He had never felt that time was so long. Bai Yi is now in a panic, but in the eyes of everyone, is a different scene. Facing the blade hellstorm that was powerful enough to tear everything apart, this mysterious man still stood with his hands behind his back. His robes rustled in the strong wind, but could not blow away the demeanor of a powerful man who looked down on the world. Obviously, the mysterious man was as small as an ant in front of the 100-meter storm, but in the eyes of everyone, it seemed like the opposite. Time stands still. Buzz. A brilliant golden light rose from Baiye's feet. Regarded by everyone as an unrivaled powerhouse, he quickly ran out of the Blade Prison's coverage, then quickly stood with his head held high and chest puffed out, his hands behind his back, maintaining the posture of a strong man. This took 2 seconds, Now, he only has 3 seconds left. He did not use the last time to rush forward and kill Yang Jie because it was not enough. He could only delay for a while and wait for 12 o'clock. Time to recover. Yang Jie's eyes suddenly focused, staring at the open space on the other side. The calm and graceful figure was reflected in his eyes. A black robe as thick as ink fluttered in the wind, and even the corners of his clothes were not dirty when facing the blade prison. What a fast speed. Teleport? With his strength, he couldn't even see how the other party avoided the blade prison. He Qianjun and others could not see anything at all. They only saw that when the devastating blade prison attacked, the mysterious figure disappeared out of thin air and appeared directly on the other side. It's powerful enough, but what's the point if it can't hit anyone? Bai Yu was like an elder practicing with his junior. Not only was he in no hurry to attack, but he also started commenting. People who don't know the situation think he is terrifyingly strong, but only he knows that he is just stalling for time. However, Yang Jie seemed to be aroused by the desire to fight and attacked again without any nonsense. He clasped his hands together and whispered, "Iron Flow Sky Puppet." Bai Ye's nerves instantly became extremely tense. Facing such a strong man, he was afraid that he would be killed instantly if he didn't have time to react. But the next second, he realized something was wrong because Yang Jie did not attack. Under the control of the vast mental power, the ground suddenly shook and all metal objects within a radius of 100 meters emitted a buzzing resonance. The lampposts twisted into liquid silver streams. The car steel plates peeled off like pieces of paper, and even the metal dust suspended in the air was pulled by an invisible force and turned into a silver-gray hurricane. A dark blue arc of electricity burst out from Yang Jie's body. It was not lightning, but the embodiment of his extraordinary ability. Under the action of the electric arc, all the metals, including the silver dragon under his feet, began to decompose. Thousands of metal particles swirled wildly around him, outlining the outline of a metal skeleton in the air. Broken. This is a transformed humanoid Gundam. Bai Yi realized that he was in trouble. It must be that Yang Jie saw his ability to appear and disappear at will, so he did not attack rashly. Instead, he chose to create an absolute defense first to prevent himself from suddenly running behind him and attacking him. After all, he is a strong man at the level of 10 kings, and he knows how to use his brain in battle. Gears and steel beams connected themselves with a roar, and liquid metal filled the gaps like a waterfall. Endless dark blue electric currents flickered on the surface of the armor. When the giant metal head finally closed its eyes, a 100-meter-high steel statue fell to the ground with a loud bang. The whole city seemed to tremble under its feet. This is the tyrant's killer move, Iron Flow Sky Puppet. There is a reason why the tyrant can become one of the 10 kings. Even the 12 zodiac animals know that they can use a sniper rifle to attack his fragile body from a long distance. It is impossible for him not to know this. So he developed the Iron Flow Sky Puppet that could perfectly defend himself. An iron giant that combines offense and defense. Now, there's one bad news and one even worse news before Hakuno. The bad news is, after all his constant pretense, the time hasn't come yet. The worst news is that even if you get there, it will be useless, because Yang Jie completely wrapped himself in the torrent of steel, facing such a steel monster. Even if he could stay still for one more minute, he would not be able to kill Yang Jie's real body from the 100-meter steel giant. Mr. Yuing's Black Dragon M300 is also not a good option. First of all, it is useless to shoot in the time-stop state, as the bullet will be stopped once it leaves the muzzle. Secondly, the gun could not break through the defense of Tailu Tiangui at all, because Tailu Tiangui was made of an alloy from the experimental base, which was an alloy from the last era. This can't be the case. How can a fight be like this? Shouldn't you test my moves, I test yours, and then you keep acting arrogant, only to be killed instantly by me? No, that pretentiousness that only the 10 kings had. You're a 10 king, and you're still on the defensive. The crowd watching was also stunned. They had thought that Yang Jie was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. If Yang Jie had used Blade Prison and Iron Flow Sky Puppet from the beginning, they would have all been killed long ago. However, when they saw the mysterious black-robed figure in the field, they felt relieved. This mysterious and powerful being would surely win, right? He could modify Yang Jie's memories at will and help him achieve a breakthrough with a single word. How could such a terrifying being possibly lose? They stared at Bai Ye's unfathomable back with full anticipation. placing all their hopes of survival on him. What else could Bai Yi do? If you want to be better than others, you have to finish it even if you cry. A light laugh emanated from beneath the black mask. It's almost time for this farce to end. Chapter 108, Tyrant Yang Jie. I would like to call you the strongest. Farce. Bai Ye's words made Yang Jie in Tailu, Tian Kuei, feel a sense of crisis. Yi Qianjun and others were stunned. The tyrant displayed such terrifying power, but was it just a farce in his eyes? I admit that your methods are mysterious and far surpass those of all the extraordinary people I have ever seen, but it may not be that easy to defeat me. Yang Jie's solemn voice came from the steel giant. It can be seen how successful Bai Ye's pretending was. Even the tyrant was afraid of him. However, what the tyrant said was different from what Bai Yi imagined. In this situation, no one could say anything. I, the tyrant Yang Jie, am willing to call you the strongest? Okay, since you don't want to say it, then I will say it. Tyrant Yang Jie, in this era, you are truly at the pinnacle of our times. I would like to call you the strongest. There was a hint of relief in Bai Ye's calm voice, like an elder seeing a younger generation doing well. But he suddenly changed the subject, his relief mixed with a hint of regret. It's only limited to this era. The limitations of the times have constrained you, preventing you from seeing the true scenery at the top. The pinnacle? It's really exciting. Inside the Tailu Tiankue, there was no fear in Yang Jie's eyes. Instead, he felt his blood boiling for the first time in a long time. That was the high fighting spirit he had when facing powerful enemies before he became one of the 10 kings. He was able to become one of the 10 kings not by suppressing others with force, but by defeating the strong with the weak countless times, fighting his way through step by step. At this moment, facing the powerful pressure brought by the mysterious man, his blood, which had long cooled down, began to boil again. Yang Jie is already angry, but Bai Yi is still pretending. You have a good fighting spirit. I hope you can make me happy for a while. Today. Time is up. Feeling the fluctuations of time in his soul, Bai Yi, who is already at a loss for words, immediately changed his words. Today, I can give you a chance to say your last words. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he walked towards the steel giant leisurely, with a calm pace. His tiny figure confronted the huge monster, but revealed a shocking strength and indifference. But out of the corner of his eye he glanced at Xiaodong, who was tied up beside him. Even if time is restored, he is still dragging it out. Take as many steps as you can to avoid having to wait until time stops before getting closer. After all, time is life, and those who waste time will eventually have time wasted. The tyrant had no last words. His response was a fist of steel that fell from the sky. Suddenly, the huge steel giant moved. Every step it took was enough to shake the earth, and the already broken ground was trampled into cracks. Rumble. The roar of the steel giant was deafening, and with all its might, it launched a final charge towards Bai Yi, the mysterious and powerful man of the old times. The air suddenly tore apart, and 100 meters above the sky, the steel giant's right arm rose up with a bang, and dazzling blue electricity burst out from its mechanical joints. Iron fists made of countless melted metals fell from the sky, shattering the clouds and swooping down with the force of thunder. It was like a skyscraper falling from the sky, carrying with it an impact force of millions of tons. Visible air vortexes were formed wherever it passed, and the air was torn into sonic boom clouds with an astonishing momentum. Before the giant fist arrived, the wind pressure had already rolled the sand and dust within a radius of dozens of feet into spirals. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they ran away from the tyrant like crazy for fear of being killed by the aftermath. Some people hid directly in the gaps of the ruins, while others climbed up the ruins with all their might. Boom strapje! The eardrum-shattering roar resounded throughout the world. The ground sagged wildly under the heavy pressure, and cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern with the landing point as the center. The bottomless crack extended all the way to the feet of the crowd. They dodged in panic, fearing that they would accidentally fall into the crack. Smoke and dust mixed with hot metal steam rushed straight into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud that covered the sky and the sun. Everyone was terrified, staring blankly at the smoke and clouds in the sky. But Bai Yi, who was at the center of the storm, disappeared. He suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if he had never existed. No one knew where he went. They only saw the iron fist crash to the ground. Time stands still. Bai Yi roared in his heart. The god who had been patient for a long time finally unleashed his mighty divine power without reservation. The gilded lines spread wildly from the ground beneath his feet like a living thing, turning into a giant golden dial with a diameter of 100 meters. The dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, as if a scorching sun was rising from the ground. The sound of 12 gears meshing together announced the sound of midnight, and time completely froze at this moment. In an instant, heaven and earth were in dead silence. The sky was filled with blood dandelions, the panicked crowd, the 100-meter-high steel giant. Everything was locked in a vortex of golden light. The originally noisy battlefield was instantly reduced to a silent sculpture museum. Only the rustling of the young man's inky black clothes became the only movement in this stagnant time and space. When time stood still, the mysterious and powerful man in everyone's eyes moved. He ran as fast as he could, like a runner sprinting towards the finish line in a race. Whoosh! Bai Yi passed under the feet of the steel giant and rushed straight to the statue-like in Xiaotong. The girl's frozen face looked like a butterfly sealed in amber, with a few strands of messy hair sticking to her face like frozen ink marks. Her slightly parted lips revealed the shock in the girl's heart. Looking at Xiaodong, who was tied up by steel bars, Bai Yi reached out and grabbed her without saying a word. Here you go. He snatched the pure silver cross sword from Xiaodong's hand. Now the tyrant is hiding in the iron colossus, and the only means to break through his defense is the pure silver cross sword. Bai Yi clearly remembered how the pure silver cross sword cut through the alloy outer wall of the experimental base. In theory, the pure silver cross sword is the result of Xiaodong's extraordinary ability, and it requires continuous maintenance of mental power. Otherwise, it will turn into nothingness. However, when time is still, this trouble is avoided. With the artifact in hand, Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all, turned around, and rushed towards the steel giant. His target was the head of the iron giant. Just now, when Yang Jie used the iron flow sky puppet, he saw clearly that Yang Jie's real body was hidden in the head. Now, he only needs to climb up the iron colossus to slay the tyrant with his sword. Anyone who has ever rock climbed knows how difficult it is to scale a 100-meter mountain with bare hands. If the mountains are not obvious enough, then skyscrapers will be much more intuitive. Bai Yi's tiny figure hung on the legs of the steel giant like a thigh pendant. He was exerting all his strength to climb up continuously, like a person who was doing extreme sports, challenging a 100-meter skyscraper with his bare hands. Fortunately, his physical fitness has been enhanced by Breath of Skeleton and the mutated Scarlet virus, and has long surpassed the limits of normal humans. It is not obvious in the Black Mountain where many strong people gather, but if he were placed in the wasteland, he would be able to take charge of a town alone. Chapter 109: The Death of Tyrant. As time passed, Bai Yi's heart began to bleed. Only those who are really in urgent need of time to solve problems will know how fast time flies. It feels like when you're on an exam and there are 10 minutes left and you still have your final essay to write. Under the fixed gazes of the crowd, this mysterious and powerful man, whom even tyrants feared, climbed onto the head of the steel giant step by step with his but sticking out in a very unruly manner. Although the posture is not elegant, the speed is definitely not slow. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise Bai Yi would be too embarrassed to face people in the future. Call. Amidst heavy breathing, Bai Yi's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he swung his sword vigorously. Swish, swish, swish. The head of the steel giant was cut in half by the pure silver cross sword, just like cutting tofu. Death to the tyrant. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. There was actually a small metal head inside the metal head. Swish, swish, swish. The small metal skull was cut open, revealing an even smaller metal skull inside. Fuck you, tyrant. Are you playing nesting dolls with me? Feeling the time passing rapidly, the exasperated Bai Yi swung his sword fiercely, peeling off his heart layer by layer like peeling an onion. When he peeled off the last layer, he finally saw the scarlet figure at the deepest part. At this time, Yang Jie's body was covered with scarlet blood, wrapping him tightly. Bai Yi was so angry that he laughed. So many layers of steel protection were not enough, and he actually had qi and blood to protect his body. Now he finally understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. Even a tyrant who seems arrogant and conceited will be incredibly cautious once he gets serious. His previous arrogance was simply because he had never met an opponent worthy of his full effort. Tyrant Yang Jie is quite a character. Bai didn't hesitate at all and attacked boldly. His bony hands suddenly clenched the pure silver cross sword, and the sharp blade cut through the air, cutting through the tyrant's protective blood and throat. Just like the tyrant's idea, the greatest respect for a strong person is to fight with all your strength and the determination to kill the opponent. Any hesitation, leniency, or mercy is an insult to the strong. Bai was slightly stunned when he felt the slight stagnation coming from the pure silver cross sword. He realized that the tyrant was definitely not as fragile as the legend said. On the contrary, the tyrant had a very strong physique. The pure silver cross sword had no sense of stagnation when facing steel, but when the sword cut through the tyrant and his blood and chi protecting his body, there was a slight sense of stagnation, which was simply incredible. People always think that a tyrant's weakness is his fragile body, but they don't know that it is because no one can break through his extraordinary abilities and force him to use his strong physique. His physique was completely obscured by the light emitted by the powerful supernatural power. From this, it can be seen that even if Mr. Ing did not deal with him himself, he would definitely not be able to kill the tyrant. At most, he could only injure the tyrant. Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but feel relieved. Mr. Ing, although it seems that I killed you, I actually saved your life. Otherwise, if you really fire that shot, you will face an angry tyrant and will definitely die. Thanks to me killing you in advance, I saved you from the tyrant in disguise. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I have accumulated good deeds again. That's great. While feeling relieved, Bai also felt a little fortunate that he had borrowed in Xiaodong's pure silver cross sword. Without this indestructible divine weapon, with his strength, he would not be able to kill the tyrant at all, and could not even break the protective chi and blood. Perhaps Mr. Ying's sniper rifle could work, and maybe shooting him in the face could succeed, but the sniper rifle is too heavy. If he carries it on his back, I don't know how much time will be wasted. After dealing with the tyrant, Bai did not leave immediately, but picked up the black obelisk in the tyrant's arms. Although the black obelisk is not a Pangi USB flash drive, it is at least somewhat useful as a carrier of the Pangi USB flash drive. It would be a shame not to take it. But the moment he touched the black obelisk, something unexpected happened. This is... Bai's eyes were filled with horror, as if he had witnessed an extremely incredible scene. Due to time constraints, he had no time to think and hurriedly slid down from the steel giant. Ouch! He slid so fast that Bai sprained his ankle when he landed. He limped to Xiaodong's side, stuffed the pure silver cross sword into his hand, and then hurried back to his original place to start posing. He quickly brushed off the dust on his body, straightened his hair, straightened his back, and stood with his hand behind his back. Time to recover. From everyone's perspective, everything Bai did not exist in their time. They only saw the steel giant punching, the earth shattering, smoke and dust rising, and a mysterious strong man disappeared. After a long time, when the smoke settled, the huge body of the steel giant emerged. It was still half kneeling on the ground, punching the ground with its fists. In front of him, the black-robed figure stood with his hands behind his back, as if accepting a kneeling worship. What the hell just happened? Tyrant, why isn't he moving? Could it be that the mysterious strong man won? But I didn't see him make a move at all. Countless questions flashed through everyone's minds. At this moment, the figure standing with his hands behind his back slowly said, "Is this all there is to it? Tirant Yangjia." As he finished speaking, a scene that everyone would never forget was engraved in their eyes. The iron sky puppet, which was gleaming with silvery white light under the moonlight and was formed by the tyrant's extraordinary power, began to crumble. Crackle, clackle. Thousands of metal fragments splashed like star rain, and a silvery white metal waterfall poured down from a height of 100 meters. It shone with a cold light under the refraction of the moonlight, and intertwined with the smoke and dust rising from the ground to form a strange mist. What collapsed along with it was everyone's mind and the reputation of the invincible 10 Kings. Bang! The huge silver-white metal head rolled down and landed at Bai's feet. And on top of that head lay the dying tyrant Yang Jie. Yang Jie's face was as pale as paper, and there was a scar on his neck that was almost cut off at the root, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. The scarlet armor on his body was soaked through, making it look even scarier. His eyes began to blur, becoming empty and cold, with Bai's shadow reflected in them. Is this the world's most unparalleled grace? I witnessed it. Ha! This tyrant who dominated the world was laughing before he died. Before he died, he used up his last bit of strength to turn his head, and then Xiaodong's figure came into his sight. Moonlight streamed along his dilated pupils. In a trance, the chirping of cicadas in the training ground, penetrating more than a decade of time, rang in his ears. In the midsummer of that year, Tang Duo had a crooked ponytail, and sweat was running down her jawline into the collar of her training suit, but she stubbornly stuffed the last bottle of water into him. Yang Jia, you took last place in the marksmanship test again, idiot. Come on, shoot, I'll teach you. Yang Jia felt a slight itch on the tip of his nose. It was the itch left by the tips of Tang Duo's hair when she turned around. He took the warm gun and looked up again, only to see Tang Duo covered in blood after killing her teacher. Tang Duo held his hand. There was no smile on her pale face, only indifference. Come on, shoot. I taught you. Bang. The tyrant's life ended with a roar of bullets. Yang Jia's life also ended. Quiet. Deathly silence. If it weren't for the invasion of the scarlet virus, He Qianjun and others would probably still be immersed in the shock of the tyrant's death. It was shocking that someone could kill a tyrant, but what shocked them even more was that until the tyrant died, they did not see how the tyrant died. We can't even see how the mysterious man makes his move. Chapter 1:10 Mysterious Obelisk. Among all the people in the audience, perhaps only in Xiaodong is closest to the truth. She was also shocked, but after being shocked, she looked at the pure silver cross sword in her hand with confusion. That touch of warmth coming from the hilt of the sword. Is it an illusion? At this time, Bai Yi turned around, and a mask made of black metal came into everyone's sight. Although he did not have any terrifying power, he scared everyone so much that they forgot to breathe. I don't like crowds. A calm voice came from under the black mask, like a decree from God, waking everyone up. After all, the older He Qianjun understood the situation and quickly bowed, saying carefully, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. We will leave now." Others also reacted and said they would leave immediately. Some are more exaggerated and even kneel on the ground, expressing gratitude with tears in their eyes, expressing the grace of rebirth. Some people are sincerely grateful, but others want to show off and get closer to the mysterious and powerful person. Amidst everyone's endless thanks, the mysterious man in black robe disappeared silently on the spot. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Some wanted to say something, but were held back by their companions. "Hurry up. Didn't you hear what that adult said? If you want to die, don't drag me along." Many people rushed towards the exit that was blocked by metal debris. They frantically dug out the debris, fearing that if they left a second late, they would anger the mysterious strong man. There were also some people whose eyes flickered, and greed appeared in their eyes when they passed by Yang Jie's body. They clearly remembered that Yang Jie brought out a black obelisk from the experimental base. Even if that thing was not as good as the Panga USB flash drive, it was definitely a good treasure. But when they glanced over, they didn't see the black obelisk. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and inexplicably frightened. It must be that adult who took the black obelisk. When they thought it was related to that adult, they were so scared that they crawled towards the exit. "Brother Yi, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you?" Liu looked at Bai Yi in confusion. He vaguely remembered that Bai Yi seemed to have disappeared at the beginning. As for what happened later, he didn't pay attention to it because the scene was too horrifying and explosive. Now that he saw Bai Yi reappear, he remembered this question. "Pee. You can pee at this time." Bai Yi casually wiped Li Yu's shoulder with his hand, which made him feel disgusted. Amidst the laughter, Bai Yi's eyes showed strange colors. He lowered his head to look at himself. His clothes were tattered and several parts of his chest were exposed. He looked no different from before, but he knew it was different. The black obelisk merged into his body. What the hell is that? Thinking back to what he saw when he killed Yang Jie, he still finds it unbelievable. Although time was clearly still, something strange happened the moment he touched the black obelisk. The black obelisk, like a lit black candle, quickly melted into a pool of black substance. Immediately afterwards, black matter surged up and countless branches grew out from it. In an instant, it turned into a towering black tree, its branches seeming to extend infinitely, covering the sky and extending into the void. At that moment, all Bai Yi could see was the towering black tree. He was startled. It was as if he was the only person who could move in a moment of still time, and suddenly saw another lively person, with a slight sense of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. What surprised him even more was what happened next. This towering black tree seemed to be able to grow infinitely like the Big Bang. When looking directly at it, the retina seemed to be suddenly torn into countless pieces. Although the human, I can only see one side of the black tree. Bai Yi saw all its sides, even all its branches. The black tree is constantly changing, like a crushed black galaxy, shattered, reassembled, and shattered again, its surface simultaneously presenting two contradictory states of completeness and fragmentation. And every time it grows, it goes against the logic of growth. The branches extending to the left will appear out of thin air on the right, mysteriously. Looking at the infinitely growing black tree, Bai Yi even had an absurd thought. If it continues to grow like this, it will probably cover the entire world, right? As a result, as his mind moved, the black water that covered the sky and the sun shrank instantly and turned into a pool of black substance again, and then flowed into his body through his palm. He didn't have time to think about it at that time, because time was running out. Then he got down from the Iron Giant and started posing. After shocking everyone, he used the time stop technique again, used the dark nether mask, threw Li Xiao's clothes into a random ruin, and returned to the crowd. He couldn't possibly waste time helping Li Xiao put on his clothes again. After all, Li Xiao was a transcendent and wouldn't get cold easily. "Brother Yi, let's go quickly." Li Yu's urging voice interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. Bai Yi looked up and found that the metal debris at the exit had been cleared away by everyone. They ran out one by one as if they were running for their lives. Gao Bancheng also ran with Li Xiao on his back, step by step, while Xiao Kuei held his hands in front of his chest, raised his head, and urged him from behind, kicking him from time to time. Without the constraints of Yang Jie's abilities, and Xiaodong also untied the steel bars on his body and walked towards the outside world. Bai Yi followed everyone away and shuttled through the dark passage. He was a little absent-minded and still thinking about the black substance. That towering black tree that can grow infinitely while time stands still. His intuition told him that the black substance was something very important, perhaps even more important than the Panga USB flash drive. Well, actually, you don't need intuition. Even a fool can see that black matter is important. After a long time, a ray of silver moonlight caught Bai Ye's eyes. He came to his senses and realized that he had left Shelter 189 and returned to the outside world. A silver moon hangs high above the Black Mountain. It is not full and doesn't even look as beautiful as the moon in Shelter 189, but it is more real. He Qianjun and others went down the mountain without looking back. Everyone was fleeing from Black Mountain because they were still immersed in Bai Ye's influence, because Bai Yi said he didn't like crowds. They didn't know how far the mysterious man wanted them to go. They only knew that the farther the better. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The forces behind these powerful people from all over Beimang are complicated. Such a big thing has happened in Heishan, and they will definitely pass the news back. It is conceivable that tomorrow, the news that a mysterious man killed the tyrant Yang Jie in seconds and was suspected of possessing the Panga USB flash drive will rise slowly in the land of Beimang like the sun the next day. The sky in Beimang is about to change. Chapter 111 Li Xiao. Could it be that the tyrant has been dealt with by my shadow dart? Boomstrapia. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the corridor of Shelter 189. Countless raging flames erupted from the entrance of the passage, scaring everyone into dodging. What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, a silver light broke through the flames, and in Xiaodong's figure suddenly rushed out. The silver-white knight armor, set against the backdrop of the flames, looked like a knight who had escaped from a blazing hell, stepping on the rolling heat waves and returning to the human world. Bai Ye's eyes moved slightly, looking in Xiaodong's figure. He probably guessed what had happened, and Xiaodong must have been worried that the mutated scarlet virus would come out of Shelter 189 and endanger the world, so she blew up the entrance. Bai Yi was not surprised. This was in Xiaodong's style. From saving people in the Gray Town, to threatening the tyrant with her own life in Shelter 189, to releasing everyone, to blowing up the entrance now, this night girl has been executing justice in her own way from beginning to end. And Xiaodong was not the only one who thought of sealing the entrance. In fact, many people had thought of it, such as Silver Snake and other genetically modified humans. Dawn City, the closest city to Black Mountain, is their territory. Once the scarlet virus invades, they will be the first to suffer, but Silver Snake did not blow up the entrance. It's not that I don't want to, but I dare not. In their minds, the mysterious man was suspected to be a remnant of the old era, possibly someone for Shelter 189. If you blew up the entrance, wouldn't that be equivalent to blowing up someone else's door? Who dares? And Xiaotong dares. Even at the risk of offending a mysterious person, she still wants to stop the mutated scarlet virus from harming the world. After blowing up the entrance, and Xiaotong left and walked into the dense forest alone and disappeared without a trace. Mr. Li, Brother Xiao. Old Li, Brother Xiaobai, do you have anywhere to go? If you're not in a hurry, I, Gao, would like to host a banquet for everyone. After all, we have been through life and death together. Gao Bansheng, carrying Li Xiao on his back, looked at everyone with full of anticipation. Xiao, he laughed out loud. Boss Gao's invitation is so kind, so I naturally respectfully obey. To be honest, I just witnessed the battle between the mysterious man and the tyrant, and I'm still feeling agitated. I desperately need a drink to calm my nerves. Li Beitian from the Silent Court had no idea what he was planning. He didn't leave within Xiaotong, but smiled and said, "Drinking is good. We have to drink." Gao Bansheng was overjoyed and quickly looked at Bai Yi and Li Yu. I wonder if Mr. Li and Brother Xiao Bai. Drinking is fine, Bai Yi agreed readily. He'd had enough of the hard life in Grey Earth Town. He wanted to live a life of luxury. He wanted to forget his roots. But where are we going to drink? We're not going to your Wangwenjing, are we? How far is Heishan from Wangwenjing? Gao Bansheng smiled and shook his head. If you all go to Wangwenjing, I will naturally welcome you very much, but Wangwenjing is too far away, and you need to take a train from Shuguang City to get there. I plan to go to the nearest Dawn City and have some drinks first. Okay. Bai Yi nodded. Grey Earth Town was ruined, and he had nowhere to stay. It was fine for him to go to Dawn City. Moreover, he did not forget that in Xiaodong said that the Panga USB flash drive might be in the hands of the hidden rat of the Chinese zodiac. Seeing that, Bai Yi agreed. Li Yu accepted Gao Bansheng's invitation to the banquet. Gao Bansheng was overjoyed, but then his expression turned gloomy again. We drank together at Black Mountain yesterday. It was so carefree and joyful. But now it's just a few of us left, ah? Huh. He was suddenly surprised and turned to look at Li Xiao behind him. It turned out that Li Xiao had woken up. Where is this? Hiss. It's so cold. Li Xiao opened his eyes and felt severe pain all over his body, as if all his bones were broken. Not only that, it was also extremely cold. The cold wind hit my skin directly, as if I was not wearing any clothes. Gao Bansheng put Li Xiao down with a strange look on his face. We've already left Shelter 189 and are still in Black Mountain, preparing to go down. Ow! Li Xiao was stunned at first. Then his expression turned ecstatic. So the tyrant has been defeated by my shadow dart? Everyone! It's bad. This is a brain injury. What are you looking at? Doi. Li Xiao's eyes caught sight of his naked chest, and his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at his body in disbelief. He reached out and touched the black mask on his face, but found nothing. Shame, fear, astonishment, and other complex emotions were revealed on his face one by one. His current state fully demonstrated what it meant to wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Li Xiao wanted to escape, but his pride wouldn't allow him to because it would be even more embarrassing. Then, Li Xiao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone, a group of people surrounded a naked man and looked at each other in confusion. They knew that Li Xiao was pretending to be fainted, and Li Xiao also knew that they knew he was pretending to be fainted, but he still chose to faint in a clumsy way. Because this is the best way he can think of to deal with embarrassment at the moment. After a long moment, Gao Bansheng said awkwardly, "Let me carry him." "Let me do it." Xiao Yi volunteered. After all, he was a superhuman. Although he suffered some injuries, his physique was still stronger than that of ordinary people. "Then I'll give him a set of clothes." Li Beitian took out a piece of clothing from somewhere, which was considered as the last piece of cloth to cover Li Xiao. In such a weird and hilarious atmosphere, everyone walked step by step toward the outside of Black Mountain. After walking for a while, Gao Bansheng approached Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother Xiaobai, I think I misunderstood you before." Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. "I thought you were vicious and cruel, but I didn't expect you to save face for Li Xiao and not mock him." Bai Yi. It wasn't that he didn't want to taunt, but he forgot because his attention was completely focused on the black substance. It would be a lie to say, I'm not worried about the black substance. I went to Montenegro and ended up with two more things on my body: a mutated scarlet virus and a black substance. He felt that if this continued, he might no longer be a human being. The mutated scarlet virus is okay. At least it brings resilience beyond ordinary people, But what about the black matter? Ever since the black substance entered his body, he didn't feel any change at all, as if everything he saw before was an illusion. Why was Yang Jie fine when holding the black substance, but when I touched it, it melted directly into my body? Why he thought for a long time and finally came to the conclusion. I must be more handsome than Yang Jie. Why is that? Black matter isn't harmful to the body, right? Chapter 112, The Panic Painter, etc. He suddenly realized that all this might be related to the stillness of time, because he touched the black substance while time was still. The black matter ignored the time and stood still, turning into a towering black tree. This means that the only way to solve the mystery of black matter is to make time stand still. Thinking of this, he felt as if he was being scratched by 100 claws and was itching unbearably. After the battle with Yang Jie, his time was running out again, with only 3 seconds left. He definitely couldn't waste time exploring the secret of the black substance. He could only wait. The top of Black Mountain. The painter stared at the canvas in front of him in amazement. The scarlet figure painted on it had disappeared. He wiped his eyes in disbelief, looked at the canvas again, then wiped them again and looked at it again, over and over again, until tears came out. I didn't expect that you and the tyrant had such a good relationship. You would cry after he died. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. I'm really curious now. How much money did Apocalypse Company pay you to accept the mission of killing your loved ones? The painter wiped away his tears, and with red eyes, he said seriously, now is not the time to joke. The tyrant is dead. Well, I saw him disappear from the canvas. Gu Huangquan nodded. It wasn't me. Gu Huangquan was silent. After a long moment, he asked, is it the person outside the script? The painter nodded solemnly. Do you know what this means? It means you can now go to Tianchi Company to collect the final payment with peace of mind. The painter was immediately furious. You know shit. Money, money, money. You're begging for money from your coffin. Who the hell would dare to take this money? Do you know that this means that a remarkable figure has emerged in Beimang? A figure who is capable of changing the entire landscape of Beimang. The world is about to change. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. I don't care whether the weather changes or not. I only know that we should run. The farther the better, before he finds us. Not only can that person repeatedly destroy your destiny, he can also kill the tyrant. We can't afford to offend such a person. After saying that, Gu Huangquan turned around and ran away, without a trace of nostalgia for his friend in his eyes. The painter was very anxious. Hey, wait for me. The two of them, one in front and one behind, disappeared from the spot in an instant like the breeze in the forest. The sound of two people talking could be faintly heard in the wind. Gu Huangquan, you're going the wrong way. That's the way to shelter 189. I know. Then you're still going? I'm going to collect the tyrant's body. Shelter 189. This magnificent underground city complex, a remnant of the old times, has stood for 100 years and has finally come to an end today. It was destroyed by a tyrant and turned into endless ruins. It also became the burial place of the tyrant Yang Jie. The waning moon was like a hook, and the cold silver light poured down from the broken clouds, covering the devastated ruins of the city with a layer of silver gauze. Among the broken walls, a body covered in scarlet armor lay quietly on the cold ground, with fragments of the scarlet armor scattered like roses weeping blood. The moonlight gently caressed the man's paper-pale face, outlining his angular features. His empty eyes no longer had the sharpness and edge they once had. Yang Jie lay alone in it. His eyes were unfocused, but there was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. That was the tyrant's only remaining tenderness only towards Tang Duo. His chest had long stopped rising and falling, and the wound on his neck silently told of the passing of life. In the ruins around him, tiny dots of scarlet virus emerged from the rubble, rising into the air little by little, and gradually. Above the ruins, blood-red dandelions were floating all over the sky. They rubbed against the air, making a rustling sound. The sound was very small, but it was clearly audible in this empty city, like a sweeping red snow. It was as if the whole world was holding the final funeral for this body. Who says God is unhospitable? He sends one person away in the wind and snow. Slowly, the blood-red dandelions seemed to be attracted by the blood flowing from Yang Jie, and they gathered towards Yang Jie's body little by little. 1, 2, 3. Tiny scarlet tentacles took root in Yang Jie's body, and countless blood threads intertwined into a dense spider web in his body. Soon, blood oozed out from the broken neck, weaving the wound together like knitting a sweater. Yang Jie was completely covered in blood-red dandelions, and his pale skin contrasted with the scarlet of the dandelions. Suddenly, one of his fingers trembled silently. The dead must not be desecrated. A cold and low voice suddenly sounded. A man in a black suit and white gloves slowly walked to Yang Jie's side. The white-gloved hand waved gently, and the invisible yet powerful force turned into a breeze, blowing across Yang Jie's body. In an instant, the scarlet virus attached to Yang Jie was completely destroyed. The man squatted down and touched the scarlet armor with his fingertips. The next moment, a dull humming sound suddenly came from the ground. Cracks spread from under the corpse like a spider web, and the dark purple soil surged and boiled. A black coffin emerged from the ground, wrapping Yang Jie's body inside. A faint light flowed on the surface of the black coffin. Dark brown blood stains condensed between the textures, and the whole thing exuded a strong smell of rotten earth and death. Ah, the man sighed in a low voice. No matter how high you rank among the 10 kings and how powerful you are in the end, you still have to curl up in this 8-foot 3-inch coffin, right? The fairest thing in this world is death. He tapped lightly on the black coffin, and the soil beneath the coffin surged silently like a quagmire, causing the black coffin to sink deeper and deeper until it was completely buried underground. The man shook his head, turned and left, his thin back stretched out in the moonlight. He sighed softly. The black wood is the coffin that locks the soul. The yellow springs made soil to stabilize the linked eye. The mysterious patterns are engraved with the covenant of life and death. Blood attracts souls, and souls come to you. Pa pa pa. There was a burst of applause. What a wonderful poem. Gu Huangquan, I didn't expect you could write poetry. The painter appeared from nowhere and said with a wink, Tell me, how much did you pay for it? Bang. Vomit. Gu Huangquan silently retracted his fist and looked at the painter bent over and retching. He said calmly, I just don't like to show off like you do. Besides, I can not only write poetry, but I can also fight. The painter glared at him and said, Do you really think I can't beat you? I just don't bother to fight you. Believe it or not, I can kill you with one stroke of my paint. Gu Huangquan turned around and looked at him expressionlessly, which made him feel uneasy. The painter's expression changed slightly, and he chuckled dryly, changing the subject. The mutant scarlet virus has appeared in the world, and disaster is about to begin. I wonder how many people will die this time. People like you still care about these things? What do you mean by someone like me? Where am I going to eat, drink, and have a sauna if everyone else is dead? That's right. Family members, don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu. You can find a voting entrance by searching for the Peak Character Producer. Chapter 113, you're not allowed to even think about it. It is a sin to even think about it. My car is parked at the foot of the mountain. Let's spend the night in the car and head to Dawn City early tomorrow morning. Gao Bancheng said breathlessly. As the saying goes, it is easier to go up the mountain than to go down. He was just an ordinary person, and fat at that. After walking for half a day, he was already sweating profusely. He carefully glanced at Xiao Kuei, who was crossing her arms across her chest, and missed the days when she carried him on her back. Fatty, why are you staring at me? Xiao Kuei's face was full of disgust, with a hint of impatience in the corners of his eyes. Gao Bancheng was startled and quickly explained, What do you mean by I? I'm a gentle, lovely, and naturally beautiful little maid, but I'm only responsible for what a maid should do. Don't think that just because you spent money to buy me home, you can do those excessive things to me. Everyone in Gao Bancheng was confused. Big sister, you are made of alloy all over. How could I be too much? Xiao Kuei, you misunderstood. I just wanted to. You can't even think about it. It's a sin to even think about it. Xiao Kuei instantly became like a kitten with its fur standing on end and said angrily, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to take me to a deserted place, tie me up, and then... Gao Bancheng was so scared that he quickly covered Xiao Kuei's mouth. He looked at everyone and saw that they were all looking at him with strange eyes. He was extremely embarrassed and kept explaining, Don't listen to Xiao Kuei's nonsense. Her brain was infected by the scarlet virus. Gao Bancheng jumped up as if he had been electrocuted and kept gasping for breath. My feet. You really stepped on them. My feet are made of flesh. Xiao Kuei glared at him, her pink cheeks puffed up like little dumplings. Humph. Did you feel good about stepping on me? Gao Bancheng. Feel good? Being stepped on by Xiao Kuei's alloy foot feels just like being hit by a hammer. Everyone looked at this farce with strange expressions. The scarlet virus was truly magical, turning the taciturn robot made into a completely different person. Baye's idea was different from everyone else's. He seriously suspected that the scarlet virus had restored Xiao Kuei's factory settings, and that Xiao Kuei's previous owner might have specifically set up this personality. However, as time went by, most of Xiao Kuei's functions had been damaged, and now they had been repaired by the scarlet virus. People in the old days really played around. Let's go quickly. It's not safe in the Black Mountains after all. Baye Urgit. In fact, the insecurity he referred to was not the mutated beasts on the Black Mountain, but Bai Zhe, who was unknown when he would recover. Indeed, Xiao Yi, who was carrying Li Xiao pretending to be unconscious, agreed. The next moment, roar. In the dark forest, several beast roars suddenly rang out. Bai's face darkened. Ever since coming to Black Mountain, he discovered that he had the potential to be a jinx. He looked in the direction of the sound, and his eyelids twitched. What the hell is this mutated beast? Why does it look like a ghost? On a tree in the distance, two humanoid creatures with pale faces and black robes stood quietly, staring at everyone. It's a mutated monk-faced monkey. Li Beitian flipped his hand and took up two guns. He looked at the dark shadow on the tree, and without any hesitation, he fired. Bang! The two bullets drew an arc trajectory in the air, accurately bypassing the trees in the forest and hitting the monkey's brain. Soon, two humanoid creatures with white faces and black hair fell from the tree. Bai frowned slightly. After being reminded by Li Beitian, he remembered that he had seen this kind of monkey in a short video in his previous life, the monk-faced monkey. Although it is a monkey, it looks like a fucking ghost. At night, the monk-faced monkey looks like a person wearing a white mask, which is extremely scary. But in fact, the Saki is considered to be the most docile among monkeys. Of course, no matter how docile a monkey is, it will become extremely aggressive after turning into an alien beast. Li Beitian put away his gun. Solve, huh? He was suddenly stunned, only to see the two mutated monk-faced monkeys with wild imaginations standing up silently. Countless bloodlines intertwined in the big holes in their heads, quickly filling up the skulls. Mutated scarlet virus. Everyone was shocked. In Shelter 189, they witnessed the horror of the mutated scarlet virus. Anyone infected was almost immortal and had no fatal weaknesses. They would only die when their blood and energy were completely exhausted. Damn it, the mutated scarlet virus has leaked out. Didn't the Black Knight blow up the entrance? Li Beitian said solemnly. He must have escaped when the entrance was not closed before. Bai said in a deep voice. At the beginning, the entrance remained open until it was blocked by Yang Jia, so the scarlet virus had enough time to reach the outside world. This is trouble. No one knows the horror of the mutated scarlet virus better than Bai Yi. 100 years ago, the scarlet virus was one of the culprits that caused the Great Catastrophe. Now, 100 years later, the mutated scarlet virus has appeared in the world. Is mankind going to experience another great catastrophe? Unfortunately, even though everyone knew that the mutated scarlet virus had leaked, there was nothing they could do. Montenegro is so big. How could they eliminate all the infected people and destroy all the viruses? Let me do it. Bai Yi took out Breath of Skeleton, and bang. Two scarlet bullets shot out with a roar. This time he did not miss, because the two Saki monkeys were still in the recovery stage and were almost like fixed targets. The energy and blood attached to the bullet instantly destroyed the monk-faced monkey's life. At the same time, two streams of chi and blood were fed back to Bai Yi. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. Ever since he was infected with the mutated scarlet virus and gained powerful recovery ability and enhanced physical fitness, the energy and blood provided by Breath of Skeleton has been less and less helpful to him. After all, it is a snake-level taboo. Even a dragon-level forbidden item cannot infinitely enhance the user's strength, let alone the lowest-level snake-level one. Perhaps it is possible that God is jealous of things. He has only encountered two taboo objects so far. Both 039 by Zay and 169 Twin Monkey Statue are strange and powerful to the point of being unreasonable. Not to mention by Zay, even a powerful tyrant cannot avoid his influence. 169 seems to have no attacking ability, but it is equally hard to defend against. And Xiaodong's strength is definitely not that of a weakling, but he was still replaced with a new body without any resistance, which is enough to explain the problem. If forbidden objects are powerful weapons, divine forbidden objects are more like some kind of rule-based weapons. Under the rules, no matter how powerful you are, you have to obey them. Speaking of taboo objects, Bai Yi suddenly thought of the second taboo object he picked up in the wild. The forbidden item of Jiao level black nether mask. I don't know how to contain it yet. Hey, humorous dart man, it's time to wake up. Bai Yi moved closer to Li Xiao and poked him. Li Xiao closed his eyes tightly and continued to pretend to be unconscious. Xiao, he said with a strange look on his face. Brother Xiao Bai, Li Xiao hasn't recovered yet, so let him stay unconscious for a while. Bai Yi smiled slightly and said exaggeratedly, hasn't recovered yet? You underestimate the strength of the humorous dart man. He was the man who retreated after fighting with the 10 kings. Not only that, that mysterious strong man is obviously related to him. Otherwise, why would the mysterious strong man take Li Xiao's mask instead of someone else's? Chapter 114. Li Xiao, what? It's that senior. Li Xiao, who was in a coma, moved his ears slightly. Obviously, he had heard it. Xiao, he thought for a moment. Is it possible that others don't have masks, so? Bai Ye's face darkened. Doesn't the Black Knight also have a mask? Could it be that because the Black Knight is a woman, her mask is smaller? You fucking. Bai Yi took a deep breath and said, no matter what, Li Xiao has indeed been favored by the mysterious, powerful person. It is conceivable that after tomorrow, the name of the humorous dart thrower will be known throughout the world. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough sounded. Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes and said with poor acting skills, where is this? Everyone. Bai Yi was overjoyed. He knew exactly how to control Li Xiao. We're about to leave Black Mountain. You've finally woken up. Tell us about your connection with the mysterious and powerful man. After all, you're the only one among us who's had contact with him. When he took your mask, did you see his true face? What mysterious strong man? I don't understand what you're saying. Li Xiao got off Xiao Yi's back with a confused look on his face, as if he really didn't know anything. In fact, he knew everything. During the time he pretended to be unconscious, the topic people talked about most was the mysterious strong man killing the tyrant, and he heard it all. Bai Yi wanted to get the conditions for containing the black nether mask from Li Xiao, so he had to cooperate with him in acting. He told Li Xiao what had happened in a concise manner. Li Xiao suddenly realized. It was that senior who took action. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly widened and said, brother, what the hell are you talking about? Li Xiao didn't know what Bai Yi was thinking. He just felt that Bai Yi was shocked. Not only Bai Yi was shocked, but others also cast their eyes over to him. Li Xiao, do you know that mysterious strong man? Gao Banqing exclaimed. Li Xiao nodded heavily, his eyes filled with reminiscence. It was a night 5 years ago. I remember the moon was not full that day. It seemed that it was bitten by the legendary heavenly dog, leaving only a crescent. I had just awakened at that time. A supernatural organization saw my extraordinary talent and insisted that I join them. I was used to freedom, so I did not agree. Those people were furious. They said, with my talent, I will definitely become a top-notch transcendent in the future. If such a genius cannot be used by the organization, then it can only be destroyed. Bai Yi. He wanted to give Li Xiao a thumbs up. Talent. Absolutely talented. Even if you're not an extraordinary person, you will not starve to death if you write novels based on your storytelling ability. Then what? Gao Banqiang urged. Bai Yi was stunned. You believe this? Li Xiao really enjoyed the feeling of being watched by everyone, which slowly helped his severely damaged self-esteem recover. They sent a full 18 transcendents to hunt me down. Unfortunately, I had just awakened and was outnumbered. After killing 10 transcendents, my mental strength was severely depleted, and I was at a disadvantage. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned strange. They're not fools. 18 extraordinary people attack you, and you can kill 10 of them in return. Not to mention you, even the 10 kings did not have such combat power when they just awakened. You have to use logic when bragging, right? After Li Xiao finished speaking, he felt that he had exaggerated a bit, so he quickly fast-forwarded through this part. Just when I was on the verge of death, that mysterious and powerful man appeared. He was dressed in black clothes, as dark as ink, wearing a black mask on his face. He stood on the roof, his figure overlapping with the bright moon. The moment he appeared, the world was in complete silence, as if time had stood still. Bai Yi almost couldn't hold it in. If I wasn't the person involved, I would have believed it. And then, Gao Banqing is really a great supporting actor. No wonder Li Xiao is willing to play with him. Then, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rose. With just a glance from the mysterious strong man, The 18 extraordinary people who were chasing me were instantly wiped out. Bai couldn't bear to listen any longer. You didn't say that you killed 10 of the 18. Li Xiao glared at him and said, Don't interrupt me. What I meant was that the mysterious strong man not only wiped out the living, but also the bodies of those extraordinary people. Later, I asked him why he saved me. He said, Young man, I see that you are very talented and I can't bear to see you die here. Otherwise, the future world will be less exciting without you. I asked him who he was. He said, Only after you become one of the 10 kings will you be qualified to know my name. Work hard to become stronger. I have been lonely at the top for too long, too long. Gao Bancheng suddenly said, So this is why you have always wanted to become the 10 kings. Li Xiao nodded vigorously. Although he doesn't need me to repay him, I will always remember this favor in my heart. When I become the 10th king, I will go find him to repay him. I'm numb. Bai Yi is completely numb. Are you two brothers playing a double act? He was too embarrassed to listen and started digging his toes into the ground in embarrassment. According to you, the black mask originally belonged to the mysterious and powerful man, and he didn't steal you? Li Xiao was immediately furious. What are you talking about? How could such a strong man steal my things? The black mask was originally given to me by him. He thought I was young and energetic, so he gave me the forbidden item, black nether mask, that can conceal my aura, hoping that I can grow up safely. He said that when I have enough strength to protect myself, I will take back the dark nether mask. Gao Bansheng suddenly realized, so this mysterious powerful person showed up to retrieve the black nether mask from you. He discovered you were in danger, so he killed the tyrant and saved you. Ahem. Li Xiao's ears turned red, his eyes wandering as he said, That's not true. The mysterious strong man is kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the tyrant slaughter innocent people, so he helped him. Of course, saving me was also part of his reason. Today, Bai Yi finally understood the true meaning of the sentence, when you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. It has to be you, the humorous dart thrower. He couldn't bear to listen any longer and asked hurriedly, since the black nether mask belongs to that mysterious and powerful person, it must be very powerful. It can't just be able to hide aura, right? Li Xiao nudda. You're right. Black nether mask does have other abilities, but I'm not too sure, because it can only be used after being contained. You didn't take them in? The conditions were harsh. The conditions for its containment aren't too harsh. All you need to do is cut off your face and offer it as a sacrifice. Isn't this harsh? Chapter 115. Thank you for making me happy. Noticing Bai Ye's gaze, Li Xiao coughed lightly and said, Such a small matter is naturally nothing to me. I didn't take it in because I was afraid of the pain. It's because I respect that mysterious and powerful person. This is someone else's thing. How can I take it for myself? That's why I didn't take it in. Hearing this, Bai Yi turned around and walked away from Li Xiao. He couldn't listen anymore anyway, so whoever wanted to listen could listen. Everyone walked forward while listening to Li Xiao bragging. Bai Yi pondered silently. Cut the skin off? No wonder when he put on the black nether mask, he could feel its desire for skin. Doesn't this mean that after being taken in, you can no longer have any dignity? Now that we have talked about the advantages, what about the disadvantages? There doesn't seem to be any harm. For others, being shameless is equivalent to disfigurement, but for Bai Yi, it is nothing at all. With his super recovery ability, it won't take long for his face to recover after being cut off. But he can't cut it now. Otherwise, even a fool will know that he is the mysterious and powerful one. After a long time, everyone finally found the car that Gao Bansheng mentioned at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 6 modified off-road vehicles, which belonged to Gao Bansheng and those who were traveling with him. However, more than half of those people had died, so there were plenty of cars. Out of respect for Li Yu, everyone specially allocated a car for him and Bai Yi. Originally, Gao Bansheng and others planned to rest in the car for a night before setting off again. However, after seeing the monk-faced macaques infected with the scarlet virus, everyone felt that this place was unsafe and decided to travel overnight. The wasteland at night is indeed very dangerous, but with Mr. Li, Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, Li Beitian, and others around, any danger can be dealt with. The convoy set off towards Dawn City in a mighty procession. In the car, Li Yu saw that there was no one around, so he completely took off his disguise as a strong man and leaned loosely on the seat. Brother Yi, we made a fortune on this trip to Montenegro. He picked up the torn sack that always accompanied him and started taking out money. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A full 1.25 million. Some people didn't bring any money, so they gave us watches and gold. This money combined is enough for us to eat and drink the best food in Dawn City. Bai glanced at him and said, "Thank you." Liu was stunned. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for being happy for me." "Huh? What? I earned all this money. You could take 10,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work later." Liu's face fell. "Brother Yi, you can't do this to me. At least I gave you ginseng when you were unconscious. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Don't take the 10,000 yuan. Now you still owe me 1.99 million yuan." Liu. Bai Yu was driving absent-mindedly. The black mountain in the rearview mirror looked particularly terrifying at night, like a terrifying giant beast lurking on the earth. Finally left this damn place. He suffered a lot during this trip to Montenegro. The worst suffering was entering in Xiaodong's body. Fortunately, he was able to return to it. The most important thing is that after all the suffering he went through, he still couldn't find the paying USB drive. Instead, a black substance of unknown origin appeared in his body. Damn, the more I thought about it, the more annoyed I became. Plus, the quality of this broken car was really bad, and the engine generated a lot of heat, making the interior of the car very stuffy. He wanted to open the window for some fresh air, but he couldn't. There are many unknown mutated insects flying in the wasteland at night. If you are bitten by one of them, you will suffer. It's so damn hot. Li Zhua, use your magic hands to fan me. Brother Yi, that's a bit insulting. My magic hand. Yifan, my magic hand is used to fan. Seeing Bai Yi raise his fist, Liu immediately gave in and fanned the wind with his magic hand. Brother Yi, just hold on a little longer. You'll have a good life once you get to Dawn City. Yeah, Bai Yi said casually. Liu, however, beamed with joy. I'm telling you, Brother Yi, city people don't even need to fan themselves when it's hot. They have something called Kong. Kong, what's that? Yes, air conditioning. This thing blows cold air. Oh, looking at your expression, I know you don't believe it, Brother Yi. Although you are very strong, you haven't seen as much as I have. I'm not showing off to you. Does my second uncle know? He's a real city guy. If he hadn't died early, I would have gone to the city to seek refuge with him. When I was young, I went to the city to visit my second uncle. It was a summer day, and the temperature outside was over 40 degrees. I wanted to stand at the door to get some fresh air, but my second uncle asked me to go inside. I told him that it was so stuffy in the room and it was not as cool as outside. He insisted that I go in. I couldn't persuade him, so I went in. And guess what? Haha, what's going on? Liu smiled mysteriously. I was shivering with cold after entering the room. My second uncle said it was the air conditioner blowing cold air. That was the first time I saw an air conditioner. It looked like a metal box hanging on the wall. There was an opening on top, a hole, and cold wind was blowing out. Brother Yi, have you ever seen a metal box that can blow cold air? Really, I'm not exaggerating at all. That night, I slept under a quilt, and it was cold. Really? I don't believe it. Bai Yi suddenly felt that it was quite interesting to tease this fool Liu. Liu's eyes widened immediately, and he said anxiously, Really, Brother Yi, I swear on my magic hand that if I tell even one lie, my magic hand will never get hard again in this lifetime. You better say magic hands. In a temporary base, He Qianjun, covered in blood, was helped by his men to sit in front of a communication device. Mr. He, your injury is too serious. You'd better bandage it first and then report. The subordinate said worriedly. He Qianjun waved his hand and said, A mysterious man has appeared and killed one of the tyrants in one blow. This news is too important and must be reported to the leader as soon as possible. There could be no delay. The subordinates couldn't resist and quickly adjusted the communication equipment, then handed the microphone to He Qianjun. Not long after, a deep male voice came from the microphone. Speak. He Qianjun's expression became serious. Leader, it's me. Old He, how is the situation in Black Mountain? The tyrant is dead. The scene of the mysterious man killing Yang Jie in an instant flashed uncontrollably in He Qianjun's mind, and his voice unconsciously carried a hint of horror. There seemed to be no surprise on the other end of the phone, and the voice was very calm. Okay, I get it. Apocalypse Company hates Tyrant to the core. The leak of information about Shelter 189 is full of strangeness, and it's obviously aimed at Tyrant. I believe the Tyrant also saw it, but the Tyrant is arrogant and will definitely go there even if he knows it is a trap. Rather than saying that the Tyrant died at the hands of Apocalypse Company, it would be more accurate to say that he died from his arrogance. There was a hint of sarcasm in the leader's voice, and it was unclear whether he was mocking Yang Jie's arrogance or Tianqi's meanness. The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel was clearly thousands of miles away, but he guessed Apocalypse Corporation's plan against the tyrant in just a few words. However, He Qianjun's expression became slightly strange. He had finally experienced what it meant to have the result be completely right, but the process be completely wrong. The leader guessed that the tyrant would die, but the process was completely different. That, Chief, the tyrant was not killed by Apocalypse Company. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Chapter 116, The Executor of Panga Project, by Yi. After a moment, the leader seemed to have adjusted his mentality and said calmly, "It seems that Tianqi has asked the other 10 kings to take action. Interesting. Apocalypse Company, which has always regarded extraordinary people as heretics and genetic evolution as the ultimate direction of human evolution, will eventually rely on the power of extraordinary people. Which of the 10 kings did they invite?" He Qianjun's expression became more and more strange. He glanced at his younger brother beside him and thought that he could not let the leader continue to guess, otherwise it would affect his prestige. After all, the leader's image has always been that of someone who can plan and win battles from thousands of miles away. It wasn't the other 10 kings, nor was it Apocalypse Company. Someone else killed the tyrant. Leader, this time, the silence on the other end of the phone lasted even longer. Who is it? The leader learned his lesson this time and stopped guessing. He Qianjun straightened his body slightly and told the story of the mysterious man with a serious face. Silence, dead silence. There was such silence that He Qianjun even thought that the leader had hung up long ago. Leader, I'm here. There was a hint of fluctuation in the leader's calm voice, just like his uneasy heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Are you sure that the mysterious man killed Yang Jie in one move? There are so many of you here, but no one saw how the mysterious man made his move." He Qianjun nodded solemnly. "I'm sure." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone on the other end of the phone shouting into the distance, "Notify everyone and hold an emergency meeting immediately. All deputy commanders must be present." Chief, what is the agenda?" The Brotherhood of Steel's survival. He Qianjun was startled. "Chief, you are too kind." Old He, there's someone who's suspected of possessing the Pangu USB drive, whose combat power surpasses the 10 kings, and who might be from the old times. Putting all these things together, do you know what this means? What does it mean? The leader said in a deep voice, "I've always thought that since people in the old times set up the Panga plan, there must be a leader to execute the plan. This person shoulders the mission of creating a new era. Can he be just an ordinary person? In the old times, we mastered genetic modification technology, mechanical modification technology, extraordinary awakening technology, and life engineering technology. Aren't these technologies enough to create a powerful being far beyond the peak of the times?" He Qianjun was instantly shocked, his eyes widening. "You mean, the mysterious man is the executor of the Pangu project?" The leader was silent for a moment. There is too little information, and his appearance is too coincidental. It happened to be the Panga USB drive, it happened to be Shelter 189, and his strength is so strong. All things considered, this mysterious person could only come from the old times. I find it hard to imagine where else such a powerful person could be cultivated. Beep beep. There was a busy tone on the other end of the line. He Qianjun was so shocked that he was numb and didn't even notice when his men took the phone away. If what the leader said is true, then what does the appearance of this mysterious man mean? Is he here to overthrow the age of cataclysm and usher in a new era for humanity? Will the old forces like the Brotherhood of Steel that remain the wasteland be ruthlessly crushed and shattered in the torrent of history? If Bai could hear what the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel said, he would probably be deeply moved. What does it mean that the process is completely wrong, but the result is completely right? The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel demonstrated it twice, and he actually guessed it right. Bai really came from the civilized era, which is what they called the Old Era. In the dark night, hundreds of modified, camouflaged off-road vehicles were speeding through the wild like a torrent of steel. Soon, they met another small convoy. In the leading car of the small convoy, a long-haired lowly who was less than 1.5 meters tall opened the door. She wanted to get out of the car, but found that her feet could not touch the ground, so she had to jump out of the car. Several bright car lights shone on the little Lolita, reflecting a pure and charming snake-like face. At this time, several men in high-level combat uniforms got out of the cars in the large convoy. The middle-aged officer in the lead frowned upon seeing the little Lolita. Who are you? We're Lord Minghu and Lord Inshi. The little girl rolled her eyes and said in a baby voice, I'm a silver snake. The middle-aged officer was startled and looked at her carefully. Sure enough, he found that the little Loli was very similar to the silver snake, like a lowly version of the silver snake. He saluted quickly. Master Silver Snake, please forgive me for not recognizing you. The silver snake waved his hand and said, I can't blame you for this. I was injured by the tyrant twice and had to shed my skin twice. I almost shrunk like a child. Master Silver Snake, why haven't you seen Master Dark Tiger? When the Dark Tiger was mentioned, Silver Snake's eyes suddenly turned red and tears rolled down like broken jade beads. Her sobbing appearance, coupled with her petite appearance, made her look like a little girl whose doll had been stolen. Brother Tiger, he was killed by the tyrant in order to save me. The middle-aged officer looked horrified. Lord Minghu, where is the tyrant? Brother Tyrant is dead too. Ugh. The corners of the middle-aged officer's mouth twitched instantly. If he wasn't afraid, he would have cursed out loud, Brother, brother. Anyone who is handsome is your brother. Since you love your brother so much, you shouldn't be called Silver Snake. You should change your name to Hen. Silver Snake seemed to have thought of something. She wiped her tears with her little hand and said in a deep voice, Did you bring your communication device? Quick, I have important information to report to the board. The middle-aged officer quickly invited Silver Snake into the car and turned on the communication equipment for her. The moment the communication device was connected, Silver Snake's expression became serious. Chairman, is the tyrant dead? An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Dead. A laugh with a slight cough was heard, and the chairman laughed as if a worry had been put to rest. It's just that it wasn't me and Minghu who killed it. Besides, Minghu is dead, so the eagle should be dead too. The chairman smiled and said, It doesn't matter. As long as the tyrant dies, it doesn't matter if the 12 zodiac signs are completely wiped out. The company can train you, so it can naturally train new 12 zodiac signs. A cold light flashed in Silver Snake's eyes, but he said respectfully, The chairman doesn't seem surprised at all that the tyrant died at the hands of others. Could it be that the man in the black mask was sent by you? The chairman smiled again and said, Of course, the company won't just pin its hopes on you. The 12 zodiac signs are just a cover for the real trump card. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would leak the news. Yes, the company did hire someone else. Wait. The person on the other end of the phone was suddenly startled. What did you just say? Black mask? What black mask? Chapter 117. Notify the Federation immediately. Capture the mysterious man who killed the tyrant. Silver Snake said calmly. He is a mysterious strong man who killed the tyrant in one move. Zing bang. A loud thud of something falling was heard from the microphone, causing Silver Snake to frown and move the microphone a little further away from his ear. This was followed by a fumbling sound, and the chairman picked up the phone again. Chairman, what's wrong with you? Didn't you send a man in a black mask? No. The chairman's voice was mixed with gasps. The shocking news made it difficult for his old body to breathe. The people I sent out wouldn't be wearing black masks, and it's impossible for them to kill the tyrant in one move. Quick, tell me in detail what exactly happened. Silver Snake told everything that happened in Black Mountain. Then I heard on the other end of the phone that the person had been put on a ventilator. There were countless chaotic voices, and it seemed that a medical team had arrived. Get out of here, I'm fine, the chairman yelled, then continued. Notify the East Continent Federation immediately and issue a warrant for the mysterious man who killed the tyrant. Not only is he incredibly powerful, he also stole the Pangy USB drive from Black Mountain. He's extremely dangerous. Tell the Federation to prepare for this. Silver Snake narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his narrow eyes. Chairman, is the Pang USB really on the mysterious man? I saw the hidden mouse in the experimental base of Shelter 189 before. Shut up, the chairman growled. He then shouted to the people around him, Everyone get out. After a long while, he slowly said, Silver Snake, remember, no matter what you saw from today on, the Pangy USB drive can only be in the mysterious man's possession. If anyone asks you about it, you must answer in the same way. You saw with your own eyes the mysterious man take away the Pangy USB drive and kill the tyrant. Silver Snake laughed sweetly. I understand. You old immortal thing, it turned out that you took away the Pangy USB drive. I'm afraid your original plan was to kill the tyrant, then fake the tyrant's disappearance, and then announced to the public that the tyrant stole the Panga USB drive and hid away. Now that the plan has failed, he wants to divert the world's attention to the mysterious man, trying to delay time to study the Panga USB drive and prolong his life. Oh, Chairman, I have something else to report. There's a mutated scarlet virus in Shelter 189, and it's suspected to have leaked to the outside world. I'm worried that if the virus spreads, it might threaten Dawn City. Don't worry about this matter. I have my own plans. The chairman said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone. After the phone call was hung up, the smile on Silver Snake's face slowly disappeared, leaving behind a bone-chilling coldness. Since the chairman had obtained the Panga USB drive a long time ago, he naturally knew about the mutated scarlet virus. But now he is not worried at all. Does he have a plan to deal with it? No, if the scarlet virus was so easy to deal with, there would be no catastrophe. This old immortal didn't have a plan to deal with it, but he had no intention of dealing with it at all. Yes, no matter how troublesome the mutated scarlet virus is, it takes time to spread. Moreover, although the pseudo-humans are difficult to deal with, they are not invincible. Anyway, he is in a high position and has great power. No matter how many civilians are killed or injured, it will not affect him. Instead, the approaching deadline is what worries him most. In the evening of the next day, the people who had been running all the way finally saw the Dawn City. It was sunset at this time, and in the orange-red afterglow, a magnificent city stood proudly. Countless buildings stretch out endlessly, and huge circular walls wind around and are covered with fortifications. As dusk deepened, Dawn City loomed in the shadows, like a dormant giant beast, exuding both awe-inspiring majesty and a hint of doomsday desolation. Seeing this civilized fortress standing on the wasteland, Bai couldn't help but feel excited. He, the last civilized person in the catastrophe era, finally saw civilization again. His definition of civilization is simple: eating barbecue, drinking beer, steaming in the sauna, singing karaoke, and playing games. Soon, the convoy stopped at the entrance of Dawn City and was inspected by armed soldiers. At this time, the importance of Gao Banshong was reflected. The rich fat man simply threw out an ID card, which scared the soldiers so much that they didn't even dare to check and let him pass. Bai entered Dawn City with great anticipation, and then the scenery that came into his sight was like a basin of ice water, chilling him to the core. The rusty wind carried gravel across the cracked asphalt road, making the faded billboard squeak. In the distant factories, tall and thick chimneys stood, and the billowing black smoke dyed the sky leaden gray. The streets were filled with pale and skinny pedestrians with numb expressions. Is this the Dawn City? How dare you call it Dawn? Looking at the rows of low houses, Bai cursed loudly, saying that the construction level is not as good as that of our village. Brother Yi, this is not Shuguang City. It's a satellite city. Liu explained in the co-pilot's seat. Satellite city? There are 10 satellite cities surrounding Dawn City. My second uncle said that the satellite cities are like satellites in the sky, used to protect Dawn City. Are you sure you're guard? Bai glanced through the car window at the pale and skinny people and the garbage everywhere on the street. Liu sighed. In the beginning, the satellite city had a relatively high status, but as the mutant beasts were defeated by human thermal weapons, the satellite city lost its original significance. A large number of heavily polluting factories were relocated to satellite cities, and naturally the workers and their families followed suit. Later, some criminals who committed crimes in Dawn City would run to the satellite city to hide, and those who could not make in Dawn City and became homeless were driven to the satellite city. Over time, the satellite city became worse and worse, while Dawn City became better and better, because all the bad factors have been eliminated by Dawn City. Now, people from Satellite City are called Lower City people, while people from Dawn City are called Upper City people. Lower City people are not allowed to enter Dawn City. Bai was thoughtful. He didn't expect that the class system in the Cataclysm era was so strict. The Satellite City system simply forcibly classified the people here as inferior. So, the people in the Lower City are truly miserable. They appear to live in the city, but in reality, they enjoy the lowest level of treatment, working hard every day to feed Dawn City. Liu shook his head. The people in the Lower City are not the worst off. The worst off are the wastelanders like us. At least the people of the Lower City don't have to worry about their lives. Living here won't be attacked by mutant beasts, nor will they be robbed by predators from the wasteland. As long as they work hard, They don't have to eat cockroach protein bars every meal, and they even have the chance to eat synthetic meat. Bai just thought that the people in the lower city were very pitiful. But after listening to Li Yuyi's reminder, he almost forgot that he was the most miserable. The Wastelanders were at the bottom of the era and could not even compare to the people in the lower city. Matt, I'm so miserable. Chapter 118, The Way You Brag, is so damn fierce. About an hour later, when the sun had completely set and darkness fell, the convoy finally arrived at the real Dawn City. Bai was shocked after just one look. Is this a city of its time? After seeing the dilapidated satellite city, he had already given up hope for Dawn City. But a torrent of neon lights surges under the night sky. A giant advertising screen occupies the entire exterior wall of the building, and several young girls dressed in cool clothes, dressed like girl groups, dance passionately on the screen. The streets flickered in a frenzy of neon lights, as if falling into a never-ending electronic psychedelic show. The pedestrians on the street are like living performance art installations, with leather windbreakers covered with sharp rivets and mechanical prosthetic limbs painted in a gradient of fluorescent orange and cobalt blue under ripped fishnet stockings. Everyone, welcome to Dawn City. Gao Bancheng parked the car in front of a luxury hotel. Colorful neon lights flashed on the fat man's body, and he laughed and gave a sincere and warm welcome to everyone. Led by Gao Bancheng, everyone stepped into the hotel called Fujin Pavilion. It seemed as if a party was being held in the magnificent hall, with gentlemen in suits and ladies in gorgeous evening gowns everywhere. The waiters, dressed in well-tailored black swallowtail vests and white shirts as crisp as frost and snow, carried trays and drinks in their hands and moved among the crowd. This made Bai Yi and others feel as if they had traveled through time and space and arrived in a world called high society. Liu looked at the guest's clothes, then looked down at his own tattered clothes and couldn't help but shrink. The inferiority complex of being a wastelander is ingrained in my bones. Bai was completely different. This wastelander, dressed in even more tattered clothes, had a defiant and excited look in his eyes, and he glanced back and forth aggressively. Not bad, it can barely entertain me. It is impossible for him to feel inferior. His mental state has become better and better since he encountered the Eye of Ember. Their attire seemed out of place here, attracting a lot of attention. Even Gao Bancheng, the son of the richest man, was no exception. In order to go to Montenegro conveniently, he naturally could not wear a suit and tie, but instead wore a functional combat uniform. Soon, a man who looked like a butler came over and bowed to Gao Bancheng with a smile on his face. Thank you for your visit, Master Gao. I'm sorry for not coming in person to greet you. Gao Bancheng waved his hand impatiently. Please arrange room number 1. I want to entertain my friends. The butler smiled faintly and said, Room number 1 of the Fujin Pavilion is always reserved for you. My dear guests, please follow me. Gao Bancheng turned around and smiled at everyone. Let's just have a meal here today. When we get back to my Wangwenjing, I'll treat you all to a good meal. Just make do. Even Xiao, Yi, and others who had seen a lot of the world were secretly amazed. Only Gao Bancheng said this without sounding like bragging. Everyone followed the butler, and the deeper they went, the more shocked they were by the prosperity of the Golden Pavilion. Dawn City and Satellite City are really like two different worlds. Bai didn't care about the decoration. He just wanted to have a good meal. He had long regarded cockroach protein bars as his lifelong enemy and hated them deeply. As he walked along, he keenly noticed that the guests in the entire hall were almost all talking about the same topic. The tyrant, a heinous criminal, is finally dead. Good riddance. The freight train I bought at great expense was hijacked by a tyrant not long ago, before it had even made a few deliveries. I suffered heavy losses. I was originally planning to offer a large reward for the tyrant's life, but now I've saved money. A bald, middle-aged man smiled while holding a glass of red wine. Bai couldn't help but look at him twice more. So the tyrant's train was provided by you? It seems that every person in Dawn City is a fierce scoundrel. Buying the life of a tyrant? The way you brag is really fierce. I don't know who the mysterious man is who killed the tyrant. Otherwise, I would have to thank him very much. Speaking of this mysterious man, I heard that the Federation has started offering a bounty for his head, and the reward is quite high. It's more than just high. His bounty is currently the highest in Beimang. It's making me want to quit my business. If I can catch the mysterious man, what's the point of doing business? Stop calling him Mysterious Man all the time. Haven't you read the latest news? The Federal Wanted poster has Mysterious Man's nickname on it. What's your name? Bai was slightly stunned. Fuck, it's okay to just put the wanted list on the list, but they also give it a free name? He wanted to listen to it himself, but someone came over to toast them and interrupted him. Soon, under the guidance of the butler, everyone sat down in room number 1. Unlike the luxury outside, room number 1 is very elegant and antique. There is also a half-human high copper stove inside, with curling green smoke emanating from the stove, and the fragrance is refreshing. There is a screen in the depths, and behind it you can vaguely see a graceful woman sitting, playing the piano elegantly. On the wall opposite the dining table, there's a plasma TV playing news programs. Damn rich people. After everyone sat down, one after another exquisite and elegant meals that looked so delicious that you could not eat enough were served. It was not brought by the same waiter, but by rows of young women in cheongsams who lined up to bring it. Then, these young women introduced the names of the dishes, the ingredients, and the places of origin to everyone with sweet smiles. Seeing this scene, Xiao, Yi, and others couldn't help but sit up straight, as if that was the right way to sit in such occasions. Bai didn't care about that. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He ate every dish the young woman recommended. The plate was huge, and the portion of food was very small. He ate almost everything with just one chopstick. Brother Xiao Bai, please leave some for us. We haven't eaten for a day. Xiao Yi was anxious. After a hard battle, he was already starving. Seeing Bai eating alone, he no longer cared about his pride and immediately started to scramble for the food. Don't introduce them. Just bring them all here quickly. Damn, I've lost at least 10 pounds on this trip. I must make up for it. Gao Bansheng rolled up his sleeves with a smile and also started to eat with relish. After eating 2 bites, he felt unsatisfied. The portion was too small. It was okay to eat it when he was not hungry on weekdays. The food was exquisite, but now he was extremely hungry. After eating a whole plate of food, it was as if he had not eaten anything. Give me the steamed buns. I'll just eat them. The young woman was stunned. Mr. Gao, there are no steamed buns in Fujin Pavilion. For staple food, we have black truffle risotto, gold foil sea urchin sushi, low-temperature abalone rice. Gao Banchong said unhappily, don't you want to buy one? Okay, Mr. Gao, I'll go buy it right away. Gao Bancheng turned to the crowd and asked, is anyone eating other staple foods? Li Baidan, Nutlas. Shaoi, Sakalyon Panjake. Liu, steamed bread. Hakuno, cockroach protein bar. Chapter 119, I became the chief of the 10 kings. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Yi in astonishment. Bai Yi wiped his mouth and said carelessly, don't get me wrong, dogs won't eat that thing. I just want to put it aside and watch it. This is called remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. The food in Fujin Pavilion is all watery and tastes tasteless. But if you put a cockroach protein bar next to it, even a pile of shit tastes sweet. Puff. Brother Xiaobai's perspective is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the invisible constraints that permeated high-end venues seemed to be completely broken. As they ate and drank, they seemed to have returned to the time when they sat on the ground in Montenegro and drank cheap alcohol. Black Mountain and Floating Gold Pavilion seemed no different. It was the same group of people, still eating and drinking. Soon, noodles, scallion pancakes, steamed bread, and cockroach protein bars were all served. Bai Yi put the cockroach protein bar under his nose, sniffed it hard, and immediately ate 3 more bowls of rice. Here's an urgent news. Bai Yi paused while eating, looked up, and immediately saw a huge wanted poster that filled the entire screen. Fuck. Everyone was startled by him and looked at the screen curiously. 2 billion. Li shouting stood up from his chair, his eyes wide open, staring at the series of zeros on the screen. His body couldn't stop shaking, as if he was stimulated by something. He kept muttering. The 10 kings with the highest bounties only have over 1.4 billion. Beimang's bounty is the highest ever. The highest. He never dared to imagine such a huge bounty even in his dreams. At that time, he dreamed of 1.5 billion at most, surpassing all the 10 kings and becoming the leader of the 10 kings. As a result, 2 billion suddenly popped up. There was a burning fire in his eyes, as if he had seen a new target. To be honest, I think 2 billion is a bit low. That mysterious strong man killed the tyrant in seconds. Xiao Yi came back to his senses and said slowly. Bai Yi gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up in his heart, thinking that the little brother has good vision. Gao Bansheng explained, after all, this is the first time a bounty has been offered. If the mysterious master shows up again in the future, I'm afraid the bounty will skyrocket. No, we can't call him the mysterious master now. Look, the name written on the wanted poster is Black King. There were only big, bright red letters written on the wanted poster. Black King. Reward, 2.96 billion. The crime is extremely serious, regardless of life or death. There's also a hand-drawn portrait on the reward. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and its cold moonlight penetrates the clouds, dyeing the ruins silver gray. A figure in black clothes stood on the ruins with his hands behind his back, and the shadows trailing behind him were entangled with the twisted steel bars. A metallic black mask covered his face, leaving only a pair of deep black eyes reflecting the bright moon. In front of this figure, a 100-meter-tall steel statue was half kneeling on the ground, as if it was meeting a god. Bai raised his eyebrows. Who drew this? Who drew this? You must give me a chicken drumstick. Does the name have to be so descriptive? There's really no other word. Seeing I'm wearing all black, I'm called the Black King. Look, there are words at the bottom. It seems to be an introduction to the Black King's deeds. Gao Bansheng exclaimed and read it out subconsciously. In Shelter 189, you killed the tyrant Yang Jie, released the mutant Scarlet virus, stole the Pangi USB drive, and intended to subvert the existing civilized order. These crimes are heinous. WDF. Bai almost cursed it out loud. Except for the first one, he couldn't touch the others. You're trying to pin all the blame on me, right? Did I release the mutant Scarlet virus? I've never even seen a Pangi USB drive. Subverting the civilized order? Why don't you just write that I want to destroy the world and all of humanity? Gao Bansheng continued, suspected to be a fire left over from the old times, the person who executed the Panga project. In view of the strength displayed by the Black King in killing the tyrant Yang Jie, the federal research determined that the tyrant was removed from the list of the top 10 most wanted criminals in Beimang. Black King has been added as the top of Beimang's 10 most wanted criminals. This, Gao Bansheng suddenly gasped. The leader of the 10 kings? The mysterious Black King has become the leader of the 10 kings? The 10 kings have always been ranked in no particular order. I never expected the Black King to suddenly appear and be directly ranked first among the 10 kings. Oomph. Li Xiao snorted coldly. With Senior Black King's strength comparing him with the 10 kings, isn't that flattering the 10 kings? This humorous dart thrower seemed to have seen a wider world, and he began to move closer to the Black King in his words, looking at the 10 kings as a little punk. Bai Yi held his forehead with his hand. He could almost imagine that from now on, the humorous dartsman would no longer talk about the 10 kings, but would talk about the Black King all the time. He finally understood. It turned out that the so-called 10 kings were the 10 most wanted supernatural criminals in Beimang. They were 10 people who committed heinous crimes. The supernatural circle named these 10 people the 10 kings. After all, the Federation would never call a wanted criminal a king. When he saw the wanted poster, he could sense the Federation's sinister intentions. The phrase head of the 10 kings was obviously intentional. Who are the 10 kings? Looking at the tyrant Yang Jie, one can probably guess a thing or two. These 10 top transcendents are not the type to be inferior to others. Originally, there was no ranking among them, and now there is suddenly a leader of the 10 kings. What will the other 10 kings think? He didn't understand others, but he knew that if the tyrant was still alive, given his character, if he woke up one day and saw the news about the head of the 10 kings, he would definitely go to his house without saying a word. Overpraising to death. Blatant overpraising to death. Bai Yi now felt more and more that his previous action of stripping Li Xiao naked was very wise. If his true appearance was exposed in front of everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he would not have enough time to waste. Everyone fell into a brief silence because of the news about the Black King. After a long time, Gao Bansheng broke the silence. He stood up and said with a smile, "No matter what Senior Black King did, we are able to survive this time, all thanks to him. Everyone, I suggest that we all raise a toast to Senior Black King." His words were agreed by everyone. Xiao, he raised his glass and stood up. Boss Gao is right. Without Senior Black King, we would not be able to return alive from Black Mountain. Cheers to Senior Black King. Cheers to the Black King. Respect my benefactor. Bai Yi was a little speechless. He didn't expect so many people to respect him from afar. He is not in the mood to drink now. La Moda has been blamed for everything. Who can he go to for justice? Brother Xiaobai, let's drink together. Gao Bansheng urged Bai Yi when he saw that he didn't raise his glass. Why? Bai Yi sighed in his heart. What's the point of honoring yourself? Never mind, don't think about it. There's no time to be upset. What's coming up next is a relic of fire from the past, the releaser of the mutated scarlet virus, the subverter of order and civilization, the master of time, the owner of the Panga USB flash drive, the executor of the Panga project, the last civilized being in the world, with a bounty of 2.96 billion, the highest bounty ever bestowed upon a person in Beimang, the one who instantly killed the tyrant Yang Jie, and the leader of the 10 kings. Black King Bai Yi. Chapter 1, 20 Extraordinary Level equals no level. Black King Bai Yi stood up resolutely and raised his glass high. Everyone raised their hands to clink their glasses. The wine splashed, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Bai Yi shouted loudly, "Cheers to the Black King! Tons, tons, tons!" After everyone drank a glass, they found that the news was still being broadcast, and this time it was about other people's rewards. Silent Court. Black Knight. Reward. 450 million. The crime is extremely serious. No matter life or death. Ghost Clown. Reward. 390 million. The crime is extremely serious. No matter life or death. Magic Hand. Liu. Reward. 330 million. The crime is extremely serious, regardless of life or death. Mr. Li, there's a reward for you, Gao Banqing said, in surprise. Li Yu, who was originally indulging in good wine, looked up in surprise and was struck by lightning. The wanted poster showed a cold-faced wastelander standing under the setting sun, shrouded in gunpowder smoke, his tattered robes swaying in the wind. He lowered his eyes and was untying the bloody bandage on his right hand. Li Yu was stunned when he saw himself on TV. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Why so many zeros? It's over, it's all over. I'm dead. Thinking of the many zeros on his head, he dared not close his eyes, for fear that several bounty hunters or federal law enforcement teams would suddenly jump out from the dark and chop off his head. Know why? I didn't do anything. I just went to Montenegro. He quickly looked at his crime. Participant in the Black Mountain incident, crimes destroying relics of the past, openly extorting hundreds of people, obstructing federal investigators, violating sections 125, 167, and 221 of the Federal Paranormal Management Act. After reading this, Li Yu wanted to curse. When did I destroy the relics of the old times? Ever since I entered Shelter 189, I've been hiding in the house, studying the magic hand. The one who destroyed the shelter was Yang Jie, and the one who openly blackmailed Yigo. Wait, what the heck is obstructing federal investigators? Who is the FBI? Could it be Minghu? Is it because he broke Minghu's wine glass? As expected of Mr. Li, Gao Banqing praised. The bounty has exceeded 300 million. That's too low. Xiao, he shook his head. With Mr. Li's strength, how could it be only 300 million? Mr. Li scared off 2 of the 12 zodiacs with just one sentence, plus 200 genetic warriors. This must be at least 500 million. Li Yu. Li said nothing, but just trying to calm himself down. By the way, he also glanced at Bai Yi with resentment. Bai Yi is not colorblind. He understood the words in Li Yu's eyes. The general meaning is, Brother Yi, you have caused me so much trouble. Hey, my bounty has also exceeded 100 million. Xiao, he said in surprise. He saw himself. Swordsman, Xiao Yi. Reward, 110 million. The crime is extremely serious, regardless of life or death. Seeing that his bounty exceeded 100 million, Xiao Yi acted calmly and did not react much. On the other hand, Li Xiao on the side became nervous and excited. He stared at the screen without blinking, like a student waiting to check his college entrance examination scores. After several wanted posters flashed by, he finally saw himself. Then he seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped in his seat, even spilling the wine in his hand. Filmmaker Li Xiao. Reward, 95 million. The crime is extremely serious, regardless of life or death. 9,005. Why is it only 9,005? Even Xiao, he has broken through 100 million, but I don't. This is impossible. Li Xiao, drunk, roared angrily. I fought a tyrant and fled in defeat. There must be something fishy going on. Everyone, they've only heard of people bribing federal officials to lower their own rewards, but never heard of anyone voluntarily increasing them. By the way, I've always been curious about one thing. Is the strength of extraordinary people divided by bounties? Are there no levels? Bai Yi asked the question in his mind. Gao Banqing explained. There is indeed no clear-cut level division, because there is no quantifiable thing to measure combat effectiveness. For example, If a superhuman who can become invisible fights a superhuman who can control fire, the fire superhuman can burn down a building in an instant, while the invisible superhuman can only become invisible. Who do you think would win if a fight really broke out? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, understanding Gao Banqing's meaning. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be invisible. Gao Banqing nodded. That's right. So any data on paper is not enough to summarize the strength of extraordinary people. Only by fighting in real life can we judge who is stronger and who is weaker. The bounty can be used as a reference to strength. It is the danger level assessed by the Federation based on the actual combat performance of the extraordinary people. The stronger the strength, the higher the bounty. Of course, sometimes the reputation doesn't live up to the reality. For example, if a transcendent isn't very strong but has committed too many heinous crimes, the bounty will increase. Can't we rate them based on their mental strength? Gao Bancheng burst out laughing. Spiritual power is invisible and intangible, but it really exists. Just like love, it can't be measured. It's like your girlfriend asks, "How much do you love me?" Can you answer with an exact number? Baiye's mouth twitched, and this scene unconsciously appeared in his mind. Woman, how much do you love me? M, I love you 98.5%. Woman, why not 100? M, because I have 1.5 languages. Baiyi is indeed a little speechless now, confused by the fat guy's love theory. It sounds nonsense, but when you think about it carefully, it really makes sense. Can love be quantified? From this point of view, the most reliable thing to look at is the bounty, which is like the combat power index. After the Battle of Black Mountain, he had a rough idea of the strength of the extraordinary people, genetically modified people, and mechanically modified people. 1 million is a hurdle. In Montenegro, $1 million bounty is just cannon fodder. Of course, it is only limited to Montenegro. After all, there are few moments when such strong people gather together. People like Tanjia and Wang, she are estimated to be worth less than $1 million, just a few 100,000. Then there are the tens of millions, such as the Black Panther in the Three Needle Realm. He remembered that when they were drinking, Black Panther boasted about his bounty, which was more than 20 million. However, Bai felt that there was some truth in the story, because Black Panther was not alone, and he had many younger brothers with him, so his real level was only over 10 million. There is also a humorous dart thrower. He thinks that the Federation's rating of Li Xiao is very accurate. He is a typical person who is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. He can walk sideways in the tens of millions, but he is not so good when facing strong people who are over 100 million. It's not that he can't win, but it depends on his ability to restrain the situation. Chapter 121, Black Gun. Xiaobai. The swordsman Xiao Yi, although he looks unremarkable, his strength is definitely over 100 million level. If he had not shown mercy in the battle with Black Panther, he would have killed Black Panther instantly with one sword. When the strength reaches over 100 million, the gap between them is quite large. Minghu, Yin Shi, and Xiaodong, He Qianjun, Ghost Clown, these people are all between 100 million and 1 billion. But if you were to rank them, the first choice would definitely be Ghost Clown. Although the Ghost Clown has the least presence, never communicates with others, and even has a lower bounty than in Xiaodong, this person is definitely not simple. The most direct proof is that even when he was fighting the tyrant, he was holding his heir girlfriend's hand. As a result, Minghu died, but he did not die. So, the weakest among this group of people is the Dark Tiger, of course, except for the Black Knight. Without the tyrant's leniency, the Black Knight would probably have died long ago, just like the Hades Tiger. As the person who knows in Xiaodong's body best, he admits that in Xiaodong is indeed very strong, but not strong enough. At least he is not as good as the Hades Tiger. After all, the Hades Tiger was hit by a train but survived. He faced the tyrant twice. He was seriously injured the first time and died the second time. As for in Xiaodong, she was subdued by the tyrant in one move. Even if it was a sneak attack, it could not cover up in Xiaodong's own weakness. In terms of physical fitness, and Xiaodong is the worst among these people. Half of her strength lies in night. However, she is also the youngest among them and has a promising future. Going further up is the billion level, such as the tyrant Yang Jie and the other 10 kings. Finally, there is the Black King Hakuno, who has broken through 2 billion. At this moment, Bai suddenly understood the humorous dart thrower's obsession with the bounty. You know what? I really want to tell you, it's really cool to have a high bounty. Hey, brother Xiao Bai, there's still your reward. Gao Bonchon est surprise interrupted BYS secret joy. Bai was stunned. My reward? Wasn't my reward published? He looked towards the TV, and his face suddenly darkened. The wanted poster showed a dusty and ragged teenager who was sneaking behind the crowd and shooting at the huge silver-white robot. Black Gun Xiaobai. Reward, 1,010,000. Don't go too far. Surrender as soon as possible. Suspected of possessing a snake-level forbidden item. Seemingly an ordinary person. Crime. Assisting magician Li Yu in openly extorting money. Fuck. Bai Yi was furious and cursed. My breath of skeleton is clearly white, yet you call me a black gun? I wonder if you think I'm so despicable that I'm always stabbing people in the back. Gao Bansheng suppressed a smile and said, Brother Xiao Bai, what's written on the wanted poster is correct. I remember that when we were hiding behind the crowd, you were using a black gun. Bai Yi was stunned. He remembered that in order to save energy and blood, he did not activate the breath of skeleton at all. So the breath of skeleton did not change into the appearance of a bone gun, but an ordinary black revolver. Bai Yi's face darkened slightly. I can tolerate the black gun, but what the hell is Xiao Bai? Don't I have a name? Box. Gao Bansheng laughed out loud. Maybe it's because everyone calls you Brother Xiao Bai, and the group of people you blackmailed heard it. So when they provided clues to the Federation, they called you Xiao Bai. But don't worry. The wanted poster is covered in dust and is difficult to read. You can walk down the street without worrying about anyone recognizing you as Black Gun. Xiao Bai, Li Xiao, who had been mercilessly mocked by Bai Yi, seemed to have seized a golden opportunity and exaggerated. The reward is 1.01 million. I guess the 1 million is for breath of skeleton. Bai Yi. After eating and drinking, Gao Bansheng booked a room for everyone so that they could take a shower and rest before starting the second half. When Bai Yi returned to the room, he found 3 new sets of clothes on the bed, which were obviously specially prepared by Gao Bansheng. Bai Yi glanced at the time, 11:34. There is less than half an hour left to add 1 minute, which is crucial for him with only 3 seconds left. 3 seconds is so insecure. I can't sleep well at night. He went to the bathroom and filled a tub with water, then sprinkled a few rose petals on himself. A boy's sense of ritual is a must. Only after he had washed the clean water into black water did he walk out of the bathroom and change into new clothes. Walking in front of the mirror, the steaming water vapor turned into mist on the mirror surface. Bai Yi casually wiped out half of the clear window with his palm, looked at himself in the mirror, and admired it with satisfaction. Water droplets fell from the ends of her hair to her collarbone. Her pure black shirt was delicate and fitted, though a little too stiff. Bai Yi frowned slightly, first rolled up his sleeves, then unbuttoned the first button, revealing his collarbone as cold as jade. Looking at the boy's bold and unrestrained colors in the mirror, he nodded with satisfaction. It's just that the colors of the clothes are not bright enough. The clothes sent by Gao Bansheng were all in versatile colors, such as black, white, and gray, but Bai Yi liked bright colors, just like the youthful vigor, bold and enthusiastic. Buzz. Bai Yi's soul rippled like waves on the water. A look of joy appeared on his face, knowing that another minute had arrived. So he couldn't wait to use the time-stop technique. After obtaining the black obelisk, he had been patient for a whole day, eager to know what the black obelisk was. Now that he had enough time, he could finally explore the secrets of the black obelisk. As the huge golden dial emerged, everything fell silent. Black matter, come out. Come out, don't be shy. Bai Yi urged several times, but there was no reaction from the black substance in his body. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and kept thinking about the black substance in his mind. Suddenly, his consciousness fluctuated. In the absolutely still time, it seemed as if endless black substance, like boiling black water, was pouring out of Bai Yi's body little by little. They grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a towering black tree. The towering black tree seemed illusory, its branches piercing through the hotel buildings without causing any damage. Like the Big Bang of the universe, it will expand, grow, and extend endlessly. A hint of joy flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. His guess was right. The black substance would only show its magical power when time was still. What exactly is this black substance that can grow freely when time stands still? Chapter 122, Witnessing the Past. Bai Yi focused his mind on the black substance. Instantly, his consciousness was suddenly pulled out of his body as if by an invisible thread, falling into a chaotic halo. All senses collapsed and reorganized in an instant, and space no longer extended according to the familiar three-dimensional laws. The walls of the world dissipated like gauze, and the originally invisible and intangible time was like flowing liquid metal. The boundaries between the past and the future collapsed and appeared in by Ye's eyes at the same time. At this moment, he seemed to be in the long river of time, with countless intricate timelines intertwined and flashing wildly before his eyes. Success. High-dimensional matter was born. Bai saw a dozen or so scientific researchers in white coats gathered in the laboratory, their faces filled with ecstasy. The ring-shaped quantum lamp cast a cold blue light, illuminating the several-meter-high nanoglass curtain wall. Inside the curtain wall, a mass of constantly twisting black matter suddenly began to develop nebula-like patterns on its surface. The testing instruments in the laboratory emitted a shrill beeping sound, and a waterfall of data frantically washed over the holographic screen. Those wildly jumping green numbers were rewriting the boundaries of human cognition. Bai was slightly stunned. This is people in the civilized era studying black matter? 100 years ago? Wait, where's my body? He suddenly realized that he was not in the laboratory, but was seeing the entire laboratory from a god's perspective. This is absolutely a great experiment that will rewrite human history. With high-dimensional matter, human civilization will enter a new energy level, hopefully allowing us to peek into the mysteries of time and achieve true immortality. A white-haired old man looked at the constantly changing black substance with an obsessed look. Dr. Chin, we've conducted energy tests on high-dimensional matter and discovered that its energy never decays. This is simply incredible. Even the sun will eventually go out, but its energy seems endless. We've already begun to understand the concepts of time and infinity, a middle-aged researcher said with equal enthusiasm. Dr. Chin, please give the higher dimensional matter a name. After all, you are the one leading this great experiment. Dr. Chin did not refuse, but pondered for a moment. Now the world's ecology is on the verge of collapse, and high-dimensional matter represents infinite possibilities. Humanity can rely on it to open up a whole new world. This reminds me of Pangu, the mythological figure who created the world. Why not just call it Panga Matter? Snap! The scene in front of Baye's eyes shattered like a mirror. His eyes flickered as he looked at the timeline of all things flashing before him, muttering to himself, Panga Matter, which possesses the concepts of time and infinity and can also give people immortality. Wow, this is the true core of the Panga project. The Panga USB drive is merely a carrier of knowledge, but the Panga material is the true Pangu with the power to create the universe. The images in front of my eyes kept flashing, but most of them were unclear. Gradually, he discovered the pattern, and only the timeline that was closely related to himself and Panga Matter could he see a glimpse of it. Soon, I saw my own figure in the picture. In the small town of Gray Earth, a rebellious young man completed the Wheel of Destiny with a breath of bones in hand. Liu burst into tears in front of Wang Shi. Commander, I don't want to die. Please spare me. My mother is waiting for me to return. I am her only son. Ha ha. King Snake, this idiot. I knew psychopaths would be into this kind of thing. Hee hee. It's great to live another day. Battle against a pack of hyenas. Let me go. I will fight the hyena king to the death. The smoke from the cooking stoves of thousands of homes is still lingering behind me, and the cries of children are still ringing in my ears. Today, the weapons in our hands are the last barrier to protect this world. Looking at the passionate young man in the picture, Bai couldn't help but cover his eyes, and his ears turned slightly red. Afterwards, he actually saw the night girl in Xiaodong hiding in the woods, silently watching his former self. Bai suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Xiaodong always said that he was a good person. It turned out that she had come at that time. The images flashed faster and faster, and everything he had experienced was now presented one by one from a god's perspective. Suddenly, a picture flashed by. Bai was stunned at first, and then he started cursing. Epka Lawan. He had just seen Old Wong from the Tire Tavern in Gray Soil Town secretly spitting into the food while cooking. I saw Lao Tan and Wang Shi plotting again. Lao Tan called 2 female companions at night, and Wang Shi called 3. I saw the cool photo of Mr. Ng taking out the silver snake in the tent. It was seen that Mr. Ng, who had a very creative mind, quietly put his hand on the pistol at his waist before he died, but the shooting was so sudden that Mr. Ng did not have time to pull out the gun. The middle-aged officer who was traveling with Mr. Ng secretly asked his men to use an encrypted phone to call for help, but there was no signal at all in Montenegro. The images of these dead people suddenly became fuller in Baye's mind. People always think that they're the protagonist and the world revolves around them, but they don't know that in places where the protagonist can't see, those supporting roles also have their own lives. The scene continues to advance to Montenegro, and Xiaodong took off her shoes and socks, and her jade-white feet dipped into the stream. Her 2 feet swayed alternately in the water like playful fish, splashing crystal water. She took off her mask, took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket, and put it in her mouth. The coolness of the stream water and the sweetness of the chocolate filled her eyes, making them bend into crescents. Bai didn't expect that this always serious knight of justice had such a side. Under the thick silver armor, the innocence of a girl was hidden. Then came the battle between the dark tiger and the silver snake. One was as strong as a tiger, the other as soft as a snake. Well, the one as strong as a tiger was the silver snake. Above the sky, Yang Jie sat alone on the locomotive, with the setting sun above his head, staring blankly at the pocket watch in his hand. Hidden in the pocket watch was a corner of a photo that had been torn from somewhere. She was a girl with a ponytail, smiling gently, and looked a bit like in Xiaodong. The tyrant is indeed a love-struck man. Wait, who are these two? Chapter 123, Unlocking New Time Abilities. On the top of the Black Mountain, the painter stood on the cliff, expressing his ambitions. The canvas clearly depicts the scene of Yang Jie fighting with the others. Bai watched for a moment, then sneered, "Great! No wonder I've been so unlucky since arriving in Montenegro. Turns out it's you two bastards who's behind this." He secretly memorized the appearance of the two men and planned to kill them when he met them again. Buzz. Time to recover. Bai didn't dare to look anymore. There was not enough time. He thought he had only looked for a few seconds, but who would have thought that dozens of seconds had passed? Time flies when you're immersed in peeping into other people's privacy. He now has 40 seconds left. Damn it. What's the point of knowing the black substance's name? No matter how powerful it is, I can't use it for my own benefit. Bai was secretly annoyed. He had no idea how to use the black substance. He felt powerless like a eunuch facing a stunning beauty. Perhaps the Panga USB flash drive is the key to using Panga material. Otherwise, why would people in the old times store these two things together? This also means that Panga USB flash drive is by no means as simple as storing knowledge. Damn, these few seconds were wasted. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Bai suddenly discovered that the time stored in his soul seemed to be a little different. This description may not be accurate. It's not that the time is different, but that the self who sees time is different. If Time is an obscure advanced mathematics book, then Bai before was the elementary school student who had just learned addition and subtraction within 100. But just as he entered the Panga matter with his consciousness, stepped into the forbidden time realm, and witnessed the intersection and birth of countless timelines, he realized more about the mysteries of time. Although I am still confused, at least I understand what XY means. He felt that he should have been promoted to a junior high school student and could barely understand the advanced mathematics book on time. Therefore, when he looked at the time stored in his soul from his current perspective, he immediately had a different feeling. He vaguely realized that the magic of time seemed to be more than just standing still. The ability of time comes from the soul being out of sync with the times. So he has 1 extra minute of free space every day, but before he could simply stop time. The time in his soul is like a paintbrush, and the time of the world is like a canvas. He can paint on canvas with a brush. That is, use his own time to leverage the world's time, but this involves the issue of painting skills. Some people can draw along the river during the Qingming festival with a pen, while others can only draw a simple sketch of a little turtle. It was obvious that Bai could only draw little turtles before. This wonderful journey through time was equivalent to allowing him to attend a master-level painting exhibition to observe and learn. Although he could not reach the master-level level, at least he knew how to color the little turtle. Bai was shocked and became excited. Can I use other time-related abilities now? He couldn't wait to try it out, but when he thought that there were only 40 seconds left, his eyebrows immediately twisted into a knot and his face was full of confusion. Inside a sauna room with white smoke rising, the painter, who had originally looked comfortable, suddenly stood up and his expression changed drastically. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, "Don't let your thing wave around in front of me. I'm afraid of getting sty." The painter ignored Huangquan's teasing and said anxiously, "My fate line is connected to that person outside the script." He noticed me. Gu Huangquan frowned. "Someone outside the script? Are you talking about the Black King?" "Yes, it's the Black King. But we've already left Black Mountain. How'd he notice you? The painter's face turned pale. How should I know? But fate tells me that my fate is increasing. The Black King. The Black King is watching me. He has murderous intentions towards me. Run. Run quickly. We can't stay here anymore. I didn't believe he was a survivor from the old era and the executor of the Panga Project. But now it seems that he must be. This person is so scary. So scary. The painter rushed out of the sauna room like crazy, not caring at all about Gu Huangquan, who was still in a daze. Gu Huangquan came back to his senses. Your clothes. A moment later, the two disheveled men ran away. Where are you going? Of course, the farther the better, the painter said without turning his head. Can we escape? The Black King seems to have the ability to teleport, and he's already set his sights on us. We don't know how far he can teleport, but with this ability, it's only a matter of time before he catches up to us. The painter suddenly stopped, his face dark and uncertain. You're right. We can't run around like headless flies. We can't outrun the Black King. We must find a way to delay him. How to delay? Gu Huangquan frowned. Is there anyone in this world who can hold back such a powerful being? Perhaps there is, but definitely not in Beimang. The painter did not answer, but took out his brush and canvas and began to paint frantically. Only this time, he did not draw any characters. Instead, countless intricate lines intertwined together, like a child's graffiti. Ha ha! I told you I'm the god of the new age. In the hotel room, Bai Yi looked at the second hand of the clock on the wall, moving slowly, and laughed wildly toward the sky. In the end, he couldn't help himself and used his newly gained superficial understanding of time to drive time. And then the world slowed down. On the huge golden dial under his feet, a golden hourglass filled with gold sand appeared. The golden sand, symbolizing time, drips from the hourglass bit by bit. But the magical thing is that the sand in the upper hourglass does not decrease at all, and the sand in the lower hourglass does not increase at all. The golden hourglass is the embodiment of his new ability, and the flow rate of the hourglass represents the flow rate of time. And his new ability is changing the flow of time. To be precise, it is to slow down the flow of time. With his current understanding of time, he can only slow down the flow of time, but cannot speed it up. And it can only be slowed down to 0.5 times the speed. From Baye's perspective, the world was like a video playing at 0.5 times the speed. Everything became incredibly slow, except for his time flow, which remained unchanged. In other words, his speed doubled out of thin air. The whole world's speed has slowed down by half, but I remain unchanged. Bai Yi grinned. Although 0.5x speed sounds far worse than time standing still, it is enough to make him excited. As the old saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. If you can slow down the flow of time now, you can speed up time in the future. Maybe you can even turn the golden hourglass upside down and make time go back. He looked out the huge picture windows at the people walking on the street below. It was strangely interesting to see people walking at a snail's pace. It's about time to undo the 0.5x speed. Hey, it's so nice to have more time. Chapter 124 now, I can really play the 1,000 playing music in a flash. Bang! Bai snapped his fingers, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. The reason why he said that he had plenty of time was not because he had eaten poisonous mushrooms, but because he really had plenty of time. The time consumed by using time standstill and 0.5x speed is completely different. When time is still, 1 minute can only be used as 1 minute, but at 0.5 times the speed, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes. Only by further reducing the flow of time will more time be consumed. With his superficial knowledge of time, Bai Yi initially understood the mystery of time slowing down. The lower the speed of time flows, the closer it is to a static state, and the closer the ratio of consumed time is to 1 to 1. At 0.5x speed, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes, with a ratio of 120. At 0.25x speed, 1 minute is equal to 10 minutes, and the ratio is 110. At 0.125 times the speed, 1 minute can only be used as 5 minutes. The ratio is 1 to 5. Time stands still, 1 minute is 1 minute. The ratio is 1 to 1. This is like running. The physical energy consumed by running at full speed and walking is definitely different. You will feel tired after running at full speed for 1 minute, but you can walk for an hour without any problem. Oh no, now I really know how to do that bullshit flow of light and thousandfold melody. Bai Yi was slightly stunned, and he suddenly realized that his previous casual talk had come true. No, what kind of name is this? We need to change it to a name that suits God. The tyrant Yang Jie even knew to give his ability to control metal a name. One is Blade Prison, the other is Iron Flow Sky Puppet. Time-related abilities must have a cool name. After thinking for a moment, Hakuno came up with an idea. Time flow variations, 0.5x speed. Time flow represents the speed of time, and variation gives the changes of time a sense of rhythm, implying that the speed of time can vary as flexibly as the rhythm of music. Genius! Bai clapped his hands and praised himself. As expected of me, life is like a journey. When no one is paying attention to you, you should encourage yourself. Akuno did a good job on this, just a little too much. Time slowdown has a new name, but what about time stoppage? Why not call it etching eternity? Etch dynamic time into static eternity. Bai felt more and more that he was a genius, so he also gave names to the golden dial and golden hourglass. Clock of time, hourglass of time, boom, boom, boom. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to bother you. Mr. Gao invites you to the basement. The gentle voice of the waitress was heard outside the room. Bai Yi suddenly became excited. Is something exciting finally going to happen? He immediately followed the waitress to the basement. As soon as we arrived, we were hit by the deafening sound of explosive music. In the dim dance floor, scarlet and dark blue beams of light intersected and cut across the dome, splitting the dance floor into fragments of light and dark. In the light and shadow, countless men and women twisted their bodies to their heart's content. Perfume and cigarettes evaporated into hazy mist, and their bodies vibrated, fitted together, and separated with the heavy bass. Every time darkness engulfed the entire venue, it was like a brief fall into chaos. And when the lights suddenly came on, those slightly raised jaws and entangled waist were instantly coated with a layer of psychedelic glow. Mr. Bai, Mr. Gao is waiting for you in the box. The waiter smiled and took Bai Yi to the box. Gao Bancheng, Li Xiao, and others have all arrived. Everyone was stunned when they saw Bai Yi coming. Is this Brother Xiao Bai? I didn't expect Brother Xiao Bai to be so handsome. The girls will be so lucky later. He. After Bai Yi took his seat, Gao Bancheng clapped his hands, and a row of young women in purple cheongsams and with outstanding looks walked in from outside the door. Brother Xiao Bai, you're the youngest here, so you choose first. What to choose? Of course we choose someone to pour the wine. The service at Fujin Pavilion is meticulous. How could we let the guests pour the wine themselves? Gao Bancheng said with a smile. Bai Yi looked around and had to admit that the purple color was indeed very charming. Long hair is nice. Gao Bancheng looked around and found that many of them had long hair. He couldn't help but ask, which one with long hair are you talking about? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. I mean, they're all good. Gao Bancheng was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Didn't you hear what my brother Xiao Bai said? Those with long hair, come here. Soon, everyone started drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, the tall fat man, whose face was flushed from drinking, asked everyone, what are your plans for the future? Bai Yi Simidet. He had long seen through Gao Bancheng's plan. The other party came to Montenegro not for the paying a USB flash drive, but to recruit people. It is a rare opportunity to have so many masters gather together. This is definitely the best time to recruit them. Fatty Gao, are you planning to recruit us? Box. Gao Bancheng said with a smile. Brother Xiao Bai is a quick-witted person, so I will tell you frankly that although I, Gao Bancheng, am rich, I am just an ordinary person and an illegitimate child. Now that my father Gao Shanhe is still alive, I naturally have no worries about food and clothing, but I must always think about myself. Although this trip to Montenegro was full of risks, I also made friends who are willing to die for me. I believe you all can see what kind of person I, Gao Bancheng, am. I am not recruiting you, but I sincerely regard you as my friends. I have money and you have strength. We will surely accomplish great things in the future by joining forces. I wonder what you all think. Gao Bancheng put his words directly on the table, and his words were full of sincerity, just as he had shown along the way. He makes friends by spending money and sincerity. If he gets true friends, he will be happy. If he doesn't, he will just lose some money, which he can afford anyway. Everyone was obviously tempted, but still hesitant. Admittedly, they valued Gao Bancheng's character and financial resources, but they did not want to stay in Wangwenjing for the rest of their lives. After my battle with the tyrant, I have learned a lot and plan to hone my skills. Li Xiao stated his plan, and his meaning was very simple. He did not intend to limit himself to Wangwenjing, and what he said was indeed the truth. Ever since being PUA'd by Bai Yi, he had overcome his inner demons and his mental strength had risen to a new level. Gao Banqing laughed and said, Li Xiao, you misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to be my bodyguard and not leave my side for 24 hours. I said we are friends. You can hone yourself anytime you want, but you need a place to stay, right? If you don't mind, I will arrange a manor for you in Wangwenjing. You can rest in the manor whenever you are tired. If you need any cultivation materials, just let me know. Aren't friends supposed to help each other? I'll help you with the money, and if I get bullied someday. Oomph. Li Xiao suddenly snorted coldly. I want to see who dares to bully Li's friends. Faced with such generous conditions, Li Xiao changed his mind instantly. He added, I have no problem going back to Wangwenjing with you, but I have to make one thing clear up front. In name only, I will never join the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. Okay. Gao Banqiang smiled secretly and guessed Li Xiao's thoughts at a glance. Bai Yi frowned slightly and asked Li Beitian beside him, what does Li Xiao mean by this? Li Beitian smiled and said, Brother Xiao Bai, you still know too little about the Federation's bounty. Wild Transcendence will be rewarded, but after joining the major forces under the Federation, the bounty will be cancelled. Don't forget to vote for Fang Xiu and Buyu, folks. Chapter 125, Xiaolu and Xiaodong. Huh? Bai Yi was stunned. What the hell? It turns out that Li Xiao didn't want his bounty to be cancelled, so he didn't join the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce in name. What a talented person. What is going on in the head of a humorous dart thrower every day? At this time, Gao Banqing looked at Xiao Yi again and said, Brother Xiao, I know you want to find the Divine Sword Laser, but your efficiency alone is ultimately limited. I can mobilize the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce's intelligence system to help you find it. Xiao Yi immediately raised his glass and said, Boss Gao Yi, I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want. Tons. Bai Yi was stunned. He originally thought that although Xiao Yi was a bit sinister, he at least had some of the spirit of an ancient knight and was also very particular about words in his daily life. I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would not show any reserve and would just bow down to the capital. At this moment, Bai Yi felt his thigh being poked. He glanced sideways and found that it was Li Yu who was winking at him in a subtle way. Fortunately, Bai Yi is not colorblind and understands Li Yu's expression. He knew that Li Yu was asking for his opinion. Bai Yi thought for a moment and got the answer. His target was Pangi USB flash drive. Whether it was to deal with Bai Zhe, become a transcendent, or control Panga matter, he must get Panga USB flash drive. At present, the Panga USB flash drive is suspected to be in the hands of Apocalypse Company. In other words, only by staying in Dawn City can we have a chance to find out the whereabouts of the Panga USB flash drive. So he chose, Fatty Gao, I'm going to Wangwenjing too. You're most welcome. Coming to Wangwenjing feels like home. By the way, what do you think, Mr. Li? Seeing that Bai Yi agreed, Li Yu also nodded. In the end, everyone agreed to go to Wangwenjing, except Li Beitian. The reason given by the bounty hunter was very simple. His family and friends were all here, and he was no longer in the energetic age and did not want to be away from home. Gao Banqiang tried to persuade Li Beitian to stay several times, but seeing that Li Beitian was determined, he stopped forcing him. Everyone started drinking again, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Everyone originally thought that after this gathering, everyone would go their separate ways, but they didn't expect that they all had a common destination, Wangwenjing. In this world, it is rare to meet a group of good friends, so it is naturally worth being happy. Bai Yi took the wine handed to him by the purple sister and drank it all in one gulp. Only children do multiple choice questions. Adults want them all. The reason why he decided to go to Wangwenjing was not to give up the Panga USB drive, but because the two were not in conflict at all. He went to Wangwenjing as a friend, and he could get a house for free and leave whenever he wanted. This means that he can enjoy himself in Wangwenjing for a month first, and then return to Shuguang City to find the Panga USB flash drive when he has accumulated enough time. Even if the Panga USB drive is in the hands of Apocalypse Company, their purpose is not to destroy the Panga USB drive, so just let them use it first. Once enough time has accumulated, I will transform into the Black King and rob him. The most important thing is that Guanjing is safe. In Shuguang City, where you are unfamiliar with the place, it is inevitable to encounter accidents. But it is different in Wangwenjing. That is Fatty Gao's territory. Is there anything that cannot be handled? Bai Yi couldn't help but praise his own wit, and then started drinking with the Purple Sisters. While drinking, he glanced at Li Beitian out of the corner of his eye. He had been wondering why Li Beitian didn't leave. Could it be that he was still thinking about letting him join the Silent Court? But when he saw Li Beitian surrounded by women, with his mouth almost stretched to his ears, he suddenly felt that this guy was just here to eat and drink for free. TSK, TSK. Li Beitian and Xiaodong are both in the silent court, but the gap between them is too big. Are silent court's recruitment criteria really based on character? Answer boy, you just drank her wine, but not mine. If you keep doing this, I'm going to be sad. Will you cry then? Bai asked. Humph. When she cries, she's really fierce, the kind that can't be comforted no matter how hard you try. At this moment, Bai really wanted to let Xiaodong see what a cute and soft girl was, instead of someone who slashed people with a sword all day long. It's just that this purple girl's makeup is too thick, and it can't compare to Xiaodong's natural beauty like a lotus emerging from the water. In a villa in Maxiang Garden, Shuguang City, two girls were holding hands and talking. Xiaodong, do you know how much I missed you during the month you were home on vacation? After you left, I didn't even have anyone to talk to. Lu Yao pulled in Xiaodong's hand and shook it coquettishly. And Xiaotong looked helplessly at the girl in front of her who was a size shorter than her. Xiaolu, could you please stop shaking for a while? I don't want it. Who asked you to be away for so long? You didn't even bring me a gift when you came back. Lu Yao pouted and pretended to be dissatisfied, but her dark almond eyes were filled with joy. She stood on tiptoe in her fluffy slippers, clambered onto Xiaodong's arm like a furry kitten, and stared at him without blinking. When her long eyelashes flutter, she looks like a butterfly about to fly. Xiaodong, why do I feel like you've lost weight again in the months since you came home? And your face looks haggard too. And Xiaodong was slightly stunned. Is he haggard? She recalled her recent experiences, which had essentially consisted of her traversing the wasteland, slaying mutants in various towns, sleeping rough in the Black Mountains, breaking into Shelter 189, and battling the tyrant. It seemed like it never stopped for a moment. Did you travel too much? I'll tell you a good way. Taking a hot bath can relieve fatigue. This is what the housekeeper told me. I was tired for shopping once, so I tried it. After taking a bath, I felt completely relaxed. Lu Yao happily shared her method of relieving fatigue, as if she was sharing a little-known secret. However, what she didn't know was that this was just common sense to ordinary people. Only a young lady like her, who has never been tired, would feel fresh. Okay, then I'll go take a shower first and chat with you later. And Xiaotong had wanted to take a shower for a long time. The battle in Montenegro had consumed too much physical energy. She originally thought of taking a shower and resting at home, but she didn't expect Lu Yao to come to her door. She was not surprised by this because Lu Yao bought a villa next door so that she could go to school with her every day. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of Tianqi Company. Naturally, there are many bodyguards around Lu Yao. Lu Yao must have instructed the bodyguards long ago to notify her when they see her coming back. And Xiaotong walked towards the bathroom, but there were stealthy footsteps following behind her. She turned her head and stared at Lu Yao, who looked like a thief with her light brown eyes. Lu Yao was startled by her sudden turning back. After coming back to her senses, she rubbed the back of Xiaodong's hand with the lace cuff of her sleeve. Let's wash together. Her soft voice was as sweet as honey, and her big eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 126. Damn, you removed your ribs, but your waist is so thin. And Xiaodong nodded helplessly. Her friend was good in every way except that she was a little too clingy. Lu Yao, who comes from a prominent family, has no shortage of friends who wear false masks. It would be fine if she were a little dumb, but she is born smart and can see through the sincerity and falsehood, but she is unwilling to wear a mask like others. In the end, all you get is loneliness and incompatibility. Therefore, she regarded in Xiaotong, her only friend, as a treasure. Lu Yao immediately smiled and hugged Xiaotong like a koala, hanging on her. Just like that, Xiaolu and Xiaotong walked into the bathroom together. Steaming hot air rose from the bathtub, and milky white mist spread through the cracks in the marble floor, turning the entire bathroom into a hazy, warm curtain. Rose, jasmine, and peony petals floated on the amber water, making the figures of the two girls appear vaguely. There were dense drops of water on Lu Yao's eyelashes, and she stared at Xiaotong opposite her without blinking. Wow, Xiaotong, how do you take care of yourself on a daily basis? You have such a good figure. I wish I had a pair of long legs like you. Lu Yao, who is 1.6 meters tall, envies Xiaotong's legs the most. And Xiaotong picked off the petals stuck to her collarbone and said, if you eat less snacks, you might even grow taller. Lu Yao pouted and said, I don't see you eating less. It's really infuriating. You eat so much candy on a normal day and don't gain weight. I wonder where all the fat has gone. It's not that Xiaotong doesn't gain weight just by eating, but that she trains a lot every day, and if she doesn't eat some high-calorie foods, she won't get enough nutrition. But she couldn't tell Lu Yao, because in Lu Yao's heart, she was just an ordinary girl, not the terrifying Black Knight. Let me see where you hid the meat. Lu Yao smiled cunningly. The two girls started playing in the bathroom, and the white mist became thicker for a while. The soft light was broken up by the mist, reflecting tiny halos on the water, as if a pool of stars was crushed into curling white smoke. The two girls' laughter, like silver bells, drifted along with the mist over the exquisitely carved windows and towards the bright moon in the sky. After a while, Lu Yao was a little out of breath. She was just an ordinary person, and soaking in hot water quickly consumed her physical strength. Why? What's wrong? A hint of doubt flashed in Xiaodong's eyes. She didn't know why Lu Yao sighed. This young lady's temper always changed quickly. Lu Yao sighed. My little Tong is such a beautiful girl. I don't know which stinky man will marry her in the future, humph. And Xiaodong laughed dumbly. Getting married? This was a question she had never thought about, because she doesn't plan to get married. There are too many injustices and ugliness in this world. She just wants to use her limited life to change this era. Even if it's only a little bit, it's worth it. Some things have to be done by someone. I never thought about getting married. A hint of dejection flashed across Lu Yao's eyes, but she smiled and said, girls are bound to get married. Like me, I will definitely have to marry into an alliance with other factions in the future. I just hope that by then I can marry a man I like. And Xiaotong fell silent. She was a transcendent being, the Black Knight of the Silent Court, and had the ability to control her own destiny, but Lu Yao couldn't. Lu Yao's life trajectory seems to have been predetermined. The girl's emotions came and went quickly, and soon Lu Yao smiled slyly. Xiaodong, do you have a boy you like? And Xiaodong shook her head, no. Really? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? No. Have you ever held hand with a boy? No. There wasn't even hand-holding, so there definitely wasn't a hug either. And Xiaodong was about to say no, but suddenly stopped. Embrace? The image of the wasteland boy unconsciously emerged in her mind. Did that count as a hug? Probably not. How could hugging yourself count? Lu Yao screamed. You hesitated. My innocent little pupil actually hesitated. You wouldn't really. No. And Xiaodong denied subconsciously. Lu Yao came up to Xiaotong and hugged her, pretending to be jealous, and said, I don't believe it. Tell me, who did you hug? Did he hug you like this? And Xiaodong was slightly distracted because she and Bai Yi were really hugging each other like this. In an instant, and Xiaodong's eyes blurred, and the smoky bathroom had turned into a karaoke room without her knowing. She saw Gao Bansheng, Li Beitian, Xiao, Yi, and others, as well as the purple sisters on her left and right. Brother Bai, I didn't expect that not only is your last name Bai, but your skin is also quite white. Really? Let me see too. The purple sisters pulled at Xiaodong's collar, and Xiaodong's expression turned cold in an instant, and she came to her senses completely. She grabbed the attacking hand tightly with both hands. Ouch, Brother Bai, you hurt me. And Xiaodong stood up without saying a word. She looked down at her tall and thin body, her face looking slightly ugly. The souls have been exchanged again. Hasn't it been resolved? Why at this time? Brother Xiao Bai, you went to the toilet again. Your kidneys are not in good condition at such a young age. Li Beitian, whose face was flushed from drinking, joked. But when he saw the familiar cold light in Bai Ye's eyes, he suddenly shuddered, as if he was back in the mission last year, when he and Xiaotong were carrying out a mission to wipe out a gang. In order to obtain gang intelligence, he deliberately risked his life, sacrificed his looks, and went straight into the entertainment venues run by the gang. It took him a lot of effort to find out the whereabouts of the gang boss before he could take any action, and Xiaodong came to him with the gang leader's head in his hand, expressionless, and said that the mission was accomplished. That incident left him with a psychological trauma, and for a long time he didn't dare go to entertainment venues to gather intelligence. Now he saw that look again. Fuck, where are your clothes? Bai Yi was shocked and suddenly woke up. He didn't expect that Fujin Pavilion would be so open. Wait, why don't I seem to have seen this woman before? When did she change? There's such a beautiful woman in Fujin Pavilion. Where are my clothes? Bai Yeding stood up suddenly, and accompanied by the sound of splashing water, his eyes turned white and he was dazzled. At this point, he already knew what was happening. I'm trying to trick you. Monkey brother, you're messing with me again, you dead monkey. Xiaodong, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Lu Yao quickly stood up and grabbed Bai Ye's arm with concern. No, don't stand up. Shit, did you remove your ribs? Your waist is so thin. Chapter 127 Xiaodong. Why is your nose bleeding? Xiaodong, are you okay? What nonsense are you talking about? Why is your face so red? You have a nosebleed. After a long time, the crystal chandelier casts a warm golden light, giving the Baroque-style living room a soft glow. On the vintage and exquisite carpet, two women wrapped in silk bathrobes leaned on the dark brown sofa. The woman on the left is wearing an off-white bathrobe embroidered with orchids. She has her wet hair casually tied up with crystal water droplets hanging on the ends of her hair. She is holding a gilded teacup in her hand. The woman on the right is wrapped in a smoky purple bathrobe, half curled up, her slender ankles exposed at the hem of the bathrobe, her toes clasped together restlessly, as if she is a little flustered. A few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, and her fair skin was flushed pink after bathing. The only thing that didn't look good was that there were two pieces of toilet paper stuffed in her nose. The air is filled with moisture and fragrance after bathing. Xiaodong, you are too weak, not even as good as me. Look, I haven't felt dizzy or had a nosebleed after soaking for such a long time. Drink some water. Lu Yao handed the gilded teacup in her hand to Bai Yi. Hakuno drank water strategically, his mind racing. Just now he used the excuse of being drunk to fool this woman whose name he did not know. But then what? What should I do next? His mind was a little confused now, mainly because he had just received two stimulations in succession, one from Xiaodong and the other from the woman in front of him. Under the two spiritual attacks, even the gods of the new era would have to slow down. But to be honest, it's really white. It turns out that you can never feel the direct impact of reality through the screen. Putting aside human nature, from an artistic perspective, it could be called a flawless work of art. Oh, you're bleeding from the nose again. How about I call a private doctor? Lu Yao was a little panicked. This young lady who was born in a honeypot rarely sees blood. The most frequent time was when her own puppy bit her finger and she cried for a long time. Later, in order to comfort her, her father sent the puppy to a professional dog trainer for 2 days. From then on, the puppy never bit her again. However, what confused her was that the puppy in her memory clearly had a little white tip on its tail, but when she came back, it was gone. Her father said that the dog trainer thought it was unsightly and trimmed it specially. No, my mind is just a little confused. I just need to rest for a while. Bai Yi leaned on the sofa, which was extremely soft. The girl seemed to sink into it and was wrapped up by the sofa. Lu Yao nodded. Then I'll go light some incense for you. Fragrance? Although it is summer now, and I should light mosquito coils, what does this have to do with my dizziness? Wouldn't lighting mosquito coils make me more dizzy? Bai Yi didn't understand the situation and didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. Lu Yao did not stand up immediately, but bent her legs to hook the furry pink slippers beside the sofa. The carpet was obviously clean, but her small feet carefully avoided the carpet until they were in the slippers, and then she stood up. Daddy-da! The girl was wearing heavy, plush slippers, which looked like two pink cotton balls on her feet. Her steps were slow and clumsy. With every step, the thick soles would separate from her round feet and hit the ground. While the girl was away, Hakuno's brain started working rapidly. He first glanced at the surroundings, the dazzling crystal chandeliers, the off-white marble walls inlaid with carvings, and the dark brown walnut floors with a warm luster. The floor-to-ceiling windows are hung with chiffon curtains and dark red velvet curtains, and there is a retro old-fashioned record player in a living room. Every detail is elegant and luxurious. Where the hell is this? In Xiaodong's home? The Black Knight, who usually robs the rich and helps the poor, is actually a wealthy woman? It must be to rob others of their wealth, to help your own poverty. What is the mechanics of using the divine Taboo 169? Why was it exchanged again after it was already removed? Bai Yi is really annoyed with Monkey now. When dealing with the tyrant before, if 169 had given him a little strength, he would have directly attacked and Xiaodong. There would be no need for him to rack his brains to delay time. He could have killed the tyrant in seconds. Damn, you can't change it at this critical moment. I'm talking about my life ideals with Purple Sister, and you're the one who changed it for me. Moreover, this exchange does not require one person to hold half of the 169. You must know that the complete 169 is in his hands. I'll study the usage mechanism after I get it back. Bai Yi stood up and wanted to go to Fujin Pavilion to find his Xiaodong, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze in place. He remembered the last time at the experimental base. He went out to look for a Xiaodong, but in Xiaotong went in to look for him. This woman has no idea what it means to get lost and wait in the same place. If I go to Fujin Pavilion now, will I miss her again like last time? It shouldn't be, right? After what happened last time. And Xiaodong should have learned her lesson, right? Now, Bai Yi was in trouble because he had no idea whether and Xiaodong would come to see him. Even if you're a god of the new era, it is difficult to guess a woman's mind. It would be nice to have a mobile phone so I could make calls, but after the cataclysm, a large part of the technology tree for communication networks was paralyzed, and only some specially processed communication devices could be used. That catastrophe not only changed living things, but also caused subtle changes in some physical laws. At this moment, he suddenly smelled a faint and elegant fragrance, which entered his nasal cavity along the toilet paper. Ah! Bai felt his nose itchy and couldn't help but sneeze, and 2 pieces of bloody toilet paper fell to the ground. Xiaodong, your nose isn't bleeding anymore? Lu Yao came over skipping. Bai was frightened by what he saw, but he said, "Stop jumping, the little white rabbit will be out of the cage soon." What kind of fragrance is this? Xiaolu was startled and pointed at the bronze incense burner on the table behind him. Your favorite is Shui Zhongchuan Xan. Spring message in the snow? Bai glanced at the bronze incense burner. Wisps of green smoke were slowly rising from the mouth of the incense burner and then drifting into the air. He remembered that he had smelled this fragrance from Xiaodong when he first exchanged with her. It didn't sound like perfume, but more like the incense used by ancient nobles. So this kind of incense is called spring letter in the snow? Damn, and Xiaodong has been marinated by Shui Zongchengsen. Xiaodong, please sit down and rest for a while. I feel like you're not well yet. You can't even smell the spring message in the snow. This is your favorite incense. You said that whenever you feel upset, you light it to calm your mind. I'm much better now. I had toilet paper in my nose just now, so I didn't smell it. How could I not recognize Yukinaka, Harunabu? Bai Yi made up a story, his eyes constantly looking at Lu Yao, trying to guess her identity. And Xiaodong's best friend? Could she be from the Silent Court? She doesn't look like one. Her delicate appearance doesn't resemble that of a transcendent at all. She looks more like a spoiled young lady. Lu Yao came over and held Bai Ye's hand, and the two returned to the sofa. As long as you feel better, you really scared me just now. The way you looked at me was so strange, like you were a different person. Bai Yi smiled perfunctorily, but he became a different person. Vote. Chapter 128 Tacit Understanding. Lu Yao continued. I don't know why, but when you stared at me just now, I felt uncomfortable all over, as if I was being seen naked by a man. Ahem. Bai Yi interrupted hurriedly, fearing that she would guess the truth while talking. Go blow dry your hair first. You'll get sick if your hair is wet all the time. What about you? I'm still a little dizzy. Let me rest for a while. After a lot of coaxing and deception, Bai Yi finally coaxed Lu Yao into the bathroom. He paced back and forth on the carpet barefoot alone. Should I stay here and wait, or go to the Fujin Pavilion? Forget it. I'd better wait here. Within Xiaodong's fierce personality, she will definitely not be able to wait and come find me. And Xiaodong, who was in Fujin Pavilion, was also thinking about the same question. Xiaodong, why don't you go find Bai Yi to exchange it back? Li Beitian, who was half sober, felt a headache and glanced at the box from the corner of his eyes. Auntie, please go away. It's a rare opportunity for a rich man to treat me to such a high-end place. What's the point of you staying here? And Xiaotong pondered and said, given Bai Ye's restless personality, I think he might come looking for me. If I leave now, there's a high probability that I'll be disappointed. Li Baiqian's face turned bitter, looking at Gao Banqing and others who were drinking happily in the box. He felt like a cat's claws were scratching his heart. Xiaotong, have you ever thought about the possibility that, given your level of tacit understanding, you two could both be waiting right here? Wouldn't that mean neither of you would be able to wait for the other in the end? And Xiaodong's eyes flashed with confusion. Uncle Li, how do you know that he and I have a tacit understanding? We have only met a few times. Is there any need to look at this? Oh, I have an idea. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took out a white dove ring from his body and handed it over. Xiaotong, take my white dove ring and go find Bai Yi. The rings can sense each other, so you two won't miss each other. And Xiaotong fell silent and did not take the ring because Bai Yi didn't carry the white dove ring with her, and she didn't even have any clothes. In order not to reveal her identity, she had always hidden the white dove ring. And the hiding place is very secretive and no one else can find it. After hesitating for a moment, and Xiaodong finally left. She really couldn't wait any longer because she and Xiaolu were taking a bath. The thought of a man suddenly joining and made it difficult for her to suppress the complex emotions in her heart. Shame? Angry? Panic? It seemed that no adjective could describe it, because the person who invented the adjectives never imagined that such a ridiculous and outrageous thing would happen in his life. So naturally, there was no accurate corresponding word. Hakuno wouldn't do anything to the deer, would he? Hakuno won't do anything to me, right? And Xiaodong had always thought that Bai Yi was a good person. But when she appeared in Fujin Pavilion and saw Purple Sister, she realized that Bai Yi and Uncle Li were birds of feather. When she thought of this, her heart became even more confused. Why hasn't she come yet? Her best friend will have finished blow-drying her hair soon. Bai Yi scratched his head anxiously, but ended up grabbing wet and smooth hair. Oh no, isn't Xiaodong really just going to wait there like an idiot? She's been hanging around with Gao, Bansheng, Li Yu, and the others. It's too easy for people to see through her. If they find out about this, where will I, the new age god, put my face? No, I have to go find her. This dark history must not be known to others. Bai Yi couldn't bear it any longer and decided to set out to find Xiaodong. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly froze and a light flashed in his eyes. All right, the white dove ring. Li Beitian used the white dove ring to sense my location before. Although Xiaodong is a bit stubborn when it comes to justice, she's not a foolish beauty. She should be able to think of asking Li Beitian for the white dove ring to locate her. So if I just take the white dove ring and go find her, I won't miss her. He rushed into the room and started searching. After rummaging through the drawers and cabinets for a while, he gave up. Where is it hidden? Why, he was depressed. He couldn't find the white dove ring at all. The villa was too big, and it was unrealistic to find a small ring here. In particular, and Xiaodong will definitely hide very secretly to prevent her identity from being exposed. Forget it. I won't look for it anymore. He hurried towards the door, and just as his hand, which shone like mother of pearl, was about to reach for the door handle, he stopped. He looked down and saw that the smoky purple silk bathrobe was as thin as a layer of gauze, and the breeze blew in through the collar. You should change your clothes first. You can't go out wearing this. If a Xiaodong finds out, she'll definitely go crazy again. He walked into the bedroom and went straight to the closet. He pulled open the carved cabinet door, and the colorful skirts illuminated by the light almost blinded his eyes. Why are they all skirts? The chiffon skirt falls like layers of clouds, as if all the colors of spring are embroidered into the fabric. A pale pink gauze skirt is as fluffy as cherry blossoms. A light yellow suspender skirt is embellished with strawberry buttons, and a dark green velvet maxi skirt drapes like a dark night lake. The wooden clothes hanger was slightly bent by the pressure, and a faint fragrance of spring in the snow wafted to my face. It was torn. Bai Yi was really torn. Wearing a skirt before was fine. After all, it was passive, but now he was asked to wear a skirt on his own initiative. This thing is a dog. It's quite smooth, more comfortable than the clothes Gao Bansheng gave me. Gao Bansheng gave her a straight shirt, which was naturally not as soft as a skirt. She wore a dark red long skirt that covered her legs, and the hem of the skirt dropped to her ankles. Bai Yi specifically chose the longest one, which also looked most like trousers. Who the hell designed this thing? How the hell can you button it up with the buttons on the back? After great effort, Bai Yi finally put on his clothes by himself. In order to prevent exposure, he also considerately put safety pants on in Xiaodong. Although he has a bad memory and often forgets his roots, he is not an ungrateful person. After all, and Xiaodong saved him twice. Although he did not need to be saved, and Xiaodong did help him save a lot of time. I'll repay this friendship with safety pants. It's decided. Then it was time to put on socks and shoes. He picked out a pair of thin black silk socks without any patterns from a pile of colorful socks. These socks are so small. Are all girls' feet this small? Bai Yi muttered as he put the socks on his feet and found that Xiaodong's feet were indeed very small, with cherry pink nail polish on her nails. Then he casually put on a pair of black princess shoes and ran out. I suddenly remembered something important. I'm going out for a while and we'll be back soon. He didn't care whether Xiaodong's best friend heard him or not. He just shouted toward the bathroom and ran away. Chapter 129 in Xiaodong is like a fucking ghost. Whoosh! A figure in a dark red dress rushed away like a gust of wind, like a dancing flame, with her long black hair fluttering like an ink-colored silk ribbon. Have you confirmed the target location? Confirmed. The target is currently located in Villa 7, Block A, Moxie Anjuan. She should be looking for her classmate from Qiming College and Xiaodong. Just the two of them. Yes, I've checked. And Xiaodong lives alone and doesn't have any servants. However, Liu Yao has quite a few bodyguards, several of whom are genetically modified and are stationed around the villa. In that case, Wait until I arrive before taking action. Remember not to alert anyone. Yes, sir. In the green woods near in Xiaodong's home, a big tree whispered a response into the walkie-talkie. Yes, it was a big tree talking. But if you look closely, you will find that the surface of this big tree seems to have faint human facial features and limbs. Just as Dashu was about to hang up, he was suddenly stunned. He saw a woman in a dark red dress rushing out of the villa gate. The figure in the dark red dress ran just 2 steps. Then she braked with both feet and stopped straight, then began to look around with blank eyes. Why is this neighborhood so big? Where the hell should I go? Xiaodong, wait for me. Where are you going so late? Lu Yao's anxious voice and the rustling sound of someone putting on clothes were heard from upstairs. And Xiaodong's behavior today was so abnormal that it made her feel unfamiliar and worried. She felt that Xiaodong must have had a quarrel with the adults at home during the time she returned home. This was the most serious thing she could think of. The figure in the dark red dress heard Lu Yao's cry and turned around and ran away without saying a word. He did not use the terrifying power contained in Xiaodong's body. After all, they were in a residential area, and there were many people around. Therefore, it only appears to be slightly faster than the average person. In the dark woods, the Shu witnessed this scene and quickly said into the intercom, "Sir, don't hang up yet." And Xiaodong is gone. She ran so fast, like a damn female ghost in red. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the intercom. What red-dressed female ghost? How fast can an ordinary female student run? Explain clearly. Dashu quickly replied, faster than an ordinary person, but still slower than the average genetically modified person. He must be practicing the qi and blood martial arts. What's so surprising about this? The voice on the other end of the intercom was tinged with anger. Anyone can practice qi and blood martial arts. Not to mention that Qiming Academy even has a course specifically teaching qi and blood martial arts. No, sir, it's mainly her. Her hair is disheveled, with liquid constantly dripping from it. She's wearing a red dress, and her running posture is really weird. Sometimes she's like a man, sometimes like a woman. Her movements are so uncoordinated. She really looks like a ghost. There's a moment of silence on the other end of the intercom. After this mission, remember to get a gene stabilizer injection. It seems your chameleon gene has begun to affect your brain. Big tree. Now that Xiaotong is gone, we don't have to worry about her. Our target is Lu Yunxiao's daughter, Lu Yao. One less person will save us some trouble. Sir, Lu Yao has also come out. She seems to be going after Xiaotong. Trouble is here. Your ability to blend into the environment is the most difficult to detect when you are still. If you follow, you will inevitably be noticed by Lu Yao's bodyguards. Sir, Lu Yao has gone back again. 2 bodyguards came out to stop her. They seem to not allow her to leave Maxiang Garden so late. Haha, that's perfect. These bodyguards did a good thing. Maxiang Garden is located in a wealthy area, and the security has always been very good. It's normal that they don't want Lu Yao to leave here. After all, that old fellow Lu Yunxiao has always been very strict with his daughter. Sir, Lu Yao is out again. She seems to disagree and insists on leaving. Intercom. Aaron, are you kidding me? Along, who had blended into the woods, was very anxious. Sir, how dare I play tricks on you? Lu Yao. Lu Yao went back again. The bodyguard took out his phone to threaten her, apparently intending to call her father. Beep, beep, beep. The person on the other end of the intercom hung up immediately. Master, let's go to Fujin Pavilion. Bai stopped a taxi and set off. Master, let's go Moxianjuan. And Xiaodong stopped a taxi and set off. On the wide streets, cars are flowing continuously, and the car lights form a flowing river of light. 2 taxis, carrying a boy and a girl respectively, passed each other on this neon-lit street. Soon, they arrived at Moxianjuan. After getting off the car, and Xiaodong went straight home. But as soon as she got nearby, she suddenly slowed down and frowned. Something's wrong, it's too quiet. It is summer now, and the greenery in Maxiang Garden is very beautiful. But now you can't hear any wind or cicadas. A faint smell of blood wafted into my nose. And Xiaodong's face changed slightly, and night was activated instantly. Countless silver threads interwoven together wound around her body, transforming into silver-white night armor. She rushed into the villa courtyard. The smell of rust and blood hit her face, and she saw several corpses lying in a pool of blood. There were marks of sharp blades on the neck. These corpses looked familiar. She had seen them several times. They were Lu Yao's bodyguards. They were quite powerful and were all genetically modified people who had been injected with 3 doses of genetic drugs. but there was no sign of resistance or struggle at the scene, which shows that the murderer was extremely fast and slit the throats of these people in a short time by sneak attack. Miss Lu Yao, it's no use screaming your throat out. This place has been sealed off by the Wanlai prison, and no sound can get out. In the living room, Lu Yao, dressed in sportswear, looked panicked, and her already fair face was now completely bloodless. She screamed and picked up any objects within reach and threw them at the approaching man in black robes. The man, whose face could not be seen clearly because he was covered in a black robe, ignored the flying debris. Whenever the debris was about to touch his body, he would suddenly disappear from the spot as if the picture was frozen, and then appear closer to Lu Yao. Behind the man in black robe, there were several fully armed men wearing black special operations uniforms and gas masks, observing their surroundings vigilantly. "Sir, stop playing. It's time for us to go," Aaron, wearing a gas mask, reminded. A chilling laugh came from under the black robe. "Don't you think this is funny? Watching this little beauty panic and scream helplessly. Yo-yo. Look at her eyes, they're red. She's about to cry." Chapter 130, The Weak Black Knight. The black-robed man's evil taste left his men speechless. "You don't come over here. My father is the director of Apocalypse Company. If you dare to hurt me, he will never let you go." Lu Yao threatened the man in black robe with a trembling voice. Unfortunately, her tearful appearance had no deterrent effect at all. She was like a puppy whose tail was stepped on, and her fierce whimpering had a hint of milk in it. "Of course I know your father is Lu Yunxiao. Otherwise, why would I arrest you?" The man in black robe slowly stretched out his claws towards Lu Yao. In her eyes, the hand wrapped in black leather gloves was no different from the devil's claws stretched out from hell. "Ah!" She screamed, closed her eyes, and waved her hands around. "Oh, you want to blow away the air around me and suffocate me to death? What a vicious method." The man in black robe smiled sinisterly and then grabbed Lu Yao's waving hands. Lu Yao became even more frightened and finally burst into tears. At this moment, she hoped very much that a knight like in the story would bravely appear on the scene, and shout, "Let go of that girl." Then he took the sword and killed the villain, saving himself. Unfortunately, she knew it was impossible. Only when she was a child would she take the novels seriously. Now that she had grown up, she knew that the stories in them were all fake. Clang! The clear sound of sword rang out, and Xiaotong appeared wearing knight armor, but she did not foolishly shout, "Let the girl go," like the knight in the story. Instead, he launched a direct sneak attack. Only a fool would warn the enemy before taking action, and Xiaotong is just pursuing justice, not a fool. "Who is it?" "Ah!" A 10-centimeter-long bloody wound was left on Aaron's arm. He quickly raised the gun in his hand and madly aimed it at the uninvited guest in front of him. The others also opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Countless tongues of fire spewed out and metal bullets whizzed towards him. And Xiaotong did not hide, because she knew Bai Yi could not hide. Instead, he used the knight armor and the pure silver cross sword on his body to protect his body. Ding, ding, ding. Several tiny flashes of fire burst out from her body. The bullets could not penetrate her armor, but the powerful impact force kept pushing her back. Lu Yao subconsciously opened her eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The knight really appeared. The black-robed man turned around, a flash of horror flashing across his eyes. "Knight armor, a pure silver cross sword? You're the Black Knight." As soon as the three words "Black Knight" were uttered, the men who were originally shooting stopped in their tracks, immediately retreated frantically, and gathered nervously towards their boss. In the land of Beimang, who doesn't know the name of the Black Knight? The Black Knight's fame comes half from the Silent Court, and the other half from his immense strength. Especially recently, after the Black Mountain incident, the Black Knight's bounty has skyrocketed again, reaching a staggering 450 million. The man in black robe looked solemn. He was in trouble. He actually met the Black Knight here. Damn it. As soon as that iconic outfit appeared, he began to have thoughts of quitting. "Sir, something is wrong. He should not be the Black Knight. His health value is only 69. Aaron suddenly screamed, and a pair of thick metal glasses were faintly visible through the tactical gas mask on his face, with bright green numbers flashing on the lenses. The black-robed man was startled. 69? Aaron quickly pointed to his eyes and said, "Sir, it's absolutely true. The number displayed on the blood value detector is 69. This blood value is not even as high as mine. How could it be the Black Knight?" The man in black robe narrowed his eyes and kept looking at Xiaotong. Recalling how embarrassed and Xiaotong was when facing the bullet just now, suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A parody of the Black Knight? Or are you the real Black Knight, and the 450 million bounty was actually created for you by the Silent Court? He knew that the presiding judge of the Silent Court was one of the 10 kings, and it would be easy for him to help the Black Knight come up with a bounty of 450 million. And Xiaodong did not answer the black-robed man's question, but took action directly. The pure silver cross sword slashed out violently, and wherever the sword tip went, the air vibrated slightly. This sword move was perfect in terms of power, angle, and technique, but the man in black robe couldn't help but sneer. His figure disappeared like a ghost, and suddenly appeared in front of Xiaotong. He raised his right hand slightly and hit in Xiaotong's wrist delicately and accurately. The immense force caused the sterling silver cross sword to fly out of his hand, spin several times in the air, and then landed upside down on the expensive leather sofa. Too slow, the man in black robe sneered. Under the black hood, two clusters of dim eyes pierced through the shadows and stared at Xiaotong playfully. The amber pupils shrank into sharp vertical lines, with a strange halo of gold and red flowing inside. It turned out to be a pair of vertical pupils similar to those of cats. The moment she saw these eyes, and Xiaodong's heart suddenly sank. A wanted poster that I had seen before appeared in my mind. Genetically modified, cat's eye, bounty of 173 million. Possessing extremely high agility and speed, he has escaped the federal encirclement many times by relying on his speed advantage. Such a strong man may not be easily defeated even if his real body is here. It's not that she can't beat him, but once Cat's Eye is determined to run away, it's difficult for her to keep him. The Cat's Eye's destructive power is not strong, but its speed is extremely formidable. Your Cat's Eye, the black-robed man chuckled. I can't believe a weakling with only 69 HP can actually recognize me. The next second, his voice suddenly turned cold. Since you have heard of my name, you should know that I hate the name Cat's Eye the most. Those people in the Federation are all bad at naming and have no idea what beauty is. Seeing that I have a pair of cat eyes, they printed the unpleasant nickname Cat Eyes on the wanted poster without my permission. If Hakuno were here, he would definitely agree with Maoyan. He was called the Black King because he wore all black and a black mask. Remember my real name. When you go to the underworld and the King of Hell asks you who killed you, you won't be in the dark. My real name is Clang. The pure silver cross sword that appeared in Xiaodong's hand at some point pierced the black-robed man's left rib at an oblique angle. She has always been a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. The angle of the sword tip is close to the ribs. If this sword hits, the long sword will go straight up along the ribs and finally pierce into the heart. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Ticket. Chapter 131 in Xiaodong's Combat Wisdom. The pure silver cross sword pierced straight into the air, and Cat's Eye had already appeared behind Xiaodong. He raised his hand, and his palm wrapped in black gloves tightly grasped the neck, lifting Xiaodong up. Thanks to the protection of the knight's armor, she suffered no substantial damage, but her movements were restricted. She deliberately grabbed Cat's Eye's palm with both hands, pretending to struggle, but she glanced at Lu Yao by the window out of the corner of her eye. At this time, Lu Yao was clutching the curtains tightly, looking at the restrained knight nervously and worriedly. You're not really the Black Knight, are you? Cat's Eye jokingly said, I originally thought you were a fan of the Black Knight and had a set of identical clothes custom-made for yourself, imitating the Black Knight's way of enforcing justice. But just now I saw clearly that the cross sword stuck in the sofa turned into silver gray and disappeared, and then appeared in your hand again. This extraordinary ability is exactly the same as the Black Knight. But I clearly remember that the Black Knight should be a woman. Did you use a voice changer like me? You're right. I am the Black Knight. And Xiaodong's calm voice came from under the silver-white mask. Cat's Eye was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xiaodong to admit it. He wasn't sure either. He was just testing him. But why is the Black Knight so weak? While he was stunned, and Xiaodong moved, she instantly released the knight, and the silver-white knight armor turned into silver stardust in the sky, and she fell down quickly like a cicada escaping from its shell. Then he stomped his feet on the ground and pounced towards Lu Yao like an agile leopard. Her target was Lu Yao and the window behind Lu Yao. The whistling sound of the wind rang in Lu Yao's ears. She opened her eyes unconsciously and stared blankly at the young man who escaped from the knight's armor. Even though he was surrounded by powerful enemies, there was no panic on the boy's face. His hair was flying in disarray, but his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Caught off guard, the man in black beside Lu Yao wanted to shoot, but the young man seemed to have predicted the trajectory of the shot in advance. The hot bullet plowed white marks in the air and narrowly passed by his body. Lu Yao stared blankly at the boy who was getting closer and closer. The boy's figure gradually became bigger in her eyes, and time seemed to slow down. It wasn't until in Xiaodong's hands tightly wrapped around Lu Yao's waist that she came to her senses. Then I felt my body rising and twisting uncontrollably, and Xiaodong, who was holding Lu Yao in her arms, suddenly turned sideways and used Bai Ye's body to hit the window. Click. The window shattered, and countless tiny pieces of glass flashed before Lu Yao's eyes. Under the light, they appeared sparkling and as bright as the stars. She was not hurt at all. That broad chest shielded her from everything. The two men jumped out of the window, and their bodies fell rapidly under the influence of gravity. However, at this moment, a teasing voice sounded behind in Xiaotong. Too slow. Immediately, and Xiaodong felt a huge force on her arm, and the two people who had originally jumped out of the window were actually pulled back by Cat's Eye with one hand. Cat's Eye flicked the cane, and the two of them fell backwards into the living room. And Xiaodong held Lu Yao tightly in his arms. In order to relieve the force, he rolled on the ground several times until he hit the sofa and stopped. Boy, you're not qualified enough to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Sir, what should we do with this kid? There was a fierce light in Aaron's eyes, and the gun in his hand was pointed at Xiaotong. Cat's Eye smiled slightly. Of course we'll take him along. Didn't you hear him say he was the Black Knight? We'll use him to trade for a bounty from the Federation worth over 400 million. We'll be rich. But is this Black Knight real? He's too weak. Are there not many people forging bounties these days? Have you forgotten the example of Shadow Man Li Shao, the mentally ill transcendents who treat bounties as their life and rack their brains to scam powerful people? This lunatic once went to the tyrant's hometown, Fuguang City, and clamored that he would challenge the tyrant. It happened that the tyrant was not at home, and then he began to speak wildly, saying that kings do not meet kings, and the tyrant was avoiding him. As a result, his bounty increased by 10 million after this incident. In my opinion, this Black Knight is similar to Li Shao. Perhaps he is the biological son of the chief judge of the Silent Court. His father killed several powerful men worth over 100 million, and he attributed this to him to build up his momentum. As the few of them were chatting unscrupulously, no one noticed that Xiaotong, who was sitting beside the sofa, subtly placed her hand on the shadowed area of the floor at the bottom of the sofa. What did you say? And Xiaodong just left not long ago. Bai Yi was furious. He knew that this woman was restless and would never learn what it meant to wait in the same place after being lost. The nonstick properties are starting to work again. Li Beitian felt a headache as he looked at the furious girl in the red dress. He had just sent one away when another came around, and he hadn't finished his drink yet. Brother Xiaobai, why don't you wait for her here? What the hell am I waiting for? Where's the white dove ring? I want to use it. The girl in the red dress stretched out her white palm. Yes, the white dove ring. You will definitely be able to find her with the ring. With Xiaodong's intelligence, she will definitely take the white dove ring with her when she returns home. Bai Yi put on the white dove ring and set off. He walked out of the Fujin Pavilion and stood on the side of the road trying to stop a taxi, but he waited for a long time and no car appeared. Looking at the colorful cars passing by on the street, he suddenly realized that almost no one who could come to this place took a taxi, as they all had their own drivers. So no taxi is willing to come to Fujin Pavilion. Didi, a cool fiery red convertible sports car, stopped in front of Bai Yi. The wind created by the vehicle blew the hem of the dark red skirt, and the white calves were faintly visible under the skirt. Beauty, do you want to take a ride in my sport car? A young man with dyed red hair and sunken eyes whistled while sitting in the driver's seat. Looking at the pretty girl in the red dress, there was an unconcealable look of surprise in his eyes. Bang! Bai Yi opened the car door and got in without saying a word. The red-haired man couldn't handle such a quick and easy move. So proactive. He must have been impressed by my handsomeness. Go to Maxiang Garden. The red-haired man raised his eyebrows and couldn't suppress a smile. Beautiful lady, please sit tight. Your brother, drive really hard. Boom. The red-haired man stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the red convertible sports car shot out like an arrow. He glanced at the girl in the red dress out of the corner of his eye, hoping to see a look of panic on her face, but all he saw was calmness. Interesting. He smiled inwardly. Chapter 132 Zoo Director. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Bai turned to look at the red-haired man and asked, Are you alone too? The red-haired man nodded excitedly, a wicked smile on his face. Yes. But he was stunned the next second, because he found that the woman in the red dress had a smile on her face that was even more evil than his. That's wonderful. A moment later, the red convertible sports car parked next to the trash can started again, and its slender body drove past the trash can. A trash can with two legs was revealed. Bai whistled as he drove his sports car, glancing through the rearview mirror at the trash can that was gradually moving away. TSK, TSK. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. It's best to travel in groups and never let strangers get in the car. After driving for a while, Bai was finally approaching Mashang Garden. As the distance got closer, his white dove ring reacted and began to heat up slightly. But as he continued to move towards Mashang Garden, he strangely discovered that the heat of the white dove ring was gradually fading. Swish! A red convertible sports car was parked on the side of the road, leaving two black plowing marks on the ground. And Xiaodong left Moxie Anjuan. Bai frowned slightly. That's not right. Since she left Mashang Garden wearing the white dove ring, why didn't she come and find me? I can sense her, and she can definitely sense me too. Bai turned the car around and chased in the direction indicated by the white dove ring. As a result, he found that Xiaodong was getting further and further away from him. Oh no, and Xiaodong is avoiding me? This woman wants to take over my body. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the red convertible sports car sped along the street like a red lightning. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs, and Xiaodong and Lu Yao were tied to a steel pillar in the factory with special ropes. There were more than a dozen men in black and cats eyeing the factory. 1-3. King Bomb. Aaron slammed the two kings onto the table. Fuck, are you sick? I have a 3, and you have a trump card. The man in black opposite was stunned. Aaron chuckled. I bomb a lot, what's it to you? 4 2s. He made another bomb, then threw out a straight, and immediately played out all the cards in his hand. The two men in black who were playing cards with him threw their cards in frustration, pointed at him, and shouted angrily, You're cheating. Aaron raised his eyebrows and said, You're the one who shuffles and deals the cards. How could I be cheating? Seeing the astonished looks of his companions, he felt secretly happy. He really didn't cheat. He just didn't know what happened today. His luck was so good that he could win even with his eyes closed. They were playing cards, but Maoyan walked over to Xiaodong and Lu Yao. He looked at the two of them with a teasing look, then extended his hand towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao became visibly panicked, kicking the ground with both legs, trying to escape, but was tied up tightly with ropes. What are you doing? Don't touch me with your dirty hands. My little beauty, you look so pretty when you scream. Cat's eye's hand kept approaching Lu Yao's chest, and then pulled it hard. Lu Yao cried out in pain, and a red mark was left on her fair neck. Cat's eye also withdrew his hand, and a crystal diamond necklace lay quietly in his palm. Along, stop playing around, and take this necklace to deliver a letter to Lu Yinshao. Yes, sir. Aaron ran over happily and took the diamond necklace respectfully. He turned and left, but after taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something, turned back, and reached out to the cat's eye again. My lord, where's the letter? Those amber pupils turned cold, and he said angrily, Can't you write the letter yourself? Aaron was startled and scratched his head. What are you writing? Pig brain. Cat's eye poked Aaron's head several times with his fingers, forcing Aaron to take several steps back before he stopped. I told you to get the gene stabilizer injection on time, but you definitely didn't listen. Do I need to tell you what to write? Aaron covered his head and said aggrievedly, Use it. You fucking. Cat's eye kicked Aaron directly, knocking him to the ground. He said coldly, Just write that Lu Yao is in my hands. If you don't want your daughter to die, then exchange it for the formula of the type 3 gene drug researched by Tianqi Company. Oh, got it. After receiving the instructions, Aaron happily ran to write the letter. Oh, genetic drugs are very harmful to people. It would be great if we had type 3 genetic drugs. Cat's eye sighed to himself. Are you from a zoo? And Xiaodong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Although she was asking a question, her tone was very firm. Cat's eye turned around, and a hint of amusement flashed in the amber vertical pupils hidden under the black robe. Why are you so sure? And Xiaodong looked calmly at the pair of vertical pupils. Although she had become a prisoner, she did not panic at all. You are all genetically modified. Judging from his strength, you must have been injected with a type 2 gene drug that is not available on the market. How could you possess so much type 2 gene drug and even kidnap the daughter of Tianqi's director in exchange for type 3 gene drug? All I could think of was the zoo. Pa pa pa. The pair of hands wrapped in black leather gloves clapped lightly. You have good insight. I now feel more and more that you are the real Black Knight. By the way, could you really be the son of the Silent Court's chief judge? Your father is building up momentum for you. Is he hoping to have you take over the Silent Court after he dies? Faced with Kat's eyes teasing, and Xiaotong remained silent. Kat's eyes' praise meant that she guessed correctly, but precisely because she guessed correctly, she realized that things were becoming increasingly difficult. Everyone knows that when it comes to the best genetic modification technology, Beimang Shuwang should look to Tianqi. Apocalypse's genetic modification technology is unique, and the Type 3 gene drug it developed is the miracle drug that all genetic modifiers dream of. The 12 zodiac animals were all injected with Type 3 gene drugs. It can be said that the strength of the 12 zodiac animals is inseparable from the Type 3 gene drugs. In the field of genetic modification technology, apart from the top apocalypse company, the second place is the zoo. The zoo is not a zoo in the literal sense, but a powerful force composed of countless genetic modifiers. It's so powerful that even a behemoth like Apocalypse Corporation would be wary of it, not only because of the zoo's great power and large number of people, but also because the zoo director is one of the 10 kings. His level of terror is no less than that of the tyrant Yang Jie. If the tyrant is the king of metal, then the director is the king of all beasts. Since its inception, the zoo has been an enemy of Apocalypse Corporation, sending spies countless times just to obtain the formula of Type 3 gene drug. So when Xiaodong saw that Mao Yan brought so many genetically modified people with him and dared to kidnap Lu Yao and extort Type 3 gene medicine, she was certain that there was a zoo behind Mao Yan. Chapter 133 Defilement. Only people in the zoo can inject Type 2 gene drugs at will. Currently, only Type 1 genetic medicine is available on the market, and most genetically modified people are injected with Type 1. Only major forces or supernatural organizations have the ability to obtain Type 2. Type 3 is unique to Apocalypse and has never been circulated outside. Sir, the letter has been written. Aaron walked over with the letter. Cat's Eye took the letter and looked at it. A look of disgust suddenly appeared on his face. The base of gene is written wrong. It's the basic base, not the machine. Understand? Sir, I will change it right away. Along's old face turned red. After all, he suffered from his lack of education. What the hell are you changing? I told you to scribble on the ransom note. Are you trying to make Lu Yunxiao laugh to death? Rewrite it. Yes, I'll rewrite it right away. A moment later, Aaron came over with a new letter. Are you mentally retarded? The deer in Lu Yunxiao's name is the deer in the elk, not the road in the road. You can't even figure out who you're blackmailing. This makes us look like amateurs. Rewrite it. Yes, sir. I will rewrite it right away. A while later, what can I say to you? Where's the address? Where's the transaction address? You want Lu Yunxiao to burn the formula for me, right? On the other side, Lu Yao, who was tied to a pillar, whispered stealthily in Xiaodong's ear. Don't worry, my father will come to rescue us. And Xiaodong did not respond. She was not as naive as Lu Yao. It is true that Lu Yunxiao is the director of Tianqi Company, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Mao Yan and the others may seem out of place, but in fact they are all genetically modified people who have been injected with Type 2 gene drugs. Even Aaron, who has been scolded all the time, has quite good skills, and the bounty on his head is over 15 million. It was obvious that this group of people from the zoo had been lurking in Dawn City for a long time. They acted professionally and quickly, but their cultural level was a bit low. This abandoned factory is very hidden. It was carefully selected by Mao Yan and others, and it is also covered by the forbidden object, Wanlai Prison. Even Lu Yunxiao cannot find it in a short time. Instead of relying on Lu Yunxiao, it's better to rely on. A strange look flashed in Xiaodong's eyes. She calmly clenched the white dove ring in her hand. The heat coming from the ring became stronger and stronger. Before that, she was pulled out of the window by Cat's Eye and rolled on the ground several times with Lu Yao at her arms. It seemed that she was trying to relieve the force, but in fact, she was trying to adjust her landing point so that she could fall next to the sofa because her white dove ring was hidden in the secret compartment under the sofa. She believed that with Baiye's intelligence, after failing in the Fujin Pavilion, he would definitely ask Li Beitian for the white dove ring. As long as Baiyi finds this place and changes his body back, he can completely resolve this crisis. After revising 18 drafts, Aaron finally got Mao Yan's approval. He breathed a sigh of relief and went to deliver the letter. When he left the abandoned factory, his chameleon ability began to take effect, and he completely blended into the darkness, disappearing without a trace as if he had vanished out of thin air. At this moment, the cat's eye looked over with a teasing look. Next is a boring wait, but I hate boredom the most. Fortunately, there's a little beauty here. He walked towards Xiaotong, and Lu Yao step by step, laughing maliciously. Lu Yao's face turned pale instantly. Although she was spoiled, she was not a fool who knew nothing. She couldn't imagine what would happen next. Her legs kicked the ground frantically, trying to get away from Cat's eye, but the ropes fixed her tightly to the steel pillar. Apart from making her delicate skin red, it had no effect at all. Instead, it further stimulated the evil fire in Cat's eye's heart. I advise you not to do this. And Xiaodong's calm voice sounded. Oh, I also advise you not to say that. Cat's eye smiled playfully and stared at her straight. And Xiaotong remained calm and said, although Lu Yunxiao loves his daughter, he values his own power more. He has always regarded Lu Yao as a tool for marriage. If you defile her, Lu Yao will lose her original value. It is unknown whether you can then exchange her for the type 3 gene potion. Seeing the unknown young man beside her helping her, a hint of gratitude flashed in the panicked Lu Yao's eyes. He, who said I wanted to defile her, a finger wrapped in a black glove, gently lifted in Xiaodong's chin, and Xiaotong was stunned. Lu Yao on the side widened her eyes. Little handsome boy, come and play with your sister for a while. Cat, I lifted the black hood on his head, and his chestnut brown curly hair spread out like a waterfall. A charming yet somewhat lazy face came into Xiaodong's eyes. There was a teardrop mole at the corner of the left eye, which was like the finishing touch. It did not destroy the beauty of the whole face, but added a lot of charm. Cat's eye took off the voice changer from his lips, and his pair of peach blossom eyes, which looked affectionate even to a dog, scanned in Xiaodong's face back and forth. There were ripples in his eyes, as if covered with a thin layer of mist, and Xiaodong's face turned cold. She had never thought that Cat's eye was actually a woman. She had never thought that the person Cat's eye wanted to defile was not Lu Yao. But, hey, why do you have that expression? Am I not beautiful, sister? Cat Eyes took off her black gloves, revealing a pair of slender white hands. Those hands were like the pink pads on a kitten's feet, soft and boneless. Gently caressing Bai Ye's face, then slowly moving down, fingertips tracing the hard lines of Adam's apple, collarbone. Don't touch him, Lu Yao shouted anxiously. Her cheeks flushed red due to the rush of blood. Oh, are you anxious? Cat's eye laughed playfully. He's not your lover, is he? That's right. Otherwise, why would he show up at your door so late at night? What you want is the genetic medicine. As long as you let him go, I'm willing to cooperate with you and get the genetic medicine from my father. Lu Yao said anxiously. Perhaps out of kindness, gratitude, or other inexplicable emotions, she really couldn't accept that this young knight was defiled by the Cat's eye in front of her. Ha ha! That's the expression. Sister, I love to see the expression of someone whose beloved things have been taken away the most. Heartbreak, anger, helplessness. It's so wonderful. Cat's eye laughed excitedly. There was a hint of madness in her charming eyes. And Xiaodong's heart sank. She knew this was a common problem among genetically modified people. If all extraordinary people are mentally ill, then all genetically modified people are beasts. The mental state of extraordinary people is different from that of ordinary people. They are prone to extremes and cannot be stimulated. Genetically modified humans possess the bestiality of wild beasts and are sometimes controlled by their wild instincts. The fact that Silver Snake and Dark Tiger could do such a thing in public on Black Mountain is a clear example. As we all know, wild animals don't care about the occasion when they are in heat. Chapter 134, Since you can't keep her, I'll do it. The hand on her chest continued to slide down, and in Xiaodong's hair stood on end. A silver light gathered in her right hand, and when she was about to condense a pure silver cross sword, she felt her body relax. Cat's eye actually helped her untie the rope. Come on, handsome boy, let's play a game. This game is called Hide and Seek. Cat's eye smiled and took out a piece of black lace from his pocket and wrapped it around his eyes. She actually wanted to catch and Xiaodong with her eyes closed. Just like the tyrant emperor in ancient times, who blindfolded himself and captured his beloved concubine in the hall. And Xiaodong's face darkened, and a silver light flashed in his hand, and a pure silver cross sword took shape in an instant. She held the sword in her backhand and stabbed at Cat's Eye's chest. Cat's Eye's body was as light and soft as a real cat. With just a slight twist, it dodged the incoming sword. and Xiaodong seemed to have expected that it would be dodged, so this sword attack was just a feint. When the long sword was halfway through, it suddenly turned and slashed horizontally. Nice combat experience, but unfortunately, too slow. And Xiaodong only felt a flash before her eyes, and the figure of Cat Eye disappeared. Then, the sword sank, and the foot in the black leather boots landed lightly on the pure silver cross sword, smiling playfully. And Xiaodong changed his tactics again, suddenly retracted his sword, and was about to attack again. I'm playing hide-and-seek with you, not asking you to fight me. It's your turn to run away, but don't let me catch you, otherwise, Bang! A huge force burst out from in Xiaodong's chest, and her whole body crashed into the steel pillars of the factory like a flying cannonball. A deep hole was smashed into the steel column that required two people to hug. Puff! And Xiaotong stood up with difficulty, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Before she could stand firm, her black jade eyes suddenly shrank. Cat Eye's warm breath sprayed on her face, and his red nails lifted her chin. Is it so easy for you to be caught by your sister? Under in Xiaodong's disgusting gaze, the corners of Cat Eye's moist lips opened slightly, and the tip of its scarlet tongue slowly stretched out, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, licking the blood at the corner of the boy's mouth. Bang! The air suddenly tore apart with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and a huge force hit Cat Eye's slender waist. The slender waist, which could not be held in one hand, deformed and bent at an astonishing speed until it was arched into a lobster shape. Her long chestnut hair exploded into brown fireworks in the air, before the charm and allure on her cat-eyed face could completely transform into astonishment. She flew backwards like an arrow. Boom, strapia! The cat's eye was like a bowling ball hitting pins, crashing hard into several abandoned machines in the center of the factory. The already dilapidated machines fell apart in an instant, and countless parts fell and buried them. Quiet, eerie silence. Everything happened so suddenly that no one could react until Cat's Eye flew backwards. Whether it was the tied-up Liu Yao, or the dozen or so men in black who were watching the show on the side, they were all looking in astonishment at the girl in red dress who had appeared in front of Xiaodong at some point. The girl in the red dress had a cold expression, one foot standing on the ground like a steel nail, while the other foot was at a 90-degree angle, suspended in midair. The pleated skirt made of dark red satin is like a blooming Lycoris radiata between the girl's legs, and the curve of the skirt is like an ancient fan splashed with red ink. Grown-ups, who are you? More than a dozen men in black reacted and pulled out their guns to point at Bai Yi. Their hands holding the guns trembled slightly, and they did not act rashly. Several others rushed towards the ruins of machine parts, intending to rescue the buried Cat's Eye. Xiaotong! Liu Yao screamed. She was shocked by Xiaodong's sudden appearance, but what shocked her even more was the kick that had just sent Cat's Eye flying. Bai Yi slowly retracted his legs without even looking at Liu Yao. His eyes fell on Xiaotong, who occupied his body. His expression was cold, especially after seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth. A surge of evil fire rushed to his forehead. How dare someone hurt him while he was away? And it almost defiled his body. Bai Yi became more and more angry as he thought about it. If you have the guts, come and try it while I'm here. Your kick can't kill Cat's Eye. Hurry, there's no time. Hold on to me. And Xiaodong took 2 steps at a time and came in front of Bai Yi. Then, under Liu Yao's shocked gaze, the two of them hugged each other as if no one was around. The young knight who appeared heroically in the storybook and her best friend were hugging each other tightly in front of her. Liu Yao had no idea what was going on between the two of them. All she saw was her best friend and Xiaotong suddenly appearing and kicking Cat's Eye away. Then he ignored me and hugged the young knight. At this moment, she felt inexplicably wronged, as if she had been betrayed twice. Can you deal with these people? Bai Yi asked Xiaodong face to face. And Xiaodong spoke quickly. Others can, but Cat's Eye's too fast. I can't keep her. Now is not the time to talk about this, laugh. She gave a stiff smile, but the smile on Bai Yi's face slowly disappeared. Under in Xiaodong's puzzled gaze, Bai Yi loosened his arms and turned to look at the dozen or so men in black who were facing a formidable enemy, with an evil grin on his exquisite and beautiful face. Since you can't keep her, I'll do it. If you dare to disrespect the gods of the new era, then apologize with your life. Even Bai Yi, a time slave, couldn't help but waste some time when faced with someone who hurt his body. He can keep those who in Xiaodong cannot keep, because time flow variations, 0.5x speed. Once time flow variation is activated, his speed will increase by 2 times. to be precise, and Xiaodong's body speed doubled. Bai Ye's speed increased by 2 times, which was meaningless in a battle of this level, but it was completely different when it came to Xiaodong. It's like Bai Ye's assets were 100 yuan, and after doubling, they became 200 yuan. And Xiaodong's assets were 10 billion, which doubled to 20 billion. They both multiplied by 2, but Bai Yi only earned 100, while Xiaotong earned 10 billion. This is the difference. The girl in the red dress raised a strange arc at the corner of her lips, and her 2 rows of white teeth shone coldly in the shadow of the factory. The crooked smile was like the cracked corner of a doll's mouth. Bai Yi slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles making a crisp sound like frying beans. He walked towards the dozen or so men in black step by step, his neck slightly tilted left and right, and the crackling sound of his joints mixed with a suppressed and ferocious laugh overflowed from his throat. I have a lot to do tomorrow, so I'll write one more today and post tomorrow's in advance. To save time, I'll update twice tomorrow. Chapter 135, this is a thousandfold symphony of fleeting lights and shadows. Shoot! A man in black shouted in panic. The next moment, more than a dozen pistols spewed flames, countless yellow-orange bullets shot out, and gunfire rang out. Bai Yi raised his hand slightly, and his hand seemed to turn into a series of afterimages. When a man in black emptied the magazine, his hand also stopped. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, he slowly spread out his palms. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp sound of metal collision was heard. Dozens of bullets fell from those white hands. His nonchalant sneer was reflected on the metal eggshells scattered on the ground. In the face of true power, guns are nothing more than children's toys. A hint of intoxication flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The power contained in Xiaodong made him intoxicated. It was a power different from the stillness of time. It was not as mysterious and supreme as time. On the contrary, it is extremely simple and crude. Her qi and blood value has exceeded 10,000. A man in black wearing qi and blood value detection glasses shouted tremblingly. The bright green numbers were jumping wildly on the lenses. 19,800. Everyone was shocked instantly. Their qi and blood broke through 10,000. In this wasteland, anyone with a qi and HP exceeding 10,000 is a high-ranking figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Who exactly is this seemingly weak girl in Xiaodong? When the cold number 19,800 flashed through everyone's minds, they were horrified to find that fear had already filled their bodies at some point, making it so difficult to move a finger. Rumble. A teeth-grinding sound of twisting steel suddenly emanated from the ruins where the cat's eye was located. The next second, with a deafening roar, the ruins exploded as if a bomb had exploded. Countless pieces of gravel and rusty machine parts flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. In the dense smoke and dust, an elegant and slender figure walked out slowly. It was Cat's Eye. Her amber vertical pupils were fixed on Bai Yi, and a sharp sneer appeared at the corner of her charming mouth. Little sister, sneak attacks are not for the strong. Bai Yi turned his head to look, a hint of teasing mixed in with the sinister smile on his lips. Oh, so an attack that you can't withstand is called a sneak attack. I've learned something new. A dangerous cold light flashed in the cat's eyes, and she slowly stretched out her hands. The nails on her slender 5 fingers, which were shining with a cold metallic light, quickly grew longer. You are such a sharp-tongued little girl. Wait a minute. I'll tear your mouth apart and see if you still keep your stubbornness. Bai Ye's eyes were filled with disdain. You were the one who hurt her. Cat's eyes looked at Xiaotong and laughed. Little handsome boy, you were so lucky in love. These 2 beautiful little sisters care about you so much. I am jealous. And Xiaodong's face was as gloomy as water. She whispered in Bai Ye's ear, change back quickly. Even if you use my body, you are no match for her without the night. As a veteran of many battles, she knew very well that in a fight between 2 parties, unless one side completely overwhelmed the opponent with strength and speed, then no experience or skills would be necessary. But once the values of both sides are similar, it depends on who has more experience and better combat skills. Cat's Eye's speed was a headache for even her. She could only rely on her rich experience and skills to predict the trajectory of his attacks, and with the help of the knight's defense, she was able to defeat him. However, she could not stop Cat's Eye, who was determined to escape. As she said that, and Xiaotong hugged her again. Cat's Eye was so angry that he laughed when he saw this scene. They were hugging each other while fighting, showing affection in front of me. Don't you know what it means to die quickly if you show affection? As soon as he finished speaking, Cat's Eye suddenly disappeared from spot. The sharp claws, flashing with cold light, appeared in front of Bai Yi, as if traveling through space. Cat Eye's intentions were extremely vicious. He aimed his claw at Bai Ye's face, intending to disfigure him. To be more precise, he wanted to disfigure in Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong was startled and instantly activated Night, and his arm covered in silver-white armor blocked the cat's claws. But she was too slow. As soon as she raised her hand, the cat's claws were already on Bai Ye's face, and the sharp nails were less than 2 centimeters away from that pretty face. Time flow variation, 0.5x speed. Buzz. When mysterious time fluctuations covered the world, the speed of Cat's Eyes, which almost exceeded the limit of human retina's capture, suddenly slowed down. Bai Yi smiled contemptuously and quickly appeared behind the Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye only felt a flash before her eyes, and the girl in the red dress disappeared. Then the hairs on her back stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis pierced her body like needles. Bang! A black princess shoe was imprinted on her back, and 19,800 terrifying energy and blood burst out. Without any skill, only brutality and brutality. The main reason is that Hakuno doesn't have any skills. Cat's Eye was knocked out again. This time, she directly broke through the wall of the factory, smashed a big hole in it, and fell into the darkness outside. And Xiaotong in Bai Ye's arms was shocked. The speed just now completely exceeded the limit of what she could achieve when she controlled her body. She suddenly remembered the extraordinary abilities that Bai Yi had mentioned before. This is a 1,000-fold melody of fleeting light and shadows. Bai Yi, who was immersed in the power, was stunned. What is Lu Guang playing? What a mess. Did he hurt his head? He almost forgot the extraordinary abilities he once casually boasted about. Even if he was asked to say it again, he might not be able to repeat it correctly, but he didn't expect Xiaotong to still remember it. Grown-ups, protect the Lord. Kill her. A dozen men in black were filled with shock and anger, and began to transform one by one. They threw away their guns, and their muscles and hair grew wildly. Swish. Accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing, more than a dozen humanoid beasts got on all fours and rushed towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. What kind of monsters are these? Leopards, wolves, gorillas, hyenas, bears. These men in black all had more or less animal characteristics. Xiaotong, be careful. Lu Yao, who was tied to a pillar, shouted anxiously. Her face turned pale with fear, but she still did not forget to remind her best friend. Bai Yi had a sinister smile on his face. He was too lazy to even use the time flow variation to deal with these trash. The fastest leopard was the first to rush in front of him, and its thick claws tore through the air, producing wisps of white smoke. Facing the strangulation of 2 claws, Bai Yi held in Xiaotong with one hand, slowly raised the other hand, and then stretched out a finger. Clang! The blade-like claws were blocked by that slender white finger, and it was like chopping on steel bars, unable to move forward an inch. The leopard's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Bai Yi and the finger that was flashing with scarlet light in horror. So, this is what it feels like to have qi and blood protecting your body. It's absolutely amazing. Chapter 136, instead of running away, you dare to come towards me? Bai Yi let out a low, sinister laugh. The feeling of bullying made him unable to stop, and he indulged in it. He hates evenly matched battles. He just likes to crush them. And Xiaotong in Bai Ye's arms looked at his so-called qi and blood protection and felt a little reluctant to watch. There was absolutely no skill at all. He simply covered his fingers with a ball of qi and blood. Not only did the qi and blood become loose, but the waste was also extremely serious. The leopard was so frightened by the evil girl in front of him that his heart beat slower. He quickly changed his tactics, and with his arms around her, he slashed fiercely at the girl's neck with his claws. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared at the leopard's neck like a butterfly flying through flowers, and then it squeezed it hard. The leopard's movements stopped abruptly. His neck twisted and deformed in an instant, and the blood that could not flow accumulated on his face, making him blush. There were bloodshot eyes, almost squeezed out. He was lifted up in the air by Bai Yi, and he was trying to pry open the slender white palm with both hands, but it was like prying steel bars with bare hands, and it didn't move at all. The rest of the people were frightened by the terrifying energy and blood fluctuations emanating from Bai Yi and did not dare to move forward. They felt the terror of facing death. Bai Yi brought the leopard to his eyes and asked softly, How could a weakling like you have the courage to stand before me? Leopard couldn't answer. The intense feeling of suffocation almost made his blood coagulate. The strength in his body rapidly drained away, and his eyes turned white. Suddenly, Bai loosened his grip. The leopard's body fell straight down, just as it was about to hit the ground. Bai clenched his fists. Terrifying energy and blood gathered in his fists, and a brilliant scarlet light burst out. Boom! Throw a punch. The leopard's chest collapsed instantly. A crisp sound of bones cracking was heard, and the heart protected by the bones exploded. His eyes bulged out, and blood was oozing from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. His body flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting an abandoned machine. His neck twisted, and he died silently. Such a terrifying blow made the others tremble with fear, and they looked at the girl in the red dress holding the night boy in horror. Hakuno's killing move with his brother in his arms is a model of violent aesthetics. One intoxicating power. The smile of the girl in the red dress became more and more evil and ferocious, like a witch from a horror nursery rhyme. How dare you kill my people? A murderous female voice echoed in the abandoned factory. Cat's eye, covered in dust and with messy hair, walked in from the big hole in the factory wall. She took a step forward, and her originally smooth earlobes became covered with fuzz, gradually stretching and standing up, turning into furry cat ears. The clothes behind him were propped up, and a slender black cat's tail emerged from the rags, swinging flexibly. With each step closer, the amber pupils gradually narrowed into sharp vertical lines, the corners of the mouth slightly raised, revealing two sharp canine teeth, and the steps became softer and lighter, completely transforming into an elegant yet dangerous cat posture. Baye's eyes were half closed, and he looked at the cat's eyes walking towards him step by step with a defiant look, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Instead of running away, you dare to come towards me? Interesting. Cat's eyes turned cold, and this contemptuous attitude made her murderous. Instead, and Xiaodong in Baye's arms was stunned. Why do these words sound so familiar? Stop hugging me. You will only slow down my attack speed. Bai said in a low voice and in Xiaodong's ear. And Xiaotong, she silently let go of her hand, walked to Lu Yao's side, and untied the rope for Lu Yao. Lu Yao looked at the strange knight with complicated eyes, hesitant to speak. You and Xiaotong are friend. And Xiaodong answered without thinking. Oh. Lu Yao pursed her lips and replied weakly. There are no friends between men and women who can hug each other right away. Why is Xiaodong like a completely different person? Her smile is so scary, and she's so annoying. And Xiaotong was silent for a moment, and finally uttered 4 words, dual personality. Huh? Lu Yao's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at the girl in the red dress who was confronting Cat's eye in disbelief, finding it unbelievable. Woman, I hope you can make me happy for a while longer. The girl in the red dress laughed wildly towards the sky. Lu Yao, he really is a dual personality. The cat's eyes narrowed, but the corners of his mouth chuckled as he said, Your strength is indeed very strong, but facing my complete form, the strength you are proud of is only this much. Little sister, are you ready to die? Bai grinned and said word by word, Am I pretty? When the little mouth opens, the birds sing and the flowers bloom. When the little hand points, it starts for mom. Cat Eyes was stunned when he heard this, his brain unable to react for a moment. No, it was the part where the strong man was swearing. How could you be so vulgar? After cursing, Bai suddenly felt refreshed. It turned out that the tyrant's pretentious way was not suitable for him. This simple and crude way was the best. When facing the enemy, of course you should extend the warmest greetings. It's a life and death battle, so why should you save face for the enemy? Lu Yao, who had just been untied, was stunned for a moment, her mouth slightly open and her eyes wide open. Xiaodong, why are you swearing? Cat's Eye felt that his personality had been severely insulted, and bloodshot streaks appeared in his amber vertical pupils. The air suddenly tore apart as she disappeared from the spot. Her figure turned into a black and gray stream of light, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The speed is simply extremely fast. However, she did not attack Bai Yi, but circled around him. Inside the abandoned factory, Cat's Eye shuttled back and forth as fast as a ghost. For a moment, the afterimages she left behind seemed to fill the entire factory. The dust in the factory was stirred into spirals by the strong wind she brought. Cat Eye's laughter came from all directions, and countless afterimages seemed to be laughing at the same time, making it impossible to tell which one was the real one. 19,800 HP is indeed frighteningly high, thousands higher than mine. Unfortunately, combat isn't about numbers. Whoever has the higher HP wins. I injected 5 injections of Type 2 potion, perfectly inheriting the cat's reaction and agility, and enhancing it dozens of times. With a speed beyond the limit, I killed countless opponents whose health values were higher than mine. And you are no exception. Ah. Before Cats, I could finish her words. She felt a sharp pain in her scalp. A hand grabbed her hair accurately, and her rapid, running movement came to an abrupt halt. He looked in horror at the girl in the red dress who was pulling his hair. This is impossible. How could you catch me? What are you mumbling about? Lie down. Bai impatiently pulled Cat's Eye hard, and Cat's Eye screamed and fell headfirst to the ground. Of course, when he spoke, he turned off time flow variation and focused on cherishing time. Don't forget to vote for Feng Xiao and Buyu. Chapter 137. This world is filled with countless heroes. Ah! Cat Eye held her head and screamed. There was a large patch of hair missing from the top of her scalp like a bald head. Bai loosened his grip, and a large mass of long brown chestnut hair fell from his hand. The cat's eyes are canthus red. Whether it is for cats or women, they all regard their hair as extremely important. I'm going to kill you. The sharp cat claws slashed fiercely at Baiye's calf, and the claws were wrapped in scarlet blood. Its power was far beyond that of Hua Bao and others. Even in Xiaodong herself did not dare to use her qi and blood to protect her body from this claw, because although Cat Eye's qi and blood were not as good as hers, they were also over 10,000, and with the blessing of Cat's Claw, it was impossible to defend against it unless she used the night. And what about Hakuno? He didn't need to defend himself at all. With the speed turned on at 0.5 times, the cat's eyes' movements looked like a snail's pace in his eyes. The girl in the red dress stood firmly on one foot, with the instep of her right foot stretched into a neat straight line, and then raised high at 180 degrees. The dark red skirt was stretched straight as the girl moved, like a dark red folding fan that suddenly opened. The next moment, the folding fan suddenly closed. Bang! A black princess shoe suddenly fell on Cat's Eye's face. The delicate and charming face was instantly distorted. The head collided with the concrete floor, and the ground shattered. The head sank into the ground like a crushed fruit, and its chestnut brown hair mixed with blood spread out on the ground. Because the force was too great and came suddenly, Cat's claws that were originally attacking suddenly straightened, raised up, then softened and fell weakly to the ground. The movement was so large that in Xiaotong, who was standing by, could see her long and straight legs. Her face turned slightly ugly, and she also saw her black safety pants. For a moment her face became even uglier. Wearing safety pants was fine, but the problem was that Bai had put them on her. The purpose of safety pants is to prevent exposure and prevent men from seeing them. But if a man puts them on you, what is the point? Grown-ups, let the master go. More than a dozen men in black rushed towards Bai Yi with bloodshot eyes, fearlessly. Bai Yi, who was standing on the cat-eye skull, tilted his head slightly. The moonlight just happened to fall on that half of his face through the factory window. The shadow cast by the eyelashes covered the arrogance in his eyes, revealing only a pale neck and a slowly rising smile at the corner of his lips. The smile was careless, but like an ice spike soaked in poison. The corners of his mouth curved upward in a tiny arc, with undisguised mockery and sneer, as if he was not looking at a charging enemy, but an ant about to be crushed. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and turned into a scarlet figure rushing towards the man in black. The men in black were shocked and waved their claws wildly, as if they wanted to tear Bai Yi into pieces. But they are too weak, at best at the level of tens of millions, and are not at the same level as Bai Yi, who has over 100 million. Bai Yi didn't even need to use 0.5 times the speed, nor did he need any techniques. He just pulled casually, and the black bear's arm was pulled out by the roots, and blood gushed out. With a swing of his right leg, the air suddenly exploded, wisps of white smoke wrapped around his right leg, and he directly kicked the gorilla's head. Bang! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, it broke into pieces, and the juice splashed everywhere. Bai Yi laughed wildly at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces as he opened and closed his mouth. Why are you so weak? Why can't you let me have more fun? Boom, boom! As he spoke, 2 punches were thrown, and 2 lives suddenly disappeared. The rest of the people were terrified, and Lu Yao covered her eyes with her hands in fear, not daring to look. Stop! A loud shout came from not far behind Bai Yi. He grabbed the hair of the two men in black with both hands and was watching them struggling desperately. But his interest was interrupted by the shout of stop. He pulled the two of them around. Cat Eye, with a bloody face, struggled to stand up from the ground, his amber pupils filled with rage. After seeing the bodies of his companions on the ground, a trace of grief welled up in his eyes. Let them go, your opponent is... Don't! The cat's eyes suddenly changed color, and she stretched out her hand to stop him. But as soon as she raised her arm, it fell down as if the bones were pulled out. In her pupils, the figure of the girl in the red dress with blood on her hands and the two corpses in her hands were reflected. The corpse's death was extremely tragic, with the head deformed and broken, and he died from being hit by a heavy object. The heavy object that hit them was another person's head. That's right, in front of Cat's Eye, Bai Yi pressed the two men's heads together hard, and with a bang, the two of them were instantly intertwined. It's that look. Heartbreak, anger, helplessness. It's so wonderful. Bai Yi had a grim smile on his face, and a scarlet light flashed in his light brown eyes. That is a sign of boiling blood. The next second, his smile suddenly faded, and the arrogance in his eyes became even stronger. This is the look you should have when facing me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi raised his hands and struck, mainly because he had no knife, killing two more people in an instant. The amber vertical pupils of the cat's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray called despair. Sir, run away. Don't worry. A man in black was about to shout when a white hand suddenly pinched his face. The 5 slender fingers cut his eyes into 5 equal parts of despair like blades. Bai Yi exerted a little force, and the man in black heard the sound of bones cracking on his cheek and screamed miserably. They are so loyal, but it's a pity that you can only watch them die one by one in front of you, and you can't do anything. And Xiaodong, you will die a horrible death. Cat's Eye roared hysterically, making Bai Yi laugh. What does Xiaodong's unfortunate death have to do with me, the god of the new age? How ugly. When you were weak, your anger was nothing but a laughing stock for strong. After all, you're a figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Don't you even understand such a simple truth? And Xiaotong, you evil woman, I will fight you to the death. The cat's eyes were bloodshot and almost bleeding. She got down on all fours without caring about her image, her slender waist arched like a cat with its fur standing on end. Immediately, she turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled slightly and was about to help Mao Yin get rid of it. But unexpectedly, the next second, the cat's eye suddenly changed direction halfway, as if moving sideways, and rushed out of the gate of the abandoned factory in a flash. Bai Yi, who had just raised his hand, was stunned. He looked at Cat's Eye's rapidly receding figure and blinked blankly. Seeing in Xiaodong's gaze, Bai Yi coughed tactically and chuckled. This world is filled with countless heroes. Chapter 138, Let's play hide and seek. And Xiaotong, are we just going to let her get away like this? Bai Ye's lips curled up in a sneer. Let her run 100 meters first. Outside the factory, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the cold moonlight shines on the forest. The leaves cut the moonlight into tiny silver pieces. Cat Eyes rushed through the woods, and the fragmented moonlight flowed over her embarrassed figure like water. The abandoned factory gate behind her was dark and looked like a bloody mouth. From time to time, screams came from inside, making her scalp tingle and her hair stand on end. Damn, and Xiaodong, who the hell is this crazy woman? She felt that tonight was too dramatic. When the Black Knight appeared, she thought she was doomed, but she didn't expect that the famous Black Knight was just a show-off. When Xiaodong appeared, she thought she was another one coming to deliver the gift, but she didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl was so perverted. Not only was her strength perverted, but her personality was even more perverted. Mao Yin even suspected that Xiaodong had been injected with type 3 gene drugs, which was why she possessed more beastly nature than himself, who was type 2. I've run so far, and Xiaodong shouldn't catch up with me, right? I must report today's events to the headmaster immediately and have him send someone. Suddenly, Cat Eye's thoughts froze, and so did the blood in her body and her running feet. Her eyes widened, and she tilted her head in disbelief. A woman's hand was quietly resting on her shoulder. The hand was slender, but not weak. Each finger had a perfect curve, and the nails were trimmed smooth and clean with a faint pink. In an instant, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. When she turned around suddenly, she saw a face smiling right next to her. The cold moonlight shone on that face, making the skin look even whiter, so white that it was almost transparent, and there was no trace of blood. Suddenly, the human face opened its lips and teeth and smiled grimly. I got you. Ah! The woman's scream pierced the night sky, followed by a panicked, crawling escape. Cat's eye ran, while looking back in horror. The girl in the red dress was standing there alone, with disheveled hair and a strange smile on her face. One of her hands was waving mechanically, as if waving goodbye. Cat Eye ran faster and faster, his blood and energy like water in a pot that was about to boil away, emitting wisps of white smoke. Too slow. A girl's voice like a devil's whisper sounded in her ears. In the corner of her eye, the face of the girl in the red dress came into her sight, and her full face was visible. The girl in the red dress was actually running sideways, and she was still able to catch up with her speed. The cold sweat on Cat Eye's forehead, which had been dried by the cold wind, condensed again. She gritted her teeth and ran for her life without saying a word. Let's play a game. The name of the game is Hide and Seek. The cat's pupils suddenly contracted, and all kinds of emotions such as fear, absurdity, and despair surged into his heart. This is her favorite game. Every time she faces an enemy, the cat gene in her body will take over, making her unable to resist toying with the enemy. Just like a cat that catches a mouse but does not rush to eat it, but instead keeps toying with the mouse until it dies before eating it. As a result, now she is playing cat and mouse again, but this time she is no longer the cat, but the mouse. She truly felt the despair of being a mouse. Squeak! The sound of shoes rubbing against the ground was heard, with a rapid, harsh, and drawn-out sound. Cat's eye braked suddenly and was stuck in place. She looked at Bai Yi, who had also stopped, in horror and trembling. You can't kill me. If I die, the director will not let you go. Oh, the principal. Bai Yi laughed jokingly. Which kindergarten principal? Cat's eyes said hurriedly. It's the zoo director. He's one of the 10 kings. A mere 10 kings. A mere zoo director. You dare to scare me with such trash? Bai Yi just remembered that he was the leader of the 10 kings and almost cursed himself, so he quickly changed his words. Cat's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that someone in this world dared to insult the director like this. She said in disbelief, The director is one of the 10 kings, you. Fisk, I'm still the leader of the 10 kings. Madman, you crazy woman. Cat's eye cursed angrily. You have no idea how powerful the 10 kings are, and you have no idea how terrifying the director is. Bai Yi almost laughed out loud. No one understood the power of the 10 kings better than him, because he had killed one of the 10 kings. Okay, stop shouting. He picked his ears impatiently, and Xiaodong's ears were quite clean, and nothing came out. Open your mouth. Shut your mouth, director. Does your director know who I am? Cat's eyes shouted angrily. Although you are very strong, your strength is not worthy of our director's knowledge. Fisk, Bai Yi need it. That's it. Your director doesn't even know who I am. If I kill you, who will he seek revenge on? Cat Eye's anger froze, his eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Bai Yi, speechless for a moment. She really couldn't find any reason to refute. Don't call me that. My name isn't Xiaotong. When I get to the underworld and the king of hell asks about it, I'll say that Xiaotong killed you. Boom strapia. Violent energy and blood rose from Bai Yi's body. A cruel smile flashed on his face, and then he punched out. With the help of time flow variation, 0.5 times the speed, this punch was extremely fast, like a scarlet meteor, hitting Cat's eyes head hard. Bang! After the explosion, a headless body fell straight to the ground. Bai Yi shook his hands to get rid of the blood, then stretched out his claws towards Cat Eye's delicate body. After rubbing it for a while, he sighed as he looked at the hundreds of dollars in bills and a few emeralds in his hand. Why aren't you dropping any equipment? Your bounty has already exceeded 100 million, but you can't even get a forbidden item. Are you using connections to increase your bounty? In a dark corner of the woods, Aaron, who had completely merged with the tree, covered his mouth tightly, as if only this could stop the fear from flowing out. He watched in horror as the woman in the red dress caressed the body of his master. Her beautiful face had long been stained red with blood, like an exquisite and perfect doll painted with red paint, with a strange beauty. Xiaotong will be okay, right? Lu Yao said timidly, half of her body hidden behind Xiaotong. No. And Xiaotong's gaze passed through the factory gate and fell into the darkness outside. She knew that Bai Yi would be fine. The thousand lights and shadows instant ensemble was too powerful. Once upon a time, she thought that the extraordinary ability with this exaggerated name was made up by Bai Yi, but now it seems that her knowledge is too limited. There really is such an extraordinary ability in the world that can ignore individual differences and increase speed exponentially. But Bai Yi is too weak now, so he cannot show the power of the thousand-fold melody of flowing light and shadows. Today, using his own body to fight against Cat's Eye, who is good at speed, is just like a cat playing with a mouse. If I had such speed, coupled with the defense and attack power of a knight, no one under the 10 Kings would be able to stop me. Chapter 139 Twin Souls Fission Breaking Limits Duet. Thank you for saving me today. Can you tell me your name? Lu Yao lowered her head and asked while biting her lip. Ba Yi. And Xiaodong said with a complicated look. She was thinking about how to explain what happened today to Lu Yao. If she didn't explain it well, the identity of the Black Knight might be exposed, which would be detrimental to her next mission. Ba Yi. Lu Yao murmured twice. She raised her head, clenched her fists, and smiled. Thank you, Bai Yi. My name is Lu Yao, the deer in Sycadere. You can call me Xiaolu. Looking at the adorable little deer just reaching her chest, and Xiao Tong smiled slightly. Just as she was about to touch her soft hair, as she used to, she suddenly froze. Looking at the bony right hand, she calmly put her hand down. Lu Yao noticed in Xiao Tong's actions. Her ears turned slightly red, and she quickly looked away. Oh, Xiao Tong is back, she screamed. Looking at Bai Yi, whose long skirt was stained with blood, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes, and she hurried forward. Xiaodong, are you okay? Are you not hurt? Which personality are you now? Do you still remember me? The little deer's mouth chattered, and Bai Yi frowned. Just as he was about to speak, and Xiaodong came over and grabbed his hand. Come with me. Then, and Xiaotong turned to look at Xiaolu. I have something to tell Xiaotong. Please wait for us for a while. Lu Yao glanced at the corpses scattered all over the ground, her face pale, but she still smiled and said, Then you better hurry up. I'm a little scared to be alone. And Xiaotong nodded, then pulled Bai Yi out of the factory gate, and the two disappeared into the darkness. Lu Yao stood there uneasily, glancing sideways at the corpses from time to time. She was frightened and quickly looked away, but she became even more frightened after looking away, fearing that one of the corpses would suddenly stand up if she was not watching. She kept switching between looking and not looking, her little head shaking like a rattle, turning back and forth. That is because you're young and your cervical spine is in good condition, otherwise you will get sick. Maybe she was too scared, or maybe she was curious. She stood there for a while, and finally tiptoed to the gate, holding onto the edge of the door with both hands and sticking out half of her head to look into the depths of the woods. Ah! Lu Yao almost screamed. If she hadn't quickly covered her mouth, she would have alarmed the man and woman kissing in the woods. The night was too dark, and she was just an ordinary person. With her eyesight, she could only see the night boy and the girl in the red dress hugging each other tightly in the quiet woods shrouded in moonlight. Their faces were also pressed together, and under the silhouette of the trees, they looked like they were kissing. The moonlight falling on them seemed to become softer, and the wind blowing by seemed lingering. They kissed. Xiaodong and Xiaobai kissed. Lu Yao, peeping, covered her lips tightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her bright eyes held shyness, loss, and a blessing. In the woods, Bai Yi and in Xiaodong, who were kissing, were laughing and chatting. The two of them hugged each other tightly, their faces pressed together, and the smiles on their faces were weirder than the other, as if they were forced out. What did you do? Why did they suddenly switch? Regardless of whether it was his fault or not, Bai Yi took the initiative. Don't you know what I did? And Xiaotong said calmly, with an inexplicable chill in her cold voice. Bai Yi was immediately furious. Do you think I want to give you a bath? I hate taking a bath the most. I mean, what else did you do besides shower? I didn't do anything. And Xiaotong said calmly, without mentioning that she accidentally hugged the deer while playing with it. What about you? What did you do besides drinking? Bai Yi laughed and said, I didn't do anything, just drank. Really? And Xiaotong said expressionlessly. Then why was I holding her in my arms when I went over there? Nonsense. I read the spring and autumn annals. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. But why did that girl named Lu Yao when I went there? I think we should be honest. Otherwise, we will never be able to break the curse of the twin monkey statues. And Xiaodong interrupted. In the end, the two reluctantly told each other what happened before the exchange. Of course, Bai Yi did not say that he thought of in Xiaodong when he was drinking with Purple Sister, and in Xiaodong did not say that she thought of Bai Yi when she hugged Lu Yao. The two of them concealed the truth tacitly, and neither of them was willing to admit it. A moment later, they both discover the blind spot at the same time. And Xiaotong, it's a hug. Hakuno, it's water. The two people who had returned to their bodies looked at each other in silence. And Xiaotong broke the silence first. What does this have to do with water? Bath water is water, and wine is also water, but one is for use and the other is for drinking. Can they be the same? Bai curled his lips and said, maybe you drank some bath water while you were taking a shower? And Xiaotong said expressionlessly, I don't have the habit of drinking my own bath water. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Bai Yi. After all, Bai Yi had great extraordinary talents, so sometimes it was difficult to communicate with him. Hugging should be the condition for the curse to be triggered, and it must be a simultaneous hug. After all, the twin monkey statue is two hugging monkeys. Bai Yi felt a headache. Even if hugging is the triggering condition, what is the condition for completely lifting the curse? I can't live my whole life without hugging, right? It's too early to say this now. Whether hugging is the triggering condition remains to be tested. Let's talk about these things tomorrow. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of Tianqi Company. We can't stay here any longer. After a long time, and Xiaodong came back, but Bai Yi was gone. Xiaodong. Lu Yao hurried forward and wanted to hold in Xiaodong's hand, but she hesitated as soon as she stretched out her hand. And Xiaotong smiled and took Lu Yao's hand. Don't worry, it's all over. Xiaodong, you're back to normal? Lu Yao asked in surprise. Yeah, and Xiaotong nodded. Great. Although your second personality is very handsome, it's a little too scary. The current look is still the best. Lu Yao paused and asked in a low voice, Xiaodong, are you a transcendent? And Xiaodong was not surprised by Lu Yao's question. An ordinary female student who suddenly showed such powerful strength would inevitably be suspected of being a supernatural person. Yes, I'm a transcendent. My transcendental ability is the twin soul fission limit-breaking duet. You've seen the specific manifestation of it. It's my second personality. Ticket. Chapter 140, your second personality wouldn't be a boy, right? So awesome. Lu Yao clenched her fists, and little stars seemed to appear in her eyes. She didn't understand any supernatural powers, but she felt that the name sounded very powerful. And Xiaotong, she didn't know what to say for a moment. The inspiration for this name came from Bai Ye's fleeting symphony. Although the name was a bit exaggerated, it was very suitable for fooling people who didn't understand the extraordinary. Lu Yao's identity is sensitive. Her father is Lu Yunxiao, one of the directors of Tianqi Company. If Lu Yao cannot be deceived, then her identity will definitely not be hidden. No wonder I felt like you had become a different person when we were taking a shower just now. It turns out you had a second personality, yeah? Lu Yao seemed to have thought of something, and her little face suddenly turned red. In a voice so soft as a mosquito, he asked, your second personality isn't a boy, is it? No. Angxi a otong li ditsis ifli. But I always feel my second personality is also a girl, but her personality is a bit twisted. You just saw it. She's very violent and even a bit perverted. Sometimes I can't control her appearance. So, Xiaolu, if you see my second personality next time, you must stay away from her. Okay, I'll listen to Xiaodong. As she spoke, Lu Yao's eyes kept glancing out of the factory gate. He's gone, and Xiaodong said calmly. Lu Yao's eyes dodged. He was injured before. It's so dark now. Will he be okay if he walks alone? He's also a transcendent. He'll be fine. Lu Yao was silent for a moment. Xiaodong, the boy you mentioned hugging you before is Bai Yi, right? And Xiaodong was stunned and didn't know how to answer, so she just nodded. There was no need to hide anything at this point. After all, she and Bai Yi had just hugged each other in public. Even though she was hugging herself, who would believe it if she told others about it? Lu Yao bit her lip lightly, hesitating to speak. Then what is your relationship? Friend. Our innocent Xiaodong has also learned to lie? I think he's clearly your boyfriend. Lu Yao pouted in dissatisfaction and pulled in Xiaodong's hand and shook it. Xiaodong, why are you hiding such a big thing from me? Are you afraid that I will steal your boyfriend? She joked with a smile, and Xiaotong did not answer, but stared at Lu Yao in front of her. That calm gaze made Lu Yao inexplicably feel guilty, and the amplitude of her shaking gradually slowed down. Xiaolu, I hope you can keep today's matter a secret. No problem, Lu Yao said quickly, feeling inexplicably relieved. But then she was afraid that Xiaodong would notice something was wrong with her, so she hurried to explain. You and Bai Yi are both extraordinary people, and the Federation has been wanted for extraordinary people. I will not reveal your identities, not to mention that you saved me. I, Liu Yao, am not the kind of person who betrays my friends and is ungrateful. When my father asks me about it, I will say I know nothing. I was blindfolded at the time, and then I heard the sound of fighting. After that, Cat's Eye and the others all died. It was the mysterious man who saved me. And Xiaodong also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Liu Yao agreed. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. Thank you, little dear. Liu Yao laughed, her big eyes curved into crescents. What's there to thank me for? Have you forgotten what I told you before? She took in Xiaodong's hand and shook it again, saying happily, Xiaolu and Xiaodong are lifelong friends. Yes, good friends for life. And Xiaotong nodded seriously, but a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. She was not worried about Liu Yao. She trusted her friend. She was worried about Along, who was going to deliver the letter. Once Aaron, who possesses the chameleon gene, hides himself, even she will find it difficult to find him. A long time has passed, but Aaron has not returned yet. In addition to Aaron, another thing that worries her is the twin monkey statues. If this problem is not resolved, it will eventually become a hidden danger. Today's unexpected exchange almost caused a disaster. If she hadn't exchanged with Hakuno, she would definitely sleep with Xiaolu tonight, and she would be able to deal with it even if Cat's Eye attacked. Instead of being kidnapped, he still had to rely on Hakuno's rescue. Tonight seemed safe and sound, but in fact, her life was hanging by a thread. If she didn't get the white dove ring hidden under the sofa, both she and Liu Yao would die. Her death would be even more miserable than Liu Yao's, as she was defiled by Cat's Eye before her death. Bai Yi was depressed when he returned to Fujin Pavilion because Gao Bansheng and the others had left, and there was no one in the private room. Depressed, he returned to his room, took out the twin monkey statues, and started cursing. There is no way. The twin monkey statues are taboo objects after all. Even the pure silver cross sword cannot cut them. All we can do is curse. I'm going to trick you. Because of you, I wasted 2 more seconds today. How many 2 seconds do you get in a lifetime? In fact, he could have ended the battle in just 1 second, but the feeling of being sure of victory was really intoxicating. As a player who deliberately did not destroy the crystal when he was about to win the game, it was really uncomfortable not to make a few mocking remarks. You can save up time again if you run out of it, but once Cat Eyes dies, he's really dead. You can't just taunt the corpse, right? Fortunately, although he wasted an extra second, he can completely blame 169. After scolding the monkey for half an hour, he felt his mouth was a little dry, so he stopped in dissatisfaction. After drinking some water, Bai Yi lay heavily on the bed and threw the twin monkey statues aside. Damn, I can't go to Wangwenjing for the time being. It's my manner. Tomorrow is the day when Fatty Gao and others set off. He was going to go and enjoy the good life with them, but now he can't go. He is afraid that he will be enjoying the good life, and then another exchange will happen. That would be really embarrassing. Moreover, by that time he would be far away in Wangwenjing, and Xiaodong would be in Shuguang City, and the two would not be able to contact each other. If they wanted to switch bodies, who would find whom? The next day, at the entrance of Fujin Pavilion, Brother Xiaobai, are you really not going to Wangwenjing with us? Gao Bansheng asked in surprise. He didn't understand why Bai Yi changed his mind overnight. Could it be that he didn't entertain him well yesterday? Bai Yi shook his head. It's not that we won't go. It's that we go later, go earlier, go more efficiently, and let those who need to go first. Gao Bansheng. So are we going or not? Go. My big manner. I mean, my friends are all waiting for me. Of course I have to go, but not now. I'll go a few days later. I have some things to take care of in Dawn City. What's so important? Do you need help? No one else can help me with this matter. I can only handle it myself. Gao Bansheng had a strange look on his face. Women's affairs? Bai Yi was surprised. How could Fatty Gao guess this with such a high IQ? He nodded doubtfully. Chapter 141, You Have the Qualities of 10 Kings. Unexpectedly, Gao Bansheng asked again, Is she a very beautiful woman? Hakuno nodded again. A young woman with long hair and long legs? Fuck, Bai Yi was stunned. No, you really can read minds? Gao Bansheng suppressed his laughter and pointed behind Bai Yi. Bai Yi turned around, and his face suddenly turned dark. Amidst the bustling crowd across the street, a graceful young girl with long black hair stood tall and graceful. The warm wind lifted a corner of her red skirt, and the girl was walking slowly out from the light and shadow of the buildings beside the street. His facial features seemed to be carefully carved. His pupils were a calm light brown. His eyelashes were very long, but there was no trembling. He just stared calmly ahead. It was in Xiaodong. Why is this crazy woman here? Hello, my name isn't Xiaotong, and I'm Bai Ye's girlfriend. And Xiaodong stood beside Bai Yi naturally, holding his arm. Everyone looked surprised. No one knew where Bai Yi got such a beautiful girlfriend. You know, this guy just came to Dawn City yesterday. No wonder Bai Yi disappeared during the drinking session. It turned out that he didn't like those purple girls and went out to find a date. Awesome. Gao Banqing gave Bai Yi a thumbs up. With Xiaodong's help, Gao Banqing and others stopped trying to persuade him. After all, heroes have always been tempted by beautiful women, and Bai Yi is a hot-blooded man, so it is normal for him to indulge in the beauty of the world. Only Bai Yi himself knew that this was not a paradise at all. How could a god of the new era be tempted by beauty? He was kidnapped by beauty. What bad luck. I was so damn unlucky. I thought my luck would return after leaving Black Mountain, but it started all over again when I arrived in Dawn City. Just as Gao Banqing and the others were about to leave, Liu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. I have something I want to talk to Bai Yi alone. When magician Liu made such a request, everyone naturally made room for the two of them. When Bai Yi and Liu walked to a deserted place, Liu's image as a strong man collapsed instantly. He grabbed Bai Ye's hand and cried, Brother Yi, you can't forget your friends for the sake of beauty. You can't abandon me. Bai Yi pulled his hand back with a look of disgust on his face. It's not that I won't go to Wangwenjing. I'll just go in a few days. I don't believe it. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. How could you bear to come to Wangwenjing? Brother Yi, just come with us. You must not give up your career for a woman. When we have established a stronghold in Wangwenjing, we will be able to find any beautiful woman. Bai Yi was getting more and more impatient. Am I the kind of person who is tempted by beauty? I already told you, I'll go back in a few days. Get out of here right now. You are, Brother Yi. You ordered the most purple girls yesterday. Brother Yi, the most important thing for you now is to calm down. You've been bewitched by her. How much emotion can you have in just one night? Love at first sight is all about lust. Liu spoke faster and faster, and even began to beat his chest and stamp his feet. Brother Yi, I beg you, please let her go and don't harm her, okay? She is still young, still a student. She can't stand you. Okay, now you've spoken out your real thoughts, right? Bai Yi was so angry that he kicked Liu. This bastard is not reluctant to leave me. It's obvious that he can't stand seeing me no longer single. In the end, Liu left Shuguang City with Gao Banqing and others with a resentful look on his face. Only Bai Yi and Xiaodong and Li Beitian were left. Li Beitian's shocked eyes swept back and forth between Bai Yi and Xiaodong. You last night, couldn't you be? No. X2. The two said in unison. Li Beitian. He held his forehead with his hand, his eyes revealing the sorrow of having his cabbages eaten by pigs. Xiaodong, I've watched you grow up over the years. You're a stubborn kid, and you'll never turn back once you've made up your mind. Since you and your brother Xiaobai, your nephew Xiaobai are in love. Old Li, Unkla Li. And Xiaodong told Li Beitian what happened last night, and the misunderstanding was resolved. Li Beitian's expression turned grim. Did you kill the people in the zoo? And a genetically modified person named along got away. And Xiaodong nodded. Li Beitian said solemnly, this is bad. The director of the zoo is one of the 10 kings, and he is vindictive. If you kill his people, he will definitely not let it go. Brother Xiaobai, you were right not to leave with Gao Banqing. If you offend the director, only Shuguang City will be safe. Because Apocalypse Company and the zoo are sworn enemies. It's not a big deal if you stay in the enemy's territory. Bai Yi waved his hand and didn't care. I don't care about that damn director. I just want to lift the curse of the twin monkey statues right now. Li Beitian was both angry and amused. He was angry because Bai Yi didn't care enough about his life, and he was amused because Bai Yi was young and arrogant and didn't even take the principle seriously. Brother Xiaobai, it's fine if you just say this to us, but please don't spread it outside. In Beimang, even the most arrogant transcendent wouldn't dare to openly insult the 10 kings. You are so arrogant. Someone who doesn't know you would think you are the leader of the 10 kings. Bai Yi was amused. That's me. Li Beitian turned his head away speechlessly and whispered to Xiaotong beside him, I think Brother Xiaobai has a good talent. Since you can't find a way to break the curse for the time being, why don't you take advantage of this time to teach him how to awaken his extraordinary talent? Although no method can guarantee a 100% awakening of the extraordinary, it mainly depends on personal talent, but I feel that with Brother Xiaobai's mental state, extraordinary talent, there will definitely be surprises if he gives it a try. He didn't know that Bai Yi possessed the extraordinary ability of thousands of flashes of light and shadows in an instant. and only thought that Bai Yi was practicing the qi and blood martial arts. The three of them were not far away, and Bai Yi was no longer a weak, ordinary person, so he naturally heard the whispers between Li Beitian and Xiaotong. At first, I was quite happy. I didn't expect Li Beitian to have such good vision and praise me for my talent. But the more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. It turned out that extraordinary talent was not a compliment. Extraordinary talent is good equals has the potential to be a psychopath. Bayez's face darkened, and he angrily said, "Your extraordinary talent is indeed good. Your extraordinary talent is unprecedented and one in a million. You have the potential to be a Ten King." Li Beitian was speechless and choked up. After a long while, he finally managed to utter one sentence. "You curse so filthy." Chapter 142 in Xiaotong. I'm fine. Bai Yi, I'm fine too. The three of them discussed for a while, and finally Li Beitian left. He wanted to report this matter to the presiding judge of the silent court. After all, it involved the director of the garden, one of the 10 kings, so it cannot be taken too seriously. In the end, only Xiaodong and Bai Yi were left staring at each other. "Let's go." And Xiaodong turned and left. "Where are you going?" "Shop." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. "Are you really going to be my girlfriend?" And Xiaodong turned around, and the hem of her red skirt spun and swayed, revealing 2 slender ankles. She looked at Bai Yi calmly and said, "Lu Yao saw me hugging myself, and she decided that we were boyfriend and girlfriend. Since she lives in Maxiang Garden, we'll definitely be in contact in the future. For convenience, we'll temporarily define our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Then why go shopping? I hate wasting time, even with my girlfriend. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to lift the curse. Going shopping is to lift the curse." Half an hour later, Bai Yi looked at the neon sign in front of him, "One cut, one love," and said speechlessly, "So cutting hair can lift the curse?" And Xiaodong walked into the barber shop without looking back. "No, I just want a haircut. After all, I've been wandering around for a month, and my hair needs some care." Bai Yi became more speechless. He really wanted to open his Xiaodong's brain and see what the thought process was like. Is it time for a haircut? You already have long hair. Is it necessary to trim it? Besides, you're the Black Knight. It's obviously wrong for such a powerful person to go to the barber shop to get a haircut. As a model of beauty, strength, and misery, well, it doesn't seem so miserable. Not only does she have the 10 kings as her master, but she's also a rich woman. Bai Yi turned around and left. He was not going to waste time here with Xiaodong. He wanted to buy some supplies necessary for survival. An hour later, the two met at the agreed place. And Xiaodong looked at Bai Yi, who was holding a huge sack, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Bai Yi was also surprised when he saw Xiaodong, who hadn't changed at all. "Didn't you get your hair cut? Where did you get a cut?" And Xiaodong pointed at her hair. "Can't you see it's so obvious?" The girl stood gracefully, her princess-cut bangs hanging neatly on both sides of her cheeks, and the ends of her hair just above her collarbone, making her jawline look thin and soft. The line of her neck was stretched straight, like the edge of an ice sculpture or jade, and even her outstretched fingers were sparse, with the fingertips tinged with cold white. Bai Yi shook his head. "I can't tell." And Xiaotong said expressionlessly, "What did you buy?" Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. "Hard drives, a bag full of hard drives." In order to deal with Bai Zhe, who might wake up at any time, he spent nearly $1 million to buy hard drives and various electronic devices that could store data. Hashan spent most of the money he earned, but he didn't feel bad about it. Money is important, but not as important as time. Without a hard drive, he can only waste time running. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the hard drives and electronic equipment in Dawn City were completely inferior to those in Shelter 189. They were expensive and could store less data. "Let's go and verify the triggering conditions of the curse." And Xiaodong turned and walked towards the street. Watching her departing figure, Hakuno wondered what method this Black Knight of the Silent Court had to verify the triggering conditions of the twin monkey statues. A moment later, and Xiaotong entered a shopping mall and bought a set of men's clothing. When she came out again, she had turned into a thin man wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat. So mysterious? Could it be that he was going to an underground gathering of extraordinary people or a black market? When Bai Yi thought of this, he felt a little excited. This kind of place often means there are many treasures. If there are any good forbidden items, he can take them away without anyone noticing. The most convenient way to stop time is not to kill people, but to borrow things. He followed and Xiaodong all the way, and they came to a charming street. The streets are crooked, and the end is as far as the eye can see. The shops on both sides are hung with colorful signs, most of which are pink. I didn't expect that the gathering of extraordinary people would be hidden in such a place. It is true that the great are hidden in the city. Bai glanced at the bored women in the store and nodded affirmatively. A woman noticed the arrival of the two men, and her eyes lit up slightly. She didn't expect that they would come to do business in broad daylight. A heavily made-up woman hurried out of the store and said with a sweet smile, "Two handsome guys, come in and play." And Xiaodong stopped and turned to walk towards the woman. "Oh, is this a secret code?" Bai hurriedly followed. He had to remember the secret code so that he could go to the extraordinary gathering to purchase goods in the future. "How much?" And Xiaodong's deliberately hoarse voice sounded heavier through the black mask. The woman smiled brightly. "We have all kinds of prices, 198, 298, 398. And Xiaotong interrupted, "Let's get the cheapest ones, one for him and one for me." When the woman heard it was the cheapest, her enthusiasm immediately dropped 3 points. "Come with me in a house, you go to the left, and he goes to the right." And Xiaotong shook her head. "We share a room." The woman's face was filled with displeasure. "That won't work. If you two take turns, wouldn't that be like paying for one share and getting two treats? It would be a huge loss for our store. We'll have to pay more." Bai was amazed when he heard it. It was worthy of being the secret code for the gathering of extraordinary people. It was really perverted. "No, if your store is unwilling to accept it, then we will go to other stores." The woman was a little hesitant. There was no business in broad daylight, and she was free anyway. Finally, she nodded in agreement reluctantly. Soon, the two entered the same dim room. Not long after, two heavily made-up women came in. The foundation on her face was almost thicker than the soles of her shoes, which made Bai frown. "No, what about the extraordinary people's gathering? Could these two be the hosts?" "Two handsome guys, which of us would you choose?" And Xiaodong stepped forward, pulled the woman on the left away, and then gave Bai a look. Bai frowned and pulled the woman on his right over. "Hold me," and Xiaodong said, and then hugged the woman. Bai was dumbfounded. He understood completely that there was no gathering of extraordinary people at all. They were just here to do a hugging experiment. Even if you want to conduct experiments, can you find something of high quality? God also has dignity. Handsome boy, your friends have already started. Why are you still shy?" The woman chosen by Bai smiled charmingly and hugged him. "Don't move, just hold me like this." And Xiaodong stopped the two women from taking any further action. The atmosphere in the room was a bit weird. The two women didn't expect to meet such an innocent couple today. Were they here to experience the feeling of love? After a moment, and Xiaodong let go of her hand and shook her head slightly at Bai. Bai also let go of his hand, frowning. It seems that hugging is not the condition to trigger the exchange. Then what is the condition? "Hey, two handsome guys. Why are you leaving before it even starts?" Looking at the two people who were about to leave, the two women were stunned. "I'm Fina." And Xiaodong left without looking back. "Oh shit." Bai was stunned on the spot. "Awesome. You are really awesome." He really wanted to ask Xiaodong if she understood what this sentence meant. "Yeah." The two women were stunned. Seeing Xiaodong leave, they looked at Bai in surprise, astonishment, and astonishment. For a moment, Bai was shocked. "I'm fine too." Chapter 143. Justice without flexibility is not true goodness. Whoosh. The gods of the new age fled in panic. The two of them walked out of Fengxing Street quickly without looking back, and the whispers of the women behind their backs were still echoing in their ears. Bai picked his feet awkwardly. He looked at Xiaodong and found that although the other party had a calm expression, his ears were slightly red. It seems that hugging is not a necessary condition. And Xiaodong said calmly while taking off her disguise. Indeed, Bai agreed seriously. The two of them looked serious, as if they were studying a profound topic. But the swap yesterday was clearly because of the simultaneous hug. Is there some missing necessary condition? Before the swap As she spoke, and Xiaodong looked at Bai with suspicion. Bai's reaction was so quick. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately took the initiative and asked, "Did you do anything else before the swap?" And Xiaodong was stunned and remained silent. After a moment, she slowly said, "It seems that you and I should have guessed the condition." Bai stopped being pretentious and said, "Since the words are on the tip of my tongue, you might as well say it. You go first. Say it together." "Good." The next moment, they both spoke at the same time. And Xiaotong, "I miss you." "Hakuno, drink." And Xiaotong immediately cast a murderous look at Bai, and her ears turned even redder for a moment, out of anger. Bai pretended not to see it and quickly changed the subject. So you have to think about the other person when you hug. Were you not thinking about me just now, so? I thought about it. And Xiaotong stared at him straight and said expressionlessly, That's really strange, why not? You didn't think? You're standing right next to me. Why should I even think about it? Do you really want to? And Xiaodong took a step closer to Bai Yi. Her flawless face was so close to him, and her warm breath hit his face. Bai Yi touched his nose, which was a little itchy from the breath, and said, I thought about it. And Xiaodong then took a step back. Hugging and thinking about each other doesn't make sense. Could it be related to time? She turned her head away and muttered to herself, her drooping hair blocking her profile. Then try again tonight. Night. In Xiaodong's villa. I cut. Bai Yi sneezed, touched his nose in dissatisfaction, and looked at Xiaodong, who was wearing silk pajamas and lighting incense beside him. Can you please kill Yukinaka Harunabu? If you like fragrance, you can spray some perfume. Burning incense all day long makes your house look like a temple. Burning incense is to calm the mind. The effect of meditation will be increased in a calm state. And Xiaotong gently inserted the snow spring letter into the incense burner, and her light brown eyes watched the green smoke rising and diffusing in the air. Meditation can increase mental strength, although it is very slow, but it is more stable. Unfortunately, most extraordinary people find it difficult to meditate quietly. They often stimulate their spirits through killing, fighting, and indulgence, thereby improving their strength. Although this method is fast, it has too many drawbacks. Bai Yi was immediately intrigued by the thought of a transcendent being. After witnessing Li Yu's transformation from an ordinary person to a transcendent, he had wondered more than once if he could become one himself. Or transcendent abilities. How much time can you save once you become a transcendent? Can extraordinary people only awaken on their own? Can they continuously increase their mental strength through meditation and then become extraordinary people? Bai Yi asked while inhaling the fragrance in the air. After lighting the incense, and Xiaodong walked to the sofa and sat down. As she came closer, the fragrance in the air became stronger. As far as I know, transcendents can only awaken on their own. Meditation cannot help people become transcendents, because the key to becoming a transcendent is not the strength of one's mental power, but the alienation of one's mind. It's like a glass of water. Even if it becomes two glasses, it still can't change the soft nature of water. Spiritual alienation turns water into ice. And Xiaotong held the gilded teacup in both hands, brought it to her lips, and blew on it, and the mellow red tea immediately formed tiny vortices. Bai Yi was still sucking, causing Xiaodong's hair to slightly curl up. He didn't care whether it was useful or not. He just wanted to improve his mental strength first. After all, extraordinary abilities must rely on mental strength as support. He doesn't believe that the increase in mental strength cannot lead to a qualitative change through quantitative change and awaken to become an extraordinary person. It's useless to inhale it like this. Snow Spring Letter is not a panacea. It's just a traditional incense passed down from ancient times. It's used to assist meditation, not to increase your mental strength. Then start meditating. A hint of doubt flashed across in Xiaodong's eyes. Weren't you anxious to lift the curse before? Why are you planning to meditate now? Bai Yi spread his hands and said, We've tried every possible method we could think of this day, but it's all useless. I'm too lazy to try anymore. I might as well learn how to improve my strength first. Are you planning to give up? So are you ready to accept the fact that you're a girl? And Xiaodong took a sip of tea and said softly, Ahem. Bai Yi almost choked and said angrily, What do you mean by accepting the fact of being a girl? I just thought of a better way. There's no need to waste time here. What method? Pangy USB drive. And Xiaodong slowly put down the teacup, her eyes flickering slightly. You are right. The Pangy USB must contain information about the taboo objects. As long as we get the Pangy USB, we can completely lift the curse. Oh, Bai Yi gave her a surprised look. Haven't you always said you'd destroy the Pangy USB drive for the sake of all mankind? Now you don't plan to destroy it. There's no conflict. I can lift the curse first and then destroy it. Bai Yi was stunned. He had always thought that Xiaodong was the kind of paranoid who believed in absolute justice and could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. Since he believed that the Pangy USB flash drive was taboo and evil, then for the sake of justice in his heart, and Xiaodong would definitely not read the contents inside. Just like when fanatics burn the books of a rival sect, they would never even look at the filthy texts. Don't look at me like that. Not all people who uphold justice are stubborn and dogmatic. In my opinion, justice that doesn't adapt isn't true goodness. Then do you have any news about Panga USB flash drive? Bai didn't care what Xiaodong's justice was. He just wanted Panga USB flash drive. He was alone in Dawn City, unfamiliar with the place, and it was extremely difficult for him to find the Panga USB drive. Finding something in a city was not something that could be solved by stopping time. With the help of the Silent Court, things would be much simpler. As for the Silent Court wanting to destroy the Panga USB drive, I'm sorry, you can talk to me about time stopping when the time comes. And Xiaodong didn't know what Bai Yi was thinking and just thought that he was trying to lift the curse. She was surprised and said, "Everyone knows about the Panga USB drive. Don't you know?" Chapter 144. How could I, Bai Yi, not know whether the Black King has Pangu or not? Bai Yi was stunned. Everyone knows? When did it happen? How is this possible? After Apocalypse Company got the Panga USB flash drive, they must have tried their best to hide it. How could they let everyone know about it? Isn't this crazy? And Xiaodong was even more surprised. You were there at that time. Huh? Bai Ye's expression turned strange. You don't mean? Black King. Yes, everyone knows that the Panga USB drive is in the hands of the Black King. Unfortunately, the Black King is too mysterious. No one knows his true identity or where he is. Even if they did, it would be useless. With his terrifying strength, I find it hard to imagine anyone being able to snatch the Panga USB drive from the Black King. Black King Bai Yi. Ahem. Black King Bai Yi coughed twice strategically. I think the Panga USB drive might not be in the hands of Senior Black King, but in the Apocalypse Company. Didn't you suspect the Hidden Rat, one of the 12 Zodiac animals, before? And Xiaotong explained, I did suspect Hidden Rat before, but if the Black King was truly from Shelter 189, a man from the old times, how could a mere Hidden Rat have stolen the Panga USB drive from right under his nose? Forehead. Bai Yi now felt like he was shooting himself in the foot, and he wanted to curse. Does Nima Haywang have a Panga USB drive? How could I not know? But he couldn't just say that he was the Black King, mainly because no one would believe him even if he did. Who could believe that a wastelander with an HP value of only 69 is the spark left over from the old times, the releaser of the mutated scarlet virus, the subverter of order and civilization, the controller of time, the owner of the Panga USB flash drive, the executor of the Panga plan, the last civilized person in the world, the one with a bounty of 2.96 billion, the first person with the highest bounty in Beimang in history, the one who killed the tyrant Yang Jia in seconds, and the Black King, who ranks first among the 10 kings. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi said, the Black King is too mysterious. Everything we know so far is just speculation by the Federation. I think the Panga USB drive should be in the hands of Apocalypse Company. Why? It's simple, because Hidden Rat is still alive. Currently, the only news from Apocalypse is the deaths of Eagle and Dark Tiger, not Hidden Rat. If Black King is truly from Shelter 189 and has been living there, how could Hidden Rat not die when he stole Panga's USB drive? And Xiaotong nodded hesitantly, feeling that it made some sense. Bai Yi quickly struck while the iron was hot. Also, think about it. With Senior Black King's strength, if he really was in charge of Shelter 189, how could a shelter have become such a horrible state? Wouldn't Senior Black King be able to destroy a mere mutant scarlet virus with a single blow? And Xiaodong looked thoughtful. Indeed. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was fooled. So, the Panga USB drive is very likely in Apocalypse Company. I think we should work toward Apocalypse. You've been lurking in Dawn City for so long. Where do you think Apocalypse Company would hide the Panga USB drive? And Xiaodong pondered and said, if it's really in Tianqi, then I can roughly guess where it is. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Where? I've been lurking in Dawn City to investigate organ trafficking. Apocalypse, in order to research genetic drugs, has been secretly conducting human experiments that violate human nature. This involves the trafficking of large amounts of organs and even living people. Can you please stop talking so much and get to the point? He urged impatiently. He has two great strengths. One is that he always looks forward and is not trapped by the past, forgetting his roots. Second, I always maintain a fresh and broad enthusiasm for the world. Because my love is so broad, I am reluctant to spend too much time on one thing. I am impatient. And Xiaotong gave him a blank look, then said concisely, Core Laboratory. What Core Laboratory? Please explain it more clearly. And Xiaodong turned around and went to take a shower without saying a word. The sound of splashing water came from the bathroom, and Bai Yi was pacing around the bathroom door anxiously. Bang, bang, bang. Didn't you just take a shower yesterday? Why don't you explain yourself clearly first? Bai knocked on the door hard, complaining in his heart. What a petty woman. She was clearly pretending to be my girlfriend, but she acted more like a real girlfriend than me. She wouldn't tolerate me talking a little louder or being impatient. There was no response from Xiaotong in the bathroom. Only on the bathroom door. A graceful figure was softly and vaguely outlined by the water vapor, and the curve of her shoulders and back rose and fell gently as she raised her hands to scoop up water. Occasionally, when he raised his hand to brush his hair, or when he turned around, the arc was all covered by a layer of hazy mist. Seeing the figure on the door, Baez knocking gradually slowed down, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scenery he saw yesterday. The next moment, two exclamations were heard simultaneously from inside and outside the bathroom. Fuck! Ah! And Xiaodong outside the bathroom was defeated. Even when she faced a life-and-death crisis, she had never been as panicked as she was at this moment. Looking at the panicked figure at the door, she hurriedly reached out to turn the doorknob, but it didn't open because she had locked it from the inside. Although Hakuno had seen it before, there was no way she would go take a shower without locking the door. I'm testing you for a whole day without changing it. Why are you suddenly changing it now? Bai, stop washing and open the door. And Xiaodong knocked on the door hurriedly. Snap! Bai, who was soaking wet, came out from inside. I told you it was water, and you didn't believe me. Look, it changed as soon as you took a shower. Don't talk, just hold me. An Xiaotung, who get Bai? After a moment, the two switched back. Before the change, and Xiaodong was more anxious, but after the change, the anxiety changed. She could no longer convince herself that he was hugging herself, because the reality was that Hakuno, who had completely changed, was hugging her who had just taken a shower. There seemed to be a different meaning mixed in with the complex emotions of embarrassment, shyness, and anger. Even though she was the feared Black Knight, she was no different from other girls when it came to matters of the sexes. Putting aside all her identities, she is just a girl who is still in school. And Xiaodong pushed Bai Yi away in a panic, and Night was activated instantly. Silver-white armor wrapped around his entire body, and a silver-white mask covered his red cheeks. Even though she blocked Bai Yi's sight completely, she still felt uncomfortable all over, and her heart was pounding wildly. This time is different from the last time. Last time, at least the two of them were far apart when they changed positions, but this time, they were only separated by a door. Chapter 145 to 169, Exchange Mechanism. Compared to Xiaodong's panic, Bai Yi was much calmer. After all, it was not his first time, and he already had experience. He was now more focused on the exchange mechanism. The sudden exchange just now made him vaguely grasp the key point. It's not a bath. He had taken a bath in Fujin Pavilion, and it took quite a long time. Recalling the throbbing he had just felt, he suddenly raised his head. I might know. Bai Yi was stunned. His voice actually came from Xiaodong's mouth, and his gaze turned away. Change again? That's not right. I clearly didn't. He looked at Xiaodong, who occupied his body in shock. It was her. It turns out that unilateral change is also possible. So was the reason for the last swap because he and Purple Sister were drinking, or because Xiaodong was hugging Lu Yao while taking a bath? It must be in Xiaodong. The nonstick properties continue to work, and Xiaodong stared blankly at the silver-white figure in front of her. Under her gaze, the silver-white armor disintegrated bit by bit and turned into silver-gray all over the sky. Recalling the inexplicable throbbing I felt when I thought of Hakuno last time while taking a bath, and this time, she seemed to have a vague idea of the mechanism of exchange. 10 minutes later, Yukinaka Harunobu, who had been able to remain calm, was ignited again. The two people who were exchanged sat on the sofa, and no one spoke. They all understood the triggering conditions of the exchange mechanism, but they all kept it a secret and didn't say it out loud. An awkward and delicate atmosphere flowed between the two. The Panga USB drive may be in the core laboratory, and Xiaodong broke the silence and seamlessly continued the previous topic. She looked calm and did not show any embarrassment at all. Where's the core laboratory? Bai Yi suddenly became excited. He was not pretending. He really wanted to know. This is also what I have been exploring, but I still haven't found it. The core laboratory is the unit with the highest level of confidentiality in Dawn City, and it is also where the Type 3 drug is developed. So I guess the Pangi USB drive should be placed here. But only the directors of Apocalypse Company know about the core laboratory. A faint light flashed in by Ye's eyes. This is easy. Then kidnap the director of Tianchi. And Xiaodong was stunned. Do you know how difficult it is to kidnap the director of Tianchi Company on its territory? In Beimeng, except for the Ten Kings, no one else can do it. Moreover, the Ten Kings are only a possibility. During the 100 years since the Cataclysm, the Ten Kings have changed one after another, but the Apocalypse Company has always been there. But he didn't find it that difficult. He just felt a pain in his body. He felt uncomfortable when he thought about wasting a lot of time. Wait, now that I have mastered the method of exchange, wouldn't it save a lot of time if I just use Xiaodong's body to do this? He looked at Xiaodong with burning eyes, and his eyes revealed the desire of a level 10 small account for a full level big account. And Xiaodong subconsciously avoided the burning gaze. Even with your ability in my body, it would be difficult to succeed because this is not murder, but kidnapping a living person. How do you know if you don't try? Ba yi disagreed. And Xiaodong only knew that the fleeting light and shadows played thousands of times in an instant. But she didn't know that he had a more powerful ability to stop time. And Xiaodong shook her head. I'm very aware of the strength of the Apocalypse Company. If I were to perform the 1,000 lights of flowing lights and shadows instant, there might be a slight chance of success. But if it were you, it would definitely not work. Unfortunately, only your soul and my body can achieve that kind of extreme speed. What do you mean I definitely can't do it? Bai raised his eyebrows and said dissatisfiedly, how many chi and blood martial arts techniques do you know? What technique? Circle, armor, feather, spear, absolute. What a mess. Bai was slightly stunned. Although he was a god of the new era and the leader of the Ten Kings, he really didn't know the martial arts of a poor guy. The only thing he knew about the poor ghost's martial arts was that through exercise, one could strengthen the body and increase the energy in blood. I thought it was similar to fitness in my previous life, but I didn't expect there were so many techniques. And Xiaodong sighed softly. The so-called circle is to coordinate with specific breathing techniques to mobilize qi and blood to circulate throughout the body's meridians, thereby cultivating qi and blood and strengthening the body. Circle is the foundation of qi and blood martial arts. Because it is a complete cycle, it is called circle. Bai immediately realized, couldn't armor be the qi and blood that protects the body? He was most impressed by the protection of qi and blood. The dark tiger, silver snake, and even the tyrant had all used qi and blood to protect their bodies. And Xiaotong nodded. That's right, armor is the protection of qi and blood, which stimulates the qi and blood to form a defense similar to armor outside the body. There is a light body technique that makes the body as light as a feather with the help of qi and blood. Gun is a technique of releasing qi and blood. Qi and blood can be fired as bullets. Stronger ones can even be like cannonballs. It can also be used to enhance weapons. Absolute is to isolate the aura. The glasses that Cat Eye and the others wore before were qi and blood value detection instruments, which can detect the qi and blood value of the human body. If you master Absolute, you can hide your qi and blood value to the level of an ordinary person. It will only be exposed when fighting or when you are emotionally excited and unable to control yourself. Hearing this, Bai instantly remembered that when he was fighting with Cat's Eye, a man in black exclaimed 19,800. At that time, he was wondering, how couldn't Xiaotong, with such a high blood and energy value, disguise herself as an ordinary female student in Dawn City? Now I understand. It's because of Jew. Only if you fully master these techniques can you unleash the power contained in my body. Then there might be a chance to kidnap Director Tianchi. Or there's a second method, which is simpler and safer, but I'm afraid you won't agree. Bai Yi immediately had a bad feeling. You don't want me to sell my body and seduce Lu Yao, the daughter of Tianchi's director, do you? And Xiaodong's eyes narrowed. How could I let you do such a thing? Xiaolu is my best friend. I won't do anything to let my friend down. What's the second option? It's simple. Become a candidate for the Chinese zodiac. What's the meaning? In the Black Mountain battle, the 12 zodiacs suffered heavy losses. The eagle was killed by an unknown person, and the dark tiger also died. With the loss of 2 key generals, the Apocalypse Company is preparing to select new 12 zodiacs. Naturally, the candidates will be selected from the 12 zodiac candidates. It's difficult to become one of the 12 zodiac signs, but being a candidate is relatively easy. Once you become a candidate, you will be taken to the core laboratory to be injected with type 3 gene drugs. Stop, what a rubbish genetic drug. Even dogs wouldn't be injected with it. Bai refused decisively. How could he possibly inject that kind of stuff? Silver Snake, Dark Tiger, Cat's Eye, are there any normal people like him? These are all people who dare to reproduce in public. In contrast, although extraordinary people have excellent mental states, they are ultimately human beings. A psychopath and a beast, what would you choose? You can vote for Feng Xiu and Buyu by searching for the Peak character producer. Please vote. Chapter 146. Genetic Medicine? Even dogs don't get the injection. And Xiaodong nodded. Although injecting the Type 3 gene potion will grant powerful strength, it will eventually be affected by the animalistic nature. Unless one has an extremely strong mental will and a strong sense of identity as a human, it will be difficult to suppress the animalistic nature. When Bai heard this, he was suddenly tempted. There was no need for training, and he could gain powerful strength just by taking injections. The only side effect was bestiality. He felt that this was not a big deal because he was extremely confident in his identity as the god of the new era. He could get rid of the Eye of Ember. So how could he not suppress his animal nature? Is it possible? Can becoming a genetically modified person still awaken extraordinary abilities? And Xiaotong was a little surprised. You are already a transcendent. Why do you still care about these things? Are you worried that the genetic drug will make your extraordinary abilities ineffective? Don't worry, it won't. Although there are few extraordinary people who have been injected with genetic drugs, they do exist. As for whether becoming a genetically modified person can awaken extraordinary abilities, it is possible, but it is difficult, and such a person is rare. Why? Bai was a little confused. Why couldn't the other way around work? Because the bestiality in genes can affect a person's spirit. The key to a transcendence awakening lies in spiritual alienation. However, once the bestiality is added, it's like an impurity, and the difficulty of alienation will increase exponentially. Therefore, only transcendence can be injected with genetic drugs, and very few genetically modified people can become transcendents. His heart sank instantly. He still hadn't woken up and had long begun to suspect that he might not be a psychopath. If he were to be injected with genetic medicine, he would never have the chance to become an extraordinary being in this life. Wait, why does it have to be me who injects the genetic drug? Can't you just be a substitute for the 12 zodiac signs? Bai seriously suspected that Xiaotong had bad intentions and deliberately gave the most dangerous part to him. And Xiaotong seemed to guess what he was thinking and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Maybe she herself didn't even realize that after these few frank encounters, she and Bai became less restrained and serious when interacting, and there was a sense of casualness that seemed to have let go and given up everything. The brightness that is unique to a young girl was revealed inadvertently. If I could have passed the 12 zodiac animal selection, I would have gone a long time ago. You can see that my chi and blood values are too high, and the selection process will involve physical and genetic testing, which would definitely expose me. But you're different. Your chi and blood values are only 69, so they won't arouse suspicion. Haha, so I should be happy, right? Bai said with a wry smile. Indeed, and Xiaodong nodded. Bai was too lazy to argue with Xiaodong. He suddenly thought of a question. Even if you can't pass the 12 zodiac candidate selection, you can still inject genetic drugs to improve your strength. Why didn't you do it? He now cares more about Xiaodong's strength than she does herself. After all, Xiaodong is his second account, so naturally the stronger she is, the better. Also, why didn't all the extraordinary people I met in Black Mountain, including the tyrant, get the injection? That's why I said you might not want to. And Xiaodong paused and continued. Not all extraordinary people will see their strength increased after being injected with genetic drugs. Some may even see their strength greatly reduced. A significant decrease in strength. Take my knight, for example. Knighthood is a unique identity for humans. My armor and sword are both designed to suit the human body. Once I transform into a beast, the knight will be restricted. Beasts are better at using claws and fangs than armor and swords. But your fleeting glimpse of light is different in 1,000 ways. At this point, Xiaodong took a breath, probably because the name was too long to say in one breath. Your ability is to increase your speed, not to be bound by form. After becoming a genetically modified being, your physique will be strengthened, allowing you to better unleash the power of the stream of light. So you don't need to worry about the conflict of abilities. The only thing you need to worry about is the purity of your mental power. This is also the reason why most extraordinary people are unwilling to inject genetic drugs to enhance their strength. I just said that people who have not become extraordinary people will be affected by their animal nature after being injected with genetic drugs, which will make awakening more difficult. People who have become extraordinary people will also be affected by their animal nature after being injected with genetic drugs, which will greatly increase the difficulty of breaking through their mental power. You just mentioned the tyrant. Do you think giving the tyrant the physique of the dark tiger will increase his strength? Bai Yi thought about it, and it seemed to be of no use. With the strength of the tyrant, he could completely crush the enemy with the metal ability. If he really encountered an enemy that could not be crushed by the metal ability, even with the physique of the nether tiger, he could not change the situation of the battle. It seems you figured out. For Tyrant, injecting genetic drugs won't significantly improve his strength. Instead, it will create more obstacles on his path to transcendence, which is not cost-effective. Only those extraordinary people who have no hope of breaking through will choose to find another way and inject genetic drugs, sacrificing their future prospects in exchange for current strength. I have told you the pros and cons. Do you plan to take a risk and use my body to kidnap the director of Apocalypse, or choose a safer way to inject the Type 3 gene drug and become a candidate for the 12 zodiac signs? The choice is yours, and the silent court never forces anyone. And Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi calmly, waiting for his choice. Bai Yi also rolled his eyes. You in the silent court don't force others. You just kill people directly. Although he complained in his heart, he still considered it carefully. The animal nature in the genetic medicine will affect the awakening and breakthrough of the extraordinary people. Although it will not completely block the road, it will greatly increase the difficulty. I have experienced several life and death crises, but have not awakened to become a transcendent. If the difficulty is increased, is there any hope in this life? Of course, as a god of the new era, how could he be afraid of a little difficulty? He just doesn't want to take shortcuts by taking drugs. He just likes to work hard. Even dogs don't get injected with genetic drugs. It's better to learn the techniques of meditation and qi and blood martial arts first. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and rejected the temptation to take drugs to become stronger. He planned to calm down first. It was rare to have a master like in Xiaodong teaching him personally, so he could use the learning process to accumulate some time. He could save up for a month first. Then, when the time came, he could change his name to Xiaodong and kidnap a director of Apocalypse. Wouldn't it be easy? Okay, then let's meditate first. It's late at night, and strenuous exercise will affect sleep. We'll learn qi and blood martial arts tomorrow. And Xiaodong took off her slippers, revealing her thin and well-proportioned feet, the soles of her feet still flushed from being washed by hot water. She sat cross-legged with her hands on her knees and made eye contact with Bai Yi. Chapter 147, Am I the One in a Million Genius? Bai Yi frowned slightly. Must meditate? The posture is not fixed. Just relax your whole body. You should have said it earlier. Bai Yi just lay down like Guyu and collapsed on the sofa. And Xiaodong's long eyelashes trembled twice, and she was a little speechless. You are too relaxed like this. It's easy to fall asleep in meditation. Bai Yi waved his hand. That's impossible. Let's get started. And Xiaodong took a deep breath to adjust her breathing, and her chest, which had begun to take shape, rose and fell slightly. Follow the rhythm of my breathing. Bai Yi, who was lying like Guyu, stared in Xiaodong's slightly open mouth and the heaving of her chest without blinking. Gradually, the breathing rates of the two began to synchronize. Now close your eyes and feel the scent of Harunabu in the snow with your heart. This will help you enter a state of meditation quickly. Upon hearing this, Hakuno closed his eyes and focused his senses on his nose, the scent of Yukinaka Harunabu permeating his nostrils. And Xiaodong's calm voice came slowly. The smell of spring in the snow is not strong, like the first breath of air brought with it the coolness of icy chips when you open a snow-covered window. Imagine that you walk out of the room and step into the world covered with ice and snow. Suddenly, you see a touch of bright red in the snow, and a wisp of the fragrance of plum blossoms hits you, bringing warmth and vitality. The first smell is the crispness of snow wrapped in the cool fragrance of plum blossoms, like the first blooming of red plum blossoms in the white snow, cold and stunning. If you smell it carefully, you can smell the vigorous vitality of the spring trees, the spring buds breaking through the soil, and the revival of all things. Finally, the lingering sandalwood fragrance is like a quiet moment under the warm spring sun. Hululululu. A snoring sound suddenly broke the beautiful mood described by Xiaotong. She opened her eyes and fixed Bai Yi with sharp eyes. Bai Yi seemed to sense the murderous intent and opened his eyes blankly. Keep going. Why did you stop? What did I just say? And Xiaodong gritted her teeth, and the voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. It's just snow, plum blossoms, sandalwood. And Xiaodong was startled. She blinked, a little surprised. Is this a skill only for boys? How can she hear me talking even when she's asleep? Do you smell it? Bai Yi shook his head. You're exaggerating. I just smelled the fragrance, and it's quite pleasant. Nothing else. No more. For the first time, and Xiaodong understood what it meant to play the lute to a cow. She had only shared the spring message in the snow with two people. One was Lu Yao, and the other was Bai Yi. When I shared it with Lu Yao, she understood the artistic conception as soon as she smelled it. Forget it, stop smelling it, and just get started. Whether you can enter a state of meditation depends on you. Bai Yi curled his lips. It should have been done earlier. What kind of bullshit is smelling the spring news in the snow? He didn't believe that he could smell the fragrance and see the plum blossoms in the snow. He slowly closed his eyes, and his Xiaodong's calm voice flowed into his ears like a spring. Place your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Focus on your breathing. Feel the breath coming in and out, and imagine your thoughts sinking down, gradually entering the deepest part of your body. A light begins to appear before your eyes, a pale red glow at first. Chasing it with your mind, the light becomes brighter and brighter, its color gradually deepening until it turns scarlet. At this time, you will feel a slight stagnation, as if there is a membrane blocking you. Hold your mind and concentrate your thoughts to pass through that membrane, and you will reach the spiritual space. Bai Yi felt more and more sleepy the more he listened. He had been busy all day and hadn't had a good rest yet. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt sleepy, half asleep and half awake. A flash of light appeared before his eyes. In an instant, he became a little more awake. The feeling was very strange. Although he had closed his eyes and everything in front of him was dark, there was a ray of light in the darkness. Wait, why is it white light? Bai Yi did not stop, but instead focused his mind on the white light. The white light became brighter and brighter, and a slight sense of stagnation came over him. He concentrated his mind according to the method taught by Xiaotong, and soon he stepped in, his mind entering a vast white space. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound rang in my ears, like an auditory hallucination. In the center of the spiritual space, Bai Yi saw a huge golden dial and a golden hourglass floating above the dial. Is this my spiritual space? It turns out the clock and hourglass of time are hidden here. Wait, why is there no Panga material? He thought about it and felt that Panga matter should be in the physical body. After all, Panga matter is not like the clock of time or the hourglass of time, which is no substance, but really exists in the material world. Bai Ye's gaze then passed over the clock of time and the hourglass of time, and looked at the entire spiritual space. When his eyes swept to the corner of his spiritual space, he was stunned. This is... He opened his eyes wide and saw an eye without an S huddled in the corner of his spiritual space. Its surface was covered with earthworm-like, protruding blood vessels, and a strange gray mist was lingering in the turbid lens. What the hell? Damn Ember Eye! How the hell did you get in here? At this moment, the eyes of Ember had completely lost their original magical power. Instead, they looked aggrieved. They didn't dare to approach the center at all, and try to squeeze toward the edge. Buzz. As Bai Ye's mind fluctuated violently, his consciousness withdrew from his spiritual space like a tide, and the white light in front of him completely dissipated. He opened his eyes, and his face looked a little ugly. No one would be in a good mood if they had so many messy things on them. He was wondering whether the eye of Ember in the spiritual space was real or just a projection. He had been contaminated by the eye of Ember, and perhaps it had left a mark in his spiritual space. After all, he had witnessed with his own eyes the eye of Ember being sealed underground by the tyrant. Fail! And Xiaodong looked as if it was just what I expected. Bai Yi came back to his senses and said disdainfully, "How could I fail? Then did you see the scarlet spiritual space?" And Xiaodong was not surprised to see Bai Yi successfully complete the meditation, because she had also entered into meditation instantly at the beginning. This is what gifted, extraordinary people are like. Bai Yi was slightly startled, and he realized that his spiritual space seemed to be different from that of others. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. After all, who doesn't want to be special and unique? Am I really a one-in-a-million genius? So even my spiritual space is unique? He didn't say anything, but tentatively asked, "Why is the spiritual space scarlet?" And Xiaotong explained, because of the scarlet disease brought about by the catastrophe, this disease not only polluted the body and made people possess qi and blood, but also polluted the spirit, so the spiritual space also turned scarlet. Are there any other colors? No. Chapter 148 Injection. The injection is a genetic drug. Seeing in Xiaodong's decisive answer, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Maybe you just haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's indeed a color I have never seen, but that color cannot exist in this world." Bai Yi was suddenly delighted. "It turns out that I am a genius that does not exist in this world." "What color?" "White." "Ha ha, I really am." Before Bai Yi could feel happy, and Xiaodong continued, "That was the color of the spiritual space of people in the old times before the great cataclysm. Because it was not contaminated by the scarlet disease, it was white." Bai Ye's face froze. "You mean all people in the old times were white?" And Xiaodong nodded. "Yes, they're all white." Bai Ye's heart sank. He was no longer a novice in the field of extraordinary beings, so he naturally knew the principle of the awakening of extraordinary beings. In the civilized era, people who are mentally stimulated will only become mentally ill, but in the era of catastrophe, people who are mentally stimulated will become extraordinary. The reason for this difference is scarlet disease. Doesn't that mean that people in the civilized era can never become extraordinary? And Xiaotong glanced at Bai Yi in surprise. Of course, if the soul is not infected by the scarlet disease, no matter how much stimulation is given, it can only become a psychotic and can never become a transcendent. Boom! Bai Yi was struck by a bolt from the blue. Isn't this just a muggle? It turns out I'm a worthless person who doesn't even exist in this world. But hadn't he been infected with the mutated scarlet virus before? And he possessed such remarkable resilience. Was it only his body that was infected? Just like these only had a magic hand? Or was it related to the serum injection? He asked unwillingly, but I heard that there are also extraordinary people in the civilized era. That was after the cataclysm, before civilization was completely shattered. Someone was infected with the scarlet disease, and that's how the extraordinary people were born. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling hopeful. He was living in an era of catastrophe, and sooner or later he would be spiritually polluted. How long does it take for the mind to be infected with the scarlet disease? And Xiaodong frowned slightly. She felt that the questions asked by Bai Yi were meaningless. In this era, where could there be people who were not infected with scarlet disease? However, she still patiently replied, if it was during the initial outbreak of the cataclysm, a person's mind would be completely infected after being exposed to the scarlet virus for a few days. What if it's now? Now the outbreak period is already past 100 years ago. If you were to contract scarlet fever now, it would probably take at least several decades. How many? Decades of years. Hakuna was torn apart, completely torn apart. Also shattered was a young heart that yearned for the extraordinary and was full of hope for the future. Why do you look so grim? Bai Yi suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing as he said, I've thought about it carefully. Using your body to kidnap Director Tianqi is too risky. I don't mind taking the risk myself. The main reason is that I'm a kind person and don't want to implicate others. So let's inject the type 3 gene drug. And Xiaodong's eyes widened slightly, and Bai Yi's previous confident words kept echoing in her mind. Dogs are not given injections of genetic drugs. But didn't you say before that dogs are? You must have heard it wrong. It couldn't have been me who said that. There's so many people in the world who have been injected with genetic drugs. Are they all dogs? Besides, genetic modification has survived for so many years and remains so enduring. There must be a reason for its existence. You can't discriminate against it just because it relies on external forces to take shortcuts, Bai Yi admonished righteously. And Xiaotong, after being speechless for 2 seconds, he finally managed to utter 3 words, go to sleep. She seemed unable to bear the shamelessness of the boy in front of her, so she put on her slippers and turned away. Now Bai Yi also lives in this villa. It's not that he's reluctant to spend money to rent a house, but Xiaotong is worried that he will not be able to deal with the zoo's retaliation, and if there is another exchange, he could be exchanged back in time. So she lets him live here as well. Although this night girl is always cold and taciturn, the temperature in her heart is like the scorching sun in midsummer, silently warming the indifference of the world. Anyone who gets close to her can feel the heat hidden under the coldness. Bai Yi was the only one left in the empty living room. He was sighing and beating his chest. He felt as uncomfortable now as he once was proud of being the last civilized man. It's not that he wants to forget his roots, but he's forced to do so by reality. This damn era, it discriminates against civilized people. Why can't civilized people from the civilized world become extraordinary people? Isn't this bullying civilized people? The path of the extraordinary person is blocked. Now, there are only 3 paths before him. 1 is the poor martial arts, 2 is genetic modification, and 3 is mechanical modification. Mechanically modified dogs are not modified at all and are directly excluded. Then all that's left is poor guy's martial arts and genetic modification. However, these two paths do not conflict with each other and even complement each other. After genetic modification, the chi and blood will be stronger, and one can better practice the poor ghost martial arts. The 12 zodiac animals, such as the dark tiger and the silver snake, are all the product of genetic modification and the dual cultivation of poor ghost martial arts. Unable to follow the path of the 10 kings, Bai Yi can only become stronger by following the path of the 12 zodiac signs. After experiencing the beauty of Xiaodong's body, he longed for power more and more. Only with power could he save more time. He did not give up on Xiaofan completely, but placed his hopes on the Pangu USB flash drive. It is impossible to awaken on your own now. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope in Pangu's USB flash drive. As for injecting genetic drugs, will it increase the difficulty of extraordinary awakening? Haha, his situation is already as difficult as climbing to heaven, so it doesn't matter if he makes a little difference. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi regained his confidence and set a 3-step plan for himself. The first step is to learn the poor ghost martial arts with Xiaodong. The second step is to inject the 3-gene drug. The third step is to become a superhuman with the help of Pangu USB flash drive. He wants them all. As the god of the new era, he has to take a 3-pronged approach and push all 3 paths to their peak. By then, there will probably be no one in the world who can waste his time. Crunch, and Xiaodong's door opened. The door was only half open, revealing half of her slender body. Bai Yi looked at her, what? And Xiaodong was silent for a moment. I heard that boys do some strange things at night. Of course, what you want to do is your business, but don't involve me so as not to trigger the curse. After saying that, bang, the door closed with lightning speed. And Xiaodong, who the hell do you think I am? Bai Yi was immediately furious. He stood up from his sofa and cursed at the door. He felt his dignity was insulted. Even if you're beautiful, have fair skin and long legs, you can't slander someone's innocence out of thin air. How dare you say that to me? These exchanges are all your fault. I'm telling you, don't have any improper thoughts about me when you go to sleep at night. Bang! Bai Yi slammed the door shut and went to bed. Chapter 149 and Xiaotong. Hit me. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, a knock on the door woke up Bai Yi, who was sleeping soundly. And Xiaotong, what are you doing so crazy so early in the morning? He opened the door angrily. At the door, and Xiaotong, who was wearing a light gray yoga suit, withdrew her hand from knocking on the door and said calmly, "It's time to practice. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do you know I've only slept 3 hours since yesterday?" And Xiaotong nodded calmly. "I know, from today on, you can only sleep 3 hours a day." Huh? Bai Yi's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't understand how a mouth with a temperature of 37 degrees could say such cold words. No, didn't we change our plan to kidnap Director Tianqi and decide to inject the genetic drug? Is it really necessary to fight so hard? Because you decided to get the gene potion, you need to hurry up and practice. The selection of candidates for the 12 zodiac signs will begin in half a month, and the minimum requirement for getting the 3-gene potion is a chi and blood value of over 100. If your chi and blood values aren't over 100, your physique won't be strong enough to get the 3-gene potion. By then, the genes will collapse and the person will die. In fact, the safest way is to reach 200, but time is too tight and 200 is not realistic. In addition to meeting the chi and blood requirements, candidates must also undergo life or death trials, and only the strongest will be selected as candidates for the 12 zodiac signs. So dangerous? Bai Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. He wasn't worried about the life or death test, but he was worried about the genetic breakdown. Doesn't that mean that even if he stopped time, it would be useless? It's dangerous for ordinary people, but it's nothing for you. As long as your chi and HP reach 100 with your super strong recovery ability, you can definitely survive the injection of the 3-gene potion. As for the life and death test, I will ask Lu Yao for specific information and conduct targeted training at that time. Although your foundation is weaker than the other candidates, you are transcendent. With your fleeting skills, even if you can't be number 1, you should have no problem getting selected. When Bai Yi heard this, he knew that he had to work hard. He had thought that injecting genetic drugs was the most convenient way to become stronger, and that it would be a completely effortless way. However, it turned out that there was a threshold for injecting genetic drugs. If you think about it carefully, if everyone could be injected with Gene 3 drug, Then how could there be only 12 zodiac animals? How many injections of type 3 gene potion are needed to reach the level of the 12 zodiac signs? And Xiaodong stretched out 5 white fingers. 5 injections can reach the level of the 12 zodiac animals, and the upper limit of genetic drug injections is also 5 injections. Is there an upper limit to this thing? Bai Yi had always looked down on genetic medicine, and now that he heard there was an upper limit, he looked down on it even more. No wonder Tyrant Yang, Jie didn't inject the genetic drug. This thing didn't improve his strength much after injection, but instead hindered his path to transcendence. And Xiaotong shook her head. You can't compare everything to the 10 kings. There are only 10 kings in the entire Beimang. In fact, the 12 zodiac animals who have been injected with 5 injections of type 3 gene medicine are absolutely strong no matter where they are, as long as they don't encounter the 10 kings. Okay, don't waste time. Today we will learn the foundation of Qi and blood martial arts circle. After a while, and Xiaodong brought Bai Yi to the wardrobe in her bedroom. Bang! The wardrobe door flew open, revealing a colorful array of dresses. Seeing these skirts, Bai Yi's face looked a little strange. He turned his head to look at the light gray yoga suit on his Xiaodong. Where did you hide your yoga clothes before? I always thought you only had skirts. And Xiaodong leaned forward, her upper body tucked into the skirt in the closet, her waistline straightened, and she slightly tiptoed. Her hips, wrapped in gray yoga pants, curved into a round shape. She rubbed the inside of the wardrobe and replied, I have 2 wardrobes. This one is for skirts. Bai Yi's face darkened. He suffered from poverty after all. In his impoverished world, there should be only 1 wardrobe. After all, there were not enough clothes to store them. Snap! Along with the sound of slight gears turning, a crack suddenly appeared on the inside of the wardrobe, and then the wardrobe opened like an automatic door, revealing a dark passage leading to the underground. This is the underground base where I usually train. Follow me. The 2 enter the passage one after the other. And Xiaodong's underground base is very large, as big as a football field, and is equipped with a lot of exaggerated fitness equipment, such as giant dumbbells with a diameter of 2 meters, as well as various cold weapons and firearms. The moment he saw the dumbbells, Bai Yi found it really hard to imagine how Xiaotong, with such thin arms, could lift dumbbells that were bigger than herself. Is this the mystery of Qi and blood? At this moment, and Xiaotong turned around and opened her red lips. Hit me. Huh? Is it so exciting right from the start? Bai Yi's eyes scanned and Xiaotong up and down to see where would be the best place to start. The first step in cultivating circle is to feel the qi and blood. When people exercise vigorously, their qi and blood surge, and this is when it is easiest to feel the qi and blood. Combat is the best way to cause the qi and blood to surge. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. In fact, there is a way to make people's blood boil more than fighting. That is, whoosh. And Xiaodong's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a violent sound of breaking through the air was heard on Bai Yi's left. He raised his hand to block it, and when the slender hand touched his arm, a huge force suddenly erupted. Bai Yi's body moved sideways several steps, and only then was the force completely relieved. He said angrily, "Didn't you ask me to hit you?" And Xiaodong said nothing, but just kept working. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of flesh hitting flesh continued to ring out in the underground base. Faced with Xiaodong's attack, Bai Yi, who didn't know any fighting skills, could only keep defending. 5 minutes later, Bai Yi's forehead was covered with sweat, and his breathing was rapid. However, his eyes became sharp, and the high-intensity battle made the blood in his body roar. And Xiaodong stopped and sat cross-legged. Remember this feeling. Now, meditate following the rhythm of my breathing, and try to control the flow of qi and blood in your body. Bai Yi nodded slightly, staring at Xiaodong's mouth and nose, imitating her breathing rhythm. Sink your qi into your dantian. Concentrate your mind and focus your spirit. Imagine a fire burning in your dantian, and cast your thoughts into the fire. Bai Yi did as he was told, but what Xiaodong said was too mysterious. He imagined that there was a fire burning in his dantian. Could such a thing really be imagined? The picture is easy to come up with, but the feeling can't deceive people. He was unable to get into the state. Don't be impatient. Getting started is the hardest part. It usually takes people 3 days to get the hang of it. Bai Yi paused for a moment. 3 days? Does that mean I have to meditate here for 3 days, wasting 3 days? Chapter 150, completed in an instant. And Xiaodong was a little surprised. For some reason, She always felt that Bai Yi seemed to be gritting his teeth when he said the word waste of time. Recalling her past interactions with Bai Yi, she suddenly discovered that Bai Yi seemed to have a deep obsession with time, as if wasting his time was like asking for his life. She thought for a moment and said, "A talented person can do it in a day, or even less. If you don't want to waste time, then find a feeling as soon as possible." Bai Yi seemed to be stimulated, his expression froze, and he closed his eyes. With every breath, the scent of spring in the snow on Xiaodong's body permeated his nostrils. Although his body was in a restless state after the intense exercise, his heart calmed down very quickly. Boom! The fire in his dantian was suddenly ignited, and Xiaodong's mouth dropped open. So fast! Ignite instantly? She stared blankly at Bai Yi, who was in a trance, and suddenly felt that Bai Yi was not without his merits. Although he loved to swear, was arrogant, and was a scoundrel, he definitely valued time more than most people. And Xiaodong is also a person who hates wasting time. She always believes that people should use their limited time to do more meaningful things so that they will not have regrets when they die. Now guide the flame along your sinews and bones. Under in Xiaodong's guidance, the fire in Bai Ye's body first spread along his tendons and bones with a slight burning sensation, and suddenly the fire exploded, like a spring flood breaking through a frozen river, making a dull roar in his meridians. Every pulse made my temples throb. It rushed through every part of his body with scorching force, and it felt like countless small snakes were swimming in his meridians, sometimes converging into a rushing torrent, and sometimes dispersing into a dense network. With every breath, you can seem to hear the whistling of qi and blood passing through the throat, and when it sinks to the dantian, it turns into a long vibration, circulating back and forth until it turns into an irregular circle around the human body. Congratulations, you have learned the foundation of qi and blood martial arts circle. Bai Yi opened his eyes, a little surprised. So simple. If it's not easy, why is it said that anyone can practice qi and blood martial arts? But your performance is indeed impressive enough. I'm curious why you're so obsessed with wasting time. And Xiaodong asked with a little confusion. How can this be called obsession? Life is so limited, time cannot be wasted, and any act of wasting time is shameful. And Xiaodong was stunned. You are right. Then let's continue. Now that you have initially mastered the circle, the next step is to try to use the circle in training. When you can make the circle continue to operate in any state, you will have completely mastered it. The fastest way to increase qi and blood is to use circle while exercising. Sitting in meditation is the slowest way. Come, I'll teach you a set of moves. As he spoke, and Xiaodong began a box. His movements were very simple, without any fancy moves, but these simple movements could activate the muscles of the whole body. Bai Yi began to imitate, but as soon as he moved, the trajectory of the circle immediately shifted and broke. It's normal to fail. Just practice more. It's like eating. Practicing the circle while meditating is like eating while sitting down. Practicing the circle while exercising is like eating while running. Not only will you eat slower, but you'll also choke easily. Bai Yi laughed dumbly. Your metaphor is quite interesting. My master told me this. He said that any profound cultivation principle can actually be found in life. The presiding judge of the silent court? It's good to have a good master. And Xiaodong has such strength at such a young age. In addition to her own extraordinary talent, her master, the 10 Kings, also accounts for a large part of the reason. Don't be afraid of wasting time this time, because you can't rush the practice of circle while in motion. You have to do it bit by bit. Otherwise, your qi and blood will get out of control, rushing through your meridians and causing hidden injuries. No need to go through so much trouble. I've already mastered it. Bai Yi punched swiftly, and the blood in his body surged like 1,000 horses galloping, so much so that a faint scarlet light could be seen on his body surface. Stop, and Xiaodong said anxiously, you'll get hurt if you do this. Bai Ye's mouth curled up slightly. What I want is to get hurt. His face suddenly turned red, as if a large amount of blood rushed to his face, but he still did not stop. And Xiaodong just reached out to stop him, but was stunned because Bai Ye's face returned to normal in an instant. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Have you recovered from your injuries? She remembered that when she used Bai Ye's body before, she was shocked by its terrifying recovery ability. I didn't expect that this recovery ability could be used in the practice of circle. Bai Yi smiled and said, You're right. The dynamic circle is like eating while running. It's easy to choke. But if I'm not afraid of choking, I don't even need to chew. Then practicing it will be much easier. And Xiaodong was more and more surprised. She knew that since the catastrophe, everyone had been alienated to varying degrees, some of which were positive and some were negative. Bai Yi has never practiced, but he has such a terrifying recovery ability. It is obviously the result of alienation, or it can be called a natural talent. Just like her, except that her talent is not in recovery, but in cultivation. Should I practice armor, feather, spear X? Those techniques can only be practiced after your chi and health value exceeds 100. For the next half month, you should practice circle. If you only sleep 3 hours a day, you may be able to reach 100 before the selection. What? Bai Yi was stunned. I learned circle in an instant, but it takes me so long to practice it before I can break 100. Of course, there's no shortcut to increasing chi and blood. Just like fitness, it requires hard training and perseverance to achieve results. Wait, my breath of skeleton can plunder chi and blood otherwise. It's useless. I've used your body before, so I understand your physical condition very well. In fact, your chi and blood should have exceeded 100 with the help of breath of skeleton, but you don't know how to practice, so the chi and blood are hidden in your body and have not been stimulated. Continuing to use breath of bones to increase your chi and blood will only make your control over them worse. If you can't master your body, even if your chi and blood values exceed 100, it will be difficult to survive the injection of the type 3 gene potion. Oh, Bai Yi sighed. Why do I have to practice to become stronger? Isn't there a way to become stronger just by lying down? Stop dreaming and practice. All the strong ones have come this way. As long as you practice hard, you will become more and more proficient in using the circle, and your practice speed will also increase. Listening to Xiaotong chattering away with her little mouth open, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked over with a burning gaze. Chapter 151 on the correct use of Xiaodong. How much difference is there between my current cultivation speed and yours? Being stared at with such intense gaze, and Xiaodong was obviously a little uncomfortable. 3 times the difference. Bai Yi chuckled and looked at Xiaodong with an increasingly fiery gaze, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. What are you going to do? And Xiaodong had a bad feeling in her heart. I'll come up with a brilliant trick. No, a way to practice. You don't want me to practice for you, do you? No, absolutely not. And Xiaodong shook her head repeatedly. When she thought of the previous scenes of exchange, a blush appeared on her ears. Xiaodong, you can't be so selfish. Bai Yi put a hand on Xiaodong's shoulder, causing the girl's body to stiffen slightly. He righteously said, do you think I want to be lazy? Actually, I am. Who are you? That's superficial, isn't it? Think about it carefully. The stronger I am, the easier it will be to pass the selection of the 12 zodiac animals, and the lower the risk of injecting the genetic drug. Yes, but there's nothing to worry about. If you want to get the Panga USB drive to remove the curse, you should practice for me. With your control and proficiency in chi and blood, you can definitely help me reach 200 in half a month. What about you? I'll practice while you lie down. Nonsense. I can meditate and even experience the max level skills in advance. That means using your body to use advanced skills like armor, feather, and spear. You lay the foundation for me. I'll practice the advanced techniques, and then we can switch back when the time comes. It will be seamless and perfect. And Xiaodong showed hesitation. She had to admit that Bai Yi was extremely talented in the crooked ways. What he said made sense. This was definitely the fastest way to improve one's strength. However, she always felt weird and uncomfortable when she thought about Bai Yi occupying her body for a long time. Xiaodong, you don't want me to fail the test and ultimately not get the Panga USB drive because my chi and blood don't meet the standards, right? Bai Yi whispered in her ear in a gentle and persuasive manner, like a devil whispering to lure the girl into depravity. In the end, and Xiaodong compromised, but she made a request, which was that Bai Yi must be by her side while she was practicing and could not leave without permission, so as to prevent him from using her body to do anything strange. Then let's change. And Xiaotong turned her head and whispered. Seeing that she agreed, Bai Yi immediately became happy and said, I am simply a genius. With a perfect tool, like in Xiaodong to practice for him, wouldn't the growth rate of his chi and blood be rapid? Okay, let's change, Bai Yi said excitedly. But then, the two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. How to change? This serious question was placed before the two of them. It was you who proposed it, so you change it. And Xiaodong bit her lip. I change? How can I change? I could just change it out of thin air. Or you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And Xiaodong shouted angrily like a kitten with its fur standing on end. If you don't cooperate, how can we find the core experiment and get the Pangy USB drive? Bai Yi knew how to control in Xiaotong, just like he knew how to control Li Xiao. He said in a low and serious tone, "Do you know that every day that the Pangu USB stick is in Tianqi's hands, they will master a little more forbidden knowledge? If we continue to delay like this, once Tianqi Company completely controls Pangu, all of humanity may." And Xiaodong's face suddenly changed. She bit her lips and clenched her hands. A fierce ideological struggle was going on in her mind, like a young girl who was forced into a corner by a bad boy. "How do you need my cooperation?" After saying this, the girl immediately lowered her head, fearing that her blushing face would be seen. Bai Yi approached step by step, leaning down and whispering in Xiaodong's ear, "It's very simple, as long as you." The warm breath hit the girl's ears, and an electric shock-like feeling spread throughout her body. She subconsciously closed her eyes and clenched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. If she could close her ears, she would have wanted to do so, fearing that she would hear something excessive. Swish! The sound of clothes being unzipped was heard, and Xiaodong's whole body stiffened. "If you just open your eyes and look at me." Her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, only to see that Bai Yi had taken off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. The muscles beneath his fair skin were like a thawed stream in early spring, hiding unobtrusive ups and downs. Tiny beads of sweat slid down the chin and fell into the clavicle like a falling crystal star. "I don't believe you have nothing in your eyes." Bai Yi gently lifted in Xiaodong's chin with an aggressive smirk on his lips. Moment. Shift of sight. The girl in gray yoga clothes laughed out loud. "How about it? Once my beauty trap is out, you could do whatever you want." "Hakuno, you bastard." Bang. And Xiaodong punched Bai Yi hard in the abdomen. Bai Yi was stunned at first. Then he laughed even more frivolously. It doesn't hurt." A health value of 69 naturally cannot shake 19,800. Bang, bang, bang. And Xiaodong said nothing, just kept punching. Exquisite fighting skills were displayed one by one, and the weak qi and blood in the body roared wildly. Bai Yi dodged and moved, and with his extremely high stats, he easily took all the attacks. In the face of absolute power, any skill seems frivolous. He carefully controlled the vast energy and blood in his body, fearing that it would hurt himself. And Xiaodong fought harder and harder, and a scarlet light emanated from his body, which seemed to be about to penetrate his body. Only when the qi and blood exceed 100 can they float on the surface of the body, which is the prototype of armor. Seeing how hard she was practicing, Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction. "She's indeed my perfect tool." He also began to practice seriously, trying to mobilize the qi and blood in his body and condense scarlet armor on his body surface. Time always flies when one practices diligently, and Xiaodong is simply a practice maniac. He chased Bai Yi and fought him for a whole day, from day to night, until his physical strength was completely exhausted, and then he stopped. She stood there panting, her whole body already soaked in sweat, and said to Bai Yi with a cold face, "Hold me." The two hugged each other and then changed back. "This." The moment he came back, Bai Yi took a breath of cold air. His eyes turned white. He felt his legs go weak, stars appeared in his eyes, and he fell to the ground. The muscle pain and fatigue from all over his body overwhelmed him like a tide. And Xiaodong, "You crazy woman, don't you feel tired? Vote, vote, vote." Super loud. Chapter 152. Use people forward, don't use people backward. Bai Yi didn't expect that Xiaodong was so patient. Her body had been trained to the limit, and even with her pseudo-human recovery ability, she couldn't bear it. However, she relied on her willpower to hold on. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would have died suddenly by now. And Xiaodong, feeling refreshed, glanced down at Bai Yi, who was lying at her feet. "You asked me to help you train." "You." Bai Yi was about to curse, but before he could open his mouth, his head tilted and he fell asleep. And Xiaodong's face changed, and she quickly squatted down and put her hand on Bai Yi's nose. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was still alive. She picked up Bai Yi in a princess-like hug, returned to the villa, threw him on the bed, and then went to take a shower. The next day, Bai Yi woke up drowsily, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaotong standing beside the bed like a fucking female ghost. Fuck! He was startled and hit Xiaotong reflexively. and Xiaodong lightly raised her hand to block the punch. She let go of Baiye's hand, pushed up her black-framed glasses, and said calmly, "Not bad. My qi and health increased by 5 points. 5 o'clock? Are these qi and blood value measuring glasses?" Baiyi then noticed that Xiaodong was wearing glasses and had her hair tied in a ponytail today. The legs of her glasses were bent and rested behind her ears. There was a small nose pad on her nose, leaving a shallow mark, which made her look more obedient and quiet. "Let's go and continue training." Thinking back to yesterday's fall asleep, Baiye's face turned pale. "Training is fine, but can you take it easy?" "No." And Xiaodong turned and left, her ponytail twirling half a circle with her movement, like silk. Baiyi, who was following behind, looked at the ponytail that jumped up and down with her steps and really wanted to grab it. But he was also afraid that Xiaodong would train him to death. When they arrived at the underground training base, Baiyi was just about to ask how to change today, but Xiaodong took off his pants directly. She raised her hands, grabbed the elastic bands on both sides of her sweatpants, and gently pulled them down. The loose sweatpants slid silently down her long legs. "Shit." Baiyi was about to take a closer look, but his sight was blocked by the black sports shorts underneath. "No way. Even if you've seen it, you're still on guard?" The hem of the black sports shorts just hits the thighs, neat and refreshing, and below are the white legs completely exposed to the air, with smooth and even lines, and the skin has a delicate luster under the light. Swish! And Xiaotong also took off her top, revealing the black sports camisole underneath. It was more like a large tube top than a camisole. Her slender waist has skin as white as mutton fat jade, seemingly fragile but with a firm and strong feel. The shallow vest line is like two symmetrical arcs, extending down along the waistline. Looking at that slender waist with a six-pack, Baiyi had an urge to put his ear to her belly and listen to the sound of poop moving in her intestines. She glanced at Baiyi and saw that they had not been exchanged yet, so she bent down and continued to untie her shoelaces, taking off her sneakers and socks, revealing a pair of small and delicate feet. The lines of the instep are smooth, like a shallow crescent moon, the ankles are slender, and the skin is white with a hint of pink, like carefully polished jade. Her gaze suddenly changed, and Xiaodong's lips curled up. She felt happy and felt that she had avenged the teasing she suffered yesterday. Today's training was the same as yesterday's. It started with ambiguity and ended with the boy exhausted and limp. A week later, Baiye's qi and blood value finally broke through 100. The progress was quite fast. This was certainly due to Xiaodong's substitute training, but more importantly, Baiye's body, which was infected with the mutated scarlet virus, contained potential far beyond that of normal humans. In the underground training base, the shirtless boy was sweating profusely, his fists raining down on the sandbag, and the dull sound of impact echoed in the empty base. As he threw the last straight punch, his muscles tensed, and the lines of his shoulders and back were like a fully drawn bow. A scarlet light emerged from his whole body, clinging to his body like a thin armor. The moment his fist touched the sandbag, a muffled sound was heard, not the usual dull sound, but a sharp sound that tore through the air. The sandbag suddenly arched back, and the iron chain made a sharp sound when it hooked on the ceiling. The next second, the entire sandbag was knocked away by the brute force, and the iron chain broke instantly, crashing into the opposite wall like a huge rock. At the same time, the boy's armor broke. Bai took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Is this what it feels like when your qi and HP exceed 100? It's worth all my hard work for a week. I've been practicing hard for a week. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly. Bai raised his eyebrows. You use my body to practice, but in essence, I am the one who is practicing hard. So your achievements today are all due to your hard work and practice? Of course, and Xiaodong is on board. After spending some time together, and Xiaodong had already gotten used to Baiye's nonsense and also understood what it meant to go on the account. But she shook her head. From today on, I can no longer help you practice. Baiye's face fell. How could he rank up without a coach? He finally found a person who knows everything. How could he let him go? Xiaodong, your awareness needs to be improved. Pang a USB drive. And Xiaodong interrupted Baiye's PUA and explained, school has already started. I have to go to school. Go to school? You're already a Black Knight. Why the hell are you still going to school? You're not going to go to college because of the Dragon King's return or the reincarnation of the Immortal Lord, are you? What nonsense. I'm a student, of course I have to go to school, and the only way I can see Lu Yao is by going to school. Since being kidnapped last time, Lu Yao has been taken away by her father and is not allowed to live in Maxiang Garden. Bai Yi was stunned, and the image of the girl who was small all over except for her eyes and fierceness flashed through his mind. You went to her to get information about the selection of candidates for the 12 zodiac signs? And Xiaodong nodded. In addition to gathering intelligence, I also need her to help you get a spot. The spots for the 12 zodiac animal selection have already been allocated. You're not even a resident of Dawn City. Unless Director Tianchi helps you, you won't get spot. Bai Yi was not surprised. The Type 3 gene drug was the treasure of Apocalypse Company. Naturally, not everyone could get the opportunity to be injected. There was no way without going through the back door. Your Qi and HP are already over 100, and you've mastered the basic techniques of armor and feather. The remaining time is to become proficient. Only by fully controlling your body can you unleash your full combat power. This cannot be achieved through coaching, so you have to work hard on your own. All right, got it. Stop rambling on and on all the time. Go back to school. Seeing that in Xiaodong couldn't train for him, Bai Yi immediately revealed his true nature based on the principle of using people who are forward-looking rather than backward-looking. And Xiaodong gave him a fierce look and went to school with her school bag on her back. Chapter 153, 7 minutes and 38 seconds. After Xiaodong left, Bai Yi started training alone. Although he was lazy on weekdays, he worked harder than most people when he needed to, because only by working hard to become stronger can you save time. During the week that Xiaodong was training for him, he seemed to be lazy, but in fact he was not idle at all. He had been using Xiaodong's body to practice armor and feather. It takes an ordinary person a year to master the armor and feather, but he only took a week, which is like cheating. His cheat isn't Xiaodong. With the blessing of 19,800 Qi and blood, you can waste Qi and blood without restraint when practicing. It's like a course that takes an elementary school student 6 years to complete, but a mentally normal adult can't even take 1 year. Compared to the armor that breaks at the slightest touch, Hakuno has made great progress in the training of feather. He really likes the feather that can increase his speed. If he had known feather when fighting the tyrant before, he wouldn't have had to waste a minute. 30 seconds would have been enough. It only takes 30 seconds to rush to the tyrant and kill him. A few hours later, Bai Yi dragged his tired body back to the villa, but the joy on his face never faded. It's not that he has made any breakthrough in the art of Qi and blood martial arts, but time. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. This astronomical figure made him dizzy, and he even smiled every day when he was unconscious. Ever since he traveled through time, the time has never exceeded 5 minutes. Now that he suddenly has such a huge sum of money, he even walks lightly. 7 minutes and 38 seconds are enough for him to kill 15 tyrants. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. I really want to go out for some fun. Bai Yi, who was slumped on the sofa, sighed. He had been staying at Xiaodong's house for a week and had really not left the house. It's not that he doesn't want to go out, but he's afraid of wasting time. He always felt that he had the legendary trouble physique. Whenever he went out, he would encounter trouble and waste time. Whether Montenegro or Dawn City, troubles are endless. So much so that after being in Dawn City for a week, he still didn't know what Dawn City looked like. Damn, is there a painter behind this? Bai Yi suddenly jumped up from the sofa with a murderous look in his eyes. He seriously suspected that the painter was behind this, just like the trip to Montenegro, although he had no evidence. But the evidence was unimportant to him. Once suspicion arose, the charge was established. Regardless of whether he was a painter or not, he had already made up his mind. You son of a bitch, don't let me run into you. If I do, I'll kill you. The more Bai Yi thought about it, the more strange it seemed. Maoyan could have kidnapped Lu Yao at any other time, but he chose to do so when Xiaodong and himself were exchanging places. If Xiaodong hadn't been quick-witted and gotten the white dove ring, the consequences would have been disastrous. It was a coincidence that Aaron ran away. If he had finished writing the ransom letter early and delivered it, he could have come back to die. Or if he had finished writing it later, Aaron would not have been there when he came. This luck is really good. The Abnormal Paradise is an abandoned city left over from a bygone era. The once tall buildings have long been dilapidated, and several towering trees have grown wildly inside them, breaking through the walls. The bustling commercial street is covered with green vines. It seems as if endless alienated plants are growing and spreading in this city, turning the Abnormal Paradise into a forbidden zone for humans. But this place is a paradise for mutant beasts. They have replaced the former humans and are multiplying in this abandoned city. They will attack all humans who dare to enter the abnormal paradise, except the genetic modifiers in the zoo. Because the absolute ruler of the abnormal paradise is the director, one of the 10 kings. No one knows his real name. He seems to have deliberately erased his past name. Because the power he created is called the zoo, people call him the director. Some people think that the name of the zoo is very funny and not even domineering at all, but the director never thinks so. He wants to use his own power to captivate all the alienated beasts and genetically modified people in the world and create a deformed paradise. He wanted to tell everyone in the world that the true king of beasts was not the tiger or the lion, but the director of the zoo, a human being. On this day, an uninvited guest came to the abnormal paradise. A man in white clothes, holding a paintbrush and carrying a canvas. The painter stood in the center of the city as tens of thousands of mutated beasts poured out of the abandoned buildings, surrounding him from all directions like a black torrent. The mutated beasts stopped 3 meters away from the painter, growling threateningly, with foul-smelling saliva dripping from the gaps between their fangs, but they did not rush forward. On top of several tall buildings not far away, several figures in black suits stood. Their eyes were cold and beastly, looking down at the painter condescendingly. The terrifying pressure emanating from them was even more terrifying than those alienated beasts. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the painter showed no sign of panic. He smiled faintly and said, "Director, this is how you treat your guests." Achu. He sneezed in an opportune moment and looked confused. Is that Gu Huangquan saying bad things about me behind my back? At this time, an unusually tall man slowly walked out from the shadows on the rooftop of a high-rise building. When the man appeared, those figures in black suits knelt on one knee, and even the tens of thousands of mutated beasts whimpered and lowered their heads, and all the beasts surrendered. The tall man quickly reached the edge of the rooftop, but he did not stop. Instead, he jumped down from the rooftop of the 100-meter-high building and hit the ground like a cannonball. Boom strapia! A violent roar sounded, and a deep pit was instantly smashed into the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading densely in all directions. In the deep pit, a man in a black suit stood silently. The smoke and dust flying around him did not fall on him at all, as if they were avoiding him. The painter narrowed his eyes and looked at the zoo director, who was known as one of the 10 kings. The headmaster was very tall, over 2 meters tall. His bulging muscles filled up his suit so much that the buttons on his chest were almost bursting under the weight. His eyes were cold and aggressive. His mouth was pursed into a straight line, and although he was wearing a decent suit, he looked like a beast in human skin, exuding the aura of an apex predator. Painter, the headmaster spoke coldly, with no emotion in his voice, only coldness. Chapter 154. The first of the 12 zodiac signs, the Azure Dragon. The painter smiled faintly. After all these years, you still love wearing suits. Is it to remind yourself that you are a human being, not a beast? To let this suit, a symbol of respectability, become the last layer of thin paper to cover your wildness? The director ignored the painter's sarcasm and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, we are really strangers." The painter's smile deepened, but his eyes gradually became sharper. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Sanglong, Boom strapia. Unimaginable violent energy surged into the sky, shattering the clouds that had originally obscured the sun. Golden light pierced down like a sharp sword, illuminating the cold and angry face. Tens of thousands of mutant beasts roared in unison, almost unable to restrain themselves from rushing forward to tear the painter into pieces because they felt the king's anger. "I told you not to mention this name again." A voice with suppressed, cold, murderous intent squeezed out of the headmaster's throat, and his hand, which was covered with blue veins, pulled at the tie around his neck. "Although I've put on a suit and haven't fought anyone for a long time, if you want to die, I don't mind giving you a ride." The painter smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be impulsive, Songlong. Can I not mention the name Songlong in the future? Just consider that I helped you before and forgive me again. Songlong." Swish! The director's suit suddenly tore apart, revealing a body covered in hideous scars. His figure was as perfect as a man-made statue, filled with the most primitive violence and impulse of men. He punched out, and the violent energy and blood turned into a fist mark, directly blowing up the painter's body. But the strange thing was that there was no blood splattering, only ink scattered all over the ground. The next second, the ink surged silently, rising like a fountain and gradually condensed into a human shape. Okay, no more jokes. I'm here to help you this time, the painter said with a smile. The director retracted his fist, took the new suit handed to him by his subordinate, and said coldly, "Do you know who among the 10 kings I least want to see? Who is it? It's so hard to guess, huh? Many years ago, when I first met you, you said you were here to help me. But what happened? If I hadn't awakened from the brink of death and become a transcendent, you would have died of genetic collapse." The painter touched his nose awkwardly and said, "You can't say that. You are the former leader of the 12 zodiac animals and the most powerful weapon created by Apocalypse Company, Songlong. I can't bear to see a strong man like you being ordered around like a dog by Apocalypse Company all day long and having to be a guinea pig for various experiments every day. So I want to help you break free from their control. Although there was a small accident during the process. Without my trouble, could you have successfully awakened your extraordinary abilities and become one of the 10 kings?" "I can," the headmaster said firmly. "Without your help, I would have awakened earlier, lived a better life, and wouldn't have suffered so many aftereffects." "Painter, the past is over. Let's not talk about it anymore. This time is different from last time. I'm really here to help you take revenge on Apocalypse Company." The headmaster sneered. "Why? Because you took the money and failed to kill the tyrant, and Tianchi asked you to return the money? If you don't want to pay back the money, you will kill the employer. This is really your usual style." The painter's face froze, and he laughed dryly. "You have misunderstood me too deeply, and I am too lazy to explain it to you. I came here to tell you that the best time to destroy the Apocalypse Company has come." The head teacher just looked at him coldly, without saying anything. The painter had no choice but to continue. "The Pangi USB drive is in Tianchi's hands." The director narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Did Tianchi Company kill the Black King?" The painter was speechless. The beast's thinking was simple and crude, and it couldn't flex its muscles at all. If Apocalypse Company could kill the Black King, he wouldn't have to escape. No, that's not the case. The news that the Pangi USB drive is in the hands of the Black King is fake. It was deliberately spread by the Apocalypse Company in order to confuse the public and buy time to crack the USB drive. So what? So, as long as you spread this news, all the major forces will definitely target Tianchi Company. No one wants to see Tianchi crack the USB drive and dominate the market. The headmaster sneered. "Since you know this news, why don't you spread it yourself? Why do you have to ask me to spread it? Because you are the headmaster of one of the 10 kings. Your words carry weight, and the news you spread personally will only be believed by the world. You are also one of the 10 kings." The painter paused for a moment, his expression somewhat awkward, and even lowered his voice a few notches. With my credit, it's hard to even borrow 10,000 yuan from the bank." "Ha ha." The headmaster suddenly burst into laughter. "You're quite self-aware. But even if the news you said is true, how could the major forces start a war against Apocalypse Company just because of a rumor? This will not shake Apocalypse at all." The painter organized his words and began to deceive. "Listen to me and let me analyze it for you slowly. Now is definitely the best time for you to attack Tianchi Company. First, the mutated scarlet virus is raging in Black Mountain and has now affected Dawn City. Apocalypse Company must send troops to deal with it. This is a victory. Second, 2 of the 12 zodiac animals died, and it is difficult to replenish them in a short period of time. This is 2 wins. Third, the chairman of Tianchi has little time left to live, and the board members are in a state of uncertainty. This is the 3rd victory. Fourth, the matter of Pangi USB flash drive will inevitably arouse the nerves of various forces. By then, there will be countless spies and hidden agents in Apocalypse waiting for opportunities to act. This is the 4th victory. Fifth, the dragon in the Chinese zodiac has never had a suitable candidate. Without top-tier combat power, who can stop you? This is the 5th victory. You have 5 victories, but Tianchi has none. This is 6 victories. With such constant victories, how can we not achieve complete victory? Are you done? The headmaster asked coldly. The painter nodded. That's it. You can get out of here now. After saying that, the headmaster put on his suit and turned around and left. The mutated beasts around rushed forward and tore the painter into pieces, leaving ink all over the floor. In a forest outside the abnormal paradise, the painter was so angry that he started cursing. Damn Songlong, he's so rude and disrespectful. He doesn't even look like a human being in a suit. Gu Huangquan, who was standing by, said expressionlessly. He's very polite to let you speak. The painter was furious. Gu Huangquan, you're even more impolite than Songlong. Ugh. Before he could finish his words, a fist had already hit him in the stomach. Gu Huangquan calmly retracted his fist and said calmly, next time you talk to me, it's best to use the ink clone as well for safety. The painter held onto the tree with one hand and covered his stomach with the other. Although he was grimacing in pain, he smiled mysteriously. Hee, how do you know I'm not the ink and wash clone now? Gu Huangquan frowned slightly, clenched his right fist, and planned to smash the painter's head to see if it was really a clone. The painter was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. I find you are too serious. I was just joking. Gu Huangquan didn't bother to pay attention to him and asked, is it done? Definitely. Songlong's only goal in life is revenge. He has been raising mutant beasts and cultivating genetically modified humans over the years, all in the hope of destroying the Apocalypse Company one day. A golden opportunity was before him, and he would have taken action even without my persuasion. With his help, he can at least contain the Black King a bit. When the Black King was mentioned, a gloom flashed in the painter's eyes. He had been unable to eat or sleep well these days, for fear that the Black King would come to him as soon as he opened his eyes. So why did you go to Songlong? Just to be a jerk to his face. Painter, those who understand will understand. Chapter 155 in Xiaodong's Lies. Qiming College is the highest institution of learning in Shuguang City and the cradle for cultivating talents for Tianqi Company. There are two colleges here, the civil and military colleges. The civil college studies mathematics, physics, chemistry, business administration, and other knowledge. Those with excellent academic performance can enter the Tianqi Company as slaves upon graduation. Students in the martial arts academy learn knowledge, such as firearms combat and military command. Those with excellent academic performance can join the genetic forces or law enforcement agencies upon graduation. In Dawn City, Apocalypse Company is the sky and the only law. For the residents of Dawn City, being able to work in Apocalypse Company is like reaching heaven in one step. Therefore, they're the chosen ones among the common people in Qiming College, as well as the second generation of high-level officials in Tianqi, but there are no ordinary people who have neither background nor talent. And Xiaotong, carrying her school bag, stepped into the school gate she had been away from for a long time. Walking in the beautiful campus, she looked straight ahead, walked lightly, and shuttled through the scenery. Her youthful face was not made up, but it attracted the attention of countless students. She who appreciates the scenery is also the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of students. Xiaodong, in the spacious and bright classroom, Lu Yao, who had already taken her seat, noticed in Xiaotong, who came in at a glance and waved her little hands happily. And Xiaodong smiled slightly, and the classroom seemed to be brighter. The male students who were originally chatting lowered their voices unconsciously. She walked to Lu Yao, and the two sat together and talked in private. Long time no see, little dear. Lu Yao held in Xiaodong's hand coquettishly and said, Xiaodong, I miss you so much. My father hasn't allowed me to go out lately. The few times I go out, I have to bring a large group of bodyguards with me. Now, I even have bodyguards following me to school. As she spoke, she pointed to the back door of the classroom. A young man in a suit with a stern expression and wearing sunglasses stood upright, like a green pine tree. Below his left cheekbone, a dark tattoo meandered to his jaw. The pattern was unclear, with only a few sharp lines, like an unsheathed knife, which abruptly cut through the sense of regularity brought by the suit, adding a bit of sharpness. He just stood there without saying a word. The air pressure around him was extremely low, and the students didn't dare to approach him. And Xiaodong's eyes moved slightly. She could vaguely feel the oppression from the young man. This person's strength was probably over 100 million. After all, he was the bodyguard sent by Director Tianqi, so she was not surprised that he had such strength. If he did not have several powerful men with a net worth of over 100 million around him, Director Tianqi would have died countless times. Is this your new bodyguard? Lu Yao nodded gloomily. His name is Yang Yusin. I think he's the 5th candidate for the Chinese Zodiac. I'm so fed up with him. He calls me a young lady all the time. He won't let me do this or that. He's like a wooden man. 5 alternate seats for the 12 Zodiac animals. And Xiaodong knew very well what this meant. It meant that Yang Yusin was a first-tier genetic modifier under the 12 Zodiac signs. What are you thinking about, Xiaodong? Lu Yao blinked her big eyes curiously. She felt that in Xiaodong was a little distracted. And Xiaotong smiled slightly. I think his name is a bit strange, like a girl's name. Lu Yao chuckled and whispered in his ear, "It does sound like a girl's name." I asked him before, and he said he was the third child in the family, and the first two were brothers. His parents wanted to have a girl, so they consulted a doctor, and it was confirmed that she was pregnant with a girl. Then I bought a lot of clothes for baby girls and named her Yang Yusin in advance, but the baby turned out to be a boy. It makes his parents worried, huh? And Xiaodong didn't think it was that funny. She just saw Lu Yao laughing happily, so she started laughing too. Lu Yao continued. I asked him if he'd grown up wearing girls' clothes. After all, the baby girl clothes your parents bought couldn't be thrown away, right? He hesitated and couldn't get any words out. I teased him a bit, and guess what? Ow! He actually blushed. I always thought bodyguards all had those zombie-like faces, with expressionless faces. And Xiaodong looked at Lu Yao with amusement. She was as cheerful as a deer jumping by the stream. If she were not a girl, she would probably blush facing such a deer. She glanced at Yang Yusin out of the corner of her eye and found that Yang Yusin was pretending to be busy. As we all know, people become very busy when they are embarrassed. Obviously, he heard what Lu Yao said, and Xiaodong's heart moved, and she asked, Your bodyguard is quite interesting. Is there anything else? Also, do you know why he always wears sunglasses? Why? Because he didn't dare to look me in the eye. Whenever I looked at him, he would start to avoid my gaze. And in Xiaodong's peripheral vision, Yang Yusin, who was pretending to be busy, had already walked out of the classroom awkwardly and went to patrol outside. Seeing Yang Yusin leave, Lu Yao suddenly lowered her voice and asked in a slightly unnatural tone, is Baye's injury healed? And Xiaotong was stunned. She suddenly understood that the reason why Lu Yao said these words was actually because she had the same idea as herself, which was to get Yang Yusin away. Much better. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After she finished speaking, she seemed to be afraid that Xiaodong would notice her abnormality and explained in a slightly panicked manner. After all, he was injured while saving me. If he needs any medicine to heal his wounds, you can tell me. And Xiaotong was stunned. She was just thinking about how to talk to Lu Yao, but she didn't expect Lu Yao to bring it up first. After organizing her words, she said, He does need some medicine. What medicine? As long as it's available at Apocalypse Company, I can get it. Lu Yao was delighted and promised, patting his chest. Type 3 genetic agent. Huh? Lu Yao was stunned and stammered. I'm afraid this isn't going to be easy. And it seems like type 3 gene potions can't heal wounds, right? After a week of being influenced by Bai Yi, and Xiaodong could tell lies fluently, his injuries have healed. He needs the type 3 gene potion mainly to improve his strength. As you know, last time he wanted to save you, he ended up. That incident made him realize the importance of strength. So now he only sleeps 3 hours a day and trains desperately, and only stops to rest every night until he passes out. How can this be done? His body won't be able to take it. Lu Yao's voice subconsciously rose. She quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice. I'm already very grateful that he saved me. Please tell him not to blame himself. Mao Yin and his men were so powerful, and it's normal that he was no match for them because he was alone and weak. Besides, he's still young, and he's bound to become a big shot like the Zodiac in the future. Looking at the worried Lu Yao, and Xiaotong felt a little guilty, but in order to destroy the Pangi USB drive and for the justice in her heart, she could only make some adjustments. He's now just a few shots of type 3 gene potion away from achieving the Zodiac. Chapter 156 by Yes Lies. Okay, I'll find a way. Lu Yao agreed without hesitation. Type 3 gene drugs cannot be taken out of the core laboratory. If you want to inject it, you can only participate in the 12 Zodiac candidate selection. Although the candidates have been selected, I can ask my father for help. He will definitely help by you get a place. Please, little dear, leave it to me. My father loves me the most. He will definitely agree. But a trace of worry flashed across Lu Yao's face. I heard the selection is very dangerous. Hakuno. And Xiaotong shook her head. He's not afraid of danger. He's just afraid of being helpless like last time. Lu Yao was instantly moved, and the image of the cold and resolute young man emerged in her mind. Understand. I will find out the content of the selection test. It can be regarded as a way to repay you for saving my life last time. Done. And Xiaodong didn't expect it to be so smooth that she didn't have to make too many requests. Lu Yao took care of everything. At this time, a tall and handsome boy came over and interrupted their conversation. He held a rose and a white envelope in his hands and mustered up the courage to stand in front of Xiaotong. During the month of vacation, he imagined the days seen countless times and mustered up the courage countless times. and finally took this step today. Xiao And Xiao frowned immediately, but before she could say anything, Lu Yao beside her slammed the table and stood up as if she was furious. You're the one who called me Xiao too. The boy's face looked a little ugly, but he didn't dare to contradict Lu Yao, because the last person who contradicted Lu Yao has been transferred to another school. As for whether he really transferred schools. Anyway, that's what the school said, and the person never showed up again. Classmate in Xiaotong. He handed over the envelope and wanted to confess his feelings. And Xiaotong didn't give him a chance to speak, but said calmly, I have a boyfriend. The calm words were like thunder, exploding in the boys' hearts. The goddess recognized as the most beautiful girl in Tianqi Academy, who had never smiled at any boy, actually had a boyfriend. Sorry to bother you. The boy walked away disappointed. For some reason, Lu Yao felt a little lost when she looked at his departing back, as if they were in the same boat. In Xiaodong's villa, the Black King returns for a limited time. Bai Yi put on the black nether mask and stood alone in front of the mirror. In other words, there was no one else in the villa, otherwise it would have caused unrest in the entire Dawn City. The iconic black ghost face mask has become well known to everyone over time, but perhaps the name of the Black King is still unknown in other remote areas. But in the nearest Dawn City, even the children who still wear open crotch pants have left an indelible shadow of the Black King. It's not that the Black King did anything to them. Parents in both the civilized era and the Cataclysm era are the same. They like to use the most terrifying existence in the legend to scare their children who don't sleep. As the leader of the 10 Kings, Bai Yi was portrayed by the Federation as an extremely evil person who intended to subvert civilization. He had long been at the top of the list of people who frightened children before bedtime. If you don't go to sleep now, the Black King will catch you. Black Ace sleeping spell. All the children who have used it say it is good. The reason why Bai Yi wore the black nether mask was not because he was idle and indulging himself. As a god of the new era, he still looked down on the title of the head of the 10 Kings. He wanted to contain the dark ghost face. Since he got this forbidden Jiao level item, he used it once when he pretended to be the Black King. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to take her in, but ended up living within Xiaotong. Today, while in Xiaotong is not at home, he can act shamelessly and unscrupulously. Clang! The sharp dagger was unsheathed. Bai Yi took a deep breath and cut his face fiercely. He first cut a long gash on his face, then endured the pain and inserted the blade into the gash, peeling off his skin bit by bit. The scene that was extremely bloody and exciting to others could not shake Bai Yi's nerves. After experiencing the Eye of Ember, his mental state has been very good. It hurts so much. The bloody face reflected in the mirror looked like a ghost from a horror story. Blood continued to drip from Bai Yi's face, soaking his clothes and the floor. He held the thin piece of human skin in his hands covered in blood, and applied the human skin on the black and nether mask like a facial mask. Dark face suddenly burst out with a burst of dark black light, and then countless tiny gnawing sounds were heard, as if densely packed insects and ants were gnawing on rotten wood. I've sacrificed my dignity to take you in. If you only have some rubbish abilities, I'll burn you to a crisp. Bai Yi gritted his teeth in pain. As he spoke, the blood on his face had stopped, and the blurred flesh was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ever since his health value exceeded 100, his recovery ability, which was comparable to that of a pseudo-human, had become even stronger. About 3 minutes later, the light on the dark nether mask dissipated completely, and the face also disappeared. Bai Yi picked up the mask again, and suddenly a feeling of blood connection surged in his heart, just like holding the breath of bones. He took a deep breath, endured the pain, put on the black nether mask on his face, and pressed it hard. Sizzle. Blood splattered. It was like squeezing a burger covered in ketchup with your hands, and the scarlet juice spurted out all over the table and splashed all over your body. It doesn't hurt anymore. Bai Yi was surprised to find that his originally burning face became cool after he put on the black nether mask. There is no foreign body sensation on my face like applying a mask. It is as if I have grown a new face. Bang! The door of the villa was slammed open with a loud noise, and Xiaotong rushed in anxiously, holding a lunchbox in her hand. The smell of blood lingering in her nose made her feel uneasy. Is it someone from a zoo? Hakuno, she shouted as she rushed towards the source of the bloody smell. It's the bathroom. She even saw blood flowing from the crack of the bathroom door, and Xiaotong's body froze. There were no enemies, no signs of battle, only blood. She didn't dare to think about it. and even didn't dare to open the door, for fear that once she opened the door, she would see Baez's tragically dead body inside. Snap! The bathroom door opened from the inside. Baez walked out slowly, his body covered in blood. His face was extremely pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood. He laughed and said, "Don't you finish school in the evening? Why are you back at noon?" His gaze moved down from Xiaodong's shocked and nervous face to his hands. The rice and soup in the plastic bag had already been spilled and completely mixed together. Some soup splashed on her white, straight calves and slowly dripped down her skin. "Okay, and Xiaodong, you're quite considerate. You knew to come back and bring me food." Seeing Baez's heartless smile, and Xiaodong was stunned. The huge emotional gap made her a little dazed. Her hand loosened involuntarily, and the plastic bag fell to the ground and broke into pieces. "Where are the enemies?" "What enemy?" "Then the blood on your body." "Oh, you're talking about this." Baez pointed at the blood on his chest and lied without changing his expression or heartbeat. "I overtrained myself and started vomiting blood. You know my recovery ability. It just looks scary, but it's actually not serious." And Xiaodong was instantly moved and seemed a little unbelievable. "Have you been training since I left?" "Yeah," Baez said righteously. Chapter 157, Lu Yao's Lies. And Xiaodong was silent. She found that she really didn't understand Baez at all. She thought Baez was lazy and casual by nature and liked to take shortcuts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with the idea of asking someone to play for him to be lazy. Now it seems I was totally wrong. After I left, he not only did not slack off, but doubled his training and even trained himself to the point of vomiting blood. It turns out, he was not lying before. He asked himself to play for him, not to be lazy, but to become stronger faster. If a man like him was not born in the wasteland, but was born into one of those aristocratic families, with his ability to perform thousands of musical instruments in an instant, I am afraid his current strength would not be weaker than mine. "Hakuno, I'll help you train from now on. You have no basics and no one to teach you. If you train hard on your own, you'll get hurt." After saying that, and Xiaodong bent down to clean up the food on the ground. Baez heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally gotten away with it. Damn that black nether mask. If it hadn't had the ability to change its appearance, it would have been exposed this time. His face actually didn't fully grow back. The reason it returned to its original appearance was because the dark nether mask could change his appearance and even his body shape. In addition, it can also hide the breath. It is worthy of being a forbidden item of the Jiao level, much better than the garbage breath of skeleton. "Dad, I'm going to live in Moxianjuan. It's too boring at home." In a luxurious manner, Lu Yao pouted and acted coquettishly to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Lu Yunxiao, one of the directors of Tianqi Company. Lu Yunxiao sat behind a large desk, an unlit cigar between his fingers. His silver-gray custom-made suit was wrinkle-free. The tiny diamond on the silk tie clip exposed at his collar flashed a cold light under the refraction of the ceiling light. It was a gift given to him by a congressman during a meeting at the East Continent Federation last year. He casually pinned it on like an ordinary button. Lu Yunxiao wanted to light a cigar, but because his daughter was beside him, he didn't light it. He relaxed his brow helplessly and said, "No, the situation is turbulent now. You can't move out. Wait for a while, and everything will settle down." "I'm not. I'm so bored living here alone. I want to go play with Xiaodong. After graduation, you will definitely arrange a marriage for me, and then I won't be able to see Xiaotong anymore." Lu Yao looked at him stubbornly, tears of grievance welling up in her big eyes. Even a man as powerful and hard-hearted as Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but soften his heart when he saw his daughter's attitude. But he still did not agree. "Xiaolu, do you know that it's very dangerous outside right now? Just now, I received intelligence from the company that the headmaster, one of the 10 kings, publicly announced that the Pengi USB drive was acquired by the Apocalypse Company. Now Apocalypse has been targeted by all the major forces, and countless spies and spies are swarming in. And you're my daughter, Lu Yunxiao. I don't know how many eyes are watching you secretly. You were lucky to be rescued by a mysterious person last time. What if... Oh, Lao Deng, are you cursing me? Bah, bah, bah." Lu Yao clenched her fists and said angrily, "Pooh, pooh, pooh." Lu Yunxiao quickly spat a few times. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room, otherwise he would have been shocked. Mr. Lu, who always showed an iron-fisted image, actually had such a warm side. "Anyway, you absolutely cannot live outside. Apart from this, Daddy can agree to anything you want. Xinghua Company recently released a limited edition dress, and you like it the most. Daddy will have someone send it to you, okay?" I don't want a skirt. Since you can agree to anything I say, fine, I want the type 3 gene potion. Liu Yinxiao's hand holding the cigar moved slightly. His eyes became deep, and he saw through Liu Yao's true intention at a glance. Going out to live was fake. The real reason was asking for the type 3 gene drug. In order to achieve the goal, one first makes a request that is absolutely impossible to agree to, and then compromises and states one's true intentions. Who told you to? Liu Yao's heart tightened inexplicably. She clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands. No one asked me to take it. I just wanted to help Xiaodong and her boyfriend. Oh, I always thought Xiaodong was very well-behaved and quiet. I never thought that she would go against her family's wishes for love and find an ordinary man as her boyfriend. Liu Yao was stunned. Who said his boyfriend is an ordinary person? Liu Yinxiao smiled and said, given the status of the Yin family, if this is a legitimate marriage, it must be a match made in heaven. Since you are from a well-matched family, why would you ask me for the type 3 gene potion for you? No, you're just biased. Hakuno is also very talented. He and Xiaodong are a perfect match. Being a good match isn't something you say yourself, but rather something that is seen as a good match by others. That's the real match, little dear. You're not young anymore. The fairy tales about princesses marrying poor men are all fake. They're just the poor people's idle fantasies. After all, fairy tales are written by poor people. Maybe you get together on impulse when you were young, but you will regret it after a long time. The huge gap in status, incompatible living habits, and the gossip of the world can easily erase the already fragile love. Just like now, maybe the Bai Yi you're talking about is really a leader among the common people, really outstanding, but so what? In the end, isn't it still because in Xiaodong's relationship that he came to you and asked you to ask for the type 3 gene drug on his behalf? I won't let you say that. Liu Yao exploded instantly. You don't understand love at all. Bai Yi is very talented and young, but you only see the small world of Qianqi Company. His future has infinite possibilities. Moreover, even if he doesn't meet the standards of excellence in the eyes of the world, so what? Does one have to achieve success and fame in life? Is it wrong to be with someone you love? The girl's insistence on reasoning made Liu Yinxiao smell a different meaning. He suddenly had a feeling that Bai Yi was more like his daughter's boyfriend. Xiao Tong is my best friend. I can only arrange marriage in this life. I don't want her to end up like me, so I want to help her. When Bai Yi becomes one of the 12 zodiac signs, you old antiques won't think they're not a good match. The doubts in Liu Yunxiao's eyes disappeared, and he looked at his daughter, who was like a little tiger, and shook his head helplessly. Dear, remember to vote. Chapter 158, 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Even if I, your father, am a director of Apocalypse, I do not have the authority to take the type 3 gene drug out of the core laboratory. Only the chairman of the board of directors in the entire Apocalypse company has such authority. If you really want to help them, then let Bai Yi participate in the selection of candidates for the 12 zodiac signs. Liu Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost exposed, but fortunately she achieved her goal. What is the selection process? Liu Yunxiao said helplessly. The selection is very dangerous. First, we need to conduct blood and gene tests. After meeting the standards, all participants will be divided into groups of 20 and sign a life and death agreement. Then they were dropped into the islands in the middle of the lake in batches in the form of groups. They needed to fight each other, and only one person in each group could survive. The person who survives can enter the core laboratory and be injected with the type 3 gene drug. Liu Yao's face turned pale. She naturally knew what the Lake Heart Islands were. There was a huge lake in the southwest corner of Shuguang City. There were several small islands in the lake, which are called the Lake Heart Islands. There are all kinds of mutant beasts raised for research. Many products of failed experiments will be released to the islands in the middle of the lake. Ordinary people can't survive there for even an hour, let alone defeat the other 19 people at the same time. It's too dangerous. As if he could see what Liu Yao was thinking, Liu Yunxiao said in a deep voice, if someone at the bottom wants to stand out, they can only risk their lives. If he doesn't even have this little courage, he should quit as soon as possible so that I don't have to get a spot for him. Liu Yao recalled when Xiaodong had said before that Bai Yi only slept 3 hours a day and practiced until he fell in a coma every day. Once a man makes up his mind, he will definitely not change it. When facing the Cat's Eye group, the young knight rushed forward without hesitation. How could he be afraid of danger? With this thought in mind, she said firmly, Bai Yi will not back down. He will definitely succeed. The next day, and Xiaotong, who returned from school, brought good news to Bai Yi. The quota has been secured. You will take the test in a week, and then you can proceed to the selection assessment. This is your resident ID card. From now on, you're considered a resident of Dawn City. Bai took the resident card and asked, "What is the content of the assessment?" And Xiaotong was silent for a moment. "It's more dangerous than I thought." She spoke slowly, relaying Lu Yao's words. Bai Yifronit, an island in the middle of a lake? A mutant beast, a life and death agreement where only 1 out of 20 people can survive? He was not worried about his opponents. A mere 19 people could be easily destroyed by the New Age god who possessed 8 minutes and 38 seconds. He had no mercy for these strangers. They had signed a life and death agreement, which meant that everyone came to the competition with the mentality of killing each other. Those who died could only blame themselves for not being as skilled as God. He is a troublesome mutant. 20 people were deployed to different locations on the lake islands, and they needed to constantly guard against attacks from mutant beasts and others. This tested not only their combat prowess, but also their survival in the wild, their combat proficiency, their luck, and so on. Gods also need to eat and sleep. What if they get their heads bitten off by a mutant beast while resting, or get attacked by other contestants? There are countless cameras on the Lake Hard Islands. They were originally intended to record and observe the living habits of the mutant beasts and experimental subjects. However, since the selection of the 12 Zodiac Animals candidates was decided to be held on the Lake Hard Islands, the purpose of the cameras has changed. It's become a prop for the entertainment of dignitaries. And Xiaotong said solemnly. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. "You mean we contestants go to the Lake Islands to play monkeys, and then a bunch of rich bastards watch us fight behind the monitor? Are these rubbish going to set up a gambling game to see which contestant will win? Then Apocalypse will take a cut of the profits and use it as research funding for the core laboratory in the islands in the heart of the lake." And Xiaodong was stunned. She didn't expect Bai Yi to guess so accurately. "How did you guess that?" Bai Yi curled his lips in disdain. "Is there any need to guess? I would do the same thing if I were in your shoes. Why not do a business that can make money?" And Xiaotong, "What are you going to do? How about I do it for you?" And Xiaotong hesitated. It was not that she was afraid of danger, but she felt that her combat experience and skills plus Bai Yi's body might not be able to defeat Bai Yi himself, who had activated the thousand-fold instantaneous music of flowing lights and shadows. Unless the night is used, but with so many cameras watching the Lake Hard Islands, the night cannot be used at all. Bai Yi waved his hand. "Don't bother. I can handle it myself. Don't take it lightly. I heard that the strongest contestants' HP values have even exceeded 1,000. And the mutant beasts, they are even more dangerous than humans." Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry. I have thought of a foolproof plan. I will give those dignitaries a little shock when the time comes. Do you want me to perform a monkey show for you?" "Huh? What's the perfect plan?" "Come closer." And Xiaodong came over curiously, and Bai Yi whispered in her ear. Her eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. "Isn't this too? You know shit. This is what we call foolproof. Hurry up and prepare as I say. If you delay my selection and can't find the Pangy USB drive, it will all be your fault." And Xiaotong. A week passed in the blink of an eye. After BAI.AN Xiaodong.Ye's unremitting efforts, his health value has exceeded 200 points, which is completely worthy of the bounty of Black Gun, Xiaobai, excluding taboo items. The sudden increase in strength did not make him feel much. What really made him ecstatic was time. 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Bai Yi felt that he had never fought such a rich battle in his life. Even if all 10 kings were gathered together, plus the dead tyrant, he would dare to challenge them alone. After being a stay-at-home for half a month, everything went smoothly and uneventfully, allowing him to roughly understand the painter's ability mechanism of fate. Although the painter can control fate to a certain extent, kill people without them knowing, and has boundless abilities, he does have certain limitations. That is, once the person realizes that his fate is being manipulated, he can avoid his fate to a certain extent by hiding himself and not contacting the outside world. It's like the painter set your fate as being hit by a car when you go out, but if you don't go out, you won't be hit by a car. As for whether the painter can make good luck come directly to his home, Bai Yi has no idea for the time being. Anyway, he hid there for half a month and nothing happened. And today, he finally went out. With 15 minutes and 38 seconds in his possession, he didn't know who in the world could stop him. Even if the painter is so extraordinary that he can gather all 10 zodiac animals to become his enemy, it would only take a wave of his hand. Chapter 159, I Never Make Mistakes in Love. On the most prosperous commercial street in Dawn City, Bai Yi walked down the street with an arrogant step, not caring about his relatives. Even though the road was crowded with people, he couldn't see anyone in his eyes because he looked down on everyone, and Xiao Tong, who was standing by, held her forehead with her hand, calmly distanced herself from Bai Yi, pretending to be a stranger. Why are you so far away from me? It's your honor to stand next to me. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. He knew the principle of keeping a low profile, so he did not call himself a god directly. And Xiao Tong became more speechless. She didn't understand why Bai Yi seemed like a different person. Could it be that he had developed a problem after being cooped up at home for half a month? Do you really have to walk like this? What's the problem? I'm afraid you'll get beaten. You know shit, this is called momentum. By the way, let's wait a while before going for the test. I need to go buy some clothes. The clothes Fatty Gao gave me are too tacky and don't suit my status. The test is about to start. If you don't go now, you'll be late. That's what I want. Don't you know that the protagonist always appears last? And Xiaodong rolled her eyes silently. What clothes do you want to buy? Of course, the most expensive and luxurious clothes. Any recommendations? Then you can go by Xingshua, the high-end brand under the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. Xingshua? What a ridiculous name. And Xiaodong pointed to the tallest building in the commercial street, where a huge display screen was playing Xingshua's advertisement. That's Xingshua, but I don't recommend you buy it because it's too flashy. Bai Yi looked up and saw a man in a burgundy suit on the screen, surrounded by a dozen little fans. He was surrounded by women, with a charming smile on his face. He pointed to the 3 small silver stars on his chest and began to recite the advertising slogan. I never make mistakes in love, because I wear the starry sky. Every stitch is a promise from the galaxy. Every thread sparkles with the rhythm of my heart. Wearing the starry sky is like the stars twinkling. And Xiaotong complained helplessly. How is it? Isn't it very superficial? Just buy it. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He liked bright colors. The fiery red, coupled with the 3 star-like trademarks, simply suited his aesthetic taste. And Xiaotong, half an hour later, in front of the mirror in Xingshua's shop, Bai Yi looked at himself with great satisfaction. He turned to Xiaotong and asked, How is it? And Xiaotong was slightly distracted, and she suddenly realized that Xingshua was not that vulgar. The young man stood there wrapped in a burgundy suit, as if he had draped over his body a whole cluster of burning sunset glow. The color was bright, just like the confidence and boldness in his eyes. The collar of his suit was slightly open, one hand was in his trouser pocket, and his back was straight, as if this overly bright red color was meant to belong to him. Her tall and slender figure, coupled with the training during this period, perfectly supports this dress. Not very good, and Xiaodong said hypocritically, Humph, a woman with no sense of taste, go and pay the bill. And Xiaodong was stunned and pointed at herself. Me? Why don't you go by yourself? Nonsense. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. If I had money, wouldn't I go there myself? And Xiaodong was speechless after hearing these righteous words. In the end, she still went to pay the bill, 200,000. In fact, Bai Yi still had some money after buying the hard drive, but when he saw that the clothes cost 200,000 yuan, he decisively chose to lend Xiaodong, the rich woman, pay the bill. Now he understood why Fatty Gao's family was so rich. Damn, if a piece of clothing could be sold for 200,000 yuan, how could they not make money? After the test, shouldn't the time and location of the assessment be announced? Why haven't they announced it yet? The test isn't over yet. Didn't you see Professor Pei hasn't put away the equipment yet and is still waiting there? In a square in the Martial Arts Academy of Qiming College, many people were whispering. Dozens of people gathered here. They were all students from the Qiming College Martial Arts Academy, and they were also the chosen ones who came to participate in the selection of candidates for the 12 zodiac signs. There are only 2 kinds of people in a martial arts academy. One is the student who just wants to graduate safely and go into law enforcement or the military. The other type is more ambitious and intends to become a student of the Chinese zodiac. As the model of genetic modification launched by Apocalypse Company, the 12 zodiac animals have an extraordinary status and are directly under the jurisdiction of the board of directors. They are second only to the president and above everyone else. In terms of treatment and power, they are much higher than those law enforcement officers. Therefore, even though the selection process for the 12 zodiac signs is very strict and even requires signing a life and death agreement, there are still people who flock to it and dream of reaching the top overnight. Professor Pei, why haven't you announced the time and place of the exam yet? A student couldn't hold back his temper and came up to Professor Pei to ask. If other professors were here, They would not dare to ask because the professor's status in Cheeming College is very high, and he has already worked in Tianchi Company, and his position is not low. But facing the gentle Professor Pei, the students became much bolder. Professor Pei is a woman in her 30s named Pei Qingwei. She has a strong scholarly air. She wears a pair of black-framed glasses, has her hair tied up, and even a white coat cannot hide her classical and elegant beauty. In response to the students' questions, she just smiled gently and looked at the list in her hand. The Qi and blood values were written behind all the names on the list, with the highest being over 1,000 and the lowest being 300 or 400. Only the place where Baye's name was printed was blank. There's still one person who hasn't come. Her voice was as gentle and soft as she was. The student glanced at the list curiously and muttered, Hakuno? I've never heard of that name. Which class is he from? The students around were also confused. They asked people around them, but got no answers either. It's not that they know all the students in the martial arts academy, but those who can come to participate in this election are all top-ranked students in the martial arts academy, and they all know each other to some extent. He is not a student of Cheeming College. Pei Qingwei said softly. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the students around him suddenly turned ugly. Although he is not a student of Cheeming College, he has been selected. The meaning behind this is self-evident. Damn it. Is it the same as every year, forcing people in? In the past, if you wanted to get someone in, they'd at least let them come to the school and get the transfer student status. But this time, they didn't even bother pretending. They just shoved it in. It seems like this person has a very powerful background. I'm afraid he's not from the board of directors. It's one thing to force your way in, but he's also late, making all of us wait for him. Haha, just put it in there. Ultimately, it's your ability that matters. Once you get to the Lake Islands, those mutant beasts won't tell you about their backgrounds. Having said that, I'm afraid those who come here are the private soldiers of those big shots. After all, the Type 3 gene potion is limited, and who among those big shots wouldn't want to give more to their own people? Have you forgotten Yang Yusin, the current 5th candidate for the 12 zodiac signs? He wasn't even a student at Cheeming College, but he was forced in. Damn, he relied on the support of the board of directors and was several years older. When he arrived, his chi and blood were already over 2,000. Chapter 1, 60 Arrogant Debut. 2,000? Someone exclaimed. The strongest contestant in our class, Feng Chaming, only scored 12,000. I'm sure Yang Yusin's class wouldn't be much higher either. This isn't just bullying the weak. Who said it wasn't? I guess the person who came this time is similar to Yang Yusin. Damn, please don't let me be grouped with him. Fuck, there aren't many spots to begin with, and some are being taken away by these people with connections. I hate these people who use backdoors the most. Bai nodded seriously. I also hate those who use backdoors, and I also hate those who don't let me use backdoors. The student next to him chuckled. Classmate, what you said is correct. Who wouldn't want to take the back door if they could? You're right. Please make way. I'm going through the back door, Bai said with a smile, pushing through the crowded crowd. The people around were stunned. They all looked sideways at the young man in the burgundy suit in front of them. He was dressed in bright clothes and had a flamboyant look. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Nonsense. He's the one who got in through the back door. Didn't he admit it himself? Look at the 3 stars on his clothes. I've seen the clothes he's wearing in an ad. They're the latest model from Xinhua Company, and they cost $200,000 each. Holy crap. Is this true? A piece of clothing costs $200,000. A civilian student exclaimed. Of course it's true. I saw the advertisement on Qingyun Road 2 days ago. Qingyun Road? That's not a wealthy area. How could they advertise such expensive clothes? People there can't afford them, so it sounds fake. You don't understand this. Xinghua's advertisements are never meant for rich people. Their advertisements are for poor people. What's the meaning? Think about it. If poor people don't see the ads, how would they know that the Xinhua clothes worn by the rich are so expensive? If no one knows, how can the rich show their superiority over the poor? Fuck, that makes sense. Damn rich people. All kinds of looks were cast at Bai Yi, showing contempt, anger, jealousy, and fear. He didn't care at all and walked towards Pei Qingwei in the depths of the crowd with arrogant steps. His arrogant attitude, background, and clothes made the people around him subconsciously retreat and make way for him in the crowd. The bright red passed by like a handful of flames. As he walked slowly, everyone noticed that behind him, there was a girl whose height was blocked by his tall figure. She was wearing a white dress, with delicate features like a painting and a calm expression, following closely behind him. It's in Xiaodong from the College of Literature. Why is she here too? And she came with this guy. Could it be? Within Xiaodong's appearance, she is the focus of the crowd no matter where she goes, and is privately given various titles, such as School Beauty and Goddess. When she enrolled, many students from the Martial Arts Academy rushed to the Liberal Arts Academy just to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Everyone's faces became even uglier, and their eyes towards Bai Yi became more and more unfriendly. Bai Yi's lips curled up into a sinister grin. What the hell are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll disqualify you all. The arrogant voice drowned out all the noise, and the crowd froze for a moment. Some people clenched their fists, some faces turned red with anger, but no one dared to say a word. Seeing that everyone dared to be angry, but not to speak, Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction. He gave himself the identity he needed when he went out, and these people didn't know who he was anyway. Moreover, they're all competitors, and it won't be long before they face each other to the death, so there's no need to save face. Your behavior is not conducive to the next election. People in the same group will target you. Pei Qingwei reminded softly. Bai Yi sneered and asked the student closest to him, "Will you target me?" The student was startled, and his face froze without saying a word. He looked at another student and asked, "Do you dare to target me?" The man subconsciously took a half step back and didn't dare to answer at all, for fear that he would be eliminated from the quota by the man with a strong background in front of him. Ha ha ha! Bai Yi laughed arrogantly. "Professor Pei, you're joking. Look, the students are obviously very friendly." Pei Qingwei laughed dumbly and shook his head helplessly. "Let's start the test." She tapped her finger on the edge of the glasses frame, and suddenly a fluorescent green light lit up on the lens, like a display turning on. Everyone looked over, wanting to see how much qi and health Bai Yi, a relative of Bai Yi, had to dare to be so arrogant. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already seen the test form placed in front of Pei Qingyue's desk, which was filled with names and blood values. A quick scan revealed that there wasn't a single price below 300. The highest was even 1,200. Shit, can't you participate with just 100 HP? Why the score so high? What he didn't know was that this had been the case in previous years. 100 was only the minimum threshold for the injection of type 3 gene drug, and what was truly rare was standing out in the Lakehart Islands. There were people who were foolish enough to try their luck with only 100 HP, but without exception they all died miserably. Your qi and blood value. Pei Qingyue was a little surprised, as if he felt it was unbelievable, and repeatedly confirmed the number displayed on the glasses several times. Everyone was thinking differently. Professor Pei hadn't shown any surprise when he detected Feng Changming's HP at 1,200 before, but now he was so surprised. Could it be that this person's HP was over 2,000? That can't be possible. This person doesn't look very old, even younger than his classmates. How could he have such a high qi and blood value? When they thought of this, everyone prayed that they would not be assigned to the same group with Bai Yi. To Bai Yi's surprise, Pei Qingwei did not tell the exact number of his qi and blood value. Instead, he silently picked up a pen and wrote on the list, then put it away. Your qi and blood values are qualified. Come into the house for genetic testing, Pei Qingwei said with a faint smile. Bai Yi looked at Pei Qingwei in surprise. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him would hide it for him. He was ready to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to speak rudely later. It seems that she's just like in Xiaotong, impressed by my handsomeness. It turns out that I made the right decision to buy this Xingshua suit. It was not a waste of my $200,000. He firmly believed that if someone showed malice towards him, that person must be inferior, and if someone showed kindness towards him, that person must be excellent. Everyone was itching to find out, as their curiosity had already been piqued by Pei Qingyue's surprise. Unexpectedly, Professor Pei did not report his qi and blood values. Obviously, everyone has signed up before. Professor Pei is so gentle. Is he afraid that our qi and blood levels will be too high and will undermine our confidence? Guess the riddle. Sure, type one word. Chapter 161, it turns out, I am immortal. When you enter the laboratory, the alloy door closes automatically. Don't be nervous, just lie on the bed. Pei Qingwei pointed to the silver bedboard beside him. There was a detection instrument similar to a cover on the bedboard. This is a genetic testing device. It's mainly used to detect whether your genes are suitable for injections of type 3 genetic drugs, and what type of injection is suitable. Type, Bai Yi thought thoughtfully. Just like the 12 zodiac animals, each of them was injected with a different type 3 gene potion. For example, Silver Snake is highly compatible with the snake-type gene potion, so she was injected with the snake-type potion. Compatibility is crucial. If an incompatible genetic drug is injected, it could affect future development at best, or even lead to genetic collapse at worst. Pei Qingwei explained patiently. Bai Yi suddenly became interested. What genes are compatible with him? Of course, it's the legendary dragon. Is there a dragon in the Chinese zodiac? Pei Qingwei smiled and said, Of course I have. I'm a dragon. You are so special. Who asked you what your zodiac sign is? If it weren't for Pei Qingwei helping him just now, he would really have cursed. Huh, just kidding. There's no dragon in the current Chinese zodiac. I heard there was one in the past, but all the files about dragons have been sealed, so I don't have the right to view them. Anyway, the position of the dragon is still undecided, because the dragon symbolizes a mythical creature and is a unique existence far beyond the other zodiac signs. Why not? Is it because you can't find anyone suitable for making dragon-shaped potions? Pei Qingwei smiled and nodded. Yes, I've done many genetic tests, and I've never met anyone who's compatible with a dragon. Okay, lie down now. Maybe you'll be the next dragon. Bai also thought so. The type 3 gene potion was rubbish, and only the dragon type was barely worthy of him. He lay on the bed, and the huge detection instrument emitted a horizontal red light, scanning back and forth on his body like a scanner. This thing can't detect that I've been infected with the mutant scarlet virus, right? Probably not. After all, I'm not a true pseudo-human, and I've been injected with virus serum. He was just thinking when suddenly, beep beep, the instrument made a sharp sound of electricity. Warning, warning. The gene sequence is abnormal. The gene sequence is abnormal. Suspected non-human gene sequence. Bai Yi was shocked. Oh no, something bad is going to happen. It's fate. Damn you, painter. Regardless of whether it was the painter's doing, he had to find someone to take the blame first. He sat up from the bed and looked at Pei Qingwei, who was frantically checking the equipment. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Apocalypse Company started out with genetic research, so it was inevitable that it would be interested in researching his own body. He didn't know what would happen if it was exposed, but there was a high probability that he would become a guinea pig. Drop. Pei Qingwei pressed a red button, and all the alarms stopped abruptly. Her face appeared from behind the monitor, and she smiled gently. Don't worry, it's just a malfunction of the machine. That gentle smile seemed a bit weird in Bai Ye's eyes. Even a fool can see that this is not a malfunction. What on earth does Pei Qingwei want to do? At this time, Pei Qingwei picked up the syringe beside him and walked over. The machine is broken. Let's use the blood test method to test your genes. Don't worry, I have my own dedicated genetic testing room. I will take it for testing myself when the time comes. The results will be available in no time at all, and I can get the results at the same time as everyone else. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. A dedicated genetic testing room? Going in for the test himself? Getting the results together with everyone else? If he didn't hear the hidden meaning in these words, he would be a fool. Just as the needle was about to hit his arm, Bai Yi grabbed Pei Qingyue's hand and whispered, Judgment requires no words. Pei Qingyue's smile became more gentle. Death is judgment. Now Bai Yi understood everything. No wonder Xiaotong insisted on following him for the test. There were several testing sites, but she was assigned to the farthest one, which made him late. It turned out that Pei Qingwei was also a member of the Silent Court. No wonder when the qi and blood values were tested before. Well, this should have nothing to do with the Silent Court. After all, it doesn't matter whether the qi and blood values are reported or not. It was completely because Pei Qingwei was impressed by his own handsomeness. The needle dropped, pierced Bai Ye's arm, and drew a small tube of blood. Pei Qingwei put away the syringe and said with a smile, I didn't let Xiaotong tell you my true identity. After all, the less people know, the safer it is. But no one expected the detection equipment to suddenly alarm. She only said that your body is a little special, but I didn't expect it to be so special. Formal introduction, Silent Court, Pei Qingwei. She smiled and held out her hand, which Akuno shook. Don't you have a nickname like the Black Knight? Pei Qingwei shook his head. I'm not a superhuman. I'm just an ordinary person with some knowledge. Bai Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that Pei Qingwei was not a transcendent. Wait, he suddenly remembered the first time he met Xiaodong. When Xiaodong invited him to join the Silent Court, she also said that as long as one is a like-minded person, even if he is not an extraordinary person, he can join the Silent Court. It seems that Pei Qingwei is the so-called like-minded person. It's not that only extraordinary people can enforce justice. On the contrary, there are some things that only ordinary people can do. I'm lurking in the Research Institute of Apocalypse Company, which is considered a confidential place of Apocalypse Company. The inspection here is very strict, and only ordinary people like me could sneak in. Bai nodded and asked, "By the way, what's going on with my genetic test?" The test results just now shocked me. Your gene sequence is actually somewhat similar to the pseudo-humans that have been wreaking havoc outside the city recently. Your cells contain extremely high activity. Bai has always been worried about being infected with the mutated Scarlet virus. Although this thing gives him strong recovery ability, who knows if there will be any sequelae? Pei Qingwei happened to be from the Silent Court and an expert in this field. He hurriedly asked, "Is there anything wrong with my body? Not only are you fine, you're also very healthy, possessing resilience and potential far beyond that of an ordinary person. With a physique like yours, you're exactly the experimental subject that Apocalypse Company has always dreamed of." The company captured some pseudo-humans for experiments and found that the pseudo-humans did not have the fatal weaknesses of normal humans. Theoretically, as long as they had enough qi and blood, the pseudo-humans would be immortal. I guess you are in the same situation now. You will not die even if your head is broken before your energy and blood are exhausted. It's just that your qi and HP are too low, and I don't think you can withstand a few fatal injuries. Chapter 162, No One Can Hurt God Except the Black Knight. Bai Yi was immediately delighted. He didn't expect there would be such a benefit. He only knew that his recovery ability was very strong, but he didn't know to what extent. Because no one can hurt God except the Black Knight. During Xiaodong's training period, he suffered muscle strains and fell into a coma every day. Pei Qingwei continued. Apart from these, after you become a genetically modified person, you don't need to inject stabilizers at all, which can save you a lot of money later. You know, many people dare not buy genetic drugs, even if they have saved enough money, because the subsequent purchase of stabilizers is a bottomless pit, and you need to keep buying them as long as you are alive. This is also the reason why Tianqi is selling type 1 gene drugs so aggressively. As long as you become a genetically modified person, you have to continuously send money to Tianqi. Bai Yi secretly clicked his tongue. Isn't this just like buying a car? Saving up the down payment is just the beginning. There's also the monthly loan payments, maintenance, gas, insurance, and parking fees. Apocalypse is the only company that has stabilizers. Pei Qingwei shook his head. Initially, only Tianqi Company had it, but there was no patent protection in the Cataclysm era, and the stabilizer had been cracked long ago. Any large city, even the better wasteland towns, would sell it. After all, this is a sure-win business. After so many years, genetic modifiers have long been accustomed to it. This can't be considered a sequelae, and most it just costs money. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the money, but about the trouble. Who would be willing to give themselves a couple of injections for no reason? Okay, you should get out quickly. We have stayed in the room for too long. I'm afraid Xiaodong will misunderstand. Pei Qingwei said with a smile. Bai Yi. After Bai Yi left, Pei Qingwei announced the time and place of the selection assessment in front of everyone. Gather at the Lake Islands at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You will be the first to compete. A large number of people were selected this time, in groups of 20, and sent to the islands in the middle of the lake for the rich to gamble and have fun. Bai Yi seriously suspected that the reason why more people were not allowed to go to the island was to hold more gambling games. Otherwise, the selection would be completed in one day, and the rich people would only be able to gamble for one day. But if they were divided into groups and the process was extended, it would not be a problem for the rich people to gamble for 10 days or half a month. In this way, the rich people can have fun and Apocalypse Company can make enough money. It is really the best of both worlds. It just makes the contestants suffer. Everyone dispersed, and some students with connections went back and began to inquire about Bai Yi's background. This arrogant young man had left a deep impression on them today. However, no matter how they inquired, they only got one sentence in the end. The order came from the board of directors. Just a few words made them dare not dig any deeper, because it was all the way to the sky. In the sphere of influence of Apocalypse Company, the board of directors is the sky. Director Liu, the young man named Bai Yi that you asked me to pay attention to, has passed the test. Here is his qi and blood test results, as well as his performance during the test. An assistant respectfully placed the list on the desk. Liu Yinxiao ignored it and was reviewing documents. To him, Bai Yi was just a small figure who couldn't be any smaller. The reason why he mentioned it to his subordinates was because Liu Yao would definitely ask about the test results in the evening. About half an hour later, he put down the pen and rubbed his frown. A female secretary immediately came over, half-knelt on the ground, opened the storage cabinet beside her, revealing rows of cigars of various colors. Light brown, dark amber, bronze. These cigars not only vary in color, but also in length, thickness, and thickness. Collecting cigars is one of Liu Yunxiao's few hobbies. Every cigar here costs less than 100,000 yuan. During the catastrophe, food was in short supply, so people naturally would not use too much land to grow tobacco, which led to a severe shortage of tobacco. In the wasteland, cigarettes are more expensive than gold, let alone cigars. The secretary took out the third cigar from the left because today was Wednesday. She gently cut open the cap of the cigar and began to light it. Her hands had no calluses from work, no nail polish on them, and were lightly pink. After lighting it, she did not hand it to Liu Yunxiao immediately, but held it lightly in her mouth, took the first puff of the slightly spicy taste, and then handed over the cigar with a faint lip mark. Liu Yunxiao took a deep puff of the cigar. The woman's fragrance mixed with the cigar smoke, his brows relaxed, and he looked slightly comfortable. This female secretary was specially selected by him as a cigar girl. She was young, a virgin, and did not have to serve him in bed. Her only job was to light cigars. The eggplant girl never eats spicy or greasy food. She takes a bath with mountain spring water and burns incense every morning and evening, like a delicate object. Seeing Liu Yunxiao leaning on the back of the chair, the female secretary stood up silently, walked behind him, put her delicate hands on his shoulders, and kneaded them gently. After resting for about 5 minutes, Liu Yunxiao remembered by Ye's test form. He picked up the test form and began to read it while smoking a cigar. The originally relaxed brows suddenly furrowed. 202. He originally thought that Bai Yi would be a favored child among the common people. Otherwise, how could he become Xiaodong's boyfriend? The result showed that his qi and blood value was only 200, the lowest among all the people tested. He thought about it and agreed. After all, those who were tested were all top students from Ximen College, and one couldn't use their standards to hold an ordinary person to an ordinary person. If an ordinary person practices qi and blood martial arts since childhood and can have a qi and blood value of 200 at this age, he can barely be called a genius among the common people. He continued to look down, and his frown deepened. Xing Shuo, who was wearing a 200,000 yuan outfit, threatened to disqualify others from the selection. This time Liu Yunxiao was really surprised. Even the chairman's own son would not dare to say such words in public, but Bai Yi said it. The family's daughter actually likes this kind of person. Could it be that Bai Yi has some leverage over her? He found his own absurd idea funny. A handle is only a handle when it is in the hands of someone of equal status. But if the status is not equal, the handle is nothing more than a death warrant. It seems that Jia is not as good as I am at educating my daughter. Anyway, Bai Yi is Xiaodong's boyfriend, not his daughter Liu Yao's. Even if he is a bad person, it has nothing to do with him. With a health value of 200, he has offended others before the selection even started. Such a person will never survive the selection and is not worth his trouble. Chapter 163, A Man Crazier Than God. In Xiaodong's villa. Are all the things I want ready? Bai Yi asked, and Xiaotong nodded, took out a black suitcase from the room, and handed it over. I'm ready, but are you sure you want to do this? Bai Yi took the suitcase and opened it to examine it, a sneer curling up at the corner of his mouth. Of course I'm sure. But, and Xiaodong hesitated to speak. There's nothing to complain about. I didn't break any rules. Where in the selection and assessment rules does it say that I can't do this? I didn't write that, but I just felt it had a bad impact. It's fine if it's not written in the regulations. If it's not prohibited, then it's allowed. By the way, go find that person later. Who? Hakuno thought about it carefully. It's that deer. The fawn. And Xiaodong was speechless. Liu Yao had always been concerned about your injury, but you even forgot her name. With her status and position, she should be able to participate in the gambling game, right? Go tell her to take out all her pocket money and steal some from her father to bet on me to win. And you, give her all the money you have and mortgage this house so that she can bet. After we win, we'll split the bill 20 to 25. And Xiaodong was stunned. What do you mean by 20%? You must have said it wrong. It should be 28%. How could I be wrong? It's a 20-20th split. You two should give me all the winnings. Of course, I won't take the principal. After all, I have principles. And Xiaodong was so angry that she laughed. We both put up the money, and in the end we only got back the principal. Should we still thank you? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Isn't that nonsense? As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. I not only let you enjoy the fun of gambling, but also protected your principal. If not me, who else can you thank? And Xiaodong clenched her fists and wanted to punch Bai Yi, but was afraid of beating him to death. Finally, She gave up and said expressionlessly, "You don't have to give up my money, but I can't make the decision for Xiaolu. Also, her name is Lu Yao, and she's my best friend. Don't forget her." All right, got it. Bai Yi waved his hand impatiently. If you hadn't called her little dear every day, how could I not remember her name was Lu Yao? You bastard. You blame me for everything. And Xiaodong couldn't help it after all and punched Bai Ye's arm. And Xiaodong, are you crazy? Hey, it doesn't hurt. I didn't expect my armor to be strong enough to defend against 19,800 HP. Ha ha ha. The next day, in front of a military building outside the Lake Islands, dozens of students stood with nervous and solemn expressions. In front of them were 4 instructors with sturdy builds wearing black combat uniforms. "Line up and come over sign the life and death agreement," an instructor shouted sternly. Everyone's heart sank suddenly, and the 3 words life and death statement hit their hearts like a heavy hammer. They all knew what this meant. Once they signed the life and death agreement, their life and death would depend entirely on their own abilities and fate. There were electronic eyes flashing red on the trees around the military buildings and under the eaves, zooming in on everyone. The footage was transmitted to a magnificent room, where a dozen bosses and ladies dressed in luxurious clothes were sitting elegantly on the sofa with wine glasses in their hands, watching the surveillance footage with great interest. These people are all wealthy people from all walks of life in Dawn City. Dear guests, let's follow the old rules. Let's start the first round by guessing how many people will withdraw. A young casino manager stood in front of them and said with a smile, 10 million. I bet no one will quit, shouted a fat man with a cigarette in his mouth. Boss Chen has great confidence in these people. Someone laughed. Boss Chen blew out a smoke ring, then lifted the slightly warped cigarette from his lips with his plump fingers. He grinned and said, "It's not that I have confidence in them, but if I'm going to gamble, I'll gamble big. The odds are highest when no one quits or when more than 10 people quit, so why not give it a try?" It seems that Boss Chun is ready to kill everyone today. Of course, last time the tyrant hijacked my train, I suffered heavy losses. Today I want to win it all back. Everyone burst into laughter. After the tyrant incident, they had talked about it a lot during the gathering. I'm also betting that no one will quit. Let me try with 5 million first. A beautiful lady with a lazy look stretched out her hand full of jewel rings. Miss you, this is your first time here. Don't follow old Chen's lead. He has notoriously bad luck. The noblewoman named Miss You casually fiddled with the jewel ring on her finger and said lightly, "Although this is my first time here, this is not the first time the 12 Zodiac Animals candidate selection has been held. Since these contestants dare to come, they must have been mentally prepared, so I bet they won't quit. Ms. Yu is still too young to understand the bad nature of these people. People at the bottom of society are like this. They are full of confidence before the beginning, but when the game really starts, they will start to retreat. 15 million. 5 people quit. Sister Lu Yao, this is your first time here too. Why don't you play a game with me? Don't worry, if you lose, it's my fault." Miss Yu said to Lu Yao beside her. Her tone was soft, but there was a hint of flattery in her words. Everyone has more or less the intention to curry favor with this jewel in the crown of the Apocalypse Director. Even money has to bow down before Tianqi's power. However, Lu Yao seemed not to have heard it. Her big eyes were staring intently at the screen, as if she was looking for something. "Why haven't you come yet? Are you lost? Sister Lu Yao? Huh? Oh." Lu Yao came back to her senses and smiled sweetly. "I'll take a look first and play later. Thank you, Sister Yu, for your kindness." On one side, the rich are placing bets, while on the other side, they're signing life and death agreements. Some people look calm and sign their names directly, while others hesitated for a long time before stepping forward. At this moment, a loud voice broke into the quiet scene. "Why did it start at 9:59? Wasn't it supposed to start at 10? Why didn't they send someone to notify us a minute early?" A figure as bright as flame strode over, carrying a black suitcase in his hand. The contestants had different expressions, and there was more or less a hint of fear in their eyes. The instructors frowned. "Are you a contestant too?" an instructor asked coldly. "Nonsense, if I'm not a contestant, why would I come to this godforsaken place?" Bai Yi said disdainfully. "He is a little crazier today than yesterday, because the time has been increased by 1 minute. If you ask who in the world is crazier than Bai Yi, it must be Bai Yi the next day." The instructor's face flashed with anger at the blunt words. "What's your name? You're here late on purpose. Do you still want to participate in the selection? You don't even know who I am? Didn't the board of directors notify you when they arranged for me to come in?" Bai Yi glanced at the instructors and suddenly realized, that's right. Seeing that your ranks are not high, it's normal that you don't know. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started. I hate wasting time the most. Good news, good news. The physical book of Until Death will be available for pre-order on July 25th at 7:30 p.m. It's available on Tomato and Douyin. Search for Zinmengxiang Culture on Douyin to enter the live stream. Orders placed within the first 20 minutes will receive the autograph version, and orders placed after 20 minutes will receive the color-printed, specially signed version. The physical book also includes a new extra chapter, an investigation bureau where permit, a top-secret file on the Spirit Master talent pool, character cards, posters, and a card containing a strange weapon prop. Stay tuned. Chapter 164. The HP value is only 200? Such arrogant words and the mention of the board of directors shocked even the instructors who were usually tough. They knew about Bai Yi, but they didn't know his specific identity. After all, when the big shots above gave orders, they would not explain anything to the people below. At most, they would say that they would arrange for someone to come in. They thought that he was arranged by those big shots to be trained as before, but Bai Yi's arrogant attitude made them vaguely realize that this person was different from before. With this thought in mind, the instructors dared not say anything. Their job was to arrange the groups, send the contestants to the island, choose a location for each person to go on the island, ensure the viewing experience of this gambling game, and satisfy the perverted psychology of the dignitaries behind the monitors. For example, put close friends or classmates into the same group, or let men and women go to the island at the same location and see them team up to kill everyone first and then kill each other. Those bigwigs have long been tired of pure fighting, so they want to add some storytelling. Since they are people who serve the powerful, they naturally dare not offend those who are suspected of having power. Get out of the way. Bai Yi swaggered through the crowd, walked to the table, and casually signed his name, Bai Yi. The instructors saw this and silently remembered the name. Instructor, I want to quit. I'm quitting too. In an instant, 3 people raised their hands and quit at the same time. Obviously, he was frightened by Bai Yi. He has a strong background and even looks down on the instructors. He must have a knowledge of the alien beasts and resource distribution maps of the islands in the center of the lake, and he naturally has the terrain advantage. The high chi and blood values surprised Professor Pei. Anyone who was grouped with such a person would surely die. With these 3 taking the lead, those who were originally hesitant also began to raise their hands. In an instant, there were more than 10 people. Behind the monitor, the bigwigs had different expressions. Some were cursing, some were sneering. Fuck. No one had withdrawn, and I was about to win, but this guy came and scared everyone away. Boss Chin cursed. That's great. We all lost. No one pushed more than 10 people to quit. Judging from the tone of this man, could he be a relative of a certain director? Sister Lu Yao, do you know him? Miss Yu asked. Lu Yao didn't hear it again. Her eyes were already filled with that bright figure. The red clothes suit him so well. The instructor's face turned very ugly. The fewer people there were, the less entertaining it would be. If those big shots blamed him, he would be in big trouble. At this time, a man in a black suit walked out of the military building and whispered a few words in the instructor's ear. Director Liu said that the selection competition is based on each person's ability, and there's no need to give anyone special treatment. The instructor instantly felt relieved, and his eyes looking at Bai Yi became dangerous. He said loudly, I reiterate, when we reach the Lake Islands, it all depends on our own abilities. Whoever is stronger will survive. Even if you kill someone, you don't have to worry about retaliation. As long as you survive, you can be injected with the type 3 gene drug and become a candidate for the 12 zodiac signs. That is the company's property and is protected by the company. The instructor's words persuaded some people. If they thought about it carefully, it was indeed true. The company had injected you with the precious type 3 gene drug and had long regarded you as private property. If you allow others to retaliate, the company will be the one who suffers in the end. Moreover, after the instructor heard what the man in black said, the way he looked at Bai Yi was obviously wrong, as if he knew some inside information. Wait, 200. An instructor who was looking at the list suddenly exclaimed, and he looked repeatedly at the column with Bai Yi's name. 202. Is there a missing 0 at the end? After reading it several times, he was sure that there was number 0 after 202. What 200? Asked another instructor. The instructor holding the list looked at Bai Yi with a strange expression. His health value is only 202. What? Did you miss a 0? No, if you don't believe me, just look. When the instructors passed the list around, the contestants went wild. 200. His HP is only 200? Doesn't that make him the last among all the contestants? Isn't it that his chi and blood are hidden? Impossible. Even if he can deceive the blood and chi test glasses, he definitely can't deceive the test equipment in a laboratory. Then why is he so arrogant? I know, he's deliberately trying to scare us off this way. Humph. Such despicable behavior. It would be better if I were put in the same group with him and see how I deal with him. Feng Changming said with a grim expression. He hated Bai Yi very much because he had the highest HP value in the first game, 1,200. He originally thought that he was safe and not afraid of anyone, but Bai Yi's appearance yesterday made him unable to sleep well the whole night, for he was afraid that he would be unlucky and be assigned to the same group with Bai Yi. Now, as much as he was afraid of being assigned to the same group with Bai Yi, he wanted to do so much. Instructor, I'm not quitting. Me too. Bai Yi on the side shook his head helplessly. As a kind-hearted god, arrogance was not his nature, kindness was. He couldn't bear to see these people blindly lose their lives because of their ambition, so he wanted to scare them away. But they don't understand God's good intentions. Well, you've already got the way to die. Quietly, those who want to withdraw should leave now, and those who want to continue participating, come and sign the life and death agreement. 5 minutes later, the instructor collected the life and death notices and divided the students into groups. All the students participated and no one dropped out. There are 61 contestants in total, divided into 4 groups. Those whose names are called, please stand up. Group 1, Chun Fong Wang Ming. Group 2, Li Hu. The third group. The fourth group, Feng Changming Bai Yi. Feng Changming was secretly delighted. He didn't expect that his wish would come true. He even suspected that the instructor had deliberately grouped them this way, so that he could kill Bai Yi. Bai Yi dared to be so arrogant with only 200 HP points. He must have used his connections to get the map of the Lake Heart Islands and knew all the activity areas of the mutant beasts and where the supplies were hidden. There are hidden supplies in the islands in the middle of the lake. In addition to the hidden supplies placed by Apocalypse Company, the bigwigs who participate in the gambling can also spend money to place supplies. The purpose of doing this is simple, which is to help the player you bet on win. Of course, the price of the supplies is more than 10 times higher than the market price. The supplies include not only food and medicine, but even weapons. The instructor must be worried that Bai Yi's strength would increase greatly after he got the weapon, so he deliberately arranged himself to be in the same group with him. Only with his health value of 1,200 can he ensure that there will be no mistakes. As for Hakuno's background, who cares about background when it comes to life and death? Is it because he has such a strong background that his fellow competitors will commit suicide to let him win? What's more, the instructor's meaning just now was very clear. He was just short of explicitly saying that we don't need to care about Bai Yi's background. Chapter 165. Anyone can be killed? Does that include the instructor? Soon, all the groups entered the military base and waited for the arrival of the ship. Each group is led by an instructor into a separate room. Hakuno was in Group 4, so he entered Room 4. The layout of Room 4 is a bit like a classroom with a podium. The contestants sat in their seats while the instructor stood at the podium and began to explain the rules. Hand over all the items you have on you. You are not allowed to bring anything onto the island to prevent cheating. The instructor looked at Bai Yi when he said this, because among the 20 people in the classroom, only Hakuno brought a black suitcase. The others already knew the rules, so they didn't bring anything. Bai Yi, hand over your box. Seeing that Bai Yi had no reaction, the instructor walked straight to his side. He reached out to take it, but Hakuno didn't stop him. What's in your box? He wanted to open it, but found that there was a combination lock on it. It's filled with 1 million in cash. Now the box is in your hands. If the money is missing, you will be held responsible. The instructor's face was gloomy, and he didn't believe Bai Yi's words at all. Who would bring 1 million to participate in the competition for no reason? He said stiffly, I'll keep the box for you first. When you come back, I'll return it to its rightful owner, provided you can come back. He took the box, placed it on the podium, and began to explain the rules. I'm sure you all know the rules of the selection, but I still want to explain them in detail. In this selection, no means are restricted. Whether you poison, launch a surprise attack, or team up with others, as long as you can win, everything is acceptable. As the instructor spoke, a ferocious smile appeared on his lips, and his cruel eyes seemed to be looking at corpses. The 21 people in the room suddenly became solemn. Some looked at others with fear, some remained calm, and some are trembling. From the moment you sign the life and death agreement, this game of fate has already begun. Of the 21 people present, only one can survive. This is also your goal of victory, to kill everyone except yourself, in exchange for that chance to ascend to heaven. Are you sure you can use any means? Baye's voice suddenly interrupted the instructor. The instructor frowned, but still replied with a cold face. Any means are acceptable as long as you can win. Even if you have to kneel down and beg for mercy, or even sneak attack your opponent, it doesn't matter. Any other questions? There was sarcasm in his words. Baye shrugged and asked casually, then if I kill everyone, will I not have to bear any consequences? Just you, Feng Changming sneered. Your HP isn't even a fraction of mine. Once we get to the island, you'll be the first to die. In this life and death battle, everyone had already fallen out with each other, and there was no mercy in their words. Baye didn't even look at him and ignored him. There was no need for him to waste his breath on a dead person. The contemptuous attitude made Feng Changming angry. He decided to find Baye's location as soon as he got to the island. The instructor continued, that's right, you won't have to bear any consequences even if you kill everyone. This is the highest decision of the board of directors. During the selection competition, no one will be held responsible. But that's not what you need to think about now. You should think about how to survive first. Baye smiled slightly and said something surprising. Among all people, does that include you? Everyone in the room was stunned. Kill the instructor? Is this kid crazy? How dare he even challenge the instructor? Not only were they surprised, but even the bigwigs behind the monitors were stunned. Ha ha! This year's selection is interesting. I didn't expect such a lunatic to appear. I really want to see how he dies. Someone, come and inform the contestants and group, for that no matter who meets Baye, don't kill him too quickly. I want to see if this kid is still so arrogant when he is dying. Boss Chen laughed heartily. Lu Yao clenched her fists immediately and silently memorized Boss Chen's expression in her mind. She was very worried, but did not show it. She believed that this brave and resourceful young knight must have his own plan, and his current arrogance was only a part of the plan. Dear guests, you can place your bets now. The earlier you place your bets, the more chips you will win. The casino manager reminded with a smile. There are multiple time periods to bet on a game, but the later you bet, the clearer the outcome, and therefore the lower the odds. 50 million. I bet on 4 groups of Feng Changming to win. Boss Chen started betting directly. He chose the betting method with the lowest odds but the safest. Feng Changming has the highest qi and blood value among the 4 groups. Although qi and blood values cannot fully represent combat effectiveness, people with weak qi and blood values will definitely not be very strong. I'll bet 50 million on Feng Changming. 30 million to be placed on display. 20 million, Group 2, Li Hu. When they first started betting, no one was thinking of making a small bet for a big win, so naturally they wouldn't place a big bet. The real highlight was when the fight came to the last few people left. 300 million, bet on 4 groups of Baye to win. The slightly childish girl's voice made the scene silent for a second. Sister Lu Yao, are you sure you want to spend 300 million to bet on Baye? Missy was stunned. Although these big shots are rich, they would not do such a thing as throwing money away. In their opinion, what is the difference between Lu Yao spending 300 million to bet on Baye and throwing money away? Could it be that Lu Yao has inside information? Could it be that Baye is hiding some unknown means? But no matter what means are used, it is difficult to make up for the gap of 1,000 health points. The only means they can think of are taboo objects, extraordinary people, and the like. However, regulations prohibit bringing any items onto the island, and the supplies on the island do not include taboo items. It is even more impossible for extraordinary people to bring anything on board. If Baye is an extraordinary person and uses his extraordinary abilities in front of so many cameras, there's only one outcome, and that is to be captured by Apocalypse Company and used as experimental supplies. The instructor's face suddenly darkened, and spiked wolf hair sprouted from his body, making him look even more ferocious. No one has ever asked me this question before. You're the first. He stared at Baye intently, then laughed in anger. It's not that the rules don't say you can't kill an instructor, but if you can kill me, you can give it a try. Don't worry if I die. It's because I'm not as skilled as you, and it has nothing to do with you. Everyone was shocked by the instructor's terrifying aura. They were just ordinary people who practiced qi and blood martial arts and had not yet been injected with genetic drugs. Facing the instructor who had been injected with type 2 gene drug, every cell in his body was trembling, just like an animal seeing its natural enemy. Okay. Bai Yi raised his lips into a sinister smile and stood up from his chair with his tall and straight body, his eyes looking arrogant and domineering. Since you scum are ready to die, I will show mercy and give you one last chance to say your last words. Chapter 166, Crazy and Lawless. Bai Yi, who are you calling trash? A weakling whose health value is not even a fraction of mine. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly? Feng Changming's eyes were cold. He slammed the table and stood up with murderous intent. Bai Yi laughed, his smile wanton and ostentatious. He swept his gaze over the angry faces of the crowd and spoke word by word. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. I mean, everyone here is garbage. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. 20 examinees slammed their desks and stood up, their angry glares almost tearing Bai Yi into pieces. Bai Yi turned a blind eye and looked at the instructor with disdain. Oh, I almost forgot. You are rubbish too. Asshole. The instructor was furious. Do you want to die? If he hadn't considered that the big shots behind the monitors still had to watch the game, he really wanted to rush up and twist off Bai Yi's head. All kinds of obscene words were heard, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Behind the monitor, in that magnificent hall, the well-dressed dignitaries laughed heartily. This madman is really interesting. I can see now that he's not here to compete. He's here to commit suicide. Ms. Liu, are you sure you want to bet 300 million on this lunatic? The light in Liu Yao's eyes gradually became dangerous. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the young man's loud voice coming from the monitor. Hey, can you so-called big shots hear me? The smiles in the hall suddenly stopped. They frowned slightly and looked at the large monitor screen. The young man in a burgundy suit stood in front of the camera with his hands in his pockets. The smile on his lips was full of sarcasm and contempt. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I can still make some money if I bet now. Otherwise, I'll lose everything in a little while. There was a pause in the hall, and then angry curses were heard. How dare you? Give us a chance. Who does he think he is? Master, come here. I'll bet 50 million on him and make him the first one to die. I'm with 80 million. The anger in Liu Yao's eyes disappeared immediately. She stared at the face of the young man on the screen, flamboyant and wanton. With his fiery red clothes, he looked like a young general in fine clothes and riding a fierce horse. That young and bold face contrasted sharply with the gloomy faces of the bigwigs behind the monitors. The cursing in the classroom stopped abruptly, and they looked at Bai Yi in front of the camera in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. When a person does something that completely goes against the secular view and common sense, then in the eyes of others, such a person is a monster. How dare he to provoke those big shots? In the past, it was common for contestants to curse at each other and expose each other's shortcomings, but no one dared to provoke those high-ranking figures through the screen. If you offend a contestant, you can fight to the death and have a chance to survive and become the ultimate winner. But if you offend those big shots, you will definitely die. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps, neither light nor heavy, echoed in the classroom where you could hear a pin drop. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Bai Yi walked out of the classroom step by step. Bai Yi, what are you going to do? The boat will be here soon. If you run away now, it will be considered as a forfeit, the instructor shouted. He thought Bai Yi wanted to escape. And I'm telling you, the moment the life and death agreement is signed, the selection competition has already begun. No one is allowed to withdraw midway. Violators will be put to death. Bai Yi, who had already opened the door, turned around with a smile and said, Who said I want to give up? Then what are you doing? Of course it's to give you and the big guy behind the monitor a little shock. The instructor was stunned, completely not understanding the meaning of this sentence. By the way, before we begin, let me confirm the rules one last time. The moment the life or death agreement is signed, the trials begin, right? Nonsense. I've said it many times, the instructor said gloomily. Hakuno smiled and nodded. Are you sure it's not against the rules for me to kill everyone by any means? Of course, this is the rules set by the board of directors. Then I feel relieved. As he said this, Bai Yi slowly took out his hand from his pocket. A small black remote control caught everyone's eye. The remote control has a simple structure and only has one red button on it. The 20 contestants were stunned, not realizing what Bai Yi was going to do for a moment. But the instructor's face changed drastically, and he looked at the black briefcase on the podium in horror. Hakuno you! Say goodbye to this world, everyone. Snap! The boy smiled and pressed the red button on the remote control, then closed the door in front of everyone's horrified gaze. Ah! It's a remote-controlled bomb. Run. The chaos in the house just started. Boom. The deafening explosion engulfed everything, and flames suddenly burst out, blowing up the monitor along with it. Ah! Snap! In the hall, a violent explosion reached the ears of the bigwigs. Some people screamed in fright, and some people dropped the red wine glasses in their hands. Scarlet wine and glass fragments were scattered all over the floor. Their arrogant attitude was shattered by this unexpected explosion. Outside the classroom door, a figure dressed in bright red stood elegantly, quietly admiring the flames that had burst through the door. The bright flames raged, the bodies were blown into pieces, the charred corpses screamed in the flames, the black smoke billowed. Everything was like the gates of hell had been opened. Bai casually threw the remote control into the sea of fire, and then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He pulled out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and leaned forward slightly, closer to the orange-red flames on the wall. The flame fell on the cigarette, and also fell into the black jade eyes. This! He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The smoke, hair, and bright red hem of the dress all swayed in the wind amidst the heat wave. The cameras in the corridor transmitted this frozen scene to the lobby and the eyes of those important figures. Some were still in shock, some had gloomy faces, and some had eyes shining as if little stars were lighting up. Lu Yao looked at the young man, standing beside the fire with shining eyes. This scene slowly overlapped with the figure of the knight who had carried her to the window before. Bright and dazzling. It turns out he smokes too. Lu Yao thought of her father's cabinet full of cigars. Actually, Hakuno doesn't smoke, but he's pretending to be cool. In this situation, shouldn't we light a cigarette to liven up the atmosphere? No one expected it to unfold like this in the end. These bigwigs finally understood why Bai Yi asked about the rules many times. It turned out that they had no intention of going to the island from the beginning. Instead, they adopted an unexpected and shocking method that no one expected and instantly eliminated all the contestants, including the instructors. Perhaps someone has thought of this method over the years, but no one has ever dared to do it. Crazy. Lawless. This is simply a blatant exploitation of loopholes in the rules, trampling on the selection competition that has been held for many years with the most arrogant and conceited attitude. I forgot to ask for votes yesterday, so I'm asking twice today. Votes. Votes. By the way, I'm shamelessly asking for small gifts, a little attention, some relief from my book shortage, 5-star reviews, support for physical books. There are too many to remember, but I ask for everything. I want all 6 gourds. Chapter 167. Fast forward to God descends upon the dawn. The city is destroyed and people die. Cheating. He is blatantly cheating. I want to complain to the manager. Boss Chun, with a large wet spot on his pants, yelled in disgrace. The explosion just now scared him so much that the red wine spilled on his pants. He didn't cheat. Lu Yao, who usually spoke very little, suddenly spoke, but her voice was not loud enough to drown out all the noise. Even the furious boss, Chun, calmed down. He couldn't afford to offend Director Lu's daughter. There's no rule in the rules that forbids taking action before landing on the island, nor does it forbid the use of bombs. There are even bombs among the supplies on the island. Lu Yao slowly stood up, a look of authority emerging on her young face. She looked at everyone calmly. Bai Ye's actions didn't break any rules, so he wasn't cheating. Everyone had different thoughts. They then remembered that Lu Yao had just spent 300 million to bet on Bai Yi to win. It's broken. Capital has set it up. This Miss Lu must have set up this trap on purpose in order to earn some pocket money. Bai Ye's arrogant provocation made them place bets without thinking, and Lu Yao's support made them angry but not able to speak out. Sister Lu Yao is right. Bai Yi did not cheat. On the contrary, he was very smart and found loopholes in the rules. He deserved the victory. Miss Yu agreed with a smile. Oh, it's all my fault for not betting with you. Otherwise, I would have won a lot of money. With her jokes, the others also started laughing. They all congratulated Lu Yao on winning the money with a smile on their faces. The atmosphere was harmonious, as if the panic and scolding just now were an illusion. Bai Yi snapped his fingers, and half of the cigarette flew into the sea of fire. He smiled and was in a good mood because no time was wasted. Although we have more time than we can spend now, a full 16 minutes and 38 seconds, we should not be extravagant and wasteful. He used his time to kill strong men like the 10 kings, or, at the very least, someone like the 12 zodiac animals. If it is used to kill a piece of trash like Feng Changming, whose health value is only 1200, wouldn't it be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Genius. Bai gave himself a little affirmation to build up his self-confidence. In fact, he didn't want to resolve the battle in this way. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame the board of directors of Apocalypse Company for coming up with such a boring selection method. It's another battle royale and a live gambling game. God would not participate in such a boring and time-wasting game. If he had followed the normal rules and honestly participated in the competition, going to the island, looking for people and supplies, guarding against mutant beasts, preventing sneak attacks, and even carrying a camera when using his abilities, how much time is wasted? With his HP value of 202, even if he activated time flow variation, 0.5 times the speed, he might not be able to beat Feng Chaming, who has an HP value of 1200. In the end, he had to find an opportunity to carry the camera on his back and stop time. He wouldn't do that. God doesn't follow the usual path. Things that humans do are things that God certainly can't do. What the hell is going on? Examiners from other rooms rushed over and looked at the mess in the room in horror. Hakuno, what happened in there? Why did it suddenly explode? Could it be that enemies from other forces are attacking? Except for the first group who had already boarded the boat, everyone else was shaken out by the explosion. In response to everyone's questions, Bai casually said, "Oh, there are no enemies. I just blew up the entire fourth group, including the instructor." The light words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. They clearly understood every word, but when they put them together, they looked stunned. After 3 seconds of silence, an instructor shouted in shock and anger, "You blew them all up?" Bai raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, you." Such a righteous answer made the instructor choke. The other contestants were extremely shocked. Bai's operation completely refreshed their views. Their thoughts on how to set traps on the islands in the middle of the lake, search for supplies, and form alliances. Suddenly, a person jumped out of the chessboard and blew up the entire chessboard in the simplest and most brutal way. "No, you can still play like this. You are blatantly cheating. You are not allowed to bring bombs during the selection," an instructor roared. "Are you blind? The rules say you can't bring anything onto the island. Did I bring a bomb onto the island?" The instructor froze, hesitating, unable to answer. "Even if the rules don't say it, your approach is too shameless. You knew here, right?" Bai said disdainfully. "What kind of place is this?" "This is a 12 zodiac animal selection competition, a place where people fight without any moral boundaries, distort human nature, and are watched by dignitaries. You're talking about bottom line with me here? Your moral standards need to be lowered. UI, stop wasting time with him. Even if you didn't break the rules by blowing up the other contestants, what about the instructors? You blew up the instructor of Group 4 as well. You're openly defying the laws of Apocalypse." "Ha ha!" Bai laughed wantonly. "This is none of my business. It was the instructor of Group 4 who told me to kill him. If you don't believe me, please watch the VCR. Oh, by the way, I guess you don't understand, so go watch the replay yourself, or ask those bigwigs who participated in the gambling. They're all witnesses. This is all your one-sided story. I will report this to the company, and the company will not let you off." The instructor didn't know how to deal with this. This kind of thing had never happened in all the years the event had been held. In addition, Bai had some background, so he could only report it to the company. Bai curled his lips in disdain. Since he dared to do this, he was not afraid that Tianchi Company would not admit it. "Do you really think I'm just the little jerk I was when I first arrived in Dawn City? I am now a new age god with 16 minutes and 38 seconds of energy." Hakuno's idea is very simple, which is, when I want to act, you'd better pretend to be blind and try your best to cooperate with the performance, otherwise I will reveal my cards. Fast forward to the moment when God descends upon the dawn, destroying the city and killing everyone. At this time, a man in black clothes and sunglasses with tattoos on his face appeared on the scene. No one knew when he came, and no one noticed where he came from. When the instructor saw this person, his expression suddenly changed. He hurried over and said respectfully, "Mr. Yang, do you have any instructions?" Yang Yusin said coldly, "Miss Lu means that this matter ends here. Do you understand?" The instructor's body trembled. He naturally knew who Miss Lu Yang Yusin was talking about. She was the apple of the eye of Tianchi's director Liu Yunxiao. Such a big shot can take his life with just one word. Although it is against the rules, it is the rules anyway. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I understand. Chapter 168, Tianchi's surname should have been Liu. Soon, the instructor came back and looked at Bai with a complicated expression, mixed with a hint of fear. Since you have one, go back and wait for notification. Bai grabbed the instructor by the collar and said coldly, I brought a black box with me containing 1 million in cash and gave it to the instructor of Group 4 for safekeeping. He didn't take good care of it. Now you don't want to compensate me, and you want to send me away." The instructor was shocked and angry. He looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. He could not imagine that there was someone in this world who was so arrogant and shameless. "Is there 1 million in that black box? Don't you know it? I don't have that much money, and the box wasn't given to me." Bai Yi interrupted impatiently. "How much money do you have on you?" Just 10,000. The instructor only wanted to calm things down at this moment. This man was crazy and had Miss Liu to protect him. He couldn't afford to offend him. "Here you go." Bai Yi snatched the money from the instructor's hand and patted his stiff shoulder with a smile. "I'm a kind person and don't want to embarrass others. I'll waive the remaining 990,000 yuan for you. Why don't you say thank you?" "Thank you, thank you." The instructor forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and left. After taking him away, the instructor was still in shock until he saw the other contestants staring at him in a daze, and he immediately became furious. "What are you looking at? Go back and participate in the selection." Lu Yinxiao sat at his desk with a frown on his face, looking at the recent intelligence in the confidential documents. The top-ranked piece of information was about Pangu USB flash drive. As time went by, the principal's words became more and more intense, and all kinds of rumors were flying around. Apocalypse Company is secretly researching the Pangu USB flash drive and has already mastered a cross-arrow war weapon. It will soon unify the entire Beimang. There are also rumors that Chairman Tianqi is over 100 years old, but has not yet died because he has obtained the technology to extend his life from the Pangu USB flash drive. Major forces even said that the Pangu USB drive is the commonwealth of all mankind, and demanded that Apocalypse Company hand over the USB drive so that the technology can be shared and benefit all mankind. Alas, these are troubled times. Lu Yunxiao sighed deeply, but a gloomy and cold light appeared in his eyes. Is the Pangu USB drive really in the hands of the chairman? The Montenegro incident was entirely planned by the chairman, who gave other directors no chance to intervene. Although it was announced that the Pangu USB flash drive was in the hands of the Black King, is this really the case? Moreover, the chairman recently held a press conference regarding the Pangu USB flash drive rumors, which gave the impression that he was trying to cover up the truth. Lu Yinxiao was a little shaken. At first, he still believed that the USB flash drive was in the hands of the Black King because the Black King was too powerful. That was completely unreasonably powerful. Apocalypse Company and the Zoo had been in friction with each other for many years. Although the Zoo could not do anything to Apocalypse, it was also difficult for Apocalypse to send troops to wipe out the Zoo, because the Zoo director is one of the 10 kings. As long as the director is immortal, the Zoo can be rebuilt no matter how many times it is destroyed. For such a strong man, even if a large army is approaching, if he is determined to escape, it will be really difficult to stop him unless a strong man of the same level takes action. A garden director alone is enough to give Apocalypse Company a headache, not to mention the Black King, the leader of the 10 kings. That is a terrifying existence that can kill the tyrant Yang Jie in seconds. Among the 10 kings, the director has the greatest power. He is said to have millions of beasts under his command and has an army of millions of mutated beasts under his command. In terms of warfare capabilities, the tyrant is the strongest, the nemesis of all thermal weapons, and a ruler of the battlefield. But in terms of mystery and strength, the Black King is recognized as the best in the world today. No one knows his identity and ability, and no one can even see how he killed the tyrant. It is reasonable for such a terrifying and powerful person to own a Pangu USB flash drive. But the information disclosed by the director was too much. It even mentioned the hidden rat in the Chinese zodiac. When thinking about the Black Mountain incident, the hidden rat did disappear for a period of time. Lu Yinxiao felt that perhaps the facts were really as the principal said. His brows furrowed more and more. Most of the directors were hoping for the chairman's death, including him. Because the chairman is too domineering, although Tianqi Company appears to be democratic and has an institution like the board of directors. In fact, all the core power is in the hands of the chairman, and he has the final say. As long as the chairman is alive, how can Lu Yinxiao make further progress? Lu Yinxiao shifted his gaze and looked at the photo on the desk. It was a family photo with 4 people in total. The young version of Lu Yinxiao and his wife stood on either side of an old man who was holding a baby girl in his arms. The old man is his father, one of the former directors of Apocalypse Company. Lu Yinxiao will never forget the words his father said while holding his hand before he died. He said, Yin Xiao, Tianqi's surname should be Liu. Father, you missed the opportunity to become chairman due to a mistake you made. You died of depression in your later years. I will not let the same mistake happen to you. Lu Yunxiao murmured softly, as if he was talking to his father, or as if he was making a promise to himself. His father named him Yunxiao because he had high hopes for him and wanted him to soar to the sky. What is Yunxiao? The sky is the sky of revelation. I have people among the core generals and the 12 zodiac signs. Yaoer will soon marry the Brotherhood of Steel. It's only a matter of time before the Type 3 gene potion is cracked. Once the chairman dies, who could stop me? It's a pity that the good situation was ruined by the Pangi USB drive. If the chairman really got the Pangi USB drive and extended its lifespan. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door interrupted Lu Yunxiao's thoughts. Enter. An assistant came in. Director Lu, the results of the first round of the 12 zodiac animals candidate selection are out. Lu Yunxiao frowned slightly. So soon? Didn't it just start? A strange look flashed across the assistant's face, and he hesitated before saying, There's only one winner so far, and that's Bai Yi, whom you had been following before. Lu Yunxiao was suddenly surprised. Bai Yi? That kid with only 200 HP won? And so quickly? He was a little curious. Give me the intelligence report. The assistant handed it over respectfully. Lu Yunxiao was stunned after just one glance. He confirmed it several times before he believed that he was not mistaken. There are only a few short sentences written above. Bai Yi brought a time bomb to the selection, and before boarding the ship, he killed all the contestants and examiners in the fourth group. This sentence made him laugh. Over the years, there have been people who have used various methods to win in the selection competitions. Honey trap, self-torture, poisoning, trap, backstab. But there was no such thing as directly killing everyone before they even boarded the ship. Chapter 169, Contrasting Colors. Recalling the last information about Bai Yi, he was wearing a Xingshua outfit worth 200,000 and intimidating others. I thought he was the kind of person who was just a bully and looked powerful, but was actually weak. He got close to Xiaodong because of his outstanding looks. Now it seems that this person is really bold and his style of doing things is unconventional. Ordinary people would not think of such an unconventional method, and even if they did, they would not dare to do it. But Bai Yi not only thought about it, he actually did it. Was he sure that Xiaodong would ask Liu Yao to help him settle it? Mr. Liu, how do you think we should handle this? Although Bai Yi's behavior did not violate any rules, it has caused a very bad impact. If he is not severely punished, I am afraid that others will follow suit. I'm worried that someone might assassinate other contestants before the competition even starts, or even in school. What do you think of Bai Yi? Lu Yunxiao asked. The assistant glanced at Lu Yunxiao's expression and said tentatively, This person is extremely arrogant and reckless. Using such means to win the competition is truly despicable. Lu Yunxiao smiled slightly. You are wrong. I think this person is very smart. The assistant's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had said the wrong thing. He had thought that Lu Yunxiao looked down on people like Bai Yi who were the lower class, so he wanted to belittle them. If you were Bai Yi and participated in the 12 zodiac selection, how would you win? The assistant was stunned and thought for a moment. His HP is only 200. If he wants to win, he can only hide, wait for others to fight, and then launch a surprise attack. You mean, let the monkey attack a wounded tiger? The assistant was a little embarrassed. It's really not realistic. 200 HP is the lowest in the game. The gap is too big. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to win. Lu Yunxiao laughed and said, That's right. If an ordinary person were in Bai Yi's position, they would have been dead, but he won. No matter how he won, winning is winning. The means are not important. The result is what matters. If you want to succeed, you must be like a tree. The more you yearn for the light above, the deeper your roots must be in the darkness below. But if I win like this, I'm afraid I'll be criticized or even ostracized in the future. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Yunxiao's eyes. If I let you choose, do you want to be Bai Yi, who is alive but criticized, or Feng Changming, who was killed in the explosion? The assistant was startled, a look of shame flashing across his face. I understand, Mr. Liu. You're right. Compared to life and death, reputation is nothing. Let's leave it at that. Remember to revise the selection rules. No physical contact is allowed before landing on the island. Yes, Mr. Liu. As the assistant left, Lu Yunxiao lit a cigar and leaned back in a leather seat. his deep eyes watching the smoke drifting like ribbons. I silently calculated in my mind that Baye's ruthlessness and intelligence did not make him a useless person. Since he was not dead and past the selection, he could be used by me. What Lu Yinxiao values is not Baye's value, but the family behind in Xiaotong. As long as Bayi is under control, and Xiaodong can be used to indirectly leverage some of the family's resources. Seeing Bayi return safely, although in Xiaodong's face was still cold, her brows relaxed unconsciously. When? She asked softly. Where's the money? Bayi stretched out his hand, and Xiaodong's sky suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy, and she stared at him expressionlessly. At the fonts, Bayi raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you waiting for? Go get my money back. You can't get it now. You have to wait until tonight." "Why wait until night? What if that guy?" "Xiaolu absconds with the money." And Xiaodong's face darkened, and she frowned. "She doesn't care about your little money. She's waiting until tonight because she invited you and me to her house for dinner tonight." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the villa. Bai curled his lips, put his hands behind his head, and followed in while whistling. I complained in my heart. She has such a hot temper. She must be having her period. I can't let her practice for me these days. Night. Lu Yao's driver showed up at his Xiaodong's door on time. Bai Yi, who was standing at the gate, urged impatiently towards the bedroom. "Are you done yet? You've been fiddling around in the room for an hour." There was a rustling sound of someone getting dressed in the house. A minute later, and Xiaodong walked out of the house wearing black high-heeled shoes. A burgundy velvet evening gown outlines her exquisite figure, and the V-neck is embellished with tiny diamonds, which sway gently with her steps, like crushed starlight. The hem of the skirt hangs down to the ankles, revealing a section of fair calves when she walks. The luster of the burgundy velvet flows under the light, which is both elegant and has a bit of lazy gorgeousness. She walked over to Bai Yi, who was wearing a burgundy suit, and gently raised her hand to tuck the loose hair behind her ears. "How about it?" "Not very good." Bai Yi still remembered what Xiaodong had said about him when he bought Xingshua this morning. How dare he ask about it now? Isn't this just walking into a trap? And Xiaodong got into the car without saying a word. The car sped all the way, and after passing several military checkpoints, it finally drove into a huge manor. How big is it? Other manors are located in beautiful forests, but Lu Yao's manor surrounds the entire forest. There are hills, man-made waterfalls, streams, and you can even see a few deer drinking water by the stream. The car drove in the manor for 20 minutes before arriving at the gate. Along the way, Bai Yi saw no less than 100 waiters and teams of patrolling bodyguards. Is this the world of the rich? Bai Yi felt the shock from the money. If a director of Tianqi Company is so rich, how rich should Gao Shanhe, who is known as the richest man in Beimang, be? No wonder Fatty Gao wants to give a manor to each person. He can really afford it. He couldn't wait to know how much money the deer had made for him. The car stopped in front of a castle-like building, and a waiter immediately opened the door respectfully. Bai Yi and Xiaodong got out of the car and stepped onto the spotless red carpet. On both sides of the red carpet stood a row of waiters with polite smiles on their faces. An old man with gray hair, glasses, and a tuxedo stood on the red carpet and bowed slightly to the two of them. "Welcome to our two distinguished guests. The young lady is already waiting in the banquet hall. Please follow me." When you step into the castle, you will find that the decoration style inside is not exaggerated, but rather exudes grandeur and elegance everywhere, like a noble home with profound heritage. "Xiaodong." Lu Yao ran up the stairs happily, like a happy little deer. Little deer. And Xiaodong seemed very happy to see her good friend. But she was slightly stunned when she saw the short little deer walking down the stairs, and the figure that was blocked by the stairs was completely revealed. Today, Lu Yao was wearing a burgundy dress with a fluffy gauze hem that looked like crumpled red velvet when it fell, and raised delicate arcs when she walked, like petals stretching out in the dark night. Chapter 170, and Dai stops practicing. And Xiaotong looked at Xiaolu in the burgundy dress, then looked at her own burgundy evening gown, and Baiye's burgundy suit worth 200,000. Her eyes moved slightly, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Haha, you guys are going to play Candy Crush, right? Looking at the two people with conflicting colors, Baiyi was amused. He felt more and more that his aesthetic taste was very good. Didn't he see that everyone liked burgundy? Baiyi, hello Baiyi. Standing in front of Baiyi, Lu Yao's originally cheerful smile became reserved. Is your injury healed? It's been a long time since I last read it. Let's not talk about this for now. Xiaolu, how much money did you win for me this time? Bai Yi asked the question he cared about most. Uh, Lu Yao screamed inwardly. Her face flushed slightly, and her eyes dodged. Why did he call me Xiaolu directly? This is only the second time we've met. Hey, little dear, I'm asking you a question. What did you say just now? Lu Yao pretended to be busy and smoothed her hair, then fiddled with the decoration on her chest. I'm talking about the money. The money I won this time. Oh, I saved all the winnings this time into the card. Please take a seat first. And Xiaodong interrupted. Lu Yao came to her senses and hurriedly asked them to take a seat. During the meal, she took out a card and handed it to Bai Yi. There are 300 million in here. The password is on the back. How much? 300 million. Bai Yi paused, holding the chopsticks, and looked over with burning eyes. Lu Yao was a little embarrassed. Don't think it's too little. It's mainly because the gambling ended just as it started. So, I only won this much. 300 million? Don't think it's too little? Are these two words really meant to go together? Damn rich people. No, I'm a rich man now. So, rich people are not that bad. 300 million is indeed not a lot. Bai Yi nodded seriously, then quickly took the bank card. Lu Yao took a sip of juice, her lips glistening. She continued, originally it was even less, only 100 million. Thanks to your provocation in front of the camera, the gambling crowd got angry and immediately invested a lot more money, betting on you to be the first to die, to be eliminated. Ha ha, Bai Yi laughed. He didn't expect that his provocation would bring him an unexpected surprise. He didn't think too much about it at the time. He just felt that there was a group of big shots behind him watching him like a monkey show. So he felt unhappy, so he teased them. As a result, in just one sentence, he earned an extra 200 million yuan. It is really easy to make money from big shots. Seeing Bai Yi smiling happily, Lu Yao also laughed. They bet on you being eliminated, so I bet against them and won all the money in the end. In fact, at the beginning I was planning to spend money to buy some supplies for you on the island, but I didn't expect that you would win in this way and didn't even get to the island. How did you come up with this genius idea? It's totally unexpected. Bai Yi found that Xiaolu had better vision than in Xiaotong, and discovered that he was a genius at first glance. Huh, where's in Xiaotong? He glanced at Xiaotong beside him. The night girl was cutting the steaks silently. She didn't say a word from beginning to end, as if she was invisible. People's vision is limited by the rules. Only by breaking out of the rules can we see a wider world. Master Bai, the wasteland Pua, speaks philosophy at will. So awesome, Lu Yao blinked her big eyes, as if making a jingling sound. Bai Yi, you definitely can't imagine how interesting the scene in the hall was at the moment of the explosion. Many people were scared silly. Mr. Chun, the freight company, even peed his pants. Here's your steak. And Xiaodong pushed the steak in front of Bai Yi. Her voice was not loud, but it made Lu Yao's laughter get lower and lower. Bai Yi looked at the steak, then looked at Xiaodong, who looked calm, and alarm bells started ringing in his heart. The sun rises from the west. She will be so kind. He asked suspiciously, did you spit in it? And Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm going to throw up. Eat it if you want. Bai Yi flipped the food around with his chopsticks twice to make sure there was nothing wrong before eating a piece. Bai Yi, this is for you. Lu Yao took out a box and handed it over. You saved me last time, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. During the tryout, I saw you smoking, so I got some cigars from my dad. They're not available on the market, so smoking them won't hurt you. No one dislikes receiving gifts, just as no one likes giving gifts. Hakuno put down the steak and opened the box. A row of dark brown cigars were neatly arranged, with a glossy sheen. What a good thing. He smokes just to show off. And how can ordinary cigarettes compare to cigars and showing off? I accepted it without hesitation. Then Lu Yao took out 2 playful and cute cartoon hairpins, each with a miniature deer as the cartoon image. She gave one of them to Xiaotong. Thank you, Xiaotong. This is a little deer hairpin I made myself. There are only 2 of them in the world. Let's get one each, hee hee. And Xiaodong looked at the little deer hairpin in her hand. The crooked lines were cute and a little funny. She smiled slightly and said, Thank you, little deer. I like it very much. As long as you like it, I'll help you bring it. I'll help you too. 2 girls in burgundy dresses came together, reached out their hands at the same time, and pinned hairpins on each other's smooth hair. Looking at the crooked hairpin, the 2 smiled at each other. After eating and drinking, Bai Yi went home satisfied. 300 million. How many hard drives can you buy with that? If Bai Zai dares to come and beat him up so hard that his mother can't even recognize him. That's if he has a mother. The accommodation conditions for life buying money are also met, and Xiaodong walked over after taking off her burgundy evening gown and putting on cartoon pink pajamas. The loose pajamas made her figure look even slimmer and thinner, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. From today on, you will practice on your own. After so many days, you have mastered the skills of cultivation. Bai Yeteng, who was in high spirits, suddenly jumped up from the sofa and said anxiously, "Xiao Tong, you must not forget your roots. This is a good training session. Why do you just stop training now? The trials are over. There's no need for a power player anymore. What we need to do next is strengthen my body. That will increase your chances of getting the Panga USB drive from the core lab." These words were well-reasoned and made the Wasteland PUA master by speechless. The plan they discussed was indeed as follows. After passing the selection, they would be injected with type 3 gene agent to determine the location of the core experiment, and then exchange bodies. With Bayan and Xiaodong, you go into Steel Panga's USB flash drive. The last step is the most critical, and naturally the stronger Xiaodong's body is, the better. Okay then. Bai Yi nodded reluctantly, his eyes revealing an endless desire for Xiaotong to be his substitute player. He could have endured the boring upgrades if he had never hired a coach and had never felt the thrill of rocketing to the top. And Xiaodong ignored by his eager gaze and turned away. In fact, there's another reason why she can't play for others, but she didn't tell her, mainly because she couldn't say it out loud. After such a long career as a substitute player, Bai Yi is no longer satisfied with just watching. She is worried that if she continues to substitute players, the sacrifice she will make will be a bit too great. Chapter 171. It's broken. It's fate again. The next day, substitute coach and Xiaotong went to school. Hakuno started to stir up trouble at home alone. He did not go out and spend the huge sum of 300 million yuan to avoid being tricked by the painter again. After all, he had just been tricked during the genetic test. If Pei Qingyue wasn't one of them, something would definitely have happened. He had received a notice that tomorrow was the day for the injection of the type 3 gene drug. In order to ensure that everything would be safe, he decided not to go out today. As for the one causing trouble, it was naturally the Eye of Ember in the spiritual space. Ever since he saw the Eye of Ember during meditation last time, Bai has felt like there was something stuck in his throat. This thing is lurking in his body like a time bomb. Who knows when something will happen? So he had to figure it out. Light up the spring message in the snow, and the elegant fragrance wafts away. Bai Guyu lay on the sofa, his body slumped and completely relaxed. Close your eyes gently, focus your mind, and start meditating. Not long after, he fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake, he once again came to the pure, white spiritual space. Mashiro, Hakuno sighed. This proves that my heart is pure. One sentence cured me of the mental fatigue caused by being a muggle. Then his gaze passed over the clock of time and the hourglass of time and fell on the eyes of Ember curled up in the corner. This damn big, I was staring at him without blinking. Bai thought about it and felt that nothing should happen in his own spiritual space. After all, the Eye of Ember seemed to be very afraid of the clock of time and the hourglass of time. He released his mental power and slowly approached the Eye of Ember. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Eye of Ember flew up like a demon breaking free from a cage and hit Bai Ye's mental power. Boom strapia! Bai Ye only felt the world spinning and his mind was constantly shaking. It's broken. It's fate again. Damn you, painter. He instantly fell back to reality from the spiritual space and suddenly opened his eyes. The vision of his left eye seemed to be stained red by blood, and the entire room turned scarlet in his eyes, but his right eye was still fine and he saw normal scenes. His vision seemed to be split in two, half normal color and half scarlet. Fuck. Bai Yi cursed at the sudden severe pain in his left eye, as if countless red-hot needles were stirring wildly in his eyes. Then, his left eye began to beat like a heart. He quickly pressed his left eye, fearing that the eyeball would pop out of the socket. Could it be that this Eye of Ember is not a projection of the mind? Bai Yi stumbled towards the bathroom. He wanted to look in the mirror. But just as he took a step, something unexpected happened. A suffocating pressure exploded from his left eye, and the air around him instantly solidified into lead. All the furnishings, furniture, and decorations in the house all began to vibrate violently. Hakuno could even see the dust on the ground dancing. His eyes were hurting more and more, and the noises were getting louder and louder. 202's magnificent energy and blood burst out, and with the blessing of you, he quickly rushed to the mirror in the bathroom. The boy in the mirror seemed like a different person, with pale skin and indifferent eyes, like the indifference of a god looking down on all living beings. His left eye had already changed its appearance. The iris turned into a thick blood red, and twisted black lines lurked deep in the pupil, like some ancient and evil totem slowly moving. Sizzle, sizzle. The light in the bathroom began to flicker, and the whole villa began to shake slightly. Baez left I hurt even more, and veins popped up on his face. But the next second, those veins turned into black lines wrapped around his eye socket, like living tentacles. Black lines spread from around the eye sockets, appearing even more eerie and terrifying against the pale skin, as if this eye contained a dark power that could devour everything. He quickly closed his right eye, because just by staring at his left eye in the mirror, he felt as if he was about to be swallowed up. Picture. Snap. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the mirror, dividing the godlike figure of the young man in the mirror into countless parts. Black lines spread wildly on his body surface and inside his body, and he could feel his body gradually losing control. Time stands still. Buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into countless golden lightning-like lines, outlining a huge golden dial under his feet. The power of time arrives, and the world is dead silent. The black lines that were spreading wildly also stopped. Eyes of Ember. Damn it. Baez's eyes were fierce. He took out a dagger and was about to dig out his own eyeballs. But when the tip of the knife was about to touch the pupil, he stopped again. He suddenly thought of something. If the Eye of Ember in the spiritual space wanted to invade his left eye, then digging it out now would be equivalent to releasing the Eye of Ember. Back in Shelter 189, it was the ebony box that completely isolated the influence of the Eye of Ember. If it really escaped, there would be no ebony box here. Wait, since the power of time can suppress the Eye of Ember, can I close it again? Bai tried it immediately. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. But he obviously overestimated himself. After experiencing such a strange scene, even for him, it would be difficult to calm down in a short period of time. Bai was anxious. Isn't this a waste of time? The next second, he entered a state of meditation. Facts have proved that human potential can be forced out. After entering the spiritual space, Bai saw a magical scene. In a world where time stands still, the second hand on the clock of time is ticking away bit by bit, which means that his time is passing by rapidly. When the passage of time became concrete, he became even more anxious. Where's the Eye of Ember? He was so anxious that he was circling in his mind, but no matter how he searched every corner, he could not find a shadow of the Eye of Ember. Could it be that I have completely escaped? So my left eye is now the Eye of Ember? But that's not right. Bai felt something was wrong. His left eye was not at the level of the Eye of Ember at all. The Eye of Ember was suspected to be the Eye of God, one of the top 10 taboo objects of God, and the one that could control tyrants. Just now, my right eye saw my left eye through the mirror, and the gaze did not feel as if I was facing a god. That's why he concluded that his left eye has not yet completely transformed into the Eye of Ember, which means that the Eye of Ember has not yet left the spiritual space. Where the hell are we? Bai was stunned. He recalled the scene when the Eye of Ember pounced on his mental power. It was his own spiritual will that brought the power of the Eye of Ember to the outside world, manifesting it in his left eye. Doesn't that mean the Eye of Ember is in my mind? Chapter 172 Shout Ong. Come and understand the secrets of life with me. Bai entered the spiritual space with his thoughts and had no entity. His current state was more like the legendary soul, a group of white smoke in the shape of a human that gathered and dispersed unsteadily, and his appearance could be vaguely seen. He moved his mind, and two illusory hands kept groping around his body, and finally he touched a hot, hard object at the position of his left eye. Get out here! He pulled hard, and a scarlet eyeball was pulled out. It was the Eye of Ember. He was so angry when he saw the Eye of Ember. If he was not in a state of mind now, he would have stepped on the Eye of Ember. Looking at the constantly rotating golden second hand, Bai Yerong didn't think much and directly threw the Eye of Ember towards the clock of time and the hourglass of time. The Eye of Ember bounced directly into a corner like a bouncy ball hitting a wall. Time to recover. Buzz. The power of time suddenly dissipated. The time in the outside world began to flow, but the second hand on the clock of time stopped. 17 minutes and 1 second. Just wasted another 37 seconds of his time. The Eye of Ember, which had been frantically agitated, now huddled in the corner as it had done before. What the hell is going on? Damn painter. Bai cursed angrily and returned to the outside world. He opened his eyes, and in a shattered mirror, his left eye had completely recovered. But the house was in a mess. The energy of the Eye of Ember was too terrifying. Just a wisp of its breath almost caused the entire villa to collapse. Fortunately, he was detained in time. Otherwise, when Xiaotong returned home from school, she would see that her home was gone. Now he finally understood that the Eye of Ember in the spiritual space should be the real body. Just because he took a look at it in Shelter 189, it somehow invaded the spiritual space. Maybe it was thinking of occupying his own body, but it was directly suppressed by the clock of time, without causing any waves. It was not until he learned to meditate that he realized that there was such a thing in the spiritual space. It seems that the power of time can suppress the Eye of Ember. But what if time runs out? Bai Yi frowned, fearing that if time ran out, the Eye of Ember would break free and take over his body. Fuck, none of the things that God hates are good. Among the 3 taboo objects encountered, the twin monkey statue, by Zay, and the Eye of Ember, is there any one that is good? He was very angry now, especially after seeing the mess in the house. He became even more angry. Because it still needs to be cleaned up, otherwise Xiaodong won't be able to explain her behavior of destroying the house when she comes back. In the afternoon, Xiaodong returned home from school. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Bai Yi wearing a dust hat and an apron, cleaning with a broom and mop in his hands. Bai Yi heard the door open, looked up, and saw Xiaodong looking at him with a strange look. Zet. He was just about to say something to make up for himself, but Xiaodong took 2 steps back and walked out the door. She stood at the door and looked around, as if to confirm whether she had come to the wrong place. Stop looking. This is your house, Bai Yi said unhappily, and Xiaotong walked in again, with brisk steps, her hands behind her back on her skirt, and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. A New Age god also does housework. Aren't these chores something a mortal girl, like me, should be doing? Bai Yi's face suddenly turned dark. It was indeed Xiaodong who did the housework before, and he was only responsible for making trouble. And Xiaodong asked him to work several times, but he refused righteously. The reason is, how can the god of the New Age do such trivial things? Now the boomerang hits him. As the old saying goes, if you can't even clean your own house, how can you clean the world? Every aspect of life is a form of spiritual practice. Even seemingly trivial matters contain the secrets of life. Bai Yi walked quickly to Xiaodong and handed the broom to her. Come and understand the mysteries of life with me. And Xiaodong smiled slightly and passed by Bai Yi as lightly as a butterfly through flowers. She left without looking back and even waved her hand. My Lord God, please slowly understand it yourself. A dark line appeared on Bai Yi's forehead, and he glared at her fiercely. A sinister woman. She's not cute at all. The next day, the god of the new era entered the gate of Qiming College's Martial Arts Academy with 18 minutes and 1 second in his pocket. Today is the day to inject the Type 3 gene drug. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Once he had the body of a dragon, he didn't know who in this world could stop the coming of God. As for the minor side effects, a pseudo-human body doesn't need stabilizers, and its bestiality is negligible. Could it possibly be comparable to the divine contamination of the Eye of Ember? In the empty classroom, the 3 winners who survived the first round of the selection competition were sitting quietly waiting. Although they're all winners, the 3 are in obviously different conditions. There was a hint of arrogance on Li Hu's young face. As the strongest in the same group, he won without any surprise. He knew that he would soon be injected with the Type 3 gene drug and become a candidate for the 12 zodiac signs, thus completely shedding his civilian status and becoming a true superior person. He even began to look forward to the day when he would become a Chinese zodiac sign. Chun En's looked sad, with hatred in his eyes. In the selection competition, he was actually assigned to the same group with Ruan Qing, the girl he had a crush on. At first, the 2 teamed up, helping each other and defeating other powerful enemies. As they experienced life and death, they fell in love with each other, and their feelings became increasingly inseparable, until there were only 2 of them left. Neither of them was willing to take action, and in the end, they delayed for too long, which attracted the instructor to the island. The instructor said, "Those big shots have placed a huge bet on you. They want to see which of you can survive, so you 2 must make a choice and not spoil the fun of those big shots. Either one lives or all die." Chun Ens knew that as long as he took action, he would definitely win. After all, his blood and energy values were much higher than Ruan Qing's, but he really couldn't attack the person he loved. The same is true for Ruan Qing. The instructor suggested that the 2 of them play rock, paper, scissors to decide life or death. Looking at Ruan Qing with tears in her eyes, Chen In's finally made up his mind to sacrifice himself. He and Ruan Qing agreed that he would play scissors and she would play rock. Ruan Qing agreed. However, fate always plays tricks on people. He did choose scissors, but Ruan Qing did not choose rock, but paper. He originally thought that Ruan Qing didn't trust him, but Ruan Qing's next words made him feel ashamed. Chen In's, your talent is stronger than mine. You should be the winner. If you hadn't been protecting me during this election competition, I would have died long ago. Now, it's my turn to protect you. After Ruan Qing finished speaking, he resolutely rushed into the group of alienated beasts. Ruan Qing died, and her body was never found. With her death, she bought herself a shot of the type 3 gene drug that others dreamed of. But when the type 3 gene medicine was placed in front of him, he didn't want it anymore. He just wanted Ruan Qing to be alive. Exchanges in this world are not equal. Ruan Qing's death can be exchanged for type 3 gene medicine, but type 3 gene medicine cannot be exchanged for her. Compared with Li Hu's arrogance and Chen In's grief, Wu De seemed much more normal. A pair of slightly cunning green eyes rolled around, looking around as if looking for something. Please vote, it's the last few days. Let Feng Xiu and Buyu's rankings rush up again. And also the big guys, please write more 5-star reviews. This book currently only has a score of 9.2, which is the lowest score among the 4 books in Hulu. I'm so upset, I can't sleep. Chapter 173. Wu De is not the strongest in their group, but he is the most immoral. In this life and death battle, he tried every possible means, including kneeling down to beg for mercy, poisoning, and using mutant beasts to eliminate his opponents, and finally won. The 3 of them are the most typical 3 types of winners in the selection competition. Previous winners are basically also these 3 types with similar characteristics: strength, belief, and integrity. If you possess any one of these 3 qualities, you will have the foundation for success. At this time, the 4th winner came. Bang! The classroom door was kicked open violently. A figure in burgundy clothes stepped into the classroom. The bright color complemented the boldness on the boy's face, like a ball of flame. Bai Yi, holding a cigar, glanced around and saw that there were only 3 winners waiting in the classroom. He frowned immediately. Where are the people from the company? They came later than me. Do you still want to work? Li Hu frowned and looked at Bai Yi with disgust. This despicable guy actually came, and the company didn't punish him. Damn this relative. He won the match fairly, so naturally he looked down on people like Hakuno who relied on bombs to win. In his opinion, it was absurd that a person with neither strength nor bottom line could be injected with type 3 gene drug. When he becomes one of the 12 zodiac signs, he must put an end to this chaos. Chen In just glanced at Bai Yi and lowered his head, still immersed in grief. Wu De, on the other hand, quickly stood up with a flattering smile on his face. Brother Bai, you're here. Please take a seat. The people in the company are really annoying. They kept you waiting for so long. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the man. Why do you call me Brother Bai? I didn't know I was a pigeon. Yes, Master Bai. I'm not very good at speaking. Please forgive me. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu De, and I'm the contestant who participated in the selection competition with you. I am truly astonished by the way you achieved such a great victory before even landing on the island. So, I came here early this morning to wait for you. Just wanted to have a few more words with a big shot like you. It doesn't need to be too much. Just a few words will be enough to benefit me for the rest of my life. Wu De said as he trotted over to Bai Yi. He nodded and stretched out his arm to lead the way for Bai Yi, fearing that Bai Yi would be hit by the table and chairs when he sat down. A set of silky horses. The truth made Bai Yi look at him with admiration. Although Wu De looked cunning, he was quite honest. Bai Yi originally thought that Wu De would change his name to Brother Yi, but unexpectedly he changed it directly to Master Bai. Wu De had already prepared himself mentally for this. Yi is the same as Yi, and Bai Yi is the same as Bai Yi. Li Hu watched coldly, the contempt in his eyes becoming more and more intense. They are really a bunch of snakes and rats. It is a shame to be injected with type 3 gene drug with such people. He shook his head and stopped looking to avoid polluting his eyes. But when he just looked away, he found that the light around him became dim. Li Hu looked up and frowned. Bai Yi was already standing in front of him, and the shadow cast by his tall and straight body covered him. You. Li Hu was about to speak. Bang! A loud slap hit his face, leaving 5 red finger marks. Li Hu was stunned on the spot. He never expected that he and Bai Yi had not even exchanged a single word, but he was slapped in the face right after he came up. After being stunned, he was filled with uncontrollable anger, and his already fierce eyes looked even more ferocious. A full 1,000 of powerful energy and blood burst out, and scarlet light emerged from Li Hu's body. Are you not convinced? Do you believe that I will cancel your qualification to inject type 3 medicine? Bai Yi said condescendingly, holding a cigar in his mouth. Li Hu's anger suddenly stopped, and panic, hatred, frustration, all kinds of expressions appeared on his face one by one. In the end, he didn't dare to say a word, and the scarlet blood on his body slowly dissipated like his courage. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend Bai Yi. A person who could kill his teammates and instructors and still advance must have an unimaginable background. Li Hu kept telling himself, "Be patient. You must be patient. Even if this arrogant man in front of him could be crushed to death by one hand, he must not do it. The type 3 gene medicine, which was obtained with so much difficulty, must not go wrong at the critical moment. When he becomes one of the 12 zodiac animals in the future, killing Bai Yi will be as easy as killing an ant." Ha ha! Seeing that, Li Hu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him at all. Bai Yi smiled arrogantly, blew out a smoke ring, turned to look at Wu De, who was stunned beside him, and asked, "Do you know why I hit him?" Wu De carafulli rakayad liungrias expresión. He roughly guessed the reason and said flatteringly, "Because he dared to look at you with contempt. Of course he deserves a beating." The corners of Bai Yi's mouth widened, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. "Wrong. Am I such a stingy person? Veyu de stund. Was he wrong? Impossible, this was so obvious." "So you are." Bai Yi sneered, "because he's so easy to bully. Look, when I hit him, he didn't even dare to fight back, not even a word. He's worse than a dog on the side of the road." Li Hu lowered his head tightly, his body shaking uncontrollably with anger. He didn't dare to look up, for he was afraid of seeing Bai Yi's arrogance and ruining his future in a moment of impulse. Wu De looked at Bai Yi with a sneer on his face, and for some reason, a chill in his heart surged. He knew that Bai Yi had a strong background, so he wanted to curry favor with him. He thought that an arrogant second generation like Bai Yi would be easy to curry favor with, because he was good at guessing the thoughts of these second generations. He did the same when he was in the martial arts academy. This made the second generation in the martial arts academy very happy, and they rewarded him with a lot of resources. But now Bai Yi's words made him shudder. Living with the king is like living with a tiger. This sentence suddenly popped up in Wu De's mind. He realized that Bai Yi was completely different from those brainless and domineering second generations in the martial arts academy. Based on his previous experience, he could not guess his thoughts at all, because Bai Yi's arrogance is completely incomparable to those second generations. Even his thinking patterns are different. Wu De laughed dryly twice. His former eloquence seemed to have lost its use at this moment, and he was at a loss for words. At this moment, two men in black with stern expressions walked in. "Four winners. It's already late. Why are you still talking nonsense? Lead the way." Bai Yi walked straight between the two of them. The two men in black were slightly stunned. They looked at each other, silently left the classroom, and began to lead the way. Soon, everyone got on an armored vehicle similar to a prison van. Two men in black, one sitting in the driver's seat and the other in the co-pilot seat. The rear compartment was completely separated from the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat, like a rectangular, fully enclosed cage. There were no windows at all, and the outside world could not be seen at all. Chapter 174 Silver Snake's 19th Heartbeat. Inside the carriage, Li Hu lowered his head in silence. Chun Inz was immersed in grief, Wu De was concentrating on flattery, and Bai Yi accepted everything. "I'm finally going to the core laboratory, paying a USB drive. Here I come." Bai Yi's lips curled up into a smile. As long as he found the most mysterious core laboratory, he would be able to find the Panga USB flash drive he had been thinking about. By then, transcendence, immortality, genetic modification, the secrets of catastrophes, everything will be in God's hands. He even felt that there might be forbidden knowledge about time in Panga's USB flash drive. After all, the example of Panga material is here. People in the civilized era can create Panga material, so it is impossible that they have not studied time. With the knowledge about time, he can use more time skills and become a true god of the new era. He can't wait. Although the carriage blocked the perception of the outside world, he and his Shoutong were well prepared. That is the locator of the silent court, the white dove ring. He is now wearing Li Baiqian's white dove ring, and in Shoutong, who is hiding in the dark, can track it from a distance and then determine the location of the core experiment. After driving for about an hour, the car slowly stopped. Snap! A man in black opened the carriage, and the dazzling, incandescent light penetrated the dark carriage like a sharp sword, hitting everyone's face. Bai Yi was the first to get out of the car. Had we arrived at the place where the type 3 gene drug is injected? He glanced around and frowned immediately. Military base? What I see before me is a small military base. How can it look like a laboratory at all? Teams of soldiers armed with live ammunition were standing guard, including dozens of strong men in black special operations uniforms. They exuded a fierce and tyrannical aura and were obviously genetically modified. This is not a place to inject drugs. All winners need to get off the bus for inspection. Please take out all items on your body except clothes. After you pass the inspection, someone will take you to the core laboratory. A man in black said expressionlessly. Baye's eyes moved slightly. It was indeed not that simple. If only a closed car could go directly to the core laboratory, the core laboratory would have been exposed long ago. It is impossible that the hostile forces of Apocalypse Company have not thought of invading the core laboratory by selecting the 12 Zodiac candidates. In particular, the zoo, which had long been determined to obtain the type 3 gene drug, must have tried various methods, but all ended in failure. Wow, I didn't expect there would be such a handsome guy among the contestants this year. Haha. It's really worth it for me, your sister, to wait here for such a long time. A familiar voice came from the gate of the military base. The voice was extremely charming. Even though we were several meters apart, it sounded like a soft moan right next to my ear, like a cat's claws scratching my heart, turning around and around. I saw an enchanting figure walking towards me, her steps swaying, her body as soft as a snake, swaying with every step. Before anyone arrived, a fragrant breeze blew towards me. Bai looked closely and found that it was an acquaintance. Chinese Zodiac, Silver Snake. The Silver Snake walked over with a charming smile, and the soldiers and genetically modified people around it lowered their heads and growled. Greetings, Lord Silver Snake. Li Hu and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Silver Snake. The Silver Snake, one of the 12 Chinese Zodiac animals. The 12 Zodiac signs are the goals of all students at Qiming Martial Arts Academy. They have often heard the legends about the 12 Zodiac signs since the moment they entered the academy. To them, the 12 Zodiac signs are not only goals, but also idols. When a legendary idol showed up, they naturally couldn't hide their excitement and awe. The Silver Snake didn't pay attention to them, but stared at Bai Yi. The burgundy suit and handsome appearance made her heart beat fast. This was the 19th time her heart had moved since Minghu died more than half a month ago, because Minghu had only been dead for 19 days. When Yinshi looked at Bei was also observing this old acquaintance. After a period of recuperation, her skin seemed to have grown back. She was no longer a lowly from Montenegro, but a mature and charming lady. The silver sequin skirt fits her curves perfectly, and the silver sequins cast tiny lights with every step she takes. The skirt is so short that it barely covers her thighs. Beneath the skirt were black stockings with a fine texture, the texture of which looked hazy in the sunlight, flowing down the ankles into the thin-strap high heels. The sound of her heels hitting the ground seemed to set the rhythm for every look she gave. Little brother, you look familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before? Silver Snake came in front of Bai Yi and raised the corners of his eyes slightly while speaking. His eyes moved and were captivating. Bai Yi thought, I have seen it before. When you and Minghu were playing in public in Heishan, I was watching from a distance. Silver Snake hasn't changed at all, always calling me brother. On the Black Mountain, 2 people she had called brothers were dead. Brother Minghu and Brother Tyrant. How unlucky. I couldn't be recognized, right? After all, I was covered in dirt and wearing beggar's clothes. He was not afraid of being recognized, but was worried about exposing his identity. The identity of Black Gun, Xiao Bai. It's so shameful, he said calmly. Your way of chatting people up is too old-fashioned. Silver Snake laughed sweetly, as expected of someone who dared to kill the instructor with a bomb. Even after knowing my identity, you spoke without a care in the world. I have to say, little brother, you have successfully caught my attention. Baye's face turned dark. It was not a good thing to attract the attention of the biochemical matrix. After all, the pseudo-human body should be resistant to poison, right? While the two were talking, Li Hu clenched his fists, the flames of jealousy burning his internal organs. Why? Why does he get Silver Snake's attention? I should be the one being noticed. I'm the strongest of these 4. He looked down on the 3 people in the same group. Chun In's weakness, Wu De's lack of morals, and Bai Ye's backdoor dealings. He thought he was the best. Moreover, He has always had a special feeling for Silver Snake because his idol is Minghu, that man who is as ferocious as the king of beasts. Maybe it's because his name contains the word tiger, and he likes the tiger, the king of beasts, so his biggest goal is to become someone like Minghu, or even replace Minghu and become the tiger, one of the 12 zodiac signs. And Silver Snake is Minghu's woman, so he has naturally put himself in Minghu's shoes many times, imagining the story between him and Silver Snake after he becomes Minghu. It is said that the Silver Snake is charming and naturally beautiful, but after seeing it today, I found that the rumor is false. This is not charming at all. It is simply a disaster to the country and the people, a woman among women. But now, this goddess he once imagined was actually smiling at Bai Yi in front of him, and he was powerless to do anything. Lord Silver Snake, it's time to search him. Dr. Jane is still waiting. A man in black reminded in a low voice. He was afraid that the Silver Snake would lose its bestiality and kill Bai Yi in front of everyone. Chapter 175, How Daring. Blasphemy. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Silver Snake's eyes. She had finally been moved and wanted to talk more, but she didn't dare to offend Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian is the leader of the core laboratory. Although he does not hold power, he controls the Type 3 gene drug. He is the founder of Type 3 gene pharmaceuticals. Even the directors treat him with courtesy because of his talent. Little brother, let's talk after you were injected with the genetic medicine. As he said that, Silver Snake stuffed a small note into Bai Ye's hand and tickled his palm with his tender fingers. My address is on it. Remember to come find me. Bai Yi suddenly felt a chill. Am I being teased? Damn Silver Snake, you dare to blaspheme God. You deserve to die. Follow me. The Silver Snake turned and left, leaving everyone with an enchanting back. Everyone followed behind him and walked towards the interior of the military base. Only then did Li Hu dare to look directly at the Silver Snake, staring at the enchanting back and scrupulously, his eyes scanning back and forth. When his gaze moved down and landed on the Silver Snake's thigh, he couldn't help but breathe quickly. The sequins on the edge of the silver sequin skirt actually hooked the stockings, leaving a few small holes in the black stockings at the roots of Silver Snake's thighs, exposing her fair skin and adding a bit of charm. Along the way, Li Hu didn't even pay attention to the surrounding environment. His mind was completely attracted by those exposed skins. The Silver Snake, leading the way, heard the rapid breathing behind him, and a charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How could she not know that the silver sequin skirt would match the flowered stockings? Of course, she did it on purpose without any care. Soon, the four were taken to a closed room. The silver-white metal walls made Bai Yi feel as if he had returned to Shelter 189. The room was very spacious, with a full-length mirror as tall as a person placed in the middle. There were some desks around it, on which were placed several electronic devices similar to testers. There are several staff members behind the desk, debugging the equipment. The forbidden item of the Jiao level, True Shadow Mirror. The Silver Snake stood next to the mirror, put one hand on it, and smiled sweetly at everyone. As soon as they heard the word taboo, everyone's eyes immediately shifted to the mirror. Taboo objects always carry some mystery and are treasures that are hard to come by. True Shadow Mirror is more than 1 person tall, and the frame is forged from a whole piece of dark silver metal. The surface is covered with fine cloud patterns, and deep in the patterns are faintly inlaid with tiny white crystals. It will emit a very faint cold light under the light, like a layer of frost on stars. The mirror surface is not as transparent as ordinary glass, but has a slight foggy feeling, with a soft silver halo at the edge, like moonlight immersed in water. Don't worry, little brother. This forbidden object is not offensive. Its only function is to reveal your true reflection, that is, your true face. There are too many strange taboos and bizarre supernatural powers in this world, some of which can even change their appearance, so you must make sure that you are you, and not someone else impostoring you. In addition, it can also show whether you are carrying any prohibited items on your body or even in your body. When Silver Snake spoke, he didn't even look at the others, as if they didn't exist. In those charming eyes, there was only Bai Yi. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, thinking that he was going to waste time again. There is definitely no problem with his identity. After all, it was Liu Yinxiao who arranged it personally. The extraordinary people don't have to worry, because he is a muggle. But he had too much stuff with him. Black nether mask, white dove ring, pangamatter, eye of ember, clock of time, hourglass of time. Of course, he didn't believe that the true shadow mirror could reflect the pangamatter, eye of ember, clock of time, and hourglass of time. None of these things can be touched by the true shadow mirror. Which one of them is not related to God? Not to mention a mere Jiao level forbidden object, even a dragon level 1 would not work. But it can definitely capture the dark ghost face and white dove ring. In front of the silver snake, he couldn't hide these two things, so he could only waste time and stop time. It's okay to waste a little time for paying a USB flash drive. Who will go first? Asked Silver Snake. Bai immediately took a step forward and walked in front of the true shadow mirror. Silver Snake laughed sweetly. Little brother, the mirror will emit light later. If you are scared, you can hold your sister's hand. Stop talking nonsense. I'll report you to the board of directors for harassment. Silver Snake laughed even more happily. Sister, I just like the way you look when you have a cold face. I really want to strip you naked and press you on. She was slightly stunned. Was it an illusion? She looked at Baiye's face. For some reason, she felt that Baiye seemed whiter and tenderer than before, and her skin was as tender as a baby's. This was not an illusion, but Baiye took off the black nether mask, revealing his newly grown face. He had just secretly stopped time and hid the black nether mask and white dove ring in the drawer of his desk. At this time, the true shadow mirror emitted a silver light that hit Baiye. After a moment, a white skeleton appeared on the mirror. Baiye's expression was slightly odd, as if he was in the hospital for an X-ray. Lord Silver Snake, he is not a transcendent and does not have any contraband on him. He is allowed to pass, said a staff member sitting behind the desk. Oh, really? Silver Snake narrowed his eyes and stared at Baiye. But why do I feel like there's something wrong with him? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several staff members tensed up, and they hurriedly checked the real image mirror and the testing equipment repeatedly. Lord Silver Snake, but the results show that he is indeed fine. Silver Snake waved his hand and said, I don't trust the instruments. I only trust my own eyes. Baiye's eyes moved slightly, and murderous intent rose in his heart. A woman's sixth sense? Damn bitch, how dare you ruin my good thing? He has decided to take action. If the Silver Snake really senses something unusual, he will have no choice but to massacre the entire military base. At this time, Silver Snake said again, I want to search you myself. As she spoke, a small, soft hand placed on Baiye's chest and slid down slightly teasingly. Such tight muscles, you have a great body, little brother. Baiye's face darkened. Damn it, he thought he had been discovered to be abnormal. But it turned out that the bitch Inshi was deliberately making things difficult for him and came to defile him. He raised his hand to slap, but the Silver Snake grabbed his hand. Silver Snake's smile became more evil. There really is something wrong with you. Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare let me search you? She simply grabbed Baiye's hand and forced him to the corner, licking her red lips with her wet tongue, her eyes fiery. Chapter 176 Silver Snake. I'm very angry now. For the first time, Baiye felt troubled by his handsomeness. What a beast. Silver Snake is simply a beast. In full view of the public, in public, how dare they openly harass? This is more difficult than being discovered to be abnormal. The consequence of being discovered is nothing more than throwing in the towel, starting a killing spree, and then finding another way to find the core laboratory later. Can be defiled. How can you resist? How can I resist the Silver Snake with a health value of 202? Stopping the machine immediately while it's on will only lead to exposure. There are only two choices before Baiye now. Either do not resist and watch yourself being defiled. Either you resist or you miss the chance to enter the core laboratory. He could endure it for a while, but he was afraid that the Silver Snake would lose its bestiality. The more he endured, the more it would become presumptuous, so he just killed it. Seeing the Silver Snake's hand moving lower and lower, Baiye couldn't bear it anymore. His privacy has never been touched by any other woman except the Black Knight. Even the Black Knight did it secretly when he was changing bodies. Time stand still. Buzz. The Silver Snake was like a frozen statue of a beauty, motionless, and her hand stopped at Baiye's abdomen, almost reaching into his pants. Grass. Baiye's eyes were blazing with anger. He never thought that one day he would waste his time because of a woman's teasing. Damn, I didn't even want to use time stop to tease a woman, but ended up being teased by a woman instead. If it was a shout-on, he could just endure it, but he really couldn't tolerate Silver Snake. He suddenly took action, first prying open the Silver Snake's claws, and then immediately ran to Li Hu. The boy's face was full of anger and desire. He stared at the enchanting back of the Silver Snake, his body slightly bent, and he didn't dare to stand up straight. You like Silver Snake, right? I'll give you a chance to show your face in front of Silver Snake." As he said that, Bai loosened his belt, then quickly returned to the corner and put Silver Snake's hand back in its original place. Time to recover. The Silver Snake smiled lewdly and was about to take a step further. But then Bai exclaimed, "Li Hu, why the hell are you taking off your pants?" The loud voice startled everyone. Silver Snake's hand paused. She looked back and was stunned. Because Li Hujin took off his pants, his two thighs covered with black hair were exposed to the air, and the most eye-catching thing was Li Hu was stunned and felt a chill in his lower body. He looked down and his face suddenly changed. No, no, Li Hu. His face flushed red, and he was frantically pulling at his pants on the ground. Everyone present looked at him, their eyes filled with surprise, strangeness, and astonishment, making him feel so embarrassed that he almost fainted. Why? Why did this happen? My pants are too big. Damn profiteers. I shouldn't have bought such cheap pants. I could have done it at any other time, but I had to do it in front of Lord Silver Snake. My image has been completely ruined. Seeing his panic, Silver Snake chuckled. The little thing is quite unique. He even knows to salute me. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. When they saw the legendary 12 zodiac animals today, they found that they were completely different from what they had imagined. This was too something. Bai took advantage of the Silver Snake's distraction and quickly broke free from her clutches and ran out from the corner. At this time, the staff on the side also hurriedly stood up and ran over. "Master Silver Snake, please continue the test, and don't make Dr. Jian wait any longer." The Silver Snake seemed a little bored. It glared at Bai fiercely and licked its lips with its scarlet tongue. "It seems to be saying, man, you can't escape from my palm." She put her palm to her nose and sniffed gently, a hint of intoxication flashing across her face. The smell of a man is really intoxicating. Silver Snake put down his hand, and the smile on his face faded. "Continue testing." Bai breathed a sigh of relief and almost lost her chastity. The test continued, but Silver Snake turned and left the room. Outside the room, "Lord Silver Snake, why did you come out?" asked a very thin staff member with sunken eyes. The Silver Snake narrowed its eyes and said coldly, "Am I beautiful?" The staff member carefully glanced at the extremely charming Silver Snake and said respectfully, "Beautiful. I'm so beautiful. Why would any man reject me?" The staff secretly groaned. The Silver Snake was indeed very beautiful, but beneath her beautiful skin she hid a perverted heart. When she was in the mood, she would do whatever she wanted regardless of the occasion or the person. She had an extremely strong physique and many tricks up her sleeve, and many men had been killed by her. Even the former Dark Tiger couldn't stand it. At first, many people were willing to follow Shi, even without salary. But as time went on, these people were willing to sell their houses and cars, and even lose everything, in order to find connections to transfer away from Shi. That's really annoying. When other zodiac animals lead a team on a mission, unless the enemy is too strong, there will rarely be too many deaths. After all, the strength of the zodiac animals is there. But if Silver Snake leads the team on a mission, several team members will die before they even see the enemy. He had been following Silver Snake for some time. Before he followed her, his chi and blood points were over 5,000, and he was physically strong. After he followed her, he lost 3 times the weight, and his chi and blood points were only 3,000. If it weren't for the lack of money, he would have been transferred long ago. It must be because that person is blind. The staff member said unwillingly. "Oomph." Silver Snake snorted coldly. "I'm very angry now." The staff member's face suddenly turned pale, and he looked terrified. However, facing the angry eyes of the Silver Snake, he could only kneel on the ground, trembling. A moment later, the Silver Snake god left feeling refreshed, leaving only the staff who were retching continuously, with a look of despair on their faces. Silver Snake returned to the room, frowning slightly. In the testing room, Chun Ins was in a stalemate with the staff. He clutched a silver earring tightly in his hand and glared at the staff. "It's just an ordinary earring, not a forbidden item. Why did you take it away?" The staff member said coldly, "Company regulations stipulate that no items other than clothing may be brought into the core laboratory, regardless of whether they are taboo items or not. Furthermore, we detected a mutant beast genetic sample from that earring. So who can be sure it's just an ordinary earring?" Chapter 177, How Can a Person Be So Courageous? Apocalypse Company attaches great importance to the core laboratory. They do not have 100% confidence in the true shadow mirror. and are worried that some special items may be able to hide from the true shadow mirror. Therefore, even if the test is correct, you're still not allowed to carry any suspicious objects. What's wrong? The refreshed Silver Snake strode over and asked. The staff member said respectfully, Master Silver Snake, Chen In's violated company regulations and was carrying a suspicious earring. Oh, why is it suspicious? He's a man with no pierced ears, yet he's wearing earrings. This is already very suspicious. Furthermore, my subordinates even detected a mutant beast genetic sample from the earrings. Silver Snake nodded and turned to look at the nervous Chen In's. Hand it over. Chen In's eyes flushed, and he refused to give in. This is my girlfriend's only relic. It's just an ordinary earring. As for the mutant gene, it's because tears welled up in his eyes, but he couldn't say the rest of the words. The earring has the mutant beast gene because Ruan Qing was killed by the mutant beast. He wanted to collect the body, but he only found broken meat and bones on the ground, as well as this blood-stained earring. Because nothing works, Silver Snake said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Silver Snake did not make any movement, but Chen In's suddenly groaned, his abdomen caved in, and he flew backwards, hitting the wall hard. The violent collision caused his hand to loosen uncontrollably, and the small silver earring slipped off, leaving a parabolic silver trajectory in the air. Finally, it fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of tinkling. Phew! Blood gushed out of Chen In's mouth, and he felt a burning pain in his abdomen. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up, but he ignored the pain and crawled towards the earring as hard as a maggot. Muen Tang. He stretched out his hand, as if trying to keep his lover. Finally, he got the earrings, and a caring smile appeared on his face. But the next second, a high-heeled shoe fell heavily on his hand. Ah! Chen In screamed miserably and wanted to pull his hand back, but he couldn't do it at all. The only thing he could do was to hold the earring tightly. Even though his palm was bloody from being stepped on by high heels, he still didn't let go. Snap! A slight crisp sound was heard. Under the power of the Silver Snake, even though there was a palm between them, the already fragile earring shattered. The Silver Snake retracted its foot, but Chen In's stared blankly at his bloody palm, as if his soul had been extracted from his body. In the palm of his hand, the silver earring broke into 7 tiny pieces, which pierced into his flesh. Everyone was silent, watching the cruel scene before them with some dismay. Silver Snake frowned slightly as she looked at her beautiful high heels stained with blood. She raised her foot again and rubbed it on Chen In's clothes to wipe off the blood stains, and then she was satisfied. A sneer appeared on her lips. I can see that you love your girlfriend very much, but that's why you can't keep this earring. Why? Why did you destroy Ruan Qing's last relic? Chen In's crawled up from the ground like a wounded beast and rushed towards the Silver Snake. But he couldn't even see how the Silver Snake attacked, and he flew backwards again. Silly boy, I'm helping you. Silver Snake laughed. In your current state, you can't successfully inject the Type 3 gene drug. You can hate me. The more the better, because only in this way can you use hatred as an anchor in your humanity and avoid being swallowed by your bestiality and turning into a complete beast. Okay, now that you've all passed the test, follow me. The Silver Snake turned and left, its serpentine waist twisting as before, and its spotless high heels striking the ground like blades. In a closed carriage, Silver Snake sat at the entrance of the carriage, while Bai Yi and others sat closer to the inside. She seemed to be guarding here, specifically to prevent everyone from opening the carriage or escaping midway. The atmosphere in the carriage was very depressing and silent. After experiencing the incident with Chen In's, everyone realized that the Silver Snake is not just silver. She is also the poisonous snake among the 12 zodiac signs. The terrifying strength, cruel methods, and abnormal psychology all made them shudder. Bai Yi was also silent. He was also afraid, but what he was afraid of was different from others. Others were afraid of Silver Snake's strength and ruthlessness, but he was afraid that Silver Snake would produce horse forkworms. So much so that he couldn't help but let the Silver Snake kill him, delaying the important matter. The Silver Snake's sweet laughter interrupted the silence in the carriage. Oh, no one is talking, it's so awkward. Everyone remained silent. Silver Snake smiled to himself. We still have some time to go to the core laboratory. It's so boring to just sit here. Why don't we go out and play? Hearing the word play, Bai Ye's hair instantly stood on end. There was nothing in the carriage except 1 woman and 4 men. Play? Play what? What the hell could there be to play? He quickly spoke to divert Silver Snake's attention. I find you a truly evil woman. Breaking Chun N's earrings is one thing, but you even claimed you were doing it to help him. You have no shame at all. Li Hu and Wu De raised their heads and looked at Bai Yi in amazement. How could a person be so bold? This is the silver snake of the Chinese zodiac. How dare you call it shameless to its face? They knew Bai Yi had a background, but that background was obviously not enough to suppress Een Snake. Otherwise, how could Een Snake dare to? Now, they have discovered that Bai Yi's arrogance has nothing to do with his background. It is innate. When facing handsome guys, Silver Snake always has a lot of patience. She smiled sweetly and said, I don't care about shame. I only want you. It's numb. Bai Yi's scalp is tingling. Those who send harassment letters should be shot. Fortunately, Silver Snake had just let out his anger and did not do anything excessive. Instead, he explained, you still don't know what injecting the type 3 gene agent means. They only know that they will gain powerful strength, but they don't know that this strength has side effects. That's animality. Type 3 gene medicine is different from other medicines. Take me for example. The snake type gene I injected is not the gene of an ordinary snake, but a cultivated super gene. This gene is 100 times stronger than the gene of snakes in nature. Likewise, the animal nature contained within is 100 times more powerful. Chapter 178, Humanity Anchor. Bai Yi's heart stirred slightly. He thought of Tan from Huaidu Town. Old Tan. Lao Tan is also a genetically modified person, although he is the worst kind. He was only injected with one shot of type 1 gene drug, but he does not have the animal nature of the 12 zodiac signs. Maybe, but it's not obvious. It seems that the difference lies here. Type 3 gene medicine is stronger, but it contains more animality. Silver Snake continued. If you want to successfully inject the type 3 gene drug, you must find the anchor point in your own humanity and ensure that your humanity is not swallowed by your bestiality. Otherwise, even if you inject it, you will only become a complete beast. The original intention of setting up the selection competition was also for this reason. Otherwise, do you really think that Tianchi Company lacks the money for gambling? Hakuno frowned slightly. You mean the selection competition is actually to stimulate the anchor point in human nature? Little brother is so smart. Silver Snake kissed his palm, then blew a kiss towards Bai Yi. Hard. My fists are hard. When I find the Panga USB drive, I will be the first one to kill you, you bitch. Although this is our first meeting, I can roughly judge your human anchor points, such as Li Hu. Li Hu, who was named by the Silver Snake, was shocked. He was finally noticed by Lord Silver Snake. Silver Snake smiled and said, Li Hu's anchor is ambition and desire, which is the most common type of person among the 12 zodiac candidates, because everyone has ambition and desire, but some are stronger and some are weaker. After the brutal selection, Li Hu's ambition and desire were inflated, becoming even stronger than before the selection. Bai Yi nodded. It was true. After winning the trials, Li Hu felt that he was better than his peers. He could be injected with type 3 gene drugs, and the 12 zodiac animals were expected. Naturally, his ambition gradually expanded. Li Hu was unhappy. He thought he was special, but Silver Snake said he was the most common. For example, Wuda's anchor points are wisdom and cunning, which are the anchor points that best fit humans, because humans are able to dominate over all animals because of their wisdom and cunning. I read Wuda's selection records. He won over other weak people and discussed with them to deal with the strongest person first and then decide the winner in the end. As a result, he turned around and went to inform the strongest person, causing everyone to fight each other and reaping the benefits himself. Finding hidden supplies but not taking them, deliberately poisoning supplies, using feces to attract mutant beasts, etc. Liu looked at Wu De with contempt in his eyes. Wu De smiled awkwardly, trying his best to look honest. The Silver Snake looked at Chun En's, who had been keeping his head down and silent. Chun En's anchor point is more obvious. Love and hate. Love for his girlfriend and hate for the company. But his girlfriend died, and love as an anchor is like a loft in the air, ready to collapse at the slightest touch. Among all anchor points, love is the most fragile. Love is like glass. There are too many things that can destroy it, such as the wear-off of novelty, suspicion, misunderstanding, betrayal, etc. It is so fragile that if your girlfriend has a meal with another man, the originally passionate love will be cracked. But hatred is different. Even if the object of your hatred kneels down and begs for mercy, crying bitterly, the hatred in your heart will not diminish in the slightest. That's why I said I was helping him. Chun In's suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the silver snake, the cold, murderous intent and anger almost overflowing from his eyes. If someone destroys something you love, but then turns around and says he is helping you, what would you think? Silver Snake, laughed even more happily. You see, hatred is the best anchor. Even though he knows that I am helping him, his hatred has not wavered at all, but has become even stronger. As for you, little brother, she placed her finger on her lips and tilted her head in thought. It's hard to tell where your anchor is because you didn't even get to the island. You just blew people up. Bai curled his lips in disdain. Can't you see it's so obvious? My anchor is, of course, confidence. Silver Snake smiled and said, I know, it's arrogance. You idiot. Bai was furious. You can't even tell the difference between confidence and arrogance. How can you be one of the 12 zodiac animals? Everyone, you are indeed arrogant. Silver Snake nodded seriously. Fuck you. What's your anchor point? I think it's your last name. Bai Yiditortet. Silver Snake smiled shyly and waved at Bai. Brother, don't talk nonsense. How could someone use a surname as an anchor? It's just their hobby. Bai Yi. He once naively thought that since Silver Snake was so charming, she must have gotten to the top of the Chinese zodiac through improper relationships. Now he knew that it was not the case at all. Silver Snake did not get to the top by relying on improper relationships, but got to the top to facilitate the use of more improper relationships. Why are you looking at me like that? You men are allowed to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but we women can't have 3 husbands and 4 wives. Are you the 3rd Duke and 4th Duke? I'm too lazy to expose you. I just want to give all the cute boys a home. What's wrong with me? Bang! The closed compartment was opened. Bai rushed out hurriedly. The whole carriage was filled with Insh's dirty words, and he really couldn't stand it anymore. But just as he passed by the Silver Snake, snap, the Silver Snake actually tapped the junction of his waist and legs. F***K. Is there any law left? Silver Snake is openly molesting decent women and men. Is there anyone to stop it? Outside the carriage, a group of stern-looking men in black were stunned and looked at each other. What's going on? As soon as they opened the car door, they saw a wine-red figure rushing out cursing, and the person cursing was the Silver Snake, one of the 12 zodiac animals. The Silver Snake walked out, twisting its waist, kissed its own palm, and smiled evilly like a master of facial expression. Behind the Silver Snake are Li Hu with his waist bent, Chun Ins with his head lowered, and Wu Da with a simple smile on his face. At this time, a man in black special operations uniform came over with a walkie-talkie in his hand. Master Silver Snake, it's Dr. Jian. Silver Snake's smile suddenly faded, and her expression became serious. She took the intercom and said respectfully, Dr. Jane. A calm male voice came from the intercom. Silver Snake, you are late. Silver Snake hurriedly explained, sorry, Dr. Jane, someone among the candidates this time is carrying contraband. No need to explain to me. Dr. Jane's calm voice sounded, I don't like wasting time. Remember, there won't be a next time. Silver Snake lowered his head deeply. Yes, Dr. Jane. Beep, beep, beep. The intercom hung up. Bai's eyes flickered slightly. This was Dr. Jian, the developer of the Type 3 gene drug? He values time as much as I do. No wonder he was able to develop Type 3 gene medicine. It seems that he might be an important person in the core laboratory. Perhaps he knows where the Panga USB flash drive is hidden in the laboratory. Led by the man in black, the crowd walked into a steel military fortress. Chapter 179, Defending the Fortress of the 10 Kings. In the Iron Fortress, Bai followed everyone silently, but his eyes were looking around. Is this the core laboratory? It doesn't look like it at all. A circular steel wall surrounds the steel fortress, stretching as far as the eye can see like a coastline. Every few meters on the city wall, there are soldiers armed with live ammunition stationed, and there are even Gatling-like machine guns. The defense inside the city wall was even more exaggerated. There was a sentry post almost every 5 steps, and teams of soldiers were patrolling, and there was no blind spot that could be broken through. There are no birds singing, no insects chirping, only the sound of wind and the hum of machinery. Get in the car. Silver Snake stopped in front of an armored vehicle and said to everyone, Get in the car again? Bai frowned immediately. He did nothing else that day except being teased and riding in the car. Just now in the car, if he hadn't been quick-witted, he would have been knocked down by the Silver Snake. We haven't reached the core laboratory yet. What you see now is just the outer military defense. Not yet. Bai felt that his patience was about to burn out. The strictness of Tianchi Company's work made him outraged. As if sensing his impatience, Silver Snake smiled and said, "This can't be helped. After all, one of the 10 Kings has been keeping an eye on the Type 3 gene drug, so the company naturally has to focus on the safety of the core laboratory. The military base you are in now is just one of the huge defense lines. There are 3 defense lines outside the core laboratory, hundreds of military bases, and more than 50,000 soldiers stationed there. There are thousands of genetically modified people, and even 2 of the 12 zodiac animals are permanently stationed among them. Everything here is built with defenses against 10 king-level enemies in mind. Even if the director finds this place, he won't be able to break into the core laboratory. What if the director doesn't attack by force, but sneaks in secretly? Can these soldiers still find him?" Bai Yi took the opportunity to ask the question that concerned him. The Silver Snake laughed as if it had heard a joke, shaking with laughter, making Li Hu, who was standing beside it, stare wide-eyed. If the director sends a million mutant beasts to attack, there might be a chance to break into the core laboratory. But if he is stupid enough to sneak in alone, the 10 Kings will die. Bai Yi curled his lips in disdain. "Boast, the current 10 Kings are all alive and well. I have never heard of any king being killed by the Apocalypse Company. Even the tyrant who died not long ago was killed by the Black King." When the tyrant was mentioned, Silver Snake's expression darkened. Brother Tyrant. Not having slept with the tyrant was one of her biggest regrets in life. She has slept with all the 12 zodiac animals, and now her biggest dream is to sleep with the 10 Kings. This is just like collecting cards. If you don't collect them all, you'll feel bad. I have collected all the 12 zodiac cards, except for the 10 Kings. Bai Yi suddenly felt a chill. The tyrant killed Minghu, one of her boyfriends, and you are here missing the tyrant? As if feeling something was wrong, Silver Snake suppressed his sadness and said seriously, "The company has never killed the 10 Kings because they dare not sneak in here. If they dare to come, they will surely die. There are not only soldiers and genetically modified people here, but also experimental subjects created by the company and taboo objects." God's taboo? That is indeed dangerous. Bai Yi is now worried and wary of this thing. This thing really lives up to its name, making even him, a god of the new era, wary of it. The main thing is that gods and monsters don't care about reason or strength. They just play by concepts and rules. What taboos are there here? Silver Snake's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. "Little brother, you ask so many questions. Are you planning to sneak into the core laboratory?" Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and said startlingly, "You're right. I'm going to sneak in soon." "Hee. Then why don't you sleep with me before you sneak in? That way, even when you die, you'll still be considered a playboy." Silver Snake joked. She couldn't possibly believe Bai Yi's words. She just thought he was humorous. Bai Yi's face darkened, and he stopped talking. This woman, Yin Shi, had nothing on her mind except sleeping, and she kept talking about her surname every 3 sentences. Soon, everyone got on the bus again and set off. It was still a fully enclosed compartment, and they couldn't see the road outside clearly. When Bai Yi got off the car again, he finally arrived inside the legendary core laboratory. The car didn't stop outside at all, but drove directly into the core laboratory, so that Bai Yi didn't even know what the core laboratory looked like in its entirety. This is bad. Bai Yi thought to himself that this was troublesome. Even with the white dove ring for positioning, it was useless. And Xiaodong could at most find this military base, but she couldn't get in at all. How could a mere Black Knight possibly break into a military base that claims to be able to stop even the 10 Kings? The military base covers a large area and is filled with various military fortresses. If Xiaodong cannot get in, how can she determine the specific location of the core laboratory hidden in the military base? Moreover, when he was riding the car just now, he could feel a slight downward sensation, which meant that the core laboratory was not on the ground, but underground. The Silver Snake led the 4 people walking in a long, silver-white passage, and the incandescent lights above their heads were bright and dazzling. Bai Yi thought to himself that his plan to change his body and sneak into the core laboratory might fail. Even if he boarded in Xiaodong's ship, he still had to break through 3 long steel lines of defense and the defense of countless soldiers. It's useless to activate time flow variation. It can avoid the eyes of soldiers, but not those life detection radars. Not to mention that there are 2 zodiac animals and thousands of genetically modified people stationed here. If you want to sneak in silently, you can only use the time stop function. The problem is how much time will be wasted searching for the core laboratory hidden underground while using the time stop function. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi decided to change his plan temporarily. Since he had already entered the core laboratory, Why did he need to change his name to Xiaodong and sneak in again? After injecting the Dragon Gene potion and increasing my strength, I can stop time and find Panga's USB drive. Even if the overall strength is not as good as Shangan Xiaodong's account, at least there is no need to waste time looking for the core laboratory. Chapter 1, 80 Dragon. Dr. Jian, the 4 candidates for the 12 zodiac signs have been brought here. Silver Snake pushed open the door of a laboratory and said respectfully to the man in a white coat behind the experimental equipment. The man in the white coat frowned, pretending not to hear anything, and continued to stare at the computer screen. About 30 seconds later, he raised his head. Everyone finally got a clear look at his appearance. He was about 35 years old, with gold-rimmed glasses and slightly curly hair. He looked gentle and refined, but there were deep wrinkles on his forehead, and it was obvious that he frowned often. Dr. Jian didn't even look at the others and ordered, "Tie him up." After saying that, he continued to lower his head and immerse himself in his research. Silver Snake seemed to be used to it. He pointed at a row of white beds on the left and said, "Everyone, get on the bed. There are handcuffs and leg cuffs by the bed. Remember to fasten them." Wu's face changed slightly, fearing that he would become a test subject. He bent over and asked, "Master Silver Snake, this is..." After seeing Dr. Jian, Silver Snake also became serious. She said coldly, "Type 3 gene agent will invade your gene sequence and disrupt and reorganize it. The process will be a little painful. To prevent you from moving around, you must be tied up. See that little stick next to it? Remember to bite it, or you might accidentally bite off your tongue." Everyone suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Any outrageous rule must have an outrageous story behind it. Being tied up and gagged, wouldn't this be extremely painful? But now that things have come to this, faced with the temptation of type 3 gene medicine, no one will back down even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. Soon, everyone secured themselves to the bed. At this time, a laboratory assistant in a white coat walked in with a silver metal tray. There were 4 syringes emitting crystal blue light placed on the tray. Each syringe is numbered 1 to 4. The lab assistant took out an A4 paper and started comparing. "Who is Li Hu?" Li Hu, who was tied to the bed, quickly said, "I am." The lab assistant nodded. "Li Hu, number 1. As he spoke, he began to stick some instruments for detecting vital signs on Li Hu's temples and various parts of his body. This is to collect experimental data after injection. Seeing the lab assistant approaching with a syringe, Li Hu couldn't hide his nervousness. "Sir, which type 3 drug am I injecting?" The lab assistant glanced down at the list and said calmly, "Tiger type." Li Hu was instantly ecstatic. Tiger form. I knew it. He had always dreamed of becoming a man like Ming Hu, and now he had finally taken the first step. It just so happens that the Hades tiger died, leaving a vacant position in the Chinese zodiac. In the future, it might be possible for him to take over and become the Real Hades tiger. His ecstasy came to an abrupt in the moment the needle entered his body. Ah! A shrill scream came from his mouth, and his body trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted. If he had not restrained his body in advance, he would probably have been unable to stand. The lab assistant was already used to it and moved on to the next person. Before the experimental assistant could speak, Silver Snake picked up the A4 paper and started reading it. Surprise flashed in his eyes. "Gecko? It's rare to find someone genetically compatible with a gecko. I didn't expect you to be a gecko." Wuda asked nervously, "Master Silver Snake, does the gecko have anything to say?" The Silver Snake smiled slightly. "It has a strong ability to save its life. The gecko can regenerate its tail after it is cut off. After you're injected with it, you'll have the ability to regenerate broken limbs. You can also climb walls, have night vision, and release toxins. Although its strength is far inferior to that of a tiger, its overall quality is good." Wuda breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a junk gene. He had heard before that a senior from the Martial Arts Academy had passed the selection after a life-and-death experience and ended up being compatible with the sloth gene. After the injection, although his chi and blood increased significantly, the speed was extremely slow and his reaction was sluggish. On his first mission, he was treated as a living target by the enemy and was beaten to death. It is said that the senior was only 100 meters away from the lake at that time. As long as he entered the lake, he could escape with the help of the sloth's swimming ability. But it was precisely this distance of 100 meters that the enemy made him run 50 meters first and then killed him at 51 meters. Before Wu De could ask more questions, the sharp needle had already pierced his arm. "Ah!" He screamed even more miserably than Li Hu. The next one is Chenin's. Silver Snake looked surprised. Another rare genetic species. Do you want to know what it is? Chen In said nothing. The silver snake smiled strangely. You don't want to know, but I have to tell you, it's the honey badger. Honey badger? A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Ye's eyes. Isn't this the flathead brother? He had read the introduction of the honey badger in the animal world before. This creature is not big in size and is not a mainstream silverback. It looks a bit cute, but it has an extremely strong personality. It doesn't care about life and death and will fight if it is not convinced. There is no wild beast in nature that the honey badger dare not fight. There are even many jokes about the honey badger on the internet. In a zoo, just because a lion roared at the honey badger was so angry that it dug a hole to escape at night and went to fight the lion. The honey badger ate a venomous snake raw and was poisoned until he fainted, then continued eating after waking up. Although he sounds like a fool, if Bai Yi really has to choose between a honey badger and a tiger, he will definitely choose the honey badger. Honey badgers have thick skin and flesh, strong defense, and are not afraid of poison. It is difficult to find an opponent of the same size. After the honey potion was injected into Chun In's body, his expression suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. He clenched his teeth and did not scream like Li Hu and the others, but groaned continuously. Finally, we arrived at Akuno. He couldn't help but look forward to it. It should be a dragon, right? With his immortality comparable to that of a pseudo-human, wouldn't it be inappropriate not to give him a dragon? Others cannot adapt to the dragon because their bodies cannot withstand the dragon's power. Can it be that I cannot withstand it? Silver Snake glanced at Bai Yi, who was expecting something, then looked down at the A4 paper, his expression becoming surprised. Bai Yi understood the Silver Snake's reaction. It must have been frightened by the word dragon on the paper. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so compatible with it. It's really unexpected. I thought you would be a lion. Bai Yi scoffed. How can a lion be worthy of me? A dragon is more like it. Silver Snake took a deep breath and said seriously, You are right. It is indeed a dragon. The experimental assistant at the side looked at Silver Snake strangely. He didn't say anything, but picked up the syringe and injected silently. Bai Yi was secretly delighted. With the dragon's genes, he was more confident in stopping time and finding Panga's USB flash drive. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Silver Snake suddenly laughed. Hee hee, I kid you, it's a little white rabbit. What? Wait a minute before injecting. What the hell is a little white rabbit? Holy shit. Chapter 181, The Most Suitable Genes. Before Bai Yi could finish his words, he felt a cool liquid merge into his blood, and then the cells in his body began to tear apart, and unimaginable pain began to sweep over him. But the pain only lasted half a second before the cells in his body began to repair rapidly, and waves of warm currents gushed out. It doesn't hurt. Is it the mutated scarlet virus that is at work? He became increasingly aware of the power of the mutated scarlet virus. If he thought about it carefully, the mutated scarlet virus was a product of the civilized era. The type 3 gene potion is a product of the cataclysm era, and in the final analysis, it is just a copycat. If you're infected with a mutated scarlet virus, you can gain immortality. Can you inject the type 3 gene drug? Although it didn't hurt, Hakuno always had to pretend to be in pain so as not to appear too special and get caught by the guinea pig. He closed his eyes and started shaking himself. Everyone else was trembling, but you weren't. How unsociable you are. A hint of surprise flashed in Silver Snake's eyes. She didn't expect Bai Ye's willpower to be so inhumanly strong. As someone who had been injected with the type 3 gene drug, she was well aware of the pain it felt during the injection, a pain that was beyond the limits of what humans could endure. Every cell in my body felt like it was being pricked by a needle, and it wasn't just one prick at a time, but rather it was piercing and stirring inside the flesh, and the needle was red hot. If she had not been tied up at the time, she would have definitely committed suicide. But Bai Ye's reaction was completely different. He didn't even scream, just kept his eyes closed. Little brother, I really like you more and more. Silver Snake's eyes lit up, but then his expression dimmed. It's a pity that you were injected with the little white rabbit gene, which basically has no connection with the 12 zodiac signs. It is not within my collection range. But as long as you follow me, I will protect you. Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Tell me clearly, what exactly did I inject? Silver Snake was startled, as if he had seen a corpse. You can still speak? Not only her, but even Dr. Jane, who had been observing the experimental data, raised his head with a look of surprise. Bai Yi quickly pretended to be in pain. I am naturally insensitive to pain. Tell me clearly, what the hell is a little white rabbit? It's a rabbit. Haven't you seen a little white rabbit? Fuck my little white rabbit. Bai Yi began to feel pain, not physical pain, but heartache. Where's the dragon? At worst, a lion will do. Even Wuda's gecko is better than the little white rabbit. The silver snake, giggled. Don't be discouraged, little brother. What's wrong with little white rabbits? At least they are cute. Snakes love to eat little white rabbits the most. As for your abilities, let me think about it. What are the characteristics of a little white rabbit? It has delicious meat, is cute, and loves to eat carrots and vegetables. Baiye's face became darker and darker. Could it be that he ate too much spicy rabbit head in his previous life, and the boomerang chased him here? I figured it out. Silver Snake's eyes lit up. The characteristic of the little white rabbit is its strong reproductive ability. This characteristic is really wonderful. When you are done, you must come to me to experiment with its ability tonight. You fucking. If I wasn't tied up now, I would definitely kill you, bitch. Hakuno never imagined that his most compatible gene was actually the rabbit, the little white rabbit at the bottom of the food chain. Does this mean that from now on, in addition to Black Gun, Little White, my shameful nickname will also include a little white rabbit? What's the use of rabbits? Etc. It suddenly occurred to him that it might actually be of some use. Rabbits have strong hearing and eyesight, are naturally alert, and can detect danger in advance. Possessing strong hind limbs, rabbits are highly agile and have high jumping ability. According to the animal world, rabbits have extremely fast bursts of speed and can run up to 50 kilometers per hour over short distances. They are also flexible in turning and can suddenly change direction while running. Bai suddenly realized that he might really be a good match for the little white rabbit. Possessing the power of time, he is not afraid of head-on confrontations, but he cannot guard against sneak attacks. The rabbit gene can make up for this. Time flow variation increases speed exponentially. Once you have the agility of a rabbit and activate time flow variation, the speed of the burst will increase exponentially. Time can also be stopped. After all, the faster the speed, the more time can be saved. Bai felt less uncomfortable when he thought about saving time. Perfect match. As for the reproductive ability that Silver Snake mentioned, well, it's okay. A moment later, roar. An inhuman beast roar erupted from Li Hu's mouth, and the visible sound waves made everyone's clothes flutter. Swish! He actually broke the restraints that bound Li Hu. He fell from the bed, his limbs on the ground. His bloodshot eyes were filled with animality, and he looked at everyone as if he was looking at food. He roared repeatedly, saliva dripping from his mouth, and his originally strong body swelled up a full circle with a scarlet light emitting from his body. Dr. Jin looked calm as he glanced at the data on the monitor. The blood value has increased by 1,000. It seems that the adaptability is good. However, the will is too weak and the animal nature has blinded the mind, Silver Snake. Silver Snake laughed sweetly. Then let me, your sister, help you wake up. Roar. Li Hu roared and rushed towards the Silver Snake, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Next second, screams were heard, and before anyone could even see how Silver Snake attacked, Li Hu was stepped on by her. The sharp high heels pierced through his clothes and skin and dug into the flesh of his back, causing blood to spurt out. Are you awake? Silver Snake asked condescendingly. Li Hu's eyes, full of animality, instantly cleared up. I'm awake. Lord Silver Snake, please show some mercy. Humans have proven countless times that wild beasts can be tamed, and tigers are no exception. At this moment, a gust of evil wind sounded beside the Silver Snake's ears. She curled her red lips, and her right hand stretched out like a poisonous snake, grabbing Chun In's neck like lightning. She turned her head to look into Chun In's eyes, and found that although there was animality in his eyes, there was more hatred. Hee. So it's not that you're just being beastly, but that you want revenge on me now that you become powerful? Unfortunately, with your strength, you can't even touch the edge of my clothes. Chun In swung the Silver Snake fiercely and instantly smashed towards Wu De, who was about to go crazy. Bang! The two men's heads collided, blood flowed down their foreheads, and they both woke up. Little brother, it's your turn. What are you talking about? Hurry up and untie me. The Silver Snake was stunned, looking at Bai Yi, who seemed fine, and blinked in confusion. No. Where is your animal nature? The reason why the company asked the 12 zodiac animals to escort them was to help them suppress their animal nature with absolute strength. No matter how strong a person's willpower is, if his mind is suddenly invaded by animal nature, he will experience a brief period of frenzy and confusion. At this time, as long as you use absolute strength to make them feel the fear between life and death, you can dispel the animal nature and restore clarity. Chapter 182: The Scapegoat King of the Ten Kings. Bai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a powerful force filling his body, much stronger than before. He originally wanted to break free from the restraints like Li Hu and others, but when he exerted force, only the restraints on his legs opened, while the restraints on his hands only had a small tear. Okay, it's an illusion. Or rather, it's not strong enough. However, he did inherit the characteristics of a rabbit, that is, strong hind legs. His legs became very light and powerful, as if he could jump as high as a 5-story building in one leap. Silver Snake helped him untie the restraints and looked at Bai Yi in confusion. Could it be that the little white rabbit has no animal nature? Dr. Jian suddenly said, "No, animal nature is not just the hunting instinct of wild animals. Their living habits, reproduction, and behavior are all part of animal nature. Just like birds can fly and horses can stand when they're born, people can cry without being taught when they are born. These are things that are engraved in their genetic instincts. Injecting genetic drugs will increase animal instincts in the human body. If you can't overcome them, you will eventually be consumed by the bestiality and become a complete beast." Bai Yi understood what he meant. He once thought that he was consumed by animal instincts, like a rabid dog, biting everyone he saw. In fact, this is not the case. Some herbivores do not have hunting instincts. When they're overwhelmed by their animal nature, they will only become irrational and like to eat grass. Although he was injected with a rabbit-shaped potion, the animal nature contained in it is no less powerful. It's the same as that of other people, just manifested differently. Tigers and honey badgers have aggressiveness in their genes, so they're influenced by their animal nature and show aggression. And you, Dr. Jian stared at Bai Yi with a strange look and said, "Your behavior is incredible. Logically, even if you don't show any aggression, you will still be affected by your rabid animal nature, walking and eating grass in a bouncing manner. Your consciousness may even fall into self-doubt, forgetting that you are a human, and you will not be able to communicate normally until you wake up. But none of this is reflected in you. Your animal nature has not affected your humanity in the slightest." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't this nonsense? Can animality affect divinity? He vaguely remembered that when he injected the genetic drug, he seemed to see the figure of a little white rabbit breaking into his spiritual space. And then it happened. Less than a second after entering, he was glared at by a big eyeball, Eye of Ember, and then disappeared. The spiritual space is a projection of the mind, a concrete manifestation. Bai Yi guessed that the little white rabbit that materialized in the spiritual space should represent animality. TSK, what tragic death. I've only seen one person with such a strong mental will as yours. Dr. Jane said with a burning gaze. Ooh, that's my mentor's most perfect work. Dr. Jian's words suddenly flashed with enthusiasm. I'm determined to create a work that surpasses my mentor's, but I've been struggling with a lack of perfect experimental subjects. Now, I see the possibility in you. Bai Yi felt a little sick at the fanatical gaze. He felt as if Dr. Jian was going to dissect him on the spot. What kind of people are there in Tianchi Company? It's bad enough that he's being targeted by a woman like Silver Snake, but now he's being targeted by Dr. Jane too? Damn you, painter. Is this you who did this again? At this moment, the painter who was taking a sauna in a bathhouse shuddered inexplicably. Why are you shaking? Gu Huangquan asked. The painter's face turned pale. For some reason, I've been feeling very strange lately. I often get a chill on my back, cold hands and feet, and sweat all over my body. You know that my destiny is a destiny-related ability, so I'm very sensitive to good and bad luck. I suspect some terrible omen has befallen me. You have kidney deficiency. Gu Huangquan, I'm not kidding you. I'm telling the truth. I seriously suspect that it's the Black King who's behind this. Hee. Are you sure you're talking about the Black King and not the ghost? I'm not sure it's the Black King, but I only had this feeling after the Black King was born. This is the second time I've had this feeling in my life. The first time was when I first became the 10th king. That feeling of being the scapegoat is exactly the same as it is now. Gu Huangquan's expression became a little strange. That's really serious. After all, you're a well-known scapegoat. The painter's face darkened, and he pulled at his hair in frustration. Do you think I want to be the scapegoat? People look at me with prejudice. What can I do? He grew angrier as he spoke. Those bastards of the Brotherhood of Steel clearly wanted to expand their territory, so they found an excuse to attack Apocalypse. After 2 years of fighting, they found they couldn't win. They wanted to stop the war, but didn't want to admit defeat, so they blamed me, insisting that I was the one who secretly used fate to provoke the war. Call for a ceasefire and don't let the painters' conspiracy succeed. What the hell is this conspiracy? Why would I start a war when I have nothing better to do? As a result, they reconciled, and my bounty skyrocketed, becoming the top 10 kings. And before that, the Jinfu merchant's caravan was hijacked, the chief judge clashed with the tyrant, the Mechanicus stronghold was destroyed, the infamily's old patriarch died of a heart attack, and Songlong, the leader of the 12 zodiac animals, rebelled. All these things are pinned on me. I'm so fucking convinced. Whenever there's a conspiracy or an accident happens, it's always blamed on me. Why did I awaken a destiny-related ability? What a twist of fate. The blame I bear this time is definitely no less than when I first became a 10 king. Gu Huangquan pondered for a moment. Is there a possibility that it's because you're cheap? Bullshit. How am I a cheapskate? The painter was immediately anxious. I feel sorry for Songlong. Is there anything wrong with helping him? The Mechanicus is arresting people everywhere and performing mechanical transformations. Is there anything wrong with me reporting their stronghold? That pretentious tyrant said I'm unfit to be one of the 10 kings. Can't I use the chief judge to vent my anger? The Jinfu Chamber of Commerce is rich enough to rival a country, and I... Okay, you're not a bitch. It's me who's a bitch. I don't need to bother with you. My mentor's perfect work is the first 12 zodiac signs. Silver Snake's expression changed drastically. Dr. Jian, this is a company secret. You can't say anything more. Dr. Jane didn't even look at the Silver Snake, still immersed in his own fanatical fantasy. Get out! Silver Snake shouted, grabbed Li Hu and others, and rushed out of the laboratory. The experimental assistant's face also changed drastically, and he ran out in a hurry, fearing that if he ran too slowly, he would hear another word. In an instant, Bai Yi and Dr. Jian were the only ones left in the huge laboratory. Bai Yi's eyes moved slightly. Tianchi Company has a set of methods for training dogs, but you don't even dare to listen? But Dr. Jian is also a ruthless person. In order to surpass his mentor, he doesn't care about anything else when he gets excited. Chapter 183 Bai Yi. You have the potential to surpass the 10 kings. Dr. Jane is still immersed in his own world. The first of the 12 zodiac animals, the Azure Dragon. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Songlong? Never heard of it. Dr. Jane then added, now he has become the director of the zoo, one of the 10 kings. Principal? Bai Yi was stunned. He had heard it before. Your name is Hakuno, right? Your physique and mental strength are perfect for a dragon. I just looked at the experimental data. Dr. Jian excitedly grabbed Bai Yi's arm. When you injected the genetic drug, there was no rejection reaction at all, and the animal nature couldn't affect you. Wait, Bai Yi interrupted. I've already been injected with a rabbit-forming potion. How can I become a dragon? Can't you only inject one type of genetic potion? Dr. Jian did not show any dissatisfaction and asked, do you think there are dragons in this world? Bai Yi was slightly stunned. Dragon? In his memory, there really were no dragons in this world. At least he had never seen one. Dragons were more of a symbol, a spiritual totem, and only existed in myths and legends. However, he couldn't be sure that there were really no dragons in the world. Perhaps dragons really existed a long, long time ago. After all 11 animals in the Chinese zodiac exist, so there is no reason to list a non-existent dragon alone. If parrots, tigers, and fireflies became extinct one day, many years later, people would think that the related records were myths. How could there be a creature in the world that can speak human language, has the word king written on its forehead, and glows at night? Maybe there was. This was the answer given by Bai Yi. Dr. Jian smiled slightly. You're right. Dragons may have existed in the past, but they certainly don't exist now. Since they don't exist, I naturally can't obtain dragon genes to create a dragon-shaped potion. That's Songlong. That Songlong is not a dragon, or rather, it is a man-made dragon. The dragon in mythology has a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, and claws like an eagle. Bai Yi suddenly realized, could it be that Songlong was injected with multiple type 3 gene drugs to become a dragon? Dr. Jian gave him an approving look. Yes, this is the dragon. The reason the dragon possesses far greater power than the other zodiac animals is because the other zodiac animals were only injected with one genetic drug, while the dragon was injected with 11. Fuck, how many injections are needed? Bai was stunned. It was known that other zodiac animals were injected with 5 injections, but the dragon would need 5 times 11 injections, which means 55 injections. Dr. Jian was stunned. He didn't expect Bai's train of thought to be so strange. Would a normal person pay attention to how many injections to give first? As expected of a future dragon, no wonder it's unaffected by its animalistic nature. There aren't that many injections. If it's you, after you've injected 5 injections of the rabbit-type potion, you only need to inject 10 different genetic potions, 1 injection of each. 15 stitches in total. 15 injections can turn you into a dragon. Doesn't that mean that what I'm injecting now isn't a little white rabbit at all, but 1/15th of a dragon? Bai cured his mental exhaustion with just one sentence. Haha. What a bullshit, little white rabbit. I am 1/15th a dragon. The future is promising. Low emotional intelligence, little white rabbit. High EQ, 1/15th of a dragon. He has always been very confident about his emotional intelligence. All beasts can be transformed into dragons. Dr. Jian said enthusiastically, speaking rapidly. Your physique and will combined with my skills can definitely create a dragon that surpasses the Azure Dragon. After you digest the 5 injections of the rabbit-shaped potion, I will tailor a fusion agent for you. Adjust the injection volume and injection sequence of each injection and design a matching fusion plan. 10 years. Just give me 10 years, and I can make you a real dragon. 10 years? Bai was like being poured with a bucket of cold water. Do I still need Jackie Chan 10 years from now? I'll have become a god long ago. Why does it take so long? Dr. Jian explained. Injecting genetic drugs is not an easy task. If one could gain powerful strength simply by injecting them, the Apocalypse Company would have been filled with the 12 zodiac animals. The first shot of type 3 gene medicine is the simplest. It requires a chi and blood value of over 100 and a certain level of willpower to be injected. The second shot requires a chi and blood value of 2,000. The third shot is 5,000, the fourth shot is 10,000, and the fifth shot is 20,000. The minimum requirement for the fifth shot is 20,000. Doesn't this mean that in Xiaodong has just reached the minimum requirement for the 5th injection? How high are the health values of the Dark Tiger and the Silver Snake? Bai Yi witnessed the Battle of Black Mountain. He knew very well that in Xiaodong was the weakest among the group. Without the blessing of the night, she could not even squeeze into the first echelon based on her health value alone. It is the defense of the knight's armor and the sharpness of the pure silver cross sword that given Xiaodong the strength of the first echelon. Now it seems that the blood value of the Dark Tiger Silver Snake is not just slightly higher than in Xiaodong's, but much higher. Although you can't tell how strong they are when fighting against the tyrant, that's because their enemy is the tyrant. No matter how strong your health is, you will still be beaten. If in Xiaotong and Minghu face off, he will definitely not be able to defeat Minghu in terms of numbers. But the armor can defend against attacks, and the sharp sword can pierce the tiger's body. If the two sides really fight, Minghu has a greater chance of winning, but in Xiaodong is not without a chance of winning either. It depends on the condition, skills, mentality, and grasp of the timing of the battle. After all, the health value is just data on paper, just like playing a game. Unless the level is too much higher, you can still win by skill. Wait a minute, what about the eagle in the Chinese zodiac? His health value is also in the tens of thousands? Bai suddenly thought of Mr. Ing, who was still dead. That guy didn't look like he had tens of thousands of health points. Dr. Jian looked at him in surprise and said, I didn't expect you knew Eagle. He's one of my masterpieces. He's different from the other 12 zodiac signs. The other signs are comprehensively enhanced, but he's specifically enhanced. He only has eagle eyes and other genes that are beneficial to sniping. Although he is weak, he is unrivaled in the world in sniping. So that's how it is. He had always thought that Eagle had come into the back door, but it turns out that he was extremely biased. In fact, if all the 12 zodiac animals became melee players, their functions would be too repetitive. Having an eagle that specializes in long-range attacks can indeed make combat more flexible. Don't even think about the eagle's path. Although the risk is low, you will never be able to transform into a dragon. You need to strengthen yourself comprehensively, working hard to improve your chi and blood values. Reaching the standard isn't difficult. With more training and fighting, there's hope. The real challenge lies in your willpower. The more type 3 gene potion you inject, the greater your bestial nature will become. For most people, 2 needles is the limit. 3 needles is considered strong-willed, 4 needles is astonishing, and 5 needles are rare. As for the legendary dragon, its will has surpassed the scope of human beings. It is not an exaggeration to say that with the heart of a mortal, it is comparable to that of a god. Dr. Jin's eyes were burning as he looked at Bai Yi as if he was watching a new legend rising. In all these years, I have only seen one person with a will as great as that of a god, Songlong. Strictly speaking, Songlong is just a failure. If he had not awakened his transcendence and used his transcendental power to control his animal nature, he would never have become a dragon. But you are different. You will even surpass his Songlong. Even when Songlong was first injected with the type 3 gene drug, he was somewhat affected by his animal nature. Although you were injected with a rabbit-type potion and your starting point is not as high as Songlong's, your potential is definitely greater than his. In other words, Hakuno, you have the potential to surpass the 10 kings. Bai Yi was very happy with the praise. Look, he is a doctor. People with high knowledge have good vision. Hurry up and lie down. I'll do an autopsy and measure your various data, and then use your genes to perform a rejection test. Damn it. Bai Yi's face turned dark, and I knew that all educated people were bad people. Chapter 184, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a dragon? Dr. Jin couldn't wait to take out the scalpel from his pocket, but just as he was about to start, he paused slightly. No, you just injected the genetic medicine, and your blood and chi values are not stable yet. The data measure now is definitely not accurate. We have to wait a little longer. He sighed repeatedly, as if he didn't want to wait even a second. Bai Yi silently withdrew his hand, and he almost punched Dr. Jin's head. How long? Your chi and blood values are currently fluctuating between 700 and 800. It will probably take another day for them to stabilize completely. I know you can't wait to become a dragon, so don't worry. Just wait patiently for another day. I'll be able to dissect you in a day, and after I get the data, I'll personally design a plan for you to become a dragon. One day, it's enough for me to get the Panga USB flash drive. Once I have the Panga USB flash drive, it will be easy to become a dragon. Just as he was thinking, Bai Yi was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, 700 to 800? Why did my health value only increase by 500? Rabbits are small herbivores, so they can't compare to creatures like tigers. Although your chi and health have increased less, your agility is definitely superior to theirs. Bai Yi wanted to ask more, but Dr. Jin was like a robot with a short circuit. He stood there for a second, then quickly took out a large mobile phone communication device from his pocket. I almost forgot. I'll tell the board of directors right now. Tell them the good news and ask them to allocate more funds so that you can become my exclusive experimental subject. Bai Yi sneered in his heart. Dr. Jin, you are just like Silver Snake. You were destined to die. Now that he knew how to become a dragon, he didn't need Dr. Jane's customized injection package at all. With the mutated scarlet virus, he doesn't need to worry about genetic conflicts, and naturally he doesn't care about the injection order and dosage, as it can be suppressed anyway. Not to mention animality. In front of divinity, animality is just a piece of shit. In other words, as long as he has enough 3-gene medicine and enough time to digest it, he can become a dragon by injecting himself. Of course, Dr. Jane cannot be allowed to perform an autopsy at this time, so as to avoid discovering the secret of the mutated scarlet virus. Given Apocalypse's behavior, he might really become a guinea pig. It's me. Help me connect to the chairman. Dr. Jian ordered into the communication device. Bai Yi's eyes moved slightly. Dr. Jian's status was really not low. He directly called the chairman of Tianqi. A deliberately lowered voice came from the other end of the communication device. Dr. Jian, the chairman is resting in the hibernation chamber. If you have anything, just tell me. The voice was very soft, but Bai Yi could hear it clearly, as if someone was speaking in his ear. This is Rabbit's hearing? Not only that, he even heard a silver snake far away outside the door. Li Hu, the 3 of you follow the staff to the observation room to rest. After the injection of the genetic drug, you need to observe for half a day to ensure that there are no abnormalities before you can leave. Li Hu hesitated and said, Master Inshi, Bai Yi, he's fine, but his physique is a little special. Dr. Jian will probably need to study him for a while. Li Hu was immediately delighted. Research? Perhaps it was autopsy. He was happy when he thought that Hakuno was going to be in trouble, and he was even happier when he became a tiger. It would be even happier if Silver Snake could go to the observation room with him. Unfortunately, he couldn't get what he wanted. The Silver Snake was waiting outside the laboratory door and never left. Li Hu, right? I will make you unhappy in a while. Bai Yi's eyes were fierce in the laboratory. Although he could not hear Li Hu's inner voice, he could hear the blood accelerating in Li Hu's body and the sound of laughter suppressed in his throat. It was obvious that he was gloating. When people are happy, even if they don't smile, many subtle signals will appear in their bodies. Bai Yi heard all of this. I'll say it again. Go call the chairman. You have no say in this matter, Dr. Jian said coldly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Yes, Dr. Jane. After a while, an old voice sounded. What's the matter? Facing the legendary chairman of Apocalypse, Dr. Jian's attitude remained cold, as if only experiments could arouse his interest. Chairman, I found a candidate for Dragon. Go on. The chairman's voice was still low, without any fluctuation, and he didn't seem to care much. Among the candidates for the 12 zodiac signs this time, there's a contestant named Bai Yi. He has a special physique and a strong will, just as strong as Tsang Long back then. I need more funds and manpower. Within 10 years, I can definitely create a new leader of the 12 zodiac signs. Dr. Jian thought the chairman would agree directly, but the chairman just asked coldly, do you think I can wait another 10 years? Dr. Jian frowned. Even if you die, the Apocalypse Company is still there. As Long is in charge, Apocalypse will be worry-free for 100 years. Bai Yi, who was eavesdropping, held his forehead with his hand and said, Dr. Jian, let's talk about emotional intelligence. You have none at all. You curse people to death while asking for funds. The chairman is a civilized person for not scolding you directly. Without my Apocalypse, what's the point of existence? The chairman said coldly. I'll provide you with funds and manpower. You can train new dragons, but you must remember that thing is the most important thing. That thing? Pangu USB drive. Bai Yi was excited. Is the Pangu USB flash drive really in the core laboratory? It seems that Chairman Tianchi is really about to collapse. He doesn't even care about Long, and only cares about using the Pangu USB flash drive to prolong his life. But this is just right. Bai Yi doesn't want to be taken seriously, because the consequence of being taken seriously is being imprisoned and becoming a guinea pig. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Dr. Jane, can I come in? Silver Snake asked outside the door. Come in. Dr. Jane put away the communication device. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Silver Snake, wearing black stockings and high heels, walked in, twisting her body. Dr. Jian, it's time for Hakuno to go to the observation room. Dr. Jian nodded. Okay, but Bai Yi can't leave here. Silver Snake frowned slightly. You mean he can't go with the other candidates, but has to stay here the whole time? I'm afraid that's against the rules, right? I've already asked the chairman. I can make the decision on Bai Yi's affairs. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Did the chairman, Lao Deng, ever say that? He just said he would give you funding and manpower, right? When the chairman was mentioned, Silver Snake's expression became serious. Can I know the reason? Dr. Jian said bluntly. Bai Yi is my important experimental subject, the future leader of the 12 zodiac signs. The dragon. What? Dragon? Silver Snake turned pale and looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a dragon? Bai Yi said disdainfully. Chapter 185, I report Silver Snake for defiling the experimental subject. Silver Snake was shocked. She didn't expect Bai Yi to have the potential to become a dragon. You know, among the 12 zodiac animals, she had only never slept with a dragon. Ever since the Azure Dragon rebelled, the position of the dragon has been replaced by other zodiac animals. Although there are also 12 people, how can the replacements be compared with the real dragon? For a moment, she couldn't help but clamp her legs together and swallow secretly. The buffs were stacked up. Handsome, arrogant, cute, little white rabbit, a future dragon. Every bit of him hit her heart. Now she wants to sleep with Hakuno more than she wants to sleep with a tyrant. At this time, Dr. Jian said again, remember, you must protect Bai Yi. Even if you die, he cannot die. After his chi and blood level stabilize, I will personally dissect him. The Silver Snake's fiery temper was immediately poured with a basin of cold water. Dissection? How can anyone be good in your hands? How can I sleep? Dr. Jane, do you want Hakuno to stay in the core lab until he becomes a dragon? Yes. Dr. Jian nodded, as if he had never thought of asking Bai Yi's opinion. In his eyes, Bai Yi was never regarded as a human being, but as a perfect experimental subject. Silver Snake was very anxious. How could he sleep if he was locked up in the laboratory? Dr. Jane, although you are an expert in genetic research, I have a small suggestion regarding combat and the digestion of genetic drugs. A true strong man is definitely not a flower grown in a laboratory. Without experiencing the beating of wind and rain, his physique and will cannot reach the peak, and naturally he cannot become a real dragon. It was the same with Songlong back then. Your mentor didn't keep him locked up in the lab, but instead let him go out to the company to gain experience. After several life or death experiences, he finally made the leap and became a true dragon. When Bai Yi heard this, he suddenly felt that the silver snake was not so bad after all. He even knew how to speak for him. My damn charm has nowhere to go. If others help you, it must be because you are excellent. Dr. Jane frowned, as if thinking about Silver Snake's words. If this was said by someone else, he would naturally not listen to it. But if it was said by the Silver Snake, one of the 12 zodiac animals, it was indeed worth his consideration. After all, Silver Snake was the one who had been injected with 5 doses of type 3 genetic medicine. As an experimental subject who had been injected personally, he had the most say about the genetic medicine. You're right. I didn't think it through. Let's do the autopsy every once in a while and spend the rest of the time training outside. Don't let him leave today. Let's wait until tomorrow after the autopsy is finished. After saying that, Dr. Jin no longer paid any attention to the two of them and buried himself in his computer. But he didn't expect that he couldn't avoid the dissection tomorrow. Forget it. There was no need to hide because he would take away the Pangi USB drive today. Now that I have the Pangi USB drive, what else can I do with you? Fast forward to the moment when the Black King appears and the apocalypse collapses. Come on, little brother. I have specially prepared a separate observation room for you. Silver Snake whispered in Bai Ye's ear. Bai Ye felt a chill and hurried out. In a completely enclosed, silver-white room, Silver Snake licked her lips. She stood with her back to the door and gently lifted her toes backward. Her high heels landed lightly on the door with a bit of lazy force. Only a thin crack was left through which white light could be seen, and the door closed silently. Snap! The door was closed, and no light from outside could enter the dim room. Bai Ye's heart trembled like a door. He looked around and found that there was only a bed in the room and no other exit. Silver Snake smiled more charmingly, with a misty look in her eyes. She didn't turn around, but put her hands behind her back and placed them on the door handle with perfect precision. Click! The door was completely locked. Little brother, if I hadn't suggested this to Dr. Jian just now, you would probably have lost your freedom. Tell me, how are you going to repay me? The Silver Snake moved forward and forced Bai Yi to the edge of the bed. You said you have so many boyfriends. Why do you have to keep staring at me? Silver Snake laughed sweetly and said, They are all rumors. I have never had many boyfriends in my life. You know that people always like to spread rumors behind the backs of beauties like me. Bai Yi chuckled. If someone else said this, he might believe it, but it was Silver Snake who said it. I'm afraid there are more than a few. How many are there exactly? In the end, Silver Snake placed a finger on her red lips, tilted her head, and thought cutely. There's no such thing as the end, but I do hope you can get to the end, he. She took off her high heels, gently lifted one of her legs wrapped in black stockings, placed it on Bai Ye's chest, and then lightly touched it. Bai Ye lay on the bed without any resistance. The Silver Snake laughed even more happily and wrapped itself around like a water snake, wanting to taste it well. But Bai Ye said disdainfully, If you touch me, believe it or not, I will tell Dr. Jian that you contaminated his experimental subjects. Silver Snake's expression changed slightly, but she still smiled sweetly and said, I don't believe you could be so cruel. She admires you so much and has helped you. How could you bear to hurt her? Bai Ye pushed the Silver Snake away, turned over, and stood up, his eyes defiant. Then you really don't understand me. Did I ask you for help? I have the support of the board of directors, and I'm the future leader of the 12 zodiac animals. I'm destined to be a powerful being that surpasses the 10 kings. Who the hell are you? Are you worthy of helping me? Silver Snake was stunned. You unfaithful man. Shut up, you bitch. You're clearly lusting after my body, yet you insist on pretending to be deeply in love with me. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? Aren't you just worried that I won't be able to leave the lab and you won't have a chance to attack me? Silver Snake's smile faded, and he looked at Bai Ye coldly. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. It won't hurt to let me sleep with you once. Go to hell. Am I the man you can sleep with whenever you want? Dream on. How can a snake and a dragon be together? Bai Ye said angrily. Silver Snake stood up coldly and put on his high heels again. Bai Ye, do you really think you are a real dragon? I tell you, you and I are just a dog raised by Tianchi Company. Do you really think the company is so kind as to inject you with the type 3 gene drug for free? To tell you the truth, the type 3 gene drug is flawed. You need to inject a gene stabilizer every month, otherwise you will suffer genetic collapse and die. Moreover, this stabilizer is not the kind sold on the market. Type 3 gene drugs have special stabilizers, and only the company has this stabilizer. If you don't inject the stabilizer for a month, you will feel pain 10 times more intense than the first injection of the type 3 gene drug, leaving you unable to live or die. Hakuno almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. 10 times the pain? What's 0 times 10? As for genetic collapse, he had already witnessed the suppression of the mutant scarlet virus on the type 3 genetic drug, so he was not worried at all. He had always found it strange that the 12 zodiac animals seemed to have a high status, but in front of the Apocalypse Board of Directors, they were nothing more than high-level thugs who could be summoned and dismissed at will. When other forces train death squads, they all provide them with fine clothes and food and treat them sincerely, but Apocalypse does not care about the loyalty of the 12 zodiac animals. It turns out that he relies on stabilizers to control them. At this time, the silver snake had already walked to the gate. She opened the door and slowly tilted her head. When you see the darkness of the company in the future, you will understand that what I said is true, so don't be self-righteous. In Tianqi, there is no difference between dragons and dogs. Give up your pitiful self-esteem and enjoy life in the moment. This is the right way. If you figure out, my door is always open to you. Get out of here now. I'm annoyed just by seeing you. A murderous look flashed in Silver Snake's eyes, and she slammed the door shut. Chapter 186. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bang! The room fell into darkness again. Baye's face was immersed in the darkness. He smiled silently, his teeth shining white. Dog? Ha! You still don't understand the value of God. Tianqi is indeed a behemoth standing on the land of Beimang, and the fate of countless people is controlled by him. But in front of him, those high-ranking directors are no different from ants. He got out of bed and started to stretch his body. Having just obtained 1/15 of a dragon's genes, he still needs to adapt. His figure suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and if he hadn't raised his hand in time, he would have almost hit his head. The room was estimated to be 3 meters high, and he had already jumped 3 meters without even exerting any strength. If he had jumped with all his strength, it could have been 10 meters. Then he started running around the room. The air was suddenly torn into blurry lines, and Baye's figure was like an elongated flaming tail, moving swiftly and with light steps. His speed was so fast that it left afterimages. What was even more bizarre was the trajectory of his feet. He seemed to be adhering to a vertical wall, with his knees slightly bent and running upwards by inertia. I was clearly running on the wall, but it felt like I was walking on flat ground. Baye suddenly stopped. The transition between extreme movement and extreme stillness was very abrupt, completely violating the laws of physics. What a fast speed! A hint of joy flashed across his face. If it is combined with feather, the speed will be even faster. After adjusting for a while, Baye started to act. Time stand still. Buzz! A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, and the whole world was immersed in a majestic divine power. Bang! Baye opened the door and rushed out at full speed. There were 2 soldiers guarding the door, their expressions as stern as statues. He ran wildly in the long silver corridor like a wild horse. When he ran to an empty corner, I made sure there were no surveillance cameras around. He released the time freeze. As a man who values time the most, how could he possibly keep the time, stop to look for the paying USB drive? It's your turn, dark and dark face. Black and dark mask had been disguised as human skin and worn on the face, and now it finally came in handy. An obscure light burst out from Baye's face, enveloping his entire body. His figure became illusory, as if shrouded in a layer of hazy mist. In an instant, the fog changed. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slightly curly hair, and a white coat walked out slowly from the corner. It's Dr. Jane. After becoming Dr. Jian, Baye began to stroll around slowly. Not long after, 2 scientific researchers holding experimental notebooks came towards them. When they saw Baye, they hurriedly greeted him. Dr. Jane. Yeah. Baye hummed lightly and walked straight past the 2 of them without looking around. Fortunately, Dr. Jian is a scientific research fanatic and is eccentric on a daily basis, so he doesn't have to worry about being exposed during the conversation. Dr. Jian, I have a research report I'd like to ask you for advice. Please see. A researcher stopped him and handed him the experimental report. Grass. It's too early to be happy. Baye took the experimental report calmly and glanced at the words on it that looked like hieroglyphics. Is this human language? Why do I recognize every single character, but not all of them when put together? You're still asking me for help on such a simple question? Do you know I hate wasting time the most? The two researchers' expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Dr. Jane. I'm so stupid and disturbed you. Everyone in the core laboratory knows that Dr. Jian is a research fanatic who hates wasting time on things other than research. After apologizing, the two turned around and were about to leave. Wait a moment. The two stopped and looked at Bai Yi in confusion. Hakuno said calmly, "Go to my lab. I have a research that I need your two help with." The two exchanged glances, their faces filled with uncontrollable joy. Is this a step to the sky? Can we also participate in Dr. Jian's research? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. In fact, Bai Yi didn't know where Dr. Jian's laboratory was, so he tricked the two people and asked them to lead the way. He thought that since Dr. Jian was the leader of the core laboratory, the Pangi USB drive was most likely in his exclusive laboratory. Yes, yes, yes. The two nodded quickly, quickened their pace, and walked ahead to lead the way. Hakuno followed silently and soon arrived in front of a large metal door. There are several sturdy, genetically modified people guarding both sides of the door. The two men ignored these genetically modified humans, picked up the badges hanging around their necks, and swiped them, and the door opened immediately. Need to swipe a card? Luckily, I brought the black nether mask. Otherwise, if I only used time stop, I would have to steal the access card. After entering the gate, Bai Yi came to the experimental area. There were laboratories on both sides of the corridor, and countless scientific researchers in white coats were conducting experiments in them. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a naked man lying on the operating table. A huge incision had been made in his abdomen, and his scarlet internal organs were exposed to the air. He looked painful and struggled constantly, but no one responded. The scientific researchers on the side were just coldly recording the data. There were more than one similar human experiments. Bai saw at least a dozen of them along the way. The experimental subjects included men, women, and even children. Some were injected with unknown drugs, causing their bodies to rapidly transform into beasts, growing sharp claws and fangs. Experiment failed, cleared. The researchers picked up the syringe and injected poison into the beast tied to the operating table. In just 3 seconds, the beast was dead. The cleaner and dust-proof clothing skillfully dragged away the beast's body and threw it into the garbage truck behind him. Bai Yi thought of the organ trafficking and human experiments that in Xiaotong had been investigating. It seemed that this was the source. The lights in this experimental area were exceptionally bright, the cold white light illuminating every corner of the laboratory, but it could not dispel the darkness shrouding people's hearts. Most of the subjects of the experiments were pale and thin, with ragged clothes, looking very much like wastelanders. It was not until this moment that Bai Yi finally understood what the officer in Mr. Ing said. "Officer, these are barbaric and ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps them around. In my opinion, all wastelanders should be eliminated so that civilization can be restored as soon as possible." Mr. Ing, even garbage has its own value. What a great saying. Even garbage has its own value. It turns out that this is the value of wastelanders. Dr. Jian, we're here. We don't have permission to open your laboratory. Only your ID card can open it. A researcher gestured to Bai Yi. Bai Yi's eyes moved slightly. I don't have the authority either. But he didn't panic but said calmly, I forgot to bring it. The researcher was stunned and quickly said respectfully, It's okay. I'll go find the supervisor and ask him to open the door for you. He trotted into an office area and soon brought in a middle-aged man with a big belly. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit and tie, with a flattering smile on his face. Hello, Dr. Jane. Open the door. Bai Yi said expressionlessly. Yes, yes, I'll open the door right away. The middle-aged man nodded and took out his ID card. Just as he was about to open the door, he was slightly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and asked, Dr. Jian, didn't you say that you would study the experimental data of Bai Yi in laboratory number 8 today and not allow anyone to disturb you? What? Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 187, it's very simple. I just turned into a dragon, right? The middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. No, I'm the one who said too much. He hurried to open the door, muttering in his heart, Why is the doctor so angry today? Could it be that his research has failed again? Drop. The door opens. Hakuno entered. This is a slightly empty experimental area with dozens of scientific researchers moving around. Each of them looks quite old, and there are even a few elderly men with gray hair. Dr. Jian, you're finally here. Experimental subject number 1478 just made Ing Long open his eyes. Our experimental direction is correct. Come take a look. A white-haired old man came hurriedly, dancing with excitement. Ing Long? Why another dragon? Who the hell cares about the dragon? Where's my Pangy USB flash drive? In order not to reveal his identity, Bai Yi allowed the old man to lead him forward. Soon, he was in the elevator, which went straight down. In the elevator, the old man excitedly recounted various experimental parameters about Ing Long. Bai Yi's scalp tingled as he listened. Could he speak human language? He didn't dare to say a word, for fear of exposing his knowledge. By the way, what about the thing we brought back from Black Mountain? Bai Yi interrupted the old man's chatter. The old man was stunned. You mean the pseudo-humans? They're all placed in laboratory number 9. I took a look at the experimental data not long ago. The life reactions of these pseudo-humans have reached an astonishing omega level. Their energy density. I'm not talking about a fake person. A trace of confusion flashed across the old man's eyes. Are you asking about the plants infected by the mutant scarlet virus? No. Bai Yi was so anxious that he almost said the 4 words, Pangy USB drive, but he didn't want to show it too obviously. But the company only brought back these 2 things from Montenegro. Damn it. I'm talking about the Pangy USB drive. The old man was horrified. Pangy USB drive? The company got the Pangy USB drive. Bai Yi was even more surprised than the old man. No, you ask me? Which one of us is from the core laboratory? He stretched out his hand and rubbed his furrowed brow. I almost forgot. Your level of expertise doesn't allow you to access these secrets. I've been so busy lately that I can't even think before I speak. You just kept what I said to yourself. You know the consequences of prying into company secrets without going through your superiors. The old man turned pale with fear, his body trembling unconsciously. Secret? What secret? I'm old and hard of hearing. I didn't hear anything. I said this, but in my heart I was cursing. You knew it was a secret, but you still said it casually? Are you trying to kill me, an old man? At this time, the elevator slowly opened. The same spacious hall came into view, but the only difference was that the edge of the hall was surrounded by a transparent glass curtain wall. Bai Yi walked out of the elevator, and the researchers around him greeted him. Dr. Jane, Ph.D. He nodded in response without looking away, his expression cold. Dr. Jian, please take a look at Ing Long. We've made a new breakthrough in our research. Yeah, Bai Yi, under the guidance of the old man, calmly walked to the glass curtain wall and was about to make a pretentious comment. But when he saw the creature behind the glass curtain wall, he was shocked. Oh shit, this is Ing Long. A dragon-shaped creature, several dozen meters tall, stands behind the glass curtain wall. Its torso is covered with layers of dark gold biological shells. Each piece looks like a natural dragon scale, with a faint light flowing around the edges. The dragon's head is majestic and ferocious. Its whiskers flutter like silver threads, its huge wings spread out behind it. Its mechanical structure and biological tissue complement each other, and its tail is winding. It's like a creature from ancient mythology, perfectly blending the majesty of dragons with the weirdness of biomachinery. Feeling the powerful oppressive feeling coming from Ing Long, Bai Yi was secretly amazed. He had only seen this feeling in the tyrant who used the iron flow sky puppet. Perfect, powerful, impeccable. Anyone who sees Ing Long can intuitively feel its power. What the hell is this? Bai Yi felt as if he had accidentally known the trump card of Apocalypse Company. You two come here. He turned his head slightly and instructed the 2 researchers who followed him. It was obviously the first time for the 2 of them to see Ing Long, and they were stunned with shock. Dr. Jian, please give your orders. One of them suppressed the shock in his heart and stood respectfully beside Bai Yi. Bai Yi calmly pointed at Ing Long and said, I think you 2 have some talent, so I want you to join Ing Long's experiment. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 of them were instantly ecstatic and their bodies began to tremble with excitement. Thank you for your support, Doctor. We will work hard and will never let you down. Don't be too happy too soon. Bai Yi interrupted coldly. I just have this plan, but whether you can join depends on your ability. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. First, tell me about your understanding of Ing Long. If you can't satisfy me, then there's no point in discussing this. The 2 of them were startled and rushed to talk about what they knew about Ing Long. Dr. Jian, as far as I know, Ing Long is a biological mecha, the top priority of the entire core laboratory. Its strategic value even exceeds that of the type 3 gene potion. Its power can shake mountains, and its defenses cannot even be penetrated by missiles. Another person quickly responded. The reason the dragon hasn't been chosen for the Chinese zodiac is because the human body can't tolerate multiple injections of type 3 gene drugs. So your mentor took a different approach and launched the Biomecha project in his later years. These unconscious mechas don't need to worry about the effects of their bestiality. As the two of them talked, Bai Yi finally understood what Yinglong was. Yinglong was Dr. Jian's mentor and presided over the project in his later years. This man is truly a genius. After creating the Canglong, he was unable to create a second dragon. So he took a different approach and created a biological mecha. Let the unconscious mecha take on the animal nature, and then let people enter the mecha to control it. This plan is really perfect. No wonder the chairman didn't care about Long's candidate. It wasn't just because of his lifespan. It turned out that there was already a replacement. Dr. Jian was determined to surpass his mentor, so he naturally looked down on the Yinglong project. That's why he was ecstatic when he discovered it, thinking that he could create a more perfect dragon. Broken, Bai Yi realized a tricky problem. After he took away the Pangi USB flash drive, his identity would definitely be at risk of being exposed. After all, the core laboratory has always been peaceful. It was only today that 4 outsiders appeared, and as a result, the Pangi USB flash drive was lost. Even if there is no evidence, Apocalypse will point the finger at these 4 people. At that time, if you don't want to be caught and tortured in prison, you can only resist. He had already imagined the situation of going to war with Tianqi. If something as important as the Pangi USB flash drive was lost, Tianqi Company would definitely find it at the first time. There would be no stupid plot in TV dramas where they would not realize that the thing was missing until half a year later. Apocalypse will immediately seal off the core laboratory and not allow anyone to leave. His original plan was to find the Pangi USB drive and fast forward to the dawn of God. But Yinglong's existence added variables to his plan. Once the 2-station zodiac signs are unable to stop the footsteps of God, Tianqi will certainly activate Yinglong. Looking at Yinglong, who looked like an ancient mythical creature, Bai Yi was a little hesitant. How could he break through the defense of Yinglong, which could even defend against missiles? It would be great if Xiaodong was around. With the help of the pure silver cross sword, she might be able to break Yinglong's defense. Too bad he's not here. How to fight against Yinglong without a pure silver cross sword? Bai Yi thought for a moment and came up with the answer. He looked at the huge monster with burning eyes. It's very simple. I just turn into a dragon, right? Chapter 188, Dr. Jane's speech. Dr. Jian, Yinglong just opened his eyes. Look, this is the experimental data. A researcher handed over a thick stack of A4 paper with an excited look. Bai Yi calmly took the experimental data, glanced at it casually, and felt a little dizzy. He said calmly, well, the experimental data is about the same as I expected. The researcher was stunned, a flash of enthusiasm in his eyes. Had he even predicted the experimental results? As expected of Dr. Jian. Dr. Jane, are you still watching the experimental video? Bai Yi was stunned. Video? Video is good. I have to watch the video. After all, I really understand this. Then let's see. Afterwards, under the guidance of scientific researchers, he walked into an observation room full of experimental instruments, where the glass curtain wall faced the dragon head of Yinglong. Dr. Jian, please look, this is the video of subject 1478 driving the Yinglong. The researchers just clicked a few times on the computer, and the image immediately appeared on the screen. In the picture, the lights in the experimental cabin where Yinglong is located are pale. The alarm sounds sharp and piercing, and a cold mechanical arm forcefully drags a young experimenter towards Yinglong, who is emitting a strange metallic luster. The experimenter's clothes had the number 1478 written on them. 1478 struggled desperately, and his fear and screams almost overflowed from the computer screen. Bai Yi glanced at the video directory on the right side of the computer screen and saw densely packed numbers. 1477, 1476, 1475. Behind every coal number is a living life. Liar. You guys are a bunch of liars. You clearly said you were just conducting some simple experiments. But why did they all die? No, I don't want to go in. 1478 cursed and cried, but the researchers around him just coldly recorded the data, and no one responded. Soon, the robotic arm brought 1478 to the heart behind Yinglong. Then a magical scene appeared. The scales on Yinglong's heart began to wriggle, opening to the left and right like a door, revealing scarlet flesh and blood. Countless hideous flesh buds suddenly emerged from the flesh, wrapping around 1478 like octopus tentacles and then pulling it into the body. The screams stopped abruptly. Click, click. The cold mecha shell closed instantly, becoming seamless. The experimenter voice came from the screen. The synchronization rate between 1478 and Yinglong is increasing. It has reached 18%. Synchronization rate? Bai Yi frowned slightly, probably referring to the extent to which the experimenters could control Yinglong. After all, it must be very difficult to control such a large biological mecha with a human body. You know, many people have difficulty controlling a car, let alone a biological mecha that is dozens of times larger than a car. 1478, can you hear me? Try to control Yinglong. The scene was silent for a long time, and suddenly, a low humming sound was heard, like the prelude of an ancient giant beast awakening from its slumber. The indicator lights on the bulkhead flashed wildly, blue and red lights interlaced, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. The Yinglong mecha, which looked like an ancient mythical creature, slowly opened its eyes. As his eyelids opened and closed, a faint scarlet light seeped out, like a will-o'-the-wisp quietly burning in the darkness. The light gradually condensed and became brighter, and the scarlet color became more intense, as if it was about to drip blood. The next second, two blinding red lights suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire experimental chamber in a blood-red glow. Wherever the light reached, a bone-chilling chill seemed to penetrate the soul. There is no warmth of human emotion in these eyes, only endless coldness and murderousness, like a judge from heaven, indifferent to all life in the world. The sense of oppression overflowed from the screen like a tide, instantly filling every inch of the laboratory, making everyone present breathe slowly and their hands and feet go weak. The researchers beside, Bai Yi couldn't stop trembling. It was a fear engraved in their genetic instincts. Even the experimental video still made them feel scared. Looking directly into Yinglong's eyes, one has the illusion of staring into the abyss. Wow, is this Yinglong? It should belong to the gods. There was no trace of fear in Bai Ye's eyes, only greed for Yinglong. How much time can be saved with Yinglong? But the next second, reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. In the picture, Yinglong's eyes suddenly closed. The red and blue indicator lights went out, and everything became eerily silent. Then, the scales on Yinglong's back opened and closed, and a dried corpse fell out. 1478's energy and blood were drained, and the synchronization rate was only at 20% at most. Although we failed again, at least this time Yinglong opened his eyes, which is a major breakthrough and proves that Dr. Jian's theory is correct. The key to controlling Yinglong lies in the synchronization rate, which has nothing to do with the operator's own qi and blood. If the synchronization rate is not matched, it will be useless even if the qi and blood are high. Next, we should continue to improve Yinglong's synchronization rate so that it is in sync with humans, otherwise no one will be able to control it. As the researcher's voice sounded, the screen fell into darkness. Dr. Jane, what do you think? Someone asked. Bai Yi just wanted to laugh. I want to sit down and watch. These scientific researchers have no emotional intelligence. Don't they know to move a seat for the leader? Looking at the tragic death of 1478, he had already anticipated his own fate after entering Yinglong. It is true that the pseudo-human is immortal, but the prerequisite is that his energy and blood have not been exhausted. This Yinglong thing can directly suck away the qi and blood. Even the gods of the new era can't withstand it. As for synchronization, who knows what that is? He didn't want to go in and gamble his life. If I die like this, with so much time left, I will die with regrets. However, the good news is that since he can't control it, no one else can either, so he doesn't have to worry about the enemy using Yinglong to deal with him. The current Yinglong is obviously a semi-finished product and is not suitable for human control at all. Dr. Jian, how do you think we should improve the experiment next? Another researcher asked sincerely. More and more eyes were focused on Bai Yi, wanting to hear his guidance, and some even took out small notebooks to take notes. No, don't do this. How the hell do I know how to improve it? Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, he couldn't reveal his identity before he found the Panga USB drive, so he had to bite the bullet and say, Ahem, I think what we need to do next is to focus on the established research direction and steadily advance various experimental tasks to ensure overall progress is smooth and orderly. Russell, a group of scientific researchers in white coats lowered their heads and took notes frantically in their notebooks with pens. After recording, they all raised their heads and stared at Bai Yi with burning eyes. It's not really numb. Bai Yi started brainstorming, and Xia Heba said, during the process, we must always adhere to high standards, strict requirements, focus on implementation, pay attention to details, strive for quality, promote results, and pay attention to overall coordination. Actively respond to various situations that may arise. Ensure standardized experimental procedures and rigorous data collection. The more he spoke, the more fluent and confident he became, and he spoke eloquently in front of a group of scientific researchers. Chapter 189, full of big men. In short, we must continue to maintain the good momentum, further refine our work measures, strengthen responsibility implementation, steadily advance subsequent experimental stages, and strive to successfully implement the Yinglong project. Do you have confidence? Have faith. Pa pa pa. The researchers applauded wildly, feeling that what Dr. Jian said was excellent, and it was so insightful and insightful. Every sentence has deep meaning. If you savor it carefully, you will find it profound, and it is difficult to grasp its meaning in a short time. It must be because our level is not high enough that we cannot appreciate the profound meaning of Dr. Jian's words. Bai Yi patted the shoulder of the researcher next to him and said, "Keep working hard. The future belongs to you." After saying this, he turned and left, ignoring the crowd's ecstasy. After leaving the experimental area, Bai Ye's face was gloomy. Where on earth was the Pangu USB drive? How could these researchers not even know about it? The Yinglong project is the most important project of this core laboratory, but Pangu is still nowhere to be found. No, I can't keep wandering around like a headless fly. If Dr. Jane comes out of the laboratory, I'll be exposed. After much thought, Bai Yi decided to go find Dr. Jian. If he were to ask who in the entire core laboratory was most likely to know about the Pangu USB drive, it would definitely be Dr. Jian. As the person in charge of the core laboratory, Apocalypse Company would not hide it from Dr. Jian, even if it wanted to hide it from anyone else. But we can't just go there straight away. It's easy to threaten a helpless scientific researcher, but we're afraid of the worst-case scenario, which is that Dr. Jane doesn't even know. The Pangu USB drive is not in the core laboratory at all. If Dr. Jian didn't know and he took Dr. Jian hostage, it would alert the enemy. Not only would it be detrimental to his subsequent search for Pangu, but there would also be no one to help him transform into a dragon in the future. We must find a safe way. Bai Yi was deep in thought as he paced down the long corridor, paying no attention to the greetings from the passing researchers. The researchers didn't care either. After all, Dr. Jian had been ignoring them for a long time. Suddenly, a faint humming sound reached his ears. That voice is the silver snake. Bai Yi suddenly looked up and looked towards a room deep in the corridor. The sound came from there. Although the room is well soundproofed, it can't hide anything from the ears of 1/15th of a dragon. Silver Snake's voice flashed through his mind like a bright light. There is a solution. He first pretended to walk into the bathroom, avoiding the sight of people around him, and then time stopped. The Silver Snake's joyful humming came to an abrupt halt, and everything was dead silent. 1/15th of the speed of a dragon plus chi and blood martial arts, feather. Bai Yi rushed out of the bathroom with a whoosh and rushed towards Insha's room at high speed. It's a pity that he can't activate time flow variation when time stops, otherwise the speed will be even faster. Because these two are contradictory. Time stop means that time stands still, and time flow variation means that time flows slowly. Time cannot stop and flow slowly at the same time, just like people cannot have both. Bang! Bai Yi opened the door to the room and said, "Fuck." He was startled by the scene in the room. He thought he had guessed what the Silver Snake was doing in there, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he had to admit that he was still too young. I saw a big man covered with silver snakes on the bed in the room. As expected of you, awesome. Bai Yi gave the still silver snake a thumbs up, then turned and left. He felt that his eyes were dirty, and he shouldn't have come in to see. He was not a peeping Tom. He just wanted to see how long it would take Silver Snake to finish, because he would need Silver Snake's identity next. So he had to find out when Silver Snake would come out of the room. Now it seems that I can use the identity of Silver Snake for one day. Bai Yi rushed all the way and ran to the door of the room where Dr. Jian had been before. Then it quickly turned into a silver snake. Time to recover. Dr. Jane stared at the computer screen with a frown, seemingly confused about something. He didn't notice that there was another person in the room. He muttered to himself, Bai Ye's gene compatibility after the injection has reached 100%. It's incredible. Chunin's 70% compatibility is already considered a genius. Li Hu's 61% and Wuda's 65% are also good, but they are far behind Bai Yi. But how could this be possible? Baye's physique was so unique. So why was his genetic test report showing no other special features besides being compatible with the rabbit gene? But he clearly has an extraordinary physique and the potential to become a dragon. Could it be that someone secretly tampered with it? Dr. Jian frowned, staring at the test form on the computer, calculating the genetic sequence bit by bit. Bai stood behind him and watched together. He naturally knew why there was nothing abnormal in his genetic test results. It was Pei Qingwei from the Silent Court who helped him with that. But no one expected that after he arrived at the core laboratory, he was targeted by Dr. Jian because of his special physique and will, and his true identity was about to be exposed. Just as Dr. Jian picked up the encrypted communication device and prepared to ask, Dr. Jane. Dr. Jane was startled and turned around suddenly, only to see a woman wearing a silver sequined miniskirt and torn stockings standing behind him. His frightened expression disappeared in an instant and turned into anger. Silver Snake, who let you in? Don't you know to knock on the door? Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about these details. I came here this time to talk to you about something important. Dr. Jian seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Bai Yi is in trouble. Bai Yi. Thank you so much for caring about me. He felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't expect Dr. Jane to care about him so much. He looked so nervous, as if his father had died. Of course, he knew very well that Dr. Jane cared not about himself, but about the dragon. He's fine. Dr. Jian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then his brows furrowed again. Then what are you doing here? The rapid change of expression made Bai Yi exclaim that he had met an opponent. I'm here to help you. Bai Yi stopped talking nonsense and started to fool people. Help me. Dr. Jian looked at him suspiciously and said hesitantly, Do you also understand genetic science? Damn it. Are you mentally retarded? I know a lot about genetics, but what else can you think of? Bai Yi took a deep breath and said solemnly, Although I don't understand genetic science, I know that if you continue like this, you will never surpass your mentor, because one sentence directly hits Dr. Jian's inner pain point. If you want to deceive someone, you must first find out what he really cares about in his heart. Dr. Jian looked displeased. Your stabilizer quota for next month will be halved. You can leave now. Bai's expression turned cold, and he made a lightning-fast move, instantly strangling Dr. Jian's neck. You'd better not interrupt me when I'm talking to you, understand? You. Dr. Jian's face turned red for being pinched. He struggled hard, but to no avail. He is just an ordinary person. How can he resist Bai Yi, who has been injected with type 3 gene drug? Just like how Bai Yi was unable to resist the defilement of the silver snake just now. Chapter 190. Dr. Jane. I have gradually understood everything. Can you please be quiet and listen to me now? Dr. Jian has a very strong temper. Even when his life and death are not in his own hands, there is only shock and anger in his eyes, not fear. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Do you know what the most hopeless way to die in this world is? That is to fall before dawn. You have found a candidate for the dragon and seen the dawn of surpassing your mentor. But if you die now, your plan to create a dragon will be completely shattered. You will never be able to surpass your mentor in your entire life. Dr. Jane's pupils suddenly contracted, and resistance and fear appeared on his face. Bai Yi let go of his hand, and Dr. Jian slumped down on the office chair, breathing heavily. He stared at Bai Yi intently. What on earth are you going to do? Which director asked you to come here? Dr. Jane knows Silver Snake very well. She has no rebellious spirit. She only pursues hedonism. She lives one day at a time and sleeps with as many women as she can. If there were no other directors backing him up, they would never disobey me or even attack me. It doesn't matter what I'm going to do, and it doesn't matter who sent me. What matters is what you want to do. Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and patted Dr. Jian's shoulder heavily. Dr. Jian, I know you're very unwilling and want to surpass your mentor, but can you really do it? I can. Dr. Jane said angrily. Bai Yi imitated the silver snake's smirk and said disdainfully, It's okay to cheat others, but don't cheat yourself, can you? You're just a substitute for your mentor. Your only value is to replace your mentor and complete the Yinglong plan. When Yinglong is born, the world will only marvel at your mentor's extraordinary talent. And you're just a lucky guy who picked up on others' ideas and stood on the shoulders of giants. Dr. Jian was completely enraged. He even ignored the difference in strength and reached out to grab Bai's collar. As a result, he was gently pushed by Hakuno and collapsed on the seat. He continued to speak angrily. You're talking nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Your mentor created two dragons, Sanglong and Inglong, but what about you? You don't have any. Dr. Jin's expression changed slightly, but he was still arguing, eager to prove himself. I will be able to turn Bai Yi into a dragon soon. Just give me some more time. Don't be naive, Bai Yi said coldly. The chairman doesn't care about Xinlong at all. Capital is profit-seeking. Your teacher has already succeeded. They naturally hope that you will continue along the path of your mentor, rather than forging a new path and creating another dragon. Even if this dragon is more powerful, the chairman will not believe it. He will just think you are defrauding funds. Dr. Jin was about to retort when Bai Yi interrupted him. Don't rush to refute. What you said is one-sided. Besides you, is there anyone else in this world who believes it? Think carefully about it. When you excitedly went to the chairman to report Xinlong, what was his reaction? Did he really care about Xinlong? Dr. Jin felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, and the chairman's words echoed in his ears. Do you think I can wait another 10 years? I will give you funds and manpower, and you can train new dragons, but you must remember that thing is the top priority. Dr. Jin's face suddenly turned pale, but the chairman promised to give me funds. Stupid. He was just trying to steady you, so you could continue completing Yinglong. Boom! A bolt from the blue exploded in Dr. Jin's heart. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and the light in his eyes became dim. The defense was broken. In fact, he had already understood it in his heart. The chairman's attitude was enough to explain it, but he had always been unwilling to admit it, and even more unwilling to think about it in this way. Bai Ye's words broke down the wall in his heart, forcing him to face the cruel reality. Annoyance, dejection, and anger appeared on Dr. Jin's face. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "So what? Even without full support, I can still create a new dragon." Bai Yi sighed and shook his head. How long do you think the chairman can live? If he dies, you won't get any support at all. Dr. Jin sneered, his words revealing full confidence. With my talents, no matter who succeeds me as chairman, they will make use of me. How can I not get support? Don't you find it strange? Dr. Jin frowned slightly. What's strange? I'm surprised by Ye's appearance. If I think about it carefully, there hasn't been anyone with a dragon physique in all these years. So why did one appear today? And his genetic test results showed no abnormalities. Dr. Jin was stunned at first, then he was horrified. He realized something that was extremely terrifying when he thought about it carefully. There is no way a normal human could adapt to a dragon. Even a blue dragon can only do so because of its extraordinary powers. Hakuno's ability to adapt to dragons means he's not a normal human and must have undergone a transformation. So here comes the question. Who transformed Hakuno? He carefully recalled every detail about Bai Yi. Airborne trials, bombing all the contestants without punishment, and tampered genetic test results. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It's Lu Yunxiao. You and Bai Yi are both Lu Yunxiao's people. Dr. Jin's eyes widened, his mind churning with thoughts. Through these clues, he had figured out everything. Bai Yi was planted in the selection competition by Lu Yunxiao. People at the bottom didn't know this, but it was no secret to the top management. Bai Ye's sudden appearance and Inche's abnormal showdown were all Lu Yunxiao's pressure on him. Lu Yunxiao once tried to recruit him, but he refused. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunxiao had not given up yet. He not only instigated the rebellion of Silver Snake, but also created a dragon candidate like Bai Yi, just to tell himself who can help him create a real dragon. The more Dr. Jin thought about it, the more frightened he became. As a director of Tianqi, it was normal for Lu Yunxiao to have his own secret laboratory, but he never imagined that Lu Yunxiao's laboratory could actually produce a candidate for the dragon. Who was it? Who was in charge of the experiment? Could it be Pei Qinghua? No matter who it is, the most difficult step in making a dragon has been completed by Lu Yunxiao. Even without him, they can figure out the remaining steps by spending time. No wonder Inshi said that once the chairman died, he would not get any support and no one needed him at all. No, this can't be. My lifelong dream has yet to be realized. Only I can create a true dragon. Bai Ye's expression was slightly strange. Lu Yunxiao? Little Lu's father? This is not what I said. It's just your guess. It has nothing to do with me. His original intention was to pretend to have the support of a certain director and deceive Dr. Jin into cooperating with himself and even the forces behind him. After all, the chairman was dying, and the people below him were definitely not of the same mind. He didn't know the director of Apocalypse, and he didn't think of mentioning the names of other directors. He didn't want it to be as mysterious as possible. As long as he could fool people at the time and get the Panga USB drive, it didn't matter if he was discovered later. But I didn't expect that Dr. Jian was really extremely smart and figured out the answer himself. You will know who is behind me once you decide to join us, Bai Yi said ambiguously. Dr. Jian narrowed his eyes slightly and listened to Bai Ye's vague statement. He knew that he had guessed correctly. It was Lu Yinxiao. Family, don't forget to get some free gifts while you're enjoying the show. Follow us for the lucky hands. Chapter 191. Panga USB? Just took it out like that? Since you already have the foundation to build a dragon, why are you trying to win me over? Hooked. Bai Yi smiled secretly in his heart. The fact that he could ask this question meant that Dr. Jian was already moved. On one side is the dying chairman who doesn't take the new dragon seriously. And on the other side is the young director of Apocalypse who can create a candidate for the dragon and is willing to wait for 10 years. It goes without saying who he will cooperate with. We can certainly create a new dragon, but we can't guarantee that the new dragon will have the power to surpass Yinglong and Songlong. But you are different. Bai Yi grabbed Dr. Jian's shoulders and said with a stern gaze, "You are a scientific research genius that only appears once in a century. It's just that you were born at the wrong time. Before you could fully grow up, your brilliance was overshadowed by your mentor. Talent, hard work, determination, experience, you have everything. The only thing you lack is a chance to prove yourself. If you join us, we can forge the most perfect dragon in the world. A dragon that will surpass all your mentor's creations. The chairman doesn't support you, but we do. The chairman can't wait 10 years, but we can." Dr. Jian was shocked and even dared not look directly into Bai Ye's fiery eyes. "I just need an opportunity. I'm a scientific research genius. I will surpass my mentor." The fire in Bai Ye's eyes was like a spark of hope, successfully igniting the burning flame in Dr. Jian's heart. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, his expression excited. "You're right. I just lack an opportunity, a chance to prove myself. With your support, I will dissect Bai Yi tomorrow and get the experimental data. Soon, I will be able to. You are so special. Grass." Bai Yi was so angry that he cursed in his heart. "Are you still thinking of dissecting me? We have all the data on Bai Yi. You don't need to do an autopsy. As long as you join us, I can provide you with experimental data. And there's no point in doing an autopsy. To prevent you from regretting it, we've already tampered with Bai Ye's body." Dr. Jian exclaimed in surprise. "You injected Bai Yi with a genetic information noise factor?" "Huh? What? What factor?" Bai Yi was stunned. He didn't understand what Dr. Jian was saying at all. He wanted to say that he had put poison in Bai Ye's teeth, just like in the TV series. He can commit suicide without any hesitation. As long as you don't agree to join us, Bai Yi will commit suicide and prevent you from obtaining the experimental data. Anyway, if we can create one dragon candidate, we can create a second one. Dr. Jian had no idea what Bai Yi was thinking. He stood up angrily and said, "How could you treat the experimental subjects like this? This is a blasphemy against science. Did you know that although genetic information noise factors can mask gene expression, excessive dosage can easily cause genetic disorder? You'll destroy the experiment. Did Pei Qinghua do this? That half-baked woman managed to create a dragon candidate. But did she really think she could create a second one? I've conducted countless experiments and know full well that the birth of a dragon candidate is due to a 1 in a billion uncertainty factor. How could that woman be so foolish as to attribute her momentary luck to her own scientific research prowess? Damn it, where's your laboratory? Take me there quickly. Without me in charge, Pei Qingwei will definitely destroy the future strongest dragon. Bai Yi. No, buddy, what are you talking about? Are you agreeing to join now? Dr. Jane, calm down first. Calm down. Dr. Jin slapped Bai Ye's hand away and said angrily, "How can you ask me to calm down? How can a half-baked person like you know how precious the experimental materials are? No one in this world understands dragons better than me. Without me..." Stop, stop, stop. Bai Yi felt a headache coming on. "We haven't decided to let you join yet." Dr. Jian was stunned. "What did you say? Who knows if you agreed verbally, then secretly change your mind and turn around to tell the chairman about it?" Dr. Jian was furious. "Who do you take me for? I'm not the kind of person who would betray you." "Huh? What are you saying now that you're betraying the chairman?" Dr. Jian, call. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He finally managed to fool someone. He didn't expect that fooling a scientific researcher would be so tiring. In fact, Dr. Jian was very easy to fool. He was so obsessed with research that he believed everything he said. But the scientific research terms that popped up from time to time and the attitude of the scientific research fanatic were really too much for him to handle. Dr. Jian, if you are truly sincere, you should pledge your allegiance. After fooling around for a long time, Bai finally showed his true colors. Okay. Dr. Jian took out a silver metal USB flash drive from his pocket without any hesitation. Holy shit, it's not my friend, but you just took it out like that? Bai's eyes widened instantly, staring at the USB drive. The Panga USB drive is actually on Dr. Jian? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time and effort. I should have just grabbed it. He snatched the USB drive and examined it carefully in his hand. The USB flash drive is small and exquisite, and its silver surface is not smooth, but has a fine frosted texture. The shape is extremely simple, and the smooth curves seem to have been carefully calculated, as if hiding a condensed galaxy. Flawless. It's worthy of being called Panga USB. Dr. Jian sneered. I knew you wanted the formula for the type 3 gene drug. How about this token of allegiance? Is it enough? Bai looked up in surprise. Is this filled with the formula for the type 3 gene drug? Dr. Jian nodded. Of course. Is there anything better than this to demonstrate sincerity? The password is 836295. Entering it incorrectly 3 times or attempting to force the password will automatically erase the contents of the USB drive. A basin of cold water was poured on by Ye's heart, and he felt a chill in his heart. No wonder this crappy USB flash drive doesn't even have any mysterious patterns on it. It's simply plated with a layer of silver. It's so ugly and prickly. It turned out to be just an ordinary USB flash drive. Bai silently put away the USB drive. Your sincerity is not enough. Not enough. Dr. Jian was stunned. The most precious things in the core laboratory are type 3 gene drugs and Yinglong. Do you want Yinglong? Even if I can give it to you, how can you take it away? Bai shook his head and coldly spat out 4 words. Panga USB drive. What? Dr. Jian was shocked. Panga USB drive? The company got the Panga USB drive. Bai. Are you kidding me? You didn't even know? The chairman did get the Panga USB drive. Dr. Jian's expression changed again and again. Do you think the Panga USB drive is in my hands? In the core laboratory? He laughed uncontrollably as he spoke. If what you said is true, then it's even more unlikely that the Panga USB drive is with me, because I'm good at genomics, genetic engineering, and bioinformatics, not computer engineering, information technology, programming languages, and compiler theory. Bai's face darkened. Speak human language. Chapter 192 Destined? Dr. Jian showed disdain on his face, as if he was looking at an illiterate person. In short, I can't crack the Panga USB drive, so the chairman will naturally not give it to me. You can't crack your pride. Where's the Panga USB drive? How should I know? The Panga USB flash drive is a matter of great importance. I'm afraid only the chairman knows about it. All the people involved in the research must have been imprisoned and have no contact with the outside world. Bai is very angry now. He wasted so much time, but still couldn't find a Panga USB flash drive. He only gained 500 chi in health, gained super hearing, super speed, 1/15 of a dragon's gene, the formula of type 3 gene potion, saw the hidden trump card of Apocalypse, Yinglong, and his status was improved, the first of the 12 zodiac signs in the future, the dragon. Other than that, nothing. Damn it. Damn it. God's patience has been completely exhausted. Okay, you like to hide it, right? The chairman is the only one who knows, right? I will kidnap the chairman of Tianqi tomorrow. I want to see how you can fight against the gods in Shuguang City without Yinglong. Silver Snake, I've already shown my sincerity to you. Shouldn't you let me join? Bai interrupted coldly. Now is not the time. I will contact you when the time is right. After saying that, he turned and left, completely ignoring Dr. Jian, who was looking stunned. Dr. Jian's face was gloomy, and he felt like he was being fooled. Just because I don't have a Panga USB drive, you think I'm worthless? He is not a fool. On the contrary, he is extremely smart, but he lacks emotional intelligence. Bai's completely different attitude made him realize that he was about to be abandoned. Damn it. Damn everyone on the board. They have no respect for science at all. Liar. They're all liars. They say I am a genius, but I just want the Panga USB flash drive. His expression grew increasingly ugly, and a sense of panic rose in his heart for no apparent reason. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Liu Yanxiao thinks I am worthless and must be planning to let Pei Qingyue take my place and create a new dragon. After all, Bai was trained by Pei Qingyue. Even if this woman relied on luck, how could a person like Lu Yunxiao, who was just sitting in an office and doing nothing, understand the ins and outs of this? He must think that Pei Qing Yue's scientific research level is higher than mine. I must demonstrate irreplaceable value in order to continue to serve as the chief scientist of Apocalypse and lead the Shinlong project. With this thought in mind, a bold plan began to brew in Dr. Jane's mind. Time stands still. Bai Yi rushed all the way back to the previous observation room. Time to recover. In the observation room, he started boxing without saying a word, not wasting every minute and every second, trying to adapt to his stronger body as quickly as possible. Because he had decided to give Tianqi a surprise tomorrow, a surprise from God. Night. The lights in the core laboratory are still cold and bright, and here the only way to judge the passage of time is by the clock on the wall. After a thrilling battle, the Silver Snake God walked out of the house refreshed. She closed the door gently, so as not to wake up the men who had fainted from exhaustion in the house. The observation period for the injection of Type 3 drug has passed, and it is time to take Li Hu and others away. So she went to see Dr. Jane. Dr. Jian, can I take Li Hu and the other two away? Dr. Jian raised his head from the mountain of experimental data and frowned when he saw the silver snake coming again. Well, take them away, and take Hakuno with you. Ever since he learned that Bai Yi had been injected with a genetic information noise factor, he gave up the idea of dissecting Bai Yi, because even if he did, the experimental data obtained would not be accurate. Silver Snake was slightly stunned. No more dissection? What a fickle man. She didn't dare to question Dr. Jane's decision, for fear that he would reduce her share of gene stabilizer by half. She just listened to whatever Dr. Jane said. Yes, Dr. Jane. Silver Snake was about to turn around and leave, but Dr. Jane suddenly called her. Wait a moment. Silver Snake was a little confused. Is there anything else? Dr. Jin glanced around and saw that no one was passing by. He said in a deep voice, Does your proposal still count? A hint of confusion flashed across Silver Snake's eyes. A suggestion? What suggestion? Could it be? She remembered that she once seduced Dr. Jane, hoping to sell her body in exchange for more stabilizers, but was rejected. Haha, Mun. She sneered in her heart. He pretended to be righteous all day long, but in the end, he still fell at the feet of this old lady. Although she despised him in her heart, she kept smiling coquettishly. Silver Snake glanced at Dr. Jian and said, Of course it counts. As he spoke, Silver Snake began to undress. Dr. Jian's face turned pale. What are you going to do? Silver Snake's hand in front of the beast froze, and he said in astonishment, Take off your clothes. Who told you to take off your clothes? Pick them up. Pick up your clothes quickly. None of these beasts are good people. Do you think that just because I agree to join you, you can play with me as you please? Silver Snake's delicate body trembled with anger. She felt that Dr. Jian was humiliating her. You asked me if my proposal counted, and now you're not willing to accept it after I took off my clothes? That's not the proposal I'm talking about. Dr. Jane said with disgust. You're so beastly that you can't communicate at all. Just go back and tell Lu Yinxiao that I'll give him a big gift soon. Let me tell Lu Yinxiao. Great gift. Silver Snake was instantly shocked physically and mentally, looking at Dr. Jian in disbelief. He actually found out? How did he know that I had secretly defected to Lu Yinxiao? Fear, tension, panic. All kinds of negative emotions swept through her body, gradually cooling down her hot body that had just finished exercising. Did the chairman know about this too? It's over, it's all over. Could this big gift be my life? Silver Snake wanted to explain that she was just confused that night, tempted by beauty, and wanted to collect stamps to show off Tianqi's director. But who would have thought that she would be on a pirate ship? You must convey my words. That generous gift will satisfy Lu Dong. Dr. Jian's tone was a little awkward. It was obviously his first time to flatter someone. For the sake of scientific research, he had to flatter. After saying this, he turned around and left, as if afraid that the Silver Snake would notice something was wrong with him. Only the petrified Silver Snake was left standing there stiffly. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Dr. Jian doesn't seem to be reporting me, but is really going to give a gift to Lu Yinxiao? Why? Dr. Jian is clearly the chairman's man. The chairman? Silver Snake suddenly realized that Dr. Jian was not just a scientific research maniac. He also understood some social ways. The chairman's life is coming to an end. As Tianqi's chief scientist, Dr. Jian naturally has to consider what will happen after the chairman's death. He is taking sides in advance. Just like myself. Chapter 193, Let's Get Rid of Chairman Tianqi Tomorrow. Dr. Jian walked into Inglong Laboratory as usual and greeted the oncoming researchers warmly. Dr. Jian, your speech today was really great and thought-provoking, said a researcher admiringly. Dr. Jian frowned slightly. Speech? He recalled carefully, and it seemed that he had indeed said a few words at the morning meeting this morning. But they were just a few normal sentences, no different from usual. His expression turned cold. Instead of spending time flattering others, it's better to do more research. The researcher's smile froze, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, the doctor is right. The researchers left dejectedly, and the others who were eager to try looked at each other in bewilderment. The notebooks in their hands still recorded by Yi Gaoshan's remarks. There were some parts that they just couldn't understand, and they had been thinking of asking about it. I don't dare to ask now. Dr. Jian walked into Inglong's control console with a cold face. Several scientists who were discussing 1478 immediately surrounded him when they saw him come in. Dr. Jian, there are several issues with the experimental reaction of 1478 today. Dr. Jian interrupted coldly. From today on, no one except me can enter the Inglong console. Everyone was stunned. Dr. Jian, what are you doing? Oomph. Dr. Jian snorted coldly. It's because of you good-for-nothings like you that the speed of Inglong research has been slowed down. From today on, I will personally handle the research, and you only need to cooperate in the laboratory outside. This is an order. Faced with his toughness, no one dared to say anything and could only leave the console in shame. After everyone left, Dr. Jian slowly walked to the glass curtain wall, gazing deeply at Inglong, who looked like an ancient mythical creature. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, placed it gently on the glass, and stroked it through the glass. His tone was calm, but contained an inexplicable chill. Inglong, I will allow you to demonstrate your true value and become my Xinlong's token of allegiance. Outside, the night was as dark as ink. Only a waning moon hung in the sky, its cold light spreading over the barbed wire of the military base and casting mottled shadows on the ground. A fully enclosed armored vehicle is slowly driving away from the military base. In the car, Silver Snake was a little absent-minded, still thinking about what Dr. Jane had just said. The short words were too shocking to her. Dr. Jian's attitude is intriguing. His stance on apocalypse is enough to cause a huge uproar. The undercurrent hidden beneath the Dawn City is surging more and more. Where should I go when I am caught in the vortex? Chun In's lowered his head, but beneath his calm face lay a heart that wanted to subvert apocalypse. Wuda looked at Bai Yi from time to time, wanting to hug his thighs. He knew very well that being a candidate for the Chinese zodiac was nothing, just a little higher than the bottom. If he wanted to stand out, he had to have the support of a noble person. Although Bai Yi was injected with a rabbit-shaped potion, what he valued was not Bai Yi's own strength, but the powerful connections hidden behind it. Bai Yi closed his eyes and rested. All he could think about was the Black King coming tomorrow and kidnapping the chairman of Tianqi. The god of the new era is here, but Tianqi not only refuses to obediently offer the Panga USB drive, but also dares to hide it so deeply. How dare you? I'm going to fucking get the chairman of Tianqi tomorrow. Among the people in this car, Li Hu is the simplest one. Others are thinking about the future situation of Apocalypse, how to subvert Apocalypse, a brighter future, and how to kidnap the chairman of Apocalypse. Only he was thinking about Silver Snake. He lowered his head and kept stealing glances at Silver Snake's thighs. The black stockings had long disappeared, and the white legs were crossed together, so white that they were dazzling. Everyone had different thoughts, and no one spoke along the way. Soon, the car stopped in front of Qiming College. Go back and get used to the genetic medicine. Someone will come to see you in a few days. After saying this, Inshi drove away, leaving only Bei and the other three. Mr. Bai, where do you live? I'll give you a ride. Budis Maïd. Bai Yi waved his hand and was about to speak when a cold snort suddenly sounded. Wuda, even though the gecko is not a tiger, it still has the word tiger in its name. Yet you are fawning over a rabbit. Really? Swish. A shadow flashed by, and Li Hu's face changed drastically. In his sight, a straight punch hit his chest at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Just as he raised his arm, the fist hit his chest. Li Hu groaned, staggered, and took several steps back. Hey, it doesn't hurt. He stood firm and sneered. As expected of a rabbit, it's really fast, but what's the point if it can't hurt anyone? Although Bai Yi's punch just now was fast, it did not cause too serious damage. This made Li Hu realize the gap between the two. So what if they all receive the type 3 gene drug? There are differences even between type 3s. Speed is useless. It seems that you have really been stupid from taking pesticides. Baiye's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He was unhappy because he couldn't find a paying USB drive. Unexpectedly, Li Hu, whose brain was influenced by animal nature, took the initiative to commit suicide. Don't blame him for being ruthless. Ha ha! Li Hu laughed wildly. A rabbit dares to provoke me? The smile on his face suddenly twisted, and the shrill scream seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, unpleasant and intermittent. He collapsed to the ground with his hands clasped in wudong position, his whole body bent like a shrimp, his lips pale, his face covered in cold sweat, and he was shaking uncontrollably. Bai retracted his foot, looked down at the suffering Li Hu, and said sarcastically, "Now you know whether speed is useful?" The only answer he got was Li Hu's screams. "I'm asking you a question. Do you have any manners?" Bang, bang, bang. Bai kicked Li Hu, who had no power to resist, again and again, and his screams became more and more shrill. "Speak. Are you dumb? Why, I'm a tiger." Li Hu's eyes were bloodshot. It was not only the physical pain, but more of a psychological one. He didn't understand why a tiger will be knocked down by a little white rabbit. What he didn't know was that Baiye's adaptability after injecting the potion was 100%, which was equivalent to refining it in an instant, while he only had 61% and was unable to exert the full power of the tiger-shaped potion. Although there's a gap in qi and blood between the two sides, breaking the weaknesses is enough to make up for the gap. If an ordinary person fights Tyson, if he can kick Tyson in the crotch first, Tyson will not be able to withstand it. Your name is Tiger, right? Bang, bang, bang. After a few kicks, Li Hu's eyes turned white. Wuda, who was watching from his side, was terrified. He felt pain for Li Hu. After these kicks, Li, who was probably going to be crippled, he didn't expect that Bai Yi would be so powerful after being injected with rabbit genes. Li Hu, who was injected with tiger genes, was killed instantly with one move. Although the attack location was a bit, but winning is winning. In a real battle, the enemy will not play by the rules of martial arts with you. Fainted already? Bai Yi suddenly felt bored. This was too much. Are you pretending to be faint? Bang, bang, bang. Bai Yi kicked several more times, and slight cracks appeared on the ground under Li Hu. Wuda hurried forward and said, "Master Bai, stop hitting him. If you do, you'll kill him." Bai Yi said disdainfully, "If I don't kill him, then wouldn't my beating be in vain? Veyu de Stund. That makes sense." "No, Mr. Bai, he's the company's property now. It would be hard to explain to the company if you killed him." "An explanation? I'll ask the company to give me one tomorrow." Wuda was very anxious. He didn't care about Li Hu's life or death, but he didn't want Bai Yi to offend the upper echelons because of this matter. Even if Bai Yi had a background, he would inevitably suffer. Wouldn't that affect my future? His eyes rolled, and he immediately changed his tone. "Master Bai, think about it. If you beat him to death today, how are you going to beat him again tomorrow? Wouldn't it be too easy for a fool like him to die like this? You should beat him every day. Let him live a miserable life. The longer he lives, the more others will know your majesty, and the consequences of offending you will become known to everyone in the world." Bai Yi slowly put down his foot, which he had just raised. He looked at Wuda strangely. Wuda smiled innocently and nodded. "Ha. No wonder you're called Wuda. You're really fucking wicked." Wuda's face flushed as if he had received a compliment. "Master Bai, you are really good at judging people. The fortune teller said that I am lacking in virtue." Chapter 194. Get in the car. Get out. Suddenly, the sound of cars roared from the street in the distance. Bai Yi looked up and saw a cobalt blue sports car speeding towards him. The lines of the car body were smooth, like the undulating waves of the sea. Swish! The tires rubbed violently against the ground, making a sharp hissing sound, accompanied by rising green smoke and heat waves. The cobalt blue sports car swung sideways at an almost exaggerated angle, and the rear wheels drew a charred arc on the ground. Finally, it shook slightly due to inertia and stopped steadily in front of Bai Yi. Inside the car, and Xiaodong's hair was a little messy due to the wind, but it added a bit of unrestrained beauty. She stroked her hair lightly and tilted her head slightly. "Get in the car." Bai Yi looked at the cobalt blue sports car and glanced at Xiaodong suspiciously. When did this rich woman buy the sports car? He did not open the car door, but jumped lightly and sat in the passenger seat. Buzz! The cobalt blue sports car hummed and sped away. "Mr. Bai, Sister-in-law drives slowly. Wuda chased after him, waving as he ran, until the sports car disappeared around the corner, and then he stopped. Chun In saw everything. He walked silently into the darkness deep in the street and disappeared. Only Lee, who was still sleeping on the ground. The night was like melted ink, splashing all over the street. The cobalt blue sports car lay low on the road, its engine roaring, its headlights splitting the thick darkness, drawing two thin strips of light ahead. When did you buy the sports car? Bai Yi asked, tilting his head to the side of the passenger seat. And Xiaodong's delicate profile came into view. The neon lights outside the car passed across her face like flowing lights, and the colorful lights danced on her eyelashes. She stared at the road ahead, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. The deer gave it to me on my birthday, August 26th last year. What? Bai Yi was shocked by the light words. Birthday? A sports car? In my previous life, I didn't even receive a fucking sport car model on my birthday. Talk to Xiaolu when you have time. Ask her to celebrate my birthday when it's convenient for her. And Xiaodong tilted her head slightly, her playful hair brushing against her face. When is your birthday? It depends on when Xiaolu is convenient, when she is convenient, and when my birthday is. Bai Yi said, and Xiaotong, what if she has a convenient every day? Then it's not impossible for me to celebrate my birthday every day. And Xiaodong was speechless for a moment. So, when is your birthday? Bai Yi was slightly stunned. He really didn't know his birthday in this life, because most people in the wasteland didn't have birthdays. I don't know either. It seems like I have never celebrated a birthday in my life. He thought carefully, and there was indeed no such thing as a birthday in his previous life's memory. The confusion in the boy's eyes was like a dusty star, hiding all its light. It touched in Xiaodong's heart lightly and accidentally, causing her fingers gripping the steering wheel to tighten unconsciously, and even the night wind seemed to stagnate for a moment. She no longer looked at Bai Yi, but looked at the dark street ahead with an inexplicable gaze. After a moment's silence, she said softly, then let's set it for August 26th. Bai Yi was slightly stunned. Why choose August 26th? Does this date have any special meaning? Sizzle. The cobalt blue sports car came to a sudden stop, leaving two long tracks on the ground. Gao the car, and Xiaodong said expressionlessly. Bai Yi rubbed his chest, which was hit by the sudden braking, and said angrily, what are you doing? Why are you getting off the car before you get home? Because you weren't listening to me. Nonsense. Xiaolu gave you a sports car for your birthday. Why didn't I listen? And Xiaotong turned her head, her cold eyes staring at him. You just heard about the sports car, right? So what's my birthday? Bai Yi was stunned. He laughed dryly twice and said, it can't be August 26th, right? And Xiaotong remained silent, still staring. Haha, actually, I was just kidding. I find you're a bit too serious. Buzz. The sports car started slowly, and Xiaotong drove silently and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The cobalt blue sports car was moving through the streets like a fish swimming in the deep sea. Well, why don't you ask me about the situation in my core laboratory? Bai Yi opened his mouth and was swallowed by the wind. What's with the lip prints on your clothes? And Xiaodong suddenly asked. Lip print. Bai Yi suddenly looked down and saw a faint light red lip print on the burgundy suit. Damn silver snake. It must have been the silver snake rubbing against me. Aren't Xiaodong's eyes like microscopes? She can even see the red lipstick marks on red clothes? As expected of a strong man with 19800 chi and HP, he has good eyesight. This was done by Silver Snake. The first time this bitch saw me, she set her sights on me. Bai Yi gritted his teeth in anger. I spent 200,000 to buy Xingshua, and you dared to dirty my Xingshua. As he spoke, and Xiaotong, who was driving, gripped the steering wheel tighter and tighter. Clang! A crisp sound of sword rang out. Holy crap! Bai Yi was horrified and quickly dodged the suddenly appearing pure silver cross sword. Why did your sword pop out? And Xiaodong's mind moved, and the pure silver cross sword turned into a silver glow that disappeared. She said calmly, I've been training a lot recently, and my mental strength has increased too quickly, causing my abilities to get out of control from time to time. Then you better be careful. Swords have no eyes. Don't interrupt. What happened next? Silver Snake kept asking for it. So you gave it to him? Bai Yi felt an inexplicable chill. It must be because the night wind was too cold. How is that possible? I'll give it to you if she asks for it. Who do you think I am? After these words were spoken, the night wind seemed not so cold anymore. Soon, they arrived at Moxianjuan. After entering the house, and Xiaodong immediately said, take off your clothes. Bai Yi was stunned. Why? You're not going to learn Silver Snake too. Your clothes are dirty. I'll throw them away for you. Throw it away? I spent 200,000 on it. I bought it. Then buy me another one. Bai Yi took off his shirt reluctantly and watched Xiaotong throw the clothes into the trash can. Then Xiaotong went into the bathroom again, washed her hands, and then returned to the living room. By the way, what genetic drug did you inject? 1/15th of a dragon. And Xiaotong frowned slightly. What do you mean by 1/15th of a dragon? Bai Yi smiled smugly. You don't understand this, right? To become a dragon, you need to inject 15 injections of type 3 gene potion. I just took the first injection. Oh, and Xiaotong's lips curled up with a hint of amusement. Are you sure it's 1/15th of a dragon? And not a small white rabbit? Bai Ye's face darkened instantly. What little white rabbit? Where did the little white rabbit come from? Chapter 195 Tianqi Chairman's Press Conference. Sister Pei told me the results of your genetic test a long time ago. Little white rabbit. And Xiaodong sat on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of rabbit water, her tone calm, but deliberately drawn out. That's only temporary. Temporary. Don't you understand? What's with that rabbit-shaped water cup in your hand? I remember you used gilded teacups before. You're talking about this. And Xiaodong shook the cartoon rabbit water cup in her hand and explained calmly, little white rabbits are very cute, so I bought a little white rabbit water cup. What do you think isn't the little white rabbit on it very cute? The 3 consecutive blows of the little white rabbit were like 3 heavy hammers hitting Bai Ye's heart. Cute as hell. You scheming woman. When I transform into a dragon, I'll let you know that the little white rabbit isn't my dark past. It's the path to my origins. Okay, let's get down to business. And Xiaodong said as she took a sip of the little white rabbit water cup. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw this. He decided to throw away the little white rabbit water cup at night when Xiaotong fell asleep. I found the location of the core laboratory through the White Dove Ring. It's at a military base in the northeast corner of Dawn City. I followed you to the outskirts of the military base and stopped there. It's heavily guarded and difficult to sneak in. Do you know the exact location of the core laboratory? The core laboratory is underground. I was in the car the whole time and couldn't determine its exact location. Bai Yi said casually. He already knew that there was no Pengy USB flash drive in the core laboratory, so he naturally wouldn't ask and shout on to go through the core experiment again. His mind is now full of how to kidnap the chairman of Tianqi. With his current strength, as long as he finds the location of Chairman Tianqi, he can use the time stop function to sneak in and kidnap him quietly. The only problem is that it is a huge waste of time. After returning from this trip to the core laboratory, he only had 16 minutes and 3 seconds left. Hiding the forbidden object, taking off Li Hu's pants, and searching the core laboratory took him quite a while. If it weren't for the injection of 1/15th of the dragon-shaped potion that increased the speed, it would probably have taken even longer. It would be great if I could log into Xiaodong's account and kidnap Chairman Tianqi. It would definitely save time, but how can I fool her? I always feel that there's something ill in the way you look at me. And Xiaotong calmly buttoned up her collar, hiding her slightly exposed collarbone under her collar. Bai Yi was furious. What an attitude. I am attracted to your body, but this body is not that body. It is not the same concept. Such straightforward words made Xiaotong feel a little uncomfortable. You rascal. Her eyes flickered as she changed the subject. How are the core lab's defenses? Are you confident you can infiltrate? Hakuno was about to say that the core lab could defend against the 10 kings, but suddenly changed his tone. The defense is okay, it just needs more soldiers, and there are also many genetically modified people stationed there. Your body plus my abilities will definitely be no problem. And Xiaotong nodded. As long as you are sure. When do you plan to start? Tomorrow. Bai Yi blurted out. He planned to first trick Xiaotong into getting her body, and then pretend to break into the core laboratory, but actually kidnap the chairman of Tianqi. After staying in Dawn City for so many days, he is no longer a newbie who knows nothing. The central area of Shuguang City is called Shuguang Terrace. It is where only the company's top executives live. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The security level is extremely high. I think Chairman Tianqi is there. Once you sneak in, you can slowly search for him. I don't believe you won't find that Lao Deng. Not tomorrow. And Xiaodong frowned slightly and directly rejected Bai Ye's proposal. Why not tomorrow? Are you having your period? Click. There was a clearly visible crack on the little white rabbit water cup in Xiaodong's hand. She stared at Bai Yi with a dim gaze, her light brown eyes like glass immersed in ice water. She didn't blink, didn't move, just watched quietly. Bai Yi felt a little scared, as if the pure silver cross sword would pop out in the next second. Go back in 3 days. Why? Because Chairman Tianchi will hold a press conference in 3 days. All major forces will send people to attend, which will inevitably attract a lot of attention and security forces. By then, Apocalypse's focus will be on the press conference, so the defenses of the core laboratory will naturally be somewhat weak. What did you say? Chairman Tianchi held a press conference? Baye's eyes were frighteningly bright. He felt that his luck had finally improved. It is really like searching for a needle in a haystack, but finally finding it without any effort. Lao Deng, you are in my hands now, aren't you? And Xiaodong thought Bai Yi was happy because the core laboratory's defenses were weak. She explained, the recent outbreak of the mutant scarlet virus and the news about the Pangu USB drive released by the zoo director have put Apocalypse Company at the center of public attention. That's why Chairman Tianchi wanted to hold a press conference. First, to call on all major forces to donate money and materials to jointly resist the fake people. Second, to clarify the rumors about the Pangi USB flash drive. Third, Chairman Tianchi probably wanted to stand in front of the public and tell everyone that he is not dead, so as to calm people's hearts. All right, Bai clapped his legs and stood up, his expression excited. It's settled. 3 days from now, I'll borrow your body while I kidnap and break into the core lab. And Xiaotong was a little confused. Is it necessary for you to be so happy about such a dangerous thing? Bai Yi waved his hand and said passionately, what's the danger? This time I saw the dark side of Apocalypse Corporation in the core laboratory. Countless wastelanders were treated as experimental consumables by them and thrown away like garbage after use. If a company like this gets hold of the Pangi USB drive, it will be a disaster for everyone in the world. In 3 days, it will be my turn to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. And Xiaodong's eyes trembled. She found that although Bai Yi was not very reasonable in his daily life, he always knew right from wrong. It would be great if there were more people like Bai Yi in the world. Then the world will be peaceful. She suppressed her churning thoughts and said calmly, so, the source of those human experiments and organ trafficking is the core laboratory? Yeah, that's right. It will be easy once we find the source. I can stake out the source and see how they transport the wastelanders to the core lab. Then, I can follow the clues and find the slave-catching company behind it. Afterwards, and Xiaodong discussed with him the specific details of how to sneak into the core laboratory. Bai Yi just watched the cherry-pink little mouth chattering silently. Not listening to a word he said, all he could think about was kidnapping the chairman of Tianchi. As he thought about it, his mind began to wander, and his thoughts drifted to the silver USB drive in his pocket. The formula of the Type 3 gene potion, the treasure that the director, one of the 10 kings, has been fighting against Apocalypse for many years and has always wanted, is now in his pocket. There's no use having this thing because he can't understand the formula at all. Even if he can understand it, he won't be able to make it, and there is no laboratory or raw materials for him to make it. It's useless. The greatest value of this thing is selling. Chapter 196, God's Lies and the Deceived Little Tong. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi interrupted the chattering in Xiaotong. Xiaotong. And Xiaodong paused and looked at Bai Yi with a somewhat unnatural expression. Can I trust you? Bai Yi asked seriously. And Xiaodong seemed to be infected by Bai Yi, and her expression gradually became serious. She did not answer, but nodded. But what was conveyed in those light brown eyes was as solemn as a vow. Bai Yi took a deep breath and said, I decided to tell you a secret about my true identity. Real identity? And Xiaodong's expression was slightly strange. I know your true identity. Aren't you the Black King? Ah, Bai Yi was shocked. How did you know? Phew. When Xiaodong saw that Bai Yi was pretending as if it were real, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. You said it yourself last time. Uncle Li said that if someone didn't know you, they would think you were the leader of the 10 kings. You said you were. Bai Yi's face darkened. He thought his identity was exposed. Stop laughing. I'm talking about another real identity. I also know your other true identity. Huh? The god of the new age. And Xiaodong pursed her lips, trying not to laugh out loud, but her shoulders were trembling slightly. Bai Yi's face darkened even more. Be serious? I'm talking to you about serious matters. Okay, go ahead. I am listening. Bai Yi said seriously and solemnly. Actually, I am the future leader of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon. Ha ha ha. A silver bell-like laughter sounded, and then Xiaotong laughed so hard that her body shook. She really couldn't hold it back anymore, and a blush appeared on her fair little face. Stop laughing. What I said is true. Even if what you said is true, but When Xiaodong thought about what she was going to say next, she couldn't help laughing again. But what? But our sofa can't accommodate so many people. And Xiao Tong. Bai Yi angrily pounced on Xiaodong on the sofa and covered her mouth. When the warm palm touched the soft lips and the man's weight pressed down, and Xiaodong's laughter stopped abruptly. A hint of panic unique to an ignorant girl flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly pushed Bai Yi away. I'm not laughing anymore. Just continue talking. Her eyes dodged, and her fingers seemed to be stroking the hair that was messed up by Bai Yi steadily. But in fact, her heart was in turmoil. You really don't want to laugh anymore? Bai Yi stared at her fiercely. Don't laugh anymore. And Xiaodong lowered her head slightly. Real? Really? If you don't tell me, I'm going to bed. She was a little annoyed and angry at being looked at. Okay, let me continue. I must reiterate to you that I'm not kidding. I am indeed the future leader of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon. Bai Yi suddenly looked up and stared at Xiaotong closely, and found that apart from her slightly flushed face, the other party was indeed not smiling. Only then did he slowly tell some of the things that happened in the core laboratory. After hearing this, and Xiaodong's eyes widened unconsciously. Your physique is so special that you can become a dragon. It turns out that 1 in 15 dragons is real. Then, her expression hardened, and a hint of worry and guilt flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, I got into this trouble. I didn't know that the type 3 gene drug required a corresponding gene stabilizer. Hey, Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the moon at a 45-degree angle. He found that there was no window in front of him, so he turned his body, changed direction, and aimed at the window. After being injected with the type 3 gene drug, I became the future leader of the 12 zodiac animals, but my life and death are no longer under my control. Hey, I was kidding you. The version of the mutated scarlet virus is above the type 3 gene drug, and Xiaodong's eyes were filled with even more guilt. I will definitely help you find a Pangi USB drive. It must contain a cure for the aftereffects of the type 3 gene drug. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Bai Yi turned around and said calmly, Don't bother. I already have a solution. And Xiaodong's eyes suddenly lit up. What method? Here. Bai Yi directly threw out the silver USB drive. This contains the formula for the type 3 gene drug. With it, making the stabilizer will not be a problem. And Xiaodong stared blankly at the USB drive in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Type 3 gene potion formula? Where did you get that? She could never have imagined that the recipe that the headmaster had been dreaming of was actually in Bai Ye's hands. After Dr. Jian discovered my potential as a dragon, he brought me to his laboratory for testing. Because dragons are of great importance, Silver Snake took the others away to prevent leaks. Bai Ye's lies came out of his mouth almost without thinking. So, it was just Dr. Jian and I left in the lab. Dr. Jian is a research geek. When he found out I could transform into a dragon, he started fiddling with the lab equipment like crazy. Then he took out the USB flash drive from his pocket and started writing, saying that he got inspiration from me to improve the type 3 gene drug. When all the data measurements were almost complete, I took the opportunity to activate the 1,000-fold instant stream of light and shadow, and using 1/15 the speed of a dragon, I stole his USB drive. And Xiaodong held the USB drive tightly in her hand, her heart trembling. She knew that although Bai Yi said it was simple, the process must be extremely dangerous, and there must be no mistakes, otherwise there would be no recovery. You stole his USB drive. You won't be discovered, right? No. Bai Ye's mind raced, and he smirked. During the experiment, I pretended to be mad and took the opportunity to mess up his lab. I also damaged a lot of things, including his spare USB drive. He must have thought this one was destroyed too. The boy's smug smile made Xiaodong's heart clench. Experiment going crazy. She could almost imagine what Hakuno had gone through in the lab. The light brown eyes were instantly filled with heartache and guilt, as if a small stone was thrown into the center of a lake, creating ripples of worry. Are you okay? Does it still hurt? Do you need some medicine? I'll find some for you. Before Xiaodong could finish her words, she turned around and was about to run, but was stopped by Bai Yi. She turned around to look at him. The anxiety in her eyes could not be concealed, and even her lips were pursed until they turned pale. No need. Have you forgotten my recovery ability? Bai Yi smiled, but that smile made Xiaodong's heart ache even more. Hey, why are your eyes red? No, it's okay. I was inhaled by the smoke from Shui Zongchengsen, and Xiaodong struggled to break free from his hand in panic. I'll go cook for you. Although you have strong recovery ability, it must be very consuming. Looking at Xiaodong busy in the kitchen, Bai Yi couldn't help but touch his chin. Is it really okay for me to lie to a little girl like this? People really can't do this, but God can. Chapter 197 Dragon Level Taboo Item. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes with good looks, aroma, and taste were ready. Looking at the black, incomprehensible stir-fried dish in front of him, Bai Yi calmly put down his chopsticks. Although Xiaodong is perfect in every aspect, her cooking skills are terrible. The two of them usually buy food from outside when they are at home. Why don't you eat? Business is more important, Xiaodong. You said I risked my life to get the formula for the type 3 gene drug. Shouldn't you, the silent court? Bai Yi rubbed his hands. Show your appreciation? And Xiaodong, already feeling guilty, said without hesitation, what do you want? As long as the silent court has it, I can give it to you. Wow. Does your master know that you sold the silent court like this? Bai Yi thought about it and realized that besides the Pangy USB drive, what he wanted most was to improve his strength. I want the fastest way to improve my strength. Is there a way that can make me stronger than you overnight? It would be best if the process is effortless and has nothing to do with hard work. I even enjoy the process. And Xiaodong's face darkened. I've only seen the method you mentioned in the storybooks, collected by Xiaolu. Bai Yi was stunned. Is there such a method in the storybook? What method? Dual cultivation. Ahem. If there really is such a secret method, it's not impossible. And Xiaodong rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? How could there be such a method? The fastest way to improve your strength in this world is to inject genetic drugs. You've already been injected with the most advanced type 3 genetic drug. You just need to practice hard, and you can improve your strength step by step. Then let me change my request. God's taboo. And Xiaodong was even more speechless. No. What? You, the Silent Court, are an organization of the 10 kings, but you don't even have a divine taboo? Xiaodong, girls are not easy to deceive. No, that's all. Objects that are tabooed by gods are hard to come by. And even if you do come across one, it's difficult to contain. Oh, I do have half of one. Would you like it? Yes. Of course I do. Which half? What's the serial number? And Xiaodong said lightly, 169. Damn, 169 was originally mine. Bai Yi felt like he was being fooled, and Xiaodong was a little speechless. 169 was originally half for you and me. When did it become yours? I know you have a bad memory, but you can't just remember things that benefit you, right? Bai Yi. It hurts, Xiaodong. I risked my life for you, the Silent Court, and you didn't even show any appreciation. We would like to express our gratitude, but you specifically asked for things that we don't have. How about you order something that we have, Little White Rabbit? And Xiaodong deliberately lengthened the tone. Don't call me Little White Rabbit. I'll be angry if you call me that again. Okay, Xiaobai. Bai Yi was furious. Even Xiaobai can't do that. How about the dragon-level forbidden item? Xiaobai. That's fine. Bai Yi's expression lit up. Although a dragon-level forbidden item wasn't as valuable as a divine-level forbidden item, it was still a rare treasure. Even someone as wealthy as Fatty Gao didn't have one, which showed how rare it was. The forbidden item of Jiao level, Black Nether Mask, has infinite uses. Without it, the trip to the core laboratory would have wasted a lot of time. Of course, the more taboo objects there are, the better. As for the accommodation conditions, they're not a problem for him at all. No matter how harsh the conditions are, they cannot bypass the body and spirit. Unfortunately, his body is indestructible and his spirit is immortal. Okay, my master happens to have a dragon-level forbidden item. I'll get it for you next time. And Xiaotong nodded, and with just a few words, the presiding judge lost a forbidden item. Exchanging the formula of a Type 3 gene potion for a dragon-level forbidden item doesn't sound very cost-effective. After all, Type 3 gene medicine can cultivate a large number of genetically modified people. For any force, it is a treasure that can enhance the overall strength. Although the dragon-level forbidden items are the top-level forbidden items and are also hard to come by, they can only be used by individuals. In terms of overall effect, the dragon-level forbidden substance is definitely not as good as the Type 3 gene potion. But we should not only look at the value of things, but also whether they are suitable for us. The formula for the Type 3 gene potion is just a piece of waste paper in Bai Yi's hands, but the dragon-level forbidden item can improve strength and save time. The most important thing is that the recipe can be copied infinitely. Bai Yi will not be so stupid as to sell it only to the Silent Court. If he has the chance in the future, he can also sell it to the zoo, to Fatty Gao, and to anyone in need. Of course, he didn't do this for money. In fact, he had a dream in his heart. Humanity had suffered from alienated beasts for a long time, and he wanted to change this predicament with his own strength. Let everyone in the entire East continent be like a dragon. The same thing, sometimes from a different perspective, has a completely different meaning. The saying, "a thought can make the world wide open," is exactly like this. Thinking of this, Bai suddenly felt that his act of selling goods to three parties had become noble. And Xiaodong thought for a moment and continued. Also, if you need the potion to transform into a dragon in the future, or if you want to sell it or give it to friends, the Silent Court will help you make it. Unfortunately, we don't have a channel to sell type 3 gene potion, and I guess the master wouldn't sell such a dangerous thing to others. Otherwise, he could give you a share of the sales. Thoughtful. Very thoughtful. The more Bai Yi looked at Xiaodong, the more satisfied he became. This little girl was so genuine and so good at bargaining. Not only was it not enough to give him a dragon-level forbidden item, he also contracted the genetic medicine he would need in the future and wanted to give him a share of the sales. He felt a little embarrassed to lie to others. Damn you, painter. It must be the effect of fate that's causing me to harbor evil thoughts, betray my true feelings, and tell lies. Damn the painter. At this time, and Xiaodong stretched out her hand and handed over the silver USB flash drive. Wait until I get the dragon-level forbidden item. Then you can give me the USB drive. Bai directly held her hand, pushed the USB drive back, and said nonchalantly, "No, you can use it first. I trust you. I already copied it anyway." The electronic equipment and hard drives he had spent millions to buy finally came in handy, just in time to copy the formula. And Xiaodong looked at the USB flash drive in her hand in a daze. The recipe that all 10 kings coveted was given to me by Bai Yi with such trust. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't touched. In this world, not everyone can so confidently and casually hand over the formula of type 3G medicine to others. This formula can even determine the rise and fall of a major force to a certain extent and change the entire situation in Beimeng, which is of great significance. But now, with Bai Ye's words, "I believe you," the match has fallen into his hands. She held the USB drive tightly, nodded gently, and said only yes without saying too much. Chapter 198, You Can Always Trust the Black Knight. Bai did not lie this time. He really believed in Xiaodong. This trust even surpassed everyone else, not even Li Yu. His trust in Xiaodong was not emotional, but his trust in her character. Although Xiaodong is sometimes sinister, greedy, petty, and always angry for no reason, this night girl who always upholds justice has qualities that make people trust her. Bai Yi knew that Xiaodong would never embezzle the formula, and she would do what she promised even if it meant death. In this wasteland where the strong prey on the weak, you can always trust the Black Knight. This is recognition from the gods of the New Age. By the way, what are the abilities of that dragon-level forbidden object? Bai Yi asked, and Xiaodong shook her head. I don't know, I've never seen my master use it. Why not? Because no one can let my master use the forbidden items. Haha, go ahead and brag, just brag. The last person who braggart so much was called a tyrant. Bai Yi finally realized that the world is a huge science of winning. No matter what before the fight, whether you're a human or a ghost, you will win, and everyone is awesome. If a fight really breaks out, it will be fine if you kill the enemy, but if you fail to kill the enemy and let him run away, it won't be long before various versions of the problem appear. There's no such thing as a draw. No matter how hard you try, you can't keep me. In the end, maybe we'll become enemies, so I'll let you go. The humorous dart thrower is the most typical example. He bumps into the 10 kings every day and looks at the 12 zodiac signs as if they were a sign on the roadside. But he didn't even need to think about what Li Xiao would brag about when he returned, saying things like, I fought against 10 kings, I fought against tyrants. Even the tyrants couldn't kill me. So, who among you can kill me? If you ask what the outcome of the battle was, Li Xiaoyan said, the tyrant died, but I'm still alive. What do you think the outcome was? Haha. Bai Yi laughed as he thought about it. He inexplicably missed the humorous darts man. After he kidnapped the chairman of Tianxi at the press conference and found the Pangi USB flash drive, he went to Wangwenjing to enjoy himself. What are you laughing at? And Xiaodong's eyes showed a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction. My master is very powerful. How powerful can he be? More powerful than the Black King. Bai Yi said disdainfully, and Xiaodong was speechless. Then, probably not. In her memory, her master had fought with the tyrant, but the two sides did not fight to the death, but just had a simple exchange that ended in a draw. If it really came to this, she believed that her master would definitely win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Compared to the Black King who killed the tyrant in seconds, it is certainly incomparable. It is possible that a fight between the strong men at the level of the 10 kings could last for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. Killing them instantly is really beyond the standard. You eat first. I'll go give a recipe to Sister Pei. And Xiaodong seemed to have thought of something and stood up immediately. Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you give it to your master first? Bai Yi looked at his watch. It was almost 1 in the morning. Sister Pei is the only one in the silent court who understands genetic science. I handed it over to Master and eventually to Sister Pei. Now that Master is gone, I will make the decision for him first. Forehead, why do I feel like your master is like a mascot in the silent court, with no status at all? One moment you decide to give him a dragon-level forbidden item, the next moment you decide to give him the formula. If you tell me one day that you are the presiding judge, I will believe it. And Xiaotong rolled her eyes as she put on her nightgown. My master is not a mascot. He is a very good and easygoing person. As long as it does not violate the principles and does not delay the organization's mission, we can make our own decisions. Moreover, the faster Sister Pei cracks the formula, the faster you can escape the control of Tianqi Company. The last sentence was what was in her heart. She didn't want to see Bai Yi being controlled by Apocalypse Company and having no control over his own affairs, so she couldn't wait a moment. By the way, this USB drive is encrypted. The password is 836295. After telling so many lies, Bai Yi almost forgot about the password, and Xiaodong was a little confused. You know the password too? Bai Yi said confidently, yeah. Do you really think that 1/15th of a dragon's hearing is just for show? When Dr. Jian entered the password for the USB drive, I heard the sound of his keys clearly. Each character sounded the same, but in fact, there were subtle differences that only I could hear. Anyway, and Xiaodong has never taken the genetic potion that is 1/15th of a dragon, so the final right of interpretation is in her hands. And Xiaodong felt confused and shocked. Is this the power of 1/15th of a dragon? A moment later, as soon as a ray of moonlight leaked out from the clouds, the carved window lattices on the second floor of the villa slid open silently. A slender black shadow stuck out half of its body like a cat, the black nightgown tightly wrapped around the girl's outline. The loose hair hanging from the edge of the hood was picked up by the evening breeze and quickly stuck back to her neck. And Xiaodong bent her knees and lightly tapped the windowsill. Then her figure glided away like a black swallow. The exquisite feather made her as light as paper, and she floated to the bushes in the dark at an extremely fast speed. She lowered her body and silently blended into the thick, inky night and disappeared. I didn't even know to close the window when I left. Click! Bai Yi on the balcony closed the window and watched in Xiaodong's disappearing back. And Xiaodong had completely disappeared from his sight, but his extremely sensitive ears could vaguely hear a slight movement, which was the sound of clothes sliding across the grass, almost imperceptible. Apart from that, there were no sounds of footsteps, heartbeats, or breathing. Anything. This was a little unbelievable to him. With 1/15th of the dragon's hearing, he could even hear the sound of blood flowing in the blood vessels, but it was difficult to hear the sound of Xiaotong leaving. Is this Zay? The absolute, in qi and blood martial arts, can conceal fluctuations in qi and blood, breath, heartbeat, etc. When practiced to the peak, it can be detected by all senses except the visual sense. Bai Yi couldn't help but think of himself. He only knew circle, armor, and feather now. He tried to practice absolute, but each time ended in failure. And Xiaotong said that it might be because Zhu was contrary to his personality. Because Zhu represents low-key and restrained. Bai Yi felt that it was all nonsense. Wasn't this just a way of calling him arrogant? As a god of a new era, he pretends to be a human being and puts on a show every day in Dawn City. He is so low-key. How can he be arrogant? He thought that the pseudo-human body was too active and was unable to restrain its own aura because it was too active. Well, that must be the case. It's all because of that damn mutated scarlet virus. It really is the formula for the type 3 gene potion. Pei Qingwei, who was wearing light gray cotton pajamas, was shocked. She sat in front of the computer desk, watching and verifying over and over again. The warm yellow light from the desk lamp fell on her body. The thin-frame glasses on her nose reflected the faint light, and her eyes behind the lenses were wide open. It's incredible. The formula that the director has been unable to obtain for years actually fell into my hands so easily. Xiaodong, where on earth did you find a boyfriend? This is incredible. She looked at Xiaodong beside her. Chapter 199 in Xiaodong's Enlightenment. Most of the girl's body was hidden in the warm, yellow halo, and the corners of her cherry-pink mouth unconsciously raised a slight arc. Seeing Pei Qingyue's gaze sweeping over, the arc immediately disappeared, and he said calmly, he was lucky this time. Jojo used Lucky. Pei Qingyue playfully imitated in Xiaodong's tone. It seems that love can make people say one thing and mean another. My well-behaved Xiaodong has also become arrogant. You're being modest on behalf of your boyfriend, but you're actually incredibly proud, right? Sister Pei. And Xiaodong said angrily with a blush on her face. Ha ha. Okay, Xiaodong is shy, so I won't say anything more. After the joke, Pei Qingyue buried her head in the formula again. She turned the mouse wheel, and countless academic characters flowed across her glasses like water. The more she read, the more shocked she became. In short, he is indeed a genius. His scientific research ideas are wild and imaginative, yet interconnected. He is truly a genius. He added many designs based on his mentor's work, making the Type 3 gene potion even more perfect. Unfortunately, he still couldn't fix the design flaws, so that people who had been injected with the Type 3 gene potion still needed special stabilizers to maintain their genes. And Xiaotong narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, perhaps he has already perfected the flaws, but the top management of Tianqi will not allow him to produce the final version of the Type 3 gene drug. Pei Qingyue was startled, and a chill rose in his heart for no reason. You are right. This is indeed something that Tianqi can do. Perhaps for Tianqi, a defective gene medicine is the best medicine. Sister Pei, can you make a gene stabilizer according to the formula? Pei Qingyue deliberately said, no, and Xiaotong suddenly became nervous. Even Sister Pei, you can't do it? Then Bai Yi. Ha ha. Pei Qingyue laughed maliciously. I am kidding. Although I'm not as good as Jian Yanji, I'm still a PhD in genetics. The answers are right in front of me. If I can't even make a stabilizer, I don't deserve to be a PhD. Sister Pei, you? And Xiaodong felt a little embarrassed and angry. Although her sister Pei looked gentle and spoke softly on weekdays, she always liked to play pranks and took pleasure in other people's embarrassment. Pei Qingyue's smile faded slowly, and she said seriously, Xiaotong, you're a good kid in every way, but you're too trusting. You believed everything I said casually, and you'll be deceived in the future. I only trust people who are worthy of trust. And Xiaodong's words touched Pei Qingyue a little. She seemed to remember something from the past, and her smile unconsciously showed a hint of sadness. Someone worthy of trust? Oh, but how do you judge who is worthy of trust? I'm worried that someone will take advantage of your kindness and make you do something you'll regret. By the time you discover the truth, it will be too late. The more you pursue justice, the more darkness you will encounter. The moment you realize the truth and feel regret, justice becomes extreme and you are no longer yourself. And Xiaotong fell silent. She always felt that Pei Qingyue was hinting at something. She was silent for a long time and only raised her head after a long time. Her light brown eyes stared at Pei Qingyue without any dodging. She said, I will not regret my choice. If that day ever comes, I will need to reflect on my own knowledge and vision, not doubt my sincerity and kindness. Pei Qingyue's pupils trembled, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, It's all my fault, sister, for suddenly talking about such a serious topic. Now that we have the formula, we should be happy. You don't have to worry about Bai Yi. I will be able to research the gene stabilizer soon, but any problems? Pei Qingyue nodded. It's a bit of a problem. You know that Lu Yunxiao has been supporting my lab behind the scenes. Many of my lab assistants are his people. If I create a gene stabilizer in the lab, Lu Yunxiao might find out. And Xiaotong frowned. What about building another laboratory? Building a new laboratory is no problem, but it will take a lot of time. I'm afraid you'll feel bad for Bai Yi and can't wait. Sister Pei. Oh, sister. I won't say anything more. You're such a fool. Having a boyfriend is not something shameful, but you are not allowed to talk about it. He and I are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Pei Qingyue smiled and said, In this world, what is true? What is false? Who can tell clearly? However, I do have a method that can quickly produce a gene stabilizer. What method? Give Lu Yunxiao the formula for the Type 3 gene potion. And Xiaotong was stunned. For Lu Yunxiao? Pei Qingyue nodded. I am not aiding the enemy. Although I have worked with Lu Yunxiao for many years, Your master is the only one in my heart. And Xiaotong, she always wondered, when a woman reaches a certain age, can she speak freely about these love affairs? Lu Yanxiao also has a secret research team that has been researching type 3 gene drugs and has made substantial progress. He doesn't trust me, so he hasn't let me join this research team yet. It's a pity that the team's level is limited. Even with the type 3 gene drug samples, they still encountered many scientific research problems that could not be solved. So Lu Yanxiao asked the experimental assistant to come to me to seek advice from his side. That's how I roughly gauge their progress. Now that I have the formula as a reference, I'm almost certain that in 2 years, Lu Yanxiao's team will overcome the difficulties and completely create the type 3 gene drug. And Xiaodong's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Sister Pei, what you mean is that since they will be able to research it sooner or later, why don't you give them the formula first so that you can gain their trust and get into the core circle around Lu Yanxiao? But how should I give it? Pei Qingyue smiled mysteriously. This is simple. Just tell the truth. Tell the truth. And Xiaotong was stunned. Your boyfriend wasn't willing to be controlled by the company, so he stole the formula. He couldn't develop it himself, so he must have told you, his girlfriend, that even though you're my student, you're still too inexperienced. Isn't it reasonable for you to seek me out as your mentor? I work for Lu Yanxiao, so wouldn't it be more reasonable to give the formula to him? And Xiaodong was more and more surprised. She didn't expect that he could really tell the truth. But then, Sister Pei, wouldn't that mean you have no credit? Why don't you just say you developed the type 3 gene drug yourself? Silly child, I don't normally have access to type 3 gene drugs. Who would believe me if I researched it out of thin air? Besides, I don't need any credit. I just need to squeeze into the ranks of Lu Yunxiao's confidence. The formula passed through my hands, and Lu Yunxiao must know that I have seen it. He will not let a doctor who knows the formula wander around. Either he kills me or takes me into his secret laboratory. There are only these two options. Don't worry, he won't kill me. I've never been discovered in all these years, and I'm a doctor. He would only kill me if he's crazy. Seeing Pei Qingyue's confidence, and Xiaodong was silent for a moment. I need to ask Xiao Bai. Bei. After all, this is the formula he got. Although I promised to give him a dragon-level forbidden item, he is the one who suffers the most in this deal. Yeah, it's only natural to ask him. Remember to tell him when you get back that Lu Yanxiao should be given a good payout. And Xiaotong didn't react for a moment. How to kill? Want to be exposed like this? Pei Qingyue said angrily. You really don't understand your boyfriend. What kind of person is Bai Yi? I saw it the first time I saw him. He will argue even if he is wrong, and he will not give in even if he is right. He got the formula, and now he has become a candidate for the dragon. If he asked Lu Yunxiao for money, would Lu Yunxiao possibly refuse to give it? Even if it wasn't for the formula, the mere fact that he was a candidate for the dragon was enough for him to win over. And Xiaodong was a little suspicious. Is Bai Yi really such a person? Although he can be irritating and arrogant at times, he is actually very kind and has a strong sense of justice. Sister Pei must have said that because she didn't understand him.